Chapter 1 Let's Get Divorced. Yeans was sitting in front of his grandfather's tombstone, watching a romantic war movie on his mobile phone. Yeans said with emotion, "Grandpa, today is your death anniversary. I know that you liked this the most when you were alive, so I came here specially to let you taste it. Since your grandson is so filial, please bless me from the bottom of your heart." Day. Just then, the sound of high-heeled footsteps approached. Yeans quickly exited the playback interface. When I looked up, I saw a beautiful woman in a short professional skirt with her legs wrapped in black stockings walking towards me. Yeans secretly lowered his gun, stood up and asked, "Assistant Son, why are you here?" Assistant Son threw an agreement to Yeans with great disgust. "Hurry up and sign the divorce agreement prepared by Mr. Shiao." "Divorce? Why?" Assistant Son sneered. "Ha! Why don't you know what's going on? Our CEO Shiao is the most dazzling female CEO in Jiangnan City at the moment. She is worth hundreds of millions and is at the top of the pyramid. She has countless suitors. Look at you, you have nothing but a pretty face, no money and no skills, don't waste your time." Yeans lowered his eyes slightly. 3 years ago, he returned to Jiangnan City from that place to fulfill the marriage contract that his grandfather had made with the Shiao family. At that time, the Shiao family was in a desperate situation and on the verge of collapse. Over the past 3 years, he has been secretly supporting the Shiao family and making Xiao Qingqing the most dazzling beauty president in Jiangnan City. In the end, it was exchanged for a divorce agreement. Assistant Son continued, "As divorce compensation, Miss Xiao promised to give you 10 million. You owe Miss Xiao so much in this marriage, but she has been so kind to you. You should learn to be grateful. Sign the contract quickly." Yeans said unhappily, "Thank you for nothing. Tell Xiao Qingqing that if she wants me to sign, she can ask her to come talk to me." Assistant Son frowned and said, "What is Ms. Zhao's status? Can a loser like you meet her whenever you want? With her status and position, she has countless ways to divorce you. She has already considered your feelings by letting me meet you privately." "Don't be so arrogant," Yeans said coldly. "Oh?" In her opinion, choosing the anniversary of the death of my family of 8, asking for a divorce in front of their graves, and asking you to laugh at me as much as you want, is that considering my feelings? Just at this moment, a beautiful woman with a cool look and a great figure, wearing a black hip skirt and holding a bouquet of flowers, walked towards me quickly. She placed the flowers in front of one of the graves and said softly, "Grandpa Yi, something happened and I was late to see you." Looking at the cold woman in front of his grandfather's grave, Yeans felt mixed emotions. Because the grandfathers of both parties were good friends, he and Xiao Qingqing were engaged since they were young. But 15 years ago, the Yi family was hit by a sudden fire. Except for himself, who was lucky enough to be rescued by his master and escape from Jiangnan City, the rest of his family members were buried in the fire. It was Mr. Shiao who helped take care of his family's funeral affairs, and his kindness was indeed great. 3 years ago, he had learned a lot of skills and was already at the top of the world. He returned to Jiangnan City to fulfill his engagement. Fearing that he would put pressure on Xiao Qingqing, he lived with her as an ordinary person and secretly helped the Shiao family. He had originally planned to order the Tianlong Group to hold a bidding conference tomorrow night, announcing that the Shiao family was the only successful bidder for the new district development project, and had obtained an order worth 10 billion yuan, which would push Xiao Qingqing to the top of Jiangnan City in one fell swoop. And at that time, he would no longer have to hide his identity and tell Xiao Qingqing everything. But the day before, Xiao Qingqing walked up to Yeans. With his usual indifferent expression, he said, "I heard everything you said just now. I ignored your feelings by choosing this time and this place to file for divorce. I was really too busy to remember this, so I asked Assistant Son." Yeans raised his hand to interrupt. "Yes, Mr. Shiao even had to entrust someone else to file for divorce. Of course he is busy to the point of being almost ruthless." Xiao Qingqing could hear his complaints, but she believed she was not wrong. Because she is busy preparing for the bidding conference tomorrow night, winning the bid from Tianlong Group and obtaining a 10 billion order. Moreover, there have long been rumors that Zhao Hailong, chairman of the Tianlong Group, can achieve his current success thanks to a mysterious big man behind him. Coincidentally, there is news that the big shot will appear at the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night. She would definitely not let go of such a precious opportunity to make friends. But she would not tell Yeins these thoughts, because even if she told him, he would not understand. She said in a cold tone, "Since we have come to this point, we must face this result. At least for me personally, I have tried my best to maintain this marriage. Whether I say this in front of you or in front of your family's tomb, I have a clear conscience. I hope you can understand my difficulties. What's your motivation? Money, status? Is it really that important? It's no use telling you, because you will never understand what I'm thinking. Yeans laughed at himself and said, yes, I really don't understand you, so I can only pour you water when you are thirsty, cook for you when you are hungry, and cheer you up when you are sad. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, is there any point in saying this? What I need is never what you call consideration. Because, what I want, you can't give it to me. At this time, a voice sounded in the distance, Qingcheng is right, what she wants, low-class people like you can never give her. A young man in a white suit came over. This person is the eldest son of the Jiangnan Ji family, Ji Buduan. I have been very close to Xiao Qingcheng recently. Ji Buduan said softly to Xiao Qingcheng, didn't we agree to have dinner together later? My car is already parked outside the cemetery. Yeans sneered, ha! So this is the reason for your divorce. The result of 3 years of silent hard work made him completely heartbroken at this moment. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, I agree to sign. I hope you won't regret it. Signed the divorce agreement neatly. Ji Buduan said sarcastically, do you know? Insider information has been leaked that Qingcheng will win the bid from Tianlong Group and take a 10 billion order. It will be announced at the bidding chamber tomorrow night. She will be the most dazzling beauty CEO not only in Jiangnan City, but also in Tiannan Province. He poked Yeans' chest with his finger, his face full of arrogance. And you? You are a loser who can't even get into the Chamber of Commerce. Are you worthy enough to make Qingcheng regret it? Yeans took Ji Buduan's hand away. I ordered the Tianlong Group to hold the bidding conference, and I also ordered Xiao Qingcheng to win the bid. Ji Buduan laughed out loud, why don't you say that Lord Zhao Hailong, the chairman of the Tianlong Group and the so-called king of Jiangnan, obeys your orders? Yeans said calmly, yes, he does obey me. Ji Buduan laughed and said, You are such a boaster. I might as well tell you the truth. The reason why Qingcheng was able to win the bid for Tianlong Group this time was because my Jiangnan Ji family asked Lord Long to mediate. What does it have to do with you? Yeans was about to refute. Xiao Qingcheng interrupted impatiently, this is 10 million in compensation. Wait until the Chamber of Commerce ends tomorrow night, and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow morning to get a divorce certificate. As she spoke, she handed over a bank card. Yeans didn't even look at it. I don't want a cent of the money. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow. We won't owe each other anything from now on. Although his words were calm, his tone was more unfamiliar than ever before. Since I haven't received any reward for being a bootlicker for 3 years, I might as well let myself fly freely and free myself completely. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip and wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't open her mouth. He turned around and left with assistant son and got into Ji Buduan's car. Ji Buduan asked attentively, Qingcheng, we have an appointment to have dinner together, where do you want to go? Forget about the meal, just take me back to the company. Oh well. Xiao Qingcheng looked out of the car window. In the distance, Yeans stood alone in front of the mausoleum. The car started and his back gradually disappeared from sight. Inexplicable. She seemed to feel that an important existence in her heart gradually disappeared at this moment. Chapter 2 I still have 9 fiancées. In front of Grandpa's tombstone. Yeans smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, now you don't need to bless me and Xiao Qingcheng to have a love war movie, but it doesn't matter, I can do whatever I want without the worries of marriage. Even if I lose a crooked tree, I still have a big forest. Besides, I have more energy to investigate the truth behind the fire at the Yi family. In fact, over the years, Yeans has always suspected that the fire in the Yi family was not an accident. But someone did it. Therefore, after returning to Jiangnan City 3 years ago, he has been investigating secretly, and recently he finally got some clues. Buzz. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. Answer the phone. Zhao Hailong's flattering voice came from the other side, Mr. Yi, the invitations to the Chamber of Commerce for bidding tomorrow night have all been sent out, and the bid for the 10 billion investment contract for Mr. Shiao has also been drafted. What do you want to see? Yeans said calmly, she and I have already divorced. Divorce? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Zhao Hailong was a little panicked. Even though he was the chairman of the Tianlong Group and was known as the king of Jiangnan, everyone who saw him had to respectfully call him Lord Long. But he understood that all of this was secretly given by Yi Tiance 3 years ago. Take it back, just one word. Yi Tiance didn't want to say more about this matter, but asked, how is the matter that I arranged for you to investigate? Zhao Hailong said quickly, my subordinates have investigated the fire at the Yi family that year, and the Jiang Nanji family may have some connection. Jiang Nanji family? Yi Tiance's pupils shrank, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hailong continued, I have sorted out the relevant information and would like to present it to you in person. What do you think? Yi Tiance nodded, I'm at the Yi family cemetery, come over. Clear. Yi Tiance just hung up the phone. 2 footsteps were heard in the distance. Turning my head, I saw a gorgeously dressed middle-aged woman and a young man walking towards me. The 2 people are Xiao Qingcheng's mother Zhang Huilan and her younger brother Xiao Nan. In the 3 years since they got married, this mother and daughter have been targeting him a lot. Zhang Huilan walked forward, frowned and asked, Mr. Yi, did Qingcheng ask for a divorce from you? Yi Tiance nodded, just signed the divorce agreement. Zhang Huilan breathed a sigh of relief, that's great. My Qingcheng has been so unlucky in the past 3 years of marrying you. I can finally get rid of you, a piece of trash. Xiaonan also smiled proudly and said, my sister will be single again, and she can be with Master Jibuduan. When we join hands in the bidding conference this time, we will definitely win a 10 billion order, and piss off you, a loser. Yi Tiance frowned and said, if you two are here to make sarcastic remarks, please change places and don't disturb my family's rest here. Xiaonan pouted and said, why are you in such a hurry? You and my sister are divorced, so we have to settle some accounts. Xiaonan took out an old black shoulder bag. When you came to our Xiao family 3 years ago, you had nothing but this tattered bag. Now that you are divorced, you should take this tattered thing with you and stop dirtying my house. But I'm curious, what kind of crap is in there that's worth keeping for 3 years? As he said that, Xiaonan opened his backpack, and to his surprise, there was a stack of marriage certificates inside. There are 9 in total. This is? Xiaonan randomly flipped to the top one. It reads, the same etiquette applies to judges, the 2 surnames are united to form a happy marriage, poems are written to promote a harmonious family, and 100 years of peace and tranquility are maintained. Male, Yi Tiance. Female, Han Ruayun. Xiaonan was surprised, Han Ruayun? Isn't she the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan City? One of the 2 most beautiful women in Jiangnan City? How do you have a marriage certificate with her? Yi Tiance said coldly, it has nothing to do with you, return it and the backpack to me. In fact, these 9 marriage certificates were prepared for him by his master long time ago. He also said that these 9 fiancées were carefully selected by him, with hot bodies and stunning beauties rarely seen in the world, and he wanted him to get them all into his pocket, unlock 9,981 positions, and have fun every night. Yi Tiance didn't take his master's frivolous words to heart. After returning to Jiangnan City and marrying Xiao Qingcheng, he forgot about the 9 marriage certificates. If Xiaonan hadn't taken it out at this moment, I wouldn't have remembered it. Xiaonan closed the marriage certificate and sneered, humph. I think you heard that the Han family was looking for a wife for Han Ruayun recently, so you made a marriage certificate yourself and tried to cheat on her? If you succeed, I'll call you my ancestor. He put the marriage certificate into his bag and threw the bag directly at Yi Tiance's feet. Zhang Huilan angrily said, I heard that Qingcheng gave you 10 million yuan after divorcing you. How dare you, a loser, accept it? Return it to us now. Yi Tiance said truthfully, I don't want the money. Zhang Huilan spat, bah. I don't believe your lies. I'll search you right now. The bank card must be on you. She walked up and rummaged through Yi Tiance's pockets. Yi Tiance suppressed his anger and said, enough. Zhang Huilan ignored it and continued to search carefully. In the end, I found nothing. That's strange, could it be that this loser really didn't want any money? Zhang Huilan looked unwilling. Xiaonan's eyes turned and said, Mr. Yi, even if you didn't ask for the money, shouldn't you pay our Xiao family back? What's the meaning? Xiaonan held up a finger and said, you've been living and eating for free at my Xiao family for 3 years. Shouldn't you give it back to our Xiao family after the divorce? I won't say more, but at least 1 million. Zhang Huilan added, not only that, you, a piece of trash, also wasted 3 years of my Qingcheng's youth, you must at least compensate her 3 million and, after divorcing you, my Qingcheng will be married for the 2nd time, which will also be a loss to her reputation, you must also compensate her 3 million, altogether it is 7 million, hurry up and get the money. If you can't come up with the money, just sell your blood or your kidney. The aggressive attitude of Jang Huilan and her daughter is simply shameless to the extreme. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes coldly. Divorce is between Xiao Qingcheng and I. It has nothing to do with you. I won't give you a penny. Get the hell out of here. Xiaonan said arrogantly, who do you think you are? You can just get out of here if we ask you to? If you don't pay me back today, I will dig up your Yi family's ancestral grave. After saying, he actually raised his foot and kicked hard on the tombstone of Yi Tiance's grandfather. Bang! A dirty shoe print was left on the tombstone. Put your foot down. Xiaonan said arrogantly, did you hear that? Hurry up and give me the money, I. Before he could finish his words, Yi Tiance suddenly slapped him on the cheek. Bang! The huge force made Xiaonan spin twice on the spot. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. You uneducated little bastard, I have tolerated you for so long. Yi Tiance's eyes were cold. He grabbed Xiaonan's hair and pressed his cheek against the footprint on his grandfather's tombstone. He rubbed it back and forth twice to wipe the footprint dry. He kicked Xiaonan again, knocking him to the ground. Xiaonan rolled on the ground in pain. Ouch! It hurts so much. Mom! Please help me. Zheng Huilan threw a tantrum and cursed, you are a traitor, I will fight you to death. As he said that, he grabbed Yi Tiance's face. You uneducated old beast, I have tolerated you for a long time. Yi Tiance kicked her in the stomach. Zheng Huilan fell on her back, like a flipping turtle. Ouch! Murder! Murder! Zheng Huilan held her stomach and wailed, with snot and tears running down her face. Xiaonan saw her mother being beaten. He was furious and said, you ungrateful bastard, you dare to hit my mom? I'm going to kill you today. He stood up, grabbed a stone, and was about to throw it at Yi Tiance. At this moment, a loud shout came from a distance, stop. Chapter 3 Xiao Qingcheng's defense is broken. I saw a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking towards me quickly. Behind him were more than a dozen bodyguards in black, each with a powerful aura. Zhao Hailong shouted in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Xiaonan was immediately frightened by the other party and lost 3 points of his momentum. He took 2 steps back and threw the stone to the ground. He looked at the person in front of him and felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. Zhao Hailong turned around and asked Yi Tiance respectfully, are you okay? Yi Tiance shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. Then he gave Zhao Hailong a look, and the latter understood what he meant. He ordered, come on, throw them out. Yes. Several bodyguards came over and controlled Zheng Huilan and Xiaonan respectively. Xiaonan struggled violently and screamed, hey! What do you want to do? My sister is Xiao Qingcheng from the Xiao group. Can you afford to offend her? Zheng Huilan also threatened Zhao Hailong, fatty. I'm Xiao Qingcheng's mother, let your people go. Zhao Hailong's face darkened. Who the hell is Xiao Qingcheng? If it weren't for the fact that she is Mr. Ye's ex-wife. He won't even look at it. Zhao Hailong said coldly, I don't care who you are, stay away from the cemetery and take them away. Several bodyguards took the man away without any delay and brought him to the entrance of the cemetery. Since it rained yesterday, there were dirty puddles of various sizes on the ground. The bodyguards threw them in without any hesitation. In an instant, I became a dirty, soaked chicken. Yi Tiance asked, you said that the fire at the Yi family was related to the Ji family in Jiangnan. Where is the information you prepared? This is it. Zhao Hailong quickly handed over a document. As he read the contents of the document, Yi Tiance's expression gradually turned cold. 2 days later, Ji Wuli, the head of the Ji family and Ji Buduan's father, prepared to hold his 60th birthday celebration. A small auction was planned to be held at the birthday party. One of the items to be auctioned was a tiger-shaped jade pendant, which was exactly the one that Grandpa Yi Tiance had always worn. I thought we would be buried in the sea of fire together, but I didn't expect that we are in the hands of Ji family. Zhao Hailong explained, I investigated this information according to the clues you provided. As for how the Ji family got this jade pendant, I don't know. Yi Tiance ordered, help me arrange to attend Ji Wuli's birthday banquet in 2 days. Yes. Yi Tiance picked up the backpack containing the marriage certificate on the ground and said, prepare a copy of Han Ruayun's information and send it to me. I need to settle some old matters one by one. 3 years of failed marriage had made him realize that marriage is a collaboration and there is no need to make it look like love. So he decided that from then on he would never marry any woman again and would return all the 9 marriage certificates left to him by his master. Then start a free life of dating without taking any responsibilities. Isn't this better than getting married? Zhao Hailong asked, Mr. Yi, will you still go to the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night? I'll go over there, you can handle the rest. Yi Tiance left straight away. Zhao Hailong pondered for a moment. He took out his cell phone and made a call, ordering, notify the Shiao family to cancel their qualification to attend the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night. No explanation is needed. The list of winners of the 10 billion order will be redrafted. Shiao Group, top floor office. Xiao Qingcheng sat in the office chair, feeling uneasy. It's obviously a good thing to ask Yi Tiance for a divorce, but for some reason I just can't be happy. Assistant Sun asked with concern, Mr. Xiao, are you worried about something? No. Nothing. Xiao Qingcheng regained his concentration and said, I was just thinking about the big shot behind Mr. Long in the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night. Who is he? Ji Buduan walked to Xiao Qingcheng's side. He boasted a little, Qingcheng, that great man is of noble status and worshipped by thousands of people. It just so happens that I am very familiar with him. I will introduce him to you at the business conference. If you can gain his favor, your future will be limitless. Xiao Qingcheng said expectantly, in that case, I'll trouble young Master Ji. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan rushed in, all dirty. Zhang Huilan cried out, Qingcheng, you must stand up for us and teach the damn bastard a lesson. Xiao Qingcheng asked hurriedly, Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhang Huilan said aggrievely, we were beaten by that ungrateful bastard Yi Tiance. Xiao Qingcheng couldn't believe it and said, how could it be him? You must be mistaken. After 3 years of marriage, although she was not satisfied with Yi Tiance, she still understood his temper. I won't hit anyone easily. Zhang Huilan lied, it's absolutely true. Your brother and I went to visit his family's grave with good intentions, but he suddenly got angry and started beating us up, and even threw us into a dirty puddle. This. Xiao Qingcheng was wavering. She knew that her mother and brother had many problems, so she was always a little skeptical of what they said. Ji Buduan said solemnly, Qingcheng, I believe Aunt Zhang. That loser must have been unable to accept the divorce proposal and didn't dare to lose his temper in front of you, so he took out his anger on Aunt Zhang and the others. Young Master Ji is right. Zhang Huilan looked at Ji Buduan with gratitude. Adding fuel to the fire, he said, when that loser beat you up, he complained that you got less money in the divorce, and he even forged a marriage certificate to go to the Jiangnan Han family to participate in the marriage proposal and hook up with a rich woman to make you regret it. Xiao Qingcheng's expression darkened. When he filed for divorce earlier, Yi Tiance refused the 10 million and showed a carefree attitude, which made her look at him with new eyes. I didn't expect that there was such a person behind the scenes. She took out her phone and called Yi Tiance directly. At this time, Yi Tiance was on his way to the Han family in Jiangnan, preparing to find Han Ruayun to cancel the engagement. Buzz. The phone vibrated and I saw the caller ID. After a slight hesitation, he slid the answer button. Xiao Qingcheng said dissatisfiedly, Yi Tiance, why do you do this? Yi Tiance was puzzled, what did I do? Oh. You don't admit it? Did you beat my mom and brother? It's true that I hit him, but... Xiao Qingcheng interrupted, if you are not satisfied with the divorce conditions, you can come to me in person instead of waving your fists at my family. This is a sign of incompetence. You are going too far. Yi Tiance frowned. In order to protect her family, does Xiao Qingcheng not even care about right and wrong? Hearing Yi Tiance not speaking, Xiao Qingcheng continued to ask, where are you now? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, on the way to the Han family in Jiangnan, what happened? Xiao Qingcheng's pupils shrank. As expected, he really wanted to go to the Han family to participate in the marriage proposal. Are you impatient now that you have just been asked for a divorce? She said seriously, Yi Tiance, I order you to apologize to my mother and my brother, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you're sick in the brain. Yi Tiance grumbled in dissatisfaction and simply hung up the phone. What? How dare he say that I have a mental illness? Yi Tiance had never scolded her in the 3 years of their marriage, and it had only been less than an hour since he filed for divorce. First he beat her family, then he scolded her. Xiao Qingcheng, who was usually cool and calm, lost her guard and almost dropped her phone. Just then, the cell phone rang. I saw the caller ID was from Tianlong Group. after answering the call. Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Assistant Sun hurriedly supported her and asked worriedly, "Boss Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Qingqing looked pale. He said in a lost and dejected manner, "Tianlong Group cancelled our qualification to participate in the bidding meeting tomorrow night. It was Lord Long who gave the order personally." Chapter for the first fiancé. Ah! Everyone present was shocked. Why was my qualification to join the Chamber of Commerce suddenly revoked? Wouldn't that mean the bid worth 10 billion yuan would also be ruined? Ji Buduan frowned and asked, "How could Lord Long personally give the order? Did any of you offend him?" Xiao Qingqing shook her head. She has always been cautious when dealing with the Tianlong Group, so how dare she offend them? However, Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan looked at each other and instantly thought of the same thing. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses whom they had insulted in the cemetery earlier seemed to be Zhao Hailong. After all, his commercial photos can be seen everywhere in Jiangnan City. No wonder it looked familiar at the time. Could it be that, just because of this incident? Zhang Huilan and the other person felt unwell instantly and were sweating profusely. Xiao Qingqing noticed that Zhang Huilan and the other girl were acting strange, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaonan didn't dare to tell the truth, so he turned his eyes and said, "Sister, I remember seeing Yi Tiance insulting Lord Long in the cemetery just now. It must be because of this incident that Lord Long took revenge on our Xiao family." Xiao Qingqing didn't believe it at all. How could Yi Tiance have the guts to scold Lord Long? Zhang Huilan helped explain, of course that loser wouldn't dare to scold Master Long under normal circumstances. He must have been asked for divorce and held a grudge for doing this, so he deliberately dragged our Xiao family into this. Anyway, he's not afraid of wearing shoes even if he's barefoot. Don't worry about these details for now. This Chamber of Commerce is very important to our Xiao family. We must quickly restore our qualifications, otherwise the 10 billion order will be lost. Xiao Qingqing bit her lips hard. She never expected that Yi Tiance would be so narrow-minded that he would even resort to despicable means to retaliate against her. I totally misjudged him. Taking a deep breath, she said helplessly, "I also want to save the relationship, but Lord Long has personally ordered it. What can I do?" Assistant Sun reminded, "Boss Xiao, didn't young Master Ji say that the Ji family sought the mediation of Master Long for this bidding? He will definitely be able to help." Everyone immediately looked at Ji Buduan. The latter looked embarrassed and said with a stiff face, "That being said, I am not very clear about the specific situation. I will go to Tianlong Group to ask Mr. Long about the situation." Xiao Qingqing thanked him and said, "Thank you for your help." After Ji Buduan left, Assistant Sun comforted him, "Boss Xiao, don't worry, we have the young master of the Ji family to help you." Xiao Qingqing shook her head. Although the Ji family is one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, it may not be effective in front of Lord Long. You have to find a way yourself. She said, "The Han family is not only one of the three major families, but the head of the family, Han Tianzhang, is also the richest man in Jiangcheng. I heard that he has a good personal relationship with Mr. Long. I used to have business cooperation with him. For this reason, maybe he will help me." Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth and reminded him, "It just so happens that that ungrateful person has also gone to the Han family to seek a wife. If you run into him, you must seek justice for me and your brother." Wulong Manor covers an area of 10,000 square meters, with beautiful scenery and fresh air. This is the home of Han Tianzhang, one of the three major families in Jiangnan City and the richest man. On the way here, Yi Tiance finished reading the information about Han Ruayun that Zhao Hailong sent him. This woman is 25 years old this year, and is known as one of the two most beautiful women in Jiangnan City together with Xiao Qingqing. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a perfect figure, especially her breasts, which are said to be an exaggerated E-cup. Countless suitors. 2.5 months ago, Han Ruayun suddenly fell ill after returning from the 3rd anniversary ceremony of his grandfather's death. At first, his body temperature dropped, he often had palpitations and fainted, and then he fell into a coma. It has been more than half a month now, and all major hospitals are helpless. Han Tianzhang announced that he would find a husband for Han Ruayun, but the prerequisite was that her illness must be cured. It's a pity that countless people have tried, but all failed in the end. Yi Tiance walked all the way to the door of the living room. I saw the head of the family, Han Tian, sitting on the sofa, looking exhausted both physically and mentally. There were two people standing in the living room. An arrogant young man in a designer suit, he is the second son of the Ji family and Ji Buduan's younger brother, Ji Buxiao. One is an old man with a goatee and wearing a yellow robe and a flower crown, who has a Taoist and immortal temperament. Ji Buxiu introduced Uncle Han. This is the well-known Taoist master Gongsun. If he can treat Yun, it will definitely be a success. Tawist Gong stroked his beard and pretended to be profound. I have studied martial arts in Kunlun Mountain for more than 60 years. I can read yin and yang, judge feng shui, know destiny, and understand medical skills. Your daughter's illness is too simple. Han Tianzhang stood up and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, master, what is wrong with my daughter?" Tawist Gong explained calmly, "Your daughter developed symptoms after returning from the ceremony for the 3rd anniversary of her grandfather's death. The reason is that your father's obsession with her continued after his death, causing your daughter to be possessed by evil spirits. All you need to do is break your father's obsession." Han Tianzhang frowned and said, "I don't know what my father's obsession is." Tawist Gong smiled and said, "I know that your father's obsession is that he didn't see Miss Han get married, so all we need to do is to help Miss Han get married and eliminate your father's obsession, and she will be completely cured." Han Tianzhang was tangled up and said, "It's okay to get married for the sake of happiness, but I heard from the elders that getting married for the sake of happiness will damage the man's fate and even shorten his life. Who would be willing to help with getting married for the sake of happiness?" Ji Buxiao took a step forward, patted his chest and said, "Uncle Han, for Yun, I am willing to help." Han Tianjing really had no other choice but to give it a try. "Okay. Then get married for good luck." As soon as the words fell. Puff. Suddenly, a burst of laughter was heard at the living room door. A few people turned around and saw a handsome young man stepping over the threshold and walking into the living room. Han Tianjing frowned and said unhappily, "Who are you? What are you laughing at?" The young man replied, "Junior Yitians, the reason I laughed is not to offend you, but to remind you not to be fooled by them." The faces of the 3 people in the living room all changed. Ji Buxiu scolded, "Where did you come from? Stop talking nonsense. Tawist Gongsun is very skilled in Taoism, how could he be a liar?" Tawist Gongsun said unhappily, "You little brat, you say I'm a liar, do you have any evidence?" Yi Tian said calmly, "As the saying goes, when a person dies, it's like a light goes out. The person is gone, so where does the obsession come from? Even if there was, how could he bear to let his granddaughter be possessed when he doted on her so much? This excuse is totally untenable." Han Tianjing nodded slightly. There is some truth in this. Tawist Gongsuan's eyes flashed with panic, and he explained, "Master Han, you can't believe this boy's nonsense. The obsession with life and death is mysterious, how can it be explained by common sense? Please arrange a wedding as soon as possible, Mr. Han. The longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for Miss Han." This. Han Tianzhong was a little hesitant. Just at this moment, Yi Tian said, "Master Han, I can cure Miss Han." Han Tianjing asked suspiciously, "Are you serious?" Yi Tian nodded seriously. He studied with his master for more than 10 years, and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, medicine, sculpture, etc. There is no disease in this world that he cannot cure. The reason why he offered to treat Han Ruayun was not because he was being too virginal. But since you want to cancel the engagement, at least the woman should know about it. Of course, he actually wanted to see whether Han Ruayun was as exaggerated as the legend said, not only beautiful but also with an E-cup. Han Tianjing thought for 2 seconds and said, "Han will give you a chance to try. If you fail, I can only choose to get married to bring good luck." Hearing this, Ji Buxiao became a little anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Tawist Gongsun. "It doesn't matter. It's obvious that this kid doesn't know anything. He can't cure it. Why don't we let him try and we can just watch the show?" "All right." Ji Buxiao nodded. Afterwards, Han Tianjing brought a few people to Han Ruayun's ward on the 2nd floor. There was a very beautiful girl lying on the hospital bed. Her face was like a finely carved jade, with a straight nose, a clear jawline, and slightly raised lips that reflected her heart-pounding sexiness. A beautiful woman was sitting beside the bed, her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. She was Han Ruayun's mother, Li Xiuqin. Han Tianjing explained his purpose to Li Xiuqin. Li Xiuqin asked cautiously, "Can a young boy like him do this?" Han Tianjing said helplessly, "Now we can only give it a try. If it doesn't work, let nephew Bo Xiao get married to bring good luck." "All right." Li Xiuqin stood up and made way for Yi Tians. Yi Tians sat beside the bed and grabbed Han Ruayun's wrist to feel his pulse. After a moment, "Lower your wrist." Han Tianjing asked hurriedly, are there any clues? What disease does my daughter have? Chapter 5, take off your clothes to cure the disease. Yi Tian said, your daughter's disease is quite rare, it's called gradual cold syndrome. Several people present looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them had ever heard of this disease. Ji Buoxiao sneered, huh? You're really good at making things up. What's this thing called autism? I've never even heard of it. Yi Tian glanced at him. If you have time to question me, you might as well take care of your own body. If you have nothing else to do, go out and whore yourself. Sooner or later, your thing will rot. Ji Buoxiao's face changed. Good job. How does he know this? Han Tianjing noticed the change in Ji Buoxiao's expression and his eyes lit up. Can you cure my daughter's illness? Yi Tian nodded and said, I said I can cure it, and I can definitely cure it, but you have to make Miss Han take off her clothes. Ah? Han Tianjing asked cautiously, wait a minute, why do you have to take off your clothes to treat the disease? Yi Tian explained, because I need to give Miss Han acupuncture to remove the coldness in her body, of course I can't do it through her clothes. Han Tianjing frowned, is there no other way? After all, my daughter is engaged, and it would be bad if someone saw her naked and spread it. Yi Tian continued to explain, if you wear clothes, the cold air will come out but not dissipate. If it returns to the body again, it will definitely cause trouble. Don't worry, as a doctor, I have no other intentions. If you are worried, you can ask Auntie to stay and watch. This. Li Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's give it a try. Han Tianjing then led the others out of the room, leaving only Li Xiaoqin to slowly take off Han Ruayun's clothes. Seeing Yi Tian in a daze, Li Xiaoqin reminded him with some dissatisfaction, ahem. If you are not going to cure your illness, what are you looking at? Ah? I was just thinking about how to cure the disease, I wasn't looking around. Yi Tian responded with a guilty conscience. He forced himself to suppress his distracting thoughts, picked up the silver needle and inserted it into Han Ruayun's acupuncture point. The first needle, Tanzhong point. The second needle, Tianqi acupoint. The third needle, Zhongwan point. Soon, Yi Tian's seventh silver needle pierced into Han Ruayun's nipple point. You should know that Yi Tian uses the Xianyuan 7-star acupuncture method. This was one of the unique medical skills taught to him by his master. After 10 years of hard practice, he finally achieved perfection. It's just a cold, no problem. Sure enough, not long after Yi Tian gave the acupuncture, a magical scene appeared. I saw a cold white mist slowly emanating from Han Ruayun's body. Is this the cold? Li Xiaoqin, who was standing aside, opened her eyes wide, finding it unbelievable. 10 minutes later, Han Ruayun's body no longer emitted the cold white mist, and Yi Tian removed the silver needles from her body. A few seconds later, Han Ruayun, who was originally unconscious, let out a slight humming sound. He slowly opened his eyes and said in confusion, what's wrong with me? But when she saw a man sitting next to the bed, her eyes widened instantly. Shocked and frightened, he exclaimed, ah! You rascal! As she said that, she grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at him. Yi Tian quickly dodged. Li Xiaoqin quickly stepped forward to stop him and said, Yun, don't get excited. This is the doctor who treated your illness. As she explained, she quickly stood between Yi Tian and Han Ruayun and helped her daughter put on her clothes. At this time, Han Tianjing, who heard the scream outside the door, rushed in. When he saw Han Ruayun waking up, his face was filled with joy. He ran to the bedside, almost in tears, and said, my dear daughter, you are finally awake. Daddy was so worried about you. Tawist Gong and Ji Buoxiao at the door looked at each other in shock. Oh my god, Han Ruayun was actually cured by this guy? The two looked at each other and realized that if they continued to stay here, they would be embarrassed. Don't even dare to fart, just take the opportunity to slip away. At this time, Han Tianjing and Li Xiaoqin had already told the story of how Yi Tian cured and saved lives. Tell Han Ruayun the whole story. Yun, if you don't mind, I will fulfill my promise to recruit a bride for you and let you marry this nephew Yi. Han Ruayun's cheeks were still a little red at this time. She is 26 years old this year and has never been in a relationship, but she was seen naked like this. Although the other party wanted to treat her illness, this was still. She bit her lip and looked at Yi Tian. He was young and handsome, which was quite what she liked. What's more, he had seen her entire upper body. It seems that we should not refuse it both morally and logically. But she suddenly remembered something. More than 3 years ago, when my grandfather was dying, he said that he had arranged a marriage for her a long time ago, and that the fiancé would come to his house with a marriage certificate to complete the marriage. Unfortunately, he died before he could tell her the fiancé's name or any other information. Now that her fiancé hasn't even shown up yet, if she's asked to marry someone else, wouldn't that be violating the marriage agreement made by Grandpa? Just as she was struggling with her thoughts, Butler Wang hurried into the room. He reported to Han Tianzhang, "Master, Xiao Qingcheng from the Shiao family is here to see you for something important." Han Tianzhang asked, "What is she doing here?" Butler Wang replied, "Boss Xiao said that she needs the master's help with something important. She also said that if there is a man named Yi Tiance here, please ask him to come out and meet her." Han Tianjing turned around and asked Yi Tiance, "Nephew, do you know Xiao Qingcheng?" Yi Tiance nodded and said, "She is my wife, but she filed for a divorce this morning. We have already signed the divorce agreement and all that's left is to get the marriage certificate." Hearing this, Han Tianjing's family of 3 were all stunned. Li Xiuqin was surprised and asked, "What? You are the son-in-law of the Xiao family who has accomplished nothing?" The Xiao family is quite famous in Jiangnan City. 3 years ago, Xiao Qingqing suddenly got married to a good-for-nothing man. This incident caused quite a stir. Li Xiuqin said with some concern, "Old Han, do you think this marriage proposal is?" She originally thought that Yi Tiance had a clean family background, but she didn't expect that he was the famous abandoned son-in-law of the Xiao family. It always feels inappropriate to marry her daughter. Han Tianjing said seriously, "I, Han Tianzhang, have a word that cannot be taken back. Besides, my nephew Ye's medical skills are superb, so how can he be useless? I think it's obvious that everyone in the Xiao family is blind. They don't even want such a talent. They don't want him, but I do." He patted Yi Tiance on the shoulder and said seriously, "My dear nephew, don't worry, I don't despise your past identity. I support your marriage with Yun Yun Yun. Come and be my son-in-law of the Han family." "Master Han, I actually..." Yi Tiance wanted to explain that he was not here to find a wife, but to cancel the engagement. Han Tianjang interrupted, "Humph. Doesn't Xiao Qingcheng want to see you? Uncle, I'll go down with you. With me here, let's see what she can do to you. Let's go." He grabbed Yi Tiance and followed Butler Wang downstairs. Chapter 6, What qualifications do you have to scold my fiancé? At this time, the living room on the first floor. Xiao Qingqing sat on the sofa, and assistant son stood behind her and complained. "Boss Xiao, if Yi Tiance is really here, you can't let him go. I heard that Patriarch Han hates evil and will definitely help you teach him a lesson." Xiao Qingcheng nodded. Thinking about Yi Tiance beating her mother and brother for no reason, she was filled with anger. Thump thump thump. At this time, Han Tianzhang and others went downstairs. Xiao Qingcheng quickly stood up and greeted respectfully, "Master Han." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yi Tiance following behind her, and she couldn't help but narrow her eyes coldly. This guy is really here. You filed for divorce one moment and then you came here to participate in the marriage proposal, right? There is really no bottom line. Han Tianzhang glanced at Xiao Qingcheng and snorted coldly. What does Mr. Xiao want to see Han about? Xiao Qingcheng is a sensitive person and vaguely feels that there is something wrong with Han Tianjing's attitude today. But she didn't think too deeply about it. Instead, she said respectfully, "Master Han, Qingcheng came to your house today to ask for your help in contacting Lord Long. Please." Before she could finish, Han Tianzhang directly refused in a cold voice, "I can't do anything, you should find someone else." Gah! Xiao Qingcheng was confused, and assistant son was also confused. He refused before the other person finished speaking. Why? Xiao Qingcheng was unwilling to give up and said, "Master Han, this matter is very important to me. Please help me because we have cooperated before." Han Tianzhang snorted coldly, "Ha! If it weren't for the fact that we have cooperated before, I would have kicked you out long ago. How can you continue to talk nonsense?" Xiao Qingcheng's eyelids twitched. She thought that coming to ask Han Tianzhang for help this time would be, if not 100% certain, at least 50% sure. I didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. "Master Han, has Qingcheng offended you in any way? Please explain." "What? I, Han, need to explain my actions to a junior like you? Are you qualified?" Boom. Xiao Qingcheng was so frightened by the pressure released by Han Tianzhang that her body trembled. Don't underestimate her because she is the most beautiful president in Jiangnan City. But her total net worth is only about 1 billion, while Han Tianzhang, as the richest man in Jiangnan City, has a net worth of more than 10 billion. There is a huge gap between the two parties in terms of identity and status. She was a little panicked. The Shiao family just offended Lord Long, and now they are going to offend the Han family. The Shiao family will never be able to make a comeback in the future. Assistant Sun seemed to have thought of something. She raised her finger and pointed at Yi Tiance, scolding him, "White-eyed bastard, did you say something bad about Mr. Shiao in front of Patriarch Han? That's why Patriarch Han misunderstood Mr. Shiao?" Yi Tiance frowned. "I'm not that boring." Assistant Sun said angrily, "You are still playing dumb, right? Everyone knows that you, Yi Tiance, are a villain and an ungrateful person. If you hadn't insulted Lord Long, how could Lord Long have blamed the Shiao family? You are even more out of line for this. When did I ever scold Zhao Hailong? You." Assistant Sun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Tiance, this familiar yet unfamiliar man. She had a cold face. "Putting everything else aside for now, let me ask you, why did you hit my mom and my brother?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "Because they deserve a beating." "Are you satisfied with this answer? Please tell them, Mr. Xiao, that if they provoke me again in the future, I will only be more ruthless." This attitude made Xiao Qingcheng very angry. "It's wrong to hit people, yet you are so arrogant? Yi Tiance, you are so outrageous." As soon as the words fell, suddenly, an unhappy voice came from the stairs, "You are the one who is being presumptuous." Several people turned to look. Han Ruayun and Li Xiuqin, mother and daughter, were seen walking down the stairs. At this time, Han Ruayun had changed out of her pajamas and had a light and beautiful makeup on her face. She was wearing a clean white long dress, which outlined her elegant figure and made her look taller and slimmer. Her breasts were bottomless and straight, swaying back and forth, which made people fantasize. Han Ruayun walked straight up to Xiao Qingcheng. With his chin raised, he said coldly, "You are the one who is presumptuous. What qualifications do you have to scold me, Han Ruayun's man?" Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean by that?" Han Ruayun sneered, "From today on, Yi Tiance is my man. To be more precise, he is my fiancé. If you scold him, it is the same as scolding me. Don't you understand this explanation?" Boom! Xiao Qingcheng was struck by lightning. Less than 2 hours after I filed for divorce with Yi Tiance, he suddenly became Han Ruayun's fiancé? Why is this? Etc. Han Ruayun recovered from her strange illness. Could it be that Yi Tiance saved her and that's why the marriage proposal was successful? But he is obviously useless, how can he save Han Ruayun? Xiao Qingcheng stood there in a daze, unable to think straight. Assistant Sun said indignantly, "Ms. Han, you are mistaken, right? Yi Tiance is a waste, a rubbish, a villain. It is right for President Xiao to scold him." "What right do you have to blame President Xiao?" As soon as the words fell, Han Ruayun raised his hand and slapped Assistant Sun without any warning. Bang! Assistant Sun was beaten so hard that he saw stars and his cheeks were swollen and red. Assistant Sun widened her eyes, not understanding why Han Ruayun hit her. Han Ruayun stared at Assistant Sun. The voice was cold and indifferent. "How can a small character like you insult my fiancé? Do you believe that if you dare to say one more word, I will have someone cut off your tongue?" Assistant Sun was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not say a word. As we all know, Han Ruayun is not only one of the two most beautiful women in Jiangnan City, but she is also famous for her willful and domineering personality. With the support of the Han family, no one dares to mess with her in Jiangnan City, and she has the final say. See this scene. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Tiance's eyes. He didn't expect Han Ruayun to stand up for him. "This E-cup fiancé is quite interesting." Xiao Qingcheng said unhappily, "Miss Han, what right do you have to hit someone?" Han Ruayun wrapped his arms around the pair of E-cup breasts. She said as if it was a matter of course, "I like to protect my shortcomings. She insulted my fiancé with her dirty talk, so I had to fight back. Of course, even if you, Xiao Qingcheng, insult him, I will fight back." "Why, you are not convinced?" "You." Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her chest heaved. She has been in the business world for many years and has never seen a domineering and overbearing woman. Han Ruayun glanced at Xiao Qingcheng's chest. She curled her lips and said, "Ha, it turns out it's just a C-cup." No wonder you're so narrow-minded and want a divorce. But I still want to thank you for giving me such an excellent man. Xiao Qingcheng glanced down subconsciously. She has always been confident about her figure, and her breasts are bigger than most women. But now that Han Ruayun said this, the two of them combined are not as good as the other one. It actually made her feel ashamed and frustrated. But Xiao Qingcheng, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, was still unwilling to give in. Whether Yi Tiance is excellent or not is not something you can define. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Humph. What do you care? Han Ruayun snorted coldly. I would like to remind you to hurry up and get the divorce certificate. If you get it done on the same day, I will get the marriage certificate with Yi Tiance on the same day. Well, don't disturb our family of four, come on, show us a way. Chapter 7 Xiao Qingcheng panicked. Steward Wang stepped forward and made a cold gesture to Xiao Qingcheng, saying, let's go. What are you still thinking about? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips tightly, her eyes slightly red. She had never felt so humiliated and wronged in her life as she did today. And all this is thanks to Yi Tiance. She glanced at Yi Tiance with complicated eyes, and she and assistant Sun were escorted out by Butler Wang in a panic. After the two of them went out, Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were dazed and she still hadn't recovered from the shock. As soon as he filed for divorce, Yi Tiance found another woman to marry. Moreover, the other party is much better than her in terms of family background and figure. Assistant Sun turned and looked at the front door of the Han family. Unhappy complained, Mr. Xiao, don't think too much. That bastard Yi Tiance must have used some method to deceive the Han family. It's impossible for him to marry Miss Han. Really? Xiao Qingcheng laughed bitterly at herself, feeling as if a hole had been dug in her heart. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Nan calling. As soon as the call was connected, I heard his panicked voice, Sister, it's bad. Something happened. What should I do? Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, calm down and speak slowly. The news that the Xiao family's qualification to attend the conference was cancelled has leaked out. The business community in Jiangnan City is rumored that the Tianlong Group is going to ban the Xiao family. All partners have proposed to terminate the contract. Not only that, there is also. As one piece of heavy news after another came. Xiao Qingcheng's face became paler and paler. Xiao Nan continued, also, Grandpa knows about the group's troubles. He immediately rushed back from another place to hold a family meeting and asked us all to attend. Come back soon. Buzz. Xiao Qingcheng felt her brain spinning and she was extremely panicked. This was the first time she felt so panicked in all these years. You know, it's only been 2 hours since she filed for divorce and so many big things happened one after another. Each one is worse than the last. Why is this happening? What did I, Xiao Qingcheng, do wrong? Han's living room. Sitting on the sofa were Yi Tiance and Han Ruayun's family of 3. Han Tianjing smiled and said, Nephew Yi, you already know the attitudes of Yunyun and I. If you have no questions, let's get married now. After you divorce Xiao Qingcheng, we will get the marriage certificate. Without waiting for Yi Tiance to answer, Li Shouqin asked with some concern, Old Han, should we reconsider this matter? Han Tianzhang waved his hand and said, what are you considering? Nephew Yi is handsome and talented, and our daughter is beautiful and wealthy. It's a match made in heaven. And I heard that Yi Xianqi and Xiao Qingcheng have been married for 3 years and have never had sex. It's innocent and harmless. I understand all this. Li Shouqin reminded, but you forgot that before our father left, he said that he had arranged a marriage for Yunyun. She already had a fiancé, and he also said that the other party would come to the door with a marriage certificate. If you arrange a new marriage for her now, wouldn't that be a mess? Bang! Han Tianjing slapped his forehead and said, oops. I forgot about this. What should I do? On the one hand, he announced the conditions for marriage himself, and once he said it, he could not take it back. On the other hand, it is the father's last wish, and violating it would be unfilial. You wouldn't agree to both engagements and let your daughter marry 2 men, right? Is this the marriage certificate you are talking about? At this moment, Yi Tiance took out a marriage certificate and handed it to Han Tianjing's family of 3. Marriage certificate? Han Tianjing opened it and took a look. It reads, the same etiquette applies to judges, the 2 surnames are united to form a happy marriage, poems are written to promote a harmonious family, and 100 years of peace and tranquility are maintained. Male, Yi Tiance. Female, Han Ruayun. He said excitedly, what a coincidence. It turns out that nephew Yi is the fiancé that my father has chosen for Yun. This is fate, a match made in heaven. Wife, what can I say now? Li Shouqin carefully looked at the marriage certificate and the old man's autograph on it. Nodding, he said, the marriage certificate is indeed real. If this is God's arrangement, I have nothing to say. Yun, what do you think? At this time, Han Ruayun's expression seemed a little strange. She frowned and asked Yi Tiance, since you have a marriage certificate with me, why didn't you come earlier, but instead married Xiao Qingqing 3 years ago? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, for some reason, I forgot about the marriage at first. It was not until today that I suddenly remembered the engagement. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Han Tianjing and his family of 3 changed. How could you forget something as important as an engagement? Did you do it accidentally or on purpose? Han Ruayun sneered, haha. In that case, let's forget about our engagement, including the one we just arranged. I won't agree to it. Originally, she thought Yi Tiance was pretty good. Unexpectedly, after all the fuss, it turned out that she was the one left over by Yi Tiance. You're divorced and now you remember me, your fiancé? Why? How am I worse than Xiao Qingcheng? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Han Tianjing was stunned. Yun, didn't you just say that nephew Yi is your fiancé? Han Ruayun said unhappily, I just said that to thank him for saving my life and to help him regain some face in front of Xiao Qingcheng. Besides, I already have a man I like. Han Tianjing and his wife were confused. Their daughter has always been very picky. When did she find a man she liked? You're not saying that on purpose, are you? Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's the best. In fact, I came here specifically to cancel the engagement. Ga. Han Tianjing and his family of 3 widened their eyes and were stunned again. Han Ruayun looked unhappy. According to normal logic, shouldn't you, Yi Tiance, explain the reason to me, apologize, and let me take back what I said just now? Instead, you actually said you wanted to cancel the engagement? Snort. I understand. You must be too embarrassed to back down after being rejected by me, so you had to pretend to cancel the engagement in order to maintain your dignity. Thinking of this, Han Ruayun became even more dissatisfied. Especially since Yi Tiance had seen her upper body naked, she was furious. Dad, Mom, I'm still a little dizzy. I'm going to rest first. Han Ruayun stood up, said this and left. This child. Han Tianjing looked disappointed, and comforted Yi Tiance. Xiao Yi, my daughter has this temper, don't take it to heart, don't break up the engagement on impulse, I think you two are a good match. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, I'm not impulsive, I'm serious. This. Han Tianjing's face froze. You have to know that Jiangnan City is in turmoil right now, and even as the head of the Han family, he has to act with caution. He finally met Yi Tiance, who made him somewhat satisfied, so why did he want to cancel the engagement? Li Shouqin said, Old Han, since Xiaoye is willing to cancel the engagement, just agree to it. But what's the problem? Have you ever thought that he is a son-in-law who was kicked out by the Xiao family, but our Han family accepts him as a treasure, and if this gets out, he will become a joke in Jiangnan City? Didn't you hear Xiao Qingqing say that he beat her mother and brother? She has a violent tendency at first glance. What if she is with Yun and there is domestic violence? Also, he just got divorced, and he came to our house with the marriage certificate. On the surface, he said he wanted to cancel the engagement, but who knows if he is playing hard to get and is eyeing our property. These days, there are all kinds of people. This. Han Tianjing nodded subconsciously. These words made sense. Yi Tiance heard these words. Frowning, he said, Auntie, I came to the Han family only to break off the engagement, not for money, don't think of people as so vulgar. Li Shouqin said coldly, Ha! I've seen many men like you who are stubborn. Then he threw a bank card onto the coffee table. Issue an order to expel the guest. Since you saved my daughter, take the 3 million and leave, so that people won't say that our Han family doesn't know how to be grateful. Butler Wang, show the guest out. Chapter 8. Get down on your knees. Butler Wang stepped forward and gestured to Yi Tiance to come in. Yi Tiance stood up with an indifferent look. He has seen many women like this with long hair and short knowledge. He didn't even look at the bank card. He said coldly, leave these 3 million for a frog in a well like you to live on in your old age. After saying this, he strode away without looking back. You little brat. Who are you calling a frog in a well? Li Xiuqin was extremely angry. Han Tianjiang frowned and said, aren't you going too far? After all, he saved Yun Yun. Li Xiuqin curled her lips and said, it was just a few injections. Who knows if it was just a fluke? On the contrary, the Shiao family kicked him out. There must be a reason for them. Maybe he is a good-for-nothing waste. Well, maybe. Han Tianjing sighed and did not continue discussing this topic. Instead, he said to Li Xiuqin, go upstairs and tell your daughter that the big man behind Mr. Long of the Tendering Chamber of Commerce will appear tomorrow night. Our Han family must find a way to curry favor with him. It's a very important matter. Let her prepare in advance and go with me. Li Xiuqin went upstairs not long after. Han Tianjing's cell phone rang. It was Zhao Hailong calling. He didn't dare to delay and quickly answered the phone. Master Long, what instructions do you have for me? Zhao Hailong smiled and said, I heard your daughter's strange illness has been cured. Congratulations. How is the matchmaking going? I'm still waiting to attend the wedding. Don't mention it. Han Tianjiang first complained about what happened today and said, before Yi Tiance left, he said that we were frogs in a well. How ridiculous. Hey! Lord Long, why are you silent? Unexpectedly, Zhao Hailong's attitude suddenly turned cold. Humph! You are the ones who are ridiculous, you frogs in the well, just take care of yourselves. Beep beep. Hang up the phone. What do you mean? Han Tianjiang was confused and subconsciously called Zhao Hailong back, but found that he was blocked. I didn't say anything to offend him, so why is he angry? Etc. Yi Tiance. Could it be related to him? Yun Yun, Dad has something urgent to discuss with you. He immediately stood up and hurried upstairs to find Han Ruayun. Yi Tiance had only taken a few steps away from the Han family. Received a call from Mr. Shiao. Hey, Grandpa, what's the matter with you calling? For 3 years, Xiao Hongming treated Yi Tiance as his own son and took good care of him. He also treated Xiao Hongming as his own grandfather and was very filial to him. Xiao Hongming said anxiously, Tiance, there is a meeting at home, come back quickly, there are some things I want to tell you. Yi Tiance actually didn't want to have anything to do with the Shiao family anymore. But I thought that after I got the divorce certificate with Xiao Qingcheng, I would probably never go to the Shiao family again. This may be the last time I see the old man. So he agreed, okay, I'll go back right away. Yi Tiance had just left. A gangster came out from behind the tree. He took out his cell phone and made a call. He reported, Second Master Ji, I saw the man you told me to keep an eye on. He was driven out by Steward Wang. It looks like the marriage proposal was unsuccessful. A satisfied voice came from the other end of the phone, got it. Shiao family villa. At this time, many managers of Shiao Group and relatives and friends of the Shiao family gathered. The living room was so depressing that you could hear a pin drop. After Xiao Hongming hung up the phone, he frowned and asked Xiao Nan, are you sure it was Tiance who insulted Lord Long, causing him to retaliate against the Shiao family? Xiao Nan nodded quickly, it's absolutely true, my mother and I saw it together. Xiao Hongming slammed the table and scolded. Bullshit. Tiance can't be that kind of person. There must be something hidden here. He turned and asked Xiao Qingcheng. Grandpa believes you more. Tell me what's going on. Xiao Hongming had only one son but he died early, and his grandson Xiao Nan was unreliable, so he had always trained Xiao Qingcheng as his successor. Xiao Qingcheng's mind was still a little confused. Grandpa, my mind is a little confused and I'm not very clear. Xiao Hongming frowned and asked, what do you mean by unclear? Assistant's son complained, Master, you must make the decision for Mr. Xiao. That bastard Yi Tiance actually participated in the Han family's marriage proposal and became Miss Han's fiancée. She narrated what had just happened in the Han family, adding fuel to the fire. It focuses on describing Yi Tiance's ruthlessness, Han Ruayun's tyranny, and Xiao Qingcheng's grievances and innocence. The Xiao family and other relatives and friends present were immediately filled with indignation. The Han family is really going too far. Damn Yi Tiance, he is such an ungrateful person, helping outsiders to bully Qingcheng. Master, this matter cannot be let go. You must give Qingcheng justice and teach Yi Tiance, that heartless man, a lesson. Shut up, everyone. Xiao Hongming's face darkened and he interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone shut up immediately and felt a chill down their spine. It's over, the old man is angry, and Yi Tiance is in trouble now. But what they didn't expect was Xiao Hongming actually ordered Xiao Qingcheng in a cold voice, Xiao Qingcheng, kneel down. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and puzzled. It was clearly Yi Tiance who did something wrong to Xiao Qingcheng, so why did the old man ask her to kneel down? Xiao Nen couldn't help but complain, Grandpa, did you make a mistake? It was obviously that loser Yi Tiance who made the mistake. Xiao Hongming stood up and slapped Xiao Nan in the face. Pa! Xiao Nan was beaten so hard that he saw stars. Xiao Hongming said in a deep voice, I'll say it again, Tiansu is your brother-in-law, not a waste. If you continue to be disrespectful, I will kick you out of the Xiao family. Xiao Nan was so scared that he shuddered and quickly shut up. Xiao Hongming said to Xiao Qingcheng coldly, Why, didn't you hear what Grandpa said? Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. Grandpa has always doted on her, but this is the first time in her life that he has made her kneel in public. Although I am reluctant, I have to listen to Grandpa's words. She bit her lip and knelt on the ground unwillingly. Xiao Hongming said angrily, You were so bold that you secretly asked for a divorce from Tiansu while I was away. Do you know how stupid you are? Do you know how much loss this will bring to you and the Xiao family? Xiao Qingcheng was unconvinced and said, Grandpa, Yi Tiance and I are obviously not suitable for each other. I have had enough of this 3-year marriage. Why do you insist on making me continue my marriage with him? Is it just because of the engagement you made with Grandpa Yi? Why should the agreement between you and your elder generation restrict my personal choice? She let out the complaints that had accumulated over the years. I feel so wronged. Xiao Hongming said angrily, What do you know? Tiance is a child of destiny, a man of great luck. Without him, can our Xiao family rise in just 3 years? Thinking back to the past, he heard from a mysterious expert that Yi Tiance was a child of destiny, a man of great luck, and had a promising future. Only then did she beg Yi Tiance's grandfather to take the initiative to arrange the marriage. Everything was for the sake of the Xiao family and Xiao Qingcheng. 3 years ago, Yi Tiance suddenly returned to Jiangnan City, and Xiao Hongming immediately started to arrange the wedding. As expected. Since then, the Xiao family has been on a rapid rise, with the potential to recreate its former glory. Although he didn't know the reason. But he believed in his heart that this was all the influence of Yi Tiance's luck, and he must protect their marriage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingcheng filed for divorce without telling him and even signed a divorce agreement. This is simply pushing the Xiao family into the fire pit. Xiao Qingcheng didn't believe these words at all. She was so proud that she retorted, The Xiao family has been able to achieve this in the past 3 years, all thanks to the efforts of me and everyone else. What does it have to do with Yi Tiance? Chapter 9 Zhao Hailong's call. As soon as this was said, everyone in the Xiao family also supported it. Yeah, it's obviously everyone's credit. What does Yi Tiance have to do with it? Master, since the divorce has been finalized, just get divorced. It's no big deal. He has already gone to the Han family to be a son-in-law, why are we still considering him? In their opinion, Xiao Hongming must be senile and confused. It's illogical to favor Yi Tiance. Xiao Hongming trembled with anger. You bunch of idiots. Are you going to destroy the Xiao family before you stop? Xiao Qingcheng said confidently, As long as I am here, the Xiao family will never fall apart, but will only prosper. Grandpa, you handed over the power of the Xiao family to me 3 years ago, please trust Qingcheng once. Xiao Hongming was so angry that he shook his head and said, Well, let's not talk about anything else. What can you do about Tianlong Group canceling the Xiao family's quota to attend the meeting? This. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. She really had no idea at this moment. Zhang Huilan came to the rescue. Dad, aren't you making things difficult for Qingcheng? This was ordered by Lord Long himself, how could Qingcheng have any way to deal with it? Shannan pouted and said, You keep saying that you believe in Yi Tiance. Does he have a solution? If he can help restore the Xiao family's quota to attend the meeting, I would even kneel down and eat shit. As soon as the words fell, a familiar voice rang out from the back of the crowd, If you want to get free food and drinks, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Yi Tiance squeezed to the front from behind the crowd. In fact, he had been at the scene for some time and heard what happened. Yi Tiance greeted Xiao Hongming politely, Grandpa. Xiao Hongming said seriously, Tiansu, Grandpa knows everything. As long as Grandpa is here, he will never let Qingcheng divorce you. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, actually, at this point, you don't have to force it. I think divorce is also good. Xiao Hongming was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, why? Yi Tiance shook his head and did not answer. The Xiao family's relatives and friends who were watching the scene all curled their lips and rolled their eyes. Isn't this simple? It must be that Yi Tiance has clung to the Han family, so naturally he doesn't need to maintain his marriage with Qingcheng. Ha, you're eating from your bowl and looking at what's in the pot, what a scumbag. Xiao Hongming frowned and scolded. Shut up. Tiansu is not that kind of person. Everyone shut their mouths, but they all looked unconvinced. In fact, Xiao Hongming roughly guessed that the reason why Yi Tiance agreed to divorce was that he must have endured too much grievance and injustice in the past 3 years and was tired and disappointed. He sighed and said earnestly, Tiansu, your grandfather and I are sworn brothers. We have been through life and death together countless times. In my eyes, you are as important as my own grandson. I cannot bear to see you being wronged. Today, Grandpa will definitely seek justice for you. He ordered Xiao Qingcheng, apologize to Tiance. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes widened, unable to accept it. Why should I apologize to him? Xiao Hongming said seriously, you are being unfair to Tiance if you file for divorce. You haven't cared enough about him and don't know him well enough in the past 3 years. Aren't these reasons enough? Xiao Qingcheng laughed dumbly and said, Grandpa, through everything that happened today, I already know his nature well enough, and you are the one who doesn't know him well enough. Today, no matter how you hit me or scold me, I will not apologize to him. If you insist on forcing me, just kick me out of the house. Thinking of the grievances and humiliation she had just experienced in the Han family, Xiao Qingcheng was filled with resentment, not to mention that Yi Tiance also beat his mother and brother. How could she, who is so proud and arrogant, bow her head and apologize to Yi Tiance? You. Xiao Hongming was so angry that his fingers on Xiao Qingcheng kept shaking. In an instant, a surge of anger surged into Xiao Hongming's heart, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Yi Tiance hurriedly supported him and asked worriedly, Grandpa, are you okay? Xiao Hongming grabbed Yi Tiance's hand and said, Tiance, Grandpa begs you to reconsider it. Don't divorce impulsively, otherwise the Xiao family will be completely finished. After saying this, Xiao Hongming's eyes turned black and he fainted. Master! Grandfather! Everyone was startled and rushed forward. Xiao Hongming already had a heart disease, so everyone quickly took out quick-acting heart-saving pills and gave them to the old man. Although it was not serious, he still asked the servant to take him to his bedroom to lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Tiance and frowned and said, Go ahead. I won't regret our divorce. I'll explain it to Grandpa when he wakes up. You don't need to remind me. I agree to divorce you. Thank you for giving me freedom and not letting me hang myself on a crooked tree. You. Xiao Qingcheng's chest heaved with anger. What, I am just a crooked tree in your eyes? Ding ling ling. Yi Tiance's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Zhao Hailong. Press the answer key. His panicked voice was immediately heard from the other side. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's my fault that I cancelled the Xiao family's qualification to attend the meeting on my own initiative, which caused you to be misunderstood. I will restore all the qualifications of the Xiao family, including the 10 billion order that was set. Zhao Hailong just called Han Tianjing and learned from him about the conflict between Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingcheng, which caused Yi Tiance to be wronged and misunderstood, so he immediately called to apologize. Yi Tiance said calmly, the 10 billion order will be reselected based on merit, and there is no need to give it to the Xiao family. He thought about how Xiao Hongming had taken care of him over the past 3 years, and he didn't want to do anything too drastic, otherwise the old man would not be able to bear it. So he added, you can get your quota back. As for those who scolded you, you should find a way to make them apologize. Hang up the phone. Look up. Everyone in front of him widened their eyes, unbelievable. Although I couldn't hear the voice on the other end of Yi Tiance's phone clearly, from what Yi Tiance said, it seemed like he was ordering someone to do something. Zhang Huilan couldn't help but ask, who called you? Yi Tiance said truthfully, Zhao Hailong. What? Zhao Hailong. Everyone present was shocked again. Zhao Hailong actually took the initiative to call Yi Tiance. How could he have the qualifications to do so? Xiao Qingcheng immediately questioned, it's already this time, can you please stop being so mysterious in public? Is there any point in doing this? But she had just finished speaking. The cell phone suddenly rang, and it turned out to be Zhao Hailong. What? Lord Long actually called me? Xiao Qingcheng quickly answered the call. After a moment, Xiao Qingcheng hung up the phone and stood there in a daze, silent for a long time. Assistant Sun asked in confusion, Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Qingcheng said in a dazed voice, Master Long informed us that our Xiao family has resumed its qualification to join the Chamber of Commerce. Someone will be sent to deliver the invitation letter later. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, there was shock in the living room. Can Yi Tiance really order Zhao Hailong around? Finished. Could it be that our Xiao family really made a mistake and kicked out a hidden boss? Among those present, the most shocked person was Xiao Qingcheng. Her eyes were wide open, and her pupils were full of disbelief. Why? The husband whom she despised the most had transformed into someone who could command Lord Long. This is impossible. She said unwillingly, Yi Tiance, can you really order Lord Long? Yi Tiance nodded. At this point, there is no need for him to continue hiding it. Boom. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and she felt mixed emotions. The reason why she filed for divorce was because she felt Yi Tiance was not worthy of her. Unexpectedly, in the end, the biggest clown turned out to be herself? What is his identity, Yi Tiance? Why can he order Zhao Hailong? Could it be the legendary big shot? But then Assistant Sun suddenly reminded, Boss Xiao, don't be deceived by Yi Tiance. This matter has nothing to do with him. The reason why Lord Long called to restore his qualification to attend the meeting must be because of the Han family's face. Chapter 10 What kind of person is Ji Buduan? Is he worthy? Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. Why do you say that? Assistant Sun explained, in my opinion, Miss Han wanted Yi Tiance to be her fiancé, and after learning about his insults to Lord Long, she would naturally ask her father to come forward to resolve this conflict. After the conflict was resolved, it was Miss Han who asked Lord Long to intercede and let him restore the Xiao family's qualification to attend the meeting. Yi Tiance was just acting as a messenger in front of us. Xiao Qingcheng didn't understand and asked, why did Han Ruayun help the Xiao family regain their qualification to attend the meeting? After all, just now, they were ridiculed in the Han family and almost trampled in the mud. Assistant Sun sneered, how can she help? She is clearly helping Yi Tiance to slap you in the face, to prove that what you can't do, she, Han Ruayun, can do. Didn't she target you everywhere in the Han family before? Xiao Qingcheng's eyes trembled slightly, and she suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Judging from the dealings she had just had with Han Ruayun, the other party's personality would indeed allow him to do such a thing. The rest of the Xiao family members present nodded in agreement, thinking that what he said made sense. Only Yi Tiance sneered helplessly. This matter has nothing to do with the Han family, let alone Han Ruayun. Xiao Qingcheng, who had already formed a preconceived notion, didn't believe it at all. She said coldly, Yi Tiance, I really didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. After all, aren't you doing this just to make fun of me? Yi Tiance helplessly spread his hands and said, if you insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. This answer. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she was about to explode. I, Xiao Qingcheng, am putting this on hold today. I will not accept your and Han Ruoyun's hypocritical charity. Even if Lord Long is reinstated as eligible to attend the conference, I will not attend tomorrow night. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Xiao family was panicked. Qingcheng, what are you talking about? The Xiao family must participate in the bidding meeting. This is a serious matter, don't be angry. Xiao Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said, I have made my decision, you don't have to persuade me. As soon as the words fell, a familiar voice sounded outside the door, Qingcheng, you must attend the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night, and you don't need to worry about it, because the Xiao family's ability to regain the qualification to attend the meeting has nothing to do with Yi Tiance or the Han family, but I helped to do it. Swish. Everyone looked towards the door and saw three people walking into the living room. Ji Buduan, Ji Buxiao, and Tawist Gong. Meet the three of them. Zhang Huilan quickly stepped forward and asked, Master Ji, is what you just said true? Ji Buduan put his hands in his pockets. He said confidently, of course it's true. I just had a meal with Lord Long. I mentioned this matter at the table and he gave me face and agreed. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, but Yi Tiance has obviously become the son-in-law of the Han family, he. At this time, Ji Buxiao explained, Boss Xiao, don't be fooled by Yi Tiance. To tell you the truth, he was kicked out by Butler Wang right after you left the Han family. The Han family never asked him to marry, let alone let Yun marry him. Xiao Qingcheng was puzzled and asked, but Han Ruoyun clearly admitted that he wanted to marry Yi Tiance, why did he suddenly change his mind? Tawist Gong said, "That's because I was the one who cured Miss Han, but this young boy took advantage of her, causing the Han family to trust him and agree to marry her." But he didn't know that the truth was revealed later, and the Han family was furious, so they kicked him out. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the living room. Now I understand everything. After all this fuss, it turns out that Yeans is still nothing, still the useless guy who has accomplished nothing. We were all deceived by him. Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward and said sincerely, "Master Ji, thank you for your help. I am very grateful for your kindness. Qingcheng, I'm here. Not only can I restore your family's qualification to participate in the meeting and win the bid, but I can also introduce you to sit down and chat with that big shot. What's the difficulty?" Ji Budwan put his hands in his pockets, looking as if he had no opponent. Bang bang bang. At this time, Yeans couldn't help but applaud and said, "It's really a wonderful story. I almost believed it after hearing it." Zhang Huilan said dissatisfiedly, "Shut up. You almost fooled me. Qingcheng, kick him out quickly and stop him from being an eyesore in the Xiao family." Xiao Qingcheng nodded. He ordered Yeans to leave. "Go away, you are not welcome here." Previously, Han Ruayun had ordered her to leave the Han family. At this moment, she wanted to take revenge on Yeans. Yeans said calmly, "Do you think I am willing to stay here? Since Mr. Xiao is willing to trust Ji Budwan, I hope you won't regret it later." After saying that, he left without looking back. He didn't want to talk to some stupid-minded women for even a second. After Yeans left, Zhang Huilan was extremely excited. He suggested, "If you ask me, it's all thanks to young Master Ji that our Xiao family got through this difficult time. We should set up 2 tables and thank him properly. Especially Qingcheng, you should accompany him for a few more drinks." Everyone agreed. Ji Budwan said pretentiously, "Master Long just invited me to dinner, so I am not hungry yet. However, since you are so kind, I will respectfully obey your orders." As soon as the words fell, a cold voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "When did you have dinner with Lord Long? How come I didn't know?" A pretty woman wearing a red hip skirt and black stockings walked into the living room. He looks no more than 30 years old, but he exudes the aura of a superior. Ji Budwan frowned and said, "Who are you? Do you have any evidence to prove that I didn't have dinner with Mr. Long?" The woman said coldly, "This afternoon, Long Yi and I were in a meeting. I didn't see him having dinner with anyone. Did you travel through time?" Swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Ji Budwan. "You keep saying that you had dinner with Xiao Hailong, are you lying?" Ji Budwan stubbornly retorted, "Don't listen to her. She's just a pretty girl who can't even find the door to the Tianlong group. She even boasted that she had a meeting with Lord Long for an entire afternoon." No one would believe her. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Qingqing suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully to the woman, "Boss Qian, why are you here? I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Ji Budwan was stunned. "Qingcheng, what is Mr. Qian?" Xiao Qingcheng introduced to everyone, "This is Qian Qinian, the vice president of Tianlong Group. Mr. Qian, one of the leaders of this Tianlong Chamber of Commerce." As she spoke, she suddenly felt something was wrong and frowned, asking, "You just went to Tianlong Group to ask Mr. Long to help restore the quota for the meeting, but didn't you see Mr. Qian?" This. Ji Budwan hesitated. Qian Qinian said coldly, "I have never met this young Master Ji. Besides, Lord Long decided to restore the Xiao family's quota to attend the meeting. How can someone like him get involved? What a joke!" Everyone in the Xiao family was surprised. After all this fuss, young Master Ji is also lying. So whose words are true? Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, "Master Ji, what's going on?" Ji Budwan's face flushed red. He didn't expect that the truth would be exposed so quickly. There must be a misunderstanding here. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to attend to. I'll leave now." After saying that, he ran away. "Take Ji Buxiao and Tawist Gong and leave this place of trouble together." Everyone in the Xiao family looked at each other. If it wasn't young Master Ji who helped the Xiao family regain their qualification to attend the conference, then who was it? Could it really be Yeans? At this time, Zhen Qian took out an invitation letter. "I came here specially to give the Xiao family an invitation to the bidding meeting tomorrow night. But Mr. Long said that there is a prerequisite, which is that the person who insulted him must apologize to him in front of me. Xiao Qingcheng said with some embarrassment. Of course it's okay to apologize, but Yi Tiance just left the Xiao family. If it really doesn't work, I can apologize to Lord Long on his behalf. Yi Tiance? Xian Xinian shook his head and said, it's not him, I don't know him either. Lord Long said that one of the people who insulted him claimed to be Mr. Zhao's younger brother, and the other claimed to be your mother. Chapter 11. Your Ji family is so scary. Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Countless eyes fell on Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. What? The ones who insulted Lord Long were not Yi Tiance, but the mother and daughter? The two of them were trembling all over, feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Damn, I've been discovered. At this time, Xiao Hongming, who had just woken up and walked out of the room, happened to hear these words. His face darkened and he asked, tell me. What's going on? Otherwise, I'll punish you according to the family rules. Xiaonan turned pale with fright and dared not hide anything anymore. He told the story of humiliating Yi Tiance and insulting Zhao Hailong at the Yi family cemetery, and how he came back to frame Yi Tiance without hiding anything. After saying, Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both knelt on the ground, confessed their mistakes, and apologized to Long Yi. He even slapped himself in the face, making loud slapping sounds. Xiao Qingchang was so angry that her body trembled, her face turned pale, and she was shaking all over. No wonder Yi Tiance beat her mother and brother. It turns out that the two of them were unreasonably demanding money, and even kicked Grandpa's tombstone on his family's death anniversary. Anyone would beat someone up if they were bullied like this. On the other hand, she believed the slander and not only refused to listen to Yi Tiance's explanation, but also wrongly blamed him again and again. He even went to the Han family estate and scolded Yi Tiance. Think of this. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, and she regretted it so much. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Hongming raised his hand and slapped Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were red. I didn't expect that Grandpa would hit her. Xiao Hongming was so angry that he trembled and said, I told you that you don't know Tiance well enough and you wronged him, but you insisted on arguing with me and kicked him out. You must find him back, even if you have to kneel down and apologize, otherwise I. As he was speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. He fainted directly. Grandfather! Master! In an instant, everyone rushed over in panic, and the entire Xiao family was in chaos. Tianlong Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan City. At this time, there was a very beautiful woman in a snow-white dress sitting by the window on the first floor, seemingly waiting for something. Guests at the surrounding tables discussed quietly. Isn't that Han Ruayun, the daughter of the richest man? Her incurable disease has been cured? She's so beautiful. Oh my God, look at her breasts. They can almost fit on the table. They're so beautiful. Look, someone is coming. At this time, a handsome young man in simple clothes sat down opposite Han Ruayun. What's the matter with calling me here? Do you have to meet me to talk about it? Just now, Yi Tiance left the Xiao family. Suddenly I received a strange phone call. It was actually from Han Ruayun, who said that he wanted to invite Yi Tiance to dinner. He had something important to tell him and they had to meet. Yi Tiance hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Han Ruayun took out a gold bank card from her Hermes bag and placed it on the table. There's 20 million in this card. Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment and asked, what do you mean? Han Ruayun raised his chin with a cold and arrogant look on his face. 10 million of this is a reward to thank you for saving me. The remaining 10 million is to ask you to stop playing hard to get with me in the future and stop pestering me. Yi Tiance almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Are you sure? I've only met you once, so why am I playing hard to get with you? A mistake? Ha ha. Han Ruayun seemed to see through everything. After you left today, I suddenly figured it out. From the time you proposed to break off the engagement to the time you rejected the 3 million yuan my mom gave you, weren't you just deliberately setting up a persona to attract my parents' attention? It just so happened that Mr. Long's call caused my dad to misunderstand you, and he actually asked me to talk to you again. He is really getting old and confused. I admit that your method of getting me is very clever, but you can't hide it from me considering that you saved me. Take the money and leave, and give yourself a decent life. I, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan, will never take second-hand goods thrown away by others. Thinking of this, Han Ruayun was filled with anger. You and I were clearly engaged first, so why did you choose Xiao Qingcheng to marry 3 years ago instead of me? What am I missing? In terms of appearance and height, she is not inferior to Xiao Qingcheng. His family background is far ahead of Xiao Qingcheng. As for the cup size, she is 2 sizes ahead of Xiao Qingcheng. I really can't accept it. Yi Tiance was almost laughing out of anger. You misunderstood, I really didn't mean that, don't be so narcissistic. Although Han Ruayun's cup is very attractive, Yi Tiance has just experienced a failed marriage and dare not have any thoughts about women in the short term. Hey! How do you talk? This is the first time in Han Ruayun's life that a man has called her narcissistic. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, I'm just telling the truth. You! Han Ruayun was about to explode. A scolding voice rang out. How dare you humiliate Yun Yun? Do you think your life is too long? A young man in a suit and tie came over. It turned out to be Ji Buxiao, the second son of the Ji family. He said softly to Han Ruayun, Yun Yun, you have just recovered from a long illness, there is no need to be angry with this kind of person, I will help you make the decision. Han Ruayun glanced at Ji Buxiao and didn't want to pay attention to him. This guy had pursued me many times before, and I couldn't drive him away. Ji Buxiao didn't feel embarrassed at all. He narrowed his eyes and threatened Yi Tiance. What a coincidence, we meet here right after we met. I order you to kneel down and apologize to Yun Yun immediately, and then crawl out like a dog, otherwise. What else? Otherwise, I will let you see the horror of the Jiangnan Ji family. Ever since Ji Buxiao's marriage proposal to the Han family was ruined today, he hated Yi Tiance to the core and had long wanted to take revenge. Yi Tiance laughed and said, what's so scary about the Ji family? Is it your father Ji Wuli? Is it your brother Ji Buduan? Or is it you Ji Buxiao? TSK, look at your names, one is weak, one is short, and one is small. It's really scary to say that. Hearing this, the customers around couldn't help but laugh out loud. The names of these 3 guys were just too funny. Even Han Ruayun's cheeks flushed. He glared at Yi Tiance fiercely. This bastard, what kind of lewd words are he saying in public? You're looking for death. Ji Buxiao's face turned red with anger and he let out an angry roar. A punch went straight to Yi Tiance's face. He believed that with the taekwondo skills he had learned over 2.5 years, he could at least break Yi Tiance's nose. But the next moment, his eyes blurred. With a bang, the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, completely dizzy. Ah! Some timid customers screamed in fear. Even Han Ruayun opened his eyes wide and didn't see clearly what happened in that instant. Day. Immediately afterwards, the hotel manager hurried over with a group of security guards. Who dares to cause trouble in the Tianlong Hotel? The hotel manager Sun Jun glanced around and shouted in a deep voice. The customers were all silent and dared not look at him. As we all know, Tianlong Hotel is one of the companies under the Tianlong Group and has a strong background. In Jiangnan City, no one dared to cause trouble in the Tianlong Hotel. Ji Buxiao struggled to stand up, grimacing in pain. When Sun Jun saw Ji Buxiao, a bit of flattery appeared on his face and he asked, Hey, isn't this second young Master Ji? What's going on? Who provoked you? Ji Buxiao pointed at Yi Tiance and said angrily, Manager Sun, he was the one who beat me up. This bastard deliberately caused trouble in the Tianlong Hotel. Don't let him go. Swish. Sun Jun and the security guards behind him all looked at Yi Tiance. Sun Jun said in a deep voice, Boy, you made trouble and beat people in Tianlong Hotel, do you know what the price is? Chapter 12 Dad. Yi Tiance said calmly, he was the first to attack, so I fought back. What's the problem? Ji Buxiao shouted loudly. Bullshit. You were the one who provoked me first, don't bite me recklessly. Then he said to Sun Jun, Manager Sun, as long as you help me vent my anger today, I will repay you many times over. For Sun Jun, the truth of the conflict is not important, what is important is Ji Buxiao's promise. So he smiled and said, Young Master Ji, you are too polite. This is all my job. How do you want to deal with this kid? Ji Buxiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I want your people to break his legs and throw him out of the restaurant. Put a sign at the door saying Yi Tiance and dogs are not allowed to enter. Let him lose face. How do you think? When these words came out, the customers all gasped. This season, Bo Xiao is really vindictive and cruel. At the same time, I felt sorry for Yi Tiance, but I could do nothing about it. Who made him provoke someone he shouldn't have? Sun Jun smiled faintly, leave this little thing to me. He then called the security guards behind him and was about to take action. Wait. At this time, Han Ruayun stood up and spoke to stop him. Sun Jun was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Miss Han, what do you mean? Han Ruayun ignored him. She said to Yi Tiance coldly, as long as you apologize for the words you said to humiliate me just now and ask me for help, I can help you through this crisis for the sake of our engagement. Yi Tiance simply refused, no need. Han Ruayun was stunned and frowned, you are facing a disaster, but you are still pretending to be sophisticated in front of me? I said I won't fall for it. Yi Tiance said speechlessly, Miss Han, I really suggest you go see a psychiatrist. Excessive narcissism is a disease and must be treated. Han Ruayun was so angry that his e-cup was shaking. You don't know what's good for you. I don't care about you anymore, love you till death. Seeing this, Ji Buxiao reminded, Manager Sun, quickly tell your people to take action. Sun Jun waved his hand and was about to call for people to rush forward. Yi Tiance suddenly said, Manager Sun, I'd like to advise you to stop now, otherwise you will lose your job and the loss will outweigh the gain. Sun Jun was almost laughing out of anger. Boy, you made me lose my job? Who do you think you are? The owner of our restaurant? Or the higher-level chairman of the Tianlong Group, Mr. Long? Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, although I am not the boss of your restaurant, I can order Zhao Hailong to let your boss fire you. The words fell. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance as if he was an idiot. What is the status of Lord Long? You said he would obey your orders? Hey man, why don't you say that you are the captain of the earth and all human beings have to listen to you? Sun Jun couldn't help but sneered, I really want to see how you can make Lord Long listen to you? I'm really looking forward to being fired by you, ha ha ha. Ji Buduan even laughed at him, if you can fire Manager Sun, I will call you dad in public. Yi Tiance took out his cell phone and called Zhao Hailong. I'm at the Tianlong Hotel. I'll give you 1 minute to ask the hotel owner to come over and fire a manager named Sun Jun. This move caused complaints from the onlookers. This kid is addicted to pretending to be cool. What do you mean come over in a minute? Do you think you're here to film a movie? You're such a clown. Sun Jun glanced at the time and said arrogantly, boy, there are still 15 seconds left in the countdown. If no one comes by the time, you are afraid. The words haven't been finished yet. A middle-aged man in a gray suit hurriedly ran down from upstairs and arrived in front of Yi Tiance. He said respectfully, Mr. Yi, Chen is late and deserves death. I will fire Sun Jun right now. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. Everyone stared at the middle-aged man in amazement. This person is the owner of Tianlong Hotel Chen Feng. I was actually called by a phone call. What is going on? Sun Jun looked unbelievable and said nervously, Mr. Chen, please listen to my explanation. The thing is. Chen Feng interrupted with a sullen face, you bastard. I won't listen to your explanation. Go to the finance department to settle your salary immediately and get out forever. Sun Jun was so frightened that he was trembling all over and could only leave in shame. Before leaving, he glared at Ji Buxiao fiercely. It's all his fault. He has brought disaster to himself. Ji Buxiao was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Yi Tiance sneered and asked, didn't you just say that if I fired Sun Jun, you would kneel down and call me dad? Come on. Ji Buxiao's eyes twitched and he smiled awkwardly, Brother Yi, you misunderstood, I was just joking. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you are joking, but I am not. Either you kneel down and call me dad today, or let Mr. Chen's people break your legs and throw you out. Put a sign outside the door saying Ji Buxiao and dogs are not allowed to enter. Choose one. Ji Buxiao said bitterly, Brother Yi, can you change another one? This is really. Yi Tiance said coldly, since you don't want to choose, I will help you choose to break your legs and throw you out. No, no, no. Can't I choose? Ji Buxiao clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Then he knelt on the ground and uttered reluctantly, Dad. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, did your vocal cords fall at home? Speak louder. The corners of Ji Buxiao's mouth twitched violently. Mr. Yi, I have fallen into your hands today, and I will take revenge. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Dad. 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 Yi Tiance clapped his hands and said with a smile, my dear son, Daddy will teach you to learn to be humble in the future, otherwise you will suffer a great loss, get out. Ji Buxiao stood up and didn't want to stay any longer, so he just slipped away. Because he was too nervous, he fell flat on his face when he went out. Ha ha ha. The customers laughed. Young Master Ji is well known for his tyranny in Jiangnan City. When has he ever suffered such a loss? It looks so cool. Chen Feng asked respectfully, Mr. Yi, do you have anything else to tell me? In fact, he knew nothing about the man in front of him. The reason he was so cautious was because Zhao Hailong had just called him. There is only one order you must obey, Mr. Yi, unconditionally. Yi Tian shook his head. No more, thank you for your help. Chen Feng said quickly, what are you talking about? In the final analysis, it is all because of my failure to control my subordinates. As compensation, please accept this small gift. As he said this, he glanced at the assistant behind him. The latter quickly took out a wooden box from the office, presented it with both hands and opened it. In the square box lay a snow-white ginseng more than a foot long, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Seeing this, the surrounding customers exclaimed again. Isn't this the 100-year-old snow ginseng that Chen Feng bought from the Jiangnan medicine king a few days ago? He actually gave it to him. I heard that 100-year-old snow ginseng can cure all diseases, and it's worth a fortune. Who is this kid? Is he worthy of Mr. Chen doing this? Han Ruayun, who was standing aside, was already stunned with astonishment. She didn't understand. Wasn't Yi Tian's only good at medicine and useless in other aspects? How could Chen Feng be so obedient? Ding-a-ling. At this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang, and she subconsciously picked it up to answer the call. An anxious woman's voice came from the other side. Yi Tian's, it's me, Xiao Qingcheng. I want to say sorry to you. Han Ruayun said coldly, I am not Yi Tian's, I am Han Ruayun. Hearing this, the voice on the other end was visibly startled. After 2 seconds of silence, she asked, where's Yi Tian's? Ask him to answer the phone. At this time, Yi Tian's looked over and asked in confusion, what are you doing with my phone? Only then did Han Ruayun realize that he had picked up the wrong phone in his panic. But she turned the tables and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I want to ask you, why is it that both your phone and mine are black, and even our ringtones are the same? Yi Tian's really didn't want to argue with her. He took the phone back and asked, what's the matter? I actually want to tell you, right? Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, then suddenly changed the topic and said, Grandpa suddenly vomited blood and was hospitalized in the first hospital. He wants to see you. You decide whether to come or not. Grandpa vomited blood? What happened? Beep beep. But I found that the other party had hung up the phone. Chapter 13 Rong Mei Yan. Something happened to Grandpa? Yi Tian's frowned, feeling a little anxious. After all, Xiao Hongming was very good to him. What happens to the other members of the Xiao family has nothing to do with him, but he can't just sit back and watch until nothing happens to the old man. Boss Chen, I'll take this 100-year-old snow ginseng first. I won't take it from you for nothing. Chen Feng smiled respectfully, it's all my duty. He handed the 100-year-old snow ginseng to Yi Tian's and left without saying hello to Han Ruayun. Han Ruayun was so angry that he stomped his feet, and his e-cup was shaking. Yi Tian's, don't think that I can fall in love with you by playing hard to get. You are wishful thinking. I already have someone I like, and he's that big shot who's a million times better than you. I'll take him down when the bidding starts tomorrow night, and make you mad. Ding-a-ling. This time, it was Han Ruayun's cell phone that rang. It was her father Han Tianzhong calling. Yun, how's the investigation going? Does Yi Tian's have any background? Han Ruayun was already feeling unhappy, and said unhappily, he has nothing. He hung up the phone and left Tianlong Hotel angrily. At the same time, in the box on the second floor, there was a woman who saw everything that happened on the first floor. She was wearing a silver cheongsam, had a plump figure, a beautiful face, and fiery red lips, exuding the charm of a charming queen that was captivating. A tall maid in black leather clothes and pants walked up to her and asked, Miss, what are you looking at? Nothing, I just saw an interesting person. Rong Mei Yan withdrew her gaze. He said calmly, I came to Jiangnan City from the provincial capital this time. In addition to attending the bidding meeting tomorrow night, I also want clues about that man. Please pay more attention to look for it. The maid whispered, Miss, is it worth it for you to be with a man you have never met? Besides, the engagement you have. Rong Mei Yan said firmly, in the marriage arranged by the family, I have never seen the man, I don't even know his name, and of course I don't want to know. Anyway, Ruayun, will not agree to that marriage. 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangnan City First Hospital. Yeans rushed to the door of the ward and saw many members of the Shiao family. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were also there. Their cheeks were red and swollen, with obvious marks of the slap. This was all caused by kneeling down and slapping myself in the face when I confessed at home. It still hurts now. Zhang Huilan asked in a bad tone, "What are you doing here?" Yeans answered truthfully. Xingqing called and said that Grandpa suddenly fell ill, so I came to visit him. Xiao Nan was dissatisfied and scolded, "My grandfather is sick. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? You useless thing, get out of here." The rest of the Shiao family also complained. "Why are you here to visit the head of the family? You are obviously here to make fun of yourself. We don't need your hypocrisy, get out of here as soon as possible. Don't think that just because our Shiao family has regained its quota in the Chamber of Commerce and is about to win a 10 billion order, we want to come back and continue to cling to their thighs? No way." Seeing the faces of these people, Yeans frowned and would not tolerate their bad habits. "Your kindness is taken for granted. Since you don't need my visit, forget it. Turn around and leave. Etc." Just then, the door of the ward opened and Xiao Qingcheng walked out with the mark of the slap still on her cheek. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yeans with a complicated expression. She had planned to apologize for wrongly accusing Yeans, and even listen to her grandfather and win Yeans back. But when she thought that it was Han Ruayun who answered the phone, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable and couldn't speak at all. Yeans asked, "How is Grandpa?" Xiao Qingcheng regained her composure and replied calmly, "The doctor said that he was suffering from a heart attack due to anxiety. He is out of danger now and has just laid down to rest. We cannot disturb him." Yeans nodded and said, "Then I won't go in. Now that the old man is out of danger, there is no need for him to stay here. After all, looking at these people makes me feel disgusted." So he planned to leave the 100-year-old snow ginseng and leave. "Hand over the wooden box. This is for Grandpa. It will be good for his recovery." Zhang Huilan stepped forward, grabbed it and opened it. After seeing what's inside, with a look of disgust, he stuffed it back into Yeans' hand. "How dare you give away this farmed ginseng that's sold out on the street? Take it back to where you got it from." Yeans explained, "This is a 100-year-old snow ginseng, which can cure all kinds of diseases. It is a very precious medicinal material." Zhang Huilan said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm stupid? What 100-year-old snow ginseng? It's obviously fake ginseng. Even 9.9 yuan including shipping on Taobao is too expensive for me." Xiaonan also said sarcastically, "You can even boast that a fake ginseng is a 100-year-old snow ginseng that can cure all diseases. If it is a white radish, I'm afraid you can also boast that it is a 10,000-year-old supreme radish, and eating it will make you immortal, right?" Everyone in the Shiao family present burst into laughter. This rubbish, for the sake of his pitiful dignity, how can he brag about it? Just then, a young man in a suit and tie appeared in front of everyone. It was Ji Buduan. He greeted Xiao Qingcheng attentively. "I heard that the head of the Shiao family was ill, so I came to see you." Xiao Qingcheng responded in an unhappy tone, "You don't have to worry about my grandfather's affairs." Ji Buduan didn't feel embarrassed either. He knew that Xiao Qingcheng was angry because he lied about asking Zhao Hailong for help. "Qingcheng, I did exaggerate the matter of the Chamber of Commerce quota, but the truth is definitely not what you think. Without my efforts, Lord Long would not have changed his mind." Xiao Qingcheng frowned. "What do you mean?" Ji Buduan said seriously, "To be honest, this is all thanks to my dad. I begged him to help, and he called Lord Long to communicate. Naturally, it was successful. I should have told the truth, but in the heat of the moment, I took all the credit for myself. Now that I think about it, I really regret it." Everyone in the Shiao family nodded suddenly. Not long ago they were still discussing the reason why Zhao Hailong changed his mind, but they couldn't think of it. After all, they don't think that Zhao Hailong can listen to Yeans. Now that Ji Buduan explained it this way, everything made sense. He. Yeans couldn't help laughing out loud. He had never seen anyone so shameless in his life. Ji Buduan's face darkened. "What are you laughing at? Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Zhang Huilan was even more scolded by Yeans. "When is it your turn to interrupt here? If it's not young Master Ji's father who is helping, who else could it be?" Then she said to Ji Buduan gently, "Young Master Ji, you don't have to get angry with that kind of person. Auntie believes in you. Although you lied before, it is understandable. After all, it was for Qingqing's sake. Ji Budwan's face lit up with joy. I thought this stupid old woman really knows how to assist. So he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Aunt, you are right. I promise not to make such a mistake again. By the way, this is the red Ganoderma lucidum that I bought for Grandpa Shiao at a high price. It is absolutely a great tonic." He opened the gift box in his hand, which contained a piece of red Ganoderma lucidum the size of a palm leaf fan, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Zhang Huilan's eyes lit up. "Master Ji, this Ganoderma lucidum must be very valuable, right?" Ji Budwan pretended to be humble and said, "It's just over 1 million, it's nothing." Everyone in the Shiao family was amazed. A gift worth over 1 million is really generous. Comparing it with the fake ginseng sent by Yi Tiance, there is a world of difference. Ji Budwan said sarcastically to Yi Tiance, "Remember, learn from me when giving gifts. Give the best gifts instead of worthless garbage." Yi Tiance said calmly, "Idiot. What's there for me to learn from a fake Ganoderma? What's more, it's poisonous." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Fake Ganoderma. Poisonous? Everyone looked at Ji Budwan. The latter's face immediately darkened. "Bullshit. I asked my friend to buy this red Ganoderma lucidum, how can it be fake Ganoderma lucidum? You are slandering me, I want you to apologize." Zhang Huilan said disdainfully, "You are a gigolo, how can you know what Lingji is?" "Shut up." Everyone in the Shiao family, who were still shocked a second ago, came to their senses at this moment. They all accused Yi Tiance. "I almost got fooled by you. Young Master Ji is a person of such status, why would he send fake Ganoderma lucidum? I think you just don't accept young Master Ji's red Ganoderma lucidum and are deliberately smearing him." Yi Tiance said coldly, "A bunch of idiots." He just walked forward and grabbed the red Ganoderma lucidum. With a click. Just break it in the middle. Chapter 14. A bunch of idiots. This action scared everyone and made them change their expression. "Is this kid crazy?" Ji Budwan shouted, "This red Ganoderma lucidum is worth 1 million. If it's damaged, can you afford the compensation?" Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to it. Pointing at the black color in the middle of the Ganoderma, he said, "The root of the real red Ganoderma is red, but this one is purple-black. The real Ganoderma lucidum tastes slightly bitter, which is like a good medicine, but this one is fragrant. Judging from the texture of the cap, it is not red Ganoderma lucidum at all, and it is not even Ganoderma lucidum, but a poisonous red giant mushroom, which is highly toxic. If you take it, your life will be in danger. If you don't believe me, check it out on the internet." A relative of the Shiao family said in disbelief, "Let's check it out." Then he was dumbfounded, because this was indeed not red Ganoderma lucidum, but a giant poisonous red mushroom. Now everyone is confused. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan opened their mouths wide in disbelief. He originally wanted to mock Yi Tiance, but instead got slapped in the face. It hurt so much. Xiao Qingqing's face felt even hotter. Yi Tiance brought the giant poisonous red mushroom in front of Ji Budwan. "You gave this to Grandpa, are you trying to kill someone? Do you know how many years you will be sentenced to?" This. Ji Budwan was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He actually didn't understand how the red Ganoderma lucidum could have turned into a giant poisonous red mushroom. "I didn't mean to do that. It must be my friend who bought the Lingji for me. Everything I said is true." Yi Tiance said, "Whether it is true or not, we will know after calling the police." Ji Budwan is about to pee. Zhang Huilan stepped forward to help him out. "Master Ji has already said that it was not intentional. You are still staring at it, right? Even if they sent the wrong Lingji, at least they spent money and showed their thoughtfulness. Isn't it much better than you sending a worthless fake ginseng?" Xiaonan followed up with an angry shout, "In my opinion, your fake ginseng is the real poison. You must be holding a grudge against our Shiao family and want to kill Grandpa. I won't let you succeed, you bastard." As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed the 100-year-old snow ginseng and threw it on the ground. "Lift your feet in full view of everyone and snap." It was crushed to pieces in an instant. Yi Tiance's face darkened. "Do you know what you have done?" Xiaonan said arrogantly, "Isn't it just that I crushed your fake ginseng to stop you from poisoning my grandfather? What's wrong with that?" "Pa!" Yi Tiance didn't say anything, he just walked up to Xiaonan and slapped him in the face with a loud slap. He was beaten so hard that he spun around twice, with stars in his eyes. Wow. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Tiance actually hit someone. Xiao Qingqing scolded, Yi Tiance, are you crazy? Why did you hit my brother? Yi Tiance said in a normal tone, shouldn't he be beaten? Xiao Qingqing's chest heaved with anger. Originally, she still felt that she had let Yi Tiance down in some ways and hesitated whether to apologize. But Yi Tiance's sudden slap in the face made her see Yi Tiance's rude side. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Xiao Qingqing pointed outside and said coldly, go away. You are not welcome here. Yi Tiance said calmly, haha. Just go, do you think I want to stay with a bunch of idiots like you? He turned around and left without any more lingering feelings. Zhang Huilan spat on the ground, bah. You useless thing trying to be mysterious. Xiao Nan covered her cheek. He said angrily, I will never let this bastard go. At this time, the hospital director Wu Xingye came over and said, although Patriarch Xiao is out of danger, his vitality is seriously damaged. He needs precious medicine to recover. Please look for it. Xiao Qingcheng asked quickly, Dean Wu, what kind of precious medicine do you need? Please recommend it to me. Wu Xingye replied, I heard that some time ago, someone bought 100-year-old snow ginseng from the Jiangnan Medicine King at an auction. If Master Xiao takes it, not only can he cure the disease, but he can even prolong his life. I don't know who bought it at the auction, but I can ask someone to find out. When I heard the words 100-year-old snow ginseng, Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled. It seemed like he was thinking of something very terrible. She pointed at the ginseng that Xiao Nan had trampled on the ground and said, President Wu, is this the century-old snow ginseng you mentioned? Oh. Wu Xingye bent down and picked up the ginseng residue and broken ginseng roots to observe them. Suddenly eyes widened. This is the 100-year-old snow ginseng. It's top quality. Where did you get it from? Why is it broken into pieces like this? Facing Wu Xingye's questioning, Xiao Qingcheng awkwardly gave a brief account of what had happened. Wu Xingye was so angry that his beard was shaking. This 100-year-old snow ginseng is worth at least 5 million, and it's in short supply. Even I've only seen it a few times, and you guys are wasting it like this? You're simply wasting a treasure. You're a bunch of idiots. Hearing this, everyone in the Xiao family was heartbroken. Who would have thought that that loser Yi Tiance was telling the truth? Ginseng worth 5 million was destroyed just like that. Xiao Qingqing bit her lips tightly, her breathing became heavier, and her heart felt a sharp pain. She actually misunderstood Yi Tiance again. No wonder Yi Tiance was so angry and slapped Xiao Nan just now. He deserved it. She hurriedly asked, President Wu, can this century-old snow ginseng still be used? Wu Xingye shook his head, 100-year-old snow ginseng is different from other ginsengs. It must be preserved intact to exert its efficacy. Now it has rotted like this, and the medicinal effect has dissipated. It is not worth much. Bang! Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she slapped Xiao Nan in the face, it's all your fault that you stepped on the 100-year-old snow ginseng. What should I do now? Now that's better. Both sides of Xiao Nan's cheeks were swollen. With his head lowered, he was as silent as a quail. I blamed Yi Tiance in my heart for not explaining it earlier. It made him look so embarrassed at this moment. After Wu Xingye left, everyone in the Xiao family began to discuss, curious about where Yi Tiance got the century-old snow ginseng. Zhang Huilan gnashed her teeth and said, he must have stolen it from somewhere. This kid has the most filthy hands. But Xiao Qingcheng didn't believe this. 100-year-old snow ginseng is so precious, how could it be stolen so easily? There must be another reason. No matter what. This time, she misunderstood Yi Tiance's feelings, wronged Yi Tiance, and hurt his heart. Next time we meet, I will explain it clearly. I, Xiao Qingcheng, am not someone who likes to owe favors to others. She regained her composure and said, I'll think of a way to deal with the Chinese medicine. The bidding meeting will be tomorrow night, so I'll go back to the company to prepare the materials. Mom, I'll trouble you and your brother to take care of Grandpa for the next 2 days. Zhang Huilan nodded, okay, then go quickly. Xiao Qingcheng left quickly. Ji Boduan left in shame. The rest of the Xiao family also left one after another, and finally only Zhang Huilan and her son were left. After a while, the call bell in the ward rang. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan went in immediately. It turned out that Xiao Hongming had woken up. Zhang Huilan asked, Dad, are you feeling better? Xiao Hongming nodded and asked weakly, I asked Qingcheng to call Tiance, is he here? Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan looked at each other. Then Xiao Nan said, Grandpa, don't mention that ungrateful bastard. He never came here and even said that we should sever our relationship and stop associating with each other in the future. Xiao Hongming said seriously, impossible, he is not that kind of person, I will call him now, bring me my phone. Xiao Nan quickly advised, Grandpa, calling now will only make you more angry and worsen your condition. It's better to have a good rest and pretend that you never knew Yi Tiance. Zhang Huilan said, just listen to the doctor and wait until you are fully recovered. Xiao Hongming was about to question what the two said. Suddenly I felt dizzy and passed out again. Chapter 15, help you hold the scene. 10 o'clock in the evening, Purple Gold Palace. This is the most luxurious villa area in Jiangnan City, located on Zijin Mountain. The Zijin Tiangong Villa No. 1 at the top of the mountain is priced at 1 billion yuan. At this time, Yi Tiance was standing at the door of the villa, entered the password, pushed open the door and walked in swaggeringly. The villa is decorated luxuriously and grandly, like a palace. This kid's lair is pretty good. Considering that he gave me his villa, I'll keep him in prison for fewer years. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. In fact, the original owner of this villa was Jiangnan God of War Lin Feng. Relying on his unique kung fu skills, this man became the strongest person in Jiangnan City in just a few years and was highly respected. However, 3.5 years ago, Lin Feng was full of confidence and went to that place alone to challenge the masters. Few people know that that place is actually an isolated island prison called Fallen City. The most vicious criminals in the world are imprisoned. There is the biggest terrorist leader of Iran, the top assassin who assassinated the emperor, and a wealthy man with a net worth of trillions. Master Yi Tiance is the warden of the prison and is respected as the old master by the criminals, while Yi Tiance is the young master. The master and the disciple hold the power of life and death. No matter how arrogant a man is, he can only kneel down and submit to them in front of their master and disciple. Ever since master went out traveling 5 years ago, Yi Tiance is the supreme ruler of the Fallen City. In order to suffer less, those serious criminals flattered Yi Tiance in various ways. Money, power, connections, etc. are all contributed. 3.5 years ago, Jiangnan God of War Lin Feng broke into the Fallen City, claiming to wipe out all the masters. As a result, he was knocked down by Yi Tiance with a slap in the face. Because Lin Feng kicked down the gate of the Fallen City, he was punished by Yi Tiance and locked up in the Fallen City for 10 years, and was responsible for cleaning the toilets. At this point, Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and there was no news of him anymore. 3 years ago, Yi Tiance suddenly received a letter from his master, telling him that he could leave the Fallen City. In order to show goodwill, Lin Feng took the initiative to give him the villa, hoping that Yi Tiance could lock him up for fewer years. However, after Yi Tiance returned to Jiangnan City and married Xiao Qingcheng, he has been living in the Xiao family. So, this was his first time to come to this villa. Yi Tiance leaned back on the sofa, took out the remaining marriage certificates from his bag, opened them one by one and took a quick look at them. 1 marriage certificate was returned today, leaving 8 marriage certificates. The other 8 are not in Jiangnan City, so I need to go to them one by one. The nearest one is Rong Mei Yan from the Rong family in the provincial capital. I heard that the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, and its power is far greater than the 3 major families in Jiangnan City. After I finish dealing with the things on hand, I will go to the Rong family first. Yi Tiance closed the marriage certificate and put it in his bag. Just as he was about to take a shower, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Through monitoring, I saw a strange beauty wearing a silver cheongsam and looking very charming standing outside the door. The cheongsam woman said, Jiangnan War God, I see the lights are on in the villa, are you there? Yi Tiance frowned slightly, thinking that Lin Feng had disappeared for 3.5 years. Why would a woman come to see him? Could it be that she was the romantic debt that Lin Feng had incurred? You know what, this sexy style is exactly what that guy likes. Forget it, it's better not to deal with such a woman. Just pretend you didn't see it. Yi Tiance blocked the doorbell, turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower and prepare to rest early. After all, the bidding chamber is waiting for him tomorrow night. The unaware cheongsam woman continued, I am Rong Mei Yan from the Rong family in the provincial capital. I have long admired your heroic deeds. Since you suddenly disappeared 3.5 years ago, I have been looking for news about you. I am very happy to see you back today. If possible, can you come out and see me? However, several minutes passed and she received no response. Jiangnan God of War, I won't bother you anymore. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Rong Mei Yan turned and left, walking all the way to the gate of the villa area on the mountainside. There was a tall maid waiting there. Seeing the unconcealable joy on Rong Mei Yan's face, she asked, "Miss, haven't you come to see the Jiangnan God of War's villa several times? Why are you so happy today?" Rong Mei Yan smiled and said, "You don't know, but the lights are on in the Jiangnan War God's villa today." "What does that mean?" "He's back after disappearing for 3.5 years. Real?" The maid was full of excitement. What girl wouldn't regard Jiangnan God of War as an idol like him? Rong Mei Yan nodded and said, "It's a pity that he didn't come out to see me. But I can understand it. After all, he rarely showed up back then. Even if he did, he wore a mask. No one had ever seen his true face." Then she suddenly thought of something and ordered, "Immediately buy a villa in the Zijin Villa district. The closer to the Jiangnan God of War's villa number 1, the better." "Yes." Rong Mei Yan turned around and looked at the villa at the top with a charming look. As the saying goes, those who are close to water get the moon first. If we can get your help, our Rong family in the provincial capital will be able to expand in Jiangnan City even more powerfully. If my relationship with you can be further developed, I will have a reason to reject the family's marriage proposal and won't have to marry that fiancée whose name I don't even know." However, she didn't know that the owner living in Villa Number 1 was no longer the God of War of Jiangnan. It was exactly the fiancé she didn't want to marry. The next evening, Hentaying Hotel. At the entrance, there were many luxury cars and high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen gathered here to attend the bidding conference tonight. Yeans just came here from Villa Number 1 of Zijin Heavenly Palace. A red Maserati stopped in front of him, and a woman about 1.7 meters tall in a red dress got out of the car. She has long legs, delicate facial features, and a perfect figure that exudes a unique and cold temperament. Her tall and straight E-cup breasts reveal her identity, Han Ruayun. Originally, she was going to come here with her father Han Tianjing tonight, but the company had an urgent matter that needed Han Tianjing's attention. "Just let Han Ruayun come alone." Han Ruayun directly blocked Yi Tian's way. "What a coincidence, we meet here. Are you also here to attend the bidding conference?" Yi Tian's frowned and didn't want to pay any attention to this narcissistic young lady. "Please let me go." Han Ruayun did not do so. "Tell me one thing and I'll get out of the way. What's up? Who did you call last night to fire Sun Jun? Or, what is your relationship with Long Yi?" Facing Han Ruayun's question, Yi Tian's answered simply, "No comment." Han Ruayun gritted his teeth in anger. She could never figure out how Yi Tian's had the ability to make Chen Feng obey and fire Sun Jun. Could it be that he really knew Lord Long? Then does he know the big man behind Long Yi? "Well, I happened to meet Yi Tian's here today, so I stopped him and asked him. I didn't expect the other party to say a word. This bastard really played hard to get to the extreme." Just as she was thinking about how to get the answer from Yi Tian's, 2 women were walking towards us. The most dazzling one among them was a woman wearing a white hip skirt, a pair of long legs and black Balenciaga stockings, and exuding a cool aura. It was Xiao Qingcheng who came with assistant's son. "Yi Tian's, last night I actually..." When Xiao Qingcheng was about to explain the misunderstanding in the hospital last night, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Han Ruayun. In an instant, the scenes that happened in the Han family yesterday came to mind. I suddenly felt irritated. Han Ruayun seemed to have thought of something. She whispered in Yi Tian's ear, "This time, I will help you out again. Remember to answer my question later." Yi Tian's frowned, "No need." Han Ruayun turned a deaf ear to it. She suddenly hugged Yi Tian's arm, pressed her chest against his arm, and gently shook his arm, acting very intimately. She raised her chin and said coquettishly, "Hey, Xiao Sisi, your future ex-wife is here, and you didn't even say hello?" Chapter 16 Yi Tian's, you are taking advantage of others for free. Small Sisi? Hearing this name, Yi Tian's almost vomited blood. I'm getting goosebumps. Xiao Qingqing's face looked extremely ugly, and she felt very aggrieved. She originally planned to explain to Yi Tian's what happened yesterday and apologize. If Yi Tian's showed a good attitude, she could even consider taking back her decision to file for divorce. After all, Grandpa has been seriously ill and hospitalized because of this incident, and she really doesn't want to continue making a fuss like this. But I didn't expect that Yi Tian's was still unclear with Han Ruayun, even being so intimate in front of her. Didn't you say that the marriage proposal was unsuccessful? What is going on here? Xiao Qingqing said with a cold face, Yeans, you once said that you would make me regret filing for a divorce, but now I am absolutely sure that this is the wisest choice I have ever made. After saying this, she didn't want to stay for another second and went straight into Hentang Hotel with assistant Sun. Immediately following, Han Ruayun let go of Yeans' arm and kept some distance between them. She complained, humph. I almost suffocated to death. You took advantage of me so much. Yeans said helplessly, it was obviously you who took the initiative to hug me, not me. But I have to say, my arm felt quite comfortable and soft just now. As expected of an E-cup powerhouse, so terrifying. I don't care. Han Ruayun ordered, anyway, I am acting with you and helping you save face. You have to answer my previous question. What is your relationship with Mr. Long? Do you know the big shot behind him? Yeans said, that big shot is me. Han Ruayun immediately glared and said, you are talking nonsense. Lord Long is the chairman of the Tianlong Group. Even my father, the richest man, has to treat him with courtesy. How could the big man behind him be a son-in-law like you who was kicked out by the Shiao family? You know, that big shot is her idol. How could he be a scumbag like Yeans who has his cake and eats it too? Yeans rolled his eyes and said, you keep pestering me without telling me, and if I tell you, you won't believe me. You're really hard to please. Let's go. Just run away. Han Ruayun was so angry that she stomped her feet and her breasts shook. You bastard, you're taking advantage of others without doing anything for them. If you run into my ex-wife again when you go in, I won't care about you. The Chamber of Commerce Hall in Hentang Hotel was very lively. The guests present were either toasting each other or engaging in friendly conversation. In the center of the hall, Assistant Sun complained unhappily, Boss Shiao, you shouldn't have given that ungrateful person face outside just now. You should have given him a good beating. I can't stand his arrogance. Xiao Qingqing said helplessly, no matter what happens between him and me, he is at least truly filial to Grandpa, otherwise he wouldn't have given me the 100-year-old snow ginseng. In view of this, I can't do anything extreme. Assistant Sun reminded him, why are you so confused? How can the man surnamed Ji be filial when he gave you the 100-year-old snow ginseng? He clearly thought that he had the upper hand over Han Ruayun's daughter, and he cheated the 100-year-old snow ginseng from her, and then he deliberately gave her the gift to show off, to prove that you were wrong to file for divorce. Xiao Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Could this be the truth behind why Yeans gave away the 100-year-old snow ginseng last night? Just at this moment, a voice rang out, Qingqing, you won the bid tonight and got a 10 billion order. What does it matter if Han Ruayun, the daughter of the richest man, is in front of you? Ji Buoduan, dressed in fancy clothes, walked over. He said confidently, I will introduce you to the big man behind Lord Long. Once he takes a fancy to you, you will surely rise to great heights. The only one who will regret it then will be that loser Yeans. Assistant Sun asked expectantly, Master Ji, do you really have a way to help introduce that important person? Ji Buoduan pretended to be profound and said, of course. And he added mysteriously, not only that, the day after tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday, and that big shot will be there to celebrate. Qingqing, you must bring your family with you then. You should know that before he came today, his father Ji Wooly had specially visited Zhao Hailong and asked Mr. Long to help the Ji family get in touch with that big shot, and was even willing to give half of his family property as a gift. Therefore, in Ji Buoduan's view, the Ji family has already boarded that giant ship. Xiao Qingqing nodded expectantly and said, I will definitely go to celebrate your father's birthday. Xiao Qingqing's arrival quickly attracted the attention of many guests. The inside information about the Shiao family's internally selected winning bid had already spread, so these people came over to toast and visit. Walking in front were two middle-aged men. A man in a gray suit raised his glass and said with a smile, Mr. Shiao, you are both talented and beautiful. I hope you will take care of me in the future business. Another person, wearing a Zhongshan suit, said kindly, congratulations to Mr. Shiao for winning the bid ahead of schedule. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Xiao Qingqing remained calm and responded calmly, but she could no longer suppress her excitement in her heart. Because these two are Lai Jingye, chairman of Ningyuan Group, and Xiebin, chairman of Hongda Group. In Jiangnan City, its influence is second only to the three major families and is far more powerful than the Shiao family. Now, they are actually being polite to me, and this is inseparable from the inside information of the winning bid. This made her more determined. After tonight, her decision to file for divorce would be proven right. The only ones who are wrong are Grandpa and Yeans. In the corner of the venue, Yeans found a chair and sat down. He checked the time. It was only 7:10. There were still 50 minutes before the Chamber of Commerce officially started at 8 o'clock. At this time, the phone rang. It was Zhao Hailong calling. Mr. Yi, I have 2 things to report to you. Explain. Zhao Hailong said respectfully, the first thing is that Ji Wooly just contacted me and wanted me to help him connect with you. For this, he is willing to give you half of his family property and even wants to invite you to his 60th birthday the day after tomorrow. Yeans said calmly, let him go. Even if Ji Wooly didn't invite him, Yeans had already decided to attend the birthday party. After all, the only clue to the fire at the Yi family is at the Ji family. Zhao Hailong continued, the second thing is that the final list of candidates for the bid has been reselected tonight. The electronic file has been sent to your email. Please make your choice. New. Yeans hung up the phone and opened his mobile email. There are 5 final candidates, and the Shiao family is still on the list. Although it was previously decided that the Shiao family would win the bid. But to be honest, the Shiao family has no flaws in terms of strength, development potential, bid documents, etc., and is extremely competitive. Of course, this is inseparable from my secret support over the past 3 years. As for the remaining 4, 3 of them have obvious shortcomings and are not considered. Only the last one, the Huwei group, is no less inferior to the Shiao family in all aspects, and some conditions are even stronger. According to the notes, although Huwei group has only been established for half a year, it looks unremarkable. But the companies that competed with them before either went bankrupt or were acquired by force. They were unstoppable. After a detailed investigation, Zhao Hailong learned that the Huwei group had close ties with the Black Tiger Society, the largest underground force in Jiangnan City. Very few people know this news. Yeans muttered to himself, I remember that when I was in the Fallen City prison, there was a dung collector named Zhang Xiaowu who did a good job and was released early. I heard that he founded an organization called the Black Tiger Society shortly after he was released. Could it be that he? At this time, a graceful woman in a white cheongsam came over. He leaned forward slightly and asked, Sir, is there anyone next to you? No one. Yeans raised his head and answered subconsciously. Just when I saw this charming woman, I couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? Chapter 17. I said, there is no way the Shiao family will win the bid tonight. Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows and asked, have you seen me? Yeans suddenly realized that he almost let the cat out of the bag. Then he added awkwardly, I recognized the wrong person. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the romantic debt owed by Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng. Rong Meiyan smiled and sat next to Yeans. The distance between the two was very small, and Yeins could easily catch a glimpse of the other's figure and appearance with his peripheral vision. The dignified and charming facial features, the delicate face, and the black fringe hair, are definitely a one-in-a-million look. In addition, the silver-white cheongsam she wore highlighted her curvy figure, and her 2 crossed black legs were revealed under the open collar, making her look slender and beautiful. She is wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes. As her right foot sways slightly, the black silk heel is faintly visible, mysterious, and sexy. Yeins also noticed that the bottom of her black high heels was bright red, which was very eye-catching. Wow! Is this the legendary speed-boosting shoe? Yeins was secretly guessing in his heart. But at this moment, a weird voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Yi, how did you get in here? Ji Boduan walked over with a swagger. He was planning to come over and pour a glass of red wine, but he happened to see Yeins, so he came over to mock him. Yeins responded coldly, does this have anything to do with you? Ji Boduan raised his red wine glass and said in a condescending manner, only the rich and powerful and famous are allowed to enter the bidding conference held by Lord Long. How dare you, a son-in-law expelled from the Shiao family, sit here? Get out now. Yeins' expression was calm, asked Zhao Hailong, if he lets me go, can his Chamber of Commerce still continue to operate? Ji Boduan immediately scolded, how dare you? Do you think you are worthy of calling Lord Long by his name? If Lord Long hears about this, no one will be able to save you. Yeins leaned back in his chair and said calmly, why would I, Yeins, need someone else to guarantee my actions? Ji Boduan just laughed out loud. This kid is so arrogant that he has lost his mind. However, when his eyes accidentally caught sight of the cheongsam woman next to Yeins, his eyes immediately widened. What a stunning woman! Different from Xiao Qingqing's cold beauty and Han Ruayun's arrogant beauty, the Cheongsam girl in front of him is more charming, beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. He had never seen it before. He adjusted his tie. He showed a confident smile and extended his hand to Rong Meiyan, saying, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Ji Budwan, the eldest son of the Ji family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan. Nice to meet you." Rong Meiyan just nodded but did not extend her hand. Ji Budwan awkwardly withdrew his hand and reminded, "My lady, the man next to you is a disaster star. I advise you to stay away from him to avoid bad luck." Rong Meiyan first glanced at Yi Tiance, then smiled faintly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" She had a harmless smile on her face, but her tone was full of the aura of a superior who would not tolerate any resistance. This has never been seen in his father Ji Wuli. Ji Budwan didn't dare to advance rashly before figuring out the other party's background. "I could only smile awkwardly, no. I didn't mean that." Then he glared at Yi Tiance and left. He had not walked far when he ran into Han Ruayun, who was walking towards him and looking around as if looking for something. Ji Budwan's eyes turned and he asked, "Are you looking for Yi Tiance?" Han Ruayun said coldly, "What does it have to do with you who this lady is looking for?" "Of course it has nothing to do with me, but..." Ji Budwan pointed towards Yi Tiance. He added fuel to the fire, "But that guy surnamed Ji is sitting with a strange beauty. They are flirting with each other, who knows what they are doing." Han Ruayun followed his finger and saw Rong Meiyan beside Yi Tiance. "I couldn't help but frown. This bastard, right after taking advantage of me, he went to hook up with other women. What a scumbag. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Ji Budwan asked, "Why don't you go over and take a look?" Unexpectedly, Han Ruayun said angrily, "Whether I watch or not is none of your business? Mind your own business, get out of here." After saying that, he turned and went somewhere else. Ji Budwan was left feeling very upset, thinking to himself, "It's not me who has offended you, why are you mad at me?" At this time, Xiao Qingqing and Assistant Sun came over. Assistant Sun asked, "Master Ji, where did you go just now? We have been looking for you." Ji Budwan recounted the story of Yi Tiance sitting with other women, of course exaggerating some parts. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing glanced at Yi Tiance. "I feel inexplicably uncomfortable." Assistant Sun spat, "Bah! This gigolo is disgusting. He kneels down and licks the rich girl whenever he sees her. I suspect he got into the Chamber of Commerce just to hook up with rich women." Ji Budwan nodded and said, "If it were up to me, this bastard with impure motives should be kicked out by the security guards." Xiao Qingqing sighed. "Forget it, as long as he doesn't affect the Chamber of Commerce after all, the bidding results are more important." Assistant Sun glanced at his phone and suddenly his face changed. "Boss Xiao, please check out the Jiangnan Business Forum." "What happened?" Xiao Qingqing opened her phone in confusion and logged into the Jiangnan Business Forum. This is a forum specially established for the business elites in Jiangnan City, where all kinds of business insider information will be updated. 99% fidelity rate. Whether it was the Xiao family being internally selected as the winner of the bid, or the big man behind Zhao Hailong who was going to make an appearance tonight. This information was revealed from here. Just now, someone anonymously posted a message on the forum saying that the Xiao family was internally designated as the winner of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's bidding, but it was suddenly changed to 5 new candidates. Long Yi has already submitted it to the big shot for approval and is waiting for the final result. Various information about the 5 companies is also included below. Xiao Qingqing looked unhappy. Why did the winning bid suddenly become 5 candidates? Assistant Sun asked in confusion, "Master Ji, didn't you say you would mediate and let the Xiao family win the bid? What's going on?" This. How would Ji Budwan know what was going on? But he could only bite the bullet and explain, "Well, isn't the Xiao family still on the list? There are just 4 more candidates. You are excellent in all aspects. Don't worry. You will definitely win the bid." Xiao Qingqing shook her head and said, "The other 3 are fine, but the Huawei group has been gaining popularity in Jiangnan City recently. It is rumored that it has a big background. I am not sure about competing with them." Ji Budwan patted his chest and said, "Our Ji family is acquainted with that big shot. It's just a matter of winning the bid. I'll call my dad right now and make sure it's done." Xiao Qingqing said, "Thank you for your help." Ji Budwan walked to the other side and called his father Ji Wuli several times, but no one answered. In the end, he could only send a few messages to ask if he could help. At the same time, Yeans has already replied to Zhao Hailong's email, saying that none of the 5 candidates are qualified to obtain the 10 billion order. The reason is simple. There is no need to explain the 3 companies with obvious shortcomings. The Huawei Group failed to pass the review because of its complicated background. The Shiao family did not pass the test because Yeans did not want to be a bootlicker and would give the order worth 10 billion to Shiao Qingqing for free. After all, both of them have filed for divorce and owe each other nothing, so why should he still pay for it? However, Yeans also made a special note in his reply to Zhao Hailong's email that if there were any suitable companies other than these 5, they could be recommended to him. After doing these, Yeans stood up and went to the buffet area to pour a drink, where he happened to meet Ji Buduan, who had called back. Ji Buduan sneered and said, "Are you here just to eat and drink for free?" Yeans frowned and was about to respond. Assistant Sun hurried over and scolded, "Mr. Yi, are you sick? Why do you always cause trouble for young Master Ji?" Shiao Qingqing, who came over as well, also had a rather dissatisfied expression on her face. Yeans said coldly to Assistant Sun, "Open your eyes and see clearly, he is the one who is causing trouble, not me." Assistant Sun said disdainfully, "Young Master Ji is currently contacting the big shot behind Lord Long to help the Shiao family win the bid. How could he have the time to bother you? Do you think everyone is as petty as you? Try to win the bid?" Yeans shook the drink in his hand slightly and sneered, "Don't bother, the Shiao family will not win the bid tonight." Chapter 18 Ji Buduan gets beaten. Hearing this, Assistant Sun immediately mocked, "Mr. Yi, stop being funny. Do you think you are that important person and can't let the Shiao family bid just because you want to?" Ji Buduan laughed out loud, "It's so funny. Who is that big shot? If he is really a big shot, I will eat 10 pounds of dog shit on the spot." Assistant Sun said, I think he is just jealous that Mr. Shiao has a chance to win the bid, so he deliberately poured cold water on him. How shameless. Shiao Qingqing frowned and was a little unhappy. She didn't understand where Yeans got the confidence to say that the Shiao family had no chance of winning the bid. Just at this moment, Lai Jingye, chairman of Ningyuan Group, and Xie Bin, chairman of Hongda Group, walked over quickly and toasted. "Boss Shiao. Congratulations. You led the Shiao family to win the bid and received a 10 billion order. Here's to you. Let's hope our 2 groups can cooperate more in the future." Shiao Qingqing was stunned. He explained awkwardly, "To be honest, our Shiao family is going to bid with 4 companies. The specific results will only be known after the approval of that big shot. The results have not yet been announced." Lai Jingye smiled and said, "Boss Shiao is really low-key. The forum news was just updated, saying that the big shot has decided that the Shiao family will win the bid. How can you say there is no result?" Hearing this, Shiao Qingqing immediately opened the mobile forum and saw that the forum message had been updated. It is said that Tianlong Group has decided that the Shiao family is the winning bidder tonight. He also said that at 8 o'clock sharp, Long Yi and that big shot would appear on stage together to announce the results. Assistant Sun and Ji Buduan also saw the news. Assistant Sun cheered and said, "Great. President Shiao, we finally succeeded." "Very good." Shiao Qingqing was equally excited, and she could finally put her mind at ease. Assistant Sun said to Yeans sarcastically, Didn't you just say that the Shiao family would not be able to win the bid tonight? What else do you have to say now?" Yeans remained calm and said, "How can you be sure that the gossip on the forum is true? What if it's wrong? Isn't it embarrassing for you to open the champagne in advance?" Since he had given Zhao Hailong the order that the Shiao family would not get the 10 billion order, he would not disobey even if he had 10 times the courage. Therefore, the inside information on this forum must be wrong. Ji Buduan laughed and said, "What do you know, kid? This forum is created for Jiangnan city businessmen. Only those who have reached the standards in terms of both statement and strength are eligible to log in. Various internal information has a 99% authenticity rate. Do you think we will all believe the news on the forum? Or just the nonsense of a loser like you?" As soon as these words came out, Lai Jingye and Xie Bin both followed suit with sneers. How could the forum message be wrong? This young man really doesn't know anything but pretends to know everything. Yeans said calmly, "Believe it or not, the result will be revealed when Zhao Hailong arrives." Clown. Assistant Sun curled his lips and reminded Shiao Qingqing, "Boss Shiao, you should thank young Master Ji. It's all thanks to him that we won the bid this time." Xiao Qingcheng hummed and said to Ji Buoduan, "Thank you, I am grateful." Ji Buoduan smiled and said, "You're welcome. After all, it was my dad who helped me. I just made a phone call." He said this modestly, but he couldn't hide the arrogance on his face. He deduced that his father must have seen the message he sent and helped. Assistant's son glanced at Yi Tiance. He said sarcastically, "TSK TSK. Young Master Ji has great connections, but he acts in a low-key and humble manner. Unlike you, you have no ability at all and can only pour cold water on others." Ji Buoduan said contemptuously, "Jiaoxi, after staying in the lower class for too long, has a strong hatred of the rich. I can understand that. The only problem is that I am too outstanding." Yi Tiance sneered, "Ha, you are boasting so much now, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed in the end?" At this time, Xiao Qingcheng said dissatisfiedly, "Yi Tiance, are you done yet?" She stared at Yi Tiance with a look of disappointment on her face. "Young Master Ji has repeatedly given in to you, but you insisted on pushing it further. You even targeted him for no reason, just for a little bit of your pitiful dignity. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Yi Tiance frowned and said, "Do you think I am targeting you for no reason?" Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, "Isn't it?" Yi Tiance burst out laughing. It turns out that the feelings of 3 years of marriage cannot even be compared with a word from an outsider. This kind of stupid woman is really not worthy of this marriage. Filing for divorce is really a relief for him and gives him freedom. Seeing Yi Tiance did not respond, Xiao Qingcheng thought he had agreed, and became even more annoyed. "Your behavior will only make me more convinced that filing for divorce is the right choice, and I will never regret it. In my eyes, the gap between you and young Master Ji is like heaven and earth." Ji Buoduan was ecstatic. He said sarcastically, "Qingcheng, there's no need to get angry with this clown. In the final analysis, it's all my fault for being too good, especially for contacting that big shot to help your family win the bid." This caused the clown to completely lose his defense and become incompetent and furious. However, just as he finished speaking, a ruffian-looking yellow-haired young man came over with a cigarette in his mouth. He asked Ji Buoduan with a serious face, "Hey, are you the one who contacted that big shot and helped the Xiao family win the bid?" Ji Buoduan glanced at the strange man in front of him and nodded pretentiously, "Exactly. Are you here to ask me to do something for you?" Bang! Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired young man suddenly punched him in the face. "Please paralyze me." Ji Buoduan's nose started bleeding and he took several steps back. Everyone present was shocked. Who is this yellow-haired guy? He even dares to hit young Master Ji? Lai Jingye scolded, "How dare you? This is not the place for you to act wild." Xiabin also said in a deep voice, "You bastard, apologize to young Master Ji immediately." The yellow-haired young man pointed at the two and shouted, "Shut up. This is none of your business." Ji Buoduan wiped the blood from his nose. Gritting his teeth, he asked angrily, "Who are you? Why did you hit me?" The yellow-haired young man said arrogantly, "Fuck you. I'm Jang Chunlay, the boss of Huawei Group. If you hadn't interfered, how could the bid have been snatched away by the Xiao family? You're meddling in other people's business, aren't you? Today, I'm going to kill you." As he said that, he rushed forward with another punch. Ji Buoduan, who had learned Taekwondo, first dodged the punch, then kicked Jang Chunlay to the ground with a high whip kick. Ji Buoduan kicked him a few more times angrily. "Damn it, I want to get involved, so what? If you have the ability, try it again." He was feeling great about showing off, but then he got punched for nothing. He must have been so upset. Xiao Qingcheng quickly handed Ji Buoduan a tissue. "I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this and taken a punch for nothing." Ji Buoduan wiped the blood from his nose and said with a deeply affectionate look, "Qingcheng, for you, let alone shedding a little blood, I won't even blink an eye even if it means I'll lose my life." Assistant Sun couldn't help but applaud and said, "Wow. Master Ji, you are so handsome and so safe." Lai Jingye said, "A small boss of the Huawei Group dares to provoke young Master Ji? You don't know whether you live or die." Xiabin echoed, "Young Master Ji is very courageous. President Xiao, you have a great eye for selecting people." Assistant Sun glanced at Yi Tiance and said, "Look at what young Master Ji has done for President Xiao. Look at you, you are nothing but a disgrace." Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were also full of disappointment. Sure enough, the contrast between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. "I thought that Ji Buoduan deserved to be beaten. Did he have any trade relationship with me? Moreover, Jang Chunlay is from the Hui group and has the background of the Black Tiger Society. He is not someone Jibudwan can afford to offend. Now it seems that Jibudwan is very proud and arrogant. I'm afraid I'll suffer a great loss later. Thinking of this, Yeans took 2 steps back, poured himself another glass of juice, and watched the show with an attitude of just watching bystanders. At this time, Jang Chunlay got up. Damn it! You've messed with the wrong person today. Not only will I kill you today, I'm also going to play hard with the woman from the Shiao family next to you. Ji Bo kicked Jang Chunlay, sending him back several steps. Ha ha! Provoking someone you shouldn't? This is a joke. In the entire Jiangnan city, is there anyone that my Ji family can't afford to offend? As soon as the words fell. At the door of the reception room, several ferocious-looking men in black suddenly rushed in. Surround Ji Budwan tightly in the middle. Then, a bald man with scars all over his face walked in, and his powerful aura made people feel breathless. His cold eyes fell on Ji Budwan. Today I want to see if the Jiangnan Ji family can afford to offend our Black Tiger Society? Chapter 19I, Yeans, Object. The appearance of these people immediately caused a panic. The Black Tiger Society is the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, and its president Zhang Xiao is known as the Underground Emperor Tiger. Even the king of Jiangnan, Long Yi, has to show some courtesy. How dare I provoke the Jiangnan Ji family? Ji Budwan swallowed his saliva and asked the bald man, "Who are you?" The bald man said coldly, "I am Feng Lei from the Black Tiger Society." The onlookers were horrified. Feng Lei from the Black Tiger Society? He is one of the 4 great warriors under Lord Tiger and his absolute confidant. I heard that Feng Lei is responsible for more than 10 deaths. Last year, a second-generation rich man from another place offended him and had his limbs chopped off and thrown into the river to feed the turtles. The family members dared not even fart. Hearing everyone's discussions, Ji Budwan's face changed. Oh shit. We can't afford to offend the Black Tiger Society. He immediately stepped forward and flattered, "So it's Brother Lei, I've heard a lot about you. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to target the Black Tiger Society with what I said just now, but I was trying to teach that bastard Jang Chunlay a lesson, please don't take it as an offense." Bang! Unexpectedly, Feng Lei slapped Ji Budwan in the face. Feng Lei narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Do you know the identity of Master Chunlay?" Ji Budwan covered his swollen cheek and shook his head, I don't know." Bang! This time, Jang Chunlay came over and slapped Ji Budwan on the other side of his face. "Listen carefully, my uncle is called Zhang Xiao, and I am his only nephew. Do you understand?" Hearing this, everyone around almost dropped their jaws. No wonder the Hui group has made rapid progress in the past 6 months. It turns out there is such a relationship behind it. As everyone knows, although Tiger Lord is fond of women, he has no wife or children, not even an illegitimate child. Jang Chunlay is actually his only nephew? This is quite a lot. At this moment, Ji Budwan only felt his head buzzing. I wanted to show off, but I hit a wall. So he explained with a sad face, "Mr. Zhang, please give me some face, my father is Ji Wuli." Bang! Before he could even finish, Jang Chunlay kicked him in the stomach. Then another round of punches followed. What kind of a jerk is Ji Wuli? Damn it! Where's the strength you used to hit me just now? Use it? Ji Budwan held his head tightly and didn't dare to fight back at all. If he dares to fight back against Jang Chunlay, he will have to pay with his life and his whole family will have to suffer a feast tonight. Lai Jingyi and Xiabin, who were standing next to Ji Budwan before, looked at each other and took a few steps back. He hid in the crowd, fearing that Jang Chunlay would target him. Not to mention standing up to mediate. Stop hitting me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Xiao Qingcheng stood out from the crowd with a serious expression. Jang Chunlay raised his eyebrows and said, "If you tell me not to hit you, then don't hit me. Why should I listen to you?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, "This matter was originally caused by the bidding between our Shiao family and your Hui group. It is a normal business competition. Everything is based on business means. What right do you have to hit someone?" Jang Chunlay walked up to Xiao Qingcheng. "Ha ha. I'll beat you up if I want to. Are you dissatisfied?" It was the first time that Xiao Qingcheng encountered such a scoundrel and she was frightened. But he pretended to be calm and said, "Please let young Master Ji go. We can discuss this matter together." Jang Chunlay's eyes flashed with greed and he said, "No problem. But you have to agree to two conditions." Xiao Qingcheng asked, "What are the conditions?" Jang Chunlay said with a lewd smile, "I've heard that you are the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City, President Xiao. Today I see that you are even more beautiful than the rumors, so my first condition is that you sleep with me tonight and serve me well." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and reminded, "Mr. Zhang, please respect yourself." Jang Chunlay said frivolously, "I'm not well educated, and the word self-respect doesn't exist in my dictionary." TSK TSK. Look at the black stockings you're wearing today, with letters on them. How do you know that I like this the most? Let me check it out. Is it strong? He bent down and touched Xiao Qingcheng's legs. Rogue. Xiao Qingcheng was so scared that she took a step back and pushed Jang Chunlay hard. "Fuck you, you little bitch." Bang. Jang Chunlay slapped Xiao Qingcheng in the face. Xiao Qingcheng's cheek immediately swelled up. And ordered, "Control this bitch." The two strong men in black brought by phone Lei held down Xiao Qingcheng's arms. "Let me go. Let me go." Xiao Qingcheng struggled violently, but to no avail. Seeing this, Assistant Sun warned Jang Chunlay in a stern voice, "This is the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce hosted by Lord Long. You hit people and disrupted the venue. Aren't you afraid of Lord Long's wrath?" Jang Chunlay sneered, "Isn't Lord Long still here? Besides, even if he is here, so what? At worst, I can call my uncle over. What can Lord Long do to me?" Assistant Sun had no choice but to ask Ji Budwan for help. "Master Ji, you are very powerful, please think of a solution quickly. We can't let Mr. Xiao be bullied by this bastard." Ji Budwan lowered his head like a quail, as if he didn't hear it. He didn't even dare to look at Jang Chunlay. Jang Chunlay smiled at Xiao Qingcheng and said, "As for the second condition, it is that you give me the winning bid." "You're dreaming." Xiao Qingcheng glared at Jang Chunlay fiercely, showing no intention of giving in. "You have to know that she has put in countless efforts for this bidding. It is related to the rise of the Xiao family. How could she easily transfer it to others?" Jang Chunlay raised his eyebrows. "Not allowed?" "Very good. Then he ordered Phone Lei or Brother Phone, please take action." "Okay." Phone Lei walked up to Ji Budwan, stepped on his head, bent down, and took out a dagger. The cold blade swung before Ji Budwan's eyes, and he said grimly, "Where should I start? How about cutting off the ears first?" Ji Budwan was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly begged for mercy, "Brother Phone, Grandpa Phone, please stop. I have something to say." He yelled, "Qingcheng! What the hell are you hesitating about? Hurry up and give the bid to Zhang Xiao. Sleep with Zhang Xiao for a while. I don't dislike you anyway. Do you really want me to die here?" Boom. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled violently. A feeling of grievance and despair surged in my heart. She couldn't believe that Ji Budwan would say such a thing in order to protect himself. Could it be that what he said before about taking care of himself was all false? Jang Chunlay continued to threaten, "I think your assistant is very loyal. If you don't agree to the two conditions I put forward, believe it or not, I will hand her over to the brothers in the association to rape her. Oh, and the lives of your entire family depend on your choice." Xiao Qingcheng, who has always been arrogant, has never faced such a thing before. At this moment, I finally couldn't hold it anymore. Tears fell down. Faced with Jang Chunlay's threat to the lives of his entire family and the safety of Assistant Sun, she didn't have any chance to resist. Complete and utter defeat. She bit her lip and said unwillingly, "I agree. You, let the others go." Ha ha ha. Good. Jang Chunlay shouted excitedly, "Everyone present here today, please bear witness. It was the Xiao family who took the initiative to give the winning bid to Huwei Group. I didn't force them, okay?" He glanced at everyone with a cold look. In a threatening tone, he said, "If anyone objects, you can stand up and tell me." The guests around him lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. This gave Jang Chunlay great satisfaction. But, at this moment, a voice sounded slowly, "I, Yi-Tiance, object." Chapter 20. Jang Chunlay kneels down to apologize. Yi-Tiance's words were cold but carried strong penetrating power, like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes. She didn't expect that at this moment, the person who dared to stand up and oppose was Yi-Tiance. A little further away, Han Ruayun also looked over and subconsciously worried for Yi-Tiance. What on earth is this bastard doing? Is he trying to kill himself? Farther away, Rong Meiyan, wearing a white cheongsam, sat there like a queen, watching everything, seemingly lost in thought. In short, at this moment Yi Tiance is the focus of the entire venue. Jang Chunlay looked Yi Tiance up and down. He narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Why do you object?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "Based on this, the winning bid is not from the Shiao family, nor from your Hui group. You are not qualified to grab it, and she is even less qualified to give it, because only I am qualified to decide who wins the bid, do you understand?" After all, he was the one who hosted the Chamber of Commerce tonight, and now Jang Chunlay is making trouble. Isn't this a slap in his face? Jang Chunlay frowned. For some reason, he felt an invisible pressure from the man in front of him. It made him a little nervous. Could it be that he? But at this moment, Ji Buduan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted, "Mr. Zhang, he is actually Xiao Qingqing's ex-husband who was kicked out of the house. He is just short of getting a divorce certificate. He is a piece of trash. Don't be fooled by him." As soon as this was said, the onlookers immediately started discussing. Good fellow. It turns out that he is the loser who has been living a life of idleness in the Xiao family for 3 years. I was almost fooled by him. I thought he was some big shot. Jang Chunlay secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. He turned to Ji Buduan and said with a smile, "You bastard, you are quite sensible about the current situation, right?" Ji Buduan immediately flattered, "He, this is what I should do. Please forgive me and let me go this time." Jang Chunlay raised his hand and said, "I'll spare your life this time." Feng Lei retracted the dagger and let Ji Buduan go. Ji Buduan thanked Jang Chunlay repeatedly. The way he licks his pants is disgusting. Jang Chunlay glared at Yi Tiance and said, "Damn it. You are a loser who only pretends to be strong and you are still talking nonsense. Do you know what the consequences of playing tricks on me are?" Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "It seems like you don't want to leave with your people?" Jang Chunlay almost laughed out loud. "You piece of rubbish. Don't you know how to write the word death?" As soon as he finished speaking, 4 sturdy men in black approached. They are all filled with murderous intent, waiting for Jang Chunlay's order to pounce. Xiao Qingqing suddenly said, "Stop." Jang Chunlay smiled and asked, "Oh? Miss Xiao, what can I do for you?" Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and said, "This matter has nothing to do with Yi Tiance. I have already agreed to your 2 conditions, let him go." Although Yi Tiance standing up surprised her and even touched her. "But since I have filed for divorce, I will not involve Yi Tiance. She still has this bottom line." Jang Chunlay hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to the beauty." Then he scolded Yi Tiance, "Rubbish, did you hear me? Your wife, no, I should say your ex-wife is the one who let you go. Why don't you get out now?" Yi Tiance remained unmoved. Jang Chunlay smiled sinisterly, "Not leaving? I understand. I heard that you and Xiao Qingqing have been married for 3 years and have not had any physical contact, so you want to see me sleep with her. When I'm done, why don't you queue up behind me? Ha, it's not impossible, just kneel down and call me grandpa." Ha ha ha. The brothers from the Black Tiger Society burst into laughter. Yi Tiance said coldly, "You asked for this." Suddenly, he flashed and rushed in front of Jang Chunlay. "Raise your right hand and swing it down." Bang! A heavy slap knocked Jang Chunlay to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Silence. The entire venue was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one expected that Yi Tiance would have the courage to attack Jang Chunlay. Ji Buduan widened his eyes. He jumped up and cursed at Yi Tiance, "Mr. Yi, are you fucking crazy? You even dared to hit young Master Zhang? Do you want to drag us all down with you?" He hurried over to help Jang Chunlay up and asked with concern, "Mr. Zhang, are you okay?" Jang Chunlay covered his cheek and spat out a mouthful of blood, in which there were actually 2 teeth. In an instant, an unstoppable rage rushed into my brain. Get lost. Jang Chunlay was so angry that he pushed Ji Buduan away. With red eyes, he roared and ordered, "Brothers, come at me. Kill him." All the strong men in black clothes, howling, surrounded Yi Tiance and rushed forward at the same time. Everyone thought that this would be a foregone conclusion. The reversal has occurred. Yi Tiance just raised his hand slightly, clenched his fist, and punched. It seems slow, but it is actually as fast as lightning. Bang bang bang. In less than 3 seconds, more than a dozen sturdy men in black were all knocked to the ground, and the tables, chairs, and benches fell to the ground, making a mess. Yi Tiance was unharmed, and even his feet did not move. Everyone present was shocked and their eyes widened. Jang Chunlay also looked incredulous. He quickly gritted his teeth and shouted to Phong Lei, "Brother Phong, quickly deal with him and kill him." Phong Lei pulled out the dagger and quickly stabbed Yi Tiance. Die. Just when the tip of the dagger was only an inch away from Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. With a click, Phong Lei screamed in pain. Yi Tiance ignored him and directly hit Phong Lei on the chin with a hook punch. Bang! The latter's eyes turned white and he fainted on the spot. At this moment, the entire Chamber of Commerce Hall was silent. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance as if he were a ferocious beast, and felt a chill down their spine. Xiao Qingcheng opened her mouth slightly, her eyes full of disbelief. What? He actually knows Kung Fu? Why didn't I know this after 3 years of marriage? Could it be that Grandpa was right and I never knew him well enough? A little further away, Han Ruayun looked shocked. Is this guy really that good at fighting? Why is he a little handsome? Farther away, Rong Meiyan's charming pupils shrank slightly. TSK. This man is quite interesting. At this time, Jang Chunlay was trembling all over and his face was pale. You should know that Phong Lei is one of your uncle's most trusted confidants and is very skilled in martial arts. He was defeated in just one move. Yi Tiance walked slowly in front of him, his eyes cold, and said, "Now it's your turn, tell me, how do you want to die?" Jang Chunlay threatened with gritted teeth. Damn it! My uncle is Zhang Xiaohu, you dare to kill me? If he finds out, he will tear you to pieces. Yi Tiance sneered and said, even if I kill you, Zhang Xiaohu will only kneel and kowtow when he appears in front of me. After all, in the fallen city, Zhang Xiaohu is at the bottom of the food chain and is only fit to carry manure. In front of him, kneeling and kowtowing is an honor to Zhang Xiaohu. The next second, Yi Tiance was about to attack Jang Chunlay, etc. But Xiao Qingcheng stopped him. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Xiao Qingcheng said worriedly, "He is right. Once Lord Tiger knows about this, he will definitely take revenge. You can't afford the consequences." Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance directly refused, "There is no consequence in this world that I cannot afford." He rushed forward and kicked again. Bang! Zhang Chunlay was kicked so hard that he rolled on the ground for several times, and his head was spinning. Wow! Zhang Chunlay spat out a mouthful of blood and felt severe pain in his internal organs. Ha, you're quite resilient. Let's see how long you can hold on. Yi Tiance walked towards Zhang Chunlay with a cold face, full of murderous intent. This time, fear finally appeared in Zhang Chunlay's eyes. He knew that this man named Yi Tiance was serious. He was trembling all over and no longer acted arrogantly. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive my mistakes and don't bother with an idiot like me. Don't kill me." Yi Tiance said calmly, "If an apology is useful, what do we need the police for? This sincerity is not enough." A hint of cruelty flashed in Zhang Chunlay's eyes. He grabbed a piece of broken bottle on the ground with his right hand and stabbed it into the back of his left hand. Phew! In an instant, the fragments pierced through the flesh and blood splattered. This scene shocked everyone present. Xiao Qingcheng was so scared that she covered her mouth. This guy is such a ruthless person. Zhang Chunlay's forehead was covered with sweat, and his voice was trembling as he asked, "Brother, are you satisfied with this?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Take your people and get out. This will not happen again." Yes. Zhang Chunlay nodded quickly and left in a hurry with a group of people. But no one noticed. When he left, a gleam of hatred flashed in his eyes. Everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief and started talking about it. Phew! I was so scared. I didn't expect that people from the Black Tiger Society would get involved. TSK. That Yi Tiance is actually so powerful, how can he be useless? Xiao Qingcheng actually filed for divorce from such a man yesterday, is she mentally ill? Who knows? If Yi Tiance hadn't helped just now, Xiao Qingcheng would have suffered disastrous consequences tonight. Some women always have unclear understanding of themselves, but are demanding of their partners. To put it bluntly, they need to be taught a lesson. Everyone was talking at once. When Xiao Qingcheng heard this, she felt like a thorn in her back and she said nothing. Could it be that I decided to file for divorce? Is it really wrong? Just at this moment, Ji Budwan suddenly pointed at Yi Tiance and shouted, "The Chamber of Commerce's bidding tonight was organized by Lord Long, but you messed it up. You are such a fool. How dare you offend Lord Long? Kneel down." Chapter 21. So what if you stand against everyone? Once these words were spoken, they attracted everyone's attention again. Someone asked, "Master Ji, why do you say that?" Ji Budwan said, "Please look, everyone. The venue is now in a mess because of Yi Tiance's fight. There are only 10 minutes left before the Chamber of Commerce starts. It's too late to clean up. What should I say to Lord Long and that big shot when they see this?" Yi Tiance sneered, "Just now when Jang Chunlay was making trouble, you didn't dare to say a word. Now that he's gone, you're showing off your abilities. Aren't you ashamed?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ji Budwan's eyes. He pretended to be calm and explained, "What do you know? What I did just now was a temporary measure to delay time. Just wait for Lord Long and that important person to arrive and report everything truthfully, and they will deal with Jang Chunlay. You, on the other hand, acted on your own initiative and made a mess, letting Jang Chunlay escape and leaving a mess behind. How are we going to explain this to Lord Long? To that big shot?" This righteous speech attracted many guests who supported him to agree. That's right. If this Yi lets Jang Chunlay go, Lord Long won't be able to see him and will only blame us for not doing our job well. That's right. If we offend that big shot again, we will all be blamed along with Yi. It's a rip-off. Yi Tiance looked at the behavior of these clowns. He sneered, "You are a bunch of cowards. You dare not offend the Black Tiger Society, so you use me as a scapegoat. How ridiculous." Ji Budwan said seriously, "Don't slander me. We are just helping Lord Long to relieve his worries, we don't have any selfish motives. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, there might be some room for maneuver, otherwise, Lord Long will be furious and you will be torn to pieces. Why don't you kneel down now?" Yi Tiance sneered, "You want me to kneel? You are not qualified enough." At this time, a man in a grey suit came forward. He put on a condescending attitude and said, "Young Master Ji is not qualified, so what about Lai Jingye, the chairman of my Ningyuan group?" Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "Not enough." Then, a man in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward and threatened, "Oh? Then what about me, Xiabin, the chairman of Hongda Group?" Yi Tiance sneered and said, "A bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, it's far from enough." Such an attitude shocked all the guests present. You should know that Ningyuan Group and Hongda Group are both very influential in Jiangnan City. Their power is second only to the three major families. They can be regarded as the top existence in Jiangnan City. However, in Yi Tiance's eyes, these two chairmen plus Ji Budwan are just rotten fish and shrimp. This kid is so arrogant. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward quickly and reminded him, "That's enough, shut up." Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you also think this is my fault?" Of course Xiao Qingcheng would not think it was Yi Tiance's fault. But she couldn't say such words. Because once you say it, you will be publicly opposing Ji Budwan and the two chairmen and others. Today, the Xiao family is at a critical period of rise, and they must not offend anyone. She could only remind him, "Hurry up and leave. This Chamber of Commerce is not a place for you to stay." Yi Tiance said calmly, "Why should I leave? I did nothing wrong." Xiao Qingcheng said anxiously, "How can you be so ungrateful? When Lord Long and that important person arrive, how will you explain? I am helping you, don't you understand?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "I don't need anyone's help. And please don't be so self-indulgent. We have already filed for divorce." Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her chest heaved. She didn't understand why the other party didn't appreciate it, even though she had clearly come over to surrender and given Yi Tiance a way out. A sneer appeared on Ji Budwan's lips. "I must get back at Yi Tiance for the humiliation I suffered at the hands of Jang Chunlay before. Mr. Yi, you are causing trouble at the venue and making outrageous remarks. You can't run away even if you want to. Wait until you give up your life." In full view of everyone, Yi Tiance walked directly to the main table in the center of the venue. He picked up a chair and sat down with great confidence. He swept his cold eyes over the crowd and said, "I won't run away, and I'll just sit here. I want to see who here can make me give up my life." This action is tantamount to pushing everyone to the opposite side, giving a sense of one man standing alone against the enemy. The guests in the venue were all at their wits' end. "Get off, you little brat. That position is reserved for Lord Long and the big shot behind him. How arrogant! You deserve a horrible death. I've been in the business world of Jiangnan City for 30 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such an arrogant person. This guy must not be allowed to stay. Facing public condemnation. Yi Tiance was not at all alarmed and even crossed his legs. He said disdainfully, "A bunch of cowards who cringe at the mention of the Black Tiger Society. I really don't understand what the point of Zhao Hailong hosting a chamber of commerce and inviting a bunch of losers like you is." As soon as these words were spoken, the anger in the entire venue grew even more intense. If people weren't afraid of Yi Tiance's skills, I'm afraid someone would have rushed up and used violence. Seeing this scene, a hint of worry flashed in Xiao Qingqing's eyes. She didn't want Yi Tiance to continue to stir up public anger, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But he was stopped by Ji Buduan. "Qingcheng, this kid is courting death by going against all the dignitaries present here. Don't get yourself involved." Xiao Qingqing said unhappily, "None of your business is my business." Ji Buduan knew that she was angry because he didn't save her before. He immediately explained, "The reason why I said that before was actually because I didn't want to escalate the conflict, ruin tonight's bidding meeting, and ruin your 10 billion order. Besides, I had already expected that Jang Chunlay was just talking nonsense. He would not dare to bully you. After all, you were the winner chosen by that big shot. How could he change it? That's why I forbeared and didn't stand up for you." Assistant Sun also echoed, "Boss Xiao, I believe in young Master Ji. In the final analysis, this is all Yi Tiance's fault. If it weren't for him, young Master Ji's plan would have succeeded long ago." Xiao Qingcheng still didn't believe it and said, "But I don't understand why Yi Tiance dared to risk his life to save me?" Ji Buduan curled his lips and said, "How could he save you? He clearly holds a grudge against you for filing for divorce, and deliberately speaks nonsense and acts recklessly at the Chamber of Commerce. His real purpose is to destroy the Chamber of Commerce, prevent the Xiao family from winning the bid, and obtain the 10 billion order." Yi Tiance heard this explanation. "I had to shake my head and laugh, Ji Buduan. Sometimes I really can't tell whether you have a hole in your brain or a brilliant imagination. You can even come up with such a reason. Amazing." Ji Buduan said proudly, "Every word I said is true. Not only me, I believe that other guests present can see your mean heart." Lai Jingye nodded and said, "Everyone knows what a villain is thinking." Xiaobin scolded, "You are using despicable means to destroy Mr. Zhao's 10 billion order. You deserve to be killed." The others followed suit and belittled Yi Tiance. Xiao Qingqing took a deep breath and asked seriously, "Yi Tiance, is this really the reason why you acted so recklessly tonight? Answer me." Yi Tiance laughed at himself and said, "Xiao Qingqing, you still say that I am doing wrong things until now. Then, even if I give you more answers, will you believe it?" Xiao Qingqing felt a slight pain in her heart. Assistant Sun said dissatisfiedly, "Mr. Yi, are you blaming our President Xiao? If she hadn't fed you for free for 3 years, you would have been." Xiao Qingqing raised her hand to interrupt Assistant Sun. She bit her lip. "I begged, can you please stop making trouble? For the sake of our marriage, as long as you promise to stand up and apologize to everyone present, I will find a way to speak for you in front of Lord Long, that big shot, and save your life. Tomorrow morning, after we get the divorce certificate, you and I will be separated forever." Chapter 22. It's a good thing to divorce such a stupid woman. Yi Tiance snorted coldly, "Ha, what do you mean by husband and wife relationship? In fact, you are just worried about whether you can win the bid, right?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Explained, Yi Tiance, "I actually..." Ji Buduan raised his hand to interrupt her, "Qingcheng, you have also seen the nature of this ungrateful person. There is no need to help him. Besides, what he did tonight is unforgivable. No one can save him." Lai Jingye reminded, "Boss Xiao, the Xiao family is at a critical stage of rise. Don't let a little personal affection affect the overall situation." Xiao Qingcheng still hesitated, "I..." Assistant Sun then advised, "This idiot tried every possible way to retaliate against you. All the consequences are his own fault. He doesn't deserve sympathy, let alone implicate the Xiao family." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip, hesitated for a few seconds, and then nodded. "Yes. I have devoted enough love to Yi Tiance. If he still refuses to change his ways, he has only himself to blame." Her attitude turned cold and she said, "Now that things have come to this, I will not persuade you anymore. No matter what happens to you next, it has nothing to do with our Xiao family." These words can be regarded as a complete demarcation between him and Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes slightly, as if he had anticipated this result. That's the best. A hint of cunning appeared in Ji Buduan's eyes. He turned to face the crowd and raised his voice. Tonight, all the wise men have come to participate in the bidding conference held by Lord Long, but it was deliberately sabotaged by the thief Yi Tiance. This is a contempt for Lord Long and disrespect for that great man. Here, as the eldest son of the Jiangnanji family, I will call on you all to judge Yi Tiance's crimes together. When Lord Long arrives, you will all report his crimes in unison and make sure he is killed tonight. Who is for? Who is against? It is obvious that Ji Buduan wants to speak with one voice and put all the blame on Yi Tiance alone. Want to put it to death. As soon as these words came out, the guests who were in cahoots with him expressed their support for Ji Buduan's proposal. Yi Tiance must be sent to the guillotine. Those originally neutral guests had no choice but to follow the crowd due to Ji Buduan's strong influence. However, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. I object. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. I saw a busty woman about 1.7 meters tall and wearing a red dress walking slowly towards me. It turned out to be Han Ruayun. Ji Buduan asked in a deep voice, I don't understand why you oppose my proposal. He is a gigolo who is always looking at the other side. Don't be fooled by him. Han Ruayun said calmly, I don't care who Yi Tiance is, but he did nothing wrong in what happened tonight. You framed him. I can't stand it, so I oppose it. From the bottom of her heart, she had an average impression of Yi Tiance. Who told him not to find me first to fulfill the engagement 3 years ago, but to find Shao Qingcheng instead? This made her feel looked down upon. But 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and the facts are before us. Yi Tiance suffered injustice, there was no reason for her to stand idly by. Ji Buduan narrowed his eyes and asked, then according to your opinion, how should we deal with Yi Tiance? Han Ruayun replied, wait for Lord Long and that important person to arrive and report everything in detail, instead of just listening to your one-sided story. The guests present all looked unhappy. If they really did what Han Ruayun said, Lord Long would definitely blame them for their poor performance instead of being dissatisfied with Yi Tiance. This is absolutely unacceptable to them. Ji Buduan reminded him, this guy named Ji is against all the dignitaries present tonight. He is so arrogant that he is a drowned dog that everyone wants to beat. Are you sure you want to stand with him? Han Ruayun didn't hesitate at all and simply nodded. Ji Buduan snorted coldly, although you are the heir of the Han family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan, and your status is noble, but if you want to turn the tide by yourself, don't you think too much of us? As soon as this was said, the others echoed. If your father Han Tianjing said this, we might think twice. But Miss Han, you are still a little naive. As someone who has been through this, I warn you not to get involved. Once you are implicated, not only will the Han family not be able to protect you, but you will also be doomed to eternal damnation. Faced with pressure from everyone, Han Ruayun's face became solemn. She didn't expect that this group of people would be so united and determined to kill Yi Tiance. What should I do now? At this time, Yi Tiance said calmly, I appreciate your kindness. This farce was caused by me. There is no need for you to get involved. He was very surprised that Han Ruayun would stand up and speak for him. This woman is a little narcissistic, but she has a good nature. Han Ruayun frowned and said unhappily, since I see injustice, I must stand up. Do you think I am also a cowardly and foolish woman who can't tell right from wrong? Hearing this, Shao Qingcheng frowned. She knew that Han Ruayun said this deliberately for her to hear. She couldn't help but retort, Ms. Han, when did I not distinguish between right and wrong? Han Ruayun sneered, haha. If Yi Tiance hadn't helped you just now, you would have been bullied by Jang Chunlay. It would be fine if you weren't grateful, but you asked Yi Tiance to apologize. I think you are not incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, but blind. You deserve to be bullied tonight. Boom. These words made Shao Qingcheng's body tremble and her face turned red. I want to refute, but I can't open my mouth. Assistant Sun wanted to say something, but then he remembered that he was slapped hard by Han Ruayun at the Han family before. Just shut up. Han Ruayun turned to Yi Tiance and said, divorcing this stupid woman is a good thing for you. Don't worry about her in the future. I will protect you tonight. Yi Tiance smiled gratefully. Thank you for your kindness, but this bunch of rabble can't do anything to me. There's no need for your help. Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. This Yi Tiance is really too arrogant. Ji Buduan said coldly, Han Ruayun, have you also seen the arrogance of this loser? He is courting death. If you insist on standing on his side, don't blame us for being ruthless. Han Ruayun was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was her mother Li Xiuqin who called. Answer the phone. Li Xiuqin said in a serious and anxious tone, Yun, listen to your mother, don't get involved in Yi Tian's affairs, go home quickly. Han Ruayun was stunned. She immediately realized that someone had secretly told her family what was happening at the scene. Han Ruayun hurriedly explained, Mom, it's not. Li Xiuqin immediately interrupted, I don't want to hear any explanation, come back quickly. If you listen to me, we will sever our mother-daughter relationship in the future. After saying that, Li Xiuqin hung up the phone directly. Han Ruayun's eyes flickered with panic. What should I do now? Yi Tian said, this matter has nothing to do with you, there is no need to get involved, just listen to your mother and go back. Han Ruayun pursed his lips and said, then be careful, I will help you find a solution. Then she had to leave the venue unwillingly and go home to ask her father for help. Seeing this, Ji Buduan was very excited. Now that Han Ruayun's stone has been removed, there will be no obstacles to the trial of Yi Tian's. He first looked at the time, then stepped forward and pointed at Yi Tian's. He said arrogantly, Mr. Yi, there are only 5 minutes left before Lord Long arrives. You don't have much time left. Why don't you kneel down and accept the trial immediately? Yi Tian's crossed his legs. He said calmly, you've made a mistake. To be precise, there are only 5 minutes left for you. You should kneel down and accept the trial. Chapter 23 The Trial of Zhao Hailong. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Ji Buduan and the guests behind him burst into laughter. It is believed that Yi Tian is talking nonsense and having wild ideas. Ji Buduan took a step forward. With his hands behind his back, he said arrogantly, I am Ji Buduan, the eldest son of the Ji family. I would like to learn how you can make me kneel down and accept the trial. Lai Jingyi also stepped forward and said sarcastically, I, the chairman of Ning Yuan Group, would also like to learn from you. Xiaobin followed and put his hands in his pockets, threateningly, I am the chairman of Hongda Group and I also want to learn from you. After these 3 people stood up. The other guests also shouted and cheered from the back, and the sound in the venue was deafening. Assistant Sun shook his head helplessly and said, this idiot is really looking for death. Mr. Shiao, it's a good thing you broke off your relationship with him, otherwise you would have been dragged into a mess. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips tightly. He stared at Yi Tian and said, it's already this time, you insist on having your own way and refuse to kneel down and admit your mistakes, right? Yi Tian said calmly, why? Xiao Qingcheng said angrily, everyone here tonight is someone you can never touch in your lifetime. If you kneel down and admit your mistakes, you might have a chance to survive, but why don't you bow your head? Yi Tian shook his head and said, you are wrong. They are the ones who should fight for a chance of survival, not me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed at them again. I didn't take this sentence seriously at all. Xiao Qingcheng was completely disappointed and shook her head, saying, Yi Tian, what you did tonight was, after all, just to retaliate against me for filing for divorce? But the fact is, the result of my Xiao family winning the bid tonight and receiving a 10 billion order will not change, and I will not regret my decision to file for divorce. Yi Tian sneered, ha! So confident? How do you know that the result will not change? Maybe the bidding will be cancelled tonight. Ji Buduan sneered, Mr. Yi, the Xiao family's bid was set by that big shot, how could it be easily changed? Lai Jingye scolded coldly, this guy is a mad dog barking at the sun. Lord Long and that big shot are about to arrive. How can the bidding association cancel it so easily? Xiaobin taunted, I want to see how you can change the result of the bid? Cancel the bidding chamber? Yi Tian stretched his body lazily and said casually, since you want to see it, I will satisfy you. He took out his cell phone. He dialed Zhao Hailong's phone number and gave the order directly. I have 3 orders for you. First, the bidding meeting tonight is cancelled, and you don't have to come. Second, the bidding result of the 10 billion order is terminated. Third, the arrogance of Ji Buduan of the Jiangnan Ji family, Ning Yuan Group and the chairman of Hongda Group will be tried, and all business cooperation between Tianlong Group and them will be cancelled, and they will be permanently blacklisted. Hang up the phone. Ji Buduan almost laughed out loud, ouch. Mr. Yi, if I didn't know that you are actually a loser, I would have been fooled by your acting skills. Lai Jingye laughed and said, asking Tianlong Group to cancel cooperation with us? That's just wishful thinking. Xiaobin sneered, you clown, struggling to your death. The rest of the guests were laughing constantly, and the whole venue was filled with a happy atmosphere. Xiao Qingqing's face looked gloomy. Yi Tiance, you are completely hopeless. In the distance, Rong Meiyin frowned. Seems to be analyzing something. Bite. Just in time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone in the venue stood still at the same time, looking towards the entrance of the venue, waiting with respectful expressions for Lord Long and the legendary big man to appear. Creak. The door to the venue slowly opened. Day. I saw a woman with a sexy figure wearing a red hip skirt and black stockings, walking in on high heels. This person is none other than the vice president of Tianlong Group, Chen Chinian. When everyone saw that she was the only one who appeared, they looked at each other in confusion. That's not right. Why didn't T Lord Long and that big shot come out? Ji Buoduan took the initiative to step forward. The respectful man greeted him and asked, "Hello, Mr. Qian. Where is Mr. Long? Why didn't he come over?" Chen Chinian glanced at him indifferently and did not reply, but walked straight to the front of the stage. Facing the crowd, he said with a serious expression, "I have come here on behalf of Lord Long to announce 3 things. Please listen carefully." Everyone present had different expressions. A vague bad thought emerged. Chen Chinian raised a finger and said, "First of all, the bidding meeting tonight has been cancelled temporarily, and Master Long has already returned." There was an immediate uproar at the scene. What? Why was the Chamber of Commerce cancelled? Did Lord Long really say that? Why? I was hoping to make friends with that important person through this business meeting. Isn't that ruined now? Faced with various discussions from the crowd, Chen Chinian remained calm. He raised his second finger and said, "The second thing is that the bidding result for the 10 billion order has been terminated." Swish. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Xiao Qingcheng. 1 second ago, the winning bid belonged to Xiao Qingcheng. Now, it suddenly changed to the result termination, which means that the Xiao family has no chance of winning the bid tonight. For Xiao Qingcheng, this was like falling from heaven to hell in an instant. She turned pale and asked in disbelief, "Chen. Mr. Qian, why?" Chen Chinian said coldly, "Long Ye's order, there is no reason." Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled violently. "My head is buzzing and I can't accept this result at all." Assistant Sun, who was standing by, opened his mouth wide, completely stunned. Chen Chinian raised his third finger and said, "As for the third thing." She looked at Ji Buoduan, Lai Jingye, and Xiebin, and said in a cold tone, "By Lord Long's order, the 3 of you kneel down immediately and await trial." Ji Buoduan and the other 2 were stunned and looked at each other. Ji Buoduan asked in confusion, "What have the 3 of us done wrong? Why do we have to kneel down and await trial?" Chen Chinian narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Why? Do you want to disobey Lord Long's order?" Ji Buoduan and the other 2 shuddered suddenly. As everyone knows, Lord Long is a terrifying existence known as the King of Jiangnan, with connections everywhere. Just one sentence could make the 3 of them and their families behind them shattered into pieces in an instant. How dare I disobey his orders? So the 3 of them could only kneel down in public unwillingly. Awaiting Chen Chinian's judgment. Chen Chinian announced coldly, "Ji Buoduan, Lai Jingye, and Xiebin, the 3 of you have been grandstanding and stirring up trouble tonight. From today onwards, Tianlong Group will cancel all cooperation with you and permanently blacklist you. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Chen Chinian left the venue directly. And this third thing was naturally like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of Ji Buoduan and the other 2. Long Group is the largest company in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Jijia, Ningyuan Group and Hongda Group all have close cooperation with it. If the cooperation is cancelled and you are blacklisted, the losses will be immeasurable. If things go wrong, these 3 families will never be able to make a success in Jiangnan City. Lai Jingye and Xiebin were the first to collapse. He shook his head with a dull look in his eyes. "It's over. It's completely over. How could this happen?" Ji Buoduan slumped on the ground, trembling and mumbling, "Why is it like this? Why on earth?" Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He raised his head and slowly looked towards Yi Tiance. He asked in disbelief, "Did you really do all this?" Chapter 24. Desperate Xiao Qingcheng. Not only him, but everyone else present was also staring at Yi Tiance. They suddenly thought that the 3 things that Mr. Qian announced on behalf of Mr. Long were exactly the 3 things that Yi Tiance had just mentioned on the phone. To say this is a coincidence would be too much of a stretch. Then, there is only one possibility, his true identity. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present became horrified and frightened. Li Jingye and Xiaobin were trembling all over, their hearts filled with regret and fear. If they had known that Yi Tiance had such an identity and background, they would not have dared to target or suppress him even if they had 10 times the courage. As for Xiao Qingcheng, her expression was filled with disbelief. She bit her lip tightly. Asked Yi Tiance, "Did you really do all this?" Yi Tiance replied calmly, "Haven't I already told you the answer?" Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, as if there was something stuck in her throat. So, Yi Tiance is the big man behind Lord Long? The one he has always dreamed of seeing? But she insisted on filing for a divorce. Oh my god, how ironic. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help but stagger and almost fell. Fortunately, Assistant Sun held him up. Xiao Qingcheng choked up and said unwillingly, Am I really wrong? Assistant Sun quickly advised, Mr. Xiao, how could it be your fault? You must have been deceived by that loser. How could someone like him be that big shot? I don't believe it. There must be something wrong here. Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly and shook her head, wishing she could slap herself twice. She was also unwilling to believe that Yi Tiance had a deep background. But how do I explain the scene that just happened before my eyes? But, at this moment, suddenly, countless strong men in black rushed in from the door, nearly 100 of them. Everyone was holding knives, sticks, and other weapons, and they surrounded the entire venue. Then, a young man with a swollen cheek and a bandage on his left hand walked out with a vicious look on his face. It was Jang Chunlay, who had been beaten away by Yi Tiance before. Everyone present was horrified. Why did this plague god come back again? Jang Chunlay narrowed his eyes and glanced at everyone. He smiled sinisterly, You didn't expect me to come back, did you? Ha, aren't we holding a bidding conference? Go ahead. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. The Chamber of Commerce has been cancelled, so what's the point of continuing? Ji Budwan suddenly thought of something at this time. He asked cautiously, Master Zhang, is it you who actually asked Lord Long to cancel this Chamber of Commerce? What? Jang Chunlay was stunned and didn't understand what Ji Budwan meant. Seeing that Jang Chunlay did not answer, Ji Budwan subconsciously thought that the other party agreed. Then he said suddenly, I knew that only you have this ability. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Tiance. Li Jingye asked in doubt, Master Ji, what do you mean by this? Ji Budwan explained, Lord Long must have known that Yi Tiance had offended young Master Zhang, and guessed that young Master Zhang would tell Lord Tiger, so he weighed the pros and cons and sent General Qian to announce the 3 things, with the purpose of not offending Lord Tiger. Everyone nodded in disgust. That makes sense. Young Master Zhang just went back to seek help from Lord Tiger. Lord Tiger must have come forward, so Lord Long had to give him face. Yes, given Lord Tiger's personality, he won't allow others to get what he can't get. So Lord Long will simply cancel the bidding for the Chamber of Commerce, and the winning bid that originally belonged to the Shiao family will also be terminated. As for young Master Ji, Mr. Lai and Mr. Xia, they must have been disrespectful to young Master Zhang before. In order to avoid being implicated, Mr. Long chose to cut ties with them. That guy surnamed Ji must have guessed this would happen, so he called and pretended to be cool. He's really scheming. I was saying, how could a useless son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family order Lord Long? Hearing everyone's discussions, Xiao Qingcheng's expression changed. She subconsciously asked Jang Chunlay, did you really do this? Jang Chunlay held his chin in his hand and thought. In fact, he just went back to ask for help and did not ask Zhang Xiaowu to contact Long Yi to announce the 3 things. But now that everyone has determined that it is him, he will naturally not miss this opportunity to show off. So he nodded. He replied with a lewd smile, That's right. Are you scared by my little master and you got wet? He. This answer is completely confirmed. Xiao Qingcheng ignored Jang Chunlay. Instead, he turned and looked at Yi Tiance. His eyes were filled with disappointment as he said, Yi Tiance, at a certain moment just now, I really thought you had become powerful enough to make Lord Long listen to you and make those who stepped on you regret it. To be honest, I still feel a little relieved. At least to some extent, this means that the man I used to be with is not that useless. I may even regret my decision to file for divorce. She suddenly raised her voice and said, But you disgust me right now. We've known each other since we were young and have been married for 3 years. I have never disgusted you as much as I do right now. I hate people who deceive me the most. Yi Tiance sitting on the chair. He sneered, Xiao Qingcheng, please don't be so self-indulgent and add drama to yourself in the future. This will only make me feel disgusted. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. I can't believe Yi Tiance would say that she is disgusting. At this time, Ji Buduan quickly stepped forward and flattered Jang Chunlay, young Master Zhang, you don't know that after you left, that guy surnamed Ji insulted you behind your back and even said that Lord Long announced that those 3 things were all ordered by him. This is simply a slap in your face. We must punish him. In Ji Buduan's opinion, it was all Yi Tiance's fault that he lost so many people tonight. So he must be dealt with. Jang Chunlay happens to be the knife that can be borrowed. Jang Chunlay's face darkened, damn it, I came back this time just to teach that bastard a lesson. Thinking of the scenes of Yi Tiance beating him up just now, he became furious. He took a step forward. Pointing at Yi Tiance, he ordered, you bastard, why don't you kneel down and apologize to me? Cut off one of your hands, and I may let you go tonight. As soon as these words came out, everyone present changed their minds and stood on Jang Chunlay's side, exerting various pressures on Yi Tiance. Asshole, you still don't obey young Master Shang's orders? Are you deaf? Mr. Yi, do you really think that you can be arrogant just because you know a little kung fu? The Black Tiger Society is a terrifying force with 3,000 brothers. A single spit from each of them can drown you. Facing pressure from everyone, Yi Tiance leaned back slightly, leaning on his chair, looking very relaxed. I just let you live, but you're so anxious to come back and die? There was an uproar at the scene. It's already this time, and you're still so arrogant? This is not only arrogance, but also greed. Jang Chunlay's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, you bastard, you asked for this. He waved his hand and shouted, brothers, cut off all his limbs. Kill. Under command. There were nearly 100 Black Dragon Society thugs, holding weapons. A dark mass of people attacked Yi Tiance. Chapter 25, 3,000 Black Tiger brothers set out. The Black Tiger Society's thugs were all furious and wanted to chop Yi Tiance into pulp. The sudden scene scared Xiao Qingcheng so much that she instinctively covered her eyes. However, just as the thugs' attacks were about to fall on Yi Tiance, but I felt a flash before my eyes. Yi Tiance, who was originally sitting there, disappeared. Not only him, but even the chair he was sitting on disappeared out of thin air. Where did you go? Ah! When the thugs were confused, a familiar scream suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone quickly turned around to look. Jang Chunlay was knocked to the ground. As for Yi Tiance, he had brought a chair and sat next to him, with his right foot firmly on Jang Chunlay's head. It happened so fast that no one present could see clearly what happened in those 2 seconds. Everyone's expression was filled with shock. Including Xiao Qingcheng, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Tiance was fine. The Black Tiger Society's thugs were angry and anxious at this moment, but they did not dare to step forward rashly. Jang Chunlay himself didn't expect that even though he brought so many people here, they were unable to capture Yi Tiance, and instead he was captured first. He threatened loudly, damn it, take your feet away quickly, otherwise. Yi Tiance looked down at him, and not only did he not take his foot away, but he slightly increased his strength. What else? Ah! It hurts. Jang Chunlay screamed in pain. He wanted to struggle free, but found that Yi Tiance's right foot was as steady as a rock, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Everyone who saw the scene gasped and turned pale. If anything happens to Jang Chunlay, the furious Tiger Lord will kill everyone present tonight. The facts are about to develop in the direction they worry about. Because at this time, Feng Lei, one of the 4 Vidras of the Black Tiger Society, had already called Lord Tiger for help. Ji Buduan was so anxious that he shouted, Mr. Yi, please release young Master Zhang. If you want to die, don't implicate us. Lai Jingye, Xiebin and others also threatened Yi Tiance to release Jang Chunlay. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and sneered, you can let me let him go, who of you will come and lie down here for him? Ji Buduan and others looked at each other. How could they dare to do something that would risk their lives? Feng Lei suddenly shouted, young Master Zhang, the news has been reported. Master who will personally lead all the brothers in the club and arrive in 10 minutes. A hint of ecstasy appeared on Jang Chunlay's face. Mr. Yi, did you hear that? My uncle is coming over, ha ha. You're done for. Why don't you let go of your feet? Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance increased his strength again. I've said before that Zhang Xiaohu can only kneel and kowtow in front of me, so just let him come. The huge force made Jang Chunlay scream like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing this, Feng Lei's face became extremely gloomy. He ordered, "Brothers, guard all the doors of the venue and wait for Master Tiger to come with the brothers. Before that, we must not let this kid named Ji escape." Then, he said coldly to the guests present, "As for you, if you don't want to be covered in blood, go back to where you came from." These guests were already terrified, fearing that they would be implicated. At this moment, he no longer cared about his image as a powerful and wealthy person. They all swarmed towards the exit of the venue. "I just hate that my parents didn't give me 2 more legs." Ji Budwan quickly said to Xiao Qingcheng, "Let's go quickly, Lord Tiger is coming soon, someone is going to die tonight." Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Tiance. The scenes of the two of them getting along over the past 3 years emerged in my mind. Although Yi Tiance accomplished nothing. But he did it. He would pour water for her when she was thirsty, cook for her when she was hungry, and cheer her up when she was sad. In the face of life and death, he just abandoned Yi Tiance. She can't seem to do it yet. She bit her lip and replied, "You go, I want to stay here." Ji Budwan glared and said, "Are you crazy? Jang Chunlay has been targeting you. If you don't escape while the chaos is going on, do you know what the consequences will be if you stay here?" Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "No matter what, the conflict with the Black Tiger Club tonight was caused by the Shiao family's bidding against them. I have to stay here and wait to give Master Tiger an explanation. Besides, since Jang Chunlay has already targeted him, what's the point of running away? The monk can run away but the temple cannot." Seeing Xiao Qingcheng's resolute attitude, Ji Budwan said helplessly, "Then you stay here, I'm leaving first." After Ji Budwan left, Xiao Qingcheng ordered assistant Sun, "You should leave too. What's happening here has nothing to do with you." Assistant Sun gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Xiao, take care. I will find a way after I get out." Then turn and run away. Soon, all the guests attending the conference tonight left the conference hall. Only Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingcheng were left. Wrong. At this time, there was Rong Meiyan sitting in the distance with a calm expression. Seeing this, a younger brother stepped forward and pointed in the direction of Rong Meiyan. He asked Feng Lei, "Brother Feng, what should we do with that woman?" Feng Lei frowned. On the surface, that woman looked very charming and could be considered the best. But the aura of a superior emanating from within is very oppressive. His intuition told him that the other party's identity was not simple. "Don't worry about her. We can make plans after Master Tiger comes." Yes. At this time, a storm was sweeping across the entire Jiangnan city. The 10 nightclubs, 20 KTVs, and 30 clubs under the Black Tiger Society all received the order at the same time. All brothers, holding weapons and driving cars, rushed to Henteng Hotel from all directions. Every road in the city is filled with black convoys of cars speeding along. Pedestrians on the roadside were so scared that they avoided the scene and made various comments. "Oh my God! Those are Lord Tiger's men. With so many people acting together, something big must have happened. Who on earth is so bold as to provoke the Black Tiger Society to this extent? 3,000 brothers from the Black Tiger Society are on the move. Jiangnan City is about to change." A black Rolls-Royce heading to Henteng Hotel. Zhang Xiuhu, wearing a Zhongshan suit, was sitting in the back seat with a cigar in his mouth. With one hand he holds a beautiful woman with a charming figure, while the other hand keeps moving on her white and smooth thighs. At this moment, his expression was terribly cold. Ever since leaving that terrible fallen city that year, it's been a long time since anyone dared to take me seriously like this. He took a deep puff of his cigar and gritted his teeth. "Xiaolei, if you hold on a little longer, your uncle will make sure that those who bully you die without a burial place." Chapter 26, Duties of a Wife. The news that the underground emperor Zhang Xiuhu led 3,000 brothers to attack spread quickly. The entire Jiangnan city was in panic. At this time, in the living room of the Jiangnan Han family, Han Ruayun, who had been called back home by Li Xiuqin before, changed his expression when he learned that Zhang Xiuhu's action was to cause trouble for Yi Tiance. Han Tianjiang was sitting opposite the sofa. He was shocked and said, "How bold is this kid? First he caused trouble at Lord Long's Chamber of Commerce, causing the Chamber of Commerce to be cancelled. Now he has offended Lord Tiger. He has offended 2 giants in Jiangnan City in one night. This is unheard of." Li Xiuqin, who was sitting next to him, said thankfully, "Yun, luckily you rejected his engagement yesterday. I just called you back, otherwise, our family would be in big trouble." Han Ruayun hesitated and asked, "Dad, can you find a way to contact Master Tiger and ask him to let Yi Tiance live?" Li Shouqin frowned and said, "Girl, have you been bewitched by that stinky boy? Or do you really like that loser?" Han Ruayun hurriedly explained, "Mom, why would I like that bastard? I just think that Yi Tian's performance tonight was a little crazy, but it's not his fault in essence. It was others who provoked him first. As a bystander, I naturally have to stand on the side of justice." Li Shouqin said seriously, "Only children in this world can distinguish between right and wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. The so-called justice is always written by the victor. Don't you understand this truth?" Han Ruayun was still unwilling to give up and said, "But Yi Tian saved my life after all, and our family has not yet repaid him. Dad, please help me for this reason." Han Tianzheng sighed and said, "If he had offended someone else, I would not stand idly by, but tonight's incident was too serious. In front of Lord Tiger, I can't afford to save face and can't help at all." But Han Ruayun wanted to say something but was interrupted by Li Shouqin. "Why don't you listen, girl? Come on, go upstairs with Mom and get some rest early. Don't think about that loser anymore." Jiangnan First Hospital. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan just received a call from Assistant Sun. After learning about the situation of the Chamber of Commerce's bidding tonight, everyone was shocked. Zhang Huilan was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Yi Tian's, this damn ungrateful wolf, not only did he screw over our Xiao family, he also dragged Qingcheng into it. What an inhuman beast." Xiaonan said worriedly, "My sister is still at the Hentaying Hotel venue. Tiger Master will be there with people soon. What should I do?" Zhang Huilan turned around in panic. "What should I do? What should I do?" Now the old man is resting in the ward and there is no one in the family to take charge of the situation. In fact, even if he wakes up, it will be of no use. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her mind. "Call Ji Buduan immediately." The call was connected soon. Ji Buduan's still frightened voice came from the other side. "Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zhang Huilan hurriedly said, "Master Ji, please find a way to save Qingcheng. As long as you can save her, Auntie will make the decision and support you to marry her." Under normal circumstances, Ji Buduan would have agreed to this condition without hesitation. But the current situation is no longer something he can interfere with. He responded casually, "I understand. That's it. I'll hang up now." But he hesitated. Ji Buduan still called his father Ji Wuli. The other side. Xiaonan asked hesitantly, "Mom, are you sure young Master Ji can help?" Zhang Huilan said worriedly, "With him there shouldn't be any problem, but I'm more worried about Qingcheng. Come with me to Hentaying Hotel to take a look." Xiaonan's face turned pale. "Mom, or you should go by yourself. Right now, Hentaying Hotel is a dangerous place. In the past, it was no different from committing suicide." Zhang Huilan was so angry that she cursed, "Useless thing, that's your sister. If you don't come with me, who will follow me?" Having said that, he grabbed Xiaonan's ear and left the hospital. Hentaying Hotel, Chamber of Commerce Hall. Nearly 100 thugs from the Black Tiger Society were staring at Yi Tian's in the center of the hall. That look seemed like he wanted to eat him alive. On the other hand, Yi Tian's looked very pleased. Jang Chunlay, who was under his feet, had begun to lack oxygen in his brain. He could only hum and moan, unable to curse out loud. Feng Lei reminded him, "There are less than 5 minutes left before Tiger Lord arrives. I advise you to let go of young Master Zhang. I promise to plead for you in front of Tiger Lord and give you a quick death." Yi Tian said disapprovingly, "If you have time to persuade me, you might as well urge your Tiger Master to hurry up. If you are late, you will have to see his eldest nephew off to his grave." Feng Lei and his thugs were all gnashing their teeth in anger. "This boy is too arrogant." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, "You've made things like this, and you're still not satisfied? How much more do you want to do?" Yi Tian's asked back, "I don't understand what you mean." He. Xiao Qingcheng laughed at herself, "It's already this time, are you still playing dumb? You just want revenge because I asked for a divorce, and you want to prove that I will regret this decision, so you keep making a big fuss and sensationalizing it until it's out of control." Xiao Qingcheng felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. "Now, the 10 billion bid order is gone, and our Xiao family's efforts over the past 3 years will be ruined. Okay, you win, I was wrong, I regret it, okay?" As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Grievance, helplessness, and unwillingness. This is a side of her that she has always been proud and arrogant, and has almost never revealed. From the time she filed for divorce yesterday until now, one bad thing after another has happened, and she has already been exhausted. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng crying, Yi Tiance was speechless. If it were in the past, he would have gone over to coax Xiao Qingcheng, or even apologized and admitted his mistake. But now that the other party has filed for divorce, there is no need for him to be so humble anymore. He said calmly, "I never meant that. I've said it before, tonight's fight with the Black Tiger Society has nothing to do with you. Your legs are on your body, and you can leave anytime you want. As long as I'm here, no one can stop you." Xiao Qingcheng wiped away her tears. "I won tea leave. After all, everything that happened tonight was caused by the bidding. I will explain it to Master Tiger later. As for you, you've made enough of a fuss, and you've heard my apology. Please adjust your attitude, let go of young Master Zhang, and give yourself a chance to apologize to Lord Tiger. Of course, I will do everything I can to plead for you. I don't want you to die here." Yi Tiance frowned and asked, "Why?" Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip lightly. In this situation, she no longer hides it. I answered from the bottom of my heart, in these 3 years of marriage, there are areas where I haven't done enough, and I owe you a lot. So before we officially get the divorce certificate, you and I are still legally married, and I can't just stand by and watch you die. This is my duty as a wife." Yi Tiance was complaining in his heart for no apparent reason. "Now you know that you owe me a lot in these 3 years. What the hell were you doing so far? It caused me to spend 3 years in a sexless marriage? Don't you know how uncomfortable it is to hold it in?" He sighed and said calmly, "I said, no one can hurt me tonight." As soon as the words fell outside the door, a member of the Black Tiger Society suddenly shouted, "Master Tiger, here we are." Chapter 27. Zhang Xiao was so scared that his legs go limp. Feng Lei immediately ordered the Black Tiger Society brothers in the venue, "Quick, prepare to welcome Lord Tiger." Everyone quickly trotted to the entrance of the venue and stood respectfully. Xiao Qingcheng urged Yi Tiance, "Why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and greet Lord Tiger, apologize to him, and try to save your life." Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "Let me stand up to greet Zhang Xiaowu? Is he worthy of that?" Xiao Qingcheng was almost going crazy. Does this guy really think that just because he knows a little bit of kung fu, he can be a match for the 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Society? Or completely crazy? Da! 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 Heavy footsteps slowly came from the direction of the door, getting closer and closer. All the members of the Black Tiger Club present immediately bent over at 90 degrees and shouted in unison, "Master Tiger." Then, a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a slicked-back hair and a cigar in his mouth walked into the conference hall. He has a burly build and looks like a real boss. The venue immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on him, not daring to breathe. They were all shocked by his aura. Then, a younger brother came jogging in from outside. He respectfully reported to Zhang Xiaohu, "Master Tiger, all 3,000 brothers from the Black Tiger Society have arrived and have surrounded the Hentang Hotel. They won't let even a fly out." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly. He asked Feng Lei, "What happened tonight?" Previously, he had only heard that Jang Chunlay had suffered some losses in the bidding chamber of commerce and had asked him for some reinforcements. Unexpectedly, he was controlled by others and threatened with his life. In fact, he didn't know the details of the cause and effect of the matter. Feng Lei's eyes turned, and he quickly explained, "Master Tiger, the reason is that the Xiao family used insidious means to snatch the bid that belonged to young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang went to argue with them, but was beaten by Xiao Qingcheng's husband, who also insulted you, Master Tiger, with all kinds of words. Young Master Zhang was so angry that he brought people to seek an explanation, but was controlled by her husband, who threatened her with her life. I dare not act on my own and can only ask you for help." This statement evades the main issue and puts all the blame on Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Tiance. It's obvious that he wants to kill both of them tonight. When Xiao Qingcheng heard this, her face changed. She didn't care about all that and walked forward while suppressing her fear. He gritted his teeth and explained, "Master Hu, I am Xiao Qingcheng. Things are not as he said. The result of this bid was originally decided by that big shot. It was young Master Zhang. He was the first one to come over and beat people up. He also demanded that our Xiao family give up an order worth 10 billion yuan, and even asked me to sleep with him. As for my husband, I had no choice but to do it, and I may have used too much force, but please, Master Tiger, please spare his life for his ignorance." Zhang Xiaowu's cold eyes fell on Xiao Qingcheng. The powerful aura almost suffocated her. He sneered and said, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and she had a very bad premonition. Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice and said, "In Jiangnan City, anyone who dares to hurt my nephew, no matter who it is or why, must die." The brothers around were very excited. "That's right, this is our Tiger Lord, domineering and unreasonable. If you go against our Black Tiger Society, you should expect this outcome. You should think about yourself, little girl. Kill, kill, kill." The Black Tiger Society's younger brothers were all so excited that Xiao Qingcheng was scared to death and broke into a cold sweat. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Yi Tiance. I wanted to remind him to stand up and apologize. But it was too late. Because Zhang Xiaohu had already started walking towards him, with murderous intent like a flood. As he walked, he said in a cold voice, "When you saw me coming, you still sat on the chair and refused to let go of my nephew. Could it be that?" He was halfway through his words when Yi Tiance, who was sitting on the chair, slowly raised his head. The moment the two people's eyes met. Boom! Zhang Xiaohu was so frightened that the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and then his expression changed drastically. Damn it! It is actually him? At this moment, his memory suddenly went back to the days in the fallen city several years ago. He used to be a local tyrant, but after being captured and taken to that place, he became a lowly person who was bullied by everyone. Any criminal there is a terrifying figure who is 100 times more powerful than himself. However, no matter how terrible those criminals were, in front of the young master Yi Tiance, they could only be obedient little lambs, kneeling down to receive orders. Later, because Zhang Xiaohu did a good job in carrying manure, Yi Tiance was satisfied and reduced his sentence by 2.5 years and released him early. After being released from that place and returning to Jiangnan City, he founded the Black Tiger Society. Don't underestimate him, he is now like an underground king. But that deep memory is still like a nightmare and cannot be forgotten. At this moment, seeing Yi Tiance again, his calves were shaking with fear engraved in his bones. Subconsciously, I knelt down and said hello. Phew. He had just uttered a word when Yi Tiance gave him a warning look and he was so scared that he quickly shut up. He reacted immediately. The fallen city and Yi Tiance's identity as the young master are top secret. No one is allowed to be exposed. But Yi Tiance didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to move, let alone know what to say. He just stood there in a daze for a while, sweating profusely, waiting for Yi Tiance's order. On the contrary, the brothers of the Black Tiger Society did not understand the reason. Everyone thought that Zhang Xiaohu was keeping silent because he was actually putting pressure on Yi Tiance. They whispered, "See? That guy surnamed Ji has been frightened by Master Tiger's aura and doesn't even dare to fart." As expected of Master Tiger, he is still calm and composed at this moment. We should learn from him. Xiao Qingcheng saw Yi Tiance but he didn't stand up and apologize. I hurriedly took 2 steps at a time to get to him. Grabbing his arm, he urged, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly release young Master Zhang, and then stand up and explain and apologize to Master Tiger. Is this not enough? I beg you, okay?" Seeing that Yi Tiance remained unmoved, she even cried as she said, "Are you really going to die?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "I believe that this Tiger Lord must be a reasonable person." Speaking of, he kicked Jang Chunlay out. Jang Chunlay slid on the ground for several meters until he stopped at Zhang Xiaohu's feet. "Ho ho, I'm finally alive. Ha ha ha." Zhang Chunlay was breathing heavily, with a look of pride and ferocity on his face. He raised his head and pleaded with Zhang Xiaohu, "Second uncle. Quickly give the order to deal with this son of a bitch. Break his limbs and make him watch with his own eyes. I will ruthlessly ravage his woman with all my brothers." The brothers of the Black Tiger Society were all eager to try, waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's order to take action immediately. Xiao Qingcheng was so frightened that she closed her eyes in despair. Finished. But at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Bang! Zhang Xiaohu suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhang Chunlay hard on the cheek. Chapter 28 Reversal. This kick down. Zhang Chunlay was kicked directly and slid more than 2 meters on the ground. His nostrils and mouth corners couldn't stop bleeding, and he even lost 2 teeth. This sudden scene made everyone present open their eyes wide. I couldn't react at all to what was going on. Zhang Chunlay covered his cheek and said in confusion, "Second uncle, you hit the wrong person. You should hit that bastard named Ji, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's face became even gloomier. Fuck. I'm going to hit you. He walked up quickly and continued to kick Jang Chunlay wildly. While kicking him, he angrily yelled, I helped you set up the company so that you can manage it well, not cause trouble everywhere. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu was extremely furious. How dare this blind and mentally retarded nephew offend the young master and even sleep with his wife? If you want to die, don't fucking involve me. Bang! Bang! After several consecutive kicks, Zhang Chunlay's nose collapsed and he screamed in pain. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stop and continued to curse, I have long warned you to keep a low profile, but you F King borrowed my reputation to bully others. You have ruined my reputation. Seeing this scene, Feng Lei and other brothers from the Black Tiger Society were dumbfounded. Feng Lei quickly stepped forward to dissuade him, Master Tiger, are you mistaken? Bang! Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu slapped Feng Lei in the face. Damn it! I asked you to take good care of Zhang Chunlay, but you helped him do bad things and covered for him. You were the first to complain and slandered Mr. Shiao. Mr. Shiao and her husband are good people with good character. How could they bully Chunlay for no reason? As he said that, he kicked Feng Lei in the stomach again. The latter was kicked upside down, and he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Master Tiger, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Xiaohu said fiercely, I'll deal with you when we get back. He turned around and continued to kick Zhang Chunlay. Bang! 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 Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingchang was already stunned. What is going on? Didn't Lord Tiger come to avenge Zhang Chunlay as promised? Why did they start fighting him and Feng Lei first? The point is that he was so cruel. Zhang Chunlay was kicked by Tiger Lord and wailed continuously. He stretched his neck and begged for mercy, I was wrong. Ah! Please stop hitting me, I was wrong. Zhang Xiaohu kicked him again, fuck you. This kick knocked Zhang Chunlay unconscious, his face was covered in blood and his facial features were almost invisible. Zhang Xiaohu didn't even look at him and walked quickly to Xiao Qingchang. She smiled kindly and said, Oh, Mr. Shiao, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not disciplining her properly. This bastard has caused you trouble. I apologize to you and your husband on her behalf. As he said this, he secretly glanced at Yi Tiance and found that the other party did not show any anger. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But everyone present had already stood there in a daze. They didn't understand when Lord Tiger, who had always been arrogant and overbearing, became so reasonable. Xiao Qingchang was stunned for several seconds. Then he nodded in a daze and said, No. It's okay, Master Tiger, you're welcome. Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, No matter what, it was our Black Tiger Club that made the mistake first. I sincerely apologize again. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Xiao Qingchang to answer, Zhang Xiaohu immediately turned around and left, fearing that Yi Tiance would call him back. As for the Black Tiger brothers, they could only evacuate with curiosity, taking Zhang Chunlay who had been beaten unconscious with them. At the same time, Rong Meiyan was sitting far away and watching the scene. His eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Because she clearly saw that Zhang Xiaohu's attitude changed so much from the moment he saw Yi Tiance. She speculated that Zhang Xiaohu might know Yi Tiance and was afraid of him. This man is really hard to understand. Rong Meiyan whispered softly. At this time, a tall assistant came up to her. He said softly, Miss, the second master called. Does he have something to ask you? Rong Meiyan asked, What's the matter? The assistant replied, They said that they wanted you to represent the Rong family and attend the birthday banquet of Ji Wooly, the head of the Ji family, the day after tomorrow. They said that many talented people in Jiangnan City would celebrate his birthday at the banquet, so it would be convenient for you to choose a partner from them. They also suggested that you take care of the Jiangnan Ji family. Rong Meiyan snorted coldly, My second uncle is really impatient. Ha, what do you mean by taking care of the Ji family? In my opinion, he is just trying to support his power. The assistant didn't say much. Rong Meiyan stood up and said, Since second uncle has said so, let's play along. As for the partners, she glanced at Yi Tiance in the distance and ordered, Investigate the man named Yi Tiance and send me a summary of his information. The more detailed the better. Yes. The assistant left quietly. At this moment, Xiao Qingchang still had a dreamlike feeling of unreality. She had already prepared for the worst. Unexpectedly, Tiger Master was not angry at all, but apologized to her instead. This is really illogical, there must be something wrong here. She turned around and looked at Yi Tiance. Seeing him still sitting in the chair calmly, it seemed as if he had expected this result. This gave Xiao Qingcheng a bold idea. Is all this? Girl, are you okay? Suddenly, Zhang Huilan's urgent voice was heard outside the door. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan came in hurriedly, followed by Assistant Sun. I'm fine. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and replied, asking, Mom, why are you two here? Zhang Huilan replied, Assistant Sun called us. I heard that you were dragged into this by that loser Yi Tiance, so I rushed over right away. Luckily, you're okay. After saying that, he glared at Yi Tiance fiercely and cursed, You ungrateful wolf, you can only cause trouble for our Qingcheng. Yi Tiance turned his head away. He really didn't want to bother with this stupid old woman. Xiao Nan looked around warily. Worried, he asked, Sister, didn't they say that Lord Tiger brought 3,000 brothers? Where are they? Let us go. Xiao Qingcheng briefly recounted what had just happened here. Zhang Huilan and others were terrified after hearing this. Xiao Qingcheng was still confused and asked, I always feel that this is very strange. Why did Tiger Lord suddenly give in? Zhang Huilan suddenly realized, it must be young Master Ji who helped. I just called him to ask for help, and he agreed. Impossible. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head subconsciously. Ji Buduan was so scared in front of Jang Chunlay before, how could he possibly make the more powerful Tiger Lord change his mind? But, at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door, Aunt Jang is right, I did it. Then, Ji Buduan walked in with a swagger. In fact, he had not left, but was hiding near Hentang Hotel and observing secretly. After seeing Lord Tiger and his men leaving, he came back again. Ji Buduan said, after receiving Aunt Jang's call just now, I called my dad and asked him to help contact Master Hu and ask him to let you go. Hearing this, Yi Tiance couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Huilan was dissatisfied and scolded, What are you laughing at, you useless guy? Yi Tiance jokingly asked, Are you sure Zhang Xiaohu really let us go for his father's sake? Zhang Huilan said dissatisfiedly, He is not his father, so does Tiger Master still consider you for his sake? Yi Tiance nodded, Of course. Chapter 29 Mr. Xiao, you deserve what happened to you tonight. Zhang Huilan was stunned, and Xiao Qingcheng and others were also stunned. Puff. Ji Buduan simply laughed out loud, Ha, Mr. Yi, you are so funny. Who is Mr. Tiger? How could he be interested in a loser like you? Yi Tiance asked back, So what you mean is that Zhang Xiaohu can appreciate your father's face? Ji Buduan said proudly, As you said, the Ji family in Jiangnan will not let Master Hu give face easily. However, if the Rong family in the provincial capital comes forward, even Master Hu will have to bow his head. When these words were spoken, Xiao Qingcheng and others were shocked at the same time. The Rong family in the provincial capital? You have to know that it is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. It has a very influential presence in the entire Tiannan province, and its power far exceeds that of the 3 major families in Jiangnan. Even big guys like Lord Long and Lord Hu have to keep their tails between their legs in front of the Rong family. Xiao Qingcheng asked, What does this have to do with the Rong family in the provincial capital? Ji Buduan boasted, explaining, You don't know, my father has a close relationship with the top executives of the Rong family. It just so happens that the Rong family wants to start a new business in Jiangnan City recently, and our Jiangnan Ji family will of course be taken care of by the Rong family. When my dad brings up this relationship, do you think Tiger Master will not give the Rong family face? Actually, Ji Wooly told him the news when he called Ji Wooly for help just now. Originally, Ji Buduan was prepared to be scolded. After all, the mess at the bidding chamber tonight caused the Ji family to be blacklisted by the Tianlong group, which was a serious matter. Unexpectedly, Ji Wooly simply criticized him a few times and did not get angry. The reason is the good news that the Rong family from the provincial capital will move into Jiangnan City. When Ji Wooly was happy, Ji Buduan took the opportunity to talk about asking Tiger Master to plead for mercy. Ji Wooly casually said he knew and hung up the phone. Not long after, Ji Buduan saw Tiger Master and his men leaving. Therefore, he naturally believed that Ji Wooly played a role. After hearing Ji Buduan's words, Zhang Huilan and others were surprised and enlightened. This way, everything makes sense. Zhang Huilan praised, TSK. You are worthy of being young Master Ji. You are always able to turn the tide when our Xiao family is in trouble. Auntie was right about you. Only Xiao Qingcheng still felt that something was not right. She hesitated and asked, Master Ji, you said your father called and solved it, do you have any evidence? Ji Budwan said, Xingcheng, don't you believe me? Well, I will prove it to you right now. He took out his cell phone and called Ji Wooly. Just connected. Ji Wooly's impatient voice came from the other side, why are you calling again? Ji Budwan said, Dad, it was you who called Master Hu and asked him to leave the Rong family in the provincial capital, so that Master Hu would stop, right? Ji Wooly said unhappily, I'm still busy with the birthday banquet, I don't have the time to wait for me to finish. Beep beep beep. Just hang up the phone. Ji Budwan was stunned. What? I bragged for a long time and took all the credit, but it turns out that my dad hasn't contacted Tiger yet. Then why did Tiger Lord change his mind? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was also confused. Master Ji, what's going on? I. Ji Bo looked at me for a long time but didn't say a word. I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Yi Tian sneered, Ha, what else do you have to say now? Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, looked at each other and both felt burning on their faces. After all, they had just supported Ji Budwan in various ways, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. Xiao Qingcheng was a little afraid to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Could it be that Lord Tiger changed his attitude just for Yi Tian's sake? But where on earth did he get so much face? Or does he really have an extraordinary identity that I am not aware of? Just as she was making all kinds of guesses, Assistant Sun reminded, Boss Xiao, even if Mr. Tiger changed his mind and it has nothing to do with the Ji family, it is impossible that he did it for Yi Tian's sake. You might as well think about it, if Lord Tiger really gave Yi Tian's face, then why didn't he say it when you were there just now? Xiao Qingcheng narrowed his eyes slightly in thought. Indeed, from the moment Zhang Xiaohu appeared to the moment he left, he did not say a word to Yi Tian's, as if the two did not know each other at all. If you really give Yi Tian's face, it's impossible not to know him. Think of this. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flashed with disappointment and indifference as she said, Yi Tian's, at a certain moment just now, I really thought I had made a mistake, but now I see that you are still the same you, without the slightest change, which disappoints me so much. Hearing this, Yi Tian's shook his head and sneered, Ha! As expected of you, Mr. Xiao. Your judgment and arrogance really deserve what happened to you tonight. You deserve it. He finally saw clearly that this stupid woman was hopeless. This marriage must be divorced, completely. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. You know, she was clearly the biggest victim at the bidding conference tonight, but Yi Tian's mocked her in this tone. He. She must have seen through his inner thoughts, which is why he spoke without thinking. This man is so narrow-minded. Yi Tian's continued, I don't want to continue talking nonsense with you, I just want to remind you, don't forget to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow morning to get a divorce certificate, and from now on, we owe each other nothing. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip and said, no problem. I, Xiao Qingcheng, will not regret my decision. Ji Budwan said with a pleasant face, Qingcheng, regarding Tiger Lord's change of mind, I want to apologize to you first. It's my fault for talking nonsense without knowing clearly. But there is one thing I still want to say. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, what's the matter? Ji Budwan said, as a friend, I naturally support you in Yi Tian's divorce, but can you put off getting the divorce certificate until after my father's birthday party? Why? Ji Budwan explained, because my father is celebrating his 60th birthday the day after tomorrow, as the representative of the Rong family, Miss Rong Meiyan will come in person to celebrate my father's birthday. This time she came to Jiangnan City, she planned to select one or more business partners for in-depth cooperation and enjoy the support of the Rong family. So I hope you can take all the time in these 2 days to prepare in advance so that you can impress her at the birthday party. As long as our Ji family helps, you will definitely be one of the business partners. This is also an apology for my wrong words just now. Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng and others were all shocked and excited. Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows. Wait, the eldest daughter of the Rong family, Rong Meiyan? Isn't that also his fiancée? You actually came to Jiangnan City? Xiaonan said excitedly, I've heard of Rong Meiyan's name a long time ago. She is the best of the new generation of the Rong family. She has achieved many legendary achievements in business ability. I heard that she is extremely beautiful. Assistant Sun also said excitedly, for some reason, Rong Meiyan has never appeared in public, and no one knows what she looks like. Now we finally have the chance to see her in person. Mr. Shiao, I believe that your talents will impress Miss Rong and make her choose you as her business partner. Xiao Qingqing nodded, and the fighting spirit returned to her originally lonely eyes. But just at this moment, a charming and cold laugh sounded. A partner of the Rong family must have wisdom and vision. Does your Mr. Shiao have any connection with these two words? Chapter 30. Can't we get a room? Several people turned their heads. I saw a very beautiful woman wearing a silver cheongsam walking towards me. The front of her cheongsam swayed as she walked, revealing two long legs with graceful curves and black stockings. Looming, very sexy. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. It's actually her? Assistant Sun said unhappily, Hey! Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Rong Meiyan said coldly, Who am I to be questioned by a brainless lackey like you? As he said this, an aura of superiority emanated from him. He is actually much stronger than Han Ruayun. Assistant Sun subconsciously took a half step back, closed his mouth, and was a little afraid. Xiao Qingqing looked at this woman who was no less beautiful than herself in both appearance and figure, and felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. She forced herself to calm down, frowned and asked, Madam, why did you just say that? You know, she is known as the most beautiful president in Jiangnan City, and no one has ever said that she is not worthy of being associated with the words wisdom and vision. Rong Meiyan said calmly, Oh. From a bystander's perspective, you let go of such an excellent man. If it's not a lack of wisdom and vision, then what is it? Boom. Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled. She seemed to have heard this line from Han Ruayun once yesterday. But why does she also think Yi Tiance is excellent? Why can't I see it? The arrogant Xiao Qingqing would naturally not be easily persuaded. Unhappy responded, I, Xiao Qingqing, know what I have decided, and I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do. Ji Buduan echoed, Beauty, whether Qingqing can become a partner is up to Miss Rong Meiyan to decide. What does wisdom and vision have to do with being a partner? Xiaonan pouted and said, That's right, do you think you are Rong Meiyan? Zhang Huilan curled her lips and said, Humph. If she's Rong Meiyan, I'll eat shit standing upside down. At first glance, she looks like a rich woman that Yi Tiance got together from nowhere. Rong Meiyan sneered and said, Don't be too sure of what you say, or you won't even have a place to cry when the time comes. Then he no longer paid any attention to the Shiao family and others. Turning to Yi Tiance, he said meaningfully, You performed very well tonight. I have something urgent to attend to. I will take my leave first. I look forward to seeing you next time. After saying that, she walked away, twisting her waist, full of charm, leaving behind a gust of fragrance. Yi Tiance was a little confused. What was the origin of this woman? Is she really Lin Fomei's lover? Xiao Qingqing was also puzzled. What she cares about is what the relationship between this woman and Yi Tiance is? So beautiful. Why is it that less than 2 days after he filed for divorce, Yi Tiance already has two top beauties around him who have close relationships with him? Thinking of this, the strong feeling of discomfort became even stronger. Zhang Huilan cursed, Humph. Mr. Yi, don't think you can get away with it just because an unknown beauty suddenly showed up to speak for you. In my eyes, you're still nothing. Assistant Sun complained, Without our President Xiao, you would have been finished tonight. You don't even know how to be grateful, and you're still flirting with other girls everywhere. It's disgusting. Just as he finished speaking, another woman's unhappy voice was heard at the door. The really disgusting person should be your CEO Xiao. If Yi Tiance hadn't been there at the previous Chamber of Commerce, she would have been taken away and raped 800 times. Han Ruayun walked in with an unhappy look on his face. Xiao Qingqing and Assistant Sun were both slightly stunned. Didn't her mother just call her back home? Why is she back again? Han Ruayun walked to Yi Tiance's side. She said coldly to Assistant Sun, I warned you before, watch your mouth. Yi Tiance is not someone you are qualified to humiliate, otherwise I don't mind slapping you again. Assistant Sun was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not say a word. Zhang Huilan didn't know Han Ruayun and frowned unhappily. Who are you? How dare you humiliate my daughter? Don't you know the strength of our Shiao family in Jiangnan City? Apologize. Han Ruayun crossed his arms over his chest and sneered, Hala. Is the Shiao family so great? Old woman, do you want to touch my Han family? G.A. The woman in front of me is actually the eldest daughter of the Han family? The richest man's daughter? Zhang Huilan instantly deflated. Because the Shiao family is indeed vulnerable in front of the Han family. How dare I provoke you? Xiao Qingcheng hesitated, bit her lip and said, Miss Han, I admit that the Han family is powerful, but this is not a reason for you to bully others. Han Ruayun raised her chin and said in a domineering manner, I am bullying you, so what? If you are not convinced, come and hit me? You. Xiao Qingcheng was extremely angry. She had never seen such a domineering and unruly young lady. Han Ruayun sneered, if you don't dare to fight, shut up. But you, Mr. Xiao, hurry up and get a divorce. Don't occupy the position of a good man, otherwise you will look like a white lotus. She grabbed Yi Tian's arm and said, let's go out. Don't bother with these idiots. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. Yi Tian asked subconsciously, what's the matter? Can we go out and get a room? Yi Tian? There is such a good thing? Han Ruayun didn't wait for him to say anything before pulling him out of the venue. Watching the two people leave, Xiao Qingchang was so angry that her defenses broke down, her eyes red with grievance. Who is the White Lotus? No one has ever said that to me. But what made her feel even more aggrieved was that Han Ruayun actually said he wanted to take Yi Tian out to get a room. You have to know that she has only filed for divorce 2 days ago and hasn't even received the divorce certificate. And you, Yi Tian, actually went out to check into a hotel with another woman? The point is that this happened in front of my future ex-wife? Even if you've been holding back for 3 years in your sexless marriage, facts aside, couldn't you wait until after the divorce was official to reveal your true nature? The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. Ji Buoduan didn't know what Xiao Qingcheng was thinking. Instead, he comforted her, Qingcheng, you don't have to be angry with them. Even though the Han family is more powerful than your Xiao family now, as long as you attend my father's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow and become a business partner of the Rong family, your status will soar to the sky. Xiao Qingcheng laughed bitterly and said, but even so, the Han family is the richest family in Jiangnan City and one of the 3 major families. It is still difficult for the Xiao family to surpass the Han family. Who told you it's unsurpassable? Ji Buoduan smiled and said, have you heard of Lin Yuanxuan? Zhang Huilan's eyes lit up and she said, Lin Yuanxuan? He is a legendary figure in Jiangnan City. When he was young, he joined the army and went to the battlefield to kill the enemy and defend his homeland. In the end, he was promoted to a general. Although he has been retired for many years, he has accumulated unimaginable connections as a general for many years. Xiaonan echoed, not only that, Mr. Lin has 3 sons, each one more powerful than the other. The eldest son has already held 2 stars in the army, in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers. The second son is the provincial governor of Tiannan province, and his power ranks among the top 5 in the province. The third son is the mayor of Jiangnan City, and his power is unparalleled. This kind of giant is not only the ceiling of our Jiangnan City, but even if it is placed in the provincial capital, it is an unshakable existence. Ji Buoduan nodded and said, you should have heard that Mr. Lin Yuanxuan suddenly fell ill half a year ago and sought help from numerous doctors, but none of them could help him. The Lin family publicly stated that as long as someone can save Mr. Lin, they will treat him as a guest of honor and enjoy wealth and honor. If the age is right, they are even willing to marry the eldest daughter of the Lin family to him. Zhang Huilan asked, but what does this have to do with our Xiao family surpassing the Han family? Ji Buoduan explained proudly, now that things have come to this, I will not hide it from you. My brother Ji Buoxiao will bring Tawist Gong to treat Mr. Lin tomorrow. Tawist Gong already knows the cause of Mr. Lin's illness and is fully confident that he can cure it. Once he is cured, the Lin family will surely make our Ji family guests of honor, and my brother will have a better chance of becoming the son-in-law of the Lin family. When my Ji family introduces you to the Lin family, will your Xiao family still take the Han family seriously? Hearing this, Zhang Huilan, Xiaonan and others were very excited. If this is true, the day of the Xiao family's rise is just around the corner. Even if Yi Tian hooks up with a rich woman and gets involved with the Han family, so what? In front of the Xiao family, don't we have no choice but to bow down and grovel? Only Xiao Qingcheng was still a little absent-minded. Because she felt uneasy when she thought about Yi Tian being taken away by Han Ruayun. Could it be that the two of them really went out to get a room? Chapter 31. If you agree, I will let you touch. Han Ruayun pulled Yi Tian out of the hotel. After the two stopped, Yi Tian discussed, I don't have my ID with me, should we find a hotel that doesn't require ID to book a room? Han Ruayun glared and said, pervert, who wants to get a room with you? Didn't you say that? Han Ruayun's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, is it not okay for me to deliberately anger your stupid ex-wife? Heh. I knew it. Yi Tiance asked jokingly, then why did you come back after you went home? Could it be, to care about me? Han Ruayun's eyes flashed with panic, and she curled her lips and said, humph. What the hell are you dreaming of? I just came back to take a stroll and happened to run into you guys. Oh. Yi Tiance nodded meaningfully, and his eyes moved down to Han Ruayun's chest. Han Ruayun quickly covered her E-cup breasts and said warily, pervert. What are you looking at? Don't get me wrong, I just noticed there's a big stain on your skirt. Ah? Han Ruayun looked down and saw that there was indeed a large black stain on the chest area of her skirt. Yi Tiance asked, how did you do it? None of your business. Han Ruayun grumbled unhappily. Thinking that she was in a hurry to come back, she climbed out of the second-floor bedroom window and sneaked out along the water pipe outside. But the E-cup is too big, and it accidentally rubbed against the water pipe and got it dirty. Han Ruayun asked curiously, just now, Master Tiger came with his men aggressively, why did he suddenly let you go? He is not someone who will give in easily. Yi Tiance laughed and said, because Zhang Xiaohu is afraid of me, is it that simple? Han Ruayun said in an unhappy tone, I am asking you seriously, I am not joking with you. What kind of existence is Lord Tiger? The top boss who unified the entire Jiangnan city's underground forces. With 3,000 brothers under my command, how could they be afraid of just you? Even if you know Kung Fu, what can you do in the face of absolute power? Yi Tiance said helplessly, if you don't believe me, forget it. It's okay, I'm leaving. Han Ruayun said unhappily, hey. Why are you so anxious? Is it embarrassing to be with a beauty like me? She paused and continued, actually, I do have something very important to ask you, please agree to it. What is it? Han Ruayun said, one of my elders has a very strange disease, and all the famous doctors are helpless. I would like to ask you to go over and see him tomorrow. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, I don't treat patients casually. When Master taught Yi Tiance medical skills, he said that doctors should be kind, but he also warned him of 3 rules. 1. Those who are extremely treacherous and evil should not be treated. 2. Do not treat those who are heartless and unrighteous. 3. Those who are disloyal and unfilial will not be treated. These 3 rules, also known as the 3 no medical rules, have always been kept in mind by Yi Tiance. He would never easily treat or save people before he knew who the other person was. Han Ruayun said seriously, I do this to help you. Help me? Yi Tiance looked puzzled. Han Ruayun explained, that elder is Lin Yuanchuan from the Lin family. His status is very important in the entire Tiannan province. If you can save him, it will be like earning a big favor with his support, neither the Ji family nor master who will bother you again, do you understand? Yi Tiance said indifferently, they can come anytime if they want to cause trouble. I'm not afraid of anything. Han Ruayun was immediately furious. Why don't you know what's good for you? She continued, you know, Grandpa Lin has 2 granddaughters who are both beauties, especially the eldest daughter, who is in the provincial capital. In terms of appearance alone, she is considered the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. Even this young lady is ashamed of herself. Besides, her father is the censor of Tiannan province. If you cure Grandpa Lin's illness, there is a chance that her father will make you his son-in-law out of excitement. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes, showing no interest at all. He is almost sick of being a son-in-law in the Shiao family for these 3 years. Not to mention the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, even if she was the most beautiful woman in Long Country, she would not agree to be his son-in-law. Only dogs can be son-in-law. He now understands that without the constraints of marriage and the need to bear marital responsibilities, he can do whatever he wants. Isn't that better? However, Han Ruayun said that the beauty's surname was Lin. He did remember that there was a fiancée in the marriage certificate whose surname was also Lin. She lived in the provincial capital and seemed to be the daughter of a high-ranking official. They shouldn't be the same person. Hello? Han Ruayun suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She bit her lip and said, well, if you agree to help cure Grandpa Lin's illness, I can give you a big reward. A big reward? What? To Yi Tiance, all the wealth and power in this world are of no importance. I really can't think of any big reward that could attract him. Unexpectedly, Han Ruayun suddenly and boldly straightened his chest. I saw that pair of white and surging breasts were bottomless and almost hit Yi Tiance's face. Instantly, the aroma of milk fills your nose. Han Ruayun's face flushed as she said, if you can do this, I will reach out and touch you. Isn't this what you men like the most? Isn't this a big reward? Gurgle. Yi Tiance couldn't help swallowing. How can this reward be considered big? It is clearly huge. A full 5 seconds. He finally managed to pull his eyes out of the ravine. He said righteously, "Who do you think I am? I am not like those vulgar men." Ah. Disappointment appeared on Han Ruayun's face. But Yi Tiance suddenly added, "But I can't bear to see patients suffering from illness. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is my basic principle. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow." Han Ruayun. Grandma's. I seem to have suffered a loss. She glanced at the time and said, "All right. It's getting late. I have to go back early, otherwise it will be bad if my parents find out that I sneaked out. See you tomorrow." Just leave this sentence. Han Ruayun got into the car in a hurry and drove away. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, "After all this fuss, it turns out she sneaked out on purpose, and she even said she wasn't worried about me. TSK, what an interesting woman." Half an hour later. Yi Tiance returned to Villa number 1 of Zijin Heavenly Palace. Yi Tiance took out all the marriage certificates and checked them, and found that he indeed had a fiancée named Lin Yuyan, who lived in the provincial capital. However, the person who signed the marriage certificate was not Lin Yuanchuan, and his surname was not Lin. But it was a man named Gao Qiqiang. At the beginning, the master only mentioned to him that his fiancée came from a family of high-ranking officials, and did not say much else. There was no other information on the marriage certificate. Could it be that my fiancée and the eldest lady of the Lin family that Han Ruayun mentioned are not the same person? Yi Tiance murmured and didn't think about it any further. Instead, he thought of what Ji Buduan said, Rong Meiyan would appear at the birthday party the day after tomorrow. Then he wouldn't have to make a special trip to the provincial capital to cancel the engagement with the Rong family. Then you can just go to her at the birthday party and ask her to cancel the engagement, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. "It's so late, who can come over?" Yi Tiance muttered as he walked to the door. Through the surveillance camera, he saw a familiar face. A charming beauty wearing a silver cheongsam with a nearly perfect figure and looks. Her long black silk legs are faintly visible under the open collar of the cheongsam, which is very sexy. It's actually her? What are you doing here so late at night? Yi Tiance didn't really want to have anything to do with this woman. So I blocked the doorbell and went upstairs to rest. Chapter 32 Beauty, you have hemorrhoids, I suggest you have a circumcision. Rong Meiyan pressed the doorbell several times, but there was still no response. He sighed with slight disappointment. "Mr. Jiangnan, God of War, I think you must have your own difficulties, so you don't want to show up, but it doesn't matter, I can wait. It just so happens that I bought a villa in Zijin Tiangong, which is right next to yours. No matter what your needs are, you can come to me. By the way, I met a very interesting and mysterious man at the bidding meeting today. At one point, I even had a bold fantasy, how great it would be if that man was you." She continued talking to herself for a few minutes, and when she found there was still no response, she left. After Rong Meiyan returned to Villa number 2 of Zijin Palace, the assistant asked expectantly, "Miss, has the Jiangnan God of War shown up?" Rong Meiyan shook her head and asked her, "How is the matter I asked you to do?" The assistant handed a stack of documents to Rong Meiyan. This was exactly the detailed information that she was told to use to investigate Yi Tiance. The assistant introduced, Yi Tiance's family was buried in a fire 15 years ago, and he disappeared after that. He only returned to Jiangnan City 3 years ago and married Xiao Qingcheng from the Xiao family. For the past 3 years, the Xiao family has been very dissatisfied with Yi Tiance, until yesterday, Xiao Qingcheng filed for divorce and kicked him out of the Xiao family. Apart from the fact that his experience in the years he disappeared could not be investigated, other information revealed that this person had no background and no highlights. People who knew him thought that he was just a useless person who lived off his wife. "Miss, I don't understand, why is it worth your time to investigate such a guy?" Rong Meiyan smiled faintly and said, "Ching, you can't just look at the surface of things in my opinion. Yi Tiance's external characteristics of being a gigolo are so deeply rooted in people's minds that his real highlights are easily overlooked by others. I have to say, Xiao Qingcheng is such a stupid woman that she can be put in a museum. She gave up such an excellent man." The assistant named Qing curled his lips, obviously not taking these words to heart. Rong Meiyan smiled and said, "Let's change the subject. What do you think of my second uncle's proposal to arrange for me to attend the Ji family's birthday banquet and select a business partner?" Ah Ching answered truthfully, the head of the Ji family, Ji Wooly, has been secretly in contact with the second master for many years. He did this just to get you to have a good relationship with the Ji family, or even to make you choose the Ji family as your partner. In this way, the second master can borrow your power to support his own followers without any effort, and can also place you as a thorn by your side, achieving the best of both worlds. Rong Meiyan nodded. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, second uncle really thinks I am a child who can't even see through these little tricks. A smile appeared on her lips. But my second uncle did remind me of one thing. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. If I want to expand rapidly in Jiangnan City, I really need to choose a business partner I can trust. Ah Ching asked, Miss, do you have a choice? This time, Rong Meiyan neither shook her head nor nodded. But there seemed to be a hint of decision in those deep eyes. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tiance received a text message from Han Ruayun, which told him the meeting address. 1 hour later, Yi Tiance followed the address and came to the gate of Yulong Manor. I saw Han Ruayun, who was waiting there early. Han Ruayun was wearing casual clothes today, with a white shirt on the upper body. Without any additional decoration, it still couldn't hide the magnificent silhouette underneath. The buttons are almost bursting. As expected of an E-cup, she is so eye-catching every time we meet. If I catch this. Han Ruayun raised her chin and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Yi Tiance joked, I will come even if it rains knives from the sky. After all, I won't refuse this reward from the big boss. Hate. Han Ruayun blushed and said, Humph. You should cure Grandpa Lin's illness first. After saying that, Han Ruayun took Yi Tiance into the manor. Yi Tiance learned from her that Lin Yuanchuan was a close friend of her deceased grandfather. Lin Yuanchuan also treats Han Ruayun as half a granddaughter. That's why she is so concerned about Lin Yuanchuan's condition. The two walked all the way to the Lin family's living room. A girl in her mid-20s was walking towards me. She was dressed quite luxuriously, had a pair of long straight legs, and outstanding looks. Although she was not as good as Han Ruayun, she looked about 90 points good. Looking down, the road is flat. I felt bored instantly. He. A cup strong man, nothing more than this. Seeing Yi Tiance, the girl asked cautiously, Yun, who is he? Han Ruayun introduced with a smile, Sister Yang, he is the unmarried man who cured my illness that I told you about. He is my friend Yi Tiance, who came here specially to treat Grandpa Lin. She turned around and introduced Yi Tiance, this beauty is Grandpa Lin's second granddaughter, the second young lady of the Lin family, Lin Jiaoyang, and she is also my best friend. Come and say hello. At the same time, she lowered her voice and reminded him, for some reason, my best friend's temper has suddenly become arrogant and overbearing since more than half a year ago. Please bear with me. Yi Tiance was slightly stunned. I thought that your personality is already arrogant and overbearing enough, and there are even arrogant people in your eyes. What kind of temper would you have? At this time, Lin Jiaoyang adopted a condescending attitude. He asked cautiously, he is so young, how can he know medical skills? Is he a liar? Han Ruayun explained, he really knows medical skills, he is not a liar. Lin Jiaoyang said seriously, Yun, how come your mind is confused after a serious illness? Look at this guy, he is only 25 or 26 years old, how can he understand what medical skills are? He is not reliable at first glance. Yi Tiance said calmly, whether it is reliable or not is not up to you to decide. Lin Jiaoyang said disdainfully, okay, then do you have the ability to see what's wrong with me? If you can see it, I will believe you. If you are wrong, get out immediately. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows, are you sure you want me to say it? Lin Jiaoyang said seriously, I must say it. Yi Tiance looked Lin Jiaoyang up and down. Then he said, your lips are dry and pale, which means your spleen is not strong enough. You will have bad breath, drooling when you sleep, and even grinding your teeth and snoring. Your memory is also sometimes not good, right? In addition, you have an irritable personality, which means that your liver fire is strong and your spleen and stomach are out of balance. You will experience symptoms such as irregular menstruation, general lack of energy, cold hands and feet, and frequent diarrhea. By the way, beauty, you also have hemorrhoids. You can't sit for a long time. Eating spicy food will easily cause bleeding. I suggest you have a surgery to cure it permanently. Lin Jiaoyang suddenly interrupted and shouted, enough. Her face flushed, her heart beat faster, and she looked at Yi Tiance with disbelief. You have to know that some of these minor ailments are her personal privacy, even her relatives don't know about them. How did this guy know this? Yi Tian smiled faintly and asked, is my diagnosis wrong? Lin Jiaoyang bit her lip and said with a very unhappy expression, so what if it's right? But do you have any manners? Don't you know that there are some things you shouldn't say casually? Yi Tian's face was full of black lines. This woman is really a troublemaker. I have already reminded you, but it was you who insisted that I tell her. Now that I say it, you blame me. Ha, a woman like this would find it disgusting even if she knelt down and licked his ass for nothing. Han Ruayun tried to smooth things over, Sister Yang Yang, don't be angry. No matter what, you should trust his medical skills, right? Why don't you let him go and see Grandpa Lin? While speaking, she also secretly glanced at Yi Tian's, and there was a hint of approval in her eyes. This guy's medical skills are really good. When I have time, I will ask him if he has any way to cure dysmenorrhea. I have been suffering from it so much. Lin Jiaoyang said coldly, I admit that this guy has some medical skills, but they are just superficial. You should know that even Wu Xingye, the director of the first hospital, couldn't cure my grandfather's illness, so it would be useless for him to do so. She paused and continued, besides, I have asked someone to invite an expert to treat me today. It will definitely be successful. There is no need to ask him. Chapter 33, Lao Deng, stop lying. Just at this moment, two people came down from upstairs. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue suit and a white shirt. His face is majestic without being angry, revealing the aura of a superior within the system. Behind him was an old man in his 60s, wearing a white coat, obviously a doctor. After the man in the dark blue suit went downstairs, he smiled at Han Ruayun and said, you have just recovered from a long illness. Uncle has not found time to visit you. It's really because I'm too busy with work. You won't be angry, right? Han Ruayun hurried forward, showing a polite smile and said, how dare I be angry with Uncle Lin? Today I also brought a friend who knows medicine with me. Maybe he can cure Grandpa Lin. Hearing this, the man in the white shirt's pupils shrank. Yun, are you serious? Han Ruayun hummed and said, he cured the strange disease I had. The old doctor asked expectantly, Miss Han, where is your friend? I want to meet him. You have to know that Han Ruayun's strange disease was so severe that many famous doctors were helpless, including him. Unexpectedly, just the day before yesterday, news came out that her strange disease was actually cured by a miracle doctor. This shocked him. I have been looking forward to visiting this miracle doctor. Han Ruayun pulled Yi Tian's forward and introduced him, Dean Wu, he is the friend who cured me. At the same time, he introduced Yi Tian's, this is the director of our Jiangnan City First Hospital, Director Wu Xingye. He is a good friend of Grandpa Lin and will come to check Grandpa Lin's health whenever he has time. Wu Xingye looked at Yi Tian's with his eyes wide open. Isn't this too young? He originally thought that this legendary miracle doctor was at least over 60 years old, but he didn't expect that he was only in his early 20s. It's totally against common sense. But Wu Xingye then added with a smile, however, in medicine, the most experienced one comes first, not age. Please don't blame me for being rude, my friend. Yi Tian smiled and said, I dare not. He had a good first impression of Dean Wu. Much better than those old guys who look down on young people because of their status and qualifications. At this time, the man in the dark blue suit took the initiative to extend his hand and greeted Yi Tian's, saying, I am Lin Wanda, nice to meet you. Yi Tian shook hands with him and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. The Lin Wanda in front of him is no small figure. He is the current mayor of Jiangnan City and one of the top two bosses in the Jiangnan City political circles. Certainly. All this was seen by Yi Tian's, who was used to seeing all kinds of big guys. It's just so. Lin Wanda looked at Yi Tian's shaking hands with him without showing any timidity, and could not help but nod secretly. This young man has an unusual mentality. Can you really cure my father's illness? Yi Tian said truthfully, you can only draw a conclusion after you have seen everything. Immediately, Lin Wanda invited Yi Tian's to treat Mr. Lin. The group came to Lin Yuan's bedroom. Today, this bedroom has long been converted into a private ward. Various medical equipment such as ventilators and electrocardiographs are available. On the hospital bed lay a skinny, white-haired old man. His face turned blue, his breathing was weak, he was in a coma and his life was in danger. Lin Wanda said that the old man had always been in good health, but after returning from a trip half a year ago, he suddenly fell into a coma and no cause could be found. Yi Tian stepped forward, grabbed Lin Yuanxuan's wrist and took his pulse. After a moment, he lowered his wrist. Han Ruayun couldn't help but ask, "What disease does Grandpa Lin have? Have you figured it out?" Yi Tian looked at everyone and replied, "Mr. Lin is not sick at all." Ga. Everyone present was stunned. Not sick at all? Lin Jiaoyang scolded, "Nonsense. My grandfather has been in a coma for more than half a year and has no consciousness. If this is not a disease, what is it? You are really a liar who knows nothing." Wu Xingye frowned and said, "Friend Yi, Elder Lin's organs are failing and he is even bleeding. These are indeed symptoms of illness. How can you say he is not sick?" Yi Tian said calmly, "I am serious, Mr. Lin is not sick, he is actually." I was only halfway through my sentence. Outside the door, an old voice sounded, who is so arrogant as to say that Elder Lin is not sick. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. An old man with a goatee, wearing a yellow robe and a flower crown, appeared at the door, followed by a young man dressed in designer clothes. Coincidentally, these two people are familiar faces to Yi Tian's master Gongsun and Ji Buxiao, the second son of the Ji family. Could it be that the experts that Lin Jiaoyang mentioned are them? Lin Jiaoyang walked over quickly and greeted him, "Master Gongsun, we finally invited you here today." Tawist Gongsun stroked his beard and said in an unfathomable manner, "Nice to meet you." Lin Jiaoyang introduced to Lin Wanda, "Dad, this is the Taoist master Gongsun I mentioned to you. With him coming to treat Grandpa, it will be safe." Lin Wanda said, "Master Gongsun, I have long heard of your great name." Taoist Gongsun smiled modestly and said, "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I am just a name with a few tricks to save people. They are not worth mentioning." Lin Jiaoyang praised, "Master Gongsun, you are too modest. In our Jiangnan city and even in the entire Tiannan province, who hasn't heard of your reputation?" Although her words were a bit exaggerated, they were based on certain facts. According to legend, Tawist Gongsun has studied martial arts in Kunlun Mountain for more than 60 years. He is good at observing yin and yang, judging feng shui, knowing destiny, and is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. In particular, his ability to treat hysteria and evil diseases is superb. Just a few days ago, Ji Buxiao contacted her and said that he could bring Tawist Gongsun to treat the disease, and set the time for today. After Lin Jiaoyang praised Tawist Gongsun, he then pushed Yi Tian aside and said, "Master Gongsun is here to treat my grandfather. We don't need you here anymore. Go back to where you came from." Han Ruayun was somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Is this Taoist master Gongsun really that powerful? Why didn't he cure me back then?" Lin Jiaoyang was choked and subconsciously looked at Taoist Gongsun. The latter coughed lightly and said, "Miss Han, you don't know your strange disease was not cured by this boy at all, but by me." Han Ruayun? Are you kidding me? Taoist Gongsun stroked his beard and continued to explain, "In fact, before this boy gave you acupuncture, I had secretly cast a spell to save you, but you have been unconscious for too long, and it will take some time for you to wake up. But I didn't expect that this man named Ji happened to save you by giving you acupuncture." Ji Buxiao also echoed, "Yun, you are usually very smart, why don't you think about it carefully? If Yi Tian really has superb medical skills, how could he live in someone else's house as a son-in-law for 3 years and finally be kicked out? If you are not seriously ill, you will not do such a thing." Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Wanda and Lin Jiaoyang, father and daughter, both turned a little ugly. Good job. After all this fuss, it turns out that this guy is the son-in-law who was kicked out by someone else. How could such a person have such superb medical skills? Even Wu Xingye shook his head in disappointment. "I thought I would meet a young genius doctor today, but I didn't expect it to be." Snap. 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 Yi Tian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly clapped his hands. He said to Taoist Gongsun with a mocking look on his face, "Old Deng, if you don't learn the skills well, you should stop cheating people out of their money." Chapter 34, Resurrection Pill. Hearing this, Ji Buxiao immediately scolded him in a deep voice, "You useless thing, I advise you to show some respect to Taoist Gongsun." Yi Tian sneered and said, "My dear son, you speak to your father in this tone. Do you think you are showing respect to your father?" Ji Buxiao's face changed and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Thinking about the night before at the Tianlong Hotel, when he was forced by Yi Tian to kneel down and call him dad, he became furious. "I wish I could cut Yi Tian into pieces." Taoist Gongsun said in dissatisfaction, "You little brat, you say that I am confusing right and wrong. Do you have any evidence?" Yi Tiance asked back, if it was you who really cured Han Ruayun, then why didn't you tell the truth the day before yesterday? Why did you have to tell it today? Tawist Gong explained calmly, that's because I have practiced cultivation all my life and never cared about fame or gain. Why would I want to vent my anger for a moment? Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. This old dang has a thicker skin than the city wall. Yi Tiance was about to continue speaking. Han Ruayun grabbed her and whispered, stop talking. No matter what you say, they won't believe you. Yi Tiance smiled and asked, oh? From what I heard, you still believe me? Han Ruayun rolled his eyes at him and said, don't believe me. You bastard who only knows how to play hard to get. Although what Tawist Gong said was very convincing. But Han Ruayun always felt that there were too many loopholes. Although Yi Tiance is a bastard, she still trusts him and his medical skills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to diagnose Sister Yang Yang's little problem at a glance. Master, you don't have to worry about him. Please cure my grandfather first. Lin Jiaoyang said to Tawist Gong. Good. Tawist Gong walked to the bedside and started various examinations. Lin Wanda and Wu Xingye stood by and waited quietly. During this period, Ji Buxiao smiled at Han Ruayun and said, this Yi Tiance is a liar. Stay away from him in the future. Han Ruayun raised his chin and said arrogantly, what do you care? Ji Buxiao didn't feel embarrassed and said, by the way, tomorrow is my dad's 60th birthday. Uncle Han and Aunt Li have already confirmed that they will be attending. Do you want to go too? Han Ruayun said unhappily, I'm in a bad mood and don't want to go. Ji Buxiao's face froze and he felt very unhappy. I was thinking that once Tawist Gong cured Mr. Lin's illness today, our Ji family would become the Lin family's guests of honor, and I would have a better chance of becoming the Lin family's son-in-law. I will ignore you then. Soon, Tawist Gong finished the inspection. He straightened up, stroked his beard and said with a smile, I have found the cause of Elder Lin's illness. Lin Yuanchuan and Lin Jiaoyang, father and daughter, asked in unison, what is the cause of the disease? Taoist Master Gongsun pretended to be profound and said, in traditional Chinese medicine, it is a disease of amnesia. In layman's terms, Master Lin has lost his soul. Taoist Master Gongsuan's words shocked everyone present. Lost soul? Are you sure? Lin Wanda frowned slightly. As a member of the system, he was actually unwilling to believe in such things as supernatural powers. There is even some resistance. Taoist Gongsun nodded and said, Mr. Lin, what I said is true. As the saying goes, a person has 3 souls and 7 spirits, which sustain a person's life and spirit. Once a soul is lost, the person may become mentally ill at best, or even fall into a coma or even die at worst. If my guess is correct, Elder Lin must have been frightened or mentally stimulated before he fell into a coma, right? Lin Wanda and Lin Jiaoyan lowered their heads in thought. After a few seconds, Lin Jiaoyan's eyes lit up and said, I remember that half a year ago, when my grandfather and I went on a trip to another place, we passed by a village and stayed overnight. Suddenly, a one-eyed old lady knocked on the door loudly at night and said that my grandfather was in danger of a bloody disaster and asked us to leave quickly. We were both shocked at the time, but my grandfather didn't believe it, so he didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought? Taoist Gongsun stroked his beard and nodded, that's right. It's understandable that Elder Lin was frightened that night and lost his soul. Lin Jiaoyang asked hurriedly, then is there any way to save my grandfather? Taoist Gongsun waved his hand and said, this matter is simple, just wait for me to summon the soul. He. At this time, Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh out loud. According to his observation, Lin Yuanchuan was not a lost soul at all, not to mention the absurd reason of losing his soul due to being frightened. You know, when the old man was young, he survived a hail of bullets. How could one be so timid? Ji Buxiao frowned and scolded, Mr. Yi, what are you laughing at? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, I laughed at this old Taoist for talking nonsense, do you really believe what he said? Lin Jiaoyang said unhappily, if I don't believe Taoist Gongsun, do I believe a liar like you? If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for asking someone to kick you out. Lin Wanda's expression also became somewhat unhappy, and he snorted coldly. Han Ruayun hurriedly pulled Yi Tiance's sleeve. He lowered his voice and reminded, shut up now. You offended so many people at the Chamber of Commerce yesterday. Do you want to offend the Lin family today? I shouldn't have brought you here. Yi Tiance said indifferently, I am just giving a kind reminder. I hope they will listen to this old Taoist and not regret it in the end. Lin Jiaoyang said with disdain, I will never regret it. Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, Ha, remember what you said. Then he stopped talking and stole a glance at Wu Xingye. He found that Wu Xingye's expression when he looked at Tawist Gongsun was rather complicated. There was a hint of distrust. Obviously, Dean Wu also doubted Tawist Gongsun's claim that he had lost his soul. It's just that due to the lack of evidence, it's difficult to speak out. Lin Jiaoyang said to Tawist Gongsun, Master, please don't bother with him. Please save my grandfather as soon as possible. Tawist Gongsun said calmly, I will not argue with a clown. Don't worry, I will protect Elder Lin's life. Next, Tawist Gongsun instructed Lin Wanda to set up the ritual venue according to his requirements. The so-called dojo is not complicated. It is nothing more than props such as the offering table, incense, and yellow cloth. After a moment, Lin Wanda ordered the servants in his house to set up a ritual venue in the ward. Tawist Gongsun walked to the center of the dojo, pulled out a peachwood sword from his bag, stepped on the gang step, and chanted, My soul is haunted by dreams, I can return to Jiangling in one day after 1,000 miles away my temples are covered with frost, and the shadow of the 8 formations hangs in the air. About a minute later, Tawist Gongsun suddenly shouted, and pointed the peachwood sword in his hand at Lin Yuanchuan who was lying on the bed, Hurry up and obey the order. Command! Lin Yuanchuan lying on the hospital bed didn't move at all. Ji Buxiao couldn't help but ask, Master, is there no effect? Shut up! Tawist Gongsun scolded. He demonstrated the same process again and shouted, Hurry up and obey the order. But still nothing happened. Tawist Gongsun wiped some sweat from his forehead. I couldn't help but frown and said, That's strange, how could this happen? Han Ruayun curled his lips and said, Didn't you say it was a small matter? Why hasn't it worked yet? Lin Wanda asked, Master, is there any difficulty? This. Tawist Gongsun frowned in thought, and suddenly a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and smiled, It's okay, it may be that your father's soul has been lost for too long, which has increased the difficulty of summoning the soul. But it doesn't matter, I have my own way. He took out a black pill from his bosom and introduced it, This is the resurrection pill I made myself, specially for use with soul summoning. After I give it to Elder Lin, I will use it together with the soul summoning method, and it will definitely succeed. Lin Jiaoyang hurriedly said, Thank you for your concern, Taoist priest. Tawist Gongsun stepped forward and was about to put the resurrection pill into Lin Yuanchuan's mouth. Bang! At this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Wait! Tawist Gongsun turned around and took a look. When he found out that it was Yi Tian who caught him, his face darkened and he asked, What are you doing? Chapter 35, Conjuring Spirits? I can do that too. When others saw this scene, their faces changed. Lin Jiaoyang scolded, Let go of your dog's paws. Why are you stopping the Taoist from treating my grandfather? Ji Buxiao cursed, Mr. Yi, are you crazy? Do you have the guts to cause trouble in the Lin family? Lin Wanda said with a serious expression, Young man, what do you mean? Han Ruayun was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly signaled Yi Tian to let go. Yi Tian turned a deaf ear to it. He snatched the resurrection pill from Tawist Gongsun's hand. Yi Tian showed a solemn expression and said, You are so bold, old Taoist. You even dare to let people take this kind of elixir. Do you still have a conscience? The latter shook his head and said, I don't understand what you mean, give the pill back to me. Not only did Yi Tian have no intention of returning it, but he placed it in his palm and applied a little force. With a snap. Crushed the pill in an instant. Tawist Gongsun's eyes widened, asshole. This is the returning pill that I spent several years of hard work to refine, and it was destroyed just like that. What a waste of a gift from heaven. Then, he complained to everyone, You all saw it, it's not that I don't want to save people, but this kid deliberately sabotaged them. Lin Jiaoyang was furious and said, Asshole. You liar, how dare you destroy the elixir that saved my grandfather? Someone, come here, I will teach you a lesson today. Lin Wanda immediately raised his hand and said, Wait. He stared at Yi Tian with an experienced look, his eyes drooping as he said, Young man, you may have to give Lin an explanation for this matter. Those who are familiar with Lin Wanda know that he is really angry. Once an outbreak occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Han Ruayun's heart was in his throat. If she had known that Yi Tian would do these things, she would never have brought him here. Faced with such an atmosphere, Yi Tian said calmly, my explanation is that this pill will not only fail to save Mr. Lin, but will cost him his life. Yi Tian's words were like a bombshell. The faces of everyone present changed and they looked at Tawist Gongsun. There was a flash of panic in Tawist Gongsun's eyes. He shouted, You are talking nonsense. This elixir I made is made with precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and snow lotus. It has a tonic effect. How could it possibly harm Elder Lin's life? Ha! Are you pretending to be confused? Yi Tian sneered and presented the crushed pills to everyone. The elixir refined by this old Taoist priest has 18 kinds of medicinal materials in total. Indeed, each of them has a tonic effect, but as the saying goes, everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Such a strong tonic pill, let alone a sick person, even if given to a healthy and strong man, will cause hot flashes and bleeding, or even fainting in shock. You actually know this principle very well, but you just think that if Mr. Lin takes it, it can forcibly stimulate the body to react or even wake up. Although this result is possible, the fact is that this is simply overdrawing the old man's remaining vitality. Once it is exhausted, he will surely die. Yi Tian's explanation made Lin Wanda's eyelids jump. His face darkened. Master, are you serious? Tawist Gongsun defended himself. Mr. Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. How can a young boy like you understand what Chinese medicine is and what the properties of medicines are? Lin Jiaoyang shouted angrily, Mr. Yi, I think you are deliberately trying to sabotage my grandfather's treatment. Now you are trying to make excuses, right? Yi Tian smiled and said, You can say that I am quibbling, but Dean Wu won't quibble, right? He turned to Wu Xingye and said, President Wu, please verify whether I am talking nonsense. Wu Xingye came over. He picked up some of the medicine powder in Yi Tian's palm, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. After a few seconds, his pupils suddenly shrank. He could not help but be shocked and said, This pill contains more than 10 kinds of Chinese medicinal ingredients, and they are all tonic. If Elder Lin takes it, the consequences will be, as this little brother said, unimaginable. Say this at the same time. He looked at Yi Tian's with shock in his eyes. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, distinguishing the medicinal components of medicines is a basic ability and also represents the level of a Chinese medicine practitioner. If you can distinguish 3 ingredients by sight or smell without the help of any tools, you are considered a novice. More than 5 types are considered average. More than 8 types of Chinese medicine can be called first class. More than 10 types are definitely at the master level. He, Wu Xingye, just crossed this threshold, and this was only possible after he had observed for a long time. But the young man in front of him, named Yi Tian's, could distinguish 18 kinds with just one glance. This ability is simply unheard of. Wu Xingye's testimony made the faces of the people present turn ugly. Lin Wanda narrowed his eyes and asked Tawist Gongsun, Master, Lin needs an explanation. This. Tawist Gongsun swallowed nervously. Don't be fooled by his fame and status. But I would never dare to offend the Lin family. The reason why he took out the resurrection pill was that he thought that as long as he could save Lin Yuanxuan and make him wake up, it would be enough. As for death from overdrawn life, that will happen in a few days. No one can blame him then. We can only blame the old man for his bad luck. But I didn't expect that Yi Tian's would mess it up. But he is a veteran after all. With a turn of his eyes, he said, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Although the resurrection pill has such side effects, if it is used in conjunction with the necromancy technique, the side effects will be offset and there will be no problem at all. As he said this, he pointed suddenly at Yi Tian's. He turned the tables and said, in the final analysis, it's all this kid's fault for disrupting the soul-calling process, otherwise Elder Lin would have been rescued. Facing the attack from Tawist Gongsun, Yi Tian's couldn't help but sneer, You are so ashamed to say that you can summon spirits? Don't make people laugh. Tawist Gongsun shouted, Arrogant boy. I can't summon spirits, but can you? Yi Tian said with a relaxed look, It's just summoning spirits, what's the difficulty? Hearing this, Tawist Gongsun was delighted. He thought to himself, this kid is still too inexperienced in the world of martial arts, and he actually tried to divert the attention to himself. In this way, I can also escape. So he added fuel to the fire, then show us how to do it. If you can't do it, you will be held responsible for not being able to save Elder Lin today. Ji Buixiao's eyes turned and he guessed what Tawist Gongsun meant. He also echoed, Mr. Yi, you are so boastful. If you have the ability, why don't you try to summon spirits? Don't embarrass yourself. Han Ruayun's eyes flashed with worry, and he reminded, Yi Tiance, let's forget it, they actually. Yi Tiance raised his hand to interrupt, don't worry, I know everything. As he spoke, he stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, made finger gestures with his left hand, and recited the formula silently in his mind. Tawist Gong said disdainfully, Ha, you didn't even build a temple, but directly performed a ritual to summon the spirits. It's obvious you don't know anything. Hearing this, Lin Jiaoyang and Ji Buxiao also sneered. Everyone is waiting for Yi Tiance to make a fool of himself. At this moment, Yi Tiance suddenly opened his eyes and shouted softly, Come. Next second. A cool breeze suddenly blew in the ward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The indoor temperature dropped several degrees in an instant, giving people goosebumps. Seeing this scene, the faces of several people present changed drastically. Tawist Gong couldn't help but asked in surprise, what happened? Yi Tiance smiled and said, You will know soon. He snapped his fingers. When Tawist Gong and Ji Buxiao heard the snap of fingers, they suddenly felt dizzy. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and opened them. Then, their eyes almost popped out. Chapter 36 Dr. Yi, I'm sorry. Because before their eyes, the originally brightly lit ward became extremely cold and dark, and several wronged souls with blood coming out of their 7 orifices and pale faces appeared. These wronged souls slowly floated towards them with their mouths wide open, and all kinds of shrill sounds came out of their terrifying mouths. Come down and keep me company. I'm so cold. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Give me your heart and liver, I want to eat your bone marrow, he. Where had Tawist Gong and Ji Buxiao ever seen such a scene? He was immediately scared and ran away. Ji Buxiao cried out, Mom. Please don't kill me. Tawist Gong, can you summon spirits? Please drive these things away. Tawist Gong was so anxious that he cried, I don't know how to summon spirits, and you believe my boasting. Ouch. I'm so scared. Ji Buxiao cursed loudly, Fuck. You deceitful old dog, you have ruined me. In fact, except for the two of them, Lin Wanda and the rest of the people didn't actually see these. Although they didn't know what Ji Buxiao and the others saw. I don't know what Yi Tiance did. But the conversation between the two guys on the ground has already told them that Tawist Gong doesn't know how to summon spirits at all, and his previous remarks were all nonsense. Bang! As Yi Tiance snapped his fingers again, everything that Tawist Gong and Ji Buxiao saw disappeared. But because of excessive fright. At this time, the two of them had already fallen to the ground, trembling all over, with fear in their eyes. The crotch of his pants was wet and looked very sexy. Where is the previous arrogant look? At this time, Lin Wanda's face looked very ugly. These two things are not only mysterious, but also almost killed the old man. Unforgivable. He snorted coldly, Come here, beat these two up and throw them out. They are not allowed to set foot in the Lin family in the future. Yes. 2 bodyguards came in and dragged Ji Buxiao and Tawist Gong out. Then, outside there was the sound of fists and feet and continuous wailing. Until he was thrown out in a panic at last. After a little episode. Lin Wanda looked at Yi Tiance's expression and for the first time he took him seriously. He saluted and said, I was short-sighted and neglected divine Dr. Yi before. Please help me save my father. This was beyond Lin Wanda's expectations. Yi Tiance said calmly, What if I refuse? Yi Tiance's response was beyond everyone's expectations. What is Lin Wanda's identity? In Jiangnan City, every word he said was almost indistinguishable from an imperial edict. At this time, his request was actually rejected by Yi Tiance? Lin Jiaoyan was the first to express her dissatisfaction, You don't even listen to my dad. Do you know what the consequences are? Yi Tiance said indifferently, I don't care. You. Lin Jiaoyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She really wanted to go up and slap Yi Tiance twice. I noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Han Ruayun reminded Yi Tiance in a low voice, Please stop talking. Didn't you promise me to treat Grandpa Lin? Why did you refuse again? Apologize to Uncle Lin. Yi Tiance said calmly, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Han Ruayun suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. She thought that this guy had offended a group of powerful people in Jiangnan City at the tendering Chamber of Commerce, so she felt that he was very bold. I didn't expect that he would be even more bold in his performance at the Lin family today. Doesn't he know what fear is? Han Ruayun pleaded with Lin Wanda. Uncle Lin, you don't take it to heart, Yi Tiance didn't mean it, Lin Wanda raised his hand to interrupt her. Yun, uncle, I don't mean to blame you, let me talk to Dr. Yi first. He looked at Yi Tiance and asked with a smile, I wonder why Dr. Yi said this? If you need any conditions to help, please feel free to ask. No matter how troublesome it is, as long as Lin can do it, I will do my best to solve it. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Wanda is indeed the mayor of the city, his mentality is mature and steady. If it was someone with a narrow mind, the other party would have gotten angry long ago just based on his attitude of rejection. Yi Tiance did not hide it and simply said, my conditions are very easy, not that troublesome. As he said that, he pointed his finger at Lin Jiaoyang. The latter's face changed, and he said with disgust, Mr. Yi, you don't want to marry me, do you? I advise you to give up this idea. I don't like men like you. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and said, you misunderstood. I am not interested in women like you. I just want you to apologize for your previous words and actions towards me. Isn't that difficult? But such a simple condition was rejected by Lin Jiaoyang in a cold voice. Humph. You want me to apologize just because of you? Don't you think you are worthy of it? Arrogant and strong attitude. Yi Tiance said calmly, if that's the case, forget it. Goodbye. Dr. Yi, please stay. Lin Wanda suddenly spoke up to stop him. He turned to Lin Jiaoyang and ordered in a deep voice, why don't you apologize to Dr. Yi quickly? Lin Jiaoyang said unconvincedly, why do you want me to apologize? Besides, how can he be called a miracle doctor? Who knows if he was just being mysterious? Bang! Suddenly, Lin Wanda slapped Lin Jiaoyang in the face. The room suddenly became quiet. Lin Wanda's cold eyes flickered as he said, I asked you to apologize to Dr. Yi. Don't you understand what I said? Lin Jiaoyang couldn't help but tremble and her eyes widened. This was the first time that Lin Wanda hit her since she grew up. You know, I've never even yelled at her before. And today he actually slapped himself in public for an outsider? Tears of grievance immediately flowed uncontrollably. Of course, no matter how arrogant she was, she didn't dare to contradict her angry father. In the end, he could only bite his lips unwillingly and clench his fists. Said to Yi Tiance, Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Then, Lin Wanda also said helplessly, Dr. Yi, my wife passed away early, and I was very busy at work, so I was a little indulgent in educating my daughter, which led to her developing such a rude character. Please don't take it to heart. Han Ruayun also helped to discuss, that's about it. This. Yi Tiance frowned, and his eyes suddenly fell on Han Ruayun's e-cup. Thinking of the big agreement between the two of them. Never mind. Just bear with it if you want to touch an e-cup. Since Miss Lin has apologized, the matter ends here. I will treat Mr. Lin right now. Lin Wanda was delighted and asked hurriedly, what do I need to prepare? A sterilized silver needle, a wash basin, and a bottle of strong liquor will do. That's all? Yi Tiance nodded affirmatively. Lin Wanda didn't want to ask any more questions, so he asked the servants to make preparations quickly. Wu Xingye, who was not far away, frowned slightly. Can Yi Tiance really cure Mr. Lin with just these three things? Lin Jiaoyang stood a little further away, still staring at Yi Tiance with unwillingness. While waiting for the item to be prepared, Han Ruayun asked Yi Tiance curiously, by the way, did you really use the necromancy technique just now to scare Tawist Gong and the others? Yi Tiance smiled and said, guess? Han Ruayun rolled his eyes, guess. I'm a child, still guessing? Yi Tiance smiled faintly and did not respond. In fact, he did not use any necromancy just now, but used a trick to sleight of hand on Tawist Gong and Ji Buxiao, causing the two to hallucinate and see wrong ghosts, and be scared to death. After all, as long as the goal of exposing Tawist Gong can be achieved, it is enough. Soon, the three items were brought by the servant. Yi Tiance poured the high-concentration liquor into the basin. He said seriously, please help Mr. Lin sit up, Dean Wu. I am going to give him the acupuncture. Chapter 37 Yi Tiance, you will be my son-in-law of the Lin family. Good. Wu Xingye nodded, went over and helped Lin Yuanchuan sit up from the bed. Yi Tiance picked up a silver needle and flicked the tail lightly, and the whole silver needle began to shake violently. The next moment, he mobilized his internal energy and quickly inserted the silver needle into Lin Yuanchuan's Danzhong acupoint. Then, Yi Tiance used the same method to give the second injection. Pierce the Tianqi acupoint. and so on. 6 full stitches. Lin Jiaoyang secretly pouted and muttered, after all this time, it's just acupuncture. I thought it was something great. Wu Xingye couldn't help but wonder. Although this young man's acupuncture technique is sophisticated and mature, there is nothing special about it. Will it really have any effect? His eyes suddenly focused, and he saw wisps of white steam coming out of Lin Yuanxuan's body pores. Also seen were Lin Wanda, Han Ruayun, and others. All with eyes wide open. This is the first time everyone has seen this phenomenon. A few more seconds passed. Han Ruayun suddenly said, "Look at Grandpa Lin's chest, there seems to be something." I saw a bulge slowly emerging on Lin Yuanxuan's chest. It was long and shaped and was slowly moving. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said, "It's coming out." Han Ruayun, hold the basin and listen to my orders later. Han Ruayun nodded and took the basin. Yi Tiance picked up the 7th silver needle and inserted it into Lin Yuanxuan's juk acupoint with lightning speed. Buzz! As the silver needle trembled slightly. The bulge on Lin Yuanxuan's chest seemed to be frightened and its movement speed suddenly increased. Just when it was about to reach Lin Yuanxuan's throat, Yi Tiance quickly ordered, "Quickly take the basin and put it in front of Mr. Lin." Han Ruayun did it immediately. The next moment, Lin Yuanxuan spat out a ball of black liquid into the basin. It was sticky. Everyone looked closely. I saw a white worm nearly 10 centimeters long in the basin, rolling and struggling in the liquor. Everyone turned pale with fright. "What's this?" Yi Tiance replied, "This is a leech." Lin Wanda was shocked and asked, "Why are there leeches in my father's body?" Wu Xingye was equally puzzled. Even if you accidentally drank water with leech eggs, it would be difficult for them to survive in your body, let alone grow so big? Yi Tiance was about to explain. A weak cough suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Lin Yuanxuan slowly opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I'm still alive?" Han Ruayun said happily, "Grandpa Lin, are you really awake?" Wu Xingye's eyes widened, and he said in shock, "What a miracle! I have finally opened my eyes today." Even Lin Jiaoyang opened her mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. This bastard actually succeeded? Lin Wanda, who was always emotionally stable, had slightly red eyes at this moment. "Dad, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Yuanxuan said weakly, "Except for the lack of strength, everything else is fine." "Who saved me?" Lin Wanda quickly introduced, "It was this Yi Tiance, the divine Dr. Yi, who saved you. Don't look at his young age, actually." He quickly recounted everything that had happened. After hearing, Lin Yuanxuan bowed to Yi Tiance and said, "Dr. Yi, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. You saved my life, and I will repay you 100-fold. Lin Wanda also said excitedly, "From today on, you are the guest of honor of the Lin family. If you have any needs, just speak up." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "You're welcome. I'm just saving people. I don't have any requests." This sentence made both Lin Yuanxuan and Lin Wanda, father and son, nod secretly. This young man has a very complicated mindset. Wu Xingye asked in doubt, "Dr. Yi, what is the reason for the leech in Elder Lin's body?" The others also looked at Yi Tiance curiously. Yi Tiance explained, "In fact, this is not an ordinary leech, but a kind of southern Xinjiang poisonous insect, which cannot be detected by medical equipment. Because the poisonous insects parasitize the body and absorb vitality, Elder Lin fell into a coma. There was no problem with his body, so I said earlier that Elder Lin was not sick at all." Goo insect? Is there really such a thing? Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, poisonous insects were fictional creations. Yi Tiance said, "The world is so big that nothing is impossible. If I'm not mistaken, when Elder Lin went to travel abroad half a year ago, it should be in the southern Xinjiang area, and that's when he accidentally got poisoned. The old lady who knocked on the door that night and reminded you that you would have a bloody disaster must have been referring to this." Lin Yuanxuan nodded and said, "What divine Dr. Yi said is correct. The place where I was traveling at that time was in southern Xinjiang." Everyone's expression was sudden. That way, everything is explained. But at this moment, Yi Tiance changed the subject and reminded, "It is not easy to refine the goo worm. Even in southern Xinjiang, it is very rare. Generally speaking, the probability of being infected by goo while traveling is lower than winning the lottery." In other words, Lin Wanda's eyes narrowed. You mean to say that my father's poisoning was not an accident, but someone poisoned him? Yi Tiance nodded. Lin Wanda's eyes flashed with a fierce light and he said, no matter who did it, I will track him down to the end and will not let him go. At this time, Lin Yuanxuan seemed to have thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he said to everyone, all of you go out, I have something to say to Dr. Yi alone. This. Everyone looked at each other. Lin Wanda nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Let's all get out. After everyone left, only Yi Tiance and Lin Yuanxuan were left in the ward. Lin Yuanxuan said with emotion, it is hard to imagine such medical skills and character in a young man. I have seen many young talents in my life, but this is the first time I have seen someone like you. Yi Tiance smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Lin Yuanxuan shook his head and said, that's not flattering at all. Although we have known each other for a short time, I still have some experience in judging people. To be honest, it's a pity that such an outstanding young man like you is only allowed to be a guest of honor in the Lin family. I just heard from Wanda that you used to be a son-in-law in someone else's family, and now you have filed for a divorce. If you don't mind, I am willing to marry my granddaughter to you and ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing. Yi Tiance thought of that woman Lin Jiaoyang and quickly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Lin's kindness, but let's just forget about it. Lin Yuanxuan laughed and said, Dr. Yi, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean for you to marry Yang Yang. She is stubborn by nature and has high expectations but low skills. Although she is my granddaughter, she is not worthy of you. What I want to talk about is my second son's daughter, who is also my eldest granddaughter. I am not bragging, but in terms of appearance, she is known as the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. In terms of talent and knowledge, she is one in a million. What is rare is that she has a gentle and kind personality, which makes her a perfect match for you, Dr. Yi. Ahem. Yi Tiance quickly shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, I really don't have that kind of thought. You know, she still has a lot of engagements that have not been cancelled. Where would I have the time to deal with other engagements? Who cares if she is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province? Refused to say anything more. Is that so? Well, since Divine Dr. Yi has no idea, I won't force him. Lin Yuanxuan sighed slightly. In fact, even if Yi Tiance agreed, he would still need to spend a lot of effort to win over his eldest granddaughter. It's not that the eldest granddaughter would refuse the marriage he arranged. Instead, her grandfather inexplicably arranged a marriage for her in his early years. Unfortunately, after waiting for several years, the man never came to her. No one knew whether he had forgotten about this marriage. He collected his thoughts and continued, actually, the reason I asked you to stay alone is because of another matter? Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, you guessed it right. What Elder Lin wants to talk about is probably the murderer who put the curse on you, right? Lin Yuanxuan's eyes narrowed, and he sighed, Divine Dr. Yi is really smart, that's right. To be honest, although I was poisoned when I went to southern Xinjiang half a year ago, I have a vague suspicion that the person who poisoned me was someone close to me. It's just an intuitive guess, I don't have any evidence. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, so Mr. Lin is asking me if I can catch the murderer who put the poison? Lin Yuanxuan nodded. Yi Tiance smiled and said, I do have a way, but it may require Elder Lin to suffer a little. Lin Yuanxuan said seriously, I could endure the hail of bullets on the battlefield back then. As long as we can catch the murderer, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little. Yi Tiance smiled mysteriously and said, in that case, then wait for the news from the junior, tomorrow at the latest. But before that, I'll have to trouble you to do something. Chapter 38. Is it time to redeem the reward? Yi Tiance left Lin Yuanxuan's room and returned to the living room. At this time, everyone was still waiting in the living room. See Yi Tiance coming over. Han Ruayun handed the basin filled with white leeches to Yi Tiance and asked, how do we deal with this? Yi Tiance smiled and said, just dump it out and cover it with soil. Lin Wanda immediately ordered someone to take the basin away and deal with it. Yi Tiance said seriously, by the way, there is actually still some poison in Elder Lin's body. I will prescribe a prescription later. It has the effect of removing poison and restoring vitality. Take it as required, and you will be fully recovered in a week. Then I asked for paper and pen to write down the prescription. The medicinal materials in it are not rare and are easy to buy. Lin Wanda said excitedly, it is hard to repay Dr. Yi for saving my father's life. Please feel free to ask if you have any needs, Mr. Yi. Yi Tiance waved his hand and said, I've already said it before, I don't need anything. Now that the matter is settled, I'll take my leave first. Lin Wanda had no choice but to say, then I will send you off personally. Wu Xingyi also said, I will send Dr. Yi as well. Before leaving, Yi Tiance reminded again, remember, you must follow my prescription and there must be no deviation. Lin Wanda said he would keep everything in mind. Then the two of them sent Yi Tiance and Han Ruayun away. Only Lin Jiaoyang remained in the living room, her face uncertain. Yi Tiance and Han Ruayun left the Lin family. Han Ruayun said with emotion, I didn't expect that your medical skills are better than I thought. Xiao Qingchang is such an idiot that she actually asked for a divorce from you. Anyway, you saved Grandpa Lin today, which is a big favor to me. I can satisfy you with any reward you need, such as having a meal together. She had always been unhappy that Yi Tiance did not fulfill the engagement with her 3 years ago, but instead married Xiao Qingcheng. It made her feel like a spare tire. But after these 2 days of contact, she found that Yi Tiance had more and more shining points. In this case, it seems like it would be a good idea to have more contact with him. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, no need. Han Ruayun said unhappily, why? Do you think I'm embarrassing you? My conditions are not bad, right? Yi Tiance smiled and said, Miss Han seemed to have mentioned the reward after the success before she asked me to treat her illness. Could it be that you have forgotten something? Hearing this, Han Ruayun's face turned red. Oh no! I was so excited that I actually forgot about this. She looked at Yi Tiance's eyes wandering across her chest. He quickly crossed his arms across his chest and asked cautiously, What do you want to do? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, Why? Don't you want to fulfill your promise? No. Han Ruayun suddenly thought of something. Wait, let me ask you something first. If you answer honestly, I will consider letting you touch me. What is it? Han Ruayun said, Grandpa Lin left you alone just now. What did he ask you about? Tell me the truth. Well. Yi Tiance hesitated for a moment and briefly recounted what Lin Yuanxuan had told him. Of course, the suspicion that the poison was given by someone close to him was not disclosed. Han Ruayun pouted and said, I knew that Grandpa Lin would say that you would be the son-in-law of the Lin family. It's okay for Sister Yan Yang, but I didn't expect that he would even want to marry Sister Yu Yen to you. He really wants to go all out. Yi Tiance asked curiously, by the way, you and Elder Lin both said that she is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. Is that true? How can this be fake? If you don't believe me, I'll show you the photos. Speaking of. She took out her cell phone, opened a photo and handed it to Yi Tiance. Here. This is Sister Yu Yen. Yi Tiance took a closer look. In the photo, a girl wearing hanfu is sitting in a pavilion. Her face is pretty and dignified, with a hint of calm intelligence between her brows and a faint smile on her lips, like a spring breeze. Her long hair is gently tied up and fixed with an ancient hairpin, revealing an unobtrusive elegance. The sunlight shone on her through the gaps in the leaves, covering her with a layer of golden halo, making her look like a fairy descended to earth. Yi Tiance has seen many beauties, such as Xiao Qingcheng, Han Ruayun, and the one he met at the bidding conference. Each of them is 1 in a million, and is a top beauty with a look score of 98. But this person in the photo has not undergone any post-production retouching, and just based on his looks, he deserves 100 points. No flaws. So beautiful that it's breathtaking. No wonder she is known as the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, she really deserves the title. The point is that this woman is not only extremely beautiful, but also has a voluptuous body under her hanfu, at least a D cup or above. I didn't expect that there is such a wonderful woman in the world. If I could marry a woman like this. Etc. Yi Tiance suddenly thought of something. Just now you called her Sister Yu Yen, could it be that her name is Lin Yu Yen? Han Ruayun nodded and said, yes, isn't the name nice? Yi Tiance. It's more than just nice to listen to. It turned out that she was one of his fiancées. The point is that he just rejected Mr. Lin's decision to arrange a marriage. This is even worse than losing 50 billion. But on second thought, he had finally gotten out of a marriage and would never easily get involved in a new marriage, even if the other party was a beauty like Lin Yuyan. In short, he realized the truth. Nowadays, rather than being hurt by others in a relationship, it is better to lower your moral standards and hurt others. He raised an eyebrow and asked, I have told you the truth about what you asked me to say. Now it's time to cash in the reward, right? Unexpectedly, a cunning flash appeared in Han Ruayun's eyes. I've already given you this reward. When did it happen? Yi Tiance was confused. He didn't remember touching Han Ruayun's cup. Han Ruayun's eyes flashed with cunning as he said, when you gave me acupuncture that day, you touched me through my pajamas, right? Don't deny it, my mother told me about it, you pervert, humph. Forehead. Yi Tiance was speechless, he spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Okay, you are one step ahead, I admit it today. In fact, when he asked Han Ruayun for a reward, it was mostly a joke. Didn't really expect to touch it. After all, he is not very interested in that thing. Really, no lie. Don't lie. Han Ruayun said proudly, that's good to know. Now you should agree to go shopping with me, right? Yi Tiance refused directly, you go shopping by yourself, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he strode away at an accelerated speed. Han Ruayun, who stayed where he was, stomped his feet in anger. Her E-cup breasts almost burst her shirt. Hey! I just didn't let you touch me, why are you so stingy? Humph! I finally understand, you are still deliberately setting up a persona and playing hard to get, right? I won't be fooled. In my eyes, you are far inferior to the big man behind Lord Long. As he was talking, Han Ruayun suddenly realized something. Last night, because Yi Tiance caused trouble at the bidding Chamber of Commerce, she was called home early by her father and the Chamber of Commerce was cancelled. She didn't get to meet the big shot she had been dreaming of. Think of this. Han Ruayun felt even more aggrieved and angry. He gnashed his teeth and said, asshole, don't let me run into you next time, or I'll make you pay. Chapter 39 Yi Tiance must be invited back to the Shiao family. Jiangnan First Hospital. In a high-end ward. Xiao Hongming was sitting on the hospital bed, and Xiao Qingqiang was sitting beside the bed. He frowned and asked, I asked you to invite Tiansa back, why didn't you do it? Xiao Qingqiang bit her lower lip and said, Grandpa, why don't you respect me for once? I believe that if I divorce him, I will be better off, and the Xiao family will be better off too. Xiao Hongming said earnestly, I know you are arrogant and unwilling to give in, but you owe him too much in the past 3 years, and an apology is only right. Tiansu is not someone who doesn't know right from wrong. As long as you apologize sincerely, he will definitely not make things difficult for you. Wouldn't it be nice for the two of you to get back together and give me a big fat great-grandson? Xiao Qingqiang blushed and asked, who wants to have a baby with him? It's not that she didn't consider apologizing to Yi Tiance. But what he did last night was really too much and made her very disappointed. In the end, the Xiao family lost 10 billion orders. She hasn't dared to tell her grandfather about this until now. Xiao Hongming seemed to remember something and asked, the night I was hospitalized, your mother in Xiaonan clearly told me that Tiansa didn't come to visit me, and said that he wanted to sever ties with the Xiao family. I suspect they are lying. Tell Grandpa the truth. What happened? Facing Xiao Hongming's serious questions, Xiao Qingqiang didn't dare to hide it. He told the whole story that happened in the hospital the night before truthfully. After listening, Xiao Hongming's lips trembled with anger. Okay. I knew they were lying, call them both over right now. Xiao Qingqiang advised, Grandpa, the doctor recommends that you take a good rest and not get angry. We can discuss it after you get better. Xiao Qingqiang never expected that her mother and brother would do such a thing behind her back. Xiao Hongming said firmly, no. We must call them all here. Xiao Qingqiang had no choice but to do as she was told and called Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. After a moment, Zhang Huilan and her mother rushed to the ward in a panic. When they saw Xiao Hongming's cold expression, they were both extremely nervous. Zhang Huilan said awkwardly, Dad, please listen to our explanation. Actually, Xiao Hongming didn't even look at them and ordered coldly, kneel down. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both fell to their knees on the ground. Xiao Hongming scolded, you two are so bold. You have deceived me time and again. Do you really think I am old and confused? Or do you want to piss me off to death? Zhang Huilan and her mother lowered their heads and trembled. Xiaonan said, Grandpa, don't be angry. We were wrong and we won't do it again. Isn't it enough to apologize to you? Xiao Hongming snorted coldly, what's the point of apologizing to me? I now demand that you two apologize to Tiansu immediately, ask him to return to the Xiao family, and let Qingqiang go with you. Xiaonan was unwilling to accept it and said, Grandpa, Yi Tiance has been living in my house for 3 years. What right does he have to ask me to apologize to him? I won't go. Xiao Hongming glared angrily, asshole. You don't even listen to your grandfather? Xiaonan turned his head away, full of dissatisfaction. Zhang Huilan said, Dad. Xingqing finally managed to get rid of that rubbish. Why do you insist on pushing her into the fire pit? You don't know what that guy did at the bidding chamber last night? He almost brought destruction to our Xiao family. Xiao Hongming frowned and asked, What did Taiance do last night? Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng quickly gave Zhang Huilan a look, signaling her not to say anything. After all, everything that happened at the bidding chamber last night was too thrilling, and she was worried that her grandfather's heart wouldn't be able to take it after hearing it. But Zhang Huilan didn't care about that. She complained directly that bastard deliberately made a scene at the bidding conference in order to retaliate against Qingqing for filing for divorce. Not only did he cause our family to lose 10 billion orders, but he also offended Master Hu. Zhang Huilan told it all at once. Of course, some details that were biased towards Yi Taiance were exaggerated by her, and she put all the blame on Yi Taiance. After hearing this, Xiao Hongming was still in shock. The 10 billion order that the Xiao family worked so hard for was ruined by Yi Taiance? Not only did he offend many powerful people in Jiangnan City, but he even offended Lord Tiger? This is simply a disaster that has blown the world upside down. How so? Based on his understanding of Yi Taiance, he would never do such a despicable thing. There must be something hidden here. The more Xiao Hongming thought about it, the more anxious he became, and his breathing began to speed up. Cold sweat began to appear on my forehead. Xiao Qingcheng realized something was wrong. I quickly asked, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Hongming was about to answer when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the hospital bed. Xiao Qingcheng and the other two were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. Grandfather! Doctor! Call a doctor! 2.5 hours later, outside the ward. Wu Xingye sighed and said, Boss Xiao, although I rushed back in time to treat him, the condition of the Xiao family master is not very optimistic. If he does not receive further treatment, I am afraid he will not last more than 5 days. Xiao Qingcheng and the other two all changed their expressions. Xiao Qingcheng asked nervously, Dean Wu, how could this happen? Didn't you say before that my grandfather just needed to rest and he would recover slowly? Wu Xingye explained, that was before, but today, Patriarch Xiao was strongly stimulated and his old illness relapsed. Even the healthiest body couldn't bear it. Xiao Qingcheng continued to ask, Dean Wu, is there any way to save my grandfather? No matter what precious herbs or methods are used, I can afford it. Wu Xingye shook his head, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Xiao Qingcheng clenched her fists, her eyes red. He turned around and slapped Xiao Nan in the face. Bang! It's all your fault that you pissed off Grandpa. Xiao Nan shrank his neck and said, I didn't expect it to be like this. Zhang Huilan curled her lips and said, this actually has nothing to do with us. In the final analysis, it's all that ungrateful bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, the old man wouldn't be so angry. You! Xiao Qingcheng was about to speak. Wu Xingye suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, I have thought of a miracle doctor who may be able to cure the illness of the Xiao family master. Xiao Qingcheng's expression lit up. Are you serious? Where is that miracle doctor? I'll go and ask him to come over right now. Wu Xingye said, of course it's true. But I only met that miracle doctor once, and I didn't leave any contact information. Well, let me help you find a way to contact him, and I will give you an answer tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly said, thank you for your hard work, Dean Wu. Please also tell me that as long as the miracle doctor is willing to come and treat me, I will do anything. After Wu Xingye left, Xiao Qingcheng is also busy with preparations for attending the Ji family's birthday banquet tomorrow and welcoming the Han family's eldest daughter. But he was worried about letting Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan take care of his grandfather. So this time we hired 2 more caregivers to take care of him, and I felt relieved. When leaving the hospital, her eyes regained their former cool confidence. Grandpa asked her to apologize to Yi Taiance and make peace, but she couldn't do it. At this birthday party, she must get back everything she lost at the business meeting last night. To prove that she has the ability to lead the Xiao family to become stronger. Yi Taiance is not as important as Grandpa said. Chapter 40, What does this have to do with you, Xiao Qingcheng? The next day, morning. Yi Taiance came to Penglai Pavilion Hotel. This is a famous Chinese hotel in Jiangnan City. It is surrounded by towering red walls, with rockery, gardens, fountains, etc. inside, and surrounded by mist, just like the residence of immortals. This place is also the Ji family's property. The Ji family's birthday banquet will be held here at noon today, so of course he has to attend. The entrance was already bustling with people and luxury cars. One by one, wealthy businessmen and nobles stepped into the Panglai Pavilion Hotel with smiles on their faces, discussing various things. TSK, the Ji family's birthday banquet today is so grand, worthy of being one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Rong family will be present at the event. If I can make friends with her, I will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. If we want to get on board the Rong family, we all have to hold on to the Ji family first. Yi Tian stepped into the hotel gate. Walk through the hotel's Chinese-style corridor and arrive at the entrance of the banquet hall. Here, he saw 2 familiar faces, the brothers Ji Buoduan and Ji Buoxiao. The 2 of them were greeting the guests and exchanging pleasantries. When their eyes fell on Yi Tian's, the expression immediately changed to surprise and disgust. The most excited person was Ji Buoxiao, who strode over directly. He said with a stern face, "Yi Tian's, today is my dad's birthday party, what are you doing here? Get out." Yi Tian's pretended to be displeased and said, "Rebellious son, how can you talk like that? I am your only father, where did another father come from?" Ji Buoxiao was so angry that he broke down. He once knelt down to Yi Tian's and called him dad, but now every time they meet, he has to say something against his will. "I can't stand it." Ji Buoxiao glared and threatened, "You bastard, do you know what the consequences of provoking me are?" Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, "Will the consequence be that you will be scared to the point of crying for your parents or even peeing your pants? In this regard, I am not as good as some people." Puff. This was another stab in Ji Buoxiao's heart. Thinking of what happened at the Lin family yesterday, Ji Buoxiao felt scared and embarrassed. Of course, there is more anger. Because the Ji family originally planned to give Lin Yuanxuan the opportunity to see a doctor, become a guest of honor of the Lin family, and even Ji Buoxiao had the opportunity to become the son-in-law of the Lin family. Everything went down the drain because of Yi Tian's appearance. As a result, he was beaten up by Lin City's first bodyguard yesterday, and after returning home, he was slapped twice by Ji Wuli. It was so miserable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ji Buoxiao gnashed his teeth and said, "You still have the guts to bring up what happened yesterday? I'm going to kill you today." Then he rushed forward with his fist raised. Just at this moment, Ji Buoduan grabbed his wrist and said softly, "Don't be impulsive." Ji Buoxiao was puzzled and said, "Brother, why are you stopping me? This guy has screwed me over so badly, I must give him a good beating today." Ji Buoduan lowered his voice and said, "Of course I know this loser deserves a beating, but don't you see what the occasion is today? It's our father's birthday party. If he hits someone in front of so many guests, what will others think if it gets out?" "But." "Don't say but." Ji Buoduan interrupted him. "Leave this Yi guy to me. Go to the banquet hall and greet other guests first." Ji Buoxiao let out a sigh of resignation. He glared at Yi Tian's and said, "I won't bother with you today, humph." After Ji Buoxiao left for the banquet hall, the remaining Ji Buoduan took a step forward and put his hands in his pockets. "Mr. Yi, you are such a gigolo that you're still haunting me. You even came to my dad's birthday party? I'm leaving this to you. With your lowly status, you don't have the authority to enter the banquet hall. If you want to eat and drink for free, go to the roadside stalls outside. That's more suitable for you." Yi Tian said calmly, "Who told you that I don't have the authority to go in?" Ji Buoduan laughed out loud and said, "Are you kidding me? If you want to attend my dad's birthday party, you need an invitation." He had just finished speaking. Yi Tian took out the invitation letter and slapped it on Ji Buoduan's face. "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Ji Buoduan took a closer look. His eyes almost popped out of his head. "Fuck. How did you get an invitation?" Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, "Why do you care how I got this? I just want to ask if you can come in." This invitation letter was arranged by Zhao Hailong a long time ago, which guarantees freedom of entry and exit. This. Ji Buoduan was in trouble. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, "Young Master Ji, we are here to celebrate the birthday of Patriarch Ji. Are we not late? Turn your head." I saw Xiao Qingchen coming towards me with Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. The moment I saw Yi Tian's Xiao Qingcheng, who originally had a faint smile on her face, immediately changed her expression. Today Xiao Qingcheng was wearing an ivory dress that fit her perfect figure closely. Coupled with her unique cold temperament, it can be said to be rare in the world. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Yi Tiance, what are you doing here? Yi Tiance said calmly, why would I care about Xiao Qingcheng's affairs if I do anything? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips tightly. Yes. She had already filed for divorce from him, so it was none of her business what Yi Tiance did. I just don't know why. Yi Tiance's attitude made her very unhappy. Putting aside the facts, can't you be nicer to me? At this time, Ji Budwan said unhappily, Mr. Yi, if you have an invitation, just come in quickly. What are you doing blocking me here? I remind you that today in my territory, I advise you to keep your tail down, otherwise I will have many ways to deal with you. Yi Tiance smiled indifferently and said, then I will really wait and see. After saying this, he went straight into the banquet hall. Look at his back. Zhang Huilan was so angry that her face turned blue. Bah! This ungrateful bastard has lost all his dignity just to get free food and drinks. Xiaonan said with some concern, this loser just likes to eat gigolos. What do you think? Was he dumped by Han Ruayun and then heard that Miss Rong was coming to the birthday party today, so he came here to try his luck and cling to her thighs? Ji Budwan said disdainfully, what is the status of Miss Rong? If she can fall in love with that guy surnamed Ji, I would even stand upside down and eat shit. Xiao Qingcheng's face was full of disappointment. I couldn't help but sigh. Yi Tiance, when will you start to think about relying on yourself to grow instead of always relying on the power of others? Ji Budwan reminded softly, Qingcheng, the birthday banquet is about to begin. I will take you in now. As he said this, he took the initiative to grab Xiao Qingcheng's hand. Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously took a step back and said, excuse me, I have something to call in advance. You take my mom and the others in first, and I'll go in by myself later. I see. Ji Budwan withdrew his hand with a hint of disappointment, and said with a forced smile, well, hurry up. After Ji Budwan brought Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan into the banquet hall, Xiao Qingcheng called Wu Xingye. He asked anxiously, President Wu, have you contacted the miracle doctor who can treat my grandfather? Chapter 41 Father forgives you. Wu Xingye replied, I will be at my old friend's house soon. I will tell you the news once I get his contact information. Xiao Qingcheng said, thank you for your help. After hanging up the phone, Wu Xingye arrived at the Lin family. One of the reasons he came here this time was to check on his old friend Lin Yuanshuan. On the other hand, he wanted to contact Han Ruayun through the Lin family and get Yi Tiance's contact information. When he was about to reach the door of the living room, he found a group of servants, all of them with panicked faces, busying about. It seemed as if something had happened. Then he saw Lin Wanda rushing out of the living room. Wu Xingye hurriedly asked, what happened? Lin Wanda hurriedly said, Dean Lin, you're here just in time. My dad's condition has suddenly worsened. He's been in a coma and has been vomiting blood intermittently. What? Wu Xingye's face changed and he said, didn't Elder Lin just get cured yesterday? He just needed to rest. How could he become like this? Lin Wanda shook his head and said, I don't know either. It was just 2 hours ago when I gave him the Chinese medicine prescribed by Yishan medicine that he became like this. Wu Xingye frowned, take me over there to have a look. The two of them quickly walked to Lin Yuanshuan's bedroom. On the hospital bed, Lin Yuanshuan's face turned purple and he had difficulty breathing. Wu Xingye took Lin Yuanshuan's pulse. He said solemnly, Mr. Lin's pulse is disordered, and his 5 internal organs are rapidly failing. The situation is very grim. I am helpless. I am afraid he will not survive today. Lin Wanda trembled and couldn't believe it. How could this happen? At this time, Lin Jiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, there must be something wrong with the prescription left by Mr. Yi. I've noticed something's wrong with him. Logically speaking, how could he not want a reward for treating my grandfather? It could only be that he did this on purpose to eliminate our vigilance and tamper with the prescription. Hearing this, Lin Wanda shook his head. His intuition told him that Yi Tiance was not that kind of person. There must be something else going on here. Wu Xingye reminded, Mr. Lin, the most urgent thing is to invite Dr. Yi as soon as possible. He is the only one in the world who can save Elder Lin. Yes. Lin Wanda nodded and immediately arranged for someone to call Han Ruayun and ask her to help contact Yi Tiance. But Han Ruayun replied that he had called Yi Tiance, but his phone was turned off. As for Yi Tian's residential address, she had no idea. Lin Wanda frowned and suddenly shouted, "Someone come." The personal secretary walked into the room. Lin Wanda ordered, "Pass my order, gather all the people who can be mobilized, and search the whole city for a young man named Yi Tian. No matter where he is or what he is doing, I will dig deep into the ground to get him back to the Lin family. Remember, I only give you 2 hours." The personal secretary nodded solemnly, "Yes." After the personal secretary left, Lin Wanda frowned. He whispered softly, "I hope God will bless me and help me find Dr. Yi." At the same time, the banquet hall of Panglai Pavilion was very lively. On the stage, there was a group of women wearing hanfu and with enchanting figures, dancing classical dance with graceful movements, like fairies descending to earth. The name Panglai Pavilion is perfectly appropriate. Below the stage, guests were either chatting with each other or enjoying the show. Yi Tian found a chair and sat down. Thinking that there is still some time before the birthday party starts, I feel a little bored. I took out my cell phone to kill time, but found that I forgot to charge it and it was turned off due to lack of battery. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, "Mr. Yi, we meet again?" Look up. I saw a woman with a perfect figure wearing a silver cheongsam standing in front of me with a charming smile on her face. Oh boy, it's her again? Why does she follow me wherever I go? Rong Meiyan asked, "Would it be convenient for me to sit in the empty seat next to you?" Yi Tian couldn't refuse, so he could only nod and say, convenient. Thank you." Rong Meiyan sat quietly beside him. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many other guests. "Oh my god, that woman is so attractive. Do you recognize her?" "I don't know her, but just looking at her makes me feel itchy. If I could spend a night with her, it would be worth dying for, hee hee." Stop daydreaming. Who among those who can come to the birthday party today doesn't have some background and strength? Don't offend the wrong people with your nonsense. Ji Buxiao, who was entertaining the guests, also noticed Rong Meiyan when he heard the guests discussing in a low voice. My eyes widened. Oh my god, there is such a perfect woman? Compared with Han Ruayun, he is not inferior, and even has a different flavor. It just so happened that Han Ruayun refused to attend today's birthday party, and he was short of a female companion. Ji Buxiao's eyes turned and he stepped forward quickly. He put on an expression that looked like he was very handsome. He greeted Rong Meiyan and said, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Ji Buxiao, the second young master of the Jiangnan Ji family. If you need any help, feel free to ask." Rong Meiyan shook her head and said, "There's nothing I can help with." Ji Buxiao continued, "Beauty, you are too far from the stage sitting here, how about I take you to sit a little further forward, near the main table? You don't know that the top celebrities present today will be seated at the main table. I can help you make connections. If you can get to know them, you will benefit a lot." Rong Meiyan said calmly, "No need." This. Ji Buxiao was quite surprised. In his opinion, being able to sit near the main table was an opportunity that guests longed for, because it was a symbol of status, but he was actually rejected? Is it because the temptation conditions are not enough? Ji Buxiao coughed lightly and continued, "Beauty, I'm sure you've heard that Rong Meiyan, the eldest daughter of the Rong family, will be here today to celebrate the birthday. She and I are old acquaintances, and she hears whatever I say. As long as I nod, I can introduce you to Rong Meiyan. You can't miss such a precious opportunity." Oh? Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a half smile, "Do you really know that Miss Rong?" Ji Buxiao patted his chest and said, "Of course." Puff. At this moment, Yi Tian, who was sitting next to him, suddenly laughed out loud. This Ji Buxiao is the same as his brother, he likes to brag. You have to know that the status of the Ji family is far inferior to that of the Rong family. How could the second young master of the Ji family make Miss Rong family obey whatever he says? This kind of rhetoric can only fool young girls who are just starting out. Only then did Ji Buxiao notice Yi Tian. He was stunned at first, and then his face darkened. Unhappy scolded, "What are you laughing at, you loser?" Yi Tian laughed and said, "Good boy, Dad can laugh whenever he wants, it's none of your business." Ji Buxiao's face turned pale and he said, "Mr. Yi, you're not done with this joke, are you? If you have the guts, come up with another one? I'm going to kill you today." Yi Tian pretended to be disappointed and shook his head, saying, "Alas. You knelt down and called me dad, but now you want to kill me. How unfilial of your family." Grass. Ji Buxiao's defense was completely broken, and he cursed, "UF King asked for this." He raised his foot and kicked Yi Tian's. Although he suffered a loss in the last fight at Tianlong Hotel, Ji Buxiao firmly believed that it was an accident. This time, the advantage is mine. However, when his right foot was about to kick Yi Tian's in the face, the latter grabbed his ankle with lightning speed. Twist along. Oh shit. Ji Buxiao lost his balance instantly, and as luck would have it, he fell to the ground on his knees. Thump. The movements are huge and the sounds are loud. It instantly attracted countless eyes from the surroundings, all with shocked and surprised expressions. My goodness, why did young Master Ji kneel down to someone? Today is not Chinese New Year. As for Yi Tian's, he looked at Ji Buxiao who was kneeling in front of him. Patting him on the shoulder, he said with a look of relief, "You are worthy of being my good son. Seeing your sincere attitude of admitting your mistakes, your father forgives you." Chapter 42 Mr. Shiao, you don't have a good eye for people. The guests around were whispering. Oh my god, when did young Master Ji have another father? Today is the 60th birthday of the Ji family master, but the second young Master Ji kneeled down and kowtowed to others. It's so embarrassing. Is this the world of the rich? I've learned a lot today. Ji Buxiao wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I promised to kick Yi Tian's away and show off my skills. Unexpectedly, my butt was exposed. Still so embarrassing. He pushed away Yi Tian's hand on his shoulder. With a red face and glaring eyes, he yelled, "Shut the fuck up, I don't have a father like you." Yi Tian's deliberately put on a stern face and said, "The rebellious period is not good. You traitor. I'm going to fight you." Ji Buxiao was already furious. He struggled to stand up and was about to pounce on Yi Tian's. Wait. Just then, a scolding interrupted Ji Buxiao. It turned out to be Ji Buduan who walked over with a grim look on his face. Ji Buxiao was puzzled and said, "Brother, why are you stopping me? I want to kill him today." Ji Buduan scolded, "Shut up. You useless thing, aren't you embarrassed enough? Get out of here." Ji Buxiao could only snort in dissatisfaction and took 2 steps back. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tian's was almost spitting fire. Ji Buduan took a step forward. With a serious expression, he said in an ordering tone, "Mr. Yi, I reminded you to keep your tail down after entering here, but you picked a fight and beat me up. You are so arrogant. You must kneel down and apologize to him in public." These words immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone was curious, who was bold enough to offend the second young master of the Ji family at the Ji family's birthday banquet. Even Shao Qingcheng and others saw the situation here and came over. Zhang Huilan saw Yi Tian's. His expression immediately turned into disgust as he said, "You are an ungrateful bastard again. Young Master Ji was so kind as to let you in to eat and drink for free, and not only are you ungrateful, you even beat up his brother. Are you a human being?" Xiaonan scolded, "How dare you sit there? Kneel down and apologize to Master Ji too." Yi Tian's raised his head slightly and said calmly, "Please make it clear to you two that it was Ji Buxiao who took the initiative to find trouble and started the fight, not me." Ji Buduan scolded, "You are slandering me. Today is my father's 60th birthday. How could my brother take the initiative to pick a fight with the guests on such an important occasion? It's obviously you who deliberately spread rumors and deliberately wanted to cause trouble at the birthday banquet." Ji Buxiao echoed, "That's right, don't wrongly accuse a good person, I didn't pick a fight, I took the initiative to do it." Yi Tian sneered, "Ha! You two brothers are incompetent, but you are really good at framing others." A hint of displeasure flashed across Ji Buduan's eyes. He turned to Shao Qingcheng and said, "Qingcheng, have you seen how arrogant this she is? To be honest, if it weren't for your sake, I would have had him thrown out long ago." Shao Qingcheng first apologized, "Master Ji, I'm sorry to cause you trouble." Then her brows furrowed. He said coldly, "Yi Tian's, are you done yet? Even if you have a bad temper and look down on others, you have to learn to distinguish between different occasions, right?" Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Do you mean you don't believe what I said?" Shao Qingcheng sneered, "Ha, do you think you are trustworthy in my eyes now?" As soon as she filed for divorce, he started to have affairs with other women and live off them. In order to retaliate against her, he deliberately sabotaged the bidding meeting, causing her to lose a 10 billion order. How could she trust such a person? Yi Tian said calmly, "I did nothing wrong, I won't apologize." Shao Qingcheng frowned angrily and said, "You say you did nothing wrong, but can you provide evidence?" Can anyone testify for you? The guests around avoided looking and no one came forward to testify. Yi Tiance was not surprised by this. After all, they are on the Ji family's territory and certainly wouldn't dare to offend the Ji family. Seeing Yi Tiance, he said nothing. Xiao Qingcheng looked disappointed and said coldly, "No one testified for you, which means I didn't wrong you, you should." Halfway through the conversation, suddenly a voice interrupted her. "I can testify." These words were spoken by Rong Meiyan. Everyone was stunned and confused. Who is this stunning beauty? Yi Tiance was quite surprised. He didn't expect that she would speak for him again. Xiao Qingcheng's gaze fell on Rong Meiyan. This woman again? The night before yesterday at the bidding conference, he said that she had no vision and wisdom, which had always been a thorn in Xiao Qingcheng's heart. Trying to keep herself calm, she asked, "What can you testify to?" Rong Meiyan said calmly, "I can prove that you have wronged Mr. Yi." It was indeed the second young master of the Ji family who came to pick a fight. He was the first to attack, and Mr. Yi was just forced to fight back. Although this sentence was said plainly, it was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea when it came out of her mouth. It won't raise any doubts at all. Ji Buduan and Ji Buxiao looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that just when I was about to control Yi Tiance, I got slapped in the face. Rong Meiyan continued, "I've heard of President Zhao's reputation in Jiangnan City's business community. She's cold and beautiful, smart and outstanding. But when I saw you the day before yesterday, I felt that your wisdom and vision were not up to par. After seeing you today, I found that your ability to judge people is really not that good." How pathetic. This sentence caused a lot of discussion. Oh my god, this woman is so cruel. She doesn't give Mr. Xiao any face at all. Interesting, I love watching women quarreling the most. What on earth did Mr. Xiao do to deserve such criticism? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng's cold expression showed a rare hint of embarrassment, and his face turned pale and blue. She doesn't understand. Why does this beautiful woman in front of me keep targeting me? What did she do wrong? Zhang Huilan said unhappily, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Rong Meiyan calmly asked back, "Who am I to report to you?" Zhang Huilan said proudly, "Humph. Don't think you can act pretentiously just because you are pretty. I don't care about that. I am just warning you that my Qingcheng is not someone that anyone can point fingers at. I'm not trying to scare you. She is the VIP invited to the Ji family's birthday party. The young lady from the Rong family will be attending the birthday party today and will choose her to be a business partner. Could you have provoked someone of this status?" Xiaonan echoed, "That's right. If you offend my sister, it's like slapping Miss Rong's face. You can't afford the consequences." Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly and was preparing to speak. Yi Tiance slowly stood up at this time. He glanced at everyone and frowned, "If you want to target me, you can just come directly. There's no need to involve irrelevant people." Then he said to Rong Meiyan, "Miss, these are my personal grudges. I can solve them myself. Thank you for your righteous words." Rong Meiyan smiled faintly. He nodded and didn't say anything else. When Xiao Qingcheng saw the two people talking like this, a nameless anger burned in her heart. "Ever since you proposed divorce, Yi Tiance has been speaking sarcastically to me every time, as if you wanted to piss me off to death." Instead, he was very polite when speaking to Han Ruayun and the woman in front of him. To live off someone. Have you come to this point of licking my ass? She couldn't help but complain, "Yi Tiance, although we have filed for divorce, we haven't actually obtained the marriage certificate yet. I hope you can respect yourself before that and don't humiliate yourself." Chapter 43, Which table should the billionaire sit at? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, "Do you really have to let me make it clear in public?" Yi Tiance said, "I am really not afraid of the slanting shadow, Mr. Xiao, just say it directly." A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Qingcheng's eyes. He said in a cold voice, "You are upset because I asked for a divorce, so you start to contact other women again and again to prove that I will regret it? You thought I would be jealous, but today I, Xiao Qingcheng, am saying this: no matter what kind of woman you are with in the future or what kind of achievements you make, I will never regret it. Because everything I have today was obtained by my own hands, and no matter what you do, you are only relying on other women, and it can't change the fact that you are useless. Therefore, I advise you to respect yourself and don't expect to prove anything to me by using this clever method. It will only make me more convinced that filing for divorce is the right choice." These words are very sharp. Jang Huilan said with satisfaction, well done. There's no need to give this ungrateful bastard face. Xiaonan also echoed, sister, you should have said this a long time ago to stop him from thinking about it and let him know how much of a clown he is. As for the brothers Ji Buoduan and Ji Buoxiao, they couldn't stop gloating at this moment. They found that letting Xiao Qingcheng slap Yi Tiance in the face was much more satisfying than doing it themselves. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Yi Tiance remained neither humble nor arrogant. He stared at Xiao Qingcheng. He said coldly, Boss Xiao, I also want to make it clear that being confident is a good thing, but being overconfident becomes narcissism, which will make people disgusted. Maybe you are the one who should respect yourself more. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her chest heaved. She didn't expect Yi Tiance to say such serious words to her in public. Just for the sake of your pitiful dignity, you start biting people indiscriminately, right? Zhang Huilan scolded, bah. How dare you, a piece of shit like you, hate others? It's disgusting just to look at you. Xiaonan discussed with Ji Buoduan, Master Ji, can you kick this idiot out? He is too arrogant. This. Ji Buoduan frowned slightly. Didn't he want to drive Yi Tiance out? But he had just tried it at the door and failed. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, Mr. Yi, you are attending my father's birthday party as a guest, so I have no reason to kick you out. But today is such an important occasion, we have to follow the seating rules, and everyone must abide by them. Although you can come in, you can't sit anywhere you want. Yi Tiance knew that Ji Buoduan was starting to get upset again. So he took advantage of the situation and asked, what is the seating arrangement? Ji Buoduan raised his right hand and acted superior. He introduced, all the guests attending the birthday banquet today are elites and dignitaries, so the seating arrangement is very simple. They are arranged according to their wealth. Yi Tiance became interested and continued to ask, oh? How to rank them according to their wealth? Ji Buoduan pointed to the row of tables farthest from the stage. He said with a little disdain, those with a net worth of millions should sit at that table. Then, he pointed to a row of tables slightly in the middle and said, those with a net worth of tens of millions should sit here. Then he pointed to a row of tables closer to the stage and said, those with a net worth of over 100 million will sit there. As for today's most dazzling main table. Finally, he pointed to the main table which was in the front row, in the middle and had the largest area. He said proudly, except for our Ji family, if you want to sit there, your net worth must be 1 billion. These people are the top heroes in Jiangnan City. Even after Miss Rong Meiyan arrives, they will all sit there. As soon as these words were spoken, many guests present looked towards the main table, their hearts eager to make something happen. It's a pity that my wealth is not enough to qualify. Ji Buoduan glanced at Yi Tiance with contempt and said disdainfully, the place where you are sitting now happens to be the table for guests with a net worth of tens of millions. According to the seating rules, do you think you are worthy of sitting here with your pitiful wealth? Ha ha. The people around immediately burst into laughter. Xiaonan sneered, how much wealth can a useless person like him who only knows how to live off others have? He is not even worthy of the table with a millionaire. Ji Buoxiao pointed in the direction of the door. He deliberately said, he who is worth less than $1 million is not worthy of being at the table. I think he is better off squatting at the door. I will ask the waiter to bring him a bowl later. Maybe some kind-hearted person will give him some leftovers. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head in disappointment. She didn't understand. Yi Tiance knew that he would be ridiculed for coming here today, so why did he bring humiliation upon himself? But judging from his appearance, he probably can't hold on any longer and is about to leave. But Yi Tiance remained calm throughout. He stood up slowly and asked calmly, are you sure you decided where to sit based on your wealth? Ji Buoduan puffed out his chest and said, of course. Why? You realize that your net worth is less than 1 million, and you are ready to go to the door. Before he could finish his words, he saw Yi Tiance striding away. But he didn't go to the door of the banquet hall, but in the complete opposite direction. Ji Buoduan subconsciously reminded, Mr. Yi, you are going in the wrong direction. It's towards the door. Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to it. In full view of everyone, he actually walked straight to the main table closest to the stage. He pulled out a chair and sat down with a swagger. This action made the entire banquet hall silent for more than 10 seconds. Then there was an uproar. He actually sat at the head table? Doesn't that mean only a billionaire is eligible? How can he be sitting at the main table? He is literally sitting on the Ji family's face with his butt. Too arrogant. They don't even give the Ji family any face. Ji Budwan's face turned pale. He thought he could embarrass Yi Tian's, but he didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. I can't stand it. He hurried over and cursed, Yi, who allowed you to sit here? Get up the fucking place. Yi Tian's crossed his legs and said calmly, didn't you say that anyone with a net worth of 1 billion can sit here? Why are you chasing me away? Ji Budwan's eyes twitched and he almost vomited blood. You still have the nerve to ask why? I said that only those with a net worth of 1 billion are eligible to sit here. Is your net worth 1 billion? Yi Tian shook his head and said, I'm definitely not worth $1 billion. Everyone present immediately booed. If you don't have $1 billion fortune and you sit at the main table, what else would you be but a clown? Ji Budwan clenched his fists and threatened, if you are not worth 1 billion, get out of this table. My patience is limited. Yi Tian smiled lightly. You can ask me to leave this table, but please change it to a table that matches my $1 trillion net worth. This shabby table worth $1 billion is really not worthy of me. Chapter 44, Ji Wooly. Hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone present was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ji Budwan laughed and said, Mr. Yi, I wonder if you are a real clown or just playing a clown. Do you know what it means to be worth 1 trillion? Ji Bushil laughed and said, you are not talking about Zimbabwean dollars, are you? You can't even brag. Zhang Huilan curled her lips and said, don't even mention that this ungrateful bastard has 10,000 billion. Even if he has 100 million, I will kowtow to him and apologize. Xiaonan rolled his eyes and said, if a loser like him had 10,000 billion, I would be the richest man in the world. Xiao Qingcheng held her forehead slightly, ah. What on earth are you thinking about every day? When will you be more practical? There was a flash of doubt in Rong Meiyan's eyes. You know, as one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, the Rong family is a powerful family in the entire Tiannan province, with accumulated assets of only about 100 billion yuan. With assets exceeding 1 trillion, it is one of the top superfamilies in the whole country, not to mention in Tiannan province. And Yi Tian said that he was worth trillions. No matter who hears such words, it is impossible to believe them. Facing everyone's doubts, Yi Tian said calmly, every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can verify the balance of this card yourself. He pulled out a black bank card. Different from common bank cards, it has no card number, no bank logo, and even no Union Pay logo. Only in the very center, there is a silver dragon pattern. Little known. This card is actually called the Supreme Emperor card. It will only be granted if the deposit exceeds 1 trillion. There are only 10 cards in the world. The card can be used in any bank around the world, and the identity information of the cardholder will be strictly confidential. This card was given to the super rich man imprisoned in the fallen city by Bill Musk. But Ji Budwan and others present today don't recognize it. For a moment, all kinds of laughter continued in the crowd. Haha, his crappy card doesn't even have a card number, how can it check the balance? I really think this person has a mental problem because Mr. Shiao asked for a divorce. It's strange. Miss Shiao is so beautiful and capable, why did she marry this loser? Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward. He said to Yi Tian seriously, have you had enough of making trouble? Don't you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? Yi Tian sneered and asked back, are you worried that I will be embarrassed? No, you are actually worried that my so-called embarrassment will implicate you and affect your reputation as President Xiao, right? Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously wanted to refute, but her lips moved but she couldn't open her mouth. Because she does have some selfish thoughts. At this time, Ji Budwan looked at the time. He frowned and said, the birthday banquet will start soon. Mr. Yi, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and get to the door. Stop annoying me here. Yi Tian had no intention of moving. He raised his eyebrows and asked, I am sitting here according to the seating rules. Why do you want me to get out? Ji Budwan said impatiently, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to get out of here or not? If you don't blame me for asking someone to kick you out. Ji Bushio pointed at his nose and cursed, you bastard, don't be shameless, our Ji family is not a place where you can act wild. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, before he could speak. Towards the banquet hall entrance. The first voice that rang out was that of a middle-aged man who was displeased, who dares to act wildly on our Ji family's territory. Everyone turned and looked. I saw a group of people slowly walking into the banquet hall. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a red robe, with a thin figure and a hooked nose. His triangular eyes flashed with a sinister and cold light. He is Ji Wooly, the head of the Ji family, one of the three major families in Jiangnan City. It is said that this man is extremely cunning, cruel and ruthless, and few people in the business community of Jiangnan City dare to go against him. Half a body behind him was Han Tianzheng, the head of the Han family, and his wife Li Shouqin, who were wearing black suits. One step further back, there were two middle-aged men. They are Lai Jingye, chairman of Ningyuan Group, and Xie Bin, chairman of Hongda Group. The above-mentioned people are all influential figures in Jiangnan City. The appearance of these people immediately attracted smiling faces from a large number of guests. Especially when facing Ji Wooly, he was even more flattering in trying to get close to him. Welcome to Patriarch Ji. Master Ji, today is your 60th birthday. I wish you a long life and happiness as vast as the East Sea. Master Ji, when Miss Rong arrives later, please help introduce her to us. I will be very grateful. Ji Wooly cupped his fists and smiled at everyone, saying, "You are honored to attend my birthday party today. I will treat you with courtesy. If the hospitality is not good enough, please forgive me." Then, his tone cooled slightly, and he said, "But if someone deliberately acts wildly today, I'm afraid I won't be able to treat them with courtesy." His eyes shot straight out and landed on Yi Tiance, who was sitting at the main table right in front of him, and slowly walked over there. You know, today is his birthday party. Someone actually sat there without his permission, which was totally disrespectful to him. Did. Although Ji Wooly's steps were slow, every time he stepped on the ground, he exuded a strong pressure to the surroundings. When he reached the head table, he paused. He did not look at Yi Tiance, but asked Ji Budwan, "What's going on?" At this time, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Ji Budwan's forehead. He is in charge of organizing today's birthday banquet, and he will be responsible for any problems that arise. He knew his father's temper very well, and he knew the consequences of his father's anger. So he quickly opened his mouth and narrated what had happened from beginning to end. Naturally, he avoided the important points in some places and put all the blame on Yi Tiance. After hearing, Ji Wooly narrowed his triangular eyes slightly and looked Yi Tiance up and down. He said calmly, "So you are Yi Tiance? I have heard of your reputation many times in the past 2 days. What's the matter? Didn't you make enough trouble at Lord Long's bidding conference? Do you want to make trouble again at my birthday party today?" Everyone who is familiar with Ji Wooly knows this. When he squinted his eyes, he was already angry. Once an attack occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Han Tianjing narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid has provoked all the top officials in Jiangnan City in just 2 days. Where does he get the confidence from? Li Shouqin beside him lowered her voice and pouted. "Fortunately, we agreed to cancel the engagement with him, otherwise our family would have been implicated and in trouble." Han Tianzheng frowned and said nothing. As for Yi Tiance, when he faced Ji Wooly's questioning, he smiled calmly and said, "I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble when I came here today. Instead, it was your 2 useless sons who kept provoking me. I remind you, Master Ji, that you should discipline them more in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will cause a big mess and plunge the Ji family into an irreparable situation." Chapter 45. The birthday banquet begins. After saying this, everyone present was shocked and all looked shocked. Oh my god, is this kid crazy? He actually lectured the head of the Ji family in public. On the day of the Ji family's 60th birthday, he threatened that the Ji family would be doomed to eternal damnation. How bold! Xiao Qingqing's eyelids twitched. This guy actually behaved so arrogantly in front of Ji Wooly. What exactly does he want to do? Ji Budwan pointed at Yi Tiance's nose and scolded, "Mr. Yi, stop talking nonsense. What the hell is it to you how my father educates us?" Ji Buxiao rolled up his arms and said, "You useless piece of shit, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Ji Wooly suddenly raised his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive." A kind smile actually appeared on his gloomy face. What Mr. Yi said makes sense. I will discipline my 2 sons in the future. Please don't take the previous grievances to heart. Here, I apologize to you on behalf of my 2 sons. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Ji Wooly in astonishment. As the dignified head of the Ji family, being disrespected in front of others, not only did he not get angry, but he apologized to the other person first? Why do you do this? Ji Bodwan looked unacceptable and said quickly, Dad. How can you speak for that loser? Do you know that this kid has? Shut up. Ji Wooly shouted coldly, interrupting Ji Bodwan's words. There was a sinister light flashing in Ji Wooly's inverted triangle eyes. He lowered his voice to Ji Bodwan and said, Don't forget what I told you yesterday. You must know what is most important to the Ji family today. Don't let your emotions affect your judgment, or you will lose the big picture because of the small details. Ji Bodwan and Ji Buxiao looked at each other and nodded in sudden realization. Last night, their father Ji Wooly told the two brothers something. That is, today's birthday banquet is very important. It is not just a birthday banquet, but a golden opportunity for the Ji family to win over various forces in Jiangnan City. You must know that the Ji family was blacklisted by the Tianlong group and its future was originally bleak. Fortunately, the Rong family appeared in time and gave the Ji family a new opportunity. Today, most of the guests who can come to attend the birthday banquet actually come to curry favor with the Rong family. In this way, the Ji family plays the role of middleman. Therefore, in front of these guests, the Ji family must show their warm and kind side. If they are too domineering and strong, it will naturally cause fear and criticism. To put it bluntly, today Ji Wooly must act approachable and friendly to win people's hearts. Ji Wooly continued to say to Yi Tiance, since Mr. Yi is willing to sit at the main table, then sit here. After all, our Ji family is not short of a set of bowls and chopsticks, huh? Hearing this, the guests present couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise. As expected of the Ji family head, facing disrespect, he is still broad-minded and has a big vision. TSK. The Ji family has such a broad mind, they will certainly be tolerant of us. We will definitely follow them wholeheartedly in the future. A smug smile appeared on Ji Wooly's lips. This is exactly the effect he wants. Then he walked up and patted Yi Tiance on the shoulder. He threatened in a low voice, Young man, I gave you some face just now, so take it seriously. Get out of here immediately after the meal and don't make things difficult for yourself. Otherwise, I won't mind stepping on an ant to death. After saying this, he immediately returned to his kind look. He smiled and asked all the guests to take their seats. The speed of changing faces is really fast. Sitting at the main table at this time were the three men of the Ji family, Han Tianzhang, Li Xiuqin, Xiabin, Lai Jingye, Xiao Qingcheng, Zhang Huilan, Xiao Nan, and Yi Tiance. There was an empty seat next to Ji Wooly, right in the middle. Obviously, it was left for Rong Meiyan. However, the atmosphere at the main table was a little subtle at this time. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan stared at Yi Tiance with eyes full of disgust and annoyance. Originally, they thought that being able to sit at the main table today would demonstrate their status and allow them to show off outside. I didn't expect Yi Tiance to be so shameless as to sit here, which immediately lowered the level of the society. If it weren't for the head of the Ji family agreeing to let Yi Tiance sit here, the mother and daughter had already stood up and started to chase them away. The brothers Ji Bodwan and Ji Buxiao looked at him with disdain. What a shameless guy. I told him to sit down, but he actually sat here. As for Xiabin and Lai Jingye, their expressions were also very ugly. If Yi Tiance hadn't made a scene at the bidding conference held by Lord Tianlong the day before, he wouldn't have been cancelled from all cooperation by Tianlong Group and even blacklisted. This caused both groups to suffer heavy losses. I really wanted to go up and beat Yi Tiance up. Only then can you get rid of the hatred in your heart. As for Han Tianzhang, his expression was slightly complicated. To be honest, he had neither a good nor a bad impression of Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance's actions offended countless enemies, and this made him, who was cautious by nature, not want to be involved. As for Li Xiuqin, she kept rolling her eyes and had a very bad impression of Yi Tiance. The only one was Xiao Qingcheng, she was actually sitting next to Yi Tiance. He warned Yi Tiance in a low voice, Master Ji has forgiven your mistakes and even let you sit at the main table. This is already forgiving and polite enough. I don't ask you to thank him, but please don't be mean and continue to find fault, okay? Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and asked back, is it my petty mind? Is the Ji family forgiving and polite? Xiao Qingcheng said as a matter of course, isn't it? Oh. Yi Tiance shook his head and sneered. He really had no chance to talk to her. Snort. Xiao Qingcheng turned her head away unhappily, feeling full of grievance and dissatisfaction. She really didn't understand. It was clearly all Yi Tiance's fault, so why was he still so stubborn? If you had apologized to me earlier and had a better attitude, maybe I would have taken back my decision to file for divorce. Ji Budwan checked his watch and asked, Dad, the birthday banquet has already started, but Miss Rong hasn't arrived yet. What do you think? Ji Wooly frowned. He is only the apparent protagonist in today's birthday banquet. Miss Rong Mei Yan is the one that everyone is paying most attention to. Wouldn't it be fine without her? Ji Buxiao asked worriedly, Dad. Will Rong Mei Yan not come? Ji Wooly snorted coldly, what is the status of Miss Rong? Why didn't she come? Besides, she would definitely obey the orders of the second master. In my opinion, she must have been delayed on the way. In this way, the birthday banquet can start normally. Maybe Miss Rong will be here soon. Yes. Ji Buxiao nodded and began to instruct the staff to prepare for the birthday banquet. The beautiful dancers who were originally dancing folk dance on the stage came off the stage one after another. Then a male host in a white suit came up. He held the microphone. He said cheerfully, Good afternoon, guests. Thank you for attending the 60th birthday banquet of Patriarch Ji. On this special day, Patriarch Ji has some words in his heart to express to you. Please welcome Mr. Ji Wooly to the stage to speak. Chapter 46, The words he wrote are worthless. Below the stage, the guests applauded loudly. Ji Wooly walked onto the stage amid the cheers of the crowd. With a smile on his face, he said, Ji Mao once again expresses his gratitude to all of you for coming. I believe that today's birthday banquet will be the bond for your in-depth cooperation with the Ji family in the future. Let's trust each other, support each other, and create brilliance together. The guests applauded and cheered. Master Ji is right. From now on, we will follow the Ji family's lead. That's right, as long as we work together, no one will matter to us. Ji Wooly nodded with satisfaction. He had a strong premonition. After today's birthday banquet is successfully concluded, the Ji family's influence in Jiangnan City will be further enhanced. He is even comparable to Lord Long, the king of Jiangnan, and Lord Hu, the underground emperor. Ji Wooly continued, I think you all know that I will not accept any gifts or money for my birthday banquet this time. After all, I value my partners more than my interests. And to thank all the friends and relatives for coming, I will specially write a calligraphy for you all. The guests present were all excited and praised. I've heard that Patriarch Ji's calligraphy skills are first-rate, even comparable to some great calligraphers. Today, I'm lucky enough to witness it. TSK, with the status and position of Patriarch Ji, the words he mentioned are probably worth a fortune. Soon, the staff moved the table to the stage, along with writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Ji Wooly picked up the brush and wrote on the rice paper with flying dragons and phoenixes. Swish, swish, swish. After a while, a piece of calligraphy was completed. Two etiquette ladies held up the rice paper and showed it to everyone. All I saw were 4 big words, perseverance. The guests in the audience immediately started to praise him. Master Ji's calligraphy is powerful and strong, like iron painting and silver hooks, and it blends perfectly with the 4 characters perseverance. It's wonderful. Great calligraphy. Great calligraphy. If this is hung in the company office, it will be a treasure of the company. I wonder if Master Ji can give me this calligraphy. I am willing to pay for it. Master Ji, I am also willing to pay for this calligraphy. Ji Wooly looked embarrassed and said, You are all my partners, but I only have this one piece of calligraphy. It would be unfair to give it to anyone. Lai Jingye stood up. He smiled and reminded, Master Ji, there is an auction at today's birthday banquet. In my opinion, you might as well auction this calligraphy now to make a good start for the next auction. As for this calligraphy, whoever bids the highest will get it first. This is the most fair and will not hurt the harmony among everyone. Ji Wooly was embarrassed to say, but I, Ji, am not greedy for your money. Is it inappropriate to do this? Lai Jingye quickly said, What's wrong with that? Your calligraphy is worth a fortune, and everyone is willing to spend money to buy it, so it's very appropriate. Thanks to Jingye's leadership, the other guests naturally expressed their support. Let Ji Wooly auction this calligraphy. At this point, Ji Wooly could only sigh unwillingly and said, Alas! In this case, I will respectfully obey your order. As for the starting price of this calligraphy, I will set it lower, 10,000 yuan. In the guest seats below the stage, each chair has a bidding sign with a number on it. The guests quickly rushed to raise their placards to bid. I'll give you 50,000. I'll give you 80,000. What's 80,000? I'll give you 100,000. The bidding price soared and soon reached more than 300,000, and it was still increasing. You should know that the most famous calligraphy master in Jiangnan City charges only more than 200,000 yuan for one inscription. This made Ji Wooly on the stage beam with joy. Self-esteem was greatly satisfied. The main table below the stage. I saw everyone bidding fiercely for Ji Wooly's words. Zhang Huilan hurriedly reminded Xiao Qingcheng, "Miss, we can come to the birthday banquet today, and even have the opportunity to become partners with the Rong family, all thanks to the help of the Ji family. Therefore, you must find a way to take a picture of Master Ji's calligraphy to leave a good impression on people." Xiaonan also agreed. It can be predicted that the status of the Ji family in Jiangnan City in the future will even surpass that of Tiger Lord and Dragon Lord. By then, the value of the Ji family's writing will definitely increase. Xiao Qingcheng nodded, "I understand." She raised her sign to bid and said, "I'll bid 600,000. Xiao Qingcheng's fate directly increased the bidding price by hundreds of thousands, which forced many cash-strapped guests to give up bidding. The remaining few guests continued to bid. "I'll pay 610,000. I'll pay 630,000. Xiao Qingcheng didn't hesitate and raised the sign again, saying, "I'll pay 800,000. This time, more than half of the bidding guests were eliminated. Only 2 people were left struggling to hold on. "I'll pay 810,000. I'll pay 830,000. Xiao Qingcheng didn't hesitate and directly raised the sign and said, "I'll give 1 million. There was an uproar at the scene. You know, 1 million can buy the calligraphy of a famous domestic calligraphy master, which is far more than the value of the calligraphy of Master Ji. Besides, 1 million in cash is not a small amount of money. At least for the guests with millions of dollars present today, it is difficult to afford it. Even if the guest has a net worth of tens of millions, it is still equivalent to cutting off meat. As for guests with a net worth of over 100 million, they can only take out 1 million. But considering that Xiao Qingcheng is not only a popular figure in the Ji family, but also the object of Ji Buoduan's admiration, she even has a good chance of becoming a business partner of the Rong family. So, instead of bidding against her, it's better to just go with the flow." So this time, no one continued to bid with Xiao Qingcheng. Naturally, this piece of calligraphy was won by Xiao Qingcheng at a price of 1 million. Ji Wooly clapped his hands with satisfaction and smiled. Mr. Xiao is young and promising, and has a keen eye for talent. I really admire him. When Miss Rong Meiyan comes later, I will definitely recommend him strongly. Xiao Qingcheng stood up quickly. Unable to conceal her excitement, she said, "Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Ji. Qingcheng will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations." After sitting down, Xiao Qingcheng still had a happy look on her face. Zhang Huilan said proudly, "I said it was right to let you participate in the auction. Now it is confirmed by the head of the Ji family." "How great!" Xiaonan smiled and reminded, "Sister, after all, this is the opportunity given to us by Master Ji to attend the birthday banquet. You have to thank him a lot." Xiao Qingcheng nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you." Ji Buoduan pretended to be calm and said, "It's just a small matter. For you, I can do as much as I can." His heart was filled with excitement. At this pace, it won't be long before he can completely defeat Xiao Qingcheng. "When you are proud." He looked at Yi Tiance, who was sitting there in silence. He couldn't help but sneer, "Mr. Yi, do you see the gap between you and our Ji family? My dad can sell a piece of calligraphy for 1 million yuan. I'm afraid a waste like you will never make that much in your lifetime, right?" He thought Yi Tiance would feel inferior and embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the other party responded calmly, "How much of this 1 million is the artistic value of the words, and how much is flattery? Don't you have an idea?" Ji Buoduan's face changed slightly, and he asked in a cold voice, "From what you said, my father's calligraphy has low artistic value? Is it all because of other people's praise?" Yi Tiance smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. In my opinion, his calligraphy is not of low artistic value, but of no artistic value at all, not worth a penny." Chapter 47, Can you please write a word if you have the ability? This sentence immediately made the faces of everyone else at the main table change. This guy. How dare you mock Patriarch G's calligraphy as worthless? Zhang Huilan scolded, "Shut up. Do you know what you are saying? If you want to die, jump off the building and don't involve us." Xiaonan cursed, "You are a loser who only knows how to eat and drink for free. What do you know about calligraphy? Don't embarrass yourself here. Shut up." Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Yi Tiance. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. She came to attend Ji Wooley's birthday party today because she wanted to take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Rong family in the provincial capital. We will never allow ourselves to be influenced by Yi Tian's reckless words and actions. Yi Tian said calmly, Boss Shiao, don't be hypocritical. It was Ji Boduan who started the fight, not me. Besides, I was just telling the truth. Xiao Qingchang was choked. However, Ji Boxiao, who had a hot temper, couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, slammed the table and cursed, You bastard, you are so arrogant, do you want to be beaten? This action immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall to the main table. What happens? Ji Wooley also came over to look. He frowned and said, Boxiao, calm down, what's going on? Ji Boxiao complained, Dad. This bastard just said that your calligraphy is worthless and it was only sold for 1 million thanks to everyone's flattery. The entire banquet hall was immediately in an uproar. This Yi Tian is so brave. You even dare to tell such a truth? Don't you want to live? Ji Wooley's face turned ugly, and a fierce light flashed in his inverted triangle eyes. If it were any other time, he would have lost his temper. But today is different from the past. He must control his emotions and show a big picture personality in front of everyone. After taking a few deep breaths, his expression gradually relaxed. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, Oh? I wonder what Mr. Yi thinks is lacking in Ji's calligraphy. Why don't you just speak up and give me some pointers? Although this sentence seems to be said with a smile on the surface, one can still hear the displeasure in the tone. In fact, it was just a warning to Yi Tian from the side, asking him to think carefully before answering. Don't let your mouth cause trouble. It's a pity that he met Yi Tian, who didn't care about these things at all. Yi Tian answered truthfully, the most important factors in calligraphy are brushwork, structure, style and mentality. Although your handwriting is acceptable, Mr. Ji, the font proportions are not harmonious and the layout is not reasonable. As for the style, you should have copied the handwriting of many calligraphy masters, but unfortunately you haven't learned the essence of it. To put it bluntly, it's just a hodgepodge. In the final analysis of your mentality, the 4 words you wrote were perseverance. Obviously, you wanted to express your tenacious spirit, but I felt a bit of indecision from you. To sum up, what's wrong with me saying that your calligraphy is average and worthless? At this moment, the entire banquet hall fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. You have to know that most of the guests present today are powerful and wealthy people. He has extensive knowledge of calligraphy and antiques. In fact, they all saw clearly in their hearts that the calligraphy written by Ji Wooley was at most just the work of a good hobbyist and it did not have much artistic value. If they didn't want to deliberately praise Ji Wooley, this calligraphy would be put on the market and no one would want it even if it was used to wipe someone's ass. But they dare not say such a big truth. I never thought that anyone would dare to say it in public. But Yi Tian dared. And every single one and every single detail will be revealed to everyone in a bloody way. This is even more embarrassing than the story of the emperor's new clothes. On the stage, Ji Wooley's eyes twitched violently, his old face turned red, and he was on the verge of a rage. This bastard really dared to embarrass him. Li Jingye's eyes turned and he quickly stepped forward to rescue Ji Wooley. He rebuked Yi Tian in a deep voice, What nonsense! Patriarch Ji is such a prominent figure, his handwriting has its own profoundness, how can you point fingers at him? Xiaobin also echoed, You can only talk about others. If you have the ability, why don't you write a piece of calligraphy and let everyone see your level? The concerted response of these two people helped the guests to recover from their previous shock. They know very well who can be offended and who cannot be offended. So they all fired their artillery at Yi Tian. Who can't talk nonsense? Can you write one yourself? If you can do it, go for it. If you can't, stop nagging. You can't judge the head of the Ji family. This guy is a typical troll, he's submissive offline but strikes hard online. Don't pay attention to him. Everyone present spoke up for Ji Wooley, which made his expression slightly ease. Mr. Yi, I would also like to learn about your calligraphy skills. Please come on stage and demonstrate it to everyone. Only in this way can I accept your advice and comments just now and be convinced. Without waiting for Yi Tian to respond, Zhang Huilan laughed and said, Master Ji, what kind of calligraphy is he, a useless man who lives off his wife? He's lucky to be able to write his own name correctly. Xiaonan said disdainfully, You deserve it. You are embarrassed now, aren't you? Ji Budwan mocked, if you don't know calligraphy, then stop making random comments about others, so as to avoid getting humiliated. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and smiled, oh? Who told you that I can't write calligraphy? Ji Budwan clicked his tongue and said, I see you are a person who won't cry until you see the coffin. You are still pretending to be tough even at this time, right? Okay, you go on stage and write a piece of calligraphy right now. If you can really write better than my father's, not only will I forgive your previous behavior, I will also apologize to you in front of everyone. But if you fail to do so, or if you are too cowardly to go on stage, you must apologize to my father and get out of the banquet hall in public. Do you dare to bet? Hearing this, the guests in the audience all started laughing. In their opinion, although Ji Wuli's calligraphy is not top-notch, it is at the level of an amateur who has practiced for many years. Let us look at Yi Tiance again. He is only in his 20s and his personality is not stable. How is it possible to achieve something in calligraphy? Therefore, no matter what choice Yi Tiance makes in this bet, it will be a disgrace for him. But as the protagonist Yi Tiance, his expression was calm and he said, let's gamble, why not? He stood up and walked straight to the stage. After taking office, Ji Wuli, who was standing not far away, took the opportunity to lower his voice and sneered, little bastard, since you have brought shame upon yourself, I am looking forward to your apology and the embarrassing look of you getting out of here later. Yi Tiance smiled confidently and said, let's wait and see. Then he came to the table. Pick up the brush, take a deep breath, and focus your eyes. Start writing on a new piece of rice paper. Swish, swish, swish. The brush moves like a dragon, and the force penetrates the back of the paper. Between the brush and ink, there seems to be an invincible murderous spirit that is unstoppable. After a few breaths, stop writing. Yi Tiance said calmly, okay, show it to everyone. When two etiquette ladies lifted up the rice paper and showed it to the audience, only 4 big words appeared on the paper: rule the world. The audience, who were originally laughing and mocking, suddenly became completely silent. Chapter 48. I offer 1.01 million. Because everyone discovered that the 4 big characters on the rice paper were as smooth as flowing water and majestic. The strokes are strong and powerful, and the structure is rigorous. The most important thing, they could actually feel from these 4 words the aura of a king coming and looking down on the world. It makes people unable to help but worship it. This piece of calligraphy can no longer be described as good, but is top-notch calligraphy, perfect calligraphy that is round and natural. At this moment, even everyone at the main table was stunned and deeply shocked by the words. Xiao Qingqing bit her lips lightly, her expression full of disbelief. Does Yi Tiance actually know calligraphy? Then why has he never told me this after 3 years of marriage? I see. He must have never trusted me and treated me as an outsider. The banquet hall remained silent. Suddenly, a guest who knew a lot about calligraphy couldn't help but exclaimed, oh my god. The brushwork is so skillful and the characters are so majestic and full of personality and artistic value. I have never seen anything like this in my life. He almost cried for joy. You can see how excited they are. And this is tantamount to slapping the old face of Ji Wuli. His whole face was filled with shock, reluctance, and even a little jealousy. He couldn't understand how it was that after practicing calligraphy for decades, he couldn't even compare to a young boy. Even the gap between the two sides is as big as heaven and earth. Yi Tiance said calmly, Master Ji, please comment on how this calligraphy compares to yours? This. Ji Wuli hesitated, looking embarrassed. Anyone with eyes can see the difference in calligraphy skills between the two parties. However, if he admitted that Yi Tiance's handwriting was better, it would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face at his own birthday party. But if I don't admit that Yi Tiance's calligraphy is good, it would be equivalent to speaking against my conscience, which will definitely affect my positive image in the minds of the guests. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. But just at this moment, Ji Bo stood up and walked to the stage. He glared at Yi Tiance fiercely and sneered, Mr. Yi, I admit that your calligraphy is quite good. But as the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Everyone has subjective opinions on the level of calligraphy, just like there are 1,000 Hamlets among 1,000 people. Besides, this is a competition between your calligraphy and my father's calligraphy. He shouldn't be the one to judge. We should change the way of competition. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and asked, from what you said, you don't want to admit the bet just now? His intuition told him that Ji Budwan must be talking nonsense. I can't take back what I said. I just want to make the game fairer. Ji Budwan's eyes flashed with cunning, and he continued, my father's calligraphy was recognized by everyone present, and finally sold at a high price of 1 million. If you want to prove that your calligraphy is better, you naturally have to be recognized by everyone, which means being able to bid for more than 1 million yuan on this occasion today. As long as someone is willing to pay this price, the bet can be considered won, and this is the most fair way. Yi Tian sneered and said, are you sure this calligraphy contest is fairer? As we all know, the reason why Ji Wuli's calligraphy was sold at a high price of 1 million was because the guests wanted to flatter him, and it was not for the artistic value of the calligraphy at all. And no matter how well Yi Tian's calligraphy was written, and even if the actual value of the calligraphy exceeded 1 million, no one of the guests present today dared to participate in the auction. The reason is simple, they dare not offend the Ji family. Ji Budwan knew this very well, so he made this request. He was very pleased with himself and nodded, of course it's fair. If you're not convinced, you can ask the guests in the audience. Li Jingye at the main table reacted quickly and shouted, the bidding is more convincing. I support it. Xiabin also echoed, yes, empty words are nothing, real money is the hard truth. With these two big guys taking the lead, the other wavering guests naturally followed suit and spoke up in support. This is how the world is, the rules are set by the strong, and the weak can only obey. Ji Budwan said with a proud smile, Mr. Yi, have you seen the crowd's cheers? They all support the auction, so to determine the winner, you have to follow this rule. Otherwise, even if you admit defeat, you will lose the bet. He turned around and said loudly, everyone, is there anyone who wants to bid for the calligraphy written by Yi Tians? Please raise your placard so that everyone can take a look. Most of the guests in the audience were secretly complaining. Well said, welcome to raise your sign. But who the hell dares? Whoever dares to raise the sign now, after the birthday banquet is over, the Ji family will use their revenge methods to make him impotent for life. For a moment, the audience was completely silent, and no one held up a sign. Ji Buxiao just laughed out loud. Ha ha! You ignorant bastard, you dare to fight my Ji family? Now you know how powerful I am, I want to see how you apologize to my dad and get out of here in disgrace. Xiabin and Li Jingye couldn't help but be delighted and made all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Han Tianjing was thinking about something. Yi Tian's calligraphy skills were indeed beyond his expectations. This skill alone could be considered as that of a great calligrapher. As a person who likes calligraphy and painting, he actually wants to bid high. Li Shouqin seemed to see through his thoughts and whispered, don't get involved in this kind of thing. You're offending people you shouldn't offend. Han Tianjing sighed. Nod. Zhang Huilan pouted and complained, you ungrateful bastard. You didn't tell us earlier that you knew calligraphy. You were hiding it on purpose, fearing that our Shiao family would benefit from it. Now look what you have done. You deserve to be slapped in the face. Ugh. Xiaonan said sourly, isn't it just a little calligraphy? What's so great about it? If no one recognizes it, it's still just a piece of waste paper. Xiao Qingchang was in a very conflicted mood. Of course she knew that this gambling game was a way for the Ji family to use their power to bully others, and it was not fair at all. Based on the emotional considerations accumulated over 3 years of marriage, she should perhaps stand up and speak for Yi Tians. After all, the two of them had only filed for divorce and had not obtained a marriage certificate. But reason reminded her that she could not offend the Ji family for Yi Tians. What's more, Yi Tians would just apologize in public and leave the birthday party. At most, he would lose face, but his personal safety would not be protected. It's no big deal. So, her reason finally prevailed. Choose to remain silent. Ji Wuli, who was on the stage, took in the expressions of everyone below, and couldn't help but feel delighted. He nodded affirmatively to Ji Budwan and said, well done. Ji Budwan hurriedly said, thank you, Dad. These are all good things you taught me. Ji Budwan raised his hands. He said arrogantly, Mr. Yi, I said your calligraphy is worthless. After all, no guest is willing to bid for it, let alone more than my father's 1 million. No one even bid 1 yuan. You are destined to be the loser of this bet, and you will also be the one to apologize and leave later. So I declare that this piece of calligraphy of yours. Before he could even finish saying the word failed to sell. Suddenly someone in the audience held up a sign. Feng Qingwan said, I will offer 1.01 million. Chapter 49 Rong Meiyan attacks Xiao Qingqing fiercely. Although the sound is not loud, it is enough to attract everyone's attention. They all looked towards the source of the sound. The person who raised the bidding board was a beautiful woman wearing a silver cheongsam, with a charming appearance and a charming demeanor. The guests in the audience were discussing. It's this woman again, who just spoke up for Yi Tiance. Knowing that opening the bid is an insult to the Ji family, he still specifically called out a price of 1.01 million. How courageous. This woman's temperament seems extraordinary, maybe she has some great background. On the stage, Ji Wooly and Ji Budwan, father and son, had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, shiny black. The corners of Ji Budwan's mouth twitched violently and he clenched his fists. It's this woman again, stepping out to cause trouble at the critical moment. Ji Budwan did not have much doubt as to whether the woman could really come up with 1.01 million to bid. After all, whether from her dress, appearance, or the fact that she was able to get a substitute invitation letter to come here, it all shows that with her status and position, she can easily do this. I just don't know what the other party's background is. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and asked, who is this woman? Why is she helping that bastard? Ji Budwan said unwillingly, I don't know her, I just know that her relationship with Yi Tiance is unclear, I guess he got this rich woman from nowhere. Ji Wooly's eyes twitched violently. Oh my god, he actually got slapped in the face by a loser who only knows how to hang out with rich women? What the hell is this? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't understand why this woman came to his rescue time and time again. Although confused, he still bowed to Rong Meiyin in the audience to express his gratitude. Rong Meiyin in the audience smiled faintly, full of charm. Yi Tiance turned to Ji Budwan and said, according to the rules you set, if the auction price of my calligraphy is higher than 1 million, can you admit that my calligraphy is better than your father's? Ji Budwan felt so miserable. The original plan was to set a trap for Yi Tiance, but unexpectedly, he was trapped in it in the end. He didn't want to admit it in his heart, but in front of so many people, especially since he had previously boasted that it was impossible to catch up, if he didn't admit it he would be slapping himself in the face. Ji Budwan could only bite the bullet and answer, I admit it. Now that you've admitted it, why don't you fulfill your previous promise in the bet? What are you waiting for? Ji Budwan's eyelids twitched. Asking him to apologize to Yi Tiance in public is more difficult to accept than asking him to eat shit. He gritted his teeth and reminded, Mr. Yi, you won the bet, but do you have to push for more? How about just forget it? Yi Tiance said calmly, Master Ji, you made the bet, so how can you ask for more? In other words, if I had lost the bet, would you have just let it go? Ji Budwan snorted in his heart. If Yi Tiance lost the bet, he would want to hold down Yi Tiance's head, make him kowtow to his father and apologize, and finally make him crawl out of the banquet hall and lose face. But on the other hand, let him apologize to Yi Tiance in public. I just can't do it. For a moment, the two of them were deadlocked on the stage. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng at the main table could no longer sit still. She stood up and reminded him coldly, Yi Tiance, you should be almost there. Do you have to be so aggressive and make everyone lose face? Yi Tiance asked back, Boss Xiao, please open your eyes and see clearly, who is the one who was so aggressive? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Of course she understood who was being aggressive. But she also understood that if Yi Tiance continued to make trouble like this, it would only hurt himself. She continued, it's just an apology, is it so important that you have to keep harping on it? This time, he didn't wait for Yi Tiance to speak. Rong Meiyin said, when Ji Budwan asked Mr. Yi to apologize earlier, some people did not speak out, but now they are speaking out for justice. Mr. Xiao, such double standards are not appropriate, right? Xiao Qingqing bit her lip lightly and responded coldly, the reason I did this was actually to help him. Rong Meiyin raised her lips and said, if you really want to help him, why did you wait until now? In the final analysis, you are still focusing on one thing and losing another. You are just not pure enough in the face of rules and justice. This sentence was like a critical hit, directly hitting Xiao Qingqing's heart. Rong Meiyin continued, there are rumors out there that Yi Tiance is not worthy of President Xiao, so you filed for divorce. In my opinion, it's you who is not worthy of him. The arrogant Xiao Qingqing said unwillingly, how am I not worthy of him? Rong Meiyin sneered, ha. You haven't tried to understand your man for 3 years after marriage, but you ask me instead. I told you that you are not worthy of Yi Tiance. What's the problem? Xiao Qingcheng stood there awkwardly, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. The guests present began to discuss in low voices. Oh my god, this strange woman is so fierce, she knocked Mr. Shiao out of his wits with just 2 sentences. This beauty is so cool, I really like this style. But what he said makes sense. The auction of the calligraphy was unfair in the first place. Now young Master Ji has lost the bet and doesn't want to fulfill his promise. This is pure bullying. To be honest, young Master Ji's character is not very good. If we really cooperate with the Ji family in the future, I'm afraid there will be hidden dangers. It seemed that the guests' comments were about to get out of control. Ji Wooly couldn't hold his temper anymore. He scolded Ji Budwan, "Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? What are you waiting for? Dad. Yi Tiance is just a waste, Shut up. Don't you even listen to me?" Facing Ji Wooly's angry gaze, Ji Budwan's body trembled violently. I could only nod very reluctantly. He turned to Yi Tiance and apologized through gritted teeth, whispering, "Yes. I'm sorry." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, "Master Ji, is it because the meal hasn't started yet and you're hungry that you don't have the energy to speak? Speak louder." The corners of Ji Budwan's eyes twitched violently, and he stared at Yi Tiance with eyes almost spitting fire. "The surname is Yi. Just wait for me." He took a deep breath and raised his voice, "I'm sorry." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Since you apologized so sincerely, I will forgive you." Ji Budwan's heart ached again. This bastard must have done it on purpose. But at this point, he knew that it would be embarrassing to continue staying on the stage. In the end, he could only glare at Yi Tiance and quickly slip off the stage. And at this time, the host didn't know what was wrong with his brain. Suddenly he said, "Then please invite the guests who are bidding on the 2 calligraphy pieces to come up on stage, take their respective pieces of calligraphy, and take a group photo." Ji Wooly's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to stop it, but found it was too late. Because all the guests heard it. Rong Meiyan had already stood up, walked to the front of the stage, and took the words "rule the world" left by Yi Tiance from the etiquette lady. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated slightly and walked towards the stage. Take the words "perseverance" written by Ji Wooly. Both women are impeccable in appearance and figure. But at this moment, the words in each of their hands formed a very sharp contrast. Ji Wooly looked unhappy and said, "Time is of the essence, so there's no need to take a group photo." Then he walked off the stage without looking back. Yi Tiance said to Rong Meiyan, "Thank you for your affirmation of my calligraphy." Rong Meiyan smiled and said, "Mr. Ye's calligraphy is very clever, it can be called a master's calligraphy. I only spent 1.01 million to buy it, it is definitely a great bargain. I should be the one to say thank you, ha ha ha." She had a sweet laugh, was full of charm, and her towering breasts trembled slightly up and down. Although she was not as good as Han Ruayun, Yi Tiance couldn't help but move his throat slightly when he saw her. D-cup strong, extraordinary. Xiao Qingcheng, who was also on the stage, felt mixed emotions. Her husband, who had not yet obtained a formal divorce certificate, was actually talking and laughing with another beautiful woman in public, and this woman repeatedly targeted her. It made her feel indescribably wronged and uncomfortable, as if she were a clown. He glared at Yi Tiance angrily. He stepped down directly. Chapter 50 Tiger-shaped jade pendant. After Xiao Qingcheng stepped down, Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan also stepped down from the stage. And then returned to their previous seats. As soon as Yi Tiance sat down, Ji Budwan couldn't help but lose his temper. "Don't be so complacent, kid. Sooner or later, we will settle the score clearly with you." Yi Tiance said calmly, "Same here." Ji Budwan snorted coldly and turned his head away, not wanting to look at Yi Tiance again. "I'm afraid my emotions will explode if I look at it any longer." The other people at the main table, such as Lai Jingye and Xiabin, all looked unhappy. After all, they had all followed in mocking Yi Tiance for his poor calligraphy, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Zhang Huilan lowered her voice and reminded Xiao Qingcheng, "Mom, let me remind you something. That ungrateful bastard just auctioned off that calligraphy and made a full 1.01 million. After the birthday banquet is over, when you give him the cash, remember to get the money back." Xiao Qingcheng asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhang Huilan pouted and said, "You are so stupid. Haven't you officially divorced him yet? Before you get the divorce certificate, you are still legally married. As a husband, you have the right to take half of his income. Besides, he has lived in our house for 3 years and owes us so much, so he should give all his income to you." "Mom! It's already this late, can you please stop making things more complicated? I'm already very upset." Xiao Qingcheng was so furious. It was obviously she who thought Yi Tiance was good for nothing and filed for divorce. Now his calligraphy has been auctioned for 1.01 million. If he lets her go over to share the money, wouldn't that be an admission that Yi Tiance is excellent? She couldn't afford to lose face like this. The host on the stage said, "Next is the official auction that all the guests have been looking forward to for a long time. The items to be auctioned this time are all treasures or rare items that Master Ji has collected over the years. Patriarch Ji also specifically asked me to remind everyone to do what you can and enjoy yourself, and not to compare prices." Although this is what they said, everyone knows it clearly. What does one do within one's ability? In fact, he just wanted to stimulate everyone to spend more money on bidding and leave a good impression on Ji Wooly. The host announced that the auction officially began. A tall etiquette lady brought up a blue and white porcelain vase that was more than half a foot tall. The neck of the porcelain vase is slender, the body of the bottle is symmetrical and full, and the blue and white porcelain patterns are dense, which is of high artistic level. The host introduced, this porcelain vase was made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. 3 years ago, a friend gave it to the head of the Ji family. It is being auctioned today with a reserve price of 300,000 yuan. Each bid must be no less than 10,000 yuan. The words fell. A guest in the audience immediately raised a sign and offered a price, "I'll offer 350,000. Another person held up a sign and said, "I'll pay 380,000. After a while, the bidding for the blue and white porcelain vase ended. Finally, it was bought by a bald fat man for 700,000 yuan. People who know the business know that the normal market price of this porcelain vase is around 400,000 yuan. As for the extra 300,000 yuan, it was just another form of gift to Ji Wooly to celebrate his birthday. Immediately following, the second auction item was also invited to the stage. Everyone started fighting and bidding again. Every time you raise the price, it is equivalent to paying the Ji family's share of the money out of your own pocket. This made Ji Wooly, who originally had an unpleasant expression on his face, gradually relax a lot. Even though I lost face before, I still made every penny less than what I was supposed to earn today. Ji Budwan's mood also recovered a little. He glanced at Yi Tiance and said, "Didn't you just get lucky and make 1.01 million by auctioning that broken calligraphy? Don't you want to try bidding for a treasure? Or are you scared by the fierce bidding scene?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "What treasure? In my opinion, it's just a bunch of junk. I'm not interested in bidding for it." Ji Budwan sneered, "Huh? You are such a good hypocrite. I guess you just can't bear to part with the 1.01 million, right? That's right. After all, a loser like you can't even save that much even if you beg for food for your entire life." Ji Buxiao also said sarcastically, "Brother, don't say that. Some people say they have $1 trillion fortune. How can they be reluctant to part with just a few million or 800,000? They just don't like it at all." Ha ha ha. Yi Tiance said with a normal expression, "You are right, I really don't care about this little money." Ji Buxiao rolled his eyes, "I gave you a pole, and you dare to climb it? Don't be a bitch." Zhang Huilan said with disdain, "You useless piece of shit, if you really don't care about this little money, why didn't you help the Shiao family a penny in the past 3 years? Yi Tiance asked back, "Do you think the Shiao family could have developed so fast in the past 3 years without my help?" Xiaonan said seriously, "Our Shiao family is what it is today, thanks to my sister's efforts and the unity of our Shiao family. What does it have to do with you, a gigolo? To put it bluntly, if you hadn't been holding us back, our Shiao family would have only become better now." Faced with everyone's doubts, Yi Tiance did not give much explanation. For him, it's a waste of time to explain to these idiots, they won't believe it. The most important thing to him today is his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant. The auction progressed quickly. In less than an hour, dozens of items had been auctioned. Only one item left. The host said excitedly, "Now let me introduce the last lot. It is also the most valuable one in today's auction." The hostess will carefully bring the tray to the stage and remove the red cloth covering it. Inside was a snow-white jade pendant with a very simple appearance. It was shaped like a tiger and looked lifelike. At the same time, a picture of the jade pendant was also displayed on the large screen at the back. Therefore, its details can be seen in every corner of the banquet hall. The host introduced, "This jade pendant was accidentally obtained by the head of the Ji family many years ago. According to the judgment of well-known experts, it is made of Hutian jade, which is the best gem. Not only that, this jade pendant has a history of at least 1,000 years, and was made by the best craftsmen of that era, so its value is self-evident. The guests present were in an uproar. Oh my god, this Hetin jade pendant is thousands of years old and has extremely high historical value. It must be a very valuable treasure. Such a good treasure, why didn't Master Ji keep it, but chose to auction it off? Yi Tiance, who was sitting at the main table, narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he always thought that it was just an ordinary jade pendant that he wore with him. If the host hadn't introduced it, he wouldn't have known that this jade pendant left by his grandfather actually has a history of thousands of years. Could it be possible that this was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Yi family? No matter what, he must get this jade pendant today. At the same time, the host on the stage said, "Then I declare that the starting price of this tiger-shaped jade pendant is 5 million. Each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. The auction begins. Chapter 51. I'll pay 20 million. The reserve price is 5 million. This is definitely the item with the highest reserve price since today's birthday auction. This reserve price alone will turn away more than half of the guests present. Of course, there are still a small number of wealthy individuals who have a strong interest in it. So when the host finished speaking, someone immediately raised his sign to bid. I'll offer 5.1 million. I'll offer 5.3 million. I'll offer 5.4 million. For a while, the bidding prices rose rapidly and became very fierce. This time, even Lai Jingye and Xiebin at the main table couldn't sit still and came out to bid personally. And soon the price was raised to the 10 million mark. When the bidding breaks through this number, there are less than 10 guests left who are strong enough to bid. The guests who didn't have the ability to participate were just talking about it. TSK. It broke through the 10 million mark so quickly. Even in some large auctions, it's rare to see such a high price. I believe that after this auction is over, it will definitely cause a sensation in the Jiangnan business circle. For the Ji family, it will add another level of influence. I think among the bidders, Mr. Lai and Mr. Xia are more powerful. I estimate that in the end, this tiger-shaped jade pendant will definitely fall into their hands. I don't think so. Our richest man, Han Tianzheng, the head of the Han family, hasn't made a move yet. He is well known for his love of antiques. The bidding gradually entered a white-hot stage. Soon, Lai Jingye raised his sign and bid 13 million. This finally made the guests at other tables unable to resist and they all stopped. After all, their net worth is only around 100 million yuan. 13 million in cash is not something that can be taken out easily. At this time, Xiebin was also sitting at the main table. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I'll pay 13.5 million. Lai Jingye frowned subconsciously. If he had put this money in the past, he wouldn't have felt so much pressure. But since he was blacklisted by the Tianlong group, he has been short of funds, and this amount of money is almost his limit. But he was indeed very interested in this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Plus, I really want to perform well in front of the Ji family. So he can only grit his teeth and continue to raise the price. I'll offer 14.5 million. He pretended to be calm and said to Xiebin, "Boss Xia, it's your turn now. I can accompany you all the way." This. A layer of sweat broke out on Xiebin's forehead, and he hesitated and struggled for a few seconds. He sighed and said, "Alas, I give up the bidding." "Congratulations, brother Lai." Hearing this, Lai Jingye felt relieved. In fact, he is already at the end of his strength. Even if Xiebin raises the price again, he will be forced to give up. Fortunately, just when he thought he had one, Han Tianzheng, who was sitting opposite, raised his sign and said with a smile, "Mr. Lai, I'm really sorry, but I'm also very interested in this tiger-shaped jade pendant. I'll offer 15 million. Lai Jingye's face changed. He didn't expect that Han Tianzheng would suddenly get involved at this time. Facing Han Tianzheng, whose wealth and strength are much stronger than his, Lai Jingye is not easy to offend, and he is not qualified to offend him. He could only force a smile and said, it turns out that the Han family master also likes this jade pendant. In this case, it is not easy for Lai to compete for it, so he will give up the bidding." This sentence not only did Han Tianzheng a favor, but also saved his own face. Han Tianzheng naturally clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lai, for giving up your love." At this time, Ji Wuli was in a good mood. The high price of 15 million for this tiger-shaped jade pendant exceeded expectations. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Congratulations, brother Han, for getting this jade pendant. You and I, brothers, must have a few more drinks later. Han Tianjing nodded and said, sure. But just at this moment, Yeans, who was sitting opposite, suddenly asked, who said that this jade pendant was obtained by Patriarch Han? Everyone at the table changed their expression slightly and looked at Yeans. I don't understand what he meant by suddenly saying this. Ji Budwan scolded, nonsense, Patriarch Han bid 15 million, and no one bid higher than him. If he didn't get the jade pendant, could it be yours? Yeans nodded and said, that's right, today this jade pendant can only belong to me. Ji Budwan almost laughed out loud, do you know what you are talking about? You can have the jade pendant, but can you afford more than 15 million? Yeans raised the sign directly and said loudly, I'll pay 20 million. This sentence instantly caused an exclamation in the entire banquet hall. Oh my god, this guy again? Add 5 million at once? Is that true? It must be fake. I think he is just trying to cause trouble. How could he have 20 million? Everyone at the main table had a different look on their face. Han Tianjung frowned, wondering what he was thinking about. Li Xiuqin had a sullen face and was muttering curses. Lai Jingye and Xiebin both looked disdainful. Ji Wuli narrowed his eyes coldly. Young man, today is Ji's 60th birthday. This is not the place for you to cause trouble. I advise you to be more restrained. Yeans said calmly, I am bidding according to the rules of the bidding meeting. How can I cause trouble? Ji Wuli's eyes twitched violently. I have the urge to crush Yeans to death. This brat is really good at pretending. Seeing Ji Wuli angry, Xiao Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. I couldn't help but persuade him, Yeans, how many times do I have to remind you to stop making trouble? Put the sign down now. Yeans asked back, don't always force your ideas on me. I didn't make a fuss, so why should I put the sign down? Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and said, okay. I finally understand. You are still deliberately taking revenge, right? The bidding meeting the day before yesterday was not satisfying enough, so you are continuing it today? You are making me, Xiao Qingqing, fall into a hopeless situation, right? Yeans glanced at her and said impatiently, Boss Xiao, please stop adding drama to yourself in the future. It's really annoying, you know? You. Xiao Qingqing was choked and her chest heaved up and down. I just felt extremely wronged. I'm clearly doing this for his own good, why doesn't he know what's good for him? Zheng Huilan glared at Yeans. He advised Xiao Qingqing, don't bother with that rubbish. You're going to get a divorce certificate from him tomorrow anyway. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and nodded. Ji Budwan said coldly, Mr. Yi, bidding is not a joke. Do you know what the consequences will be if you raise the sign and fail to come up with 20 million in the end? Yeans said indifferently, why do I need to know the consequences? It's not like I can't afford it. Ji Budwan gritted his teeth and said, okay. 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 This is what you said. Do you dare to gamble again? If you can't come up with 20 million, not only will this tiger-shaped jade pendant not belong to you today, but you will also owe our G family a debt of 20 million. You have to repay it even if you have to sell your blood or kidneys. Yeans asked in return, what if I can afford it? Ji Budwan rolled his eyes. In his opinion, how could Yeans come up with 20 million? So he waved his hand. He said proudly, if you can really come up with 20 million, this tiger-shaped jade pendant will be given to you for free. I don't want a penny of the 20 million. Do you dare to bet? Chapter 52, does Yeans really have 1 trillion? Yeins smiled and responded, why not? But I have a condition. He looked at Ji Wuli. Slightly narrowing his eyes, he asked, if I win, I would also like to know from Patriarch Ji how you got this tiger-shaped jade pendant, is that okay? After all, the reason he attended the birthday banquet this time was to get his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant and investigate the truth of the fire that year. Ji Wuli on the opposite side narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he sneered, ha! No problem. I'm just afraid it will be difficult for you to win. Yeins smiled and said, then the bet is settled. The guests present today are just there to bear witness. The guests at other tables were discussing. Wow, at a birthday party, this Yi made 2 bets with the Ji family. Interesting. What's wrong with that Yi guy's brain? He even dares to accept such a bet. If he loses, he will owe the Ji family 20 million yuan. I'm afraid he will have to skin them alive and pay them back for the rest of his life. He must have won a bet before, so he's on top of himself. I didn't expect the G family to be so bad at this. I have no choice but to accept this. In short, the vast majority of guests were not optimistic about Yi Tian's. You have to know that 20 million in cash is definitely a huge sum of money, and there are only a few people who can take it out in the entire Jiangnan city. How could Yi Tian's, a useless son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family, be able to afford it? However, Rong Meiyan, who was sitting at a table, was holding her cheek with one hand. There seemed to be some anticipation and excitement in his eyes. How many surprises does this man have hidden for me? Buzz. Her cell phone rang with a text message alert from her maid, Ching. Miss, how is the situation on your side? The G family also has several candidates they recommended. Are they worthy of becoming your business partners? Rong Meiyan seemed to have thought of something and typed a reply, I have something to tell you. You just need to do this. At the same time, when everyone at the main table heard Yi Tian's agree to the bet, their expressions varied. Ji Budwan sneered, Mr. Yi, you asked for this. When you lose the bet, don't blame our Ji family for being ruthless. Ji Buxiao said proudly, Ha! You are finally in my hands. When the time comes, we will settle all the old and new accounts. As for Lai Jingye and Xiabin, their expressions were even more mocking. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head in disappointment. She didn't want to say anything more to Yi Tian's. Anyway, the two are about to divorce, and they will be responsible for themselves from now on. The path he chose had nothing to do with her. In their opinion, Yi Tian's behavior is no different from seeking death. Zhang Huilan pouted at Yi Tian's and said, I'm warning you, you participated in this gambling game yourself. Let's make a deal first. If you lose, you have to pay it back yourself. It has nothing to do with our Qingcheng. Yi Tian's responded calmly, you worry too much. Besides, I won't lose. Ji Buxiao laughed and said, you are still bragging at this time? I want to see how you can come up with 20 million. You are not going to use that black and worn-out card of yours that doesn't even have a card number, are you? Yi Tian said calmly, as you said, just use this card. Ji Budwan laughed out loud, Ha, do you take us for fools? How can this broken thing swipe out 20 million? I doubt it's even a bank card. Inside the banquet hall, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket, which was the Supreme Emperor card. He said to Ji Budwan, whether there is 20 million in here, why don't you ask your people to check it and you will know? Ji Budwan said with a smile, okay. Since you won't cry until you see the coffin, I will play with you and see how long you can hold on with this thick skin. He snapped his fingers and called the manager of Penglai Pavilion Hotel, asking him to use the POS machine to swipe Yi Tian's black bank card. You should know that Penglai Pavilion Hotel is the property of the Ji family. As a hotel manager, he is naturally in collusion with the Ji family. The manager laughed at Yi Tian's and said, our POS machines are all imported. If your broken card breaks the machine, remember to pay for it. He entered an amount of 20 million on the POS machine. Then he took Yi Tian's bank card and swiped it. Beep. Card swiping successful, this time the purchase is 20 million. When the POS machine emitted a clear machine sound, the originally lively scene instantly became quiet. At this moment, the hotel manager's eyes almost popped out. His lips trembled, and he couldn't believe it and said, How? How is it possible? It really cost 20 million. Ji Budwan's face changed drastically and he said, Impossible. Is there something wrong with the machine? The hotel manager shrank his neck and said, This machine is imported and has never had any problems. Ji Budwan's eyelids were twitching wildly, and his whole face was full of disbelief. It turns out that Yi Tian's really has 20 million. Where on earth did he get so much money? Not only him, everyone present was curious about this question. At this moment, someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaimed, I remember now. Earlier, this guy named Ji said he had $1 trillion fortune. He held up this card and asked someone to check the balance. Could it be that? Everyone in the banquet hall gasped. The look he gave Yi Tian's was full of shock. Ji Budwan trembled slightly and said, Is there really 1 trillion in this card? Yi Tian's answered truthfully, about the same. I haven't checked the exact balance. Anyway, Bill must told him that there were at least trillions of dollars in deposits. I think even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Everyone was in an uproar again. Li Jingye and Xiaben only felt their calves go weak. If Yi Tiance really has trillions of assets, then they are not even as good as a small shrimp in front of him. If Yi Tiance just moves his fingers slightly, their business empire will be reduced to ashes in an instant. The faces of Ji Wooly and his two brothers were equally grim. Could it be that this guy is really a big shot who pretends to be a pig but is actually a tiger? And our Ji family has hit a wall? What should I do? Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were stunned and couldn't say a word. Did we really underestimate Yi Tiance? Kicked a hidden boss out of the Xiao family? As for Xiao Qingqing's extremely beautiful face, a pale color appeared on it. She suddenly remembered that Yi Tiance had just said that it was with his help 3 years ago that the Xiao family had reached this point today. Grandpa also said that Yi Tiance is a man of great luck, and if the Xiao family leaves him, their family will be broken up. Could it be that these are all true? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingqing felt chest tightness and her head was buzzing. It's really hard to accept. Just as she bit her lip and wanted to ask Yi Tiance for confirmation again, an unexpected event occurred. Li Xiaoqin suddenly stood up and snorted, "Don't be fooled by Yi Tiance, this brat doesn't have 1 trillion in savings." Chapter 53, Are you worthy enough to represent the Rong family? This sentence interrupted everyone's shock. Ji Wooly subconsciously asked, "Sister Han, why do you say that?" Li Xiaoqin explained, "To be honest, my Yunyun gave Yi Tiance 20 million 2 days ago." In other words, the 20 million he just swiped his card was not his own money at all. You have all been deceived. The reason why she said this was because a few days ago, Han Tianjing asked Han Ruayun to treat Yi Tiance to dinner and find out the other party's background. At that time, Han Ruayun was given 20 million yuan and asked to give it to Yi Tiance as a thank you fee for treating her. However, after Han Ruayun returned home, he did not mention the 20 million yuan. In Li Xiaoqin's opinion, this meant that Yi Tiance had accepted it. I didn't expect that today Yi Tiance would use it to pretend to be a rich man. Li Xiaoqin's contempt for Yi Tiance deepened. This kid is really good at pretending to be rich, and he is not a decent person at all. Fortunately, I didn't agree to this boy's engagement with Yun, otherwise I would be pushing my daughter into the fire pit. Han Tianjing frowned and reminded in a low voice, "Wife, isn't it too arbitrary to say that? We haven't asked Yun about the 20 million yet." Li Xiaoqin said coldly, "What's there to ask? You just have so many worries every day." "Shut up." Han Tianjing shut up in disappointment. "There's nothing I can do about it, it's because he is dominated by his wife." After hearing Li Xiaoqin's words, everyone present nodded in sudden understanding. My goodness, after all this fuss, it turns out that Yi Tiance was just bragging. I was almost fooled by him. Ji Wooly breathed a sigh of relief. He resumed his previous arrogant attitude and snorted coldly, "Humph. Playing tricks. How ridiculous." Ji Budwan said disdainfully, "Using a woman's money to show off is something only a useless person like you who lives off women can do. You even boast about your trillion-dollar fortune, but it turns out it's nothing." Xia Ben and Lai Jingye wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. After all this trouble, it turned out to be a false alarm. I thought I had offended a super boss with a net worth of trillions. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both looked disgusted. This gigolo only knows how to embarrass himself, he deserves it. Xiao Qingchang was disappointed with Yi Tiance's behavior of taking advantage of the power of others. But there was also an uncomfortable sense of crisis in my heart. She only knew that Han Ruayun had spoken up for Yi Tiance many times, but she didn't expect him to give him 20 million at once. Has the relationship between these two people become that close? Yi Tiance explained to Li Xiaoqin, "Han Ruayun did give me 20 million, but I refused. If you don't believe it, you can call her to confirm it." Li Xiaoqin sneered, "What's there to confirm about this?" "There's no need." Ji Budwan said, "There is no need to confirm. You said you rejected Miss Han's 20 million. Even the fools in the village don't believe it. Who can resist money these days? What do you think?" The guests present nodded in agreement. "Yeah, this is 20 million, only a sick person would refuse. That guy named Ji can't even lie, what a talent. Stop bragging. Just honestly admit that the 20 million belongs to Miss Han." Yi Tiance smiled coldly. A bunch of rabble, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. He looked at Ji Wooly and his 3 companions, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Since I was the one who won the auction for this tiger-shaped jade pendant, then I have won the bet. Now you should fulfill the bet, right?" Ji Wooly, his son, and his two sons all had slightly changed expressions. Yes, the bet did not stipulate how Yi Tiance got the 20 million. As long as he could come up with the money, Yi Tiance would win the bet. It would be inappropriate if the Ji family went back on their word in public. But Ji Wooly is an old hand after all, and a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Xiuqin, Sister Han, if Ji's guess is correct, your daughter must not have given the 20 million to that boy voluntarily, but was bewitched or even deceived, right? If you agree, I will have the responsibility to get the money back for your daughter. What do you think, Brother Han? While speaking, he also gave Li Xiuqin a look. Li Xiuqin immediately understood and nodded quickly. You're right. Yi Tiance cheated my daughter out of these 20 million. As Yunyun's mother, I must get the money back. Hearing this, Han Tianzhong frowned. He was willing to let Han Ruayun give Yi Tiance 20 million. After all, Yi Tiance saved his daughter, and 20 million as a reward is not much. But now, he no longer had the chance to speak. Because Ji Wooly had already sneered at Yi Tiance, young man, did you hear that? Your 20 million is illegal income. You are now using this illegal income to bid for Ji's treasure. Not only is this against the rules, you also have to return the money to the head of the Ji family. Of course, this also means that you don't have the money to bid, so you lose the so-called bet. Got it? After saying this, Ji Wooly also gave Yi Tiance a provocative look. It seems to be saying, you, a young boy, are far from being qualified to fight with me. Ji Wooly originally thought that after hearing what he said, the other party would be so frightened that he would be at a loss and might even plead for mercy. But what I didn't expect was. Yi Tiance raised his hands and clapped, good. 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 Ji Buduan frowned and scolded, what are you clapping for? Are you crazy? Yi Tiance sneered, I applauded because I wanted to say that your Ji family is so shameless. You can even turn black into white. Ji Buduan narrowed his eyes and said, ha. You look very unconvinced? So what? Just hold it in. Don't forget, you have lost the bet. You owe my Ji family 20 million. Prepare to work like a slave for the rest of your life to pay off your debt. Ji Buxiao threatened and mocked, you bastard, if you kneel down and apologize to us now, I might be in a better mood and forgive your debt of several hundred yuan. This is such a good opportunity, do you want to try it? Ha ha ha. For a moment, the entire main table and other tables were filled with a happy atmosphere. Yi Tiance's expression remained normal. When Ji Wooly asked, I'm actually very curious, why would the Rong family in the provincial capital be willing to get involved with a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp like you? Aren't they afraid of getting into an irretrievable situation? Hearing this, Ji Wooly smiled proudly and said, the fact that the Rong family in the provincial capital is willing to cooperate with my Ji family has nothing to do with you. If you feel unbalanced, go and complain to Miss Rong. I'm afraid that in her eyes, you are not even as good as an ant. A stern look flashed in his eyes as he continued, on the contrary, it was you who jumped up and down at my birthday party. I can tolerate you out of kindness, but I cannot tolerate your rude remarks about the Rong family just now. If you know what's best for you, kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately, otherwise I will tear you to pieces on behalf of the Rong family. As soon as the words fell, an unhappy voice came from a distance, are you worthy enough to represent the Rong family? Chapter 54 The Frightened Ji Family. This voice. Ji Wooly, who had been looking smug, immediately collapsed in an instant. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I want to see who has the guts to speak disrespectfully to him. A tall young woman with a cold expression appeared from the door of the banquet hall and walked in slowly. Seeing her, everyone started to whisper. Hey! Who is this woman? She looks quite elegant. I've never seen her, but no matter who she is, if she dares to say that, she's dead. Ji Bo stood up and scolded in a cold voice, where did you come from? How dare you speak rudely to my father? I order you to apologize immediately. Ji Buxiao also threatened, don't think that just because you are a woman, our Ji family will not care. You must apologize. That tall woman. He glanced at them and said, I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize to you? The crowd was in an uproar again. I thought this woman was so arrogant and didn't give the Ji family any face at all. He is simply a replica of Yi Tiance. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes coldly. Miss, the Ji family is about to become a partner with the Rong family. Is there anything wrong with me saying I represent the Rong family? What makes you say I am unworthy? The woman said indifferently, who told you that the Ji family will become a partner with the Rong family? Ji Wooly was stunned at first, then he smiled smugly and said, little girl, you dare to act wildly in Ji's territory without even doing your homework, aren't you too confident? As everyone knows, our Ji family and the Rong family have a close relationship at this Ji's birthday party. Rong Meiyan, the eldest daughter of the Rong family, will be present. She came to Jiangnan City this time to select a suitable business partner. My Ji family is naturally ranked first. This has become a consensus. Don't you understand? The guests present all echoed this. That's right. When the eldest lady of the Rong family comes and the Ji family becomes a partner, we can also get protection and prosper together. Master Ji, I think this woman is deliberately trying to sow discord between the Ji and Rong families. That makes sense. She might even be instructed by someone with ulterior motives to disrupt the birthday party. We must investigate and deal with her seriously. Ji Budwan walked up to the woman and said arrogantly, are you scared after hearing the crowd shouts? I'm giving you a choice. Kneel down and apologize, and tell me who ordered you to make trouble. I'll consider letting you go. As he said this, he glanced at Yi Tiance coldly. As if to confirm that Yi Tiance was the one who was directing her behind the scenes. Ji Budwan continued to threaten, if you don't tell the truth, Miss Rong Meiyan will come and I will hand you over to her for personal punishment. By then, no one in the entire Jiangnan city will be able to protect you. The woman said calmly, Ms. Rong Meiyan won't be coming. Ji Budwan laughed and said, huh? Who do you think you are? You said Miss Rong wouldn't come, so she won't come? Ji Buxiao also smiled and said, it is a foregone conclusion that Miss Rong Meiyan will be attending the birthday banquet. Moreover, even if she really has something important to do and cannot come, she should have informed our Ji family first. How could a young girl like you know it first? The woman said coldly, you are right, Miss Rong is indeed busy with important matters and cannot come to the birthday party. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ah Ching, and I am Miss Rong's personal assistant. She asked me to inform Patriarch Ji and everyone else about this matter. After hearing this, everyone's expression froze. This woman is actually Rong Meiyan's personal assistant? Is this true or false? The most shocked people present were the Ji family, father and son. Ji Budwan couldn't believe it and said, You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that you are Miss Rong's personal assistant? Ah Chang held up a round token and asked, can this prove my identity? This round token is brass in color, palm-sized, and has peony patterns around it. In the middle is the seal character Rong. When you see this round spirit tablet clearly, Ji Budwan's eyes almost popped out. Even Ji Wooly, who had been as steady as a rock before, stood up suddenly, stunned. It's actually the Rong family's brass token. In the Rong family, there is a special token that represents the authority and command of the Rong family. There are 3 kinds of tokens, gold, silver, and brass. Among them, the golden token is supreme. Once it appears, it represents the ability to command all the resources of the Rong family. But there is only one, and it is in the hands of the current head of the Rong family. The authority of the silver token is second only to the gold token. The Rong family only has 2, one in the hands of the 2 core elders of the Rong family. The brass token is inferior to the silver token in status, and the Rong family only has 3. 2 of them are managed by the eldest master and the second master respectively, and the remaining one is handed over to Rong Meiyan, the most outstanding among the youngest generation of the Rong family. From this, we can also see the noble status of Rong Meiyan in the Rong family. At this moment, the woman in front of him was holding a brass token to prove that she was Rong Meiyan's personal assistant, and there was no doubt about it. She took out the brass token, which represented Rong Meiyan's identity symbol. Ji Wooly didn't dare to be negligent at all. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. It turns out to be Miss Ah Ching. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Please don't take it to heart. After saying that, Lian scolded Ji Budwan and Ji Buxiao, you two, why don't you say hello to Miss Ching? Ji Budwan and Ji Buxiao were so scared that they nodded quickly. He said respectfully to Ah Ching, hello, Miss Ah Ching. Ah Chang waved her hand calmly and said, just call me Assistant Ching. Yes. Assistant Ching, please take a seat. Ji Wooly's family of 3 nodded like chicks pecking at rice, afraid that any details would offend Ah Chang. At this moment, the guests present became nervous after learning Ah Ching's true identity. I was nervous and worried. After all, Some of them had just mocked and targeted Ah Ching. If the other party holds a grudge, it will be troublesome. Li Jingyi and Xiebin both hurriedly stood up, straightened their clothes, and put on very humble smiles on their faces. Xiao Qingcheng also stood up with a smile on her face. She came here today to leave a good impression on Rong Meiyan and strive to obtain the qualification of partner. Even when facing Rong Meiyan's assistant, he did not dare to neglect her. Ah Qing was no longer surprised by the flattery from others. She raised her hand and said, "No need to take a seat. I just came to inform you that the young lady cannot come to the birthday banquet. Now that I have informed you, I will go back and report." Ji Wooly asked tentatively, "Assistant Qing, could you please tell me why Miss Rong chose not to come?" Ah Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and asked back, "Are you trying to find out about the young lady?" Ji Wooly quickly shook his head and said, "I don't dare. I don't dare." He smiled modestly and asked, I just want to ask Assistant Qing, when you came, didn't Miss Rong ask you to bring a message? For example, the Rong family is recruiting business partners. You also know about this, he. Everyone else present was looking forward to it. After all, this is what they care about most when they come to the birthday party. Even Xiao Qingcheng, who has always had a cold personality. At this time, it is inevitable to be nervous and excited. Facing everyone's expectant eyes. Ah Qing said calmly, "Regarding the matter of recruiting partners, the young lady did ask me to convey a message." Chapter 55, Xiao Qingcheng, so what? Just a cat or a dog? Everyone looked expectant. Waiting for Ah Qing to continue. Ah Qing continued, "The young lady said that she had never decided on a business partner, and had never decided to announce the candidate at the birthday party today." Boom. The guests at the scene immediately started talking excitedly. What? How is that possible? Patriarch Ji clearly said that Miss Rong would come over today to announce the partner selection. That's right. That's why I went to such great lengths to attend the birthday party. Could it be that I was deceived? Master Ji, what is going on? You must give us an explanation. Yes. We must be given an explanation for this matter. A considerable number of guests present immediately directed their attacks at Ji Wooly. Ji Wooly was sweating profusely. The reason why he was so confident at the beginning was because the second master told him that he had already informed Rong Meiyan. Not only should Rong Meiyan be invited to attend the birthday party, but the Ji family should also be given priority as a partner. Who could have thought that Rong Meiyan would actually order Ah Qing to come and announce the news? What is going on? Faced with everyone's attack, he hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to explain. Compared to the anger of most guests, Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and her whole spirit and energy collapsed. You have to know that she has spent a lot of effort preparing for this birthday party in the past 2 days. I just want to perform well in front of Rong Meiyan. In the end, I didn't even get to see the other person. For this, she spent 1 million to buy Ji Wooly's calligraphy, but was ridiculed in front of Yi Tian's. The gap is so huge that it is hard to accept. She doesn't understand. Why is it that ever since the divorce was proposed, things in the Shiao family have not gotten better as imagined, but have gotten worse? She couldn't accept this result and she was eager to prove herself. So he said unwillingly, "Assistant Ah Qing, could you please arrange for me to meet with Miss Rong and tell her that Xiao Qingcheng from the Shiao family has something to say to her?" Ah Qing glanced at her coldly and said, "So what if it's Xiao Qingcheng? My lady is of such status that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can make an appointment with her." Swish. Xiao Qingqing's whole face turned red instantly, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is known as the most beautiful president in Jiangnan City and has a net worth of billions. But in front of Rong Meiyan, who is known as the queen of provincial businessmen and whose family assets are close to 100 billion, they are indeed just cats and dogs. At this time, Ji Wooly asked, "Assistant Qing, didn't Miss Rong plan to find a partner? Why didn't she do that suddenly?" Ah Qing replied, "The lady did not say that she would not look for a partner instead. She decided to hold a meeting the day after tomorrow during this period. Our lady sincerely welcomes everyone to recommend themselves or recommend suitable candidates. The day after tomorrow, the young lady will appear in person and announce the selected business partner. I have said all I want to say, so I will take my leave now." After saying that, Ah Qing turned around and left. But before leaving, no one noticed that she winked at Rong Meiyan, who was sitting at a table, and the latter nodded with slight satisfaction. A charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In fact, she came here today and did plan to celebrate Ji Wooley's birthday at the birthday party. However, when she saw Yi Tiance appear here, she immediately realized that something interesting might happen at this birthday party. So she changed her mind temporarily, concealed her identity, and asked Ah Ching to appear in her place and say what she had just said. She flashed a cunning look and whispered, "I'm looking forward to seeing if something more interesting will happen at this birthday party." When Ah Ching left, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall, which had been lively a few minutes ago, suddenly became depressing. After all, everyone's biggest expectation for attending the birthday party was shattered so suddenly. No one can accept it. Even Han Tianzhan, Lai Jingye, Xiabin and others at the main table had very ugly expressions. I feel like I was fooled by the Ji family. This atmosphere made the three men of the Ji family look solemn. They knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, the Ji family would become infamous. What should I do? Sudden. Ji Wooley seemed to have thought of something, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He clasped his fists to the guests and said, "Everyone, please listen to what I have to say." The scene quieted down a little and everyone looked at Ji Wooley. Ji Wooley explained, "Everyone, I never meant to deceive you. The reason why this happened is not the fault of our Ji family. The reason is that this person is to blame." He suddenly pointed at Yi Tiance, who was sitting at the main table. Everyone was confused. What does this matter have to do with Yi Tiance? Ji Wooley continued, "In fact, Miss Rong had already decided to attend the birthday banquet, and was also planning to announce her business partner today. However, because of Yi Tiance's appearance, he jumped up and down at my birthday party, making all kinds of trouble, turning the party into his personal show. I think everyone knows that the protagonist of today's birthday party is not me, but Miss Rong. Obviously, Yi Tiance's behavior robbed Miss Rong of her prestige and caused her dissatisfaction, which led to her temporarily changing her plan, not coming to the scene, and cancelling the decision that originally belonged to the Ji family's partners." When these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, each thinking something. Lai Jingye couldn't help but nodded and said, "What Patriarch Ji said makes some sense. I also feel that Miss Rong's decision is very abrupt, as if it was changed at the last minute." Xiabin agreed, "Indeed. And the bidding conference held by Lord Long 2 days ago was cancelled because of this nonsense by this guy named Yi. Today, it's just a repeat of the past. With these two big guys taking the lead, it is certain." The other guests suddenly realized what was going on and pointed their fingers at Yi Tiance. "I was wondering why you were jumping up and down and making trouble at the birthday party. It turns out your purpose was to ruin the party. Damn it, do you know how many opportunities one have wasted because of your willfulness? Master Ji, this boy is arrogant and his crime is unforgivable. We beg you to punish him." Throughout the banquet hall, voices condemning Yi Tiance were heard everywhere. Deafening. Ji Wooley looked at Yi Tiance with a cold gaze. "Boy, you deliberately targeted my Ji family and caused a disaster. Are you ready to face the rage of the Ji family and everyone else?" Yi Tiance shook his head and met the other person's gaze. He shook his head and sneered, "Oh. No wonder your two idiot sons often frame you. It turns out they all learned from you, old man. Aren't they cheap?" Ji Bodwan scolded, "Shut up. I order you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately. Maybe you can save your life today." Yi Tiance crossed his legs and placed his hands naturally on his legs. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What if I refuse?" "Ha ha. Rejection?" Ji Bodwan sneered fiercely, then raised his hand and shouted, "Someone come." The words fell. I saw a group of strong men wearing black suits and black sunglasses rushing in from outside the banquet hall. There were more than 30 of them. Each one looked strong and powerful, with a strong aura. These people rushed to the main table in an instant and blocked the surroundings tightly. Ji Bodwan looked down at Yi Tiance from a high position. He said arrogantly, "Do you think you are qualified to refuse my order in front of these thugs?" Chapter 56, There will be no chance for you and me from now on. Faced with Ji Bodwan's naked threat, Yi Tiance smiled contemptuously. He didn't take these thugs seriously at all. But many people thought that his silence was because he was scared by the thugs. Especially Zhang Huilan and her son. Zhang Huilan said sarcastically, "Where is that ungrateful bastard? Show it all. You deserve to be taught a lesson." Xiaonan cursed, "You useless thing, you caused this trouble yourself. It has nothing to do with our Xiao family. Don't expect us to speak for you." Yi Tiance glanced at Xiaonan and sneered, "Ha! Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you are qualified to ask for mercy or not? How many people here can take you seriously? This sentence made Xiao Nan silent. His whole old face turned red and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Because the truth hurts the most. Xiao Nan himself was also very clear about this. Even though he was showing off his power, he even sat at the main table today. But anyone with a little common sense knows that all this was thanks to Xiao Qingcheng. In fact, no one would look up to him for this. Xiao Qingcheng said in a cold tone, Yi Tiance, do you really think that there are a few people here today who take you seriously? Yi Tiance said calmly, why should I care about other people's opinions when I do things in my life? Xiao Qingcheng said aggrievely, since you don't care about other people's opinions, why do you use this method to retaliate against me? You clearly know how important this birthday banquet is to me, but you made me lose face. At this point, she doesn't think today's result has anything to do with her. But it was Yi Tiance who deliberately disrupted the birthday party and messed up everything. Yi Tiance said helplessly, Boss Xiao, I have said it many times, I have never had any thoughts of revenge on you, please don't be so self-indulgent. Xiao Qingcheng laughed at herself and said, Ha! The facts are right in front of you, but you still don't admit it, right? Yi Tiance, I used to think that your shortcomings were just cowardice, inferiority, and incompetence. Today I realized that hypocrisy is your biggest shortcoming. Everything you do only makes me feel disgusted. I also declare to you once again, no matter how dirty your methods are, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will never regret my decision to divorce you. There will be no possibility for you and me in the future. Yi Tiance's eyes trembled slightly. He stood up slowly and looked at Xiao Qingcheng with a cold and unfamiliar gaze. In this case, I would also like to make a statement to you, Mr. Xiao. Please stop speculating about me with that condescending attitude in the future. I admit that I was a little reluctant at first when you proposed to end this marriage. But after everything that happened in the past 2 days, I have completely given up on this idea. I also agree with what you said. There will be no possibility for you and me in the future. Xiao Qingcheng's pupils trembled violently. This moment. She seemed to feel as if a piece of her chest was cut out. Ji Buduan comforted her softly, Qingcheng, I've already told you that this idiot is ungrateful, don't worry, I will definitely help you get justice today. Xiao Qingcheng was about to say something, but Zhang Huilan pulled him aside. Girl, just listen to Master Ji and let him make the decision for you. Give that ungrateful bastard a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what this guy will do to our Xiao family in the future. Xiaonan also reminded, yes, sister. Just let young Master Ji help, and we can just watch from the side. We must teach that rubbish a lesson today. Xiao Qingcheng sighed and didn't continue. Ji Buduan pointed at Yi Tiance. He ordered in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, you acted recklessly at my father's birthday party today, deliberately angering Miss Rong Meiyan and causing losses to everyone. This is truly a heinous crime. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow in public to apologize? Wait for your punishment? Yi Tiance glanced at Ji Buduan. He said impatiently, I am not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now, hurry up and give me the tiger-shaped jade pendant I took a picture of. Ji Buduan sneered when he heard this. With an exaggerated expression, he said to everyone, did you all see how arrogant this guy is? He is the one who has harmed all of us, but he is pretending to be innocent. What do you think we should do? Everyone shouted with excitement. Today, not only will I make him kneel down and kowtow to apologize, but I will also make him bleed. It would be best if I broke his limbs and threw him into the river to feed the turtles. That's right. If soft tactics don't work, you have to use hard tactics. Master Ji, you don't have to be polite to him. Damn it, this kid is really rampant. He must be taught a lesson. Hear the voices of the crowd. A fierce look flashed in Ji Buduan's eyes. He said in a cold voice, Mr. Yi, it is difficult to go against the will of the people, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Come on, come on. The thugs around are ready to attack immediately. Wait. A cold voice suddenly spoke. The one who spoke was Ji Wooly. The thugs stopped immediately and took 2 steps back. Ji Buduan asked in confusion, Dad, why are you? Ji Wooly raised his hand to interrupt Ji Buduan. He took 2 slow steps forward. He narrowed his inverted triangle eyes and asked Yi Tiance, boy, Ji suddenly has a question I want to know. Yi Tiance asked calmly, what's the problem? Ji Wooly asked, why do you insist on having that tiger-shaped jade pendant? Does it have any special meaning to you? The reason why he asked this question. It was because he vaguely discovered that from today's birthday banquet until now, what Yi Tian's cared about most was the bidding for the tiger-shaped jade pendant. For this purpose, he was even willing to use all the 20 million that Han Ruayun gave him for bidding. This is obviously a losing business, so why is Yi Tian's determined to do it? Even at this moment, when Yi Tian's was in a desperate situation, he still had the mind to think about the tiger-shaped jade pendant? Obviously, it has extraordinary significance to Yi Tian's. Face doubts. Yi Tian's raised his lips with a sneer and said, "Why should I tell you? You just need to know that I bought it with my own money, and since you lost the bet, you should give it to me." Ji Budwan at the side was anxious. "Bullshit, it doesn't matter if I give you the 20 million, but you are the one who lost the bet, don't cheat." Ji Wooly frowned and said, "Shut up. Didn't you hear me asking?" Ji Budwan shrank his neck and quickly shut up. "I was just quite confused. Why did my father's behavior suddenly become strange?" Ji Wooly continued to say to Yi Tian's, "Young man, you should be able to understand the current situation. If you tell the truth, I may let you go." Yi Tian's remained unmoved, no comment. Ji Wooly's brows gradually frowned, and a nameless fire surged in his heart. Just at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out, "Ah! I think I know." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Including Ji Wooly, everyone turned their heads immediately. The person who spoke was actually Zhang Huilan. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you know?" Zhang Huilan replied nervously, I know the origin of this tiger-shaped jade pendant, and why that idiot wanted it so much." Chapter 57 Like a God of War. Ji Wooly immediately became interested and said, "Tell me quickly." Zhang Huilan nodded, "I have seen this jade pendant twice on Yi Xuanying before, and I also heard from my grandfather that the tiger-shaped jade pendant that Yi Xuanying wears is very old and is an heirloom of the Yi family." Hearing this, Ji Wooly's pupils couldn't help but shrink. "It seems that I thought of some past events that I don't want to recall." And at this time, the other guests in the audience were curious and talked about it. Who is Yi Xuanying? Such a familiar name, I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Wait, wasn't Yi Xuanying the head of the Jiangnan Yi family back then? But 15 years ago, the Yi family was hit by a fire and everyone was buried in the flames. No, it is said that Yi Xuanying had a grandson who was not burned to death but disappeared, and his name seems to be Yi Tian's. What? Doesn't that mean this guy is Yi Xuanying's grandson? The only survivor of the Yi family? At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Tian's. No wonder this guy was so determined to get the tiger-shaped jade pendant that he even went so far as to cause a scene at the birthday party. It turned out that he wanted it for his grandfather's relic. Xiao Qingchang was also shocked. Previously, she had always thought that Yi Tian's was joking when he wanted to bid for the tiger-shaped jade pendant, but now she realized that he did it because of this. Finished. I wronged him again. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She frowned and complained to Zhang Huilan, "Mom, since you already knew the relationship between this jade pendant and Yi Tian's, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhang Huilan pouted and said, "I just suddenly remembered this. Besides, the entire Yi family was burned to ashes by the fire. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi would have left any relics behind?" Hear this. Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel confused. Since that tiger-shaped jade pendant was Grandpa Yi's relic, how did it end up in the hands of the Ji family? Is there some unknown past inside? At this time, Yi Tian's expression became a little serious. He didn't expect Zhang Huilan to know this and expose it in public. But it doesn't affect anything. He didn't mean to hide it. He asked seriously, "Master Ji, now that you know the answer, I also want to know the answer to one thing. Why did my grandfather's jade pendant appear in the hands of your Ji family?" In fact, not only him, but other guests present were also curious about this question. Everyone had a look of frustration on their face. Ji Wooly smiled faintly and said, "Boy, you don't suspect that the fire at the Yi family was related to the Ji family, do you? I remind you to take back this terrible idea immediately. Our Ji family has always acted in an upright manner and would never do anything illegal or disorderly. As for the tiger-shaped jade pendant, it was actually because your Yi family encountered financial difficulties and the head of the Yi family was unable to repay the debt, so he took the initiative to come to me and sell this tiger-shaped jade pendant to me. What's the problem?" Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered in his heart. The Yi family was once one of the top families in Jiangnan City. How could they possibly encounter financial difficulties? What's more, the tiger-shaped jade pendant is an heirloom of the Yi family, and my grandfather has always taken good care of it. How could it be sold to others easily? You don't have to think too much to know that Ji Wooly is lying. Yi Tians continued to ask, since my grandfather sold the jade pendant to you, was there any witness at the time? Is there a receipt? Ji Wooly shook his head and said, that was 15 years ago. How could I remember these details? Yi Tians narrowed his eyes coldly. This old guy is really a fox, his answer is flawless. But it was because Ji Wooly deliberately concealed the truth that Yi Tians became even more certain. There must have been some hidden reason why the Ji family got this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Of course, whatever the truth is, Yi Tians, must get the tiger-shaped jade pendant back today. Since you don't remember what happened 15 years ago, you should remember what it means to return the property to its original owner, right? Shouldn't you return it to me? Ji Budwan shouted, didn't you hear what my father said? Your grandfather sold this jade pendant to my family. Why should I give it back to you? Ji Buxiao also cursed, that's right. Don't even think about saying that you won the bid. You cheated Yun Yun to get the 20 million, you must return it to the Han family. As for this jade pendant, you will never get it. Instead, according to the bet, you still owe our Ji family 20 million. Don't forget it. Faced with the aggressiveness of the three masters of the Ji family, Yi Tian's expression gradually became gloomy. Oh. As the saying goes, evils sent by heaven can be forgiven, but evils brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Since your Ji family is making excuses, I, Yi Tians, have no choice but to take it away by force. He took a step forward and walked towards the stage. A powerful pressure was released with him as the center. Everyone present looked changed-faced and felt scared. Ji Budwan swallowed nervously. After all, he had seen Yi Tian's skills at the bidding conference the day before yesterday. He first took 2 steps back. He ordered the thugs, what the hell are you all standing there for? Stop this bastard. If he takes the jade pendant, I will deduct all your bonuses. Hearing this, the thugs immediately surrounded Yi Tians. Facing the siege of the crowd, Yi Tians did not look panicked at all. A punch landed on the thug who was rushing in front. With a bang, the thug flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on a table. Crackling. Suddenly the ground was in a mess. The guests at that table were so scared that they ran away in panic. Bang! Yi Tians kicked one of the thugs again, almost causing his chest to cave in and his ribs to break. The melee is still going on. However, the thugs, although numerous and aggressive, were very aggressive. But no matter how they looked in front of Yi Tians, they all looked like a group of kindergarten kids. He was beaten to the ground in a panic, crying for his parents. The entire battle lasted less than half a minute. More than 30 thugs were all knocked to the ground, seriously injured and unable to stand up. The tables in the banquet hall were all collapsed and the place was in chaos. But at this moment, the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Yi Tians as if they were looking at a god of war. After a long time, someone finally sighed. Is this guy still human? I seem to see Lin Feng, the Jiangnan god of war who has been missing for more than 3 years, in him. He was also so powerful back then. Too strong. No wonder he is so confident. TSK. The Ji family's birthday party has been ruined. This is the first time I see them look so embarrassed. Yi Tians didn't care about what people were saying and continued walking towards the stage. Just at this moment, a figure rushed to the stage first and grabbed the tiger-shaped jade pendant on the tray. It turned out to be Ji Buxiao. Yi Tians raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you want to do? There was a hint of fear and anger on Ji Buxiao's face. He shouted, stop right there, you bastard. If you take another step forward, I'll smash this thing to pieces. Chapter 58, Abandon Ji Buxiao. Yi Tians stopped. Leng narrowed his eyes and said, this jade pendant is the only relic of my grandfather. If anything happens to it, I will make you regret it. Ji Buxiao said stubbornly, don't f***ing scare me. You ruined my dad's birthday party and brought shame to our Ji family. Your crime is unforgivable. I now order you to kneel down and apologize to our Ji family immediately, and then get out of here in disgrace, otherwise, I will smash this jade pendant. Ji Buxiao is a simple-minded person with a reckless and impulsive personality. It's not surprising to do such a thing. Ji Wooly nodded and said, good. Bo Shao, well done. We must not encourage that brat's arrogance. Ji Budwan also gritted his teeth and threatened, Mr. Yi, didn't you hear what my brother said? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Or do you not even care about the last relic of your grandfather? In his opinion, Yi Tiance would most likely choose to obey in order to keep the jade pendant. Although simply kneeling down to apologize and getting out of the banquet hall could not eliminate the Ji family's anger. But right now this is the best solution for the Ji family. Certainly. After Yi Tiance leaves, their Ji family will definitely immediately organize all their forces to retaliate. Facing threats. A gleam of determination flashed in Yi Tiance's eyes, and he took a step towards Ji Buxiao. Ji Buxiao was so scared that his eyes widened and he shouted, Stop! Hey! I told you to stop! Did you hear me? However, Yi Tiance's pace did not slow down at all. He coldly reminded her again, Give me the jade pendant, and I will ensure that you are safe. At this moment, Ji Buxiao was under tremendous psychological pressure. He was trembling all over, and as he backed away, he cursed fiercely, You bastard, you forced me to do this. I will make sure that you will never get what you dream of. He exerted all his strength and suddenly threw the tiger-shaped jade pendant to the ground. Oops. Yi Tiance didn't expect Ji Buxiao to be so brainless and crazy. His pupils shrank and he flashed to grab the tiger-shaped jade pendant. But it was still 0.01 seconds slower. The tiger-shaped jade pendant fell heavily to the ground. With a click, it broke right into two halves. In an instant. At this moment, everyone in the banquet hall subconsciously held their breath and fell silent. Their intuition told them. A storm may be coming. Yi Tiance stopped, his hands trembling slightly. He bent down and carefully picked up the two halves of the tiger-shaped jade pendant on the ground. His eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I failed to protect the only relic you left behind. Ji Buxiao took 2 steps back. Although he was very nervous. But in order to save face, he said unyieldingly, You deserve it. You are so arrogant and don't listen to me? This result is all your own fault, and it is also the price for offending our Ji family. Bah! Swish! Yi Tiance suddenly raised his head, and his fierce and cold eyes stared at Ji Buxiao. Asshole! Ji Buxiao said nervously, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is our Ji family's territory. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Yi Tiance stood up. He put the jade pendant that was broken into 2 pieces into his pocket. Walked towards Ji Buxiao step by step. With Yi Tiance as the center, a cold murderous aura emanates outward. Seeing this, Ji Wooly thought to himself that this was bad, and quickly threatened, Yi Tiance, Ji advises you not to be impulsive. If you touch my son, today. But before he could finish his words, Yi Tiance has already walked up to Ji Buxiao. With lightning speed, a slap landed on Ji Buxiao's cheek. Bang! A deafening slap. With such a huge force, Ji Buxiao was blown away 4 or 5 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, along with 2 teeth. And this is just the beginning. The next moment, Yi Tiance flashed in front of him. He said coldly, You just smashed the jade pendant with your right hand. The words fell. He slammed his foot down and stepped on Ji Buxiao's right arm. Snap! Ji Buxiao's entire right arm was broken on the spot, with bones and flesh twisted together. It was very bloody. Ah! My arm! It hurts! Veins bulged on Ji Buxiao's forehead and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to it. He bent down, grabbed Ji Buxiao's hair, and lifted him up. Ji Buxiao struggled violently. How could he still have the arrogance he had before? Those eyes were full of fear and regret. She cried, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Whoa. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, People like you cannot change. The only thing you can do is die. He punched Ji Buxiao in the abdomen again. Ah! Ji Buxiao's whole body hunched up in an instant. Immediately afterwards, his body flew backwards and fell heavily on the big screen behind him. Snap! The big screen crack spread. Ji Buxiao fell down from above helplessly. He fell to the ground, rolling around in pain, screaming miserably from his throat, and blood foaming from his mouth. Everyone present was terrified and looked pale. Crazy. Yi Tiance must be crazy. So scary. Not just them. At this time, Xiabin and Li Jingye at the main table were both stunned and felt scared. Fortunately, when they mocked Yi Tian's before, they did not provoke him to attack, otherwise they would be the ones falling now. Han Tianzhong widened his eyes and was excited. At this moment, he remembered what his father said before he died, that he had arranged a marriage for Yun Yun in his early years. The man was a child of destiny, a rare talent, and he must become the son-in-law of the Han family. Judging from the contact over just 2 days, Yi Tian's has already demonstrated his extraordinary medical skills and calligraphy, and now his boxing skills are even more amazing. Is this kid really as good as his father said? On the other hand, Li Xiuqin was frowning. He muttered quietly, our Yun Yun must not get involved with this guy, he's obviously a domestic violence man. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, both mother and daughter, swallowed nervously and felt a sense of fear. Wow, is this what Yi Tian's does when he really starts fighting? If they had been dealt with in the same way in the cemetery the day before yesterday, they would have been buried on the spot without even having to look for a cemetery. Xiao Qingcheng also gasped and felt a chill on her back. In 3 years of marriage, she had never seen Yi Tian so vicious. What is his true nature? Again, what was hidden from her? Yi Tian still had no intention of stopping. Continue walking towards Jibuxiao. This time, he had already made plans to end the opponent's life with one blow. Just at this moment, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly shouted, Yi Tian's. Stop now. Stop hurting people. Yi Tian's body trembled slightly and he stopped. He turned around and asked, why are you stopping me? Xiao Qingcheng hurried over. Looking at Yi Tian's murderous look at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He explained, if you continue, someone will die. Murder is against the law, and you will have to pay with your life. Yi Tian said coldly, it's just a matter of crushing an ant. With that, he is not qualified to make me pay with my life. This is not exaggeration, it is the truth. But how would Xiao Qingcheng know all this? She thought Yi Tian's was so angry that he had lost his mind. So he said anxiously, second young master Ji was at fault first, but you've already beaten him up, what else do you want? Can you please stop being so willful? Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows and said, oh. Am I being willful and reckless? Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, isn't it? Yi Tian's burst out laughing. Sure enough, this woman would never truly understand him at any time. At the same time, Ji Wuli and Ji Buduan, father and son, have also run onto the stage. When seeing Ji Buxiao's miserable condition, veins on Ji Wuli's forehead instantly popped out. He turned around suddenly. He shouted sternly, Yi Tian's. You seriously injured my son, today I will make you pay with your life. Chapter 59 Xiao Qingcheng's determination. This moment, Ji Wuli's raging rage could not be stopped at all. If we talk about the little incidents that Yi Tian's caused at the previous birthday banquet, at most it made him feel angry and want to give Yi Tian's a good beating. But at this moment, Ji Wuli has already developed the intention to kill. Yi Tian's did not give in at all and said, I, Yi Tian's, will stand here. I want to see how your Ji family wants my life. Everyone was shocked. Crazy. This kid must be crazy. Just wait. We will soon witness the Ji family's true wrath. Alas. This is the price of being young and reckless. So what if he is good at fighting? One person's strength is ultimately not enough to compete with the Ji family, one of the 3 great families. What a pity. Ji Wuli said gloomily, ha. You asked for this. He took out his cell phone and made a call. He ordered in a deep voice, pass my order, mobilize all the forces of the Ji family, send all the masters, bring weapons, and arrive at Penglai Pavilion within 10 minutes. I want a life today. As the order was conveyed quickly. In Jiangnan City, an undercurrent immediately surged. All the forces under the Ji family sent their strong men straight to Penglai Pavilion Hotel. At this time, people in Penglai Pavilion were in panic. No one expected to attend a birthday party for no reason. In the end, it turned into such a farce. Now, Xiao Qingcheng finally realized that the situation was far worse than she had imagined. He quickly whispered to Yi Tian's, why are you still standing there? Run. Yi Tian said calmly, run? What's the point? What he actually wanted to express by saying this was that the entire Ji family was nothing in his eyes. There is no need to run at all. But to Xiao Qingcheng, she thought that Yi Tiance was saying that the Ji family had a large number of people in Jiangnan City and could not escape from the other party's control, so it was meaningless. Xiao Qingcheng said angrily, "You know you can't run away, why don't you admit your mistake and apologize? Is dignity really that important to you?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "My dignity may not be important, but the only relic left by my grandfather is extremely important. Ji Buxiao broke it, so he should be punished." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip lightly. Of course she understood Yi Tiance's difficulties, and she also knew that this was unfair to him. But in real life, in the face of absolute strength, no one talks about fairness. Sometimes, in order to survive, you have to compromise. Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, "Even if this is the case, this is not a reason for you to hit someone. When will you be more mature and not be so impulsive?" Yi Tiance frowned. He didn't expect that Xiao Qingcheng would even say such words just to flatter the Ji family. "You're simply crazy. Boss Xiao, let me reiterate once again, I will not apologize for this matter." "You?" Xiao Qingcheng looked very disappointed. She didn't understand. She was clearly helping him, so why didn't he appreciate it? "Why don't you know how to give in?" Ji Buduan stepped forward and pulled Xiao Qingcheng and said, "Qingcheng, this has nothing to do with you. Besides, at this point, it's not something that can be solved simply by his apology. Later, when our Ji family's thugs arrive, they will smash Yi Tiance to pieces." Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly. "Hesitate for 2 seconds." She turned to Ji Wuli and said, "Master Ji, can you please spare Yi Tiance's life?" Everyone present was stunned. I didn't expect Xiao Qingcheng would actually plead for Yi Tiance. Even Yi Tiance's eyes showed a hint of surprise. What on earth is this woman trying to do? Ji Buduan's face changed slightly, and he reminded, "Qingcheng, why are you begging for that Yi? Take back what you just said." Not just him. Zhang Huilan and Shao Nan were also shocked. The two of them rushed to the stage from the audience. Zhang Huilan said anxiously, "That idiot has caused such a terrible disaster. No matter what punishment he receives, it is all his own fault. Why are you begging for mercy?" Shao Nan also advised, "Sister, please shut up. Don't you see that the head of the Ji family has already lost his temper? Don't bring trouble upon yourself at this time." Faced with reminders and dissuasion from several people, a hint of determination flashed in Xiao Qingcheng's eyes. He continued, "Master Ji, as long as you can let Yi Tiance go, you can set any conditions, and I, Xiao Qingcheng, will try my best to meet them." Zhang Huilan's eyes widened. She just found it incredible. She cursed angrily, "You stupid girl, are you crazy? What's so good about this loser? He cheated you so many times, and you still want to help him?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, "Mom, I have made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me anymore." Zhang Huilan was so angry that she stamped her feet. Ji Wuli looked gloomy. He said coldly, "Boss Xiao, do you know what consequences you will face if you say these words?" Without waiting for Xiao Qingcheng to answer, Ji Buduan hurriedly said to Ji Wuli, "Dad, don't be angry, Qingcheng." Ji Wuli interrupted him sharply, "Shut up. Don't you have any sense at this time? You are devoted to her, but at the critical moment, she is thinking about the safety of her husband's life, and you are still stupid enough to speak for her?" Ji Buduan was stunned for a moment, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. He asked, "Qingcheng, is it worth it for you to do this for that loser? From the bidding meeting to today's birthday party, he has repeatedly messed up your plans. Have you forgotten all that? Or do you still like him? Can't let him go?" When this question is raised, everyone looked at Xiao Qingcheng, waiting for her answer. Including Yi Tiance, everyone looked over here subconsciously. Xiao Qingcheng lowered her eyes slightly. "Do you like Yi Tiance? In fact, she doesn't know what love is. Take a deep breath." Xiao Qingcheng said, "Whether I like him or not, I can't give an answer. But the reason I did this is actually because Yi Tiance and I haven't officially obtained a marriage certificate, and we are still a legal couple. Legally, as a wife, I have the responsibility not to abandon him, that's all." Hearing this, a complex look flashed across Yi Tiance's eyes. He remembered that Xiao Qingcheng had said something similar at the bidding meeting the night before. The guests present were all sighing with emotion. TSK, TSK. She is indeed the most outstanding female CEO in Jiangnan City. Her character is impeccable. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Ms. Shiao rose to the challenge and spoke up for her good-for-nothing husband. Her courage and character are commendable. If you ask me, Yi Tiance is a bastard. He has such a good wife, but he doesn't cherish her and causes trouble for her everywhere. Alas! When can I have such a good woman? Ji Buduan felt relieved. Fortunately, Xiao Qingqing didn't like him. But they are assuming the legal responsibilities of husband and wife. Even Ji Wuli. He couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes and said, "Boss Xiao, your courage and responsibility are indeed admirable." He changed the subject and said, "However, no matter what, Yi Tiance's behavior of hurting my son is unforgivable. If you insist on apologizing on his behalf, it's not impossible. As long as you can promise Ji to do two things, I can consider letting your husband live." Chapter 60. Xiao Qingcheng's defense was broken again. Xiao Qingcheng asked, "What are the conditions?" Ji Wuli replied grimly, "The first condition is very simple, that is, you replace Yi Tiance and kneel down to apologize to our Ji family and all the guests present today." Xiao Qingcheng's eyelids twitched. Kneel down and apologize to everyone, is this a simple condition? You know, doing this would be tantamount to making her lose face today. From now on, you will never be able to raise your head in the business circle of Jiangnan City, and your business career will come to an end. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng, he remained silent. Ji Wuli snorted coldly, "If you can't do it, then step aside. This matter has nothing to do with you. The person I want to settle accounts with is Yi Tiance." Zhang Huilan took the opportunity to persuade him, "You should officially divorce that Yi tomorrow. You don't need to bear any responsibility with him. Get out of the way." Xiao Nan advised, "Sister, you have done enough for that loser, don't let him drag you down again, okay?" Ji Buduan also said, "Xingqiang, listen to my dad and stop being stubborn." It was beyond everyone's expectation. Xiao Qingqing actually said, "I agree to your first condition, Master Ji." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience exclaimed. Is Xiao Qingqing really willing to do this for her good-for-nothing husband? You know, they are about to get divorced. Even at this moment, a hint of surprise appeared in Rong Meiyan's charming eyes. This woman named Xiao Qingcheng. It doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Let us talk about Xiao Qingcheng. At this moment, she bit her lip, bent her legs, and was about to kneel down to the three men of the Ji family. Just as her knees were about to hit the ground, suddenly I felt my right arm being grabbed. Turn your head. What I saw was the familiar face of Yi Tiance. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Yi Tiance asked back, "I should be the one asking this question. Why did you kneel down to him?" Xiao Qingcheng said in despair, "Besides apologizing for you, what else can I do? Besides me, is there anyone else who can help you? Or can I watch you die here today? If this is true, I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a wife, and I am sorry to Grandpa Yi who is in the afterlife." Yi Tiance felt mixed emotions. He pulled Xiao Qingcheng up completely. "I understand what you mean, but you don't have to do this for me, I can handle this matter myself. As for my life..." He paused. He said with a majestic and confident tone, "In this world, no one has appeared who can take my life, Yi Tiance." This heroic statement made Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously stunned. This seemed to be the first time in the 3 years since they got married that she saw Yi Tiance show such a brave and confident side. However, just as Yi Tiance finished speaking, outside the banquet hall, suddenly, countless footsteps were heard. Wow! Next second, I saw a huge crowd of people pouring in from outside. Each of them was tall and strong, looked ferocious, and held weapons in their hands. There were as many as 100 or 200 of them. Especially the leader was a dozen sturdy men wearing black and white fighting suits, with exposed arms and muscular bodies, who looked very difficult to mess with. Their appearance caused a sensation. Oh my god, all the Ji family's thugs in Jiangnan City have been gathered here. This is the first time I've seen such a big scene. Did you see those 10 people wearing martial arts uniforms? They are all masters of the Ji family's martial arts school. They can fight 10 people at once. That guy named Ji is doomed now. Who told him to provoke someone he shouldn't have provoked? Seeing these people appear, Ji Wuli took a step forward and said coldly, "Young man, you said that there is no one in this world who can take your life? So, at this moment, do you still have this confidence?" Yi Tiance turned his head and glanced at the 100 or 200 people below the stage. He chuckled and said, "They are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. They are far from being able to take my life. When saying this, Yeans also stretched out a finger and shook it left and right. And this action. For the Ji family, this was tantamount to a direct mockery. Ji Wooly's face was extremely gloomy. He had already made up his mind to kill someone today. When Xiao Qingcheng saw this scene, her face changed. Although she saw that Yeans displayed very powerful skills. But there is no way they can be a match for hundreds of people. She could only persuade Yeans, can you listen to my advice for once? I just want you to apologize. I can do it for you, so why can't you? As long as you agree to apologize, I will do everything I can to protect you. Yeans shook his head and said, if you are worried that I will implicate you, then I can make it clear in front of everyone that you are you and I am me, and everything I have done has nothing to do with you. Therefore, you don't have to apologize for me, nor do you have to protect me, and you don't have to worry about affecting your business in Jiangnan City because of me. Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled. She couldn't believe it and said, in your eyes, am I just someone who cares about money and status? I'm such a superficial person? Yeans nodded and said, isn't it? If not, why did she think that he was a bloodsucker? Why did she file for divorce? Why did she get close to Ji Buduan? Bang! Without any warning, Xiao Qingcheng slapped Yeans directly on the cheek. Yeins was stunned. This was the first time Xiao Qingcheng hit him. The people watching were also stunned. What kind of plot development is this? Xiao Qingcheng, her delicate body trembled slightly. There is grievance and disappointment in his eyes. She didn't understand. Yeins had clearly ruined the birthday party she was attending, and she helped him solve the problem without holding a grudge, but in return she received such comments from him. My heart is broken at this moment. Xiao Qingcheng laughed bitterly and said, huh? Yeins, you are right. I, Xiao Qingcheng, am such a superficial person. In my eyes, wealth and status are more important than anything else, especially you. No matter what happens to you next, I won't care about you anymore, okay? Having said this, Xiao Qingcheng could no longer control her tears, streaming down her cheeks. Grievance, helplessness, and unwillingness. Xiao Qingcheng usually looks cold and calm, as if she is an emotionless robot. But at this moment, her defense was broken. Exactly the same as what happened at the bidding conference the day before yesterday. Yeins' eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath and said, that's the best. I don't need you to interfere in my life from now on. Hear these 4 words. Xiao Qingcheng wiped away her tears. She raised her chin slightly and said coldly, then I will wait and see how you can rely on yourself to get through the crisis today. After saying that, she turned around. No longer standing between Yeins and Ji Wooly. Zhang Huilan grabbed Xiao Qingcheng's hand and complained, I told you not to bother with that ungrateful bastard, didn't I? Good intentions don't go unrewarded. Xiao Qingcheng nodded. At this moment, she had made up her mind that no matter what the outcome of today was, she would accept it calmly. The worst outcome would be to collect Yeins' body. Anyway, she has tried her best. Ji Wooly said calmly, since Mr. Shiao has come to his senses at the critical moment, I will not pursue the matter. He looked at Yeins, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Yeins, your crime today is unforgivable. I sentence you to death. Do you have any objection? As soon as he finished speaking, Yeins didn't wait for him to speak. Outside the door. But a voice suddenly sounded. Master Ji is so powerful, what right do you have to sentence someone to death? Chapter 61 Yeins, what else are you hiding from me? Hear this. Ji Wooly's eyes twitched and he almost went crazy. Oh shit. Every time at a critical moment, someone suddenly intervenes and ruins everything. No matter who it is this time, I will make him and Yeins die here today. Otherwise, where would the Ji family's reputation be? He raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. Not only him, but all the other guests present also looked over there. I want to see who is bold enough to provoke Ji Wooly when he is at his most violent. I saw more than 10 people walking into the banquet hall. Although there were not many of them, the aura they exuded suppressed everyone as soon as they appeared. Because their neat navy blue uniforms clearly showed their identity. Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Team. This is an official staff member who truly holds the power of life and death. The guests present were whispering to each other. Oh my god, why are the law enforcement team here? Did someone break the law? Who knows? Even the official people have come forward, things must have become more complicated. Ji Wooley's expression changed. He also didn't expect that the law enforcement team would come here. As the saying goes, businessmen should not fight with officials. Even though he is the head of the Ji family, one of the three major families, he still has to be polite when facing the law enforcement team. He trotted down from the stage quickly. When he saw the leader of the law enforcement team, he was even more stunned. It turned out that the other party was Deputy Director Wang of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. You have to know that when the law enforcement team is dispatched, the leader is at most a law enforcement team leader or squadron leader. The person dispatched this time was actually the deputy director. It can be seen that this time they came here for no trivial matter. Ji Wooley greeted politely, "Deputy Director Wang, what brings you here?" Deputy Director Wang glanced at the hundreds of thugs armed with weapons in the banquet hall. "Seriously," he said, "Master Ji, I just heard you say that you were going to sentence someone to death. So, are you planning to resort to lynching and openly challenge the law?" Ji Wooley quickly apologized with a smile and explained, "Oh, Deputy Director Wang, you are joking. We live in a society ruled by law. How dare Ji do such a thing? It was just a joke." He quickly glanced at the thugs. The thugs understood what he meant, put down their various weapons and hid them behind their backs, then retreated into the crowd. He no longer had the murderous and majestic look he had before. Deputy Director Wang snorted coldly. "I'm not here today to do legal work, but to look for someone. I want to ask if he is here with you?" Ji Wooley asked in doubt, "Oh? Is there someone here who violated the law?" "What's his name?" Deputy Director Wang said, "His name is Yeans." Everyone present looked unhappy. Deputy Director Wang led the team personally and actually went to find Yeans. Did this guy do something seriously illegal? Xiao Qingchang looked shocked. She thought that Yeans' actions had been excessive since he filed for divorce. But I didn't expect that he would break the law behind my back and even attract the law enforcement team. What is there for him to not do now? For such a person, my grandfather actually said that he was a child of destiny and a person with great luck. It turned out that he was wrong. In contrast, Yeans himself had a quite calm expression on his face. Although he didn't understand why the law enforcement agency was looking for him, he had a clear conscience and naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, even if I really caused trouble for him, he won't take it seriously. Ji Wooley was extremely excited. It's like a pillow was sent to you just when you are falling asleep. He already hated Yeans to the core and wanted to bring him to justice. It just so happens that the Law Enforcement Bureau has set its sights on Yeans. Now, there is no need for the Ji family to take action, the official will let Yeans see the power of Iron Fist. He smiled and said, "Deputy Director Wang, you are finally here. Yeans is indeed here. This guy has an arrogant personality and made a scene at Ji's birthday party. He simply doesn't take the law seriously. You." Deputy Director Wang's face lit up with joy, and he interrupted hurriedly, "Is Yeans really here?" Looking at Deputy Director Wang's anxious and expectant expression, Ji Wooley was even more convinced that Yeans had committed a serious crime. He quickly pointed at Yeans on the stage and said, "Yes, that bastard is Yeans, but he is rude, violent, and rebellious. Deputy Director Wang is afraid that his forced arrest will cause resistance. But it doesn't matter, as long as you give the order, Ji's hundreds of subordinates will fully cooperate in the arrest." But what was unexpected was, Deputy Director Wang frowned and said sternly, "How dare you? Who told you that I was going to bring people to arrest him? I came here specifically to ask Mr. Yi to leave." Gah! Ji Wooley was confused. All the guests at the main table were stunned. Hundreds of guests and Ji family's thugs present were stunned. Wasn't he had agreed that Yeans would be arrested for breaking the law? How come it suddenly became asking him to leave? "And you call him Mr. Yi?" Ji Wooley asked in confusion, "Deputy Director Wang, what's going on? Didn't he break the law? That's why you came to find him? How could it be?" Deputy Director Wang said with a straight face, "Breaking the law is a very serious matter, and it requires real evidence. When have we ever said that Mr. Yi broke the law? This time, I just came here to ask him to leave." Forehead. Ji Wooley looked embarrassed and his brain seemed to be at a standstill. Ji Budwan couldn't help but said, "Deputy Director Wang, that Yi has a feud with our family that has not been resolved yet. You just want to ask him to leave, right?" Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. Your law enforcement bureau has the power to take Yi Tiance away, but you must at least give a clear explanation. Otherwise, where would the Ji family put their face? Deputy Director Wang replied calmly, I may not have expressed myself clearly. It was not our law enforcement bureau that wanted to ask Mr. Yi to leave, but the mayor's order. If you have any questions, you can talk to the mayor. Ha! I'm afraid you don't have the courage. Boom! Everyone at the scene felt like they were struck by lightning. The outside was burnt by lightning and the inside was tender. Ji Budwan's eyes almost popped out. What? Mayor? Ji Wooley's eyelids were twitching wildly, and he had a very bad premonition. The guests present were even more shocked. Oh my god. It turned out that the mayor ordered the law enforcement bureau to invite Yi Tiance. Does this guy know the mayor? No wonder this guy surnamed Ji had the guts to cause a scene at the birthday banquet today. It turns out he has the support of the mayor behind him. What kind of shit luck does this bastard have that even the mayor can take care of him? For a while, there was a lot of public opinion in the banquet hall. The big guys including Han Tianjing and Lai Jingye at the main table looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan, mother and son, were even more stunned. It was like seeing a ghost. Xiao Qingcheng, who was usually calm, was shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. I understand. No wonder he was so confident and dared to cause a scene at the birthday party. It turns out that there was already a backer behind him. But when did he get to know the mayor? Thinking of this, she bit her lips subconsciously. A feeling of grievance and regret surged in my heart. Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance. Married for 3 years. What on earth have you been hiding from me? Chapter 62 Xiao Qingcheng, so you are blind. In the shocked eyes of the whole audience, Deputy Director Wang walked to the front of the stage and said politely to Yi Tiance, the mayor wants you to come over. Could you please cooperate with me, Mr. Yi? A smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips, as if he had expected it. It seems that the murderer who cast a curse on Mr. Lin should have revealed his identity. I just didn't expect the matter to become so serious that even the law enforcement officers were alerted. Think of this. Yi Tiance nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you. Anyway, I have already got the tiger-shaped jade pendant today, and I haven't seen Rong Meiyan propose to cancel the engagement, so there is no need to stay here. When Yi Tiance walked off the stage, Ji Budwan had a sullen face and stood in front of Yi Tiance. He felt unwilling and angry. Today was clearly the most glorious day for the Ji family, but Yi Tiance messed it up. Even his own brother was seriously injured. How could he be willing to let Yi Tiance leave? Deputy Director Wang's face darkened and he asked, why? Master Ji wants to stop us from taking action, or does he want to disobey the order of the mayor? As soon as these words were spoken, the law enforcement team behind him all took half a step forward, with their right hands resting on the gun handles at their waists. As long as Deputy Director Wang gives the order, they will draw their guns and shoot without hesitation. Seeing this, Ji Wooley was so scared that he was sweating profusely and quickly pulled Ji Budwan back. He forced a smile and said, I dare not. Deputy Director Wang, please do as you please. Ji Budwan clenched his fists. Mr. Yi, don't think that you are lucky today and that this matter can be forgotten. I have remembered everything you have done. We will slowly settle this account later. Yi Tiance sneered and said, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. It was your Ji family who lost the bet on the jade pendant, so you should return me 20 million. I'll give you 3 days to pay me back with interest, otherwise I'll be the one to settle the score. Just leave this sentence. Yi Tiance and the law enforcement team left the banquet hall in a swagger. They walked out first. Then Ji Wooley grabbed a bottle of famous wine on the table and threw it heavily to the ground. He was so angry that his face turned blue and he said, Mr. Yi, don't think that I can let you go just because the mayor has shown his favor. But he also understood. It feels satisfying to say this, but now Yi Tiance is involved with the mayor. It is impossible for the Ji family to touch him. After all, the Lin family's status is too transcendent. Killing the Ji family is no different from killing an ant. At this time, a man slowly walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Master Ji, don't worry. The kid named Ji will not be taken care of by the mayor. Instead, he will be in trouble. Ji Wooley hurried over to look. An old man wearing a Taoist robe and a goatee walked in. It's Tawist Master Gongsun. Tawist Gongsun walked up to the head of the Ji family. He bowed and said, I wish Master Ji a long life. I was delayed on the way and am a little late. Ji Wooly waved his hand and said, Master, you don't have to be polite. You just said that the mayor will not take care of Yeans, but he will be unable to protect himself. What do you mean? Tawist Gongsun stroked his beard and explained, Master Ji, you don't know that the man surnamed Ji pretended to be a doctor yesterday and treated the mayor's father, Mr. Lin Yuanshuan. After the treatment, he left behind a prescription. But just this morning, confirmed news came out that after Mr. Lin took the medicine according to the prescription, his condition worsened rapidly and his life was in danger. That's why the mayor sent people to search the whole city for Yeans, to make him pay the price. Ji Wooly's eyes lit up and he asked happily, Are you serious? Taoist Master Gongsun said with an air of a master, Monks do not tell lies. Good. 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 Ji Wooly couldn't help but applaud and said 3 good words. He laughed and said, Ha! That kid has caused such a terrible disaster. With the character of the mayor, he will be furious and kill him. He deserves it. Zhang Huilan gloated, that idiot was incompetent and pretended to be a doctor to treat Mr. Lin. Now he died without knowing how he died. Xiaonan laughed and said, This is the case of not seeking death or not dying. Let's just wait for the good news that he will be executed by the mayor. Lai Jingye and Xiebin both raised their glasses to celebrate, their expressions showing unconcealable excitement. Han Tianjiang frowned and thought for a moment. In his impression, Yeans was an extraordinary medical skill, so how could he do such a thing? Is there another hidden story? Xiao Qingcheng looked suddenly enlightened. It turns out that the truth is like this. Why does this guy always like to get into trouble? It's so disappointing. Below the stage, Rong Meiyan frowned slightly. She thought for a few seconds and seemed to have made a decision. Without anyone noticing, he stood up and left. Ji Buoduan asked in confusion, Master Gongsun, since that man surnamed Ji committed such a serious crime, why didn't the mayor let the law enforcement team arrest him on the spot, but instead invited him away? After this reminder, the others also realized this detail. They all looked at Tawist Gongsun in confusion. Tawist Gongsun smiled and explained, Young Master Ji, don't you think about the status of the mayor? If he sends a law enforcement team to arrest Yeans on the spot. Once this kind of thing gets out, at the very least it would be misusing public power for personal gain, and at the most it would be an abuse of power, which would inevitably have an impact on his political career. Do you think that the mayor, who was so careful about his reputation, would not consider these things when doing things? Everyone suddenly realized. I couldn't help but feel emotional, he is worthy of being the mayor. He really does things without leaving any trace. But just at this moment, an unhappy voice rang out from the doorway, You old Taoist priest, can you please stop talking nonsense? Yeans is not as incompetent as you say. Everyone turned their heads. Han Ruayun walked in quickly with an unhappy look on his face, his E-cup breasts rising and falling like waves. Han Tianjiang was stunned for a moment and asked, Yun, why are you here? In the morning, he asked Han Ruayun to attend Ji Wooly's birthday party, but she said she was in a bad mood and had no interest in coming. Instead, it's coming now. Han Ruayun said, I came here to look for Yeans, but I heard that he has been found by the law enforcement team first, so I feel relieved. Tawist Gongsun said unhappily, Miss Han, what you said at the door just now, did you mean to insult me on purpose? Li Xiuqin immediately frowned and said, Yun, you are not rude to Tawist Gongsun. Apologize. Han Ruayun curled his lips and said, TSK. Why should I apologize to a stinky old Taoist who is full of nonsense? Tawist Gongsun was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, How dare you? What right do you have to say that I am talking nonsense? Han Ruayun said in a cold voice, Yeans is obviously the benefactor who saved Grandpa Lin. Mayor Lin asked Yeans to go back this time to treat him again. He is obviously an expert in medicine, but you said he was going to be executed. Am I wrong to say you are talking nonsense? Boom. There was an uproar at the scene. Is this the truth? Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, This is impossible. If Yeans knows medical skills, why don't I know about it after being married to him for 3 years? Han Ruoyun glanced at her. He sneered, Ha. So you are blind. You are obviously not worthy of Yeans, but you still overestimate your own abilities and take the initiative to file for divorce. Chapter 63 You, Xiao Qingcheng, are the most useless one. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled and her eyes shook. She was so proud that she retorted, "Do you have any evidence that Yi Tiance knows medicine?"
Han Ruayun said calmly, "I was able to recover from my serious illness because of Yi Tiance's treatment."
"Isn't this enough evidence?" Zhang Huilan questioned, "Didn't Master Ji say that your illness was cured by Tawist Gong? When was it cured by Yi Tiance?" Han Ruayun rolled her eyes and said, "That old bastard is just a fake. What does his relationship with my recovery have to do with it?"
Yesterday, this old bastard was treating a patient at the Lin family and almost killed Grandpa Lin. In the end, he was beaten up by the bodyguards and kicked out.
He still has no sense at all and is swindling people everywhere. Ga. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Tawist Gong. The latter's face turned red. Everyone in the Ji family looked unhappy.
After all, they had previously thought of letting Ji Budwan take Tawist Gong to the first hospital in Lin City to treat Lin Yuanshuan. Once successful, they would become guests of honor in the Lin family.
But the result was that he was beaten out yesterday. They were too embarrassed to tell anyone about this matter. Han Ruayun continued to attack Xiao Qingcheng crazily.
"You don't even know what your husband is capable of, yet you keep saying how useless he is.
In my opinion, you are the most useless one." Boom.
These words made Xiao Qingcheng feel like being struck by lightning, and her eyes turned red. This was the first time in her life that someone said she was useless.
"I can't even say a word of grievance." Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were both very unhappy.
But due to Han Ruayun's noble status, he didn't dare to offend him.
"I can only remain silent."
On the other hand, Han Ruayun felt happy when he saw Xiao Qingcheng's aggrieved expression.
"Humph.
You snatched Yi Tiance away to marry him 3 years ago, and then kicked him away.
Finally let me take over the second-hand goods? From now on, I will confront you every time I see you." "You deserve it." Ji Budwan said with a sullen face, "Han Ruayun, you said so many good things for Yi Tiance, do you know what he has done to make him feel sorry for?" Han Ruayun was stunned for a moment. What did he do to offend me? As far as I can remember, that bastard forgot about his engagement with her 3 years ago and went to marry Xiao Qingcheng first. It seems like there is nothing else I feel sorry for her.
Ji Budwan sneered, "To tell you the truth, that she cheated you out of 20 million. Not only did he not cherish it, but he spent it all on a random bidding at the birthday party just now."
"You defended this scumbag against Qingcheng, it's really not worth it." Han Ruayun asked back, "When did he cheat me out of 20 million? Li Xiuqin reminded quietly, "Yun, have you forgotten? Didn't your father give you 20 million 2 days ago? That's the money."
Han Ruayun rolled his eyes and said, "So that's what happened. I gave him 20 million, but he didn't take it at all."
Boom. The scene was filled with shock and astonishment again. What? Yi Tiance did not accept the 20 million from Han Ruayun?
So where did the 20 million he used to pay by credit card come from?
At this moment, everyone had a very scary idea. Could it be that? Is there really a deposit of 1 trillion in Yi Tiance's black card? He wasn't bragging at all? Ji Budwan couldn't accept it.
He shook his head and said, "You're lying.
If you don't give him 20 million, where will he get so much money?" Han Ruayun opened her bag and took out a bank card.
She said unhappily, "Open your eyes and see clearly.
The 20 million is still with me. As for where he got the money from, how would I know?" When saying this, Han Ruayun couldn't help but be curious.
She only knew that Yi Tiance was an excellent doctor and martial artist, but she didn't expect that he had money.
Where did it come from? Is he dating another rich woman behind my back?
This is not only her doubt, but also Xiao Qingcheng's doubt. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Yi Tiance had said before that the Xiao family's rapid development in the past 3 years was inseparable from his support.
Could it be that all this is true? Think of this.
Xiao Qingcheng's brain buzzed, her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Zhang Huilan hurriedly supported him.
"Qingcheng, are you okay?" I'm fine."
Xiao Qingcheng replied with a pale face and in a trance.
The situation for others is not much better. After a birthday banquet,
Yi Tiance revealed his top-notch calligraphy, terrifying martial arts skills, connections with the top families in Lin City, and the fact that he could easily come up with 20 million in assets.
Each of these is excellent individually, let alone when combined together. The guests at the scene naturally couldn't help but discuss with emotion. This Yi Tiance is so scary. Could it be that he really has a mysterious background that no one knows about?
I don't believe that he has 1 trillion in his card.
It's too unbelievable.
I can't comment on his medical skills without confirmation. But we have seen his calligraphy in Kung Fu with our own eyes.
He is a young talent. Yes. This kind of person is considered outstanding among the younger generation in the provincial capital, not to mention Jiangnan City. However, Xiao Qingqing filed for divorce. How ironic.
No wonder Miss Han just said that Xiao Qingqing is blind and that she is not worthy of Yi Tiance. It turns out that she was telling the truth. I heard that except for the old man, everyone else in the Xiao family supports divorce. I think they are just a bunch of idiots with no vision at all.
Everyone was talking about it.
Xiao Qingqiang was so embarrassed after hearing this that she almost felt ashamed. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan both lowered their heads, too embarrassed to even fart. At this time, Han Tianjing's eyes turned.
He coughed quickly and reminded her, Yun Yun, do you want to go see your grandpa Lin? Give him a hand or something, huh?
He gave Han Ruayun a look.
The meaning is very clear.
On the one hand, he wants to check on Lin Yuanxuan's situation. On the other hand, such an outstanding man like Yi Tiance cannot be let go in vain. He should continue to maintain a good relationship with him.
Han Ruayun understood what he meant.
I'm going to the Lin family now and I won't waste my time with some stupid woman anymore. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving a group of people looking at each other in bewilderment.
Ji Wooly and Ji Budwan both looked ashen.
He had originally planned to rely on a birthday party to win the qualification of Rong family's business partner and bring Ji family to the top.
The result is nothing but a waste of time and effort. Now he has completely offended Yi Tiance.
If he is really as powerful as Han Ruayun said, the Ji family's future in Jiangnan City will be in danger.
Help, help.
At this moment, a weak and aggrieved voice calling for help rang out.
Everyone looked confused. Who is shouting for help?
Fuck. Suddenly Ji Budwan slapped his forehead, remembered something, and turned to look at the stage. I saw Ji Buxiao lying on it, spitting blood foam from his mouth and groaning uncontrollably.
Ji Budwan ran onto the stage, bent down and said, Brother, are you okay? Sorry, I forgot about you.
At this moment, Ji Buxiao wanted to cry but had no tears. You have to know that he had been beaten half to death by Yi Tiance and had been shouting for help. But in the past 10 minutes, everyone present was so shocked by Yi Tiance's pretentious deeds that they completely forgot about him, the seriously injured soldier.
I feel wronged and unwilling.
Ji Buxiao was about to say something when his eyes suddenly went dark and he died.
Chapter 64. Is he the miracle doctor?
Younger brother.
Bo Xiao. Ji Wooly and Ji Budwan, father and son, shouted in panic, but Ji Buxiao did not respond at all.
The faces of the onlookers changed drastically.
Oh shit, is someone going to die? A happy birthday party turned into a funeral? Calm down, let me see. Tawist Gong's son squeezed to the front and took Ji Buxiao's pulse. There is still hope.
He quickly took out the resurrection pill he had made from his arms. This was the pill that was prepared for Lin Yuanxuan to take at the Lin family yesterday, but was finally exposed by Yi Tiance. Although this thing has very strong side effects, I can't care about it now and just stuff it directly into Ji Buxiao's mouth.
More than half a minute later. Ahem. Ji Buxiao coughed and breathed again, but his eyes were still closed and he did not wake up.
However, even after doing this, Ji Wooly still exclaimed, Master Gongsun, you are indeed a miracle doctor.
Ji Budwan also said, you can save people who have died. You are amazing.
Tawist Gongsun stroked his beard and said proudly, it's just a small matter, huh? In fact, he had just taken Ji Buxiao's pulse and found that he was not dead yet. The reason why he died was just a temporary phenomenon caused by his momentary anger. He actually just fed himself the pills to maintain his life, which didn't have much effect. However, since these people attributed the credit to him, he naturally had no choice but to accept it. He continued, but young Master Ji's internal organs are injured, so he still needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment immediately.
Ji Wooly immediately arranged for someone to send Ji Buxiao to the hospital. At this time, Lai Jingye seemed to remember something and said, I understand now.
In fact, it was not Tawist Gongsun who lied just now, but Miss Han.
Everyone has seen the Taoist priest's medical skills. He can bring people back to life. It's simply superb. How can it be as bad as Miss Han said? Xiabin nodded and said, that makes sense.
In my opinion, Miss Han must have been bewitched by that Yi, so she spoke up for Yi Tiance.
We have all been deceived. After hearing the two people's analysis, everyone nodded after thinking for a moment, thinking it made sense. Jang Huilan said, that must be the case. If that idiot is really that powerful, no one in our family has discovered it in 3 years. Are we blind? Xiaonan comforted her, sister, don't think too much about it. Han Ruayun must be exaggerating. Don't be fooled. Aha! Xiao Qingcheng nodded and calmed down a lot. She only believed what she saw with her own eyes. When she saw that Tawist Gong was a superb doctor, it proved that Yi Tiance had no medical skills at all. Everything was just Han Ruayun deliberately flattering Yi Tiance. She seemed to have thought of something. He went up to Taoist Master Gongsun and asked, Master, my grandfather is seriously ill and is in the hospital. Can you please give me some medicine? Now that Grandpa is critically ill, she is helpless. Although I have contacted Dean Wu and asked him to help find the contact information of the miracle doctor. But one must be prepared for everything, so she also plans to try her luck with Taoist Gongsun. Taoist Gongsun smiled and said, this is easy. I just happened to bring a talisman water with me. When Patriarch Xiao gets sick, take it and the disease will be cured. If it doesn't work, just contact me. As he said that, he took out a small glass bottle and handed it to Xiao Qingcheng. He smiled and said, as for the reward, for the sake of the Ji family, I'll charge you 1 million. Transfer it to me via Alipay. 1 million? Although the price was a little beyond Xiao Qingcheng's expectations, she still chose to agree to pay for the talisman water. No matter what method, as long as there is a chance to save Grandpa, we must try it. At this time, Ji Wuli's cell phone suddenly rang. When you see the caller ID, his expression immediately became flattering and respectful. He answered the phone and asked carefully, hello? Second Master, what do you want? This action made all the guests present subconsciously hold their breath. Because they know. The only person who could be called the second master by Ji Wuli was the high and mighty second head of the Rong family in the provincial capital. Rong Meiyan's biological second uncle Rong Tianli. As everyone knows, the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, and it is difficult to shake in terms of wealth and power. But every family has its own problems. The same is true for the Rong family. Today, the current head of the Rong family, Mr. Rong, is old and sick, and many family affairs are left to his 2 sons. This also led to the eldest son Rong Tianhong and the second son Rong Tianli competing for the position of the new head of the family, fighting openly and secretly. However, Rong Tianli, who is smooth and cunning, has already gained the support of most members of the tribe. Although Rong Tianhong has the help of his daughter Rong Meiyan, his influence is still inferior to that of his younger brother Rong Tianli. Analyzing the current situation, second master Rong Tianli will have a great chance of becoming the next head of the Rong family. That's why Ji Wuli was so respectful to Rong Tianli. Ji Wuli was answering a call from Rong Tianli. He listened and nodded respectfully, yes. I understand. I understand. Thank you, second master. I will definitely get it done. After a while, the call was hung up. Ji Wuli showed a proud and excited expression on his face and said, everyone, I have good news to share. Everyone pricked up their ears. Ji Wuli put his hands behind his back and said in a condescending manner, just now, the second master of the Rong family in the provincial capital informed me of a good news. That is, Miss Rong Meiyan announced that at the business meeting to be held the day after tomorrow, second master will find a way to make Miss Rong choose our Ji family to become the Rong family's business partner. In other words, our Ji family has been designated as a partner, and only Miss Rong can announce it in person at the meeting the day after tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the guests cheered. Lai Jingye hurriedly stepped forward. He bowed to Ji Wuli and congratulated him, congratulations, Master Ji. The Ji family you lead has become a business partner of the Rong family. This is destiny and strength. Xiabin also stepped forward and flattered, the Ji family will surely take off, and I, Xia, will also follow the Ji family forever. With these 2 people taking the lead, the guests present were not willing to be left behind and congratulated Ji Wuli one after another. Ji Wuli was satisfied. There was a cold flash in his eyes. Yi Tiance, our fight has just begun, just wait and see. Ji Buduan boasted to Xiao Qingcheng, as long as our Ji family mediates, I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be favored by Miss Rong. It's no problem to recommend you to become a business partner of the Rong family. Xiao Qingcheng nodded heavily, and her expression returned to her former confidence.
But when she thought of her grandfather's illness, she was still very anxious.
Even though Tawist Gong's son gave me medicine, there was no guarantee that it would work. So he took out his cell phone and called Dean Wu. "Excuse me, have you contacted that miracle doctor?" Wu Xingye replied, "I'm at the first hospital in Lin City.
Dr. Yi was found not long ago and is on his way back to the Lin family.
Once he cures old Lin, I'll ask him to come over and treat your grandfather." Then hang up the phone.
Xiao Qingqing frowned, feeling that some of the keywords in Wu Xingye's words just now were very strange.
Dr. Yi? Found not long ago? On the way back to the Lin family?
In an instant, she couldn't help but have a terrible idea.
Could it be that the divine Dr. Yi mentioned by Dean Wu is Yi Tian's? Chapter 65 Beautiful View in the Bathroom. Yulong Manor, Jiangnan City.
In Lin Yuanxuan's ward bedroom. Lin Wanda paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking anxious.
Wu Xingye advised, "Chief Lin, don't be anxious. Didn't Deputy Director Wang just send a message saying that he has found Dr. Yi and is on his way back?" Lin Wanda sighed and said, "Oh. How can I not be anxious? My father's condition is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid that Dr. Yi will be too late." As soon as the words fell, there were footsteps heard outside the door, and Deputy Director Wang brought Yi Tian's into the bedroom. Lin Wanda looked ecstatic and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. He grasped Yi Tian's hand and said, "Dr. Yi, you are finally here. My father suddenly became ill after taking your medicine this morning."
Lin doesn't suspect that there is something wrong with the prescription, and thinks that you deliberately harmed my father, but I wonder if there is something else.
Yi Tian's raised his hand to interrupt. "Mayor Lin, there is no need to say more. In fact, there is something wrong with this prescription. G.A." After these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. Lin Xiaoyang immediately said, "Dad. You heard it all, right? There really is something wrong with the prescription this guy left behind. He is the one who deliberately harmed Grandpa." Lin Wanda frowned. Wu Xingye quickly said, "Dr. Yi, this is not a joke." Yi Tian said calmly, "I'm not kidding, this prescription is indeed problematic, because it can't remove the remaining poison in Elder Lin's body, but it can prevent others from poisoning him again." Hearing this, Lin Wanda frowned and said, "What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that someone will re-poison my father? But didn't you say that my father was poisoned in southern Xinjiang? How could it be?" Suddenly, he realized something. "Dr. Yi, could it be that the one who put the curse on my father was actually someone close to him?" Yi Tian said, "We can't jump to conclusions now, everything will be clear later." He walked to Lin Yuanxuan's bed. At this time, Lin Yuanxuan's face on the hospital bed was black, his lips were blue and purple, and he looked lifeless, almost lifeless. Yi Tian asked for some silver needles, asked Wu Xingye to help Lin Yuanxuan sit up, and asked Lin Wanda to hold the basin in front of Lin Yuanxuan. Take out a silver needle and insert it into Lin Yuanxuan's danjiang point. Then he lifted it up suddenly. Puff! Lin Yuanxuan's body trembled, and then he spit out a pile of black sticky liquid into the basin, emitting a fishy smell. In the black viscous liquid, countless white rice-shaped objects can be seen with the naked eye, wriggling everywhere. Looking closely, it turned out to be a white leech. They are exactly the same as the white leeches that Yi Tian's forced out of Lin Yuanxuan's body yesterday, except that these are obviously much smaller today. Lin Wanda just felt his scalp tingling. "Dr. Yi, could these be the eggs of the poisonous insects that remain in my father's body?" Yi Tian shook his head and said, "No. These are the newly planted goo worm larvae in Elder Lin's body. Under normal circumstances, these larvae will spread throughout Elder Lin's body to absorb nutrients, and then fight each other, leaving only one goo worm, just like yesterday." He pointed to the black, sticky liquid in the basin. "Fortunately, the prescription I left yesterday can stop the larvae from spreading and gather them together. As long as I give them acupuncture, they will all be expelled from the body." Lin Wanda was shocked and asked, "Did you know that someone would put a curse on my father, so that's why?" Yi Tian's nodded. "That's right, Mr. Lin also knows about this, and he agreed to cooperate with me in doing this." Ahem. At this time, Lin Yuanxuan coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. "That's right, Divine Dr. Yi did this to deliberately lure out the murderer who cast the curse on me." Seeing Lin Yuanxuan wake up, Lin Wanda first breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, "How can we know who cast the spell?" Yi Tian said, "Once the goo worm larvae are grown, they must be re-implanted into the human body within 1 day.
As the saying goes, diseases come from the mouth, and poisoning is just like that. Therefore, if one wants to poison Mr. Lin, the only way is to tamper with his food. Your Lin family is large and powerful, with many people handling catering. Even if you find out there is a problem with the food, it would be difficult to pinpoint it to a specific individual. So I specifically told Elder Lin yesterday to not eat or drink anything after he woke up yesterday, and only take the Chinese medicine I left behind, so. Lin Yuanchuan took over the conversation and said, so, the murderer would only choose to put a poison in my Chinese medicine.
And the person who boiled and delivered the medicine yesterday was only one. His eyes fell on Lin Jiaoyang. With a complicated look, he said, Yang Yang, you are the only one here. Boom.
As soon as these words came out, Lin Wanda, Wu Xingye and others all changed their expressions.
Lin Wanda immediately said, how is that possible? Although Yang Yang is a little arrogant, he can't do anything so treasonous.
Wu Xingye also shook his head and said, Mr. Wu doesn't believe that Miss Lin is this kind of person. A voice was heard outside the door, yes, Sister Yang Yang would never do such a thing.
Han Ruayun walked in with a look of disbelief.
Just now at the door, she overheard the conversation of everyone in the room.
So shocked. Lin Jiayang said with a cold face, Grandpa, I don't understand what you mean. When did I want to harm you? She pointed at Yi Tiance fiercely and scolded, you must be talking nonsense and deliberately trying to sow discord, right? Come on, kick this guy out. Yi Tiance said calmly, whether it is nonsense or not, we will know it after testing it.
He asked Wu Xingye for a bottle of high-concentration alcohol. He said, although the person who puts the poison can harm others invisibly, he has to bear an equivalent risk. Because if the goo fails and the insect dies, the person who placed the goo will suffer backlash and may be injured at the very least, or even lose his life. So we just need to kill the poisonous insect to find out who the real culprit is? Speaking of. He poured a whole bottle of high-concentration alcohol into the basin. No. Lin Jiaoyang's face changed and she subconsciously wanted to stop him.
But it's too late.
The white leech larvae in the basin struggled violently twice and died under the impact of alcohol.
Next second. Puff.
Lin Jiaoyang spat out a large mouthful of black blood, which smelled fishy and terrible.
So pale. As if it had been hit hard. Boom.
Han Ruayun, Lin Wanda, Wu Xingye and others all widened their eyes in disbelief.
It's really her? Even Lin Yuanchuan himself had a frown on his face.
Even though he already had a vague guess in his mind, when the solid evidence was placed before him, he still found it hard to accept and his heart was broken.
In their opinion, Lin Jiaoyang, as Lin Yuanchuan's granddaughter, was doted on by Lin Yuanchuan like the apple of his eye. How could she do this to harm her grandfather? Ah! Bastard! You're ruining my life. I'm going to kill you.
Lin Jiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed with a ferocious face, her voice sharp, as if she was a different person.
The next moment,
she grabbed an antique vase from the cabinet and was about to rush towards Yi Tiance.
Not good.
Deputy Director Wang's face changed drastically and he was about to step forward to stop him. But Lin Jiaoyang slapped him and he fell to the ground.
Wow. Several people present were shocked. Deputy Director Wang was a frontline law enforcement officer. With his skills, 3 or 4 adult men couldn't get close to him, but he was easily pushed down by Lin Jiaoyang. When did she become so strong?
At the moment they were shocked, Lin Jiaoyang had already swung the bottle and smashed it towards Yi Tiance's forehead. However, Yi Tiance raised his hand even faster and grabbed Lin Jiaoyang's wrist, not moving at all. There was a hint of surprise in her crazy eyes. It seemed that he didn't expect Yi Tiance to have such great strength.
Yi Tiance's expression remained calm.
He quickly followed up with his left hand, snatched the bottle from her hand, and then took advantage of the situation to counter-grab Lin Jiaoyang and press her against the wall.
Ah! Let me go, asshole! Let me go!
Lin Jiaoyang struggled and twisted continuously, but to no avail. At this time, Lin Wanda and others finally reacted, their expressions were still terrified.
He stared at Lin Jiaoyang as if he was looking at a stranger. He said angrily, Yang Yang, why did you kill your own grandfather? Why?
Lin Jiaoyang ignored him. She was still yelling at Yi Tiance to let her go, looking crazy. Yi Tiance frowned and slapped Lin Jiaoyang on the neck with a knife, causing the latter to faint on the spot. Then Yi Tiance put her on the chair and leaned against it. Yi Tiance explained, Mayor Lin, in fact, your daughter's mind has long been controlled by someone, and now she is just a walking corpse working for others. Whether it was trying to kill me just now or putting a curse on Elder Lin, it was not her original intention, but someone manipulated her mind to do it.
What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Han Ruayun's eyes widened as he asked, how did that person control Sister Yang Yang's mind? Is it really possible to do such a thing?
Yi Tiance nodded and said, there is a kind of goo in southern Xinjiang, called the soul-bewitching goo. Anyone who was infected with this goo can remotely control the minds of others and manipulate them to do things according to his wishes, without anyone noticing. Everyone, you can think carefully about whether Lin Xiaoyang has undergone major changes at some stage, such as personality, behavior, etc.
Lin Wanda frowned and thought for a few seconds, then nodded and said, that's indeed the case.
Since she came back from a trip to southern Xinjiang half a year ago, her personality has become impatient. Sometimes she locks herself in her room for a whole day and doesn't go out. When you ask her what she did later, she says she doesn't remember. I have always thought that it was my father's serious illness that affected her personality.
From what you said, could it be that she was poisoned by a goo in southern Xinjiang, which caused her personality to change drastically? Yi Tiance nodded. Although the soul-loving goo can control people's thoughts, it cannot control them all the time. However, what was done during the period of being controlled will be forgotten after waking up, and the mind will gradually become confused. If this continues for a long time, a person's personality will be affected, and even if he does not die in the end, he will go crazy. In addition, her body had already shown corresponding changes. When I saw her for the first time yesterday, I could tell that she had a weak spleen and stomach, bad breath, snoring, and even hemorrhoids. I didn't think too deeply about it at the time, but judging from the current situation, it must be the poison in my body that caused damage to my body. Hearing this explanation, everyone present suddenly realized and gasped in shock. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Wanda's eyes, and he knelt down in front of Yi Tiance with a plop. Dr. Yi, please help me get rid of the soul-bewitching goo in my daughter's body. As long as you agree, I will go through fire and water. His wife passed away a long time ago and he had only this daughter, whom he treated as his precious treasure. How could he bear to see her being tortured by the poisonous insect? Lin Yuanchuan also said, Dr. Yi, I beg you. If you have any conditions, just speak up. Yi Tiance helped Lin Wanda up and said, Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Since I promised Han Ruayun to help me treat the disease, I will naturally solve it to the end. Lin Wanda nodded excitedly, thank you, but how can I get rid of the poison? Yi Tiance held his chin and said, generally speaking, the best way to remove the poison is to find the person who poisoned you and let him use his unique method to remove it. However, it is obvious that the person who cast the curse is hiding in southern Xinjiang, and finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So I can only use my own methods to remove the goo, but the soul-losing goo is much more troublesome than Elder Lin's leech goo, and the method of removing it will also be complicated and a little special. I wonder if Mayor Lin is willing to accept it. Lin Wanda patted his chest and said, Dr. Yi, just tell me, as long as it can save my daughter, any treatment is fine. Yi Tiance nodded and said, I will use a dual method of medicinal bath and acupuncture to force the soul-bewitching insect out and get rid of it. The so-called medicinal bath means that Miss Lin needs to be placed in a bathtub soaked in traditional Chinese medicine. In order to ensure that every inch of her skin is in 100% contact with the liquid medicine, she must be completely naked during the treatment. Lin Wanda was a little hesitant. Lin Xiaoyang is still a virgin. She has never been in love. She has been seen naked by other men before she got married. Is it possible? Lin Yuanchuan scolded, why hesitate? Dr. Yi is a doctor, so he can be naked. It's no big deal for the doctor to see you naked. Lin Wanda nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Blame me for being conservative. Dr. Yi, then I will treat you the way you want. What do you need me to prepare? Yi Tiance said, I will give you some Chinese medicinal materials for the bath later. Have someone put the Chinese medicine in the bathtub and fill it with 40-degree warm water. Lin Wanda nodded, okay. I'll arrange it immediately. Yi Tiance continued, during the treatment, I will also need an assistant to cooperate with me. He does not need to know medical skills, just anyone who is convenient to help will do. Han Ruayun volunteered and raised her hand and said, do you think I can do it? She looked at Yi Tiance with some vigilance. Although this guy said that he was taking a medicinal bath naked in order to cure Lin Xiaoyang, what if he wanted to take advantage of the treatment?
That's why she volunteered to help and keep a close eye on Yi Tiance to make sure he doesn't take advantage of her best friend.
Yi Tiance smiled and said, "If you want to go to the bathroom, that's fine."
The Lin family is very efficient.
Soon, the servant had prepared a medicinal bath in the bathtub in Lin Jiaoyang's bathroom.
It was steaming hot and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance.
Yi Tiance helped Lin Jiaoyang sit down on the chair next to the bathtub. "Close the door," he ordered Han Ruayun. "Take off all her clothes." Han Ruayun asked cautiously, "Why?" Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and said, "How about taking it off for me?" "You filthy rascal, forget it." Han Ruayun curled his lips. Then he took off Lin Jiaoyang's clothes bit by bit. Yi Tiance glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. We have to admit that as the daughter of a wealthy city girl, Lin Jiaoyang is absolutely beautiful with fair skin and well-defined long legs, far surpassing the average catwalk model. It's a pity that the pair of cup breasts on her chest are not very presentable. But no matter what, this was the first time Yi Tiance saw a naked young woman, with another beauty helping her take off her clothes. This scene is somewhat thought-provoking. Han Ruayun noticed Yi Tiance's gaze. He said unhappily, "Hey, you pervert. Can you please stop peeking? Close your eyes." Yi Tiance said as a matter of course, "Where did I peek? It was clearly above board, right? Besides, I'm a doctor, how can I remove the poison without opening my eyes?" Han Ruayun was speechless for a moment. He pursed his lips and said, "Well, just take back your unnecessary thoughts." Yi Tiance said righteously, "Don't think of people as so vulgar. This kind of a cup weakling really doesn't interest me. No one would believe that. Stop whining. Help me put her in the bathtub." "Oh." Yi Tiance and Han Ruayun supported Lin Jiaoyang from both sides and put her into the bathtub. Only the head is exposed to the air, and everything below the neck is hidden in the medicine. Various Chinese medicinal herbs are floating on the surface of the medicine, and Lin Jiaoyang's delicate body is looming inside, adding a lot of mystery and sexiness. Yi Tiance quickly regained his composure. "Let go of all distracting thoughts and take out the silver needle beside you." He put his hand into the medicine liquid and accurately inserted the needle into the acupuncture points on Lin Jiaoyang's body. With his proficiency in acupuncture, let alone the medicine, even if you blindfold him, he can still find the acupuncture points accurately. It is not a difficult task. After a moment, Yi Tiance finished the acupuncture, and more than 10 silver needles were inserted into Lin Jiaoyang's body. Han Ruayun asked curiously, "Is this the end? How can it be so fast?" Yi Tiance ordered, "Use a basin to scoop up the liquid medicine in the bathtub and pour it on her head, making sure that the liquid medicine has been soaking her head and face. Remember, there can be no pause in the middle." "Good." Han Ruayun did as he was told, using a small basin to scoop up the liquid medicine and pour it on Lin Jiaoyang's head. "Wow, wow, wow." Yi Tiance sat on the chair next to him, crossed his legs and observed quietly, looking very leisurely. 5 minutes passed like this. Han Ruayun was already exhausted and sweating, with a look of grievance on his face. "Hey! How long will it take? I'm dying of exhaustion." "It's almost there. How about you take over watering for a while? I can't hold on any longer. You were the one who clamored to come in, so how can I take over the watering? What if we interrupt the watering during the handover? Hold on for your best friend." Yi Tiance said with a satisfied look on his face. His eyes kept looking at Han Ruayun. Due to the evaporation of water vapor from the medicine in the bathroom, the temperature was over 30 degrees Celsius, and he sweated a lot. In addition, when pouring the medicine, some water droplets splashed onto Han Ruayun's chest. As a result, a large area of Han Ruayun's white shirt became wet and transparent, and the pink underwear he was wearing underneath was faintly visible. Coupled with the action of scooping the medicine, the body moves very greatly. That pair of cute things rose and fell, trembling, and looked so huge and round. This kind of vague temptation of a wet body is really hard to resist. Seeing this, Yi Tiance couldn't help but adjust his sitting position and hold his gun. "Hey! How much longer will it take? I really can't hold on any longer." Han Ruayun was about to cry and cursed in his heart. Yi Tiance could obviously do all these things by himself, but he just sat back and let her do the hard labor. This bastard must have done it on purpose. You just know how to bully people. At this moment, Yi Tiance suddenly realized something and quickly stood up. "Keep pouring the liquid. Don't stop." At this time, Lin Jiaoyang's face turned red,
and a bulge appeared on her forehead, slowly moving towards her nostrils. Oh! It turns out that he can't bear the dual stimulation of the medicine and acupuncture. Is he going to be forced out? Han Ruayun also saw this scene, and he gritted his teeth and poured the medicine even harder, not daring to stop. About 10 seconds later. Suddenly, a half-inch long black worm crawled out of Lin Jiaoyang's nostrils. After this thing came out, it actually shot up and flew straight towards Han Ruayun, who was closest to it. Chapter 66, Driving into Someone? Ah! Han Ruayun screamed in fright, his eyes widened. Fortunately, Yi Tian suddenly took action at this time, slapped the long insect with a slap, knocked it flying and fell to the ground, instantly turning into a pool of blood. Bugs! There are bugs! Han Ruayun was still in shock. He suddenly jumped up and leaped on Yi Tian's, hugging his head tightly with his arms, like a koala. What a coincidence! This posture just made her cute breasts press against Yi Tian's face. The aroma of milk instantly filled his nose, and the soft touch almost suffocated Yi Tian's, almost suffocating him to death. Good man, you're going to use your ultimate skill close to my face, right? It's a dribbling collision, right? I can hardly afford it. But it is really comfortable. Unfortunately, before Yi Tian's could enjoy it for a few more seconds, Han Ruayun realized what was going on and immediately jumped off Yi Tian's. She put her arms in front of her chest, her face flushed, bit her lip and said angrily, You are a hooligan. You took advantage of me. Yi Tian said speechlessly, Big sister, it was obviously you who took the initiative to rush over, okay? I haven't blamed you for getting close to me and using your ultimate skill. Asshole. You're taking advantage of others and still acting like a good kid. Han Ruayun was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. But at this moment, Lin Jiaoyang in the bathtub slowly opened her eyes. He whispered softly, where am I? She suddenly saw Yi Tian's. He immediately widened his eyes and shouted, You bastard, what did you do to me? As he said this, he struggled to sit up. Yi Tian's hurriedly said, Don't move, let me help you remove the silver needles first. He immediately reached into the bathtub and quickly removed the silver needles from Lin Jiaoyang's body. Lin Jiaoyang was stunned and was about to say something. Yi Tian spoke again, Since the poison has been solved, I have nothing to do here, Miss Han, I'll leave the rest to you. Then immediately sneak out of the bathroom. Just closed the door. The next second, Lin Jiaoyang immediately yelled, Stop right there, you bastard. You're taking advantage of me. Han Ruayun hurriedly stopped her and said, Sister Yang Yang, don't get excited. He is treating you and removing the poisonous insects from your body. If it weren't for him, you would have already. Next, Han Ruayun quickly recounted the cause and effect of the incident. After listening, Lin Jiaoyang opened her eyes wide, looking incredulous. She had always felt that her memory had been intermittent over the past 6 months, and that she had problems with many aspects of her body. She had never imagined that she had been poisoned. Lin Jiaoyang gritted her teeth and said, These bastards framed me and my grandfather, they must die a miserable death. Han Ruayun comforted him, No matter what, as long as you and Grandpa Lin are fine, even though Yi Tian is a jerk, he won't take advantage of you. There was something she didn't say, for fear of hurting Lin Jiaoyang's self-esteem. That is, Yi Tian is not interested in weaklings in Cup A. At the same time, in a stilt house in far southern Xinjiang, a man in a black robe was sitting on a cushion in meditation, muttering to himself. Suddenly his face changed and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? Even the soul-losing goo has been broken? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, the leech goo was broken and he suffered a backlash. He didn't expect that today the soul-bewitching goo was also broken and he suffered a backlash again. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said, Asshole. He caused my plan to fail. After I have recuperated, I will go and kill him in person. Yi Tian's came to the living room. When Lin Yuanchuan, Lin Wanda and others saw Yi Tian's, they hurriedly asked about the situation. Yi Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, the poison has been removed. Miss Lin will recover after recuperating at home for a while. Hearing this, several people were very excited and expressed their gratitude to Yi Tian again. At this time, Lin Wanda said with some concern, Dr. Yi, the real culprit who put the poison has not been found yet. Will he put the poison on my father and Yang Yang again? Yi Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, that person has been broken twice and suffered backlash. He won't be able to use the goo again in the short term. Besides, even if he does, he has to go to Jiangnan City. After a pause, he continued, but you are in the open, and the enemy is in the dark. Why did that person go to so much trouble to put a curse on Elder Lin and your daughter? I'm afraid you need to do more research on yourselves. Lin Wanda said seriously, I will definitely send people to investigate and find the real culprit.
At this time, Han Ruayun and Lin Jiayan walked into the living room. Lin Wanda quickly said to Lin Jiayan, Yang Yang, quickly thank Dr. Yi. If he hadn't saved you, the consequences would be disastrous.
Lin Jiayan gritted her teeth and said to Yi Tiance, thank you so much. Thinking about how Yi Tiance had taken advantage of her for nothing, she felt aggrieved and upset.
Yi Tiance waved his hand and smiled, no need to thank me, I just like to learn from Lei Feng and do good deeds. You.
Lin Jiayan glared angrily, and just when she was about to say something, Lin Wanda joked, Yang Yang, you see, Dr. Yi is very handsome and capable.
He is about to get divorced, and you are single. How about letting him be your boyfriend? Not good. Not good. Not good.
Yi Tiance, Han Ruayun, and Lin Jiayang said in unison.
Everyone? Why does this atmosphere feel so weird?
At this time, Wu Xingye coughed lightly, stood up and said, Dr. Yi, since you have cured Lin Laoyang, I have an unwelcome request, but I don't know if I should say it or not.
Yi Tiance had a good impression of the dean.
Then he smiled and said, President Wu, you are welcome.
Please go ahead.
Wu Xingye said, there is a patient in our hospital who became seriously ill due to anger and is now in critical condition. It is all because of Wu's poor medical skills that he was unable to treat him.
So I would like to ask you to go over and help. Don't worry, the patient has a strong background in Jiangnan City. As long as you are willing to help, you will not be short of money or favors. Yi Tiance thought that staying here would only add to the embarrassment.
So he agreed, since Dean Wu invited me, I agree to go and take a look.
Let's go now.
Wu Xingye nodded repeatedly. At this time, Lin Wanda said, Dr. Yi, you helped my Lin family overcome difficulties.
You are very kind. I just happened to have a gift for you. Please accept it. Lin Wanda ordered the servant to fetch a rosewood box from the study. Opened the rosewood box. A light medicinal fragrance wafted out from inside.
I saw a ginseng lying inside, more than a foot long, like a sleeping old man, very lifelike.
Lin Wanda introduced, this is a gift from the Jiangnan Medicine King on my father's birthday last year. It is said to be wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain.
As the saying goes, precious medicine goes well with a miraculous doctor.
It's just right to give it to you. This.
Yi Tiance took a look at the wild ginseng, which was at least 300 years old and more precious than the century-old snow ginseng that the owner of Tianlong Hotel gave him. It can be considered a famous medicine that is in short supply.
Yi Tiance smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll be disrespectful to refuse it. Lin Wanda asked Lin Jiayang and Lin Yuanchuan to rest. He personally escorted Yi Tiance and Wu Xingye to the gate of Yulong Manor. Han Ruayun also followed. He pulled Yi Tiance's sleeve and said, hey, aren't you going to get treatment? Why don't you take me with you? I'm going there to get treatment, what are you going there for? Han Ruayun pouted and said, you just used me as your assistant, and now you want to kick me out? You scumbag. Yi Tiance said helplessly, it's up to you. Yeah. Han Ruayun cheered.
Wu Xingye drove the car to lead the way, and Han Ruayun let Yi Tiance sit in the passenger seat of her red Maserati.
Several people left Yulong Manor. Lin Wanda was about to turn around and go back.
A silver Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up. I saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure wearing a silver cheongsam getting out of the car.
She greeted Lin Wanda politely, Uncle Lin, do you still remember me? Lin Wanda asked uncertainly, are you Yan Yan? The other party smiled and said, it's me, Rong Meiyan. Lin Wanda said happily, it's really you. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up so much. Are your father and grandfather all right? Few people know that Lin Wanda and Rong Meiyan's father Rong Tianhong are good friends. He also took good care of Rong Meiyan. It's just that in recent years, Jiangnan City's government affairs have been busy and Lin Wanda has been unable to leave. So I haven't seen Rong Meiyan for a long time. Rong Meiyan nodded and said, my grandpa is still the same, with all kinds of problems my father is fine. By the way, I heard that Grandpa Lin's condition has worsened, so I came here in a hurry. How is the situation? Ever since Lin Yuanchuan suddenly fell seriously ill half a year ago.
In fact, the Rong family helped a lot, both by hiring doctors and sending medicinal materials.
Unfortunately, none of them had any effect.
Lin Wanda smiled and said, "Thank God for your care. The old man's illness has been cured by a miracle doctor and he is resting now."
Rong Meiyan was visibly relieved. "I'm glad you're okay," she said somewhat embarrassedly. "Uncle Lin, Mei Yan has an unreasonable request." Lin Wanda said cheerfully, "Given the friendship between your father and me, do you still need to be so polite? Just say it." Rong Meiyan nodded and said, "Just now at the Ji family's birthday banquet, Deputy Director Wang took away a man named Yi Tians. I heard that he pretended to be a doctor to treat Grandpa Lin, which caused his condition to worsen. Although this person has made mistakes, considering that Grandpa Lin's illness has been cured by the miracle doctor, I would like to ask you to show leniency to Yi Tians and not punish him too severely." Rong Meiyan actually didn't have much confidence in pleading for Yi Tians.
After all, Yi Tians pretended to be a doctor and almost killed Grandpa Lin.
Unexpectedly, Lin Wanda laughed and said, "Niece, are you making fun of me?" Rong Meiyan asked in confusion, "Uncle Lin, I didn't mean that." "Are you?" Lin Wanda smiled and said, "The Yi Tians you mentioned is the genius doctor who cured my father's serious illness. If it weren't for him, the consequences would be disastrous.
Now, Dr. Yi is already a guest of honor in our Lin family. Your Uncle Lin, let alone punishing him severely, is too late to express gratitude to him."
"What?" For the first time, shock appeared in Rong Meiyan's charming eyes. "You said that Yi Tians is actually a miracle doctor?" Chapter 67. What? He is a miracle doctor? Lin Wanda nodded and said, "Yes, you asked me about this person, but you didn't know that his medical skills have reached a superb level?" Rong Meiyan shook her head.
In fact, she and Yi Tians had only met a few times. I saw that the other party showed superb skills, top-notch calligraphy, and a calm mentality.
These alone are excellent enough. Unexpectedly, this person is also a miracle doctor? What else can't he do? Lin Wanda smiled and joked, Yan, you care so much about Dr. Yi, is there any other meaning?" Rong Meiyan quickly denied it. "How could that be? I'm just curious about him. Besides, you know my situation." Lin Wanda's expression became slightly serious. He knew that the Rong family had arranged a marriage for Rong Meiyan a long time ago and it could not be changed. And this is precisely what limits all of Rong Meiyan's emotional possibilities. Of course, the most important thing for Rong Meiyan at the moment is the struggle for family power, and the challenge is even more dangerous. Lin Wanda seemed to have thought of something. "I heard that you are planning to select a business partner in Jiangnan City. This matter is of great importance and must be handled with caution. There is someone I would like to recommend to you." Rong Meiyan asked, "Who is it?"
Lin Wanda said, "The actual helmsman of the Tianlong group, the mysterious big man behind Zhao Hailong, although I don't know this person, but from the clues I can judge that his background is extraordinary. If you let him become a business partner, the family will definitely be able to turn the tide. Even if it doesn't work out, just making friends will benefit you a lot." Rong Meiyan sighed and said, "To be honest, I went to the Tianlong group's bidding meeting 2 days ago, but unfortunately it was cancelled and I didn't get to see that big shot." Lin Wanda smiled and said, "You can only know after you try. I will help you contact Zhao Hailong and ask that big shot through him. Maybe it will work." Rong Meiyan said excitedly, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Then he asked, "Is Yi Tian still here with you? I want to talk to him. I plan to take him back to the provincial capital when I have time to check on Grandpa's health." Lin Wanda said, "He has just been invited by Dean Wu to the hospital for treatment. If you go there now, you may be able to see him." Rong Meiyan nodded and said, "Then I'll go first, and I'll visit Uncle Lin's house another day to check on Grandpa Lin's health." Yi Tians and 2 others arrived at the First People's Hospital. Yi Tians has already charged his mobile phone in the car. As soon as I turned on my phone after getting off the car, I received a call from Zhao Hailong. Yi Tians asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Hailong said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, just a minute ago, Miss Rong Meiyan of the Rong family contacted me through Mayor Lin and said that she wanted to invite you to attend the business meeting the day after tomorrow as the actual helmsman of the Tianlong group. Do you agree?" Yi Tians was slightly stunned. Mayor Lin actually knows Rong Meiyan? But he didn't think much about it, and nodded and agreed, "No problem." Yes. The reason why Yi Tians agreed was because he had always wanted to find Rong Meiyan to cancel the engagement. I had planned to see her at the birthday party today, but unexpectedly she announced directly that she would not come. Now that the other party has invited me to attend the Chamber of Commerce meeting,
Then I can just go over and get this done. Just hung up the phone.
Han Ruayun came over and asked like a curious baby, "Who are you talking to on the phone?"
Yi Tiance replied casually, "With Zhao Hailong, what's wrong?" Han Ruayun rolled his eyes and said, "Mr. Long called you? Do you think you are the big shot behind him?" Yi Tiance asked seriously, "Am I not?" Han Ruayun looked Yi Tiance up and down. She curled her lips and said, "Just you? Forget it. I don't believe it." In her mind, that big shot must be a handsome, sunny and domineering president. How could it be such a slick and hateful guy like Yi Tiance? Although this abominable guy is quite powerful in some aspects. Yi Tiance spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not." Wu Xingye came over and said, "Dr. Yi, you are not a doctor in our hospital after all. Medical treatment requires a backup of the procedures. I will go to the office to handle it and come back later. If it is convenient for you, you can go upstairs to the patient's ward first. I have just greeted the family members." Yi Tiance nodded in agreement and learned the specific ward number from Wu Xingye. "Go straight upstairs." Han Ruayun followed Yi Tiance upstairs with a swagger. On the 5th floor, at the entrance of a high-end ward. Boom boom boom. Yi Tiance knocked gently on the ward door. The door opened, and a face appeared that Yi Tiance was not expecting. "Xiao Qingchang. Why is it you? Why is it you?" The two of them said it almost in unison. Xiao Qingchang's face was full of surprise. Wasn't he taken away by Deputy Director Wang? Why did he come here? Yi Tiance, he was also quite surprised. Could it be that Director Wu told the wrong ward? Just as Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingchang were staring at each other. In the ward, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan also walked out. Behind the two of them stood several relatives and friends of the Xiao family. "Is it you, boy?" When they saw Yi Tiance, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, were a little dazed. After all, this guy's performance at the birthday party was so aggressive, as if he was a stranger. Yi Tiance asked worriedly, "Grandpa is in there?" Zhang Huilan's face darkened and she said, "Isn't it? If it weren't for your recent outrageous behavior, would the old man have been so angry that he became seriously ill and has now been declared critically ill, and may not survive at any time?" "What?" Yi Tiance's face changed. "I remember when he came over a few days ago, he said that Mr. Shiao was out of danger and just needed to rest for a while. How come the situation has become so serious in just a few days?" He said seriously, "Let me go in and see Grandpa, I have a way to cure him." Zhang Huilan curled her lips and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think you have medical skills? I don't think you want to save the old man, you clearly want to harm him." Hearing this, Han Ruayun behind Yi Tiance said unhappily, "Hey! How can you talk like that, old woman? How can Yi Tiance not know medical skills? I just cured Grandpa Lin's illness at the first hospital in Lin City, don't you know?" Zhang Huilan's eyes twitched when Han Ruayun called her an old woman, but she didn't dare to retort. After all, the other party is Han Tianjing's only daughter. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and looked at Han Ruayun. He was actually entangled with Yi Tiance again. She felt an inexplicable resistance and said coldly, "Miss Han, I have already asked a miracle doctor to treat Grandpa. I don't need the so-called doctor you mentioned to treat him. Thank you. Please go back to where you came from and don't disturb my grandfather's rest." But just finished. Wu Xingye walked quickly from the other end of the corridor. He said with dissatisfaction on his face, "Boss Xiao, I finally asked Dr. Yi to treat the Xiao family master. Why did you drive him away? Today, you must give Wu an explanation." Xiao Qingcheng looked surprised. "Dean Wu, is he the miracle doctor you hired for me?" Wu Xingye said seriously, "Yes, he is the divine Dr. Yi that I mentioned at the beginning. It was he who cured Mr. Lin. I had a hard time inviting him here. Why don't you treat him with courtesy, but instead drive him away?" Chapter 68. If you can cure Grandpa, I will kneel down and apologize. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking to the extreme. Xiao Qingchang was stunned. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, were stunned. The rest of Xiao family's relatives and friends were also stunned. The miracle doctor they have been thinking about these past few days is actually Yi Tiance, who was kicked out of the house by them? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Earlier, after the Ji family birthday banquet ended, when she called Wu Xingye, she heard Dean Wu talking about Dr. Yi. She just had a sudden inspiration and had a guess, could Yi Tiance be that doctor? But soon, this idea was denied by her. So it really was him?
Zhang Huilan subconsciously shook her head and said, impossible.
This is impossible. Dean Wu, are you mistaken?
Yi Tiance has been living in our house for 3 years and has been kicked out of our Shiao family.
How can he be a miracle doctor? Wu Xingye's pupil shrank. The son-in-law who was kicked out.
After a long fuss, he finally realized that Yi Tiance was kicked out by the Shiao family.
Good job. It seems like I meant well but ended up doing something bad.
He said to Yi Tiance awkwardly, Dr. Yi, this matter is my fault for not thinking it through.
I didn't know the relationship between you two. I'm really sorry.
Yi Tiance waved his hand and said, it's okay, Dean Wu, you don't have to apologize. He also didn't expect that the patient introduced by Wu Xingye was actually Grandpa Xiao Hongming.
What a coincidence. Xiaonan taunted, Mr. Yi, can you stop pretending?
I don't care what tricks you used to deceive Dean Wu.
Anyway, we don't believe that you have medical skills.
The rest of the Xiao family nodded as well.
Wu Xingye said seriously, do you have any misunderstandings about divine Dr. Yi?
His medical skills are the best I have ever seen in my life.
Only he can cure Patriarch Xiao.
Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, President Wu, I, Xiao Qingcheng, trust you, so I asked you to find a miracle doctor, but this result really disappoints me. I have been married to Yi Tiance for 3 years, and I know exactly what he is capable of.
You must have been deceived by him.
Although Han Ruayun and Wu Xingye both said that Yi Tiance was skilled in medicine and was a miracle doctor. But Xiao Qingcheng still remained skeptical.
In her opinion, if Yi Tiance knew medical skills, why had he never shown them in the 3 years of their marriage?
Yi Tiance must have used some means to deceive Han Ruayun and Wu Xingye. Wu Xingye was so angry that he kept shaking his head, your family, ah.
Han Ruayun even rolled his eyes.
I couldn't help but complain to Yi Tiance, you have worked so hard these past 3 years, meeting such a weird family? Then she reminded him, why don't you just go?
We can't stand this anger. Can I take you out to have something exciting? Normally, Yi Tiance might joke with Han Ruayun and ask her what exciting thing she wants to play. Isn't the most exciting thing hidden under your e-cup?
But today is different. The person in critical condition in the ward is Xiao Hongming. The old man has always trusted and taken care of him sincerely, and he is also one of the people Yi Tiance respects the most.
So Yi Tiance will never sit idly by. Sudden.
He seemed to sense something.
The pupils suddenly shrank.
He said to Xiao Qingcheng seriously, Grandpa is in a very bad condition, let me in quickly, otherwise his life will be in danger. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan looked at each other.
He said unhappily, when we came out just now, the old man was still in a stable condition, and there was a nurse looking after him. How could his life be in danger? Shut up, you crow-mouth. Xiao Qingcheng said disappointedly, Yi Tiance, when will you be more mature?
Using this little trick to attract my attention will not only not make me regret and file for divorce, but will make me hate it even more. But the words were not finished yet.
Suddenly, the alarm rang in the ward behind me.
Then a nurse rushed out of the ward.
It's bad. It's bad.
Patriarch Xiao's health condition has suddenly deteriorated, and all his vital signs have dropped sharply.
It's very bad. Boom. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Is it true what Yi Tiance said?
Han Ruayun said sarcastically, if you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer the consequences.
Some people even said that they used tricks to attract my attention. TSK, they really know how to add drama to themselves.
Xiao Qingcheng blushed. She knew that the other party was pointing at her. But she didn't have time to worry about these things right now. He immediately turned around and took everyone from the Xiao family into the ward.
Dean Wu asked, Dr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Tiance said, let's go in too. Everyone entered the ward. Xiao Hongming lying on the hospital bed looked haggard and his breathing was very weak.
The indicators of various medical equipment and instruments are indicating that the old man's condition is very serious.
Xiao Qingcheng asked anxiously, Dean Wu, didn't you say that my grandfather could hold on for a few more days? Why did he suddenly get worse?
Wu Xingye said solemnly, after all, Patriarch Xiao is old, and his condition is not easy to control. It is normal for his condition to deteriorate suddenly. In short, the situation is very grim now.
If he cannot get effective treatment within an hour, I am afraid. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and she was at a loss. Zhang Huilan reminded her, my daughter, didn't you buy a bottle of magic water from Tawist Gong? Tawist Gong said that when the disease breaks out, you should take it immediately. The medicine will cure the disease. Hurry up and give it to your grandfather. Xiao Qingqing suddenly realized, yes. I almost forgot. She quickly took out the glass bottle, opened the cap and was about to give it to Xiao Hongming. Yi Tian suddenly spoke up to stop him. Wait. Xiao Qingqing frowned, what's wrong? Yi Tian took the talisman water, opened the lid, smelled it and asked, did you buy this from Tawist Gong? Zhang Huilan glared at him, what do you care? I spent 1 million to buy this. It's said to cure all diseases. If it spills, you can't afford to pay for it. He snatched it back from Yi Tian's hand again. Yi Tian's reminded seriously, this is just the ashes of burnt yellow paper mixed with water. It has no medical effect at all. Zhang Huilan obviously didn't believe it. She scolded him, you know nothing. Tawist Gongsuan's reputation is well known in Jiangnan City. How could you question it? Xiaonan also said, that's right. We watched Tawist Gongsun bring young Master Ji back to life. His medical skills are superb. His magic water must be effective. Sister, don't listen to him, give it to Grandpa quickly, don't delay the important matter. Xiao Qingqing nodded, took the talisman water and poured it into Xiao Hongming's mouth. This time Yi Tian's did not stop him. On the one hand, even if they stopped him, Xiao Qingqing and others would not trust him. On the other hand, he checked the talisman water and found that although it couldn't cure any disease, it was not harmful to the body. Just let them try. Some people are destined to turn back only after they hit a wall. Xiao Qingqing gave the talisman water to Xiao Hongming to drink. It was only about 2 or 3 minutes later. Not only did Xiao Hongming not show any signs of recovery, but various consolidation indicators continued to deteriorate. How could this not work? Xiao Qingqing's face changed. Not only her, Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan were also sweating profusely and were very panicked. The talisman water I spent 1 million on has no effect. What should I do? Han Ruayun said sarcastically, I've already said that Tawist Gongsun is a liar. You insist on believing in his medical skills. Are you dumbfounded? The Xiao family looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected that Tawist Gongsuan's talisman water was so useless. At this time, Yi Tian stepped forward and said, everyone, get out of the way. I'll come and treat Grandpa. Chapter 69. Do you have anything else to say? Zhang Huilan stood in front of him and scolded, even Tawist Gongsuan's magic water doesn't work, what can you cure? Stop making trouble. Han Ruayun curled his lips and said, humph. I think you are afraid that Yi Tian will cure the old man and slap you in the face, right? So you dare not let him cure you? Zhang Huilan blared and said, nonsense, what do I have to be afraid of? I'll treat him. I want to see if this loser has any medical skills. I'll see who he will slap in the face. As he said that, he made way for Yi Tian. Xiao Qingqing and Xiaonan also gave up their seats. After all, at this point, there seems to be no other way. However, Xiaonan still mocked him, if you can cure Grandpa, I will kneel down and apologize to you. Yi Tian said coldly, remember what you said now, don't deny it later. He asked Wu Xingye for the silver needle. Quickly pierced into the acupuncture points on Xiao Hongming's body. Tanzhong Point, Tianqi Point, Zhengwan Point. In one breath. A total of 18 silver needles were used. Xiaonan frowned and said, Mr. Yi, do you know any medical skills? You put so many needles in Grandpa's body. Do you want to kill him? Zhang Huilan said with a stern face, the old man was about to die. Do you have any conscience to treat him like this? The rest of Zhao's relatives and friends also complained. Xiao Qingqing did not speak, but her eyes were fixed on Xiao Hongming, unable to hide her worry. Yi Tian turned a deaf ear to the complaints of Xiao family's relatives and friends. He ordered Wu Xingye, please, Dean Wu, prop Grandpa's mouth open. Good. Wu Xingye hurriedly did as he was told, and at the same time quietly observed Yi Tian, wondering what he was going to do to save Xiao Hongming. Yi Tian took out wild ginseng from the box he carried with him. He raised it with his left hand and placed it more than 3 inches above Xiao Hongming's mouth. Grasp the main root of the wild ginseng with your right hand and activate the hidden power. As the dark energy was injected into the wild ginseng, the most essential part inside the ginseng was stimulated by the dark energy and began to slowly overflow along the roots of the ginseng. Looking closely, the essence is shaped like a water droplet, golden in color, and exuding vitality in all directions. See it.
Wu Xingye's face flushed, and he couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly, This is actually the essence of ginseng, my god.
Han Ruayun asked in confusion, President Wu, what is ginseng essence?
Dean Wu explained, as the name suggests, ginseng essence is the liquid formed by the most essential part of ginseng, but the extraction process of this essence is very difficult and extremely rare. Therefore, most people who use ginseng choose to take it directly or crush it before taking it. However, a lot of nutrients and essence are actually lost, and the effect is much worse than taking ginseng essence directly. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and I have seen ginseng essence only a few times with my own eyes, but I never expected to see it again today.
I didn't expect that the way Dr. Yi extracted the essence was so ordinary. It's totally unheard of. Hearing this,
Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and stared at Yi Tiance intently.
Could it be that he really knows medical skills? Xiao Nan, who was standing by, said disdainfully, TSK. What ginseng essence? Is it really that magical?
Dean Wu said seriously, of course. Normally, a wild ginseng can only accumulate 1 drop of essence every 100 years.
Each drop has the effect of strengthening the body and restoring life.
If Master Xiao takes 1 drop of ginseng essence, this disease can be cured for the most part. Xiao Nan rolled his eyes, obviously still not believing it.
More than half a minute later,
at the bottom of the wild ginseng taproot, a drop of complete ginseng essence is finally formed.
Affected by gravity, it fell into Xiao Hongming's mouth.
Then came the second drop, and the third drop.
Wait for 3 drops.
At this moment, the wild ginseng seemed to have lost all its spiritual energy. It began to wither and collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming dry and indistinguishable from a dead branch.
Yi Tiance threw it into the trash can. Next,
he flicked the tails of all the silver needles with his fingers.
It's like playing the piano poetically, so elegant.
The 18 silver needles trembled slightly, stimulating the rapid and full absorption of the ginseng essence into the body. In fact, it is the most critical step in the treatment process. In this world, the only person who can do this, besides his master, is Yi Tiance.
About 3 minutes later,
Yi Tiance then stopped and skillfully removed all the silver needles.
He took a deep breath and said, It's done. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Xiao Qingqing asked, Is that it, finished? Yi Tiance nodded.
Xiao Nan angrily said, Mr. Yi, do you take us for fools?
It's cured now? How is it cured?
Zhang Huilan also scolded, You've been gesturing for a long time, but the old man still hasn't woken up.
Is this the end of the matter?
The rest of the Xiao family's relatives and friends also talked about it, thinking that Yi Tiance was playing tricks on them.
Xiao Qingqing's face was gloomy. Disappointed, Grandpa took such good care of you, but you used such a ridiculous trick to treat him? You are humiliating and blaspheming Grandpa.
Before I lose my temper, get out of my sight immediately.
I don't want to see you again. However, the words had just fallen.
On the hospital bed, Xiao Hongming, who was almost dying, suddenly started coughing. The data indicators of various medical devices at the bedside are also returning to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Just half a minute later,
Xiao Hongming slowly opened his eyes.
This?
All the Xiao family members present were stunned.
Old man, he was actually cured? Is this not a dream? Everyone looked at Yi Tiance.
At this moment, their expressions were so unbelievable.
Of course, along with the shock, there was also unstoppable embarrassment. After all, Yi Tiance, who had been ridiculed, despised, and distrusted by them before, turned out to be a miracle doctor.
On the contrary, they all became clowns who were slapped in the face, which is extremely ridiculous.
Xiao Hongming asked, I am still alive. Who saved me?
The person who saved you is actually. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at each other, hesitating, and no one was too embarrassed to speak.
Instead, I felt more confident immediately. She raised her chin and pointed at Xiao Qingqing and everyone in the Xiao family. Humph.
I told you that Yi Tiance is truly a miracle doctor, but you just didn't believe me and tried to stop him from treating patients.
What can you say now? She pointed at Xiao Nan and said, Hey. Didn't you just say that as long as Yi Tiance can cure the old man, you will kneel down and apologize? Come on, start your performance. Xiao Nan shrank his neck and didn't dare to fart. Wu Xingye also shook his head and said, Alas.
I have tried my best to remind you, but you just don't believe me.
Now it can be proved that I was not wrong, and Dr. Yi did not lie, right? You are all hopeless.
Everyone in the Shiao family blushed. Even at this moment, they still couldn't understand how Yi Tiance, who had been living off the Shiao family for 3 years and had never displayed any medical skills, could suddenly become a miracle doctor?
This is fucking unscientific.
Xiao Qingqing's face was burning. She recalled the situation at the door just now when she had questioned and denied Yi Tiance, and she felt so embarrassed that she tapped her toes on the ground. What made her even more upset was that she found out that since she filed for divorce with Yi Tiance, in just a few days, the other party showed an excellent side that he had never shown in the past 3 years. Martial arts, calligraphy, medicine, etc. How could I still be the good-for-nothing trash she described me as? It was her instead. I have been defeated time and again, and nothing has gone smoothly. At this time, Xiao Hongming also understood who saved him. He couldn't help but said excitedly, Tian So, it turned out that you saved Grandpa. Grandpa was not wrong about you, you are really excellent. Ahem. In his excitement, he couldn't help coughing. There is relief in his eyes. Yi Tian stepped forward, gently patted Xiao Hongming on the back and said, Grandpa, you have just recovered, don't get excited, or you will hurt yourself again.
Xiao Hongming nodded.
Turning around, he was furious and scolded Xiao Qingcheng. I have already said that Tiansu was a child of destiny and a man of great fortune. You insist on having your own opinion and refuse to listen to my advice.
What else do you have to say now?
Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, her eyes trembling slightly, unable to refute. Xiao Hongming then sternly rebuked Zhang Huilan and the rest of the Xiao family.
And you? You all look decent, but you are actually blind.
I order you to make a formal apology to Tiansu immediately. Anyone who doesn't do so will be expelled from the Xiao family immediately.
Boom. Everyone's face changed drastically and their lips turned pale with fear. But at this time,
a sudden voice sounded outside the door, Master Xiao, don't rush to judge. In fact, the person who saved you was not Yi Tiance at all, but someone else.
Yi Tiance was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse, it was completely a coincidence. Chapter 70. Are you here to take credit again?
Everyone turned to look at the door.
Only 2 people walked into the ward. They are Ji Budwan and Tawist Gong. The person who just spoke was Ji Budwan. Han Ruayun pouted and said, Hey! What do you mean by that?
It was clearly Yi Tiance who treated the patient just now, but you said it was someone else.
Who is he?
Ji Budwan said proudly, far away in the sky and yet close at hand, that person is Tawist Gong.
Wow. This sentence is like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. Zhao's relatives and friends expressed doubts. Master Ji, you must be kidding. Tawist Gong has never stepped into the ward. How could he have cured the master's illness? That's right. We saw with our own eyes that Yi Tiance used ginseng and silver needles to cure the old man's illness.
Xiao Qingcheng frowned slightly. Although she couldn't fully accept that Yi Tiance was a miracle doctor, she couldn't understand what Tawist Gong had to do with her grandfather's recovery.
Han Ruayun directly confronted Tawist Gong. Hey! Can you stop lying, you old bastard?
Yi Tiance grabbed her and said calmly, Don't get excited yet, listen to what he says.
He wanted to see what this old Taoist priest was up to. Facing everyone's questioning expressions, Tawist Gong smiled and said, Please be patient, everyone. I will ask you a question first. Mr. Xiao, has the bottle of talisman water that I gave you been taken by the head of the Xiao family? Xiao Qingcheng nodded. Grandpa took it when he just got sick.
A hint of joy flashed in Tawist Gongsuan's eyes.
That's right. Patriarch Xiao took my magic water first, which cured his illness.
As for that young man named Yi, his so-called ginseng and acupuncture were totally useless.
He just happened to wake Patriarch Xiao up by chance.
Xiao Qingcheng immediately shook her head and said, Impossible.
When I used the potion on Grandpa, it didn't work at all. Zhang Huilan also said, Master, I saw this with my own eyes, there won't be any misunderstanding, right?
Tawist Gong calmly explained, You all don't know that it takes some time for my magic water to take effect after it is taken. Even if that kid's surname Ji hadn't come to treat him, you just needed to be patient for a while, and Patriarch Xiao would have recovered.
This.
Everyone looked at each other. I feel like this sentence seems to make some sense, but it also seems to make no sense.
Tawist Gong continued, Everyone, what I said is true.
I can vouch for this with my reputation in Jiangnan City for decades.
Ji Budwan also said, I am also willing to vouch for Tawist Gong.
My brother was just brought back to life by Tawist Gong not long ago. Xingcheng and Aunt Zhang have all seen this scene with their own eyes.
It cannot be fake. I don't understand, you don't believe the Taoist priest, but instead believe Yi Tiance who has never demonstrated his medical skills?
These words were still agreed by Zhao's relatives and friends.
That makes sense.
I still trust Tawist Gongsuan's medical skills more. It must be the magic water that has taken effect, otherwise the Taoist priest wouldn't sell it for 1 million.
Zhang Huilan suddenly realized, so that's how it is.
I was almost fooled by that ungrateful guy.
I knew he was a gigolo, how could he treat illnesses? Public opinion suddenly reversed. Han Ruayun frowned and complained, hey! Do you really believe what that old bastard said? He is a liar. Xiaonan pouted and said, ha!
In my opinion, Yi Tiance is a liar. He has been cheating our Shiao family for 3 years.
Xiao's relatives and friends burst into laughter.
Although Xiao Qingcheng did not express her opinion, she was more inclined to believe Tawist Gongsun.
You don't know what's good for you. Han Ruayun was so angry that her E-cup size went up and down. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a weird family. It's really hard for Yi Tiance to be a son-in-law in his family for 3 years. On the other hand, Tawist Gongsun and Ji Buduan both had comfortable expressions on their faces. They feel great as long as they see Yi Tiance suffer a defeat. Bang!
Suddenly, there was a dull sound of slapping the bed.
Everyone turned their heads.
Xiao Hongming said with a sullen face, bullshit.
I know my physical condition best. It was obviously Tiansu who saved me. What does it have to do with Fu Shui? He glanced at Ji Buduan and Tawist Gongsun impatiently, frowned and said, I see they are both upset, send them away. Ji Buduan and Tawist Gongsun's faces changed. Wow, is this old man so fierce? No face at all? Xiaonan hurriedly advised, Grandpa, what are you talking about? In my opinion, this is the effect of Tawist Gongsuan's magic water. If you drive him away, won't people say that our Shiao family doesn't know how to repay kindness?
Zhang Huilan also said, Dad, everyone knows that you believe in Yi Tiance, but everyone knows that Tawist Gongsun is a superb doctor.
You can't not believe what he says, right?
Xiao Qingcheng said, there is no definite evidence now, who saved you?
This. Xiao Hongming frowned, looking embarrassed.
Emotionally speaking, he trusted Yi Tiance 100%, but objectively speaking, Tawist Gongsun had a good reputation, and it was difficult to deny him without solid evidence.
Just at this moment, Tawist Gongsun said, I have a way to prove who cured Patriarch Xiao. Everyone looked at Tawist Gongsun. Xiao Qingcheng asked, Master, what solution do you have? Tawist Gongsun stroked his beard and said in an unfathomable manner, it's very simple.
I want to compete with this young man named Yi in medical skills. The winner will be the one who cures the Shiao family master.
What do you think? Hearing this, everyone in the Shiao family nodded. This is indeed a good idea. Xiaonan sneered, Mr. Yi, did you hear what the Taoist said? Do you dare to compete in medical skills? Yi Tiance said calmly, why not? I wonder how that old bastard wants to compete.
Tawist Gongsuan's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said, if you want to compete with us, let's make it more exciting.
Yi Tiance, do you dare to compete with me in poison? Drug fight?
The Shiao family and others looked at each other, not knowing what it meant.
Han Ruayun asked Wu Xingye, Dean, what does this drug fight mean?
Wu Xingye explained with a serious expression, in the TCM circle, there are many ways to compete in medical skills, such as acupuncture, medicine preparation, and the most basic observation, smelling, questioning, and palpation, etc., all of which can be competed.
Among all competitions, one of the oldest and most terrifying is the poison fight.
The so-called poison fight has a very simple process. 2 Chinese medicine practitioners each prepare a poison for the other to take, and then both sides try their best to detoxify themselves within the specified time.
The person who successfully detoxifies first wins.
After a battle of poison, at best both of them will be safe and sound, at worst both of them will not be able to detoxify and both will die suddenly. The risk is extremely high, and for this reason, this kind of competition is also prohibited.
Call. Everyone present gasped.
My goodness, this fight with poison is not just a competition, it's a fight to the death.
Tawist Gongsun said coldly, do you dare to accept the poison battle I proposed? If not, just admit defeat now, it's not shameful.
Ji Buduan took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and said, although this kid is usually very pretentious, he is more cowardly than anyone else when faced with danger.
How could he dare to take it? What kind of medical skills are you talking about? That's bullshit. Xiaonan and Zhang Huilan also looked sarcastic and did not think that Yi Tiance had the courage to take on the drug fight. Yi Tiance sneered, Master, since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish today. I will accept the poison fighting contest. Chapter 71, Fighting Against Drugs. Hearing Yi Tiance's words, Han Ruayun's face changed slightly, and he quickly reminded him, why did you agree to fight him? This old bastard has a lot of bad intentions, and he's obviously plotting against you. Wu Xingyi also said seriously, Dr. Yi, this poison fight is forbidden. You don't have to agree to it. You can try a safer fight. Faced with the two people's kind reminders, Yi Tiance smiled confidently and said, I know what I'm doing. Besides, if we were to compete in another way, that old bastard wouldn't admit defeat even if he lost. This old bastard has stolen the credit from him many times before. He is simply shameless. Yi Tiance doesn't mind teaching him a lesson today. A hint of coldness flashed across Tawist Gongsuan's eyes. You little brat is really good at talking. I hope you won't kneel down and beg me for a cure after you get poisoned. Yi Tiance smiled and said, same here. Xiao Hongming asked worriedly, Tiansu, are you sure you are sure? Yi Tiance nodded seriously. Xiao Hongming didn't say anything more. In his heart, he still believed in Yi Tiance. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both had gloating expressions on their faces, and they hoped that Yi Tiance would be poisoned and die in the poison competition later. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip. She actually wanted to remind Yi Tiance not to agree to the drug fight, but she guessed that Yi Tiance would not listen to her even if she told him. Alas, let's just leave it to fate. Tawist Gongsun said, then let's not waste time talking and start now. Dean Wu, please lead the way and take us to the hospital's pharmacy. Wu Xingye nodded, everyone wait here, I will take Dr. Yi and the Taoist priest to the medicine store to prepare the poison, I will be back soon. Then he took the two of them to the hospital's Chinese herbal medicine store. There is a wide variety of Chinese medicinal materials on the cabinet, with more than 300 kinds. The process of preparing the poison is simple and there is no need to use fire to decoct the medicine. Just crush the herbs and add some warm water to make it. Yi Tiance and Tawist Gongsun selected the herbs they needed, while Wu Xingye watched from the side. When Wu Xingye discovered that Yi Tiance had come in, he casually selected 6 or 7 kinds of medicinal herbs and casually prepared a bowl of brown poison, which looked similar to the brewed 999 cold medicine. It doesn't look like it's poisonous. Yi Tiance took a sip and said, it tastes good, quite sweet. Wu Xingye was stunned, Dr. Yi, is this the end? It doesn't look like poison to me. Yi Tiance smiled and said, these are enough to deal with him. This. Wu Xingye didn't understand the situation. You know, many people, in order to win the poison fighting competition, would like to add all kinds of poisonous herbs into the mixture. The more types, the better, and the more toxic, the better, for fear that others can easily detoxify them. Yi Tiance just randomly picked 6 or 7 kinds of herbs, all of which looked like basic and non-toxic. Would it work? On the other hand, let us look at Tawist Gongsun. All kinds of herbs like heartbreak grass, dried toad, thunder god vine, and white aconite were added in. Together with the ones he didn't see, there were estimated to be at least more than 30 kinds, all of which were highly poisonous herbs. After a moment, Tawist Gongsun also prepared a bowl of poison, which was a scarlet viscous liquid that made people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. After preparing the poison, several people returned to the ward. Everyone in the ward saw the poisons prepared by Yi Tiance and Tawist Gongsun respectively. Although they did not understand Chinese medicine, they could easily tell from the appearance of the poison that Tawist Gongsuan's poison was obviously more toxic. On the other hand, why does Yi Tiance look like he has no poison at all? Ji Budwan couldn't help but sneer, I told you that Yi Tiance doesn't know any medical skills. He can't even make poison. It's obvious that his so-called medical skills are just something some people brag about. Han Ruayun whispered, is your poison poisonous? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, it's not poisonous, and drinking it is good for your health. Han Ruayun was so angry that his e-cup rose and fell. He glared and said, no poison? Then you are doomed to fail, right? Yi Tiance smiled confidently and said, just watch it as you like. At this time, Tawist Gongsun said, let's not waste any more time talking and get started now. Yi Tiance said, no problem. After saying, the two men each picked up the poison prepared by the other and took a big sip. Wu Xingye said, next, each of you should use your own methods to detoxify. Tawist Gong took out a black pill from his arms and said proudly, "This is the detoxification pill I made. It can cure all kinds of poisons. Your little tricks can't faze me at all." Having said that, he swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone around was in a trance. Wow, this Tawist Gong actually prepared the antidote pill a long time ago. No wonder he proposed the poison fight as a form of competition. It turned out that all this was part of his plan. So insidious. Tawist Gong had a hint of pride in his eyes, thinking, "You idiots, have just discovered this? You are so naive." He is destined to win this drug fight today. He glanced at Yeans and found that Yeans had not detoxified, but was standing there motionless, as if nothing had happened. He taunted coldly, "Boy, why don't you detoxify? Or is there no way to detoxify it at all?" Yeans smiled faintly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? The best part is yet to come." Ji Budwan sneered, "Ha, what fun is coming? I think you just don't know how to detoxify, you are just holding on." Ji's relatives and friends burst into laughter. "I don't believe that Yeans can detoxify." A hint of sadness flashed across Xiao Qingqing's eyes. As expected, he is not a miracle doctor at all, and he is still as disappointing as ever. Only Han Ruayun, Xiao Hongming, and Wu Xingye were worried about Yeans. A minute passed like this. Tawist Gong stroked his beard and said proudly, "My poison should be taking effect soon. It's not too late for you to kneel down and admit defeat. Otherwise." As he was speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The whole audience was shocked and their eyes widened. "Oh shit, what is going on?" Tawist Gong covered his stomach, his face turned blue, his lips were pale, and he couldn't believe it. "I clearly took the 100 poison pill, how come I was poisoned?" Yeans smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, the poison I prepared is not poisonous at all, and it is good for your body." Wow. Everyone was shocked. What? The poison you prepared is not poisonous at all? Then how did Tawist Gong get poisoned? Yeans explained, "Although it is not poisonous, the medicinal ingredients in it will become highly toxic if they are broken down. In other words, this old bastard took the detoxification pill, causing the Chinese medicine I prepared to become a highly toxic drug, and it is out of control. In the final analysis, it's all his fault for being clever, and he deserves it." Boom. Tawist Gong was struck by lightning. He had never expected that his detoxification pill would be used to take advantage of it. Everyone else present was also shocked. Yeans had a calm expression and asked, "Are you admitting defeat now?" Tawist Gong gritted his teeth and said with all his might, "I will not admit defeat, because you have also taken my poison, and it is still uncertain who will win in the end." What Tawist Gong didn't expect was that Yeans not only smiled indifferently. Instead, he leisurely picked up the poison prepared by Tawist Gong and took another gulp. There's nothing unusual about him. This scene frightened Tawist Gong so much that his eyes almost popped out of his head, as if he had seen a ghost. Wait. Why are you okay? Chapter 72 Qingcheng, take back your decision to divorce. This is not only the question of Tawist Gong, but also the question of everyone else present. Wu Xingye was even more puzzled. He witnessed with his own eyes the entire process of Tawist Gong preparing the poison. If so much poison was taken, it would be enough to kill an elephant. Why is Dr. Yi not hurt at all? Ji Budwan asked anxiously, "Master, is the poison you prepared not poisonous?" Tawist Gong gritted his teeth and said, "This is impossible. You know, he has prepared this poison many times before. If the opponent takes it, he will feel severe pain all over his body and bleed from all 7 orifices immediately. If he does not take his antidote in time, he will surely die. Never failed before. But why doesn't it work on Yeans today?" I saw Tawist Gong had a puzzled expression on his face. Yeans explained, "Don't think too much, because I have already taken the antidote." Impossible. Tawist Gong didn't believe it at all. When did you take the antidote? Why didn't I see it? Everyone was equally confused. Yes, when did you, Yeans, take the antidote? Yeins pointed to the poison he prepared and said with a smile, "I just said that this bowl of poison is not only non-toxic, but also good for the body. The benefit is that it is actually an antidote to all poisons. As long as you take it beforehand, no matter how many toxic Chinese herbs you drink, you can easily detoxify. I drank a sip when it was prepared. Do you understand now?" Everyone suddenly realized and their eyes widened.
Oh my god, it turns out Yi Tians had already prepared the antidote, and the one who was being played around by Tawist Gong. The result of this poison battle is already obvious.
It's actually like this. Poof.
Tawist Gong spat out another large mouthful of blood, then knelt on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain, his hands and feet twitching uncontrollably. He knew that he had lost completely in this drug fight.
I give up, I was wrong. Please save me, please give me the antidote. He pleaded in a painful tone, his nose and tears streaming down in pain. Yi Tians glanced at him.
Although this Tawist Gong left a very bad impression on him, the hatred between the two had not yet reached the point of life and death, not to mention that someone had died on Dean Wu's territory.
It's not easy to explain to others. So Yi Tians said coldly, it's very simple to get the antidote. You just need to answer one question and tell the truth. Tawist Gong endured the severe pain and said, you say. Yi Tians asked, does your magic water really cure diseases as you boast? Although Tawist Gong didn't want to tell the truth, he didn't dare to be clever when it came to life and death.
He could only lower his head and answer, the magic water is just a mixture of burnt yellow paper powder and mineral water. It has no effect on curing any disease.
Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. What? The magic water I spent 1 million on has no effect? We were all cheated. It turns out that Yi Tians cured the old man's illness. We have wronged him.
At this moment, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan's faces were flushed, as if they had been slapped several times, and they were burning. Xiao Qingchang was not much better. Her eyes were dazed and she bit her lips slightly, her heart full of regret and self-blame.
After all the fuss, she wronged Yi Tians again. Tawist Gong cried, I have told you the truth. Could you please give me the antidote? Yi Tians smiled and said, antidote? Didn't you prepare it for yourself a long time ago? He pointed to the bowl of red poison that Tawist Gong had prepared. Tawist Gongsun's scalp tingled, don't be ridiculous, this bowl of medicine is highly poisonous. If I drink it, it will be poison on top of poison. I will be completely hopeless. Yi Tians said calmly, don't worry, Chinese medicine emphasizes mutual promotion and mutual restraint. The poison you prepared will not add poison to poison after taking it, but will instead fight poison with poison. Of course, if you don't believe it, then forget it. Tawist Gong hesitated for a moment, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, he grabbed the bowl of red poison and drank it all. It's strange. As soon as I drank it, the severe pain in my stomach disappeared and the trembling in my hands and feet also quickly disappeared. In just over half a minute, everything returned to normal. Simply magical. I am actually getting better. Phew, I almost lost my life. Tawist Gong got up from the ground and said excitedly. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. My goodness, even the antidote for Tawist Gong was within Yi Tians' calculations from the beginning? This is really terrible. The most excited person among the people present was Han Ruayun. She stepped forward and patted Yi Tians on the shoulder, saying excitedly, as expected of you. You are so awesome, my trust in you was not in vain. Wu Xingye also said with stars in his eyes, Dr. Yi, your understanding of Chinese herbal medicine is superb. I have nothing but admiration for you. Xiao Hongming nodded with satisfaction and said, good. Tians did a great job. Let those guys who look down on others see what it means to be a child of destiny and what it means to be excellent. This sentence is for the others present to hear. Everyone was extremely embarrassed. This was especially true for Ji Buoduan and Tawist Gong, who knew that staying would only make them more embarrassed, so they left in disgrace without even saying goodbye. At this time, Han Ruayun glanced at the Xiao family and others. He raised his chin, put his hands on his waist and said, who just said that if Yi Tians can cure the Xiao family master's illness, he will kneel down and apologize? Dare to say it but not admit it? After these words were spoken, the Xiao family and others took a step back, leaving only Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan's face was filled with embarrassment as he said, well. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Presumptuous. Xiao Hongming suddenly scolded, a real man should stick to his word. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Tians today, I will kick you out of the Xiao family. Don't. Xiao Nan was so frightened that he shivered and said quickly, I'll do it, isn't it okay to do it? He knelt down in front of Yi Tians with a reluctant look on his face. He lowered his head and said, yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Yi Tians ignored him.
Instead, he clasped his fists towards Xiao Hongming and said, "Grandpa, since your illness has been cured, I will not disturb you anymore and will leave now."
Wait, I have something to say.
Xiao Hongming looked at Xiao Qingcheng and said earnestly, "Qingcheng, you and Tiance have been quarreling enough these days, you should stop it. You should make a formal apology to Tiance now, withdraw your decision to file for divorce, and don't miss out on this outstanding man again."
I.
Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled, and she subconsciously glanced at Yi Tiance.
Yes.
Now this man has indeed become excellent, and even better than she had imagined. In fact, these few days were the darkest and most helpless days in her life. I have also had thoughts of regret. If I take this opportunity to apologize, it would be.
Just as she was struggling to make a decision,
Han Ruayun's sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, "TSK, I remember someone said more than once that they would never regret the decision to divorce. I believe that with her character, she will definitely keep her word, right?"
Chapter 73. A good man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Phew.
When Xiao Qingcheng heard this, she felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife.
Accurate and painful.
She did say this, and she said it more than once.
Han Ruayun continued to be sarcastic. "It doesn't matter if you regret it. At most, it proves that what I said is right. Some people are overestimating their own abilities in filing for divorce. They are not worthy of her husband at all." Phew.
Xiao Qingcheng felt as if her heart was stabbed again.
Yes. If she admitted her mistake and withdrew her decision to file for divorce from Yi Tiance, it would mean that her decision to file for divorce was a wrong one, and she, Xiao Qingcheng, would become a joke. This is something she is so proud of, she will never accept it no matter what. What's more, even if Yi Tiance became excellent after filing for divorce, he was still far from being someone she could look up to. Why should she regret it? Why should I apologize? Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath, regained her cold and unconvinced expression, and said, "Ms. Han, who told you that I regretted it?" "I, Xiao Qingcheng, put my words here. No matter how outstanding Yi Tiance becomes, I will never regret my decision to file for divorce, let alone apologize to him." Hearing this, a hint of success flashed in Han Ruayun's eyes. He smiled and said, "Then I hope you can keep your word, Mr. Xiao, and don't cry and take it back later." Xiao Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said, "I absolutely won't." Hearing this, Xiao Hongming was furious and said, "Xiao Qingcheng, can you stop messing around? Don't you listen to Grandpa?" Xiao Qingcheng said seriously with red eyes, "I am not kidding, I will prove to you that my decision is correct. Even without Yi Tiance, I can still lead the Xiao family to glory." After saying this, Xiao Qingcheng left the ward angrily. Before leaving, she glared at Yi Tiance with a complicated look. Seeing this, Xiao Hongming sighed, feeling disappointed with his friend. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and said to everyone, "Everyone, could you please step aside for now? I have something to say to Tian Su alone." Everyone in the ward nodded and left. Han Ruayun looked at Yi Tiance with some concern, hesitated for a moment, and left the ward. There were only 2 people left in the ward. Xiao Hongming asked Yi Tiance to sit next to the bed. "Tian Su, what do you think of what Grandpa just said? Tell the truth." After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Tiance replied, "Now I think it's good to be alone." "Well." Xiao Hongming sighed and said, "Qingcheng has been spoiled since she was young. She is arrogant and proud. Once she makes up her mind, even 10 cows can't change her mind. You have suffered a lot in the past 3 years." Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and said nothing. Xiao Hongming continued, "Your grandfather Yi Xuanying is my sworn brother. We have a lifelong friendship. In my eyes, you are no different from my own grandson. Grandpa doesn't want you to suffer any injustice." He seemed to have made a decision and said, "If you feel that being alone is good now, Grandpa will not put pressure on you to get back together with Qingcheng. After all, love is a matter between the 2 of you. As an old man, interfering too much will be counterproductive." Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa." Xiao Hongming smiled and said, "To be honest, Grandpa thinks that girl from the Han family is pretty good. She is pretty and smart, knows right from wrong, and trusts you. Although Grandpa doesn't know what your relationship is with her, if you think she is pretty good, you can accept her." Yi Tiance smiled awkwardly and said, "Grandpa, she and I are just friends." He. Xiao Hongming smiled and said with a slightly serious expression, "But Grandpa still has something I want to ask of you." Yi Tiance said, "You are too polite, just speak up."
Xiao Hongming said, I mean, if one day in the future, Qingqing really knows that she is wrong and sincerely apologizes to you to win you back, Grandpa hopes that you can give her a chance, please.
Yi Tiance was stunned.
If it was something else, he would agree without hesitation.
But this is really. He took a deep breath and said, Grandpa, I'm afraid I can't give you an accurate answer. I can only say that I will think about it carefully. That's enough.
Xiao Hongming smiled with relief and said, but during this period, if there are other good girls, you can date them.
Even though Grandpa is Qingqing's grandpa, I won't say no. On the contrary, I will support you. Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment and asked, why? Xiao Hongming smiled and said, from ancient times to the present, a good man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You deserve it. Moreover, only when more and better women surround you, will Qingqing's arrogant nature gradually realize what kind of excellent man she has lost. Okay, Grandpa, I won't say much. Go ahead and do your work. Just remember to talk to Grandpa when you have time. Yi Tiance nodded seriously and said, I will.
You have just recovered. It is best for you to stay in the hospital for another week before being discharged.
Yi Tiance stood up and left the ward.
Seeing the Xiao family members at the door, and Xiao Qingcheng with red eyes and a cold and arrogant look on her face. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Xiao Qingcheng's eyes. She had a hunch that Yi Tiance seemed to have something to say to her.
As expected, Yi Tiance hesitated and said calmly, Mr. Xiao, don't forget your decision to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate tomorrow.
Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes were lonely, and she was stunned for 5 or 6 seconds before she nodded stiffly.
Yi Tiance turned around and left.
Han Ruayun and Wu Xingye followed closely behind.
Watching Yi Tiance's back gradually walking away.
Xiao Qingcheng just felt empty in her heart.
Just now, she was still fantasizing in her mind that if Yi Tiance was kept by her grandfather and persuaded to agree to resume the marriage, would Yi Tiance agree and take the initiative to apologize to her? If his attitude was sincere enough, perhaps she would forgive Yi Tiance and they would reconcile. But this is the result.
Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips tightly.
Is it true that he doesn't have me in his heart anymore?
Just as she was daydreaming, Xiao Hongming's voice rang out in the ward, Qingcheng, come in, Grandpa has something to tell you.
Oh.
Xiao Qingcheng walked into the ward with red eyes.
Xiao Hongming sighed and said, why do you have to be so stubborn and make things difficult for yourself? Xiao Qingcheng pretended to be indifferent and said, what's so hard to get over?
Xiao Hongming said helplessly, if you continue like this, Tiance will be snatched away by the little girl from the Han family sooner or later. Her vision is much better than yours. Xiao Qingcheng curled her lips and said, humph.
Just take it away if you want, I don't care.
When mentioning Han Ruayun, Xiao Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of anger in her heart. She said sourly, it just means that she has special preferences and is willing to play with Yi Tiance, but it doesn't mean that other outstanding women will be attracted to Yi Tiance. I don't believe that apart from me, other outstanding women are willing to revolve around him.
He, Yi Tiance, can get the attention of the whole world and is someone that I, Xiao Qingcheng, look up to from afar. Who knows? Xiao Hongming shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying seriously, why don't we make a bet?
If that day really comes, it will prove that you have misjudged someone. Then you can apologize to Yi Tiance and ask for forgiveness.
Can you do it? Xiao Qingcheng didn't even think about it and said angrily, humph.
If that day really comes, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will kneel every 3 steps and buckle every 9 steps to apologize to Yi Tiance.
It's no problem.
Even if he is surrounded by a group of beauties and I am allowed to be his mistress without any status, I am willing to do it.
I said this out of spite. But she didn't think that such an outrageous thing would happen to Yi Tiance. Instead, she believed that with her own efforts and strength, she would leave Yi Tiance far behind. Make yourself an existence beyond his reach. Chapter 74. Are you really kept by a rich woman?
In front of the first hospital. Wu Xingye apologized, Dr. Yi, I'm so sorry.
I asked you to treat me, but it turned out like this. Yi Tiance smiled and said, President Wu, you are worrying too much. You didn't do it on purpose.
Although some minor incidents occurred, the result was enough to cure Xiao Hongming. Wu Xingye nodded and said, then Divine Dr. Yi, I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I will send you here and ask you for medical advice another day.
After Wu Xingye left, Han Ruayun patted Yi Tiance on the shoulder and said, you are really good.
You can withstand the pressure from the head of the Xiao family and continue to divorce Xiao Qingcheng.
Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa didn't put any pressure on me. It's just inappropriate for me to divorce Xiao Qingcheng. Han Ruayun seemed very happy to hear this answer. You're right. Xiao Qingcheng is only a C-cup. She's extremely vicious and not worthy of you. You deserve better. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and smiled, then could you please recommend a better one?
Hearing this, Han Ruayun subconsciously patted her E-cup breasts with her hands, causing ripples.
What do you think of this lady?
But after saying this, he immediately realized something was wrong. She clearly remembered that she had said that she would not fulfill her engagement with Yi Tiance, and also said that she had someone she liked.
But you can't slap yourself in the face.
So she quickly changed her words and said, ahem, what I mean is that I will take care of this matter.
Yi Tiance responded absent-mindedly.
Because just now his attention was attracted by Han Ruayun's E-cup that was being slapped and swaying.
No wonder men like big ones, there is indeed a reason for it. Han Ruayun didn't notice Yi Tiance's gaze and asked, by the way, where do you live? Do you want me to drive you home? Yi Tiance was about to answer.
A silver Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the two men. A woman wearing a cheongsam came down from above, with outstanding looks and temperament. She had a charming smile on her face.
Greeted Yi Tiance, Mr. Yi, I finally found you.
Yi Tiance was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of this woman.
This woman has an emotional entanglement with Zhang Nen, god of war Lin Feng. What do you want him to do?
But after all, he had been helped out twice at the birthday party today. So he smiled and greeted, thank you for your help at the birthday party today.
Rong Meiyan smiled charmingly and said, Mr. Yi, you are too polite.
Mr. Yi, your performance today has once again given me enough surprises.
At this moment, Han Ruayun looked at Rong Meiyan and subconsciously became alert.
The woman in front of her is not inferior to her in terms of appearance and figure. Although her cup size is only D, it is bigger than Xiao Qingcheng's. Especially that charming temperament, which has a special appeal even to women.
Her intuition told her that this woman was definitely not ordinary. But how did she know Yi Tiance? What was her relationship with him? Suddenly, Han Ruayun thought about how she seemed to see this woman sitting next to Yi Tiance at the bidding meeting that night. That's right, it's her.
At this moment, Han Ruayun suddenly understood.
Okay.
This lady finds it strange that you, Yi Tiance, did not accept the 20 million I gave you.
Where did you get the 20 million from to bid?
It turns out that all of this was given by this woman.
Think of this. Han Ruayun felt inexplicably unhappy.
On the other hand, Yi Tiance had no idea what Han Ruayun was thinking.
He also smiled politely at Rong Meiyan and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Rong Meiyan smiled softly and said, nothing, I just have two things to give you. Give me something? Yi Tiance was confused. He didn't understand why the other party wanted to give him a gift. Rong Meiyan took out two cards. One is a bank card. One is an invitation card. Rong Meiyan introduced, there is 1.01 million in this bank card. I should have given it to you at the birthday party. I didn't expect you to be asked to leave at the last minute, so I had to come here specifically to find you. As for the other invitation card, please accept it first. I hope you can follow the instructions above and attend on time. She handed two cards to Yi Tiance. He glanced at Han Ruayun thoughtfully and said, I won't bother you two anymore. Goodbye. She turned around, got into the silver Rolls-Royce and drove away. Yi Tiance looked at the cars departing back and scratched the back of his head. I always feel that this woman who suddenly came to me seems to be hiding something. Thinking. Han Ruayun's sarcastic voice sounded beside him, ouch. The beauty has driven away, but someone is still trying to stick his eyes on her. Come to think of it, she has long legs, big breasts, a nice butt, and a pretty face, so how could I bear not to take a second look at her? Yi Tiance was speechless and said, what are you talking about? To be honest, I don't even know her name or what she does. This sentence made Han Ruayun's expression even more abnormal. She gritted her teeth and said, ha. You dare to take money without even knowing his name. Yi Tiance, no wonder people say you like to live off others. Today I have finally seen it. Yi Tiance said helplessly, what do you mean by living off someone? This 1.01 million is actually. Han Ruayun waved her hand and said, I don't want to hear your explanation. In fact, what annoyed her the most was not that Yi Tiance took money from women indiscriminately, but that since you, Yi Tiance, like to take money from women, then why was she rejected when I offered you 20 million? Instead, You just accepted the money given to you by a woman whose name you didn't even know? Isn't this blatant double standard?
3 years ago, you, Yi Tiance, did not fulfill your engagement with me. Instead, you married Xiao Qingqing first.
And now you've done this again.
This made her suspect that Yi Tiance was deliberately targeting her. The more he thought about it, the angrier Han Ruayun became.
Yi Tiance still didn't know what Han Ruayun was thinking. He smiled and said, "If you don't want to explain, then don't explain. By the way, you just said you would drive me back. When are we leaving?" Unexpectedly, Han Ruayun said angrily, "What the hell? Just walk back by yourself. Just leave this sentence." Han Ruayun turned around angrily and walked away quickly. His E-cup breasts almost broke open and popped out. After 2 days of contact, she gradually discovered that Yi Tiance still had many advantages, and was definitely not as useless as the legend said. It even made her feel a lot of favor. But I didn't expect that hooking up with rich women is his nature. This bastard, the lower man. I won't pay any attention to you anymore. Han Ruayun got into her Maserati, stepped on the accelerator and drove away.
Yi Tiance, who stayed where he was, felt confused.
Shaking his head, he said, "This woman's mood changes so quickly, is it her period? Forget it, I'd better stay away from her in the future." He put the bank card in his pocket. He looked at the invitation card carefully again and his pupils shrank. He discovered that this invitation card was actually from a business meeting hosted by Ho Tian Rong Meiyan. How could this woman have such an invitation card? Could it be that her identity is? Chapter 75. I may not be able to get hard again in the future. Yi Tiance made a bold guess. But then he quickly shook his head. Impossible. If she is Rong Meiyan, how could she be Lin Feng's lover as the eldest daughter of the Rong family? Moreover, at today's birthday banquet, Rong Meiyan's personal assistant personally announced that she would not be attending the banquet. And this woman was at the birthday party at the time, so there was obviously a contradiction. It seems that she actually has another identity. Although a little curious. But Yi Tiance didn't think much about it. After all, he had too many things to do. Yi Tiance whispered softly, "Since Han Ruayun is gone, I will find a way to go back." At the same time, on the 6th floor of Jiangnan First Hospital, in a high-end ward. On the hospital bed, Ji Buxia was lying seriously injured and unconscious. Beside the bed stood Ji Wuli, Ji Budwan and Ji's relatives and friends, all with anxious and expectant looks on their faces. Tawist Gong is examining Ji Buxiao's body. The reason why Ji Budwan still believed in Tawist Gong so much was because he suspected that in the previous fight with poison, it must have been Yi Tian who had orchestrated something and was able to win by chance against Tawist Gong. In terms of actual medical skills, Yi Tiance is definitely far inferior to Tawist Gong. Ji Wuli asked, "Master, how is my son? Do you have any way to treat him?" Tawist Gong said confidently, "Young Master Ji had taken my elixir before and saved his life. I will continue to provide more medical treatment. In just 3 days, young Master Ji will be fully recovered and no different from an ordinary person." Everyone in the Ji family looked overjoyed. It only took 3 days to fully recover from such a serious injury. As expected, he is Tawist Gong. Tawist Gong continued, "But I have something to say in advance. My treatment method will leave young Master Ji with some sequelae. Is that okay?" Ji Wuli asked worriedly, "Excuse me, Master, what are the sequelae?" Tawist Gong replied, "It's not a big deal, it's just that young Master Ji's physiological functions will be slightly affected. In layman's terms, he may not be able to get an erection in the future." Everyone in the Ji family changed their expressions. Ji Wuli was surprised and said, "Master, how can this not be a big deal? If my son Bo Xiao has problems in that aspect, how can he get married in the future and continue the Ji family's lineage?" Ji Budwan also said anxiously, "Master, my brother is not married yet." The rest of the Ji family also found it difficult to accept. In fact, they all knew very well that Ji Buxia was a face-conscious person and liked to flirt with other girls outside. "From now on I can't even be a man. I'm afraid it would be more painful than killing him." Tawist Gong glanced at them and said, "Master Ji, don't you have a son? Why are you still worried about the continuation of the family line?" Although what he said makes sense. But Ji Wuli still couldn't accept this result. Tawist Gong persuaded, "Master Ji, I understand your feelings, but you don't have to be too pessimistic. I just said that young Master Ji might not be able to get hard,
but I didn't say for sure.
Maybe he is a lucky person and won't have any sequelae. Ji Wooly nodded quickly. Tawist Gong nodded and said, I will treat you right away. You all wait outside. Yes. Everyone in the Ji family came to the outside of the ward. After closing the ward door,
a hint of coldness appeared in Ji Wooly's eyes.
He said to Ji Budwan, send someone to keep an eye on Yi Tiance these few days and don't let that bastard escape from Jiangnan City. After the business meeting with Miss Rong is over, I will unite all forces to kill this man and avenge your brother. Ji Budwan nodded heavily.
Ji Wooly continued, and the one you're pursuing, Xiao Qingcheng, this woman is very good looking and capable, but she has a strong personality and is not easy to control.
Are you sure you can control her? Ji Budwan said confidently, Dad, don't worry.
After Yi Tiance and her go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce certificate tomorrow, I will confess to Xiao Qingcheng. As long as she nods her head and agrees, I will take her down in one fell swoop. Then the entire Xiao family will naturally be under my control.
How do I want to manipulate them? Isn't it just a matter of a word from me? He. Ji Wooly nodded with satisfaction and said, by the way, the day after tomorrow is Miss Rong's meeting.
Although our family has the help of the second master behind the scenes, we still have to please Rong Meiyan. I heard that Miss Rong likes jade carving privately. Tomorrow, after you confess your love to Xiao Qingcheng, take her to the treasure pavilion to buy a jade carving as a gift for Miss Rong.
It will be twice the result with half the effort. Clear. In the evening, Zijin Palace in Jiangnan City. Yi Tiance rode a newly bought yellow electric scooter towards Zijin Villa No. 1.
The reason why I decided to buy a small electric scooter on the spur of the moment was to make traveling more convenient. Although he had learned driving from a certain imprisoned F1 racing driver in the Fallen City, his driving skills were definitely comparable to those of a professional racing driver. But after returning to China, he stayed in the Xiao family for 3 years and did not take the driver's license test. So before he finds time to get his driver's license, he can only use an electric scooter to get around.
Soon, Yi Tiance arrived at Villa No. 1. Park your car.
When taking out the packaged fried rice noodles from the basket.
But I saw a familiar figure walking towards me from the yard. I couldn't help but be stunned. It's actually her? This woman and I just parted at the hospital gate, and we met here again? Rong Meiyan also noticed Yi Tiance. I couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Yi, why are you here?
The incident happened suddenly.
Yi Tiance didn't know how to answer.
If he answered that he lived in Villa No. 1, the other party would definitely pester him and ask about Lin Feng's whereabouts. By then, it wouldn't be possible to get rid of it completely. It would be even more troublesome if top-secret information such as the Fallen City were leaked out. Rong Meiyan caught a glimpse of the packed fried rice noodles in Yi Tiance's hand, and then saw the yellow electric car parked next to him.
I seem to understand a little bit. Then he subconsciously asked, Mr. Yi, are you here to deliver food? Yi Tiance's eyes lit up. I quickly nodded along with her words and said, yes. I'm here to deliver food. What a coincidence, I run into you here, huh? Listening to Yi Tiance's dry laughter, Rong Meiyan was somewhat confused.
She couldn't understand how Yi Tiance could get 20 million from Miss Han to bid for the auction, and then get 1.01 million from her.
How did I end up delivering food?
Not to mention that he also has kung fu and medical skills, so it shouldn't be easy for him to make money.
Could it be that he had some psychological problems after being bullied in the Xiao family for 3 years? So that's why you did this? Rong Meiyan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Then he pointed to Villa No. 1 and changed the subject and asked Yi Tiance, Mr. Yi, when you were delivering food before, have you ever seen the resident here? Is he handsome and heroic? Yi Tiance instantly remembered Lin Feng's face, which was 80% similar to Song Xiaobao. It has nothing to do with being handsome and heroic, right? That's right.
Lin Fengkai seldom shows his true face to others and always wears a mask. Yi Tiance naturally would not tell the truth, but replied, this is my first time here too, I have never seen it before.
Rong Meiyan's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she said, okay, then I won't bother you with the delivery. Goodbye. After Rong Meiyan left. Only then did Yi Tiance breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this woman to move into the community just for Lin Feng. It seems that I should be more careful when moving around in the community in the future. Yi Tiance murmured, took out his cell phone and called Zhao Hailong. I asked, where can I find jade repair in Jiangnan City? I want the best skills. Zhao Hailong replied, Mr. Yi, the best jade restoration company is Treasure Pavilion. New.
Yi Tiance hung up the phone and decided to go to the Treasure Pavilion tomorrow to repair his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant that was broken into 2 pieces.
Rong Meiyan returned to her villa. The maid Qing asked expectantly, Did you see the Jiangnan god of war this time? Rong Meiyan shook her head and said, I still haven't seen him. However, I discovered something new. The god of war from Jiangnan actually ordered takeout. Coincidentally, it was delivered by Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance delivering takeout?
Qing was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips and said, It's not surprising that a son-in-law who was kicked out of the Shiao family is delivering food.
I really don't understand why you,
miss, are so optimistic about him.
Rong Meiyan shook her head and said, Delivering food doesn't mean he's not good. Maybe this is just his personal preference. All right.
Cheng nodded absent-mindedly.
He sighed, I didn't expect that the Jiangnan god of war, who was so powerful, would actually order takeout.
It seems that he must be lacking a woman to take care of him in his life. She said with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Miss, you have to work harder. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first.
Maybe that woman is you. Rong Meiyan's pretty face turned red, and she pretended to be annoyed and said, Hate it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Qing ran away quickly.
Rong Meiyan leaned on the sofa, her slender legs wrapped in black stockings crossed and swayed slightly, taking a rare break to relax. She held her phone and opened an online novel. As the saying goes, every man has a dream of being a hero when he is young. And every girl dreams of marrying a hero when she is a girl. The same is true for Rong Meiyan. In fact, very few people know that Rong Meiyan, who is known as the goddess of the business world, does not enjoy the most in running a business or controlling a business empire. Instead, she reads online novels, because only when she reads novels can she enjoy the freedom and relaxation. And in the novels, those male protagonists who pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers are capable and responsible.
He is Rong Meiyan's ideal partner.
She always felt that only this kind of outstanding man was worthy of her.
It's a pity in reality. There is only one man like this.
However, a few years ago, when she heard the legendary story of Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng, she gradually developed admiration for this strange hero whom she had never seen before. So much so that every time she read the novel, she would subconsciously imagine the male protagonist to be the god of war in Jiangnan.
But I don't know why.
Today, after she opened the novel, she couldn't help but think of the scenes of Yi Tiance at the birthday party today. Even the male protagonist in the novel was changed from the Jiangnan god of war to Yi Tiance. This made her feel uneasy for a long time.
Rong Meiyan quickly put down her phone.
There was a hint of panic in her eyes as she said, What's wrong with me?
Why do I keep thinking about him? No. Rong Meiyan, you have to calm yourself down.
You must calm down.
You are not a person who is indecisive. Take a few deep breaths and you will calm down.
But when she glanced at the 4 words King of the World on the coffee table.
What a coincidence.
The image of Yi Tiance became even more lingering in his mind. She suddenly thought of something and said, Qing, help me find out where the best mounting master is in Jiangnan City. I want to have this calligraphy framed.
Half a minute later.
After finding the result, Qing replied, Miss, the Treasure Pavilion has the best mounting master.
Rong Meiyan nodded and said, Then I will go to the Treasure Pavilion tomorrow. Chapter 76, To take revenge on Yi Tiance, you have to marry him. Jiangnan City, Wulong Manor.
Han Tianjing sat on the sofa, rubbing his temple, looking a little worried. Because just now, he received news from the Ji family.
Ji Wooly plans to establish a business alliance in Jiangnan City.
After winning over the Rong family as a partner, he will share many resources and benefits within the alliance. Therefore, he cordially invited various wealthy businessmen and dignitaries in Jiangnan City to join the alliance. This was originally a good thing for all parties.
Ji Wooly added an outrageous condition.
That is, anyone who joins the business alliance must pay 10 million in cash as a joining fee.
The nice thing about it is the franchise fee. To put it bluntly, it's protection money paid to the Ji family.
Although this is an obvious way of defrauding money, these wealthy businessmen and dignitaries can only be angry but not speak out. There is no way, because the Ji family is the designated partner of the Rong family in the provincial capital.
In the face of absolute power, those who do not join will be abandoned by this era. Han Tianjing sighed and said, Alas, once upon a time, my Han family was ranked alongside the Ji family as one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City.
Now, we can only be the younger brother behind others and be at the mercy of others.
It's really aggrieved.
Although 10 million is not a huge sum of money for Han Tianzheng, the richest man.
But he couldn't accept this psychological gap.
Secondly, based on his understanding of Ji Wuli, he knew that this person was insidious and cunning, forgetting his principles when he saw profit. Even if we successfully join the business alliance and continue the long-term cooperation, it would be like trying to get the skin of a tiger.
You may be bitten back at any time, and in the end not even a bone will be left. But if we don't agree to join the business alliance, our Han family will be isolated and even targeted. The final outcome will not be good. What should we do? Bang! At this moment, Han Ruayun pushed the door open angrily and walked in with an unhappy look on his face. Throw the bag on the sofa. Complaining, why? Why does he treat me like that? What's wrong with me? Han Tianzheng asked jokingly, hey, who messed with my little ancestor?
Tell Dad quickly and I will avenge you.
Humph! Isn't it that bastard Yeans? Han Ruayun's chest heaved with anger.
Thinking about what happened in front of the hospital this afternoon, she couldn't stop getting angry.
Yeans?
Han Tianzheng narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had thought of something. I hurriedly asked, by the way, after the birthday banquet today, I asked you to go to Lin City to visit Mr. Lin.
How did it go? Tell me the process.
Han Ruayun sighed impatiently.
Although he was reluctant, he still told the whole story of what happened in the Lin family truthfully.
He told the story of how he treated Xiao Hongming in the hospital, fought against Tawist Gong in the fight against poison, and what happened in front of the hospital.
After hearing, Han Tianzheng just felt his scalp tingling. Martial arts, top-notch calligraphy, and extraordinary medical skills. Can one person possess so many top advantages?
No wonder my father warned me before he died that the fiancé chosen for Yun must be a child of destiny who can bring great fortune to the Han family. Now it seems that my dad was never lying to me.
Han Ruayun didn't know what Han Tianzheng was thinking, and continued to complain, Dad, didn't you just say you would avenge me? Tell me, how can you help me deal with that scumbag? Han Tianzheng said seriously, it's simple, Dad will marry you to him. Hear this.
Han Ruayun almost popped his eyes out.
Dad! What are you talking about? Why would I marry that bastard? Is this your revenge?
Han Tianzheng nodded and said, that's right, if you want to take revenge on a man, the best way is to marry her and control him.
My girl, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yeans is an extraordinary person.
Xiao Qingqing's blindness is her own business, but you can't miss her.
Don't forget that you are engaged. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first.
Han Ruayun pouted and said, but he and Xiao Qingqing have been married before. For 3 whole years, he must have been played to pieces by her.
I don't want to take over.
Han Tianzheng smiled bitterly and said, no way, I have sent someone to investigate. They have been married for 3 years, and Xiao Qingqing looks down on him. The two have never had sex, so there is no such thing as a takeover. Han Ruayun still complained, but he accepted 1.01 million from that rich woman today. I don't like people like to be kept and fed.
Han Tianzheng explained, you don't know, the 1.01 million is actually the reward for that woman to take the photo of Yeans' calligraphy. What does it have to do with keeping a mistress? Besides, if Yeans is really willing to be supported by someone, that's fine. Our Han family lacks everything except money. This seems to make some sense. Han Ruayun nodded. After listening to his father's advice, he seemed not so angry with Yeans anymore.
But she has already agreed to cancel the engagement, so how can we get close to her?
Han Tianzheng smiled and said cunningly, who told you to cancel the engagement?
At that time, both parties only proposed to cancel the engagement verbally.
As long as it is not written in black and white, it will not count.
Han Ruayun stared at Caroline with his big eyes.
Awesome, my dad. It can actually be operated like this. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Yeans took various identity documents and rode his electric scooter to leave the Zijin Palace. He has an important thing to do today. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce from Xiao Qingqing, and the two will have no contact from now on. When Yeans left the ward yesterday, he told Xiao Qingqing that she should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 a.m. It's still early now. So Yeans planned to deal with another matter before going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. That is to repair the relic left by Grandpa, the tiger-shaped jade pendant. After all, this is the only relic left by Grandpa.
Now that he was broken into two pieces by that bastard Xiao, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing.
20 minutes later, Yeans came to the Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan City.
The so-called Treasure Pavilion is actually a shop that sells antiques, jade carvings and other treasures. It is located on the Antique Street, covers a large area, and is famous in Jiangnan City.
Many dignitaries would come here to buy jade carvings and spend countless amounts of money.
The reason why Treasure Pavilion has such influence is that its owner is a jade carving master Xiao. It is said that any jade in his hands will be carved into lifelike form, and his works are of great artistic value. Yeans came to the Treasure Pavilion today just to find Master Xiao and ask him if he had any way to replace the tiger-shaped jade pendant. Enter the Treasure Pavilion. What catches the eye is the bright and magnificent interior of the store, with display cabinets filled with a wide variety of jade wares and antiques. In the very center of the store is a green mountain and clear water carved from jade, more than 1 foot high. The green mountains in blue jade and the clear water in white jade complement each other and appear lifelike. There is a sign next to green mountains and clear waters. It is introduced above that this is a work carefully carved by Master Xiao 5 years ago, and it is his most proud masterpiece. A wealthy businessman once wanted to buy it for 30 million, but was rejected by Master Xiao and kept it in the store as the treasure of the store.
Yeans asked a random shop assistant, "Is Master Xiao here? I want to see him." The apprentice looked Yeans up and down and found that he was wearing very ordinary clothes. Then he said impatiently, "Who are you?" "My master is busy, how can you see him whenever you want?" Yeans frowned. I wonder if this apprentice from Treasure Pavilion has such an arrogant temper. Just at this moment, suddenly there was a noise not far away. Chapter 77 Treasure Pavilion. Yeans turned his head and saw that a young customer was arguing with several apprentices. Bang!
The young man was suddenly punched by an apprentice and took several steps back. The young man covered his cheek and cursed in a foreign accent, "You are a black shop. You cheated me of jade and beat me up. Do you still have integrity? Make way." A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a slightly plump figure came out from behind the apprentice.
Looks a bit like a smiling tiger.
The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Little guy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You said that our Treasure Pavilion is a black shop. Do you believe that I will sue you for spreading rumors and put you in jail for life? You guys." The young man pointed at the middle-aged man and was so angry that he was speechless. He turned around and complained loudly to the customers in the store, "Everyone listen to me. I am from another place, and I have heard that the Jiangnan City Treasure Pavilion is very good at jade carving. So the day before yesterday, I brought a piece of top-grade blue-white jade to the Treasure Pavilion and asked Master Xiao to carve a jade bracelet for me. But Master Xiao was very busy, so it was this master named Sun Kai who accepted my blue-white jade and asked me to come and pick it up in a day. But I didn't expect that when I came to pick it up this morning, the bracelet was already carved, but I found that it was not made of the top-grade green-white jade I brought with me, but was swapped." As he spoke, he raised a blue and white bracelet in his left hand and said, "Look, this is the bracelet Sun Kai gave me." He held up his phone in his right hand and showed a photo. He said, "This is the top-grade green-white jade I brought the day before yesterday. Let's compare and see if the Treasure Pavilion has swapped my bracelets." Everyone came forward to compare carefully, and couldn't help but discuss. "This bracelet has mixed stripes, and its texture and luster are very ordinary. It looks like the cheapest one. I guess it's not even worth 200 yuan. The piece of green-white jade in the photo has a fine texture and a warm luster. It is indeed a top-grade product. A bracelet carved from it cannot possibly look like this. Could it be that the jade was really swapped? But Master Sun Kai is Master Xiaoping's first disciple and the future successor to the Treasure Pavilion. How could he do such a thing? You don't know, Sun Kai got addicted to gambling some time ago and lost a lot, so he decided to secretly swap customers' jades to make a profit. I heard that several customers have been cheated recently, but due to the reputation and influence of the Treasure Pavilion, he can only swallow the loss in silence." "Ah? There is such a thing?" Master Xiaoping doesn't even care about his first disciple. Everyone's discussions made Sun Kai look a little ugly. He quickly explained to the customers, "Everyone, don't listen to rumors from the outside world. We at Jinbao Pavilion have always been fair and honest in doing business. I, Sun Kai, am a clean-handed person. How could I possibly do such a dirty thing? This kid is just slandering me and fabricating facts out of thin air.
You said I switched the jade bracelets, so I want to ask you, where did the jade bracelet go after I switched it? Can you provide evidence?
Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked out of the store.
Yi Tians turned around and found it was a familiar face. Lai Jingye, chairman of Ning Yuan Group.
He had a smile on his face and was holding a wooden box in his hands. When he walked to Sun Kai's side, he smiled with satisfaction and said, as expected of Master Sun Kai, your carving skills are so perfect that you can almost rival your master, Master Xiaoping. As he said this, he opened the wooden box. I saw a bluish-white jade bracelet lying inside. It had a delicate texture and a soft luster, just like oil, with a mixture of bluish and white, complementing each other. Seeing it, the young man who was beaten's eyes suddenly widened. He pointed at the blue-white jade bracelet in Lai Jingye's box and shouted, "This is my bracelet that was swapped. Give it back to me, give it back to me." The customers present looked over and made their own judgments in their hearts. As jade lovers, they could naturally tell that the bluish-white jade bracelet in Lai Jingye's hand and the bluish-white jade in the young man's cell phone photo were of the same grade. Obviously, Lai Jingye's blue-white jade bracelet was the one that was swapped by the young man. But the truth is the truth. But these customers dare not offend Master Sun Kai from Jinbao Pavilion and Lai Jingye, chairman of Ning Yuan Group. So everyone remained silent, and no one spoke up for the young man. What is more, this young man is from another place, we don't know each other at all, and he won't help us at all. At this moment, a fierce look flashed in Sun Kai's eyes. He said coldly, "Little bastard, you have slandered my treasure pavilion time and time again, and you don't know how to repent. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't remember it. Come here, break his legs and throw him out. From now on, he will not be allowed to set foot in Antique Street." Yes. Two tall security guards came to the door, holding rubber sticks. No drag at all. He smashed it hard on the young man. The rubber stick was about to fall on the young man. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his hands and firmly grasped the other end of the rubber stick. This person is Yi Tians. The two security guards were stunned for a moment and subconsciously tried to pull the rubber stick back with force. But he found that the rubber stick seemed to be firmly clamped by a giant pair of pliers and could not move at all. Instead, Yi Tians pulled him back slightly and directly snatched the rubber stick away. The two security guards were also shaken and fell flat on their faces. Yi Tians threw the rubber stick on the ground. He said coldly, "You, on behalf of Jinbao Pavilion, keep saying that doing business requires sincerity, but you use this method to deal with customers. Isn't it inappropriate?" Yi Tian's sudden appearance made Sun Kai's eyes flash with anger. The voice became deeper as he asked, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my treasure pavilion's affairs?" Without waiting for Yi Tians to answer. At this time Lai Jingye saw Yi Tians. His expression changed and he pointed at Yi Tians and said, "Who, it's actually you?" Sun Kai asked, "Do you know him?" Lai Jingye had a sullen face and gritted his teeth as he said, "More than just knowing each other. It was because this guy caused trouble at Lord Long's bidding conference a few days ago that our group was blacklisted by the Tianlong group. That's not all. Yesterday, he was even more rampant at the birthday party of the Ji family head. Not only did he ruin the party, he also beat the second young Master Ji severely. He is simply a madman." The customers present as well as Sun Kai and others all had their eyelids twitched. This guy is actually Yi Tians? You have to know that those who can come here to shop are either rich or noble, and they have channels to learn about what is happening in some business circles in Jiangnan City. Naturally, they also heard about the major events that happened recently at the Tendering Chamber of Commerce and Ji Wuli's birthday party. For a moment, many people whispered to each other. "Oh my god, he must be the legendary Yi Tians, right? He's the madman who provoked Lord Long, Lord Tiger, and the Ji family in the past few days. No wonder they dared to cause trouble in the treasure pavilion. It turns out that their occupational disease of causing trouble has kicked in. We should stay away from them." Yi Tians ignored the discussions around him. He turned around and asked the young man behind him, "Are you okay?" The young man swallowed nervously. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine, thank you sir for your help." He paused and said hesitantly, "But I heard that the treasure pavilion has a huge influence in Jiangnan City. You don't have to provoke them for me. I can find a way myself. You should leave quickly and don't let them retaliate against you." A hint of admiration appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. Although this young man is young, he is quite responsible. Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I, Yi Tian, have never been afraid of revenge. I only know that black-hearted people who bully others should be punished. He turned and looked at Sun Kai. He said coldly, "Remind you, return the swapped blue-white jade bracelet to the young man and apologize to him. Don't affect the reputation of the treasure pavilion, and don't tarnish the reputation of the entire Jiangnan city." Sun Kai snorted coldly and said, "Yeans, I have heard of your name recently, but I want to remind you not to rely on yourself to stir up trouble everywhere and get your tail up to the sky before being punished. Today I am making this clear, Treasure Pavilion is not a place where you can cause trouble, otherwise, you will definitely be in big trouble." When saying this, Sun Kai himself was very confident.
Don't underestimate Jinbao Pavilion as it is just a jade carving and antique shop.
However, due to the status of Pavilion Master Xiaoping, the influence of the Treasure Pavilion in some places is much stronger than that of the three major families. After all, Master Xiaoping has a wide range of friends, not only the upper-class people in Jiangnan City, but even many dignitaries in the provincial capital have close relations with Master Xiaoping. Anyone who offends the Treasure Pavilion can be sent to the 18th level of hell with just a wave of Master Xiaoping's arm. However, facing the threat from Sun Kai,
Yeans didn't care at all and shook his head, saying, "In Chinese civilization, jade represents nobility and purity.
I didn't expect that the famous Treasure Pavilion would harbor such filth and bully others.
In my opinion, it's better to close this kind of shop."
As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Sun Kai was so angry that his face turned blue, and he shouted angrily, "You little bastard, you dare to disrespect my Treasure Pavilion, I will punish you severely."
Sun Kai cursed. He raised his fist and hit Yeans. Chapter 78. Your carving skills are not up to par. Sun Kai likes fighting and thinks he can easily face 3 or 4 adults. Teaching a young boy a lesson today is no problem at all. However, his fist didn't reach Yeans' face. Instead, the other party grabbed his fist and kicked Sun Kai in the abdomen. Bang! Although the kick was not heavy, Sun Kai still pushed him back 3 or 4 meters and almost fell to his knees. Hiss! Sun Kai covered his stomach and gasped, sweating coldly from the pain. This kid's fighting ability is so strong? What did you eat growing up? Yeans turned around and said to Li Jingye, "Hand over the blue-white jade bracelet and return it to its owner." Li Jingye narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Yeans, do you know who this blue-white jade bracelet was given to? How dare you take it back from me?" Yeans raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? I want to know who it is." Li Jingye straightened his back. He said in a domineering manner, "It's Miss Rong Meiyan of the Rong family. I heard that Miss Rong likes jade carvings, so I plan to give this blue-white jade bracelet to her. Do you have the guts to take it back?" The onlookers were talking quietly. "So it's a gift for Miss Rong. No wonder Mr. Lai is so generous. Isn't Rong Meiyan holding a meet and greet event tomorrow? I heard that many guests attending the Chamber of Commerce are busy preparing various gifts in private in order to leave a good impression on Miss Rong at their first meeting. So that's how it is. Miss Rong is of noble status. If it's a gift for her, even Yeans wouldn't dare to ask for it." It wasn't just the customers who thought so. Li Jingye himself was even more certain that Yeans would retreat after hearing Rong Meiyan's name. But what he didn't expect was, Yeans showed no fear or panic as he said, "Don't even mention it as a gift for Rong Meiyan. Even if it's a gift for the patriarch of the Rong family, I, Yeans, will accept it." Li Jingye's eyes widened with anger. "You." But he didn't dare to do anything to Yeans. After all, he had seen how ruthless the other party was more than once. If you get pushed into a corner and get yourself hurt, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Just when he was in trouble. A slightly old voice sounded at the door. "I heard someone was causing trouble in my treasure pavilion." "Who is it? Come out and let me see it." An old man wearing a yellow tang suit and with silver hair walked in. "Master Xia! Master Xia! Master! Master!" Everyone present greeted him respectfully. Sun Kai ran over, holding his stomach, and pointed at Yeans, complaining first, "Master, it was this guy named Yeans who caused trouble in our treasure pavilion. Not only did he beat me and the security guard, he also threatened to close our treasure pavilion. You must not let him go." Xiaoping nodded. Looking at Yeans, he said in a condescending tone, "I have heard of your reputation, Yeans, and you have been very popular in Jiangnan City recently. I want to remind you that no matter what your background and purpose are, it is not wise to cause trouble in the treasure pavilion. Now I order you to apologize to my apprentice and the security guards, and make compensation, and I will not pursue your responsibility for this matter any further."
in Xia Ping's opinion.
This kind of treatment result is already lenient enough to Yi Tiance. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance sneered and said, "Everyone says that you, Xia Ping, are a master of jade carving. The master I understand is not only a master of skills, but also an outstanding person of character. But you, without even asking the whole story, made a hasty judgment without distinguishing right from wrong. It is obvious that you, Xia Ping, are not worthy of the title of master." There was an uproar in the store. Yi Tiance was so bold that he dared to say that Xia Ping was not worthy of the title of master. In the entire Jiangnan city, who would dare to say such words to him? How audacious! Xia Ping frowned slightly, turned around and asked Sun Kai, "Let me ask you, what exactly happened?" A trace of guilt appeared in Sun Kai's eyes. However, he still insisted on making up stories and put all the blame on Yi Tiance. Sun Kai also added, "Master, every word I said is true, you can ask my fellow apprentices." Xia Ping asked the apprentices in the store, "You are all witnesses, tell us what happened." The apprentices in the store looked at each other. Although they were unwilling to deceive Xia Ping, they were even more unwilling to offend Sun Kai. After all, the master is not in the store most of the time, so they have to deal more with Sun Kai. If you offend someone, you will definitely be in trouble in the future. So the apprentices said, "Master, everything senior brother's son said is true. It was that young man in Yi Tiance who deliberately caused trouble. Senior brother's son is right, please don't let those two go." Not just them. Even Lai Jingye said, "Master Xia Ping, I can also testify that what Master Sun Kai said is true." So many people testified for Sun Kai. Xia Ping naturally no longer had any doubts. He said to Yi Tiance seriously, "I already know the whole story. I believe that you and the young man behind you are deliberately making things mysterious and disrupting the treasure pavilion. What else do you want to quibble about?" The young man was so angry that he trembled all over and said, "Master Xia Ping, they are lying and slandering me. It was clearly Sun Kai who switched my Qingbai jade, but they are still blaming me. You must investigate clearly." Xia Ping, however, put his hands behind his back and said in a condescending manner, "I have already made the judgment. Is it your turn to teach me how to do things?" Hearing this, Yi Tiance sneered. Xia Ping must have been surrounded by too many flatterers, so he was confused and couldn't even tell right from wrong. Sun Kai glared at him and scolded, "Yi, what the hell are you laughing at? Hurry up and apologize to us. Especially to my master, you must kneel down and apologize, and your attitude must be serious." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "So what about your master? Is he worthy of asking me to kneel down and apologize?" Sun Kai said proudly, "My master is the #1 jade carving expert in Jiangnan City, and he is also a leader in the carving world of Tiannan Province. All the followers who like his carvings are noble and heroic. Once you provoke my master's anger, with just one order, those followers can smash you to pieces in an instant. Show off in the face of threats." Yi Tiance glanced at the dazzling array of jade carvings on the shelves. Shaking his head, he said, "With your master's level of carving, which is only third-rate, how could he deserve so many followers? It shows that those people have poor taste. This sentence is like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. My God, this guy actually mocked Master Xia Ping's work as being third-rate. Is he that crazy?" If these words were to reach the ears of his followers, they would definitely not let him go. Except for customers. The apprentices of the treasure pavilion were all glaring with anger. In their opinion, their master's jade carving skills are the best, so they choose to become his apprentice and learn the craft. But now in this kid's eyes, I have become a third-rate person? I can't stand it. At this moment, even Xia Ping's expression turned slightly ugly. He said coldly, "Young man, if you point out other problems of mine, perhaps I won't bother with you, but this one of jade carving. I have been learning from a master since I was young, practicing in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. It has been 60 years now, and the jade stones I have broken from practicing alone can fill 5 train cars. I am not bragging, no one is qualified to say that my jade carving skills are only third-rate. I really don't know where you get the confidence from." As soon as these words came out, Sun Kai quickly agreed, "Did you hear what my master said? How can you, a kid who may not even have touched jade, be qualified to slander my master's carving skills?" Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "You have practiced for 5 trainloads of jade to achieve this level? Then I may have to take back what I said just now. Your master is not a third-rate person, but a nobody." Chapter 79 Worship until you kneel down. Not up to standard. These 3 words are spoken with great force. Deafening. Xiaoping's old face looks very ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Young man, you keep belittling my carving skills, so why don't you show me your skills? If your skills are better than mine, I will accept everything you say today. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences if I get angry." Yi Tiance chuckled and said, "My carving skills are just better than yours." How difficult is that? Everyone present burst into laughter. Ha ha. This young man is really boastful. Carving jade requires time and experience. Which famous master didn't start at the age of 50? What can a boy in his 20s do? That's right. After I became your disciple, it took me 5 years just to learn how to wield a sword. This was also due to my strong talent. How dare a little brat say he is better than my master? He deserves to be taught a lesson. Sun Kai's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said, "Boy, let's not talk nonsense. What if your level is not as good as my master's?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "You can do whatever you want, I won't even frown." Good. Sun Kai nodded quickly. Yi Tiance asked back, "What if my level is higher than your master? What will happen?" Sun Kai rolled his eyes. How could his master, a master of jade carving, lose? Instead, Xiaoping asked calmly, "What do you want?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "I want you to do 2 things. First, return the blue-white jade bracelet that Sun Kai swapped. Second, from now on, you should remove the 2 suffixes of master from the title of master carving master of Xiaoping, because you don't deserve it." Yi Tiance's words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the people around him. How dare this kid deprive Xiaoping of his title of master? It's really lawless. Xiaoping himself said indifferently, "If your carving skills are really better than mine, I will deprive myself of the title of master without you saying anything. In short, I have agreed to both of your conditions. Now I want to see how good you are at carving." Yi Tiance stretched out his right hand and said, "Bring me the carving knife." An apprentice handed a carving knife to Yi Tiance with disdain. At this time, the young man behind Yi Tiance whispered, "Sir, I am very grateful that you have stood up for me. You don't have to do this for me anymore. I am worried." In his opinion, Master Xiaoping's carving skills are well known throughout Tiannan province. The young man in front of him was about the same age as him. How could he be more powerful than Xiaoping? Therefore, this gamble is 100% lost. Given the despicable character of Sun Kai and others, they will definitely not give up easily. So he didn't want Yi Tiance to be involved in this unexpected disaster. Yi Tiance smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, just keep it in your stomach." Speaking of. He walked straight to a piece of jade raw stone more than a foot high on the shelf. "That's it. Help me cut it out." Yi Tiance took it down and placed it on the table. A cutting craftsman in the store uses a small cutting machine to cut the surface shell of the jade raw stone. Rustle. After a few minutes, the outer shell was completely cleaned, revealing the original appearance of the jade inside. When everyone looked closely, they were all shocked. Oh my god, it's actually a piece of blue-white jade. The quality is extremely rare. The price of the raw jade alone can be sold for at least 5 million. I'm afraid it's more than 8 million. I think it's almost the same quality as the treasure of Jinbao Pavilion, Green Mountain and Clear Water. This kid is so lucky that the piece he picked up turned out to be top-quality jade, but it's a pity that it will be destroyed in his hands. Sun Kai's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the piece of jade raw stone that Yi Tiance had someone dig out was actually top-grade blue-white jade. The probability of this is comparable to winning the lottery. Frowned. He said, "Mr. Yi, let me remind you that this piece of blue-white jade is the property of our treasure pavilion. If you damage it and cause any losses, you will have to bear the consequences in the end. Of course, if you are a coward, it is not too late to admit defeat now. You will not win anyway." Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to it. He mobilized the hidden strength in his body, grasped the carving knife and began to move it on the bluish-white jade. Swish, swish, swish. The blade is sharp, the style is graceful and yet calm. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone present. This kid can actually carve? Even Xiaoping's expression turns serious. You should know that the most basic thing in jade carving is knife skills. The tricky and powerful knife skills require years of accumulation and repeated practice. Therefore, sword skills can be divided into different levels of strength. Generally speaking, there are 3 levels of carving knife skills. The first level is that man is like a knife, I am the knife, and the knife is me.
Most carving craftsmen spend their entire lives reaching this level. The second level is that the heart is like a knife, there is a knife in the heart, and wherever the heart goes, the carving knife will go. There are very few craftsmen who can reach this level, and all of them are top craftsmen with a reputation. As for the third level, it is the unity of man and knife, reaching the state of no self and no knife. No matter what carving knife is used, no matter what object is carved, it will be successful. Now Xiaoping has just touched the threshold of the first realm, and he has already won the title of carving master. It can be seen how difficult and rare it is to reach the third level. But when Xiaoping observed Yi Tiance at this time, he was surprised to find that this person's carving level was not the first level, nor the second level, not even the third level. But it is the legendary topmost level above the third level, returning to nature.
A knife is a knife, I am me, I am a part of the world.
But I have also surpassed the mysterious realm beyond heaven and earth. In the whole world, the only people whose knife skills can reach such a level are extremely rare and terrifying beings in legends.
No matter which one.
They are all qualified to be the masters who founded a school, and they are at least 60 years old.
How did he, a guy in his 20s, do it?
Of course, it's shocking. But he still didn't believe that Yi Tiance could carve a better work than him. Because knife skills are only one part of jade carving, what is more important is the need for strong artistic aesthetics and natural design capabilities.
Otherwise, no matter how good your knife skills are, it will be a waste of effort.
Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, Yi Tiance's carving speed was getting faster and faster, to the point where it was dazzling.
Finally, after 15 minutes, Yi Tiance swung his right hand, put away his knife, and stood up. Mission accomplished.
When everyone saw the carved work on the table clearly, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Yi Tiance carved this piece of blue-white jade into the treasure of Treasure Pavilion, green mountains and clear waters. At first glance, the two look exactly the same, but upon closer inspection, one can discover that there is a world of difference between them. The green mountains and clear waters carved by Xiaoping has a delicate and beautiful structure and is lifelike, and can be called a top-notch work of art. But in Yi Tiance's green mountains and clear waters, every tree on the green mountains is alive, and the clear water is really flowing. It is exactly the same as the real nature. It has far exceeded the scope of art. When people look at it, they feel as if they are in this world, unable to extricate themselves, and are completely immersed in it.
Don't speak when you see people. Yi Tiance reminded and asked, everyone, what do you think of my sculptures? You can tell me. This reminder finally brought everyone back to reality. Customers praised and expressed.
It's the same green mountains and clear waters, but it creates two different situations.
One is just similar in appearance, and the other is real. The difference is as big as heaven and earth. This work is absolutely perfect. There is nothing wrong with it. How dare I, a small scumbag, comment on it?
A work of this level would take days or even months to carve, even for a master, but he completed it in just 15 minutes.
I am amazed. It's not just these customers. Even the apprentices in the treasure pavilion were still in a state of shock. As jade carving craftsmen, they were deeply aware that it would be impossible for them to create a carving of Yi Tiance's level in their lifetime. Sun Kai adjusted his glasses nervously, sweating profusely. This result was far beyond his expectations. Li Jingye swallowed nervously. He just found it incredible.
What I can't understand even more is why every time I meet Yi Tiance, this guy always does something beyond common sense. Of course, the most excited person on the scene was Xiaoping. With trembling body, he walked to the green mountains and clear waters carved by Yi Tiance, took out the magnifying glass he carried with him, and carefully observed every corner.
His expression was one of shock, excitement, trance, and worship. Wait until you have read all the details. He took a deep breath. He actually fell to his knees in front of Yi Tiance with a thud. Chapter 80, Repairing the Tiger-Shaped Jade Pendant. Gah! Everyone was shocked. What is going on? Li Jingye couldn't help but ask, Master Xiaoping, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down to that guy named Yi?
Xiaoping shook his head repeatedly and said seriously, don't call me master, I am a shitty master. In the field of jade carving, this Mr. Yi is the real master.
I am not even as good as an apprentice in front of him.
Xiaoping then said to Yi Tiance, I have been studying jade carving for decades, and I think I am better than anyone in this field.
Today I finally understand that there are always people who are better than you.
I was blind and disrespectful to you, Master Yi.
Now that I think about it, I feel so sorry. I'm sorry.
Yi Tiance didn't expect Xiaoping's attitude to make such a 180-degree turn. It seems that this person is not a stubborn person. He smiled faintly and said, since Master Xiaoping knows his mistake, let's end this matter here. Xiaoping immediately shook his head like a rattle and said, I lost the bet, how can I dare to call myself a master?
With my level, I am simply slandering this word. Master Yi, you are the real carving master, but I have one question in mind. Master Yi, how many years have you devoted yourself to jade carving to achieve such a superb level of skill?
This is actually what Xiaoping doesn't understand the most. I couldn't understand that after decades of hard work, I would be defeated by a young man in his early 20s.
Could it be that the other person has been practicing carving since he was in the womb?
Facing Xiaoping's problem,
Yi Tiance said without hesitation, probably half a year.
This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone so much that they were speechless.
Half a year of research is far more than others' decades of hard work. Are you kidding me? Xiaoping trembled and couldn't help asking, Master Yi, are you serious? Yi Tiance nodded seriously. In fact, he never deliberately studied jade carving.
The reason for this is entirely because of what the master taught Yi Tiance when he first taught him the swordsmanship.
In order to train Yi Tiance's ability to control the knife, he was asked to use various knives to carve various stones.
This will also be a training for your mentality. During that half year, the master's strict requirements on him were unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, Yi Tiance's own talent is rare in the world and he is making rapid progress. Until finally his swordsmanship reached the state of returning to its original simplicity.
No matter what kind of knife he is given, no matter if it is stone, jade, or even metal, he can carve it into the most perfect shape. Therefore, even though today was actually Yi Tiance's first time carving jade, but the final product is far from being comparable to Xiaoping's.
Xiaoping suddenly clasped his fists towards Yi Tiance and said, Master Yi, I will devote my whole life to jade carving. Your talent and ability are the role models I will pursue in my next life.
If you don't mind my dullness, would you be willing to accept me as your apprentice?
I, Xiaoping, am willing to offer the entire treasure pavilion and my life savings to you, and I will be by your side from now on, kneeling to receive you and sending you off.
Wow! This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded.
They knew that Xiaoping was obsessed with jade carving, but they didn't expect it to be so crazy.
With such a noble status, he is actually willing to take Yi Tiance as his master?
He also promised to give me the treasure house and my life savings.
How much sincerity does this require?
You know, if someone can get these, his status in the entire Jiangnan city, and even Tiannan province, will rise.
No matter who it is, they will definitely agree. But what happened was beyond everyone's expectations.
Yi Tiance shook his head and said simply, forget about becoming my disciple, you are not qualified enough.
Wow!
This time, everyone's eyes popped out.
This guy named Yi actually refused? Is it still such a direct reason? Aren't you afraid of hurting people's self-esteem?
However, Xiaoping himself was not angry.
Instead, he nodded humbly and said, Master Yi, you are right.
I was rude and made such an outrageous request.
I am sorry.
After saying that, Xiaoping stood up.
Despite being rejected. But his attitude towards Yi Tiance was still humble and polite. Where is the arrogant and conceited look from before?
This attitude finally made Sun Kai lose his patience.
He walked forward and asked in confusion, Master, even if his carving skills are superb, is it necessary for you to treat a young boy like this?
There is no need to treat such an ungrateful guy well.
Bang!
Xiaoping slapped Sun Kai in the face. He said with a serious expression, how dare you?
Master Yi, do you think you can speak rudely to him?
But you, as my first disciple, actually did such a despicable thing without telling me, and forgot my teachings to you.
You are simply betraying your teacher and ancestors.
I declare that from now on, you are no longer my disciple, and you are not allowed to set foot in the treasure pavilion.
What? Sun Kai turned pale with fright. He knelt down on the spot and cried, Master, why do you say that? Do you really believe what Yi Tiance said?
He framed me.
I really didn't do anything to switch the babies.
Xiaoping snorted coldly, Master Yi is such a powerful figure.
How could he frame a fool like you? You are still quibbling at this time. You really need to learn a lesson.
Come on, drag this evil creature out, beat him up, and throw him as far away as possible.
Yes.
Two security guards stepped forward, held down Sun Kai, and dragged him out. Then, Sun Kai's screams were heard outside. Xia Ping glanced at the group of apprentices again. He said coldly, "You aided the tyrant and deceived your master together with Sun Kai. What crime should you be punished for?" The apprentices were so frightened that they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you, but this was all caused by senior brother Sun. No. It was that bastard Sun Kai who coerced me. Yes, he threatened that if we didn't listen to him, we would be kicked out of the treasure pavilion. We had to obey him. I am willing to accept any punishment. I beg you, master, not to chase me away." Xia Ping looked at the apprentice kneeling on the ground. He sighed and said, "Since you didn't make the mistake on your own initiative, I won't kick you out, but your salary for this month will be deducted, and you will be fined to copy the store rules 1,000 times. If anyone behaves improperly again in the future, Sun Kai will be your fate." The apprentices all nodded like chicks pecking at rice and said yes repeatedly. Xia Peng looked at Lai Jingye and said, "Boss Lai, shouldn't you return the blue-white jade bracelet to its real owner?" This. Lai Jingye looked embarrassed. "You should know that this blue-white jade bracelet is the gift he plans to give to Rong Mei Yan at the meeting tomorrow. I just want to use it to give the other party a good impression, so why would I want to hand it over easily?" Xia Ping frowned and raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Oh? Boss Lai, are you trying to cheat in front of me?" Lai Jingye was so scared that he shuddered. Even though he has a noble status in Jiangnan City, he dare not offend Xia Ping. I had no choice but to quickly say, "I dare not. I dare not." Hand the blue-white jade bracelet to Xia Ping. Finally, he glared at Yi Tiance and left the treasure pavilion unwillingly. After Lai Jingye left, the onlookers also dispersed in twos and threes. Xia Ping personally handed the blue-white jade bracelet to the young man behind Yi Tiance. He apologized, "Sir, on behalf of Treasure Pavilion, I would like to apologize for what happened to you today. To express our apology, we will not charge you a penny for the processing fee for carving this blue-white jade bracelet. And from now on, if you come to Treasure Pavilion for any purchase, we will give you a 50% discount. Please forgive me." The young man took the blue-white jade bracelet. At this moment, his mind was still a little dazed and he had not yet recovered from the shock. I nodded subconsciously. Turning around, he thanked Yi Tiance and said, "Mr. Yi, I will remember your generosity today. If I can help you in the future, please feel free to contact me as long as I can." He handed a business card to Yi Tiance. She said anxiously, "Mr. Yi, I have something urgent to attend to. I must leave first. See you next time." "I will definitely thank you very much." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "See you soon." After the young man left, Yi Tiance looked at the business card. There was only a name and a series of phone numbers on it. Su Haoxuan, that's his name, right? Yi Tiance murmured, "The surname is Su. I remember that among the 9 fiancées that master arranged for me, there seemed to be one with the surname Su." Without thinking much, he put the business card in his pocket. Xia Ping clasped his fists and said to Yi Tiance, "Master Yi, I have an unwelcome request." "What's up?" Xia Ping pointed at the green mountains and clear waters carved by Yi Tiance. With an embarrassed look on his face, he said, "I would like to ask Master Yi to transfer it to me. Of course, I am willing to exchange all the treasures in the treasure pavilion for you." Yi Tiance smiled. All the antiques, jades and treasures in this treasure pavilion are worth at least over 500 million. Although his sculpture Green Mountains and Clear Waters is of great collection value, it is a bit small after all. If it is auctioned in the market, it will only be around 100 million yuan. This Xia Ping was obviously exchanging at a loss. It can be seen that this guy is really obsessed with jade carving. Yi Tiance considered that Xia Ping knew how to correct his mistakes after losing the bet, which was a good performance, and he was not a sinister villain with bad behavior. Then he said, "To be honest, this Green Mountain and Clear Water is of no value to me, and I am even less interested in the treasures in your store. If you want Green Mountains and Clear Waters, I have only one condition. If you can do it, I will give it to you directly." Xia Ping's eyes lit up, and he said with great joy, "What conditions?" "Master Yi, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best." Yi Tiance glanced around. Xia Ping immediately understood. Master Yi knew that this place was crowded with people and it was not convenient for him to speak. So he quickly invited Yi Tiance to his office and sat down to discuss in detail. Soon, the two came to Xia Ping's office. Yi Tians took out the tiger-shaped jade pendant that was broken into two pieces and handed it to Xia Ping.
Look at this.
Xia Ping carefully took the jade pendant and examined it carefully.
After a few seconds,
he said, "This jade pendant is made of top-grade Hutan white jade, and the craftsmen who made it were extremely sophisticated. It must be at least 1,000 years old, or even longer. This is definitely a top-notch antique treasure, priceless, but it's a pity that it's broken into two pieces."
Yi Tians nodded.
This Xia Ping is indeed a master in the antique and jade world. The tiger-shaped jade pendant was analyzed thoroughly in such a short time.
Yi Tians asked, "My condition is actually to ask you if there is a way to repair it?" Chapter 81. Enter the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xia Ping thought for a few seconds.
Nodding, he said, "I can fix it."
"Master Yi, how would you like it to be fixed?" Yi Tians said, "It is what it originally looked like." Yi Tians only had a superficial understanding of jade restoration.
"I know that there are generally methods such as gluing, gold inlaying, and pot mending. Among them, only the gluing method can restore the jade to its original state, exactly the same as the original one. Of course, this bonding method is not just about using 502 glue to stick things together. Instead, jade craftsmen use special techniques and adhesives that have been passed down from generation to generation to bond the jade together. Therefore, Yi Tians only has some knowledge about jade restoration, but he is not good at it."
"Let us talk about Xia Ping,"
he said seriously. "In this case, I can only use the gluing method. However, this tiger-shaped jade pendant is very old, and the required adhesive is difficult to prepare, so it will take me some time to completely repair it."
Yi Tians asked, "How long will it take?"
Xia Ping replied, "If it is fully repaired, it will take about 4 hours.
"Master Yi, do you have time to wait here?" 4 hours?
Yi Tians thought briefly and said, "No need to wait here, I still have some things to deal with. I will come back to get this jade pendant after I'm done. As for the green mountains and clear waters that I carved, I'll give it to you."
Xia Ping was suddenly very excited and thanked Yi Tians repeatedly. I almost cried. After Yi Tians left,
Xia Ping came to the center of the store. He instructed his apprentices, "Prepare the adhesive materials for repairing the jade pendant, and clean up my independent carving room. I will go in to take care of something important later.
During this time, no one is allowed to disturb me." The apprentices nodded and said, "Yes." Xia Ping's eyes fell on the central exhibition stand again.
When he saw the green mountains and clear waters that he had carved, a hint of disgust emerged in his eyes. He ordered directly, "Come here, smash this thing, and replace it with Master Yi's green mountain and clear water. From now on, it will be the treasure of our store." The apprentices gave various advices.
"Master, this is a treasure that represents your highest craftsmanship. Isn't it a pity to smash it like this?"
Xia Ping said seriously, "What a supreme craftsmanship.
Compared with Master Yi's, it's not even worthy of carrying shoes, right? You just do as I say.
Anyone who stops me will be kicked out." The apprentices were so frightened that they trembled and dared not persuade him anymore, and just did as he said. On the other hand, at 9:50 in the morning, Yi Tians rode his electric scooter and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau 10 minutes early. The car stopped not long ago.
A red Porsche was parked not far away.
Xiao Qingcheng got out of the car. Today she is wearing a yellow uniform, and the flesh-colored stockings perfectly set off her straight and slender legs. Coupled with her unique and cool temperament, she instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Xiao Qingcheng walked up to Yi Tians with a stack of documents in her right hand.
He maintained his usual cool demeanor and said, "Ha! I thought you wouldn't come over." Yi Tians replied, "Even if it rains knives from the sky, I, Yi Tians, will come on time."
Xiao Qingcheng frowned subconsciously.
Are you really so determined to get a divorce? Yes, after all, he has been having affairs outside and living off other women.
I'm sure you'd like to get divorced a long time ago.
Cheer up your mood.
Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, "In that case, let's go in." She walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Yi Tians did not hesitate, and followed her into the Civil Affairs Bureau. This is the second time Yi Tians has entered the Civil Affairs Bureau in his life. Last time, he married Xiao Qingcheng. I never thought that 3 years of marriage would come to an imperfect end. Feelings are feelings. But now Yi Tians no longer has much to be nostalgic about this marriage. Let it be.
While queuing, the two sat in 2 rows, neither too far nor too close. At this time, a middle-aged couple happened to be completing their divorce in front of them. As luck would have it, they started arguing. The divorced man gritted his teeth and said, "I know you despise me for being poor, but things change over time. Don't look down on the poor middle-aged. I will definitely become very successful in the future and make you regret it, just like Yeans, who caused a scene at the Ji family's birthday banquet yesterday."
The divorced woman said disdainfully, "You? Forget it. Don't you even look in the mirror? How can you compare to Yeans?" The divorced man said, "How can I not compare with you?" The divorced woman said, "Oh. If you can become a man as good as Yeans, I will kneel every 3 steps and kowtow every 9 steps to find you to remarry me. Even if you have a bunch of women around you at that time, I can let them be my mistresses." Xiao Qingchang? Wait, why does this line sound so familiar? The divorced man gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait and see. Sooner or later, this piece of gold will shine." The divorced woman said coldly, "My vision is not as stupid as Xiao Qingchang's. If you were gold, I would have seen it a long time ago. In my opinion, you are a piece of shit." The two left the Civil Affairs Bureau quarreling, but they didn't know that the protagonist of their quarrel was sitting right there. The corner of Yeans' eye twitched. My goodness, did the news of me causing a scene at the Ji family's birthday party spread so quickly? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips, her face turning pale and blue. I'm so angry. All of a sudden, why are you asking me what to do? What's wrong with my vision? At this time, the staff said, "Next, number 99. Yeans and Xiao Qingcheng stood up and walked over. Submit your identity documents, marriage certificate, etc. to the staff. The staff took over various documents. He frowned and said, according to the latest civil code, if a couple divorces, they need to meet the divorce cooling off period conditions. What is the cooling off period for divorce? Yeans and Xiao Qingcheng both asked in unison. The staff patiently explained, the so-called divorce cooling off period means that if both parties voluntarily divorce, they need to apply for divorce first. If they meet the divorce conditions, the divorce certificate will not be issued first to give both parties time to cool down. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. She has been busy with her career and has never heard that there are such outrageous regulations for divorce nowadays. As for Yeans, he knew nothing about this matter. Xiao Qingcheng asked, how long will this cooling off period take? The staff member replied, 30 days. If either party does not wish to divorce, they can withdraw their divorce registration application within 30 days of receiving the divorce application. Of course, if both parties are unwilling to withdraw after 30 days, your marriage will be dissolved. Yeans and Xiao Qingcheng looked at each other. Neither of them expected that it would just be a divorce. It's so troublesome. Do you need some time to calm down? The staff member pushed all the documents back and said, your divorce application has been registered. Give you 30 days to think calmly before deciding whether to divorce. Yeans and Xiao Qingcheng had no choice but to leave the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just walked to the door. A Lamborghini was parked on the side of the road. A tall young man in a white suit got off the bus. It was Ji Buduan. Ji Buduan had a confident smile on his face and walked quickly to Xiao Qingcheng. She said softly, congratulations on finally completing your divorce from that loser. Xiao Qingcheng was already upset because of the quarrel between the middle-aged divorced couple, and when she saw Ji Buduan, she became even more upset. After all, if Ji Buduan hadn't suddenly intervened with Tawist Gong son yesterday, perhaps the misunderstanding between her and Yeans has been resolved. It's not necessary to get a divorce and be mocked by passers-by for being stupid. She frowned and said unkindly, what are you doing here? Chapter 82 Ji Buduan Confession. Ji Buduan understood that Xiao Qingcheng was still thinking about what happened yesterday. I quickly explained, Qingcheng, I was inconsiderate about what happened yesterday. I want to apologize to you. Don't be angry, I have good news for you. Just now, I learned a secret news that Miss Rong Meiyan decided to invite the big man behind Mr. Long to participate in the fan meeting the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will ask Miss Rong to intercede and ask that big shot to order Lord Long to cancel the restrictions imposed by Tianlong Group on our Ji family, and the 10 billion order plan that originally belonged to you will also be restarted. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes lit up and asked, are you serious? You know, this 10 billion order has always been Xiao Qingcheng's obsession. She didn't sleep well these 2 days because it was cancelled. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected turn of events. Ji Buduan quickly said, of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Xiao Qingcheng's anger subsided a lot, and she nodded, thank you so much.
A hint of excitement flashed in Ji Budwan's eyes. He turned around, took out a bunch of red roses from the sports car, and walked up to Xiao Qingchang.
She was stunned for a moment and asked, Master Ji, what are you doing?
Ji Budwan placed the red rose in front of Xiao Qingchang and said, there is something I have been holding back in my heart for a long time, but because you were married at the time, I could only restrain myself.
But since you have successfully divorced today, I will no longer hide anything from you. Qingcheng, I like you, will you please be my girlfriend? The sudden confession surprised Xiao Qingcheng very much. For a moment, I stood there at a loss. And this scene. It also attracted many passers-by to watch and discuss. Wow!
He confessed his love in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
How romantic. Isn't this man young Master Ji?
The person being confessed to seems to be Xiao Qingcheng, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City.
TSK.
You two are truly a perfect match, so perfect for each other.
So that man over there is Xiao Qingcheng's legendary gigolo husband, right?
He looks good, but I didn't expect him to be a loser.
Is he really that useless?
I heard that he has been making quite a fuss in the past few days.
Xiao Qingcheng's expression went from being at a loss to quickly returning to her usual calmness. She did not accept Ji Budwan's rose.
Instead, he refused coldly, sorry.
Master Ji, I can't agree to your request. Ah? Ji Budwan was stunned and asked subconsciously, why?
Xiao Qingcheng replied, don't have any thoughts on that for now, I'm really sorry. After saying that, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of Yi Tiance. After noticing that Yi Tiance had a blank expression on his face, he quickly shifted his gaze back.
I feel quite unhappy. This guy, when he saw other men confessing to me, he didn't react at all? Or does it mean that these things don't matter to him at all? On the other hand, Ji Budwan's face darkened.
I confessed my love in public, but was rejected.
How could the eldest son of the Ji family put his face aside?
Ji Budwan felt a nameless fire rising in his chest, and asked in a deep voice, Qingcheng,
why did you reject me? Am I not good enough for you? Do you know how much I have paid for you and your Xiao family?
If it weren't for our Ji family's repeated help, your Xiao family would have been destroyed long ago. How dare you reject me so ruthlessly?
Xiao Qingcheng was a little panicked. She didn't expect Ji Budwan to be so angry.
But in her opinion, to like someone, you have to be attracted to each other.
But she didn't have that kind of thoughts about Ji Budwan.
As for the help the other party gave her, she always kept it in mind and tried to find a way to repay it. Just as Xiao Qingcheng was thinking about how to explain.
Not far away. Yi Tiance said calmly, Ji Budwan, how dare you say that you have helped the Xiao family many times? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Ji Budwan's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Tiance. Suddenly I realized, well, you surnamed Ji, I knew it was you who was behind this, and that's why Qingcheng rejected me, right? In anger, he instantly lost his mind. He stepped forward and grabbed Yi Tiance by the collar.
He kept insisting, you son of a bitch, you caused trouble at my dad's birthday party yesterday and beat up my brother, and now you're here to mess up my confession.
How the hell do you want to die?
Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said coldly, let go of your claws.
Ji Budwan raised his chin and threatened, why don't you let go? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're good at fighting. Damn it, if you push me too far, I'll have someone dig up all your Yi family tombs one day. Yi Tiance's voice sank, do you dare?
You must know that the deceased family members are Yi Tiance's bottom line, a reverse scale that cannot be touched.
Ji Budwan didn't know what to do and continued to challenge, what are you afraid of? In broad daylight, I don't believe you dare to hit me in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau? Come on. Try to hit me?
Yi Tiance said coldly, this is the first time I have seen such a strange request, so I will satisfy you.
The next second, he kicked Ji Budwan in the abdomen. Bang!
Ji Budwan was kicked 3 or 4 meters away and rolled down the steps in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
He was badly beaten.
This scene shocked the onlookers and made them exclaim. Xiao Qingcheng was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly trotted down to support Ji Budwan.
Master Ji, are you okay?
Ji Budwan rubbed his arms and thighs, grimacing in pain and groaning continuously. His whole face was filled with panic and surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Tiance was so bold that he actually dared to beat someone in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Out of shame and anger, he pointed at Yi Tiance and cursed, Yi, you dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I.
But he didn't finish his words.
But Yi Tian's flashed and came directly in front of him. Bang! Hands up, hands down. A slap in the face sent Ji Budwan flying. I fell flat on my face. Just when Yi Tian's was about to kick Ji Budwan again,
Xiao Qingcheng quickly stood in front of him.
She said anxiously and angrily, Yi Tian's. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting people? Yi Tian said truthfully, he asked me to beat him, I just did it, what's the problem? You.
Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that his face turned blue and his chest heaved.
This guy is so rude that he is beyond redemption. Can't we communicate properly if there are any conflicts?
She turned around and helped Ji Budwan up again. At this time, one side of Ji Budwan's cheek was swollen and there was blood at the corner of his mouth.
He looked quite embarrassed.
Xiao Qingcheng apologized repeatedly, Master Ji, I'm really sorry.
Don't be angry and don't bother with him. I'll ask him to apologize to you right now.
Ji Budwan stared at Yi Tian's with fiery eyes. But fearing that Yi Tian's would attack again, he could only grit his teeth and nodded unwillingly. Xiao Qingcheng ordered solemnly, Yi Tian's, I order you to make a formal apology to young Master Ji, immediately.
Chapter 83 Rong Meiyan's Invitation. Yi Tian's shook his head decisively.
He just beat up a blind bastard, and the other party was the one who provoked him first.
Why should he apologize? Yi Tian's attitude made Xiao Qingcheng crazy.
You clearly know that young Master Ji has done a great favor to me and the Shiao family, but you have repeatedly interfered.
How can I be worthy of the Ji family if you do this? How can I repay young Master Ji's kindness?
Xiao Qingcheng just felt that Yi Tian's was deliberately taking revenge on her. Deliberately put her on the fire rack to roast.
Face Xiao Qingcheng's emotional outburst. Yi Tian's shook his head and sneered, Ha! Mr. Shiao, please don't put the blame on me. If you feel that you can't repay Ji Budwan's kindness, then why don't you just agree to his confession? When Xiao Qingcheng heard what Yi Tian said, she couldn't help but tremble.
Those beautiful eyes were full of disappointment.
She couldn't believe that she and Yi Tian hadn't even completed their divorce yet, but the other party was already so impatient that he pushed her into the arms of another man? Because in this way, you, Yi Tian, can be with other women openly, right? Good. Then I will help you today.
Xiao Qingcheng's expression returned to being cold.
He said angrily, You, Yi Tian, are right. This is what I had planned.
If it weren't for the cool-off period for divorce, I would have already agreed to it, young Master Ji.
Are you satisfied now?
A hint of sadness flashed across Yi Tian's eyes, but he did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Ji Budwan himself was visibly delighted after hearing this.
Confused, Qingcheng, what did you say? You were going to promise me to confess your love? Xiao Qingcheng didn't look at Ji Budwan.
Instead, he met Yi Tian's gaze and was unwilling to give in.
Go ahead. She said something against her will, yes. But there is a cooling-off period for divorce.
It will take another 30 days before I can officially get a divorce.
So that is how it is. Ji Budwan suddenly realized and his face was filled with joy.
He thought Xiao Qingcheng was not interested in him, but it turned out that they had not yet officially divorced.
Come to think of it. She is the CEO of a large company, yet she agreed to someone else's confession before she was officially divorced. If this news gets out, it will have a bad impact.
I guess Qingcheng must have rejected him because of this.
Think of this.
Ji Budwan quickly apologized with a smile. Qingcheng, blame me for being abrupt just now.
I'm really sorry. It's just a 30-day cooling-off period. I will definitely wait patiently, hee. Xiao Qingcheng just nodded lightly.
What I was thinking was that I would explain my true thoughts to Ji Budwan when I had time. As for what she owed to Ji Jia and Ji Budwan, she would try to make up for it in other ways. Yi Tian said indifferently, since this is what Mr. Shiao really thinks, I congratulate you in advance. However, for the sake of our marriage, I would like to remind you, Mr. Shiao, to be careful when choosing a partner. Not everyone is worthy of being entrusted with your life, so as to avoid regrets.
He said this with good intentions.
Based on his understanding of Ji Budwan, this man was so diligent in contacting Xiao Qingcheng, and liking her was only one reason, he must have other ulterior motives.
Xiao Qingcheng sneered at herself and said, Yi Tian, you should keep this to yourself. Please don't think that everyone is as bad as you are. Even if I really regret it in the future, it has nothing to do with you.
Yi Tian lowered his eyes slightly. Since she has made up her mind, there is no need for me to waste any more words. A cunning gleam flashed across Ji Budwan's eyes. He smiled proudly and said, Mr. Yi, your existence will only bring her darkness, but I can lead her to the light. To be honest with you, I will take Qingqing to buy gifts later, and give them to Miss Rong Meiyan at the business meeting tomorrow to please her. By then, Qingqing will surely be chosen by the Rong family as a business partner, and you, a piece of trash, will disappear from our sight forever. After saying, Ji Budwan said to Xiao Qingcheng, I'll take you to a place to help Miss Rong choose a gift. Xiao Qingcheng asked, where? Ji Budwan said mysteriously, you will know when you go there. The gift we choose will definitely satisfy Miss Rong. Good. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Afterwards, he and Ji Budwan drove away. From beginning to end, he never looked at Yi Tiance again. This scene naturally caused various discussions among the onlookers. As expected, beauties still love heroes. Only young Master Ji is Xiao Qingcheng's target. What else? Let Xiao Qingcheng continue to live with her useless husband? That would be cheating. Look, that guy surnamed Ji is still standing here pretending to be calm. Ha, if you don't know him, you would think he has a very powerful background and doesn't care at all. When everyone was complaining and looking down on Yi Tiance, a black Maybach stopped on the side of the road in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I saw the license plate number, Zhang F66666. The onlookers were all shocked. Because the owner of this car is the chairman of Tianlong Group, it is known as the car of the King of Jiangnan. Why did Mr. Long come to the Civil Affairs Bureau for no reason? When everyone is confused. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened and Zhao Hailong got out of the car. The whole person who stood there exuded an aura that made the onlookers feel pressured. He didn't even dare to look up and meet Zhao Hailong's gaze. Some passers-by who were blocking Zhao Hailong's sight ran away, making way for a wide path. Only Yi Tiance stood there, motionless. This made the onlookers sweat. Is this kid crazy? He doesn't even try to avoid Lord Long when he sees him? He's really trying to save himself. No wonder he was kicked out by the Shiao family, it turns out there's something wrong with his brain. Just wait, Lord Long is going to get mad, this kid is doomed. However, the next scene surprised them. Zhao Hailong walked up to Yi Tiance. Bend over 90 degrees. He showed a very respectful attitude and greeted, Mr. Yi. Gah! The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Oh my god. Why is Lord Long the King of Jiangnan so respectful to him? Could it be that this Yi really has a background unknown to the public and it was Xiao Qingcheng who made the mistake? It must be. Alas, Xiao Qingcheng is such an idiot. She filed for divorce with such an excellent husband. She doesn't know how to appreciate the blessing she has. Yi Tiance ignored the astonished looks of the onlookers. Instead, he asked, why did you come to see me? Zhao Hailong replied respectfully, I am here to give you an invitation card. He took out a red card and handed it to Yi Tiance. He introduced, this is the invitation card that Rong Meiyan from the Rong family in the provincial capital asked me to pass on to you. Please attend the meeting tomorrow night. Yi Tiance thought that Zhao Hailong had called him yesterday and talked about this matter. The reason why he agreed to go was because he could take this opportunity to find Rong Meiyan and cancel the engagement. So Yi Tiance took the invitation card and put it directly into his pocket. Zhao Hailong glanced at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He asked cautiously, Mr. Yi, have you and Mr. Shiao already filed for divorce? Yi Tiance shook his head. The staff said that there is a cooling-off period for divorce, and we have to wait 30 days before the process can be processed. I didn't expect that getting a divorce would be so troublesome these days. Zhao Hailong said attentively, Mr. Yi, if you need it, I can ask someone to help you speed up the process and complete the divorce as soon as possible? Yi Tiance hesitated. I shook my head and said, forget it. In Xiao Qingqing's eyes, whatever I do now is wrong. It's better to just let nature take its course. Zhao Hailong said seriously, but from the perspective of a subordinate, you have been very kind to President Shiao in the past 3 years, but she has let you down. If anyone is wrong, she is the one. Yi Tiance laughed at himself and said, haven't you heard a saying? The only time a married woman will admit she has done something wrong is if she has married the wrong man. She will never find fault with herself. I used to think it was just a joke, but now I know how true it is. Zhao Hailong quickly nodded in agreement. Then he asked, Mr. Yi, the 10 billion order from Tianlong Group was cancelled at the last bidding meeting. When do you think it will be restarted and the winning bidder will be selected? After all, it's not a good idea to delay it any longer.
Yi Tian said, wait a little longer, I'll let you know when there's news. Zhao Hailong said respectfully, yes. Chapter 84 Shao Qingcheng vs Rong Meiyan. At the same time, Ji Buduan brought Shao Qingcheng to the treasure pavilion in Jiangnan City. He introduced proudly, Qingcheng, you don't know that Miss Rong Meiyan likes jade carvings the most. This treasure pavilion is the top store in our Jiangnan City. If you choose a jade carving by Master Xia Peng and give it to Miss Rong as a gift, it will definitely please her. Shao Qingcheng nodded happily and said, Master Ji, it's rare that you are so thoughtful. Thank you. I couldn't help but compare Ji Buduan with Yi Tian's.
Someone who cares about her everywhere and helps her solve problems. One who stirs up trouble everywhere and creates difficulties for him.
In comparison, the gap is huge.
While expressing her emotion, Shao Qingcheng started to carefully select items in the store. Every jade carving on the shelf is meticulously crafted and is a rare and top-quality treasure. Shao Qingcheng only walked around for more than 10 minutes.
Still haven't found one that meets my satisfaction.
After all, it is a gift for Miss Rong Meiyan, who is of noble status, so the gift must be outstanding and shocking enough. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the display stand in the center of the store.
Those beautiful pupils froze in an instant. I saw that it was a blue-white jade sculpture more than 1 foot tall.
The mountains formed by swirling green jade and the rippling water like white jade, the two complement each other and show an extremely strong sense of reality, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Although Shao Qingcheng was not very familiar with jade carvings, she could deeply feel how top-notch this jade carving was.
It is definitely a rare treasure. If I give it to Miss Rong Meiyan, she will definitely be satisfied. Ji Buduan also came over at this time and looked up and down at the jade sculpture. He could not help but nod and said, oh my god. When did the treasure pavilion have jade carvings of this level? This is one of the best products in the whole country.
At the same time, he was quite confused. Although Master Xia Peng's carving skills are impressive, they don't seem to have reached this level.
Could it be that Master Xia Peng has recently achieved a breakthrough? Ji Buduan didn't think too deeply about it and said with a smile, Qingcheng, since you like this work, let's buy it.
He casually called over a round-faced apprentice and said, install this jade carving.
I want to buy it.
The round-faced apprentice said politely, sir, I'm really sorry, this jade carving is the latest treasure of our store and is not for sale.
Ji Buduan's face darkened and he said, what's wrong with the treasure of the store? Isn't it for sale if it's on display? Or do you think I can't afford this jade carving of yours? To tell you the truth, I am Ji Buduan, the eldest son of the Ji family in Jiangnan. Why don't you ask around? Is there anything in Jiangnan City that I can't afford?
The round-faced apprentice quickly shook his head and said, Master Ji, you misunderstood.
I didn't mean that.
It's just that the treasure of the store is of great importance, and I, a little apprentice, can't make the decision.
Ji Buduan snorted coldly, humph. If you can't make the decision, call out Master Sun Kai from your store. After saying,
he turned around and boasted to Shao Qingcheng, this Master Sun Kai is the first disciple of Master Xia Peng and the future successor of the treasure pavilion.
He and I are old friends. If you want this jade carving, just ask a question, and you can even ask him to give you a discount.
Shao Qingcheng nodded and praised, young Master Ji, you have a wide network of contacts.
Ji Buduan looked very satisfied and was about to continue pretending to be cool.
The round-faced apprentice said, Master Ji, I regret to inform you that Sun Kai was expelled from the sect by the master just a few hours ago and has been kicked out of the treasure pavilion forever. Ji Buduan, who originally had a satisfied look on his face, immediately became very embarrassed.
He couldn't believe it and asked, what the hell? Is it true?
As everyone knows, Sun Kai has followed Master Xia Peng for many years and holds a high position of power in the treasure pavilion.
How could he be fired for no reason? The round-faced apprentice nodded affirmatively, absolutely true. Ji Buduan didn't believe it at all and snorted coldly, TSK. How dare you, a little apprentice like you, tell such a lie?
I'll call Master Sun right now and see how he punishes you.
Ji Buduan took out his cell phone and called Sun Kai. But I found that the other party's phone was turned off.
I sent him another WeChat message.
Oh shit. I was actually blocked by the other party.
At this moment, Ji Buduan had a very bad feeling.
Was this guy Sun Kai really fired?
It doesn't matter whether this guy was fired or not, the key point is that this guy borrowed 3 million from me last month for gambling.
Is it going to be a waste of time?
Thinking of this, Ji Budwan's face looked a little ugly.
Damn it, this bastard, don't let me find him. Although he was angry, he couldn't show it in front of Xiao Qingcheng.
He could only cough lightly and said, "Since Sun Kai is not here, please call Master Xiaoping out. I believe he will sell this jade carving to me for the sake of my status as the eldest son of the Ji family." However, he had just finished speaking.
A familiar voice sounded behind me. I also like this jade carving.
Please ask Master Xiaoping to come out and sell it to me.
Ji Budwan and Xiao Qingcheng turned their heads away.
I saw a charming woman with a curvy figure standing behind me, wearing a red cheongsam.
Ji Budwan was stunned. "It's you?"
Xiao Qingcheng also looked surprised. I didn't expect to meet this woman again today.
Rong Meiyan raised a smile and said, "What a coincidence, meeting you two here." Ji Budwan frowned and asked warily, "What are you doing here?"
Although the woman in front of him could be described as a beauty, as a man he admired her very much. But thinking back to yesterday at the Ji family's birthday party, this woman had helped Yi Tiance out of trouble many times, slapping the Ji family in the face.
He couldn't help but feel alert and hostile. Rong Meiyan raised her lips and said, "Do I need to report to you what I am doing? Do you really think that you can control everything just because you are the eldest son of the Ji family?"
The corner of Ji Budwan's eye twitched and he was about to lose his temper subconsciously. But considering that we are in the treasure pavilion, we still have to restrain ourselves. He snorted coldly and ignored Rong Meiyan. He turned to the round-faced apprentice and scolded him, "Didn't you hear what I said? Call Master Xiaoping out immediately?" The round-faced apprentice said in embarrassment, "Master Ji, the master is in seclusion carving, and he has strictly ordered us not to disturb him in any way." Ji Budwan frowned and asked, "How long does Master Xiaoping need to be in seclusion?" The round-faced apprentice said, "It should be soon."
"All right." Ji Boyu nodded.
He threatened Rong Meiyan again, "I don't care who you are or what your background is. Because you are a woman, I remind you not to compete with us for this jade sculpture."
Rong Meiyan became interested and asked, "Oh?
Where did you say that?"
Ji Budwan said proudly, "To be honest, we bought this jade sculpture to give it to Miss Rong Meiyan.
If you compete with us, it is equivalent to competing with Miss Rong. You should also understand what the Rong family in the provincial capital represents and what the consequences of going against the Rong family are, right?"
Rong Meiyan suddenly realized something and said, "So that's how it is."
Ji Budwan said proudly, "Since you understand, why don't you give up the competition for jade carving and leave this place?" Unexpectedly, the other party showed a charming smile and said, "Hearing what you said, I want this jade sculpture even more. After all, it's very interesting to snatch Miss Rong's treasure."
Ah? Ji Budwan was confused. He thought that mentioning Rong Meiyan would make this woman retreat, but he didn't expect that she was fearless and even took advantage of him. Is this woman crazy? Not even Rong Meiyan is afraid?
Xiao Qingcheng took a step forward and said in a cold manner, "My lady, this jade sculpture is very important to me. If you insist on competing, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will not give in." For a moment, the two looked at each other. It was as if there was a collision of lightning. Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Boss Xiao really thinks that by giving this jade sculpture to Miss Rong, he can win her favor and make you a business partner of the Rong family?"
Chapter 85 He is actually Master Yi?
Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. She was quite surprised at the other party's sharpness. He could see the purpose of her choosing the jade carving at a glance. Rong Meiyan took a step forward and slowly walked around the jade sculpture. He sighed and said, "The carving skill of this jade carving is natural and of great value. There are only a handful of people in the whole dragon country who can achieve such a level. It may please Miss Rong, but it cannot bring her what she wants most. Mr. Xiao, you are a smart man and have been working in the business world for many years. Why don't you think carefully about why the Rong family chose a business partner in Jiangnan City? In Miss Rong's mind, which is more important, a precious jade carving or what she really wants?" This is a series of earnest rhetorical questions. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for a moment. Her intuition told her that the true identity of the woman in front of her was more complicated than she had originally thought. She subconsciously prepared to ask the other party's identity. But Ji Budwan interrupted him, "Humph. You are analyzing from Miss Rong's perspective, what's the matter? Do you think you are Miss Rong?" To tell you the truth, our Ji family has been designated as a business partner by Miss Rong, and is qualified to recommend other partners. As long as Qingcheng buys this jade sculpture and gives it to Miss Rong, and with the mediation of our Ji family, Miss Rong will definitely choose her as a business partner.
How can you question and refute it with just a few words? Rong Meiyan asked back, who told you that the Ji family was chosen to become a partner of the Rong family?
Ji Buoduan boasted, of course it was the second master of the Rong family, Mr. Rong Tianlian, who informed us. His words represent the official position of the Rong family.
What else do you have to say to this? Rong Meiyan smiled meaningfully and said, let's wait and see. Ji Buoduan sneered disdainfully and didn't take this remark seriously at all.
However, Xiao Qingqing felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness at this moment.
After hesitating for a while, she advised Ji Buoduan, why don't you just forget about buying the jade carving?
I think Miss Rong may not care about this, but needs an excellent and capable partner. I want to impress her with my true ability, not.
Ji Buoduan interrupted, Qingqing, you have many advantages, except that you are easily influenced by others. You get shaken when hearing a few words from others.
Don't worry, since I've asked to buy this jade sculpture, it's a fait accompli and no one can change it.
Even if Master Xiaoping comes out later, he will give me this face. This sentence has just been said.
A slightly dissatisfied old voice sounded, humph.
When did the treasure of our treasure pavilion fall to the point where it has to be sold for money?
Xiaoping, wearing a yellow tang suit, walked out from the sculptor's room.
There was a hint of anger on his face. He asked the round-faced apprentice, didn't the master tell me that this jade carving is the newest treasure of the store and is not allowed to be sold? Why are there still people clamoring to buy it? The round-faced apprentice quickly recounted the entire incident. There is no concealment at all. Xiaoping turned to Ji Buoduan and said calmly, this green mountain in clear water is the treasure of our store and is not for sale. Please choose another jade carving. This. Ji Buoduan was a little embarrassed. He thought Xiaoping would give him some face when he heard that he was young Master Ji, but he never expected that he would refuse so bluntly. But due to Xiaoping's status, he didn't dare to offend him. All they could do was to negotiate. Master Xiaoping, I know your treasure is very precious, but no matter how precious it has a price. Mr. Shiao and I are willing to pay a high price for it. Xiaoping narrowed his eyes and said, young Master Ji, for your father's sake, I am willing to spend a little more time to remind you. First, don't call me a master from now on. I am far from worthy of this title. Second, although Xiao's family wealth is not as good as your Ji family's, it is not to the point of being penniless. There is no need to scare Xiao with money. Ji Buoduan was bewildered. He didn't understand. Xiaoping used to be so arrogant and loved being praised. Why did he suddenly become so humble today? Don't even want the title of master anymore? Ji Buoduan was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade him, Mr. Xia, I understand that you are reluctant to sell the jade carving. But this jade carving is intended to be given to Miss Rong at the meeting tomorrow night. You also know how many celebrities will be attending the meeting tomorrow night. If you display this jade carving in public, it will surely amaze the audience and enhance your reputation. Ji Buoduan believes that, Xiaoping, you don't like money, but don't you like fame either? But Xiaoping's answer slapped him in the face again. Xiaoping said seriously, if it was before today, Xia might be moved by your words, but now for me, fame and fortune are not important at all. Moreover, this jade carving was not made by Xia, but by Master Yi. He was willing to keep it here as the treasure of the store. Xia is already grateful, so how dare he sell it privately to make money? Ji Buoduan suddenly realized. Wow, after all this time, it turns out this jade carving was not carved by Xiaoping. He rolled his eyes and said, this is easy. Tell me the contact information of Master Yi and I will contact him right away. I believe that with the reputation of our Jiangnan Ji family, we will definitely make him give us face and agree to sell this jade sculpture. As soon as the words fell, a voice rang out at the door, don't bother to contact me. I can inform you right here. I won't give the Ji family face, and I won't agree to sell the jade carving to you. Several people looked back. The person who spoke was actually Yi Tiance. Ji Buoduan looked unhappy. This bastard, why is he still haunting me? He frowned and said, why are you following me? This place is not suitable for someone of your status. As he was speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, what did you say? You won't sell this jade sculpture to me, huh? What does it have to do with you? Yi Tiance calmly replied, because this jade sculpture was made by me, what is my relationship with it? As soon as these words came out, Ji Buoduan couldn't help laughing. Mr. Yi, I noticed that you are suffering from a disease that will kill you if you don't brag.
The quality of this jade carving is nothing short of miraculous.
How could a useless person like you who lives off others carve it? Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, Yi Tiance, please stop trying to attract attention, okay?
She had been married to Yi Tiance for 3 years, but she had never known that Yi Tiance had any knowledge of jade carving, let alone seen him carve.
He even said that this green mountains and clear waters was created by him? Although she had to admit that Yi Tiance was now very good at kung fu, calligraphy, and medicine. But a person's energy is limited. How could Yi Tiance be so accomplished in jade carving?
So she didn't believe that this jade carving was made by Yi Tiance.
Not just her.
Even Rong Meiyan had a glimmer of suspicion in her eyes. You should know that she has extensive knowledge of the jade carving industry. It is clear that this green mountain and clear water in front of us requires decades of hard work and outstanding talent to carve into a top-notch work of art.
However, Yi Tiance is less than 30 years old, how could he carve it? Is he deliberately trying to show off in front of his future ex-wife?
However, the next scene was far beyond their expectations.
Xia Ping walked forward quickly. He bowed respectfully and excitedly to Yi Tiance and said, Master Yi, you are finally back. I would like to say hello to you. Chapter 86 How can I thank you? This attitude made Ji Budwan and others open their eyes wide.
You should know that Xia Ping is an absolute leader in the jade carving industry in Jiangnan City. His status is so noble that even the 3 major families in Jiangnan City have to show him respect.
However, at this moment, he actually showed such a respectful attitude towards Yi Tiance. What is going on? Ji Budwan was the first to express his inner doubts. He said to Xia Ping, what do you call this guy named Yi? Master Yi? How can a useless guy like him become a master?
Xia Ping had a stern face.
He said very seriously, don't be rude to Master Yi.
His carving skills have reached the level of returning to nature, far above Xia's. Moreover, he can carve a masterpiece of green mountains and clear waters, so how can he not be called a master?
Humph.
Let alone master, even if I call him grandmaster, there is no problem at all.
This sentence was like a thunderclap. Ji Budwan's scalp was numb from the shock. Green mountains and clear waters was actually carved by Yi Tiance, how is this possible? He said unwillingly, Mr. Xia, you are not kidding, are you? Can Yi Tiance really carve such a top-notch jade sculpture?
Xia Ping said seriously, what else? This green mountain and clear water was carved by Master Yi in front of everyone in the treasure pavilion this morning.
How could it be fake?
Not only did he say this, but even the apprentices in the store expressed their feelings.
I can testify.
Master Yi's carving skills have surpassed our imaginations and have reached the level of returning to nature.
This is really enviable.
Yes, it is unheard of that such a top-quality treasure can be carved in just 15 minutes. As a jade carver, I have no regrets in my life as I can see Master Yi perform his carving skills. With so many people testifying, it is definitely a confirmed fact.
Ji Budwan's ears were buzzing and he stood there in a daze.
I couldn't utter a word for a long while.
However, Xiao Qingcheng was even more shocked than Ji Budwan.
She looked at Yi Tiance with eyes filled with horror and disbelief.
What? Yi Tiance has transformed himself into a jade carving master again? Calligraphy, kung fu, medical skills, jade carving. What on earth can't he do? Rong Meiyan couldn't help but take a deep breath.
She increasingly discovered that this man named Yi Tiance would bring her unexpected surprises every time they met.
It's so unpredictable. Yi Tiance didn't care about what Ji Budwan and others thought. Instead, he said to Xia Ping, since this jade carving is given to you as the treasure of the store, the right to dispose of it naturally belongs to you.
If you want to sell it, you can sell it to anyone, but not to the Ji family.
This sentence immediately broke down Ji Budwan's defense. He couldn't help but question and shouted, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? You can't sell it to our Ji family. Do you look down on my family? Yi Tiance sneered and said, I think your Ji family is just a bidder, how can you look down on me? Ji Budwan was so angry that his face turned blue.
If he could defeat Yi Tiance, he would have rushed forward with his arms swung.
He could only grit his teeth and said unwillingly, Bah! You just know how to carve jade, what's so great about that? This thing is only valuable if someone supports it. If no one supports it, it's worthless. If you don't want to sell it to me, I don't give a damn. Xingcheng, let's go and ignore this rubbish. But when he turned around and walked to the store door, he looked back and found that Xiao Qingcheng had not followed him. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were fixed on Yi Tiance. He asked in a complaining tone, since you can carve jade, why have I never heard you talk about it before? Yi Tiance answered truthfully, you never asked, so what should I say?
Xiao Qingchang was stunned at first. Then he sneered at himself, haha.
What do you mean you never asked?
In the final analysis, you never trusted me and you just didn't want to say it. Yi Tiance helplessly spread his hands and said, if you think so, there is nothing I can do.
This attitude made Xiao Qingchang even more unhappy. She bit her lip and said coldly, Yi Tiance, what I despise most is your attitude.
You didn't trust me in the first place, but now you're turning the tables on me.
Is it fun to play dirty like this?
Yi Tiance responded coldly, Boss Xiao, let me remind you that you are the one who didn't trust me, so you are the one who was blaming me. Xiao Qingchang subconsciously opened her mouth to refute, Yi Tiance, how have I ever distrusted you?
Don't slander me.
This time, Yi Tiance has not answered.
Rong Meiyan said quietly, I remember that at the birthday banquet yesterday, you, Mr. Xiao, expressed your distrust of Mr. Ye's calligraphy, right?
As for the final result, it was naturally seen by all.
Have you forgotten it?
As she spoke, Rong Meiyan held up a roll of rice paper and slowly opened it. It was Yi Tiance's painting with the 4 characters, Dominate the World.
The brushstrokes are like flying dragons, and an imperial aura that is above everyone else emanates from this calligraphy. Rong Meiyan sneered faintly. Mr. Xiao, now that you see it, do you still think Mr. Yi is slandering you? Rong Meiyan asked back. Xiao Qingchang was left standing there in embarrassment.
My face is burning with pain. She took a deep look at the calligraphy in Rong Meiyan's hand, and then looked at the jade carving green mountains and clear waters.
No matter which one it is, it can be regarded as the top in the industry. And all of these were actually done by Yi Tiance.
More importantly, Xiao Qingchang had never known that Yi Tiance knew all this.
Of course, at this moment, perhaps the word distrust would be more appropriate. Yi Tiance didn't notice Xiao Qingchang's expression. Instead, he asked Rong Meiyan in confusion, why did you bring this calligraphy?
Rong Meiyan smiled charmingly and said, I think your calligraphy is not an ordinary piece, it is priceless, it would be a pity to just leave it here to gather dust.
So I came to the treasure pavilion and wanted to ask the master to frame it.
I will hang it in my home or office in the future.
How magnificent it will be.
Yi Tiance smiled bitterly, it's just a casual stroke of ink, you don't have to take it so seriously, right?
Rong Meiyan said seriously, as for it. Of course it is. Mr. Xia, what do you think?
She shook the calligraphy in her hand.
In fact, Xia Ping's attention had long been attracted by this calligraphy. As a master of jade carving, he naturally has a deep understanding of calligraphy. He was stunned for more than half a minute.
He sighed from the bottom of his heart, the writing is skillful and free, the font is majestic, and I can feel the majestic imperial aura.
Good calligraphy, good calligraphy.
He looked at Yi Tiance and said excitedly, Master Yi, I am completely impressed by you.
I didn't expect that your attainments in calligraphy are not inferior to jade carving. I'm really curious, what else don't you know? Yi Tiance waved his hand and smiled, I don't know much, otherwise I won't be kicked out of the house and ridiculed for being useless.
Phew. When Xiao Qingchang heard these words, she felt as if she was stabbed in the chest. His face became more and more embarrassed.
This guy must have done this on purpose.
Xia Ping coughed lightly and said to Rong Meiyan, we have a master who specializes in mounting calligraphy and paintings in our treasure pavilion. If you trust me, I will arrange for the best master to mount it, and it is expected to be completed in 3 days. Since this is Master Yi's calligraphy, our store will provide free framing. Rong Meiyan's face lit up with joy, and she handed the calligraphy to Xia Ping. Thank you, Mr. Xia. She patted Yi Tiance on the shoulder. That peerless beauty said in a charming manner, thanks to your name, I was able to save a lot of money for nothing.
How can I thank you for this favor? Chapter 87 Mr. Xiao, you are the one who should recognize the gap. Yi Tiance shook his head, no need. In fact, I should be the one to say thank you.
After all, she spoke for herself many times at the end of the previous bidding meeting and at the birthday party yesterday.
This kindness has not yet been repaid. Rong Meiyan's eyes turned and she said excitedly, oh?
If that's the case, why don't you just go with the flow and sell me this green mountain and clear water jade carving?
I really like it. Don't worry, just name the price, I can afford it.
Xia Ping's expression suddenly became alert, fearing that the jade carving would be stolen.
He said in panic, Master Yi, you said that this jade sculpture was given to me and cannot be sold.
Yi Tian smiled and said, "Old Xia, don't worry, the right to dispose of this jade sculpture is definitely yours." Then he said to Rong Meiyan, "Since you really like jade carvings, I will carve a new one for you someday. The quality will definitely not be worse than green mountains in clear waters." Rong Meiyan's eyes lit up and she asked expectantly, "Do you keep your word?" Yi Tian nodded, "Of course I'll keep my word." I felt quite helpless. He didn't want to have too many entanglements with this woman, but the reality is always contrary to one's wishes. Yi Tian and Rong Meiyan singing the same tune caught Xiao Qingqing's eyes and made her feel mixed emotions. Unhappy, self-blame, bitterness, jealousy. In short, there are all kinds of emotions. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. His eyes turned to Yi Tian's. He said coldly, "I admit that after you filed for divorce, you showed unexpected brilliance in some aspects. But don't think that these highlights can make me, Xiao Qingqing, change my mind or even regret it, because after all, these are just small tricks to keep myself safe. The gap between you and me is not superficial, but a layer of vision that you will never understand. You will know this after tomorrow's meeting." Without waiting for Yi Tian to respond, Rong Meiyan sneered and said, "Ha, Mr. Yi's highlight is just a trick in Mr. Zhao's eyes, so I'm curious about what your highlight is?" In Jiangnan City, everyone says that you are beautiful, smart, and talented, but after these few encounters, I find that, apart from your beautiful appearance, you have nothing else to offer. So, you should be the one who really understands the difference. Mr. Yi's realm is something you will never understand, stupid woman. Boom. Xiao Qingqing felt like she was struck by lightning and her body trembled. This is the first time in her life that someone has given her such a sharp evaluation. It was a ruthless attack on her dignity. You. Xiao Qingqing was so angry that her C-cup breasts rose and fell. She didn't understand why Han Ruayun and this beautiful woman targeted her as if she were an enemy every time they saw her. Understood. It must be this guy Yi Tian who deliberately ordered it. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Tian. "We'll see." After saying this, Xiao Qingqing turned around and left angrily. Ji Budwan had a gloomy face. Pointing at Yi Tian, he threatened, "Mr. Yi, it's all your fault that my plan failed again. Just wait, I will settle this account with you after the meeting with Miss Rong tomorrow." Then he chased after Xiao Qingqing and ran out. It was just a small farce, and it came to a temporary end. Rong Meiyan sighed, "Mr. Yi, your future ex-wife's personality is really incredible. It's really hard for you to have this 3-year marriage." Yi Tian smiled bitterly. He actually doesn't want to think or say much about this topic. How high is Rong Meiyan's emotional intelligence? He noticed this immediately and said tactfully, "I have other things to do, so I won't waste my time here. Mr. Xia, I will come to pick up the mounted calligraphy in 3 days. I'll take care of everything. Goodbye, Mr. Yi." After Rong Meiyan left, Yi Tian felt a little more relaxed. For some reason, every time this woman appeared next to him, he would feel uncomfortable. Although this feeling of discomfort is not negative, it still distracts Yi Tian. It seems that I should stay away from her as much as possible in the future. After sighing, Yi Tian followed Xia Ping to his exclusive carving room. After all, he returned to the treasure pavilion again just to see the result of the restoration of the tiger-shaped jade pendant. Xia Ping lifted a piece of red cloth on the table. Lying on it was a crystal white, warm and smooth tiger-shaped jade pendant. Xia Ping smiled and said, "Master Yi, please take a look." Yi Tian picked up the tiger-shaped jade pendant and examined it carefully. You must know that Yi Tian's eyesight is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he can see many details that ordinary people cannot notice. But at this moment, he could not see any signs of repair on this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Exactly the same as original condition. This made Yi Tian feel emotional. The bonding method Xiaoping used was indeed passed down from generation to generation by sculptors, and it was truly an ingenious work. Then, Yi Tian clasped his fists to express his gratitude to Xiaoping. The latter immediately became frightened, and the two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Yi Tian just said goodbye and left the treasure pavilion. In the evening, Rong Meiyan drove a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom back to the Zijin Tiangong Villa community. The Zijin Palace is located on the Zijin Mountain in the suburbs. To get here from the city, you will pass through a sparsely populated mountain road. Just when Rong Meiyan was driving on this mountain road, suddenly a van overtook her car, spun suddenly and blocked the middle of the road. Creak! Rong Meiyan's face changed and she quickly stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, a collision with the car in front was avoided. But the next second, another van appeared and stopped behind her car.
One in front and one behind, they blocked Rong Meiyan's car tightly. Next,
more than a dozen strong men came down from the two vans. They were all holding machetes and sticks and surrounded us aggressively. The leader was a man with a crew cut and a scar on his face. He raised his foot and stepped on the hood of Rong Meiyan's car and said arrogantly and sinisterly,
Miss Rong, come with us? Facing people with bad intentions. Rong Meiyan was very calm and not at all panicked. Who are you? How do you know my identity?
The scarred man smiled coldly. I have no comment on these questions, please cooperate. Miss Rong, get off the car immediately and come with us, otherwise don't blame me for being violent. As he said that, he knocked on the hood of the car with the machete in a very arrogant manner. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly. With her right hand, she pressed the cell phone in her handbag without anyone noticing. She smiled and said, since you are so kind, how dare I not listen?
Rong Meiyan opened the car door and got out. Scarface looked at Rong Meiyan carefully.
Her perfect figure and appearance made his mouth dry. Licking his lips, he said greedily, Tisk tsk. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Rong family, she is so stunning.
If it weren't for the big boss behind the scenes who asked to bring Rong Meiyan over safely.
He had long been unable to control his inner restlessness and rushed up to do something. He ordered the brothers behind him, come here, put a cap on her head.
Yes.
A younger brother came over with a black hood and wanted to put it on Rong Meiyan's head. Rong Meiyan raised her right hand slightly, as if she was about to do something.
A voice sounded.
But it made her stop immediately.
Hey! What are you doing? Chapter 88 Rong Meiyan's heart is pounding.
This shout startled Scarface and others. He quickly turned his head. I saw a young man riding a yellow electric scooter and wearing a yellow helmet stopped on the side of the road.
He looks like a delivery man.
You know, they were ordered to kidnap Rong Meiyan this time and didn't want to waste time creating unnecessary trouble.
Scarface frowned, raised his machete and threatened, damn it. What are you yelling about, you stinky delivery man? Stop meddling in other people's business and get out of here.
In his opinion, a delivery man. If they are threatened by such a gangster boss, they will definitely be scared away.
However, it was unexpected.
Not only did the delivery man not run away, he took off his helmet and didn't even look at Scarface and the others.
Instead, he asked Rong Meiyan with some surprise, it's you?
He was coming home from the treasure pavilion, but he didn't expect to meet Rong Meiyan again here.
It seemed that she was stopped and kidnapped? As for Rong Meiyan, she was also surprised and asked, Mr. Yi?
The conversation between the two made Scarface and others change their expressions slightly. A younger brother reminded him, brother, this delivery guy seems to know her, we can't let him go now.
Scarface's expression darkened.
He said to Yi Tiance grimly, boy, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your fault that you didn't check the almanac before going out today.
You are in big trouble. Rong Meiyan quickly reminded him, Mr. Yi, run quickly, their target is not you, not me. However, with Yi Tiance's personality, how could he run away after seeing this scene?
He stood there and sneered at Scarface and the others, you misunderstood.
In fact, you were the ones who didn't check the almanac before going out. I remind you to release the person and leave quickly. Just pretend I didn't see anything about this. Damn. A delivery guy is so pretentious?
Scarface waved to the two younger brothers behind him and said, you two, kill this bastard and let him go down to show off with the king of hell.
Yes.
Two brothers holding machetes rushed towards Yi Tiance with fierce looks.
Seeing this,
Yi Tiance was not in a hurry.
He grabbed the helmet and threw it at one of them.
But the man disagreed. I wonder how powerful a small helmet can be. So instead of dodging, he chose to take the hit with his body.
However, the moment the helmet hit him,
only then did he realize that this was not a helmet, but a cannonball.
Bang! A loud bang.
His body flew backwards, fell more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The remaining person still hadn't reacted to what was happening.
But Yi Tiance's figure suddenly disappeared.
Swish! When he appeared again, he had already reached him and slapped him in the face.
Bang!
The seemingly powerless slap actually sent him flying into the air.
It flew sideways 5 meters and hit a tree on the side of the road. Thump! He fell weakly from the tree to the ground and fainted as well.
This scene sounds slow, but in reality everything took less than 3 seconds.
Gah!
Scarface and the rest of the people's eyes were about to pop out.
Are all the delivery guys so aggressive these days? It's so fucking powerful.
Scarface's lips trembled. Who are you? Yi Tian stood there, just smiled faintly, and did not respond to his question.
Scarface was very angry at this behavior of being ignored. Damn it! Don't you think you can scare me just because you know a little bit of martial arts?
I don't believe that no matter how good you are at fighting, you can still be a match for a group of us.
Brothers, come together, we must kill him. All of his subordinates were immediately excited and attacked Yi Tian with a roar. Oh! You overestimate your own abilities.
Yi Tian shook his head and sneered. Facing the more than a dozen younger brothers who were besieging him, he was not afraid of danger. Rushing to them at a speed invisible to the naked eye.
Snap! 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 One slap for each person.
Very cleanly and neatly, he knocked everyone to the ground. They rolled on the ground in pain and groaned continuously. The only one left was Scarface, who turned pale with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't even hold the machete in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a thud. From the time he ordered his men to take action to the time his entire army was wiped out except for him, it took less than half a minute. This huge gap almost made him collapse. Rong Meiyan, who saw all this, had a light of excitement and appreciation in her beautiful eyes.
Although this was not the first time she had seen Yi Tian take action.
But every time, it made her heart surge and her blood boil. The powerful male protagonist described in the novel is probably just like this.
Yi Tian did not notice Rong Meiyan's gaze. He slowly walked towards Scarface and said calmly, "Aren't you going to kill me? I'll give you a chance, do it?" Thump! Scarface knelt on the ground very quickly. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. "I was wrong.
Big brother, please spare my life.
Please don't kill me.
It's all my fault for being mean, please don't bear grudge against me." Yi Tian rolled his eyes.
"I thought you looked quite fierce, but I didn't expect you to be so timid." Yi Tian asked, "If you want to live, you can tell the truth. Why did you dare to take the risk of blocking the road and kidnapping in broad daylight? What is your purpose?"
This. Scarface has a conflicted expression.
The background of this matter is extremely complicated. How could he dare to say it? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "Oh? You don't want to speak anymore?" "I dare not. I dare not."
Scarface struggled and hesitated for a moment, then a look of determination emerged in his eyes, and he said, "The reason why I kidnapped Rong." But he was only halfway through his words. Yi Tian was the first to suddenly feel a strong danger signal.
Just when I was about to take action, it was too late.
I saw the scarred man kneeling in front of me, and suddenly his entire head exploded.
Hot blood and brain matter spurted out in all directions.
Yi Tian's eyes focused and he waved his hand. "Roll up a wall of air to block the blood and brain matter out." This was a sudden scene. The younger brothers who were still unconscious were so frightened that they screamed.
What happened? Why did the boss's head split open? The boss is dead. What happened?
Yi Tian suddenly turned his head and stared towards the woods on the left with sharp eyes.
Although only for a moment.
But he clearly judged that the scarred man was killed by a sniper bullet in the head. And the sniper who killed him was in the woods.
About 300 meters away. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. "Silenced sniper rifle, are you planning to kill people and cover up the truth? But do you really think you can succeed this way?"
Although the sniper tried his best to conceal his breath, Yi Tian still locked onto him in an instant.
Just as Yi Tian was about to rush into the woods and pull out the sniper, suddenly a scream sounded behind me. Chapter 89. How about I pledge my love to you?
Yi Tian turned his head and saw Rong Meiyan covering her head with her hands with a very painful expression.
"What's wrong with you?"
Yi Tian had no choice but to give up locking onto the sniper's breath, and hurriedly turned around and rushed to Rong Meiyan to ask. Unexpectedly, he suddenly hugged me. Her whole face was filled with fear as she said, "Someone's dead."
"I'm so scared. So scared."
"You." Yi Tian was caught off guard and a little dazed by this sudden hug. I subconsciously wanted to push him away, but unexpectedly he hugged me even tighter.
At this moment, one of Scarface's brothers shouted, "Run!"
Then they were seen dragging their unconscious brother, picking up Scarface's body, and hurriedly getting into the van.
Want to run?
Yi Tians instinctively wanted to chase after him to stop him. But the other party hugged him even tighter. "Mr. Yi, please don't let go, I'm so scared." At this moment, Yi Tians felt the pair of surging murderous weapons on the other party's chest, pressing tightly against his chest. The warmth and softness at that moment made his body stiffen. In the end, I could only watch those guys drive away in the van.
Yi Tians sighed helplessly.
Don't underestimate him because he has gone through countless experiences that ordinary people can't imagine in the fallen city over the years and is knowledgeable.
But this is the first time I've been hugged so intimately by a woman.
What's more, she is such a top-notch woman. Especially the unique fragrance emanating from the other person, and the faint residual warmth. When I looked down, I saw the black stockings with clearly visible texture through the gap in the cheongsam. It has a unique sense of temptation, making people have a strong desire to tear it open.
Yi Tians couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Almost standing at attention. There's no way, since he's still a virgin.
At most, he's had some lever and piston action with his five-finger girl, so it's hard to say. Fortunately, Yi Tians was determined, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he quickly calmed down. He asked tentatively, "Their car has gone far away.
How long do you plan to hold on for?"
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I was really scared just now." Only then did Rong Meiyan slowly let go of Yi Tians. At this moment, there was still fear in her eyes, and a hint of shyness blushed on her pretty face. Plus her natural charm.
Yi Tians couldn't help but feel a heartfelt pity and an indescribable restlessness. Yi Tians asked, "Who are these people? Why did they kidnap you?" Rong Meiyan shook her head blankly, "I don't know either." Yi Tians smiled bitterly and said, "Well, no matter what, as long as the person is fine, it's good." "Then do you want me to help you call the police? Find that group of people?"
Unexpectedly, the other party directly refused and said, "There's no need to call the police." Yi Tians was about to ask the reason subconsciously. Buzz buzz buzz. 5 black Audi cars were seen speeding towards them from a distance and stopped in front of them.
Crash. More than 20 strong men in black clothes got out of the car, all wearing sunglasses and with a strong aura. You can tell at first glance that he is a well-trained bodyguard. The leader was a burly man about 30 years old, nearly 1.9 meters tall, like a black bear. He quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee in front of Rong Meiyan and said respectfully, "Miss, Huang Jin is late in coming to your rescue and deserves death. Please punish him." Rong Meiyan said, "The evil ones have been driven away, you can get up now." "Yes." Huang Jin stood up and glanced at Yi Tians. He asked with some caution, "Miss, who is this?"
Rong Meiyan replied, "If Mr. Yi hadn't coincidentally shown up to help me this time, I would have been in great danger."
Huang Jin nodded and clasped his fists towards Yi Tians and said, "In that case, thank you, Mr. Yi."
Although he said that, his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Yi Tians.
He seemed to be in disbelief. How could he defeat that group of evil guys by himself? Yi Tians glanced at the group of bodyguards.
Especially this strong man named Huang Jin. You can tell that this group of people have all been specially trained and are far superior to ordinary bodyguards. To have such a large number of bodyguards.
This woman's identity and background are obviously not simple. Rong Meiyan thanked Yi Tians again. "Mr. Yi, no matter what, I want to thank you for saving my life today. I really can't repay you enough." Yi Tians waved his hand and smiled, "It's just a small favor, there's no need to talk about rewards or anything like that." Rong Meiyan, however, said in a charming manner, "How can I not repay the favor of saving my life? If you don't mind, I can consider marrying you. Anyway, you are about to get divorced, right?" Sweat. Yi Tians was startled. He said quickly, "Ahem. Well, this joke is a bit too much. I just happen to have something urgent to do, so I'll take my leave first. Goodbye." Yi Tians didn't give Rong Meiyan the chance to chat more. "Just get on the electric bike, start it and leave.
Anyway, she has so many bodyguards protecting her, so she doesn't have to worry about any accidents."
Looking at Yi Tians' back, Rong Meiyan raised her lips and said, "I didn't expect that being shy is so cute." At this time, Huang Jin respectfully asked, "Miss, do you want me to send someone to chase the group of people who kidnapped you immediately? Find out their identities." Rong Meiyan shook her head and said, "Forget it. Maybe it was just an ordinary kidnapping and I just happened to run into it. I'm fine here, you can take your people back." Huang Jin said with some concern, but your safety. Rong Meiyan interrupted, just do it. Yes. Huang Jin had no choice but to obey orders and leave with his bodyguards. When they disappeared, Rong Meiyan walked to the side of her silver Rolls-Royce Phantom. She gently twisted the hood of the car with her index finger and wiped off the blood left by Scarface's headshot. He muttered to himself, I just came to Jiangnan City from the provincial capital a few days ago, and I can't help but take action. I can't wait. How could she still look frightened as before? On the contrary, their faces were calm and composed, as if they were not kidnapped on the road at all, and some were not affected at all by being shot in the head. She turned her head to look at the woods on the left and said, everyone is gone, come out now. Crash. I saw a tall young girl with a long ponytail walking out of the woods. On her shoulder was a sniper rifle. On his face was a butterfly mask that covered his eyes. If Yeans was standing here, he would still be able to recognize the other person from the other facial details. This girl was the one who showed up at Ji Wuli's birthday party yesterday and claimed to be Rong Meiyan's personal assistant Qing. Rong Meiyan praised, your marksmanship has improved recently. Qing said calmly, it's only 400 meters away, one shot to the head, it's not difficult, I just saw your gesture and shot. That's right, the person who just fired a gun in the woods was not the scarred man's accomplice at all, and he was trying to silence someone. But it was Chang who did it. In the eyes of outsiders, Qing is just Rong Meiyan's personal assistant or maid. Apart from her good figure and looks, there is nothing special about her. But few people know that Qing, who looks weak and helpless, is actually Rong Meiyan's most trusted bodyguard. She is proficient in fighting, assassination, firearms, etc. She is more terrifying and powerful than many of the so-called kings of soldiers in the army. And today, before Scarface and his men kidnapped Rong Meiyan, she had been lurking in this woods in advance. When Rong Meiyan was blocked from getting out of the car by Scarface and his gang, she was already waiting for Rong Meiyan to make a gesture and was ready to shoot at any time. However, from the scope, it was seen that Rong Meiyan's half-raised hand suddenly dropped down, and she did not shoot immediately. Then Yeans appeared on an electric scooter and knocked down all of Scarface's minions. Later, when Yeans was about to interrogate Scarface about something, Rong Meiyan suddenly gestured to shoot. Although Chang didn't understand the reason, he had no doubt about the lady's order. He immediately shot and killed Scarface from a long distance. Ching glanced at the remaining bloodstains on the ground. He frowned and asked, Miss, how did you know that someone would set an ambush here today? Chapter 90 invitation card? I have too. Rong Meiyan said calmly, in fact, when I was in the provincial capital, I felt that someone was secretly following me many times, but because we were in the provincial capital, the other party did not have a chance to take action. Since coming to Jiangnan City, this situation has become more frequent, so I suspect that they are very likely to take action before the meeting tomorrow to block the purpose of my trip. And this place is the best place to make the move, that's why I asked you to prepare here in advance, but I didn't expect that your prediction would come true. Mr. Ye's appearance was unexpected, so I didn't let you take action immediately. Ching was puzzled and asked, if that's the case, why didn't you let Yeans finish interrogating Scarface, and instead let me kill him? I think that guy must know who is behind this. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly and said, oh. Do you really think that the mastermind behind the scenes would send out these rotten fish and shrimps to kidnap me, Rong Meiyan? In my opinion, the other party's action this time is more like a test or a warning, so the scar-faced man will not know too many inside stories. Besides, Mr. Yu was here just now, and I don't want him to know too much and get involved. Ching said unwillingly, but the enemy treated you like this, so you're just going to let it go? Ha ha. How can I let go of the offense against me, Rong Meiyan, so easily? Speaking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Rong Meiyan's eyes. He ordered, although Scarface is dead, his personal information can still be found. From this aspect, we can still find the key clues. By the way, you must use the most trustworthy people in the investigation process, and especially don't mention this matter to Huang Jin and his men. Cheng nodded and frowned. Miss, you think there might be spies of the second master among Huang Jin's people, so? Rong Meiyan did not answer this question. Instead, he smiled and changed the subject, asking, you just saw Mr. Ye's skills. What do you think of them? Qing curled her lips and said, humph. It's barely passable. Anyway, compared with that Jiangnan god of war, it's still far behind. Having said that. But in fact, she was in the woods just now, when Yeans captured her breath. Although it was only 2 short seconds, she felt as if she was being stared at by a killing beast. Can't break free.
Thinking back now, I still feel palpitations. At the same time, on a big tree in the distance that neither of them could see, Yi Tian squatted on a tree branch, holding a piece of hairy grass in his mouth, his eyes slightly narrowed.
I have seen all their actions.
Although the distance was too far to hear what they were saying, nor could I see the sniper's appearance clearly. But Yi Tian still discovered that the sniper was actually the woman's subordinate, and she didn't want Scarface to tell the truth. As for the panic and fear that the woman had just shown in front of him, it was actually all pretended. Good job. The story behind this kidnapping seems to be far more complicated than it seems, and involves a lot of things.
TSK. The city really has its tricks. I'd better stay away from this woman from now on. She's really hard to figure out. Besides, it's none of my business, so I'd better not get involved. Yi Tian sighed. He fell from the tree, landed on an electric bike, and rode away directly. The next afternoon, at Red Maple Villa. This is the largest and most luxurious resort in Jiangnan City. It has a variety of top-notch leisure and entertainment facilities, including accommodation, leisure, conferences, catering, etc. It is said that Hongfeng Villa has a mysterious background and is extremely powerful, so its security facilities are impeccable. That's why Rong Meiyen's business meeting was chosen to be held here. The entire Red Maple Villa was booked out, and no uninvited guests were allowed to enter. Yi Tian arrived here more than an hour early. After the security personnel at the door checked the invitation card, Yi Tian entered Red Maple Villa. Walking on the tree-lined path and looking at the blue sky, one can't help but feel relaxed and happy. In his pocket, there was his marriage certificate with Rong Meiyen. I hope that meeting Rong Meiyen today and mentioning the cancellation of the engagement will go more smoothly. After a moment, Yi Tian walked to a horse farm. The entire horse farm covers an area of more than 10 acres, with neat lawns, providing horse riding activities for guests. As the meet and greet had not started yet, some handsome men and beautiful women were riding horses in the stable. There was constant laughter. Yi Tian originally planned to take a look and leave. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice sounded, "Yo! Why do I find that no matter where I go, you country bumpkin will follow me? What qualifications do you have to come into this Red Maple Villa?" Ji Budwan walked towards him with an unfriendly look on his face. There were two women following Ji Budwan, they were Shao Qingchang and assistant son. Today Shao Qingchang was wearing a pure white evening dress. The close-fitting design of the dress outlined her graceful figure, and the perfect cut made her figure even more perfect. As soon as he appeared, he attracted countless eyes around the racecourse. Shao Qingchang frowned. She didn't expect to meet Yi Tian here today. Is this guy deliberately pestering her? Yi Tian looked straight ahead. He responded to Ji Budwan calmly, "How do you know I am not qualified to come in?" Ji Budwan was immediately amused by these words. He sneered, "Mr. Yi, only those with an invitation card to the meeting are eligible to come in today. You have no status, no position, and you can't even get an invitation card. How can you be qualified to come in?" Thinking of the humiliation he suffered from Yi Tian yesterday, Ji Budwan was filled with rage. Now that he happened to meet Yi Tian here again today, he naturally had to target him severely. Assistant's son echoed, "That's right. You know that the celebrities present today are either business tycoons with a net worth of more than 100 million, or important figures in the political arena. How can you be qualified to come in?" Face doubts. Yi Tian said calmly, "Isn't it just an invitation card? I have it." Ji Budwan shook his head and sneered, "You are really good at taking advantage of others. Alright, you said you have an invitation card, so take it out and show it to us all? If you can't, I will ask the staff to get you out." "Oh, right. You don't know what an invitation card looks like, do you? I'll make you a sample first." As he spoke, he took out a red invitation card from his pocket. He held it in front of Yi Tian and shook it ostentatiously. On the front of the invitation card, there is information about the organizer, such as the Rong Family Meeting Chamber of Commerce invitation card. Below is Rong Meiyen's autograph and a digital number. The Arabic numeral 6 is written on this card. When the handsome men and beautiful women around the racecourse saw the invitation card, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! It's actually the invitation card numbered 6. As expected of the G family, our invitation card number is only 41. Our house number is 53. Wait, what does this number mean? Don't you know? This number actually represents the importance of the invited guests.
The more important the guest, the higher the number. It is said that the top 5 can only be the top bosses in Jiangnan City, such as Mayor Lin, Lord Long, and Lord Hu. So the Ji family can get the invitation card number 6, which is enough to prove that the Rong family values them. In this way, it is a foregone conclusion that the Ji family will become the Rong family's business partner today.
Listen to everyone's praise and discussion. Ji Budwan's face looked even more proud.
He laughed and said, "Mr. Yi, take out your invitation card and show it to us.
If your number is 250, it will be funny. Ha 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 ha."
The rest of the people present also burst into laughter.
Yi Tiance was unexpectedly calm.
He took out an invitation card from his pocket and showed it to everyone.
"Is this the invitation card you mentioned?" Ji Budwan, who was originally feeling proud, immediately became dull in expression.
The format and material of Yi Tiance's invitation card are exactly the same as his, even Rong Meiyan's autograph is the same.
Obviously not fake. Look down and see the number below the invitation card. Ji Budwan's eyes are about to pop out. It's actually the Arabic numeral 2. Oh my god. What's going on?
Not only him, but all those young men and women were shocked.
What? It's the invitation card ranked second? What the hell is this? Who is this guy? He's actually worthy of Miss Rong giving him invitation card number 2. Before everyone could recover from their shock,
Yi Tiance took out another invitation card from his pocket and said, "I forgot to mention, I actually have 2 invitation cards." When everyone saw the invitation card clearly,
everyone was stunned. My scalp is tingling. Because the card number is 1. Chapter 91. Yi Tiance, are you giving in? Ji Budwan's eyes couldn't stop twitching. It was like seeing a ghost. How come you have 2 invitation cards, number 1 and number 2? This is impossible. Impossible. You have to know that their Ji family, as the designated partner of the Rong family, only got the invitation card number 6. Just this, his father Ji Wooly is already very touching. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance, who was ridiculed by him, took out 2 invitation cards in one breath. Still, the most important are number 1 and number 2. In comparison, where can the Ji family put their face? The handsome men and beautiful women were also shocked and talked about it. Am I seeing things? There are actually 2 invitation cards, number 1 and number 2. Could it be that his status is more noble than Mayor Lin, Lord Long and Lord Hu, etc.? Isn't it said that each person can only have 1 card? How come he has 2? Young Master Ji just used invitation card number 6 to show off in front of others. Now that I think about it, I feel embarrassed for him. Yeah, it's so embarrassing for number 6 to show off in front of number 1 and number 2 with the invitation card. Everyone's gossip made Ji Budwan so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Hurry up and put your invitation card number 6 into your pocket. Xiao Qingqing's eyes trembled and she bit her lips tightly. You know, the number on her invitation card was only 11. Didn't he even make it into the top 10? She doesn't understand. I am obviously much better than Yi Tiance. Why is the result like this? There must be something wrong here. On the other hand, Yi Tiance put the 2 invitation cards back into his pocket under everyone's shocked gaze. He said coldly to Ji Budwan, "Since the invitation card has been verified, please stop wasting my time by saying that I am not qualified to come in." In fact, Yi Tiance had never paid attention to the invitation card number before, and he didn't know that there were so many details to it. So he couldn't understand why Rong Meiyan gave him the 2 most important invitation cards? Ji Budwan was still unwilling to accept it, and curled his lips and said, "Humph. Even if you have an invitation card, so what? Who knows if you stole it from some big boss? I am warning you, the person who can get invitation cards number 1 and number 2 must be the top boss in Jiangnan City, a terrifying existence that you cannot afford to provoke. Don't let someone find out and catch you, or you'll be in big trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present nodded in understanding. It must be like this. Xiao Qingchang and assistant Sun also think so. In their opinion, although Yi Tiance has become better than before after filing for divorce, it does not mean that he can have any intersection with Rong Meiyan from the provincial capital. There is no reason for the other party to give him the 2 most important invitation cards. Therefore, the only explanation that it was obtained through improper means is this. Facing Ji Budwan's questioning, Yi Tiance knew that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless.
He said indifferently, I don't need you to remind me. Instead, it's you, the G family, who still owe me 20 million.
Tomorrow is the final repayment deadline. If you don't pay it back by the deadline, you will be the ones who will suffer the consequences. The day before yesterday at G Wooley's birthday party, he made a bet with the G family that if he could come up with 20 million to bid for the tiger-shaped jade pendant, the G family agreed to return the money, but later refused to acknowledge it. So before leaving, Yeans warned the G family that they must return the money to him with interest within 3 days. He has never forgotten this incident. The handsome men and beautiful women around were whispering. What? The G family actually owes this kid 20 million? Do you know what's going on? I remember now, this guy is Yeans who caused a scene at the G family's birthday banquet. I heard from my dad that the G family lost 20 million in a bet with him, but they refused to admit the bet. Hasn't the G family always advertised their integrity? I didn't expect their true nature to be like this. Everyone's discussion made Ji Bodwan's eyes flash with panic. You must know that today is a great day for the G family to gain a partner, and no negative comments can be allowed. He quickly explained, everyone. Our G family has always kept our word. It's just 20 million. Our G family will return it to Yeans tomorrow. Of course, I sneered in my heart. After today's meeting, Miss Rome confirmed that the G family would become partners. That's the date of your death, Yeans. As for the 20 million? Wait and ask the king of hell for it. But no matter what, he has been slapped in the face by Yeans several times today, and he must get back at them. He knew that he was no match for Yeans in a fight. He challenged, Yeans, aren't you fearless? This is a horse farm, do you dare to compete with me in horseback riding? Yeans said calmly, why should I agree to you? Ji Bodwan mocked, oh. You don't dare to agree? You are giving in, don't you think so? Handsome men and beautiful women would naturally choose to speak for Ji Bodwan. Look at the tattered clothes he's wearing. I know he's never ridden a horse before. How dare he compete with me? Riding a horse is a sport for us nobles. How can a mere commoner know how to ride a horse? Assistant Sun also sarcastically said, Yeans is a violent man at heart. He can't do anything except fighting, let alone such aristocratic sport as horse riding. Facing everyone's ridicule, Yeans' expression remained calm. He really had no interest in this kind of childish play. Then he turned around and left. Stop right there! Ji Bodwan shouted loudly. He didn't want to let Yeans go just like that. Mr. Yi, if you agree to compete and win against me, I will not only pay you 20 million tomorrow, but also an additional 20 million. How about that? Yeans shook his head. Too little? Ji Bodwan said arrogantly, I will increase the money tenfold to 200 million. Do you dare to compete? If you don't dare to compete, just say in public that you are a coward. Wow! Everyone present exclaimed. 200 million. Although the Ji family is one of the 3 largest families in Jiangnan City, their total assets are only around 5 billion. Most of them are fixed assets such as real estate and shopping malls. The cash flow on hand is only about 500 million. This time, in order to allow Yeans to compete, the young master actually took out half of the family's cash flow. It's really crazy. Why is this necessary? Yeans smiled helplessly. Since you insist on having a competition, then fine, I promise you, it's a good idea to make money anyway. A hint of success flashed in Ji Bodwan's eyes. You should know that he has been practicing horse riding since he was 5 years old, and is good at equestrianism. He even participated in amateur horse racing competitions in Tiannan province and won a gold medal. Isn't it easy to defeat a lowly person like Yeans who has never even ridden a horse? Ji Bodwan smiled slyly and said, Yeans, since this is a competition, what are you going to do if you lose? Yeans said indifferently, it's up to you. Ji Bodwan clapped his hands and said, that's great. If you lose, you will lie down on the field and let everyone here ride you like a horse. 1 lap per person. Do you dare to agree? Yeans nodded without hesitation. Ji Bodwan was overjoyed. He turned around and boasted to the group of handsome men and beautiful women, everyone, I have worked hard to benefit you, why don't you thank me properly? Everyone cheered. Young Master Ji is so awesome. I've been practicing horse riding for so many years, but I've never tried riding a human. Ha ha. This Yi guy is really stupid. In the Jiangnan City horse racing circle, who doesn't know that young Master Ji is an expert? And this guy dared to agree. He must have been tempted by the 200 million yuan bet and wanted to give it a try, but ended up losing himself. What a fool. Among those present, Xiao Qingshan was the only one who did not make a mocking move. Her face changed. She frowned and scolded, "Yi Tiance, you have to be so arrogant and do not know your own limitations. Is it interesting to attract attention?" Chapter 92 Kneeling Movement. Facing Xiao Qingqing's scolding, Yi Tiance responded with a cold smile, "Ha! Mr. Xiao, let me remind you again, since you never trust me, then what kind of decision I make has nothing to do with you. You." Xiao Qingqing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, with a look of disappointment on her face. I clearly didn't want him to embarrass himself in public, so why didn't he appreciate it? There's really no hope. Assistant Sun on the side advised, "Boss Xiao, this guy doesn't know what's good for him, you don't have to bother with him. If he wants to compete, then compete. If he loses and gets ridden like a horse, it's his own fault." Xiao Qingqing took a deep breath and calmed down. "Yi Tiance, if you insist on bringing humiliation upon yourself, I will not interfere anymore." After saying that, he took 2 steps back. There was only disappointment in his expression towards Yi Tiance. Although Yi Tiance has shown some outstanding qualities during this period of time, this does not mean that he can be excellent in everything. Ji Buduan had long had his eyes on a brown horse. He said to Yi Tiance, "Let's compete in riding this horse. Whoever rides it the longest will win." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it that simple?" Ji Buduan nodded and said, "It's that simple. After all, it's too demanding to ask for horsemanship and other skills like that. I'll let this get out and people will say that I'm a bully." Ji Buduan knew very well that the brown horses in front of him had strong personalities and were not easy to control. It's not easy to ride on it, let alone perform gorgeous equestrian moves. The reason he made this choice was that he believed Yi Tiance couldn't even ride on it. Therefore, the winner of this competition is destined to be Ji Buduan. The staff at the stable reminded him, "Master Ji, this horse is new and has a bad temper. Riding it could be dangerous. How about changing it?" Ji Buduan scolded, "Why do you have to keep talking? This is the one I chose." The staff immediately lowered their heads and shut up. Ji Buduan turned around and said, "Mr. Yi, is it okay to choose this horse?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "No problem." "Okay. Then let me demonstrate it to you first." Ji Buduan had a smug look on his face, secretly cursing Yi Tiance in his heart for knowing nothing and being an easy fool. He put on his protective gear. He said proudly to everyone, "Everyone, I will first set an example for that guy surnamed Yi, so that he knows what a true aristocratic sport is." He walked over to the brown horse, flipped over lightly, and rode directly on it, very smoothly. Ji Buduan held the reins in his right hand and raised his left hand to wave to the people around him. "Make a pose that you think is very handsome." Everyone was amazed. "TSK, TSK. As expected of Master Ji, the way he mounts the horse is so handsome. Master Ji, hurry up and make this horse run. Let us see its strength." Ji Buduan taunted Yi Tiance, "Watch this, I will show you what a true aristocratic sport is." He pulled the reins, ready to show off his riding skills. But I didn't notice it. Yi Tiance's originally relaxed gaze suddenly focused. An invisible pressure was released with him as the center, directly covering the brown horse. Hiss! Hiss! The brown horse suddenly neighed in fear. The 2 front hooves were raised high and kicked up on the spot. "Oh shit!" Ji Buduan was so frightened that he tightly grasped the reins and angrily yelled, "Behave yourself, you beast! Damn it! Stop now!" In anxiety and anger, Ji Buduan kicked the horse's belly hard with both feet. This makes the horse even more excited. Throw it violently. He actually threw Ji Buduan from his back into the air. Even more unfortunate is, as Ji Buduan was falling, he was kicked hard in the stomach by the horse from behind. Bang! He was kicked 4 or 5 meters away on the spot. Finally, he knelt down and fell to the ground with a thud, his head hitting the grass, looking very embarrassed. Gah! This sudden scene left everyone confused. Ji Buduan, you promised to show me your horse riding skills. My goodness, we didn't see your horse riding skills, but your technique of being thrown off the horse and doing 2.5 flips in the air was even more impressive. How come? You can complain in your heart. But Ji Buduan is of noble status after all.
The handsome men and beautiful women who were watching quickly came forward and asked Ji Budwan about his condition. The staff also rushed to control the agitated brown horse.
Ji Budwan was helped up by everyone. The severe pain all over his body made him grimace in pain. Ouch, ouch my waist.
If he hadn't been wearing protective gear, he would have gone to the hospital to accompany his younger brother Ji Buxiao. Xiao Qingqing immediately complained, Yityans, this is all your fault.
If you hadn't agreed to the competition, would young Master Ji have fallen off his horse? What if something bad happened?
The reason why she is so anxious. On the one hand, she was worried that something might happen to Ji Boyan, and everything she had prepared for today's meeting would be wasted. On the other hand, he was worried that the Ji family would be furious and gather all their strength to deal with Yityans.
Yityans frowned and said, It was Ji Budwan who begged me to compete, I didn't take the initiative to pick a fight. He fell off his horse, it's his fault for not learning the skills well enough, what does it have to do with me? If it was me who fell, would you blame Ji Budwan? Mr. Xiao, please don't be hypocritical.
Xiao Qingqiang was speechless after the refutation. Yityans mocked Ji Budwan again, just now someone said he would show me a noble sport. It turned out to be this kind of kneeling sport.
I've learned a lot. This made Ji Budwan so angry that his face turned red and he gritted his teeth. This damn bastard.
He knew he couldn't beat Yityans, so he could only vent his anger on the staff.
Bang! Just gave him a slap. What kind of bad temper do the horses in your stable have? Damn, they almost killed me, you know that? The staff member covered his cheek.
He said aggrievely, Master Ji, you are wrongly accusing me. I have just reminded you that this brown horse has a strong personality, but you just didn't listen. But he also felt strange. Although this brown horse has a bad temper, it has never been like this before.
What is going on?
Ji Budwan covered his butt and yelled at Yityans unwillingly, Stop laughing. It's your turn to ride a horse now.
You are definitely not as good as me.
Even though he just embarrassed himself. But Ji Budwan believed that since the horse's character was more stubborn than he could imagine, even he couldn't control it, let alone Yityans.
Of course, if you don't dare to ride it, it means you lose. You have to be ridden as a horse by everyone else. Yityans said confidently, It's just riding a horse, what's the difficulty? Just watch.
He didn't even put on his protective gear and walked straight to the brown horse.
Several people present couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. You don't even wear protective gear, you really don't know anything. What a pretentious guy. He doesn't even wear protective gear for such a fierce horse? He will be in trouble later. Just watch, this guy will be kicked away before he even gets on the horse. There was a flash of resentment in Ji Budwan's eyes. In his heart, he hoped that Yityans would fall off the horse even more miserably than him, and it would be best if Yityans would lose half his life. Yityans ignored the ridicule around him, raised his hand and patted the horse's neck gently 3 times. It was restless just now, but it immediately calmed down. He even rubbed his head against Yityans affectionately. This? Everyone around was stunned. Why did the horse suddenly behave itself in front of him? However, the next scene blinded their eyes even more. The brown horse actually bent down and knelt on all fours, as if welcoming Yityans to ride on its back. Even they have a feeling. If only this brown horse could talk. I'm afraid at this moment someone would say, Prince, please get on the horse. Chapter 93, Master Ji, your horse is gone. Yityans rode on its back comfortably and easily. After sitting firmly, the brown horse slowly stood up. The whole process was carried out very cautiously, for fear that Yityans would feel uncomfortable. Drive! As Yityans pulled the reins, he shouted softly. The brown horse neighed, raised its hooves and galloped across the lawn of the racecourse like a gust of wind. Yityans leaned lightly on the horse's back, his eyes determined, fixed forward. Under his command, the brown horse leaped over various obstacles in the racecourse. One man and one horse, perfect match, their movements are light and smooth. Those handsome men and beautiful women couldn't help but exclaim. Oh my God! What a cool move! How did he do that? Oh my God! I've never seen such equestrian skills even in the Olympics. It's so terrifying. Today I have really broadened my horizons. It's not that Yityans doesn't dare to compete in horseback riding, but that he is strong enough and doesn't bother to compete with young Master Ji. Some people were also excited. He did not forget to remind young Master Ji, look, your horse is gone. No, it's your horse that ran away. Ah?
No, it was Yi Tian who rode away with the horse.
Ji Buoduan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If you can't fucking speak, why don't you just stop talking? He stared at Yi Tian's, gritting his teeth, feeling unwilling. He couldn't accept that his most confident specialty was shattered to pieces in front of Yi Tian's. On what basis is this?
Xiao Qingqing bit her lips tightly, feeling mixed emotions.
Why is he even so good at riding horses? What on earth is he not good at? 5 minutes later. Yi Tian's rode back to the crowd on horseback.
The brown horse knelt on all fours obediently, allowing Yi Tian's to get off it.
Yi Tian's patted its head and said with satisfaction, "Well done. I'll ride you again when I have time." The horse neighed excitedly.
This scene almost made the staff kneel down. You know, he has been raising horses for more than 20 years and has never encountered such an outrageous thing.
Even the best horse trainer can't do it. How did this young man do it?
How could he know that when Yi Tian's was in the fallen city, his master often made him deal with ferocious beasts such as lions, tigers, and leopards in order to train him?
Over time, those ferocious beasts were completely subdued by Yi Tian's. What about a horse? Yi Tian's walked up to Ji Buoduan.
She patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, "Don't forget our bet. Tomorrow your Ji family will give me a total of 220 million in cash. If you can't give it, you will bear the consequences yourself."
Just leave this sentence. Yi Tian's didn't even look at the rest of the people and strode away, leaving behind everyone with a look of confusion. And Ji Buoduan, disheveled in the wind. Yi Tian's left the racecourse and walked to the entrance of the conference hall. Yi Tian's, wait a moment.
Xiao Qingqing actually caught up with them along with assistant Sun.
Yi Tian's frowned and asked, "Boss Xiao, what's the matter?"
There was no emotion in this sentence, and there was even some resistance.
Xiao Qingqing's eyes trembled slightly. She took a deep breath.
After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Yi Tian's, I underestimated and misunderstood you just now at the horse farm."
Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows. Xiao Qingqing, who has such a strong sense of self-esteem, actually said the word misunderstanding? Yi Tian's said calmly, "Is there anything else?"
Xiao Qingqing said seriously, "If possible, I hope you don't step into the venue hall. You should know that Miss Rong's meeting is not like Mr. Long's bidding meeting, or the Ji family's birthday banquet.
Everyone present today is truly the top in Jiangnan City. You have made too many enemies before. If they target you and attack you together, the consequences will be disastrous, even if I can't protect you." Yi Tian said confidently, "Just relying on those chickens and dogs, what can they do if they attack together? I, Yi Tian's, have never taken them seriously, and I don't need you, Mr. Xiao, to protect me. Don't forget that we are already in a divorced relationship."
Xiao Qingqing frowned instantly and felt complaining in her heart. I mustered up my courage and finally gave a serious reminder, but was rejected so straightforwardly.
"I've already given you a way out, why do you still have to stand there motionless? Don't you, Yi Tian's, understand the word compromise?" Assistant Sun couldn't help it.
"You've done so many things to hurt Miss Xiao, but she still put aside the past and thought about you. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you repay kindness with resentment.
Do you still have a conscience?" These words made Yi Tian's feel unhappy.
He said coldly, "I hope you understand one fact, it is me who let bygones be bygones, not your President Xiao, and it is she who should be grateful. If it weren't for Grandpa's kindness to me in our 3 years of marriage, you wouldn't even be qualified to attend this meeting today." He did not exaggerate in this statement. After all, with his strength, if he really wanted to take revenge on Xiao Qingqing, the Xiao family would have been reduced to dust in an instant, so what else is there to talk about? But to Xiao Qingqing and Assistant Sun, these words sounded completely arrogant.
Assistant Sun gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Boss Xiao, did you hear what this guy said?
You shouldn't have chased after this ungrateful guy to remind him. Your kindness is in vain." A hint of sadness flashed across Xiao Qingqing's eyes.
The reason why she came to remind him was because Yi Tian saved her grandfather and they had been married for 3 years, right?
I never thought that this guy is not only so arrogant and ruthless, but also confuses right and wrong.
Yes. I admit that you have become better than before. But that's not a reason for you to be arrogant.
Xiao Qingqing sneered at herself and said, "Huh?
Okay, Yi Tian's, today I, Xiao Qingqing, will pretend to be sentimental. If you have the ability, step into the hall today. No matter what happens today or what happens to you, I won't say a word for you."
Yi Tian said calmly, I don't need you to help me speak, and my fate will not be embarrassing.
Assistant Sun said with disdain, I really can't stand your pretentiousness.
I don't believe that, except for President Shiao, at today's meeting, not to mention which big boss is willing to help you, I will write my name backwards if I can take the initiative to talk to you. Assistant Sun just finished speaking. A slightly old voice sounded excitedly, Divine Dr. Yi.
You are here to attend the meeting as well?
Several people turned their heads. The person who came was Wu Xingye, the director of Jiangnan First Hospital. Wu Xingye walked over quickly and said to Yi Tian respectfully, Divine Dr. Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days.
You look more radiant than ever. This scene.
Assistant Sun's face changed. He had just said that no big shot would chat with Yi Tian, and Wu Xingye did it the next second.
Isn't this too embarrassing?
This is not the end yet. Then another old voice sounded, Master Yi, I am so excited to meet you here.
Xiaoping, the owner of the treasure pavilion, walked over quickly in a yellow tang suit.
He stood in front of Yi Tian with a humble expression and shining eyes, just like a little fanboy.
This. Assistant Sun's eyes twitched. What is going on? Isn't Yi Tian a waste?
Why did these two big guys who were influential in Jiangnan City approach him and show him so much respect?
However, it's not over yet. Another excited middle-aged voice followed, Nephew Yi, you are here too? Chapter 94 Want to designate Yi Tian as the son-in-law. What? Coming again?
Assistant Sun quickly turned around to look. This time, it was Han Tianzheng who came over with a smile on his face, followed by Han Ruayun. Today she wore a light yellow evening dress with a shoulder-bearing design on the upper part, showing her elegant neckline and sexy collarbone. A pair of E-cup snow-white breasts hidden under the neckline are about to come out, very eye-catching. At this moment, Assistant Sun just felt his scalp tingling. You have to know that any one of these three people in front of you is more prestigious than Xiao Qingcheng.
She couldn't accept a waste like Yi Tian's. Why is it worthy for these three to come over and say hello?
At this moment, her face turned red and it felt burning with pain.
Xiao Qingcheng frowned.
It was expected that Wu Xingye and Xiaoping were respectful to Yi Tian. After all, she had seen it before.
But she didn't quite understand why Han Tianzheng was so friendly towards Yi Tian. Although Han Tianzheng expressed his support for Yi Tian at the Han family, which slapped her in the face.
But at the Ji family birthday party the day before yesterday, Li Xiuqin had clearly stood against Yi Tian, and Han Tianjing's attitude was also ambiguous, at least he did not speak for Yi Tian.
Why today? Sudden.
Her eyes fell on Han Ruayun who was standing beside her.
Was it because of her? As expected.
Han Tianjing smiled kindly and said, Nephew Yi, my wife has caused you some misunderstandings and troubles before. I want to apologize to you on her behalf.
Please don't take it to heart. Uncle, I have always admired you, he.
After several contacts with Yi Tian, Han Tianjing felt more and more that Yi Tian was not a simple person. He had planned to talk to him privately after the meeting today.
Unexpectedly, Yi Tian also came to attend the meeting today. I just came over to get close to you. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and Han Tianjing left a pretty good impression on Yi Tian.
Since it's a misunderstanding, Patriarch Han has already made it clear, so there is nothing to worry about.
Han Tianjing smiled and said, Hey. Why do we call each other Master Han? That's too distant. Just call me Uncle Han.
Then he added, Nephew Yi, you don't know that my Yun has been talking about you at home these past 2 days.
You two young people should talk more later, he.
Han Ruayun blushed and complained, Dad.
What nonsense are you talking about? How did I talk about him?
Although I said this, I still felt a little uneasy. The fact is that she has mentioned Yi Tian a lot during these 2 days at home.
Sometimes when I am alone, I would inexplicably think of Yi Tian. I want to take the initiative to call and contact. I can't bring myself to do it.
This made her so upset that she lost interest in doing anything. The strange thing is that when he suddenly saw Yi Tian, his irritable mood disappeared.
Yi Tian looked at her. Why is your face a little red? Are you feeling unwell? Am I blushing?
Han Ruayun covered his cheek in panic and quickly suppressed his panic. She said stubbornly, Yi Tian, don't listen to my father's nonsense, I didn't blame you.
Yi Tian nodded and said, well, that's good.
Han Ruayun stared at Kiss Me with big eyes, and her E-cup breasts jumped up and down in anger.
Hello? Is that okay to call it that? It's your blessing that I can talk about you. Why do you look so reluctant? For a moment, he looked at Yi Tiance with a resentful look in his eyes. Yi Tiance had no idea what Han Ruayun was thinking. I checked the time on my phone. There was less than half an hour left until the meeting, so I wanted to meet Rong Meiyan as soon as possible to ask her to cancel the engagement. Then he started walking towards the conference hall. Wu Xingye chased after him and said, Dr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will go in with you. I just happen to have a medical question that I want to ask you. Xiaoping chased after him and said, Master Yi, I have a question about carving techniques. Please help me solve it. Seeing this scene, Han Tianjing narrowed his eyes. You must know that Wu Xingye and Xiaoping are both leading figures in their respective fields in Jiangnan City. People like this are arrogant in their bones. Not to mention Han Tianzhang, even Lord Long and Lord Hu, or even Mayor Lin above them. It's hard to get them to be humble. However, these two old guys. At this moment, one calls Yi Tiance a miracle doctor, and the other calls him a master. Their attitude of respect is no different from that of a dog licker. This once again confirmed to Han Tianzhang that his father's last words were correct. Yi Tiance is a child of destiny and a son-in-law who can bring tremendous fortune to the Han family. You must get a good grasp of it. Han Tianzhang urged Han Ruayun, why are you still standing there? Come in with Dad and deepen your emotional communication with nephew Yi. Dad has already chosen him as his son-in-law. After saying that, he pulled Han Ruayun and followed closely. From beginning to end. Although these big shots who were all famous in Jiangnan City saw Shao Qingcheng, no one took the initiative to talk to her. They all revolved around Yi Tiance. It seemed that the difference between the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City and Yi Tiance was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Assistant Sun complained unwillingly, Boss Xiao, don't take their disregard to heart. When you get the qualification of Rong family partner today, these people won't have a chance to get around you. Humph. Shao Qingcheng looked a little gloomy. Han Tianzhang and others ignored her. Although it made her uncomfortable, she didn't particularly care. What concerned her most was actually what Han Tianzhang had just said. Let Han Ruayun deepen his emotional communication with Yi Tiance, and say that he had already chosen Yi Tiance as his son-in-law. Although it was Shao Qingcheng who took the initiative to mention divorce, Yi Tiance's emotional life from then on had nothing to do with her. But this signal still made Shao Qingcheng very unhappy, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. She suddenly remembered the bet she made with her grandfather in the ward that day. If Yi Tiance is truly admired by everyone in the future, even if he is surrounded by a group of beauties and I am allowed to be his mistress without any status, I am willing to do so. Shao Qingcheng took a deep breath. Biting her lip, she said, impossible, this is definitely impossible. I, Shao Qingcheng, will definitely prove that without you, Yi Tiance, I will only be better. Let me explain this on two sides. At this time, in a private room of a rest club in Hongfeng Villa, a group of wealthy and powerful people, headed by Ji Wuli, about 20 people, were chatting and laughing. It was very lively. Just now, they formally established a business alliance and elected Ji Wuli as the leader. Lai Jingye flattered, congratulations in advance to Patriarch Ji for becoming the leader of the alliance. We will surely rise to great heights by following you in the future. Xiaobin echoed, that's right. It is our honor to have Patriarch Ji as our leader. I hope Patriarch Ji will encourage us more in the future. The other wealthy businessmen also praised and echoed it. Ji Wuli, standing in the center of the crowd, looked very proud. Since you all trust the Ji family so much, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. After Miss Rong Meiyan appoints the Ji family as a business partner, our Ji family will definitely give up some of its resources and give them to the alliance. We can all make money together. You have to know that in order to form a business alliance, these wealthy business members have to pay a franchise fee of 10 million to the Ji family. Just from the franchise fees, Ji Wuli made more than 200 million yuan in one go. How can I not be happy? While everyone was celebrating, a discordant voice was heard. Master Ji, I'm not being a pessimist, but I just want to ask, what if something unexpected happens to the partners? Everyone looked at Ji Wuli. In fact, they have already had this worry in their hearts. If the appointment of partners fails, their 10 million franchise fee will be wasted. Question about this. Ji Wuli said confidently, don't worry, everyone. This time, my Ji family has decided to be a partner. It is the order of the second master. Even Miss Rong herself will not disobey. Even if our G family fails to become a partner, I, G, will return you double the 10 million franchise fee you paid. This reply made everyone applaud. Good. As expected of the G family master, you are reliable. With Patriarch G's words, we will follow him till death. G Woolley has his hands behind his back, full of ambition. In his mind, he was already envisioning the scene where the business alliance led by him would be invincible in Jiangnan City. When he was feeling proud. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open. Ji Budwan rushed in, looking disheveled. He fell to his knees with a thump. With a sad face, she said, "Dad, you must make the decision for me." Chapter 95. Yi Tiance is just trying to please me. Ji Budwan's sudden appearance interrupted Ji Woolley, who was enjoying the attention of the crowd. Naturally, I feel unhappy. Asshole. Why did you suddenly barge in and cry? Didn't you see I was discussing important matters with my business friends? How can you be so disgraceful? Ji Budwan was so scared that he quickly apologized. Dad. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Lai Jingye helped to speak up. Master Ji, young Master Ji is so anxious, maybe there is something really important. It's better to listen to him and don't get angry and hurt yourself. Snort. Ji Woolley snorted in displeasure. Tell me, what do you want me to decide for you? Ji Budwan lowered his head and described what had just happened at the racecourse with great grievance. Of course, he concealed all the details about his own provocation and put all the blame on Yi Tiance. He also said that Yi Tiance took the initiative to find fault and insult the Ji family, so he had to deal with it. In the end, he lost the bet because of Yi Tiance's tricks and he was careless. In the end, he owed Yi Tiance 200 million in cash. Adding the 20 million owed yesterday, the total is 220 million. After hearing, Ji Woolley was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Fuck. Yi Tiance, you are really going too far. The business alliance he put together with great effort only earned 200 million yuan in franchise fees. Before I could even warm myself up in my hands, I turned around and made wedding dresses for Yi Tiance. In anger, Ji Woolley slapped Ji Budwan in the face. Bang. You loser. Look at what you've done. You lost 200 million to that loser. You're worse than loser. Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, please don't be angry. Ji Budwan covered his cheek, feeling very aggrieved. He knew that he had caused a big disaster this time and the truth could not be hidden, so he came to his father to confess. I didn't expect that I would still get beaten. It's all Yi Tiance's fault. Xiaobin helped to smooth things over and plead for mercy. Master Ji, that bastard Yi Tiance has 800 tricks up his sleeve and his methods are vicious. I think young Master Ji must have lost 200 million because of carelessness. Please don't be too angry. Others followed suit. Yeah. Today is a big day, it's not good to get angry. If you ask me, Yi Tiance is the instigator and he should be the one to be punished. Master Ji, as long as you give the order, we will follow you to deal with him. Hearing everyone's opinions, Ji Woolley took a deep breath. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Yi Tiance, I originally planned to spare my strength to kill you after the meeting since you took the initiative to come to my door today. Don't blame me for using your life to pave the way for the rise of my Ji family. Inside the conference hall of Red Maple Villa. At this time, there were less than 20 minutes left before the meeting officially began. Yi Tiance found a seat in front of the stands and sat down. Just sat down. Wu Xingye and Xia Ping sat on his left and right respectively. Wu Xingye asked excitedly, Dr. Yi, I have read a lot of information about the poisonous insects you mentioned the other day, but I still have many questions. I would like to ask you for your advice? Xiaoping asked modestly, Master Yi, I am dull and unworthy of you to accept me as your disciple, but I still want to ask if there is any trick to the realm of returning to the original state of carving? Wu Xingye frowned and said unhappily, Old Xia, didn't you see that I was the first one to ask for advice from Dr. Yi? Is it your turn to interrupt? Xiaoping snorted coldly, it's a rare opportunity to meet Master Yi. I am humbly asking for advice. What does it have to do with you? Wu Xingye angrily said, You are an old man who can only tinker with stones. Can you please be reasonable? Xiaoping curled his lips and said, You are an old quack who only knows how to deal in herbs. Will you die if you say less? The two old men, who were over 60 years old, started bickering like little kids. In fact, those who are familiar with them know that these two have a good relationship on a daily basis and can be called old friends.
I didn't expect that they would become tit for tat for the fight for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance, who was caught in the middle, held his forehead with his hand, speechless.
My head is about to explode.
An idea suddenly occurred to him. Ahem, you two, I'm going to the bathroom first, you two can continue chatting.
He quickly stood up and left under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Divine Dr. Yi? Master Yi?
Wu Xingye and Xia Peng also stood up and planned to follow Yi Tiance to the toilet.
Han Tianjiang appeared at this moment and blocked their way. He smiled and said, hee hee. Don't worry, I have something to talk to you two about. After Yi Tiance finished going to the toilet,
I went straight to the beverage area, poured myself a drink, and just took a sip.
Han Ruayun quickly followed. She asked curiously, Yi Tiance, what are you doing here? You don't want to become a business partner of the Rong family, do you? Yi Tiance simply shook his head and replied, not interested. Cut.
Han Ruayun curled his lips and said, you are such a boaster.
Even my dad dreams of becoming a partner of the Rong family, but you say you are not interested? She knew that Yi Tiance was very good at martial arts, medicine, and calligraphy.
But becoming a partner of the Rong family is a popular job, and no one is uninterested.
Yi Tiance spread his hands and said, believe it or not.
Han Ruayun curled his lips and didn't continue the previous topic.
Instead, he asked with some anticipation, by the way, didn't you go to divorce Shao Qingcheng yesterday? What was the result?
Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, the Civil Affairs Bureau said that there will be a 30-day cooling-off period. You can only get the divorce certificate after 30 days.
I see.
Han Ruayun looked slightly disappointed and complained in a low voice, these guys in the Civil Affairs Bureau are not doing their job and are wasting my time.
Yi Tiance didn't quite hear it, so he asked, what did you say? Nothing.
Han Ruayun's face turned slightly red. Because she remembered what her father said, that the best way to take revenge on Yi Tiance was to marry her. After all, they were already engaged, so they were a match made in heaven.
Just then, a somewhat unpleasant voice sounded. Ha ha.
You two are really enjoying your leisure time here. Shao Qingcheng came over with assistant son. They came to the beverage area to pour drinks, but unexpectedly they ran into Yi Tiance and Han Ruayun.
I saw the two of them talking and laughing.
Shao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel resentful and said something sarcastic. What she didn't expect was Han Ruayun simply grabbed Yi Tiance's arm, held him in his arms, and rubbed it between the pair of cups. She smiled provocatively, oh, it turned out to be Mr. Shiao. We are not so leisurely and elegant, he just talked about some things that he wanted to please me.
Yi Tiance? Don't talk nonsense. When did I want to please you? It's obviously your cup breasts that are pleasing my arms now, okay?
If my arm gets broken, you, Han Ruayun, will be responsible for it for the rest of your life. On the other hand, Shao Qingqing's eyes twitched slightly and her face was as cold as ice.
I knew I would see this scene.
She shouldn't have said that in a sarcastic tone just now.
I was thinking, you and I have been married for 3 years, when have you, Yi Tiance, ever pleased me?
It's only been a short time since you filed for divorce, and you're already wasting your dignity trying to please Miss Han.
Does having an cup really mean you can do whatever you want? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. Just at this moment. A little further away, an angry voice rang out, where is Yi Tiance? Why don't you get out here right now and kneel down to be executed? Chapter 96 Yi Tiance, kneel down and accept execution. Hearing the sound and looking.
Suddenly, I saw a group of people walking into the reception room.
Each one is so aggressive.
The leader was Ji Wooly with a gloomy face, and next to him was Ji Budwan with red and swollen cheeks.
Ji Wooly stopped, frowned, and shouted, Yi Tiance. You hurt my son and humiliated my Ji family.
Your crimes are extremely serious.
Why don't you come out and kneel down to be punished?
This scolding immediately attracted the attention of the entire reception room.
Everyone was curious about what had happened that made the head of the Ji family so angry. Ji Budwan quickly glanced around and saw Yi Tiance standing near the beverage area. He quickly pointed over there and said, Dad. Look. The man named Ji is over there. Ji Wooly's eyes fixed, and he ordered, follow me. Led by him, more than 20 wealthy businessmen walked straight towards Yi Tiance.
Seeing this, Han Ruayun's expression changed slightly. He reminded Yi Tiance in a low voice, those people are here with bad intentions, why don't you leave and don't stay here any longer? Yi Tiance shook his head and said, I was invited to the meeting, but I didn't even get to see Rong Mei.
Why should I leave? Han Ruayun said unhappily, it's already this late, and you still want to meet Miss Rong?
If you delay any further, your life will be in danger. Although Yi Tian's martial arts skills are very powerful, he is only one person.
He will definitely not be able to withstand more people. Yi Tian said calmly, just because they want to kill me? Not even close. Han Ruayun stamped his feet in anxiety. Didn't he understand why this bastard Yi Tian was so stubborn? Etc.
He just said that he would wait until he saw Rong Mei.
Good job. Is he thinking about living off other rich women? This scumbag.
Han Ruayun felt unhappy and jealous.
He directly pulled Yi Tian's arm out from between his e-cups. Yi Tian? Why did you pull it out all of a sudden? My arm is quite comfortable there. But he didn't have time to think about it. Because Ji Wooly had already brought everyone to Yi Tian's.
There was a flash of coldness in his inverted triangle eyes.
The High and Mighty ordered, Yi Tian, didn't you hear what Ji said? Why don't you kneel down and be executed? Yi Tian glanced at Ji Buduan.
I immediately guessed that this guy must have gone to Ji Wooly to complain, and he was bound to spread rumors.
However, Yi Tian would not waste his time explaining to these idiots.
He swirled the drink in his glass. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, I, Yi Tian, have only kneeled to my parents, elders, and master in my life. You, Ji Wooly, are just a patriarch of the Ji family who is not worthy of being on the stage. You are far from worthy of me kneeling.
Wow. There was an uproar at the scene.
The Ji family is one of the 3 largest families in Jiangnan City and is a superpower with assets of more than 5 billion.
In Yi Tian's words, he is just an existence that is not worthy of being mentioned in public? It's really too arrogant and presumptuous.
Ji Wooly narrowed his cold eyes slightly. He knew that with Yi Tian's character, he would never give in so easily. That's right, he must cut off Yi Tian's way of survival today and leave no future trouble. This is a good opportunity to establish the Ji family as prestige.
Ji Wooly sneered and said, Ha! You little brat are really arrogant. Do you know that our Ji family has been designated as the business partner of the Rong family?
From now on, the Rong family is our backer.
When you said that the Ji family is not up to par, did you also mean that the Rong family is not up to par either?
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Ji Wooly was making an accusation against him.
Anyone who is smart will deny it. The Rong family must not be involved. Contrary to everyone's expectations. Yi Tian said without hesitation, if the Rong family really chooses your Ji family as a partner, it means that they are blind and cannot distinguish right from wrong.
Such a family is naturally not worthy of being on the stage.
These words shocked everyone present. Oh my God. Did you hear that?
Yi Tian is so bold that he actually said that the Rong family is not worthy of being on the stage.
Doesn't this kid know that he's attending Miss Rong's meet and greet? How dare he insult the Rong family like this?
How dare you say such outrageous words?
This kid is hopeless.
Xiao Qingqing's expression became solemn. Before this, Yi Tian had caused a scene at Long Yi's bidding chamber of commerce and the Ji family's birthday banquet.
Is he planning to make a scene at Miss Rong's meet and greet today? If the Rong family gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if she begged for mercy, it would be of no use.
Ha ha ha.
Great. You're quite brave. Ji Wooly couldn't help but applaud. Everyone present has heard it.
This Yi Tian is a mad dog barking at the sun, looking down on everyone. It doesn't matter if he insults my Ji family, but if he insults the Rong family, I, Ji Wooly, will be the first to disagree. I will defend the dignity of the Rong family even if I have to die. The wealthy businessmen who had formed an alliance with him behind him all echoed and shouted.
Defend the Rong family's dignity to the death. Defend the Rong family's dignity to the death. Defend the Rong family's dignity to the death. The shouts were so loud and powerful that they penetrated every corner of the living room. Seeing this, Yi Tian just shook his head and sneered.
These guys say they are swearing to defend the dignity of the Rong family to the death, but in fact they are just seeking personal revenge.
How hypocritical. Ji Buduan gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, What the hell are you laughing at? Why don't you confess your crime and face the punishment? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Oh? I'm actually very curious, how can I confess my guilt to satisfy you? Ji Buduan was delighted. Ha, it must be that Yi Tiance can't withstand our pressure and is ready to give in.
There was a vicious flash in his eyes.
He walked up to Yi Tiance with a swagger and took the drink cup from Yi Tiance's hand. Pooh! Ji Boduan spat into it.
He smiled grimly and said, Mr. Yi, drink this drink and I will tell you how to confess your guilt. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly.
Oh? Is it that simple? You think it's not strong enough? Good. I'll give you some more. Ji Boduan smiled evilly.
He turned to the crowd and said, anyone who wants to add some ingredients can come over.
This is a rare opportunity. Lai Jingye raised his hand and said, I can. Xiaobin also said, count me in.
Soon, more than 10 people came forward and spat into the cups.
Ji Boduan shook the drink cup and handed it over. He mocked, drinking everyone's saliva may bless you with a long life, ha ha. The onlookers all burst into laughter. Everyone is looking forward to Yi Tiance's reaction after drinking the drink. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. I want to remind Ji Boduan, isn't this a bit too much?
Han Ruayun was about to persuade Yi Tiance not to drink.
Just then, an accident happened.
Yi Tiance suddenly reached out, pinched Ji Boduan's mouth with one hand, and poured the drink directly into his mouth with the other hand.
Move quickly and do it in one go. Guliolu. Tun tun tun. Ji Boduan was unable to react in time. I have already drunk the drink filled with everyone's saliva. Chapter 97 Mr. Xiao, you can donate your eyes if you don't want them anymore. Everyone was stunned by this scene.
Xiao Qingcheng and assistant's son widened their eyes.
Is Yi Tiance really so bold? How dare you humiliate Ji Boduan like this? Han Ruayun breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Yi Tiance a thumbs up. Although Yi Tiance usually makes her feel humiliated and unhappy.
However, when she saw Yi Tiance making others lose face, she felt very happy.
Well done.
At this moment, Ji Boduan felt his stomach churning and he squatted on the ground and started vomiting.
I don't know if Lai Jingye and others who spit with him ate shit. The whole drink smelled foul, and it made him feel extremely nauseous. I originally wanted to humiliate Yi Tiance.
In the end, he shot himself in the foot.
It's so fucking embarrassing. Yi Tiance looked down at Ji Boduan from above with a harmless smile on his face. Master Ji, this drink was prepared by you personally. How does it taste? You are welcome to give it a 5-star rating. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Lai Jingye, Xiaobin and others couldn't hold it back any longer. If it weren't for the alliance with the Ji family, I would have laughed out loud. After vomiting for a long time, Ji Boduan stood up and wiped the corner of his mouth. Considering that he is the eldest son of the Ji family, how could he have ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, he was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and his anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. Fuck! Yi Tiance, I'm going to fight you today. Ji Boduan clenched his fist and swung it towards Yi Tiance. It's a pity that his speed was like slow motion in front of Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance easily grabbed Ji Boduan's fist, pulled him along, and tripped him. Ji Boduan fell face down on the ground. Thump! Coincidentally, his body was lying on the vomit he had just vomited. Fuck you! Ji Boduan was shocked and tried to struggle to get up. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance stepped heavily on his back with his left foot. This kick almost made Ji Boduan suffocate. Mr. Yi, let me go. Let me go.
Yi Tiance ignored him, cleaned his ears with his little finger, and blew on them with his mouth, feeling quite comfortable.
This scene shocked everyone. Yi Tiance is so bold that not only did he humiliate young Master Ji in public, he also stepped on him. Extremely arrogant and lawless. The wealthy businessmen headed by Lai Jingye and Xiaobin simply couldn't remain calm. They cursed and rebuked. Yi Tiance. I'm warning you, you bastard, let go of young Master Ji immediately. Don't be so shameless. You are really asking for trouble to humiliate young Master Ji in front of Patriarch Ji. Not just them.
Xiao Qingcheng's expression also changed slightly.
Yi Tiance, quickly release young Master Ji. Today is Miss Ron's meeting. You need to know the occasion and not act recklessly. Yi Tiance glanced at her and said, Boss Xiao, you can donate your eyes if you don't want them anymore. It was Ji Boduan who spat into the cup first, and he was the first to do it. I was just passively counterattacking, so how can I be said to be doing anything wrong? Xiao Qingcheng said unhappily, you know that young Master Ji can't beat you and can't cause you any harm,
so why can't you be more generous?
Anyway, you haven't lost anything. Yi Tian sneered, haha. Just because he can't hurt me, no matter how he provokes me, I have to be magnanimous? Should honest people be bullied these days? Should honest people be pointed at with guns? Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly. She bit her lips and could not find any reason to refute Yi Tian's. But she felt unbalanced. You have to know that before she filed for divorce, no matter what happened, Yi Tian's would always accommodate her and listen to her. But ever since she proposed divorce, he never listened to a word she said and always refuted her. This contrasting treatment made her feel indescribable loss. At this time, Ji Budwan asked Ji Wooly for help. Dad, please save me, I am about to be trampled to death by him, it hurts so much. Shut up. You disgrace. Ji Wooly shouted with a gloomy face. He slowly walked forward a few meters and shouted, let go of Bo Duan immediately, and Ji may consider giving you a chance to live. Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows slightly and said, please understand clearly that I should be the one considering whether to let your son live. Don't make the mistake of priorities. As he spoke, Yi Tian slightly increased the strength of his steps. Ouch. Ah. Ji Budwan immediately let out a hysterical scream, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. It seems that if the forces increased a little more, Ji Budwan will be stepped on to death. You little brat. Ji Wooly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In Jiangnan City, it is always the Ji family that threatens others. Today, I was threatened by someone who took advantage of my weak spot. I hate it. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes and weighed the matter in his mind for a few seconds. He said in a cold voice, what do you want Ji to do in order for you to let Bo Duan go? Yi Tian smiled and said, since your Ji family master always likes to talk about kneeling down to apologize, why don't you kneel down and apologize for me right now? If you satisfy me, I will let Ji Budwan go, how about that? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god, this Yi Tian's actually asked the head of the Ji family to kneel down and apologize. Is he crazy? I finally understand. He really wants to offend the Ji family to death, and he won't stop until he dies. Master Ji is about to become a partner of the Rong family. How could he possibly kneel down to Yi Tian's? You're dreaming. Xiao Qingcheng looked solemn. I thought that it was obvious that the head of the Ji family had already taken the initiative to give you a way out, but you, Yi Tian's, not only did not appreciate it, but instead became more and more demanding. How far are you going to go? Han Ruayun swallowed nervously. She knew that Yi Tian's could be quite domineering sometimes, but she didn't expect him to be so domineering. He is worthy of being the fiancé my grandfather arranged for me. He is very good at my temper. What next is exciting. At this time, Ji Wooly's face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. Make him kneel down and apologize in public? This is impossible. Yi Tian's, I have already given you a chance to survive, but you are not grateful and do not cherish it. Instead, you are taking advantage of me. Today, even if I don't want my son's life, I will also end your life. Hearing this, Ji Budwan shuddered with fear. Dad. What are you talking about? I am your son, I don't want to die yet, woo-woo. He was usually so arrogant and domineering, but at this moment he couldn't help crying. His nose and tears were running, and his body was covered with all kinds of vomit. He looked quite miserable. Where is the so-called noble demeanor of a young master? Yi Tian's looked indifferent. Since you don't want his life, I'll grant your wish. Just when he was about to exert force, a cold shout suddenly rang out, stop. Crash. Suddenly, more than 30 people came from all directions. They were wearing black martial arts uniforms, with tall and sturdy figures. There was a red maple leaf pattern on the chest of the uniforms. Each of these people exudes a tyrannical aura. It is far beyond the reach of the common bodyguards. When they saw these people appear, everyone present's face changed and they subconsciously became nervous. Oh my god, they are masters from the Red Maple Hall. They were actually alarmed. It is said that the weakest of the masters of the Red Maple Hall can defeat 10 people at once. It is very terrifying. This is the first time I have seen it today. Now that the masters of the Red Maple Hall have appeared, Yi Tian's should forget about being so arrogant. See the various changes in people's expressions. Yi Tian's asked doubtfully, Red Maple Hall? Is it very powerful? Han Ruayun beside him widened his eyes. Incredibly, he said, what? You haven't even heard of Red Maple Hall? Chapter 98, You Red Maple Hall should disband. Yi Tiance shook his head. He returned to Jiangnan City from the fallen city. He has been staying at home in Zhao's house for the past 3 years and doesn't have much understanding of the external forces in Jiangnan City. Of course, I don't bother to understand. After all, the small Jiangnan City is too weak and not worth mentioning in his eyes. Han Ruayun explained, the power behind the Red Maple Villa is the Red Maple Hall, and the guarding of the villa is the responsibility of the Red Maple Hall. In Jiangnan City, no matter how powerful one is or how deep one's background is, one dares not cause trouble in Red Maple Villa. The reason is that the founder of Red Maple Hall is too influential. This person was once the mysterious king of Jiangnan City, standing at the highest point in Jiangnan City and overlooking everything. Not to mention the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, even the 4 major families in the provincial capital had to treat him with courtesy. After all, he represented the peak combat power of the entire Jiangnan City. Oh? You're talking so loudly, who is he? He is the Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng. You don't know this either? Sweat. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. After bragging for a long time, it turned out that he was the guy who was slapped down by him. Now I am locked up in the fallen city cleaning toilets. Han Ruayun continued with emotion. He was invincible in the entire Jiangnan City back then, and he was also one of the top masters in Tiannan province. It's a pity that he suddenly disappeared without a trace 3.5 years ago, but the Red Maple Hall he founded still remains in Jiangnan City, waiting for the return of the Jiangnan god of war. Although they are leaderless and their power is far less than it used to be, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. According to legend, half a year ago, Zhang Xiaohu personally led the Black Tiger Society to compete with the Red Maple Hall for the territory of Red Maple Villa. The Black Tiger Society had a total of 3,000 brothers, but was beaten to a pulp by the other side with only more than 100 people. Since then, the Black Tiger Society has never dared to lay a hand on Red Maple Villa again. The Red Maple Hall keeps a low profile. When people mention the power of Jiangnan City, they tend to ignore it. In fact, it is very terrifying. No matter what happens, don't conflict with them. Yi Tiance nodded, but didn't care too much. In Han Ruayun's view, the Red Maple Hall is a terrifying force that cannot be offended. But in Yi Tiance's eyes, even the founder Lin Feng was just a slap away, let alone the Red Maple Hall. As long as the Red Maple Hall does not provoke him, Yi Tiance will not sit idle and cause trouble for them. When the two of them were talking in a low voice, a middle-aged man wearing the Red Maple Hall martial arts uniform slowly walked to the front. He is of medium build, with a crew cut, and his eyes are very sharp. Different from other Red Maple Hall masters. There was an additional red maple leaf logo on the chest of his martial arts uniform, making 2 in total. His appearance caused an uproar. There are actually 2 red maple leaf symbols on his martial arts uniform? Could he be one of the 8 deacons of the Red Maple Hall? I heard that in addition to Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng, the Red Maple Hall also has 4 elders and 8 deacons. Each of them is a terrifying master with unparalleled combat power. They rarely show up on weekdays. I am lucky enough to see them today. Today is Miss Roan's meeting. Red Maple Hall is responsible for the security measures. This is a serious matter, so it is only natural that a deacon will personally take action. The middle-aged deacon walked to the center of the crowd. He clasped his fists and said to everyone, I am Feng Yao, the steward of the Red Maple Hall. Today, Miss Roan is having a business meeting. We have reserved the Red Maple Villa. The Red Maple Hall will be responsible for all security measures. Anyone who stirs up trouble and disrupts the meeting will be regarded as opposing the Red Maple Hall and will be cleared out of the venue. Please comply with this. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ji Wooly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Deacon Feng, please make the decision for me. He pointed at Yi Tiance. He immediately turned black into white and said, This guy has been barking like a mad dog since he entered the reception room, and he said a lot of insulting words about the Roan family and Miss Roan. My son Jibo stepped forward to dissuade the man, but he was forced to drink a drink filled with saliva, and was knocked to the ground and stepped on. The man threatened that Ji would only be spared if he kneeled down and apologized. This was simply too much. This is not only disrespectful to Miss Roan, but also a challenge to the dignity of the Red Maple Hall. Deacon Feng is requested to enforce the law impartially and uphold justice. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers looked at Ji Wooly tacitly. I thought to myself, you are worthy of being here.
With just 2 sentences, you have established Yi Tiance as the enemy of Hong Fenghao and used this as an excuse to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He has all 108 tricks up his sleeve, but he uses them all in a sinister way. Feng Yao nodded and said, Master Ji, please rest assured.
This is exactly why I came here. He glanced at Yi Tiance.
A young man who is only in his 20s, and doesn't look like a master at all.
How dare you cause trouble on the Red Maple Hall's territory? He is so bold.
He raised his right hand and pointed at Yi Tiance, commanding, You, take your foot away, apologize to Ji Buduan, and leave the venue obediently.
This matter ends here. Is that all?
Ji Wooly frowned when he heard this. He had expected Deacon Feng to severely punish Yi Tiance, or at least cripple him, but he didn't expect him to just ask him to apologize and leave the venue.
Although he was unhappy, Ji Wooly did not dare to express his opinion.
Anyway, it won't be too late to seek revenge on Yi Tiance after the meeting is over. But what Feng Yao didn't expect was,
Yi Tiance not only did not take his feet away from Ji Buduan.
Instead, he calmly asked, Why should I obey your orders?
Boom.
This rhetorical question immediately caused an uproar at the scene.
Oh my god. This Yi Tiance doesn't even listen to Deacon Feng's orders? Is he crazy?
Deacon Feng must have shown some leniency considering that this was his first offense, but I didn't expect this kid to be so shameless.
Crazy. This kid must be crazy. Get ready to suffer.
Both Xiao Qingchang and Han Ruayun's expressions changed.
Yi Tiance actually dared to offend even the deacon of Red Maple Hall. What else is there that he dares not do?
Deacon Feng's eyes flashed with surprise.
His voice was slightly angry as he said, This is the territory of the Red Maple Hall.
What I say on behalf of the Red Maple Hall is the rule.
If you don't follow the rules, you will have to pay the price. With you? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Seeing Feng Yao angry, everyone, led by Ji Wooly, was delighted.
He secretly thought that Yi Tiance was really the kind of person who didn't take the road to heaven but broke into hell without a door.
If you provoke Deacon Feng's anger, you will die. Yi Tiance shook his head in disappointment and smiled.
I originally thought that the organization created by Lin Feng could at least be considered a 5th-tier organization.
I never thought that a deacon could not tell right from wrong. In my opinion, the Red Maple Hall is not even at the level of an 18th-tier club.
It is better for them to separate their belongings as soon as possible.
Wow. There was another uproar at the scene. Yi Tiance must have taken the wrong medicine. Not only did he offend Deacon Feng, but he was also ridiculed by the Red Maple Hall.
This kind of behavior is just like an old man drinking arsenic because he thinks his life is too long.
Feng Yao's face finally darkened.
This was the first time in all these years that someone dared to mock him in Red Maple Hall in public.
Unforgivable.
Buzz. A murderous intent was released with him as the center.
Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven.
How dare you humiliate Lord Lin Feng and spread rumors that the Red Maple Hall cannot distinguish between right and wrong?
Today, I, Feng, will let you know the price of making irresponsible remarks. Chapter 99 We can testify for Yi Tiance. Seeing Feng Yao burst out with murderous intent. Everyone present had different mentalities.
Ji Wooly and the others certainly couldn't contain their joy, and they wished that Feng Yao would cut Yi Tiance into pieces to avenge them. Xiao Qingchang was nervous.
Finished.
Yi Tiance has gotten to this point, even if she comes out to plead for mercy, she can't save him.
But she didn't want to sit back and do nothing.
Not to mention that they have been married for 3 years, even if Yi Tiance saved her grandfather's life, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing.
Just as she was about to speak,
Assistant's son whispered to stop him, Don't get involved for that loser. This is all his own fault.
It has nothing to do with you.
Besides, even if you help, that bastard won't appreciate it.
Why bother trying to help him?
This.
Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. It is exactly as Assistant's son said.
She had helped Yi Tiance out of trouble many times.
What is the result? Isn't it that people repay your kindness with resentment?
After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qingcheng decided to wait and see what happened. It would not be too late to speak up when Yi Tiance was really in desperate situation. Han Ruayun was so angry that her E-cup chest rose and fell.
Hey! Didn't I remind you a long time ago that you must not conflict with the Red Maple Hall? Why didn't you listen? Yi Tiance said indifferently, It's not a big deal, why are you panicking? You. Han Ruayun was extremely anxious. Although she admires Yi Tian's domineering personality, brother, please don't be too domineering. Ji Budwan panted heavily and said arrogantly, Mr. Yi, I told you not to let me go? Now you are in trouble, right? You deserve it. If you let me go now, maybe I can show mercy and plead for you, and leave you a whole body. Noisy. Yi Tian slightly increased the strength of his feet, and Ji Budwan screamed miserably again. My body started to twitch. Ji Wuli's eyelids jumped with fright. He immediately asked anxiously, Deacon Foam, please act quickly. Our Ji family is Miss Roan's designated partner. If anything happens to my son, you will have a hard time explaining to Miss Roan. Feng Yao's face darkened and he shouted, I'll remind you again, let him go. Yi Tian shook his head and said, No. You're looking for death. Feng Yao roared, just as he was about to rush forward. Wait. Don't hurt Dr. Yi. An old voice suddenly sounded. An old man walked quickly out of the crowd and stopped in front of Feng Yao. It turned out to be Wu Xingye. Everyone present was stunned. Why would the director of Jiangnan City First Hospital help Yi Tian out of trouble? Etc. Wu Xingye actually called Yi Tian a miracle doctor? Does this kid really know medicine as rumored? Wu Xingye said seriously, Deacon Feng, don't be impulsive. Let me say a few fair words. Feng Yao frowned. As the director of Jiangnan First Hospital, Wu Xingye is a man of noble status and high prestige. Although Feng Yao was not afraid of him, he still had to give him some face. President Wu, what do you want to say in fairness? Wu Xingye said seriously, Divine Dr. Yi acts uprightly. I can testify that he did not take the initiative to cause trouble at the venue today. Instead, it was Patriarch Ji who interfered and turned black into white. I hope Deacon Feng can see clearly. Feng Yao frowned. He turned and looked at Ji Wuli. Master Ji, how do you explain what Dean Wu said? A gloom flashed across Ji Wuli's eyes. Damn, why would Wu Xingye speak for Yi Tian's? Accidents are accidents. Ji Wuli naturally denied it. Deacon Feng, I don't understand what Dean Wu said. The truth is that Yi Tian's disrupted the venue and hurt my son. Not only me, but everyone behind me is a witness. The wealthy businessmen, led by Lai Jingye and Xiebin, all expressed their opinions tacitly. What Patriarch Ji said is true. It was Yi Tian's who started all this trouble. President Wu, I don't know what your relationship is with that Yi. Are you trying to deceive Red Maple Hall by protecting him against your will? President Wu, let me remind you that it's better not to get involved in some things, so as to avoid getting into trouble. Everyone was talking at once, some even turned the tables. Wu Xingye's blood boiled after hearing this. These guys usually talk about morality and justice, but they don't even care about their basic dignity in order to achieve their goals. Feng Yao's expression was solemn. President Wu, as the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp. You are the only one on the scene to testify for Yi Tian's. I'm afraid your persuasiveness is not enough. As soon as the words fell, an unhappy voice sounded. Who said that only one person testified for Master Yi? Xia Ping, wearing a yellow tang suit, came out. He had a sullen look on his face. I, Xia Ping, am willing to testify for Master Yi. Anyone who dares to treat him unfairly today will have to step over my body. Wow. Everyone present was shocked again. Oh my god. Even this arrogant old guy stood up to speak for Yi Tian's? You must know that Wu Xingye and Xia Ping are both highly respected people. They do not cling to any power in Jiangnan City, and they are not people who curry favor with the powerful. Today, they would actually defend Yi Tian's one after another, which is simply unbelievable. However, this is not the end. Han Tianjing also walked out of the crowd. He is intimidating without being angry. I also testify for nephew Yi. The fuse of this incident was not him, but someone else. This scene. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. If we say that Wu Xingye and Xia Ping are just highly respected and have noble status, they are much weaker in terms of financial power. But Han Tianjing is different. He is the head of one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, and also the richest man in Jiangnan City, with a net worth of nearly 10 billion. Status and position are obviously more influential. Not to mention that he can command a group of heroes, he can also be considered a big boss who has the support of hundreds of people. For a moment, the onlookers looked at each other in bewilderment. Hey! Can anyone tell me what's going on? Even the head of the Han family is standing up for Yi Tiance? Isn't this guy just the useless son-in-law kicked out by the Shiao family? Why is he worthy of the help of the three bosses? Could it be that Yi Tiance really has a strong background? Is Xiao Qingcheng blind to file for divorce? TSK, now things are getting interesting.
At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. Even she couldn't easily invite these three big guys who came forward to help. Now he is risking his life and would rather offend the Ji family to support Yi Tiance. This made her arrogant self-confidence feel as if it was seriously challenged.
Han Ruayun secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Since my dad is willing to do this, it seems that he really wants to treat Yi Tiance as his son-in-law.
But I'm not fully prepared. Aha! So shy. Yi Tiance glanced at Wu Xingye and the other three.
Although he doesn't need this with his strength, Yi Tiance still appreciates the kindness of these three people.
When I have the chance in the future, I will repay you. He said to Feng Yao, Deacon Feng, what do you have to say now?
Feng Yao looked displeased, and weighed the issue in his mind for a few seconds.
He turned around and asked Ji Wuli, I'm afraid you need to give Feng an explanation.
Let me remind you, tell the truth, otherwise you know the consequences of deceiving Hong Feng Hall.
Chapter 100, It only takes one finger to defeat you. This. Ji Wuli was instantly covered in sweat.
He had finally come up with a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but it was ruined by Wu Xingye and three others. If Wu Xingye and Xia Ping spoke for Yi Tiance, Ji Wuli could still understand it. But he didn't expect that Han Tianjiang would also get involved. No wonder Han Tianjiang was not present when the business alliance was established earlier. At that time, I thought it was just a sudden incident, but it turned out that he had been in cahoots with Yi Tiance for a long time.
This made Ji Wuli feel deeply betrayed. He couldn't help but glare at Han Tianjing angrily. Feng Yao spoke again, Master Ji, didn't you hear what I said? Ji Wuli quickly apologized with a smile, I heard it.
Ji just thought carefully and it seems that Yi Tiance did not take the initiative to cause trouble at the venue.
His conflict with my son should be just a misunderstanding. Misunderstand?
Feng Yao frowned slightly and his voice turned cold.
Master Ji, don't you think this answer is a bit hasty?
Ji Wuli did not feel embarrassed at all, and added, don't get angry first, Ji thinks these are trivial matters. The most important thing is that Yi Tiance just mocked the Jiangnan god of war and insulted the Red Maple Hall, and there is solid evidence. If you don't investigate, and the news gets out, it might not be good for your reputation and that of the Red Maple Hall.
Feng Yao narrowed his eyes coldly. This time Ji Wuli is really addicted to treating himself as a knife? You can kill anyone you want?
Seeing that Feng Yao was unmoved, Ji Wuli secretly glanced at Lai Jingye and others. The latter understood what he meant and immediately took the lead in adding fuel to the fire.
Patriarch Ji is right. Yi Tiance insulted the Red Maple Hall but was not punished. If the news gets out, who will still be afraid of the Red Maple Hall? In my opinion, the Red Maple Hall is now leaderless and dares not offend anyone. It's just bluffing. Without the Jiangnan god of war, the Red Maple Hall is nothing.
These people's opinions made Feng Yao look a little ugly. Ever since Lord Lin Feng suddenly disappeared 3.5 years ago, the influence of the Red Maple Hall has plummeted and is no longer as prosperous as it once was. This has always been a concern for Feng Yao and other senior executives of the Red Maple Hall. At the moment, Feng Yao certainly cannot accept these public opinions. Red Maple Hall is the painstaking effort of Lord Lin Feng, and they will spend their entire lives defending its dignity. A hint of determination flashed in Feng Yao's eyes. He ordered the masters of the Red Maple Hall around him, first, invite Dean Wu, Master Xia Ping, and Patriarch Han to the side.
Remember not to harm them.
Yes. Immediately, 6 masters from the Red Maple Hall came out, with 2 of them holding Han Tianjiang and 3 others on their left and right. Move them from the center of the crowd to the side. Han Tianjiang and the other 3 had never practiced martial arts. Although they struggled hard, it was useless.
They could only shout. Deacon Feng, what are you doing? Are you trying to use force on us? Let me go. If you dare to hurt Master Yi, I, Xia, will never let you go. Red Maple Hall treated Miss Roan's guests so rudely. Aren't you afraid that Miss Roan will hold you accountable? Feng Yao clasped his fists to the 3 of them. He apologized and said, 3 of you, I have no intention of offending you, let alone the Roan family. It's just that as a deacon of the Red Maple Hall,
I have the responsibility to defend the reputation of the Red Maple Hall. Besides, this is a grudge between us and Yeans, and it has nothing to do with you, so please don't interfere. Han Tianzheng and the other three all changed their expressions.
Oh no, Feng Yao is getting serious now.
This is trouble. On the other hand, everyone headed by Ji Wooly looked very happy.
He.
After working hard to fan the flames for so long, Feng Yao is finally going to lose his temper.
No one can save Yeans now.
Feng Yao was seen walking slowly towards Yeans.
Boy, you humiliated my Red Maple Hall and said it is not as good as an 18th tier force. Your crime is extremely heinous. Why don't you kneel down and confess your crime as soon as possible? Yeans said helplessly, it is a fact that the Red Maple Hall is not as good as the 18th tier forces in my opinion. How can you talk about humiliation? Also, why do you guys always like to ask people to kneel? Are you used to kneeling to others? Everyone present was shocked again. Oh my god. Doesn't Yeans know how to write the word death? At this point, not only did he not admit his mistake, but he actually angered Feng Yao? Feng Yao gritted his teeth and said, good. Very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant young man for a long time. Today, I, Feng Yao, will kill you with my own hands. Of course, in order to avoid rumors that our Red Maple Hall bullies young people, Feng promises to only use 3 moves at most. If you are lucky enough to still have a breath left after 3 moves, it is your good fortune. Yeans raised his index finger with a confident smile on his face.
Feng Yao raised his eyebrows.
Oh? You want Feng to point out a move? Well, 1 move is enough. Yeans shook his head. You misunderstood. I wanted to say that I only need this 1 finger to defeat you. The scene went completely wild. Fuck, is Yeans really that boastful? He actually said that he could defeat Deacon Feng with just 1 finger? Yeans. You always come up with something new for us.
The masters of the Red Maple Hall at the scene shook their heads and sneered.
Ha ha.
Deacon Feng has followed Master Lin Feng for many years and has learned a lot of true teachings. His strength has long surpassed the scope of ordinary people and reached the realm of a warrior.
It is unfathomable. To defeat a warrior master with just 1 finger, I'm afraid even Master Lin Feng can't do it, let alone this ignorant brat. Just wait, Deacon Feng will show him what a terrifying moment is. Xiao Qingqing's face changed drastically.
He said anxiously, Yeans, I know you can fight, but the Red Maple Hall's strength is not something you can match.
Why do you have to keep going until you hit the wall? Yeans said calmly, there is no wall in the world that can stop me, why should I turn back? Xiao Qingqing was choked. No one cares about you.
At this time, Han Ruayun said coldly, if you don't believe in Yeans, forget it.
Don't always talk about PUA others. This will only show your incompetence. Xiao Qingqing frowned and said, I'm just telling the truth.
Han Ruayun curled her lips and said, then this lady is also telling the truth.
You.
Xiao Qingqing was so angry that her face turned blue and white. As for Han Ruayun, although he believed that Yeans was good at fighting, he defeated Feng Yao with just 1 finger.
It really sounds exaggerated. You bastard, you must keep your word.
I'm going to help you slap Xiao Qingqing in the face, but don't let her slap me back later. At this moment, a fierce look flashed in Feng Yao's eyes.
Defeat me with just 1 finger? Arrogant.
If you can really do it, not only will this deacon forgive you for everything you said and did before, but I will also personally apologize to you on behalf of the Red Maple Hall.
It's a pity that you can't see the scene.
Suddenly, his body jumped up and turned into a flowing shadow, rushing straight towards Yeans to attack. The 2 sides were more than 10 meters apart, but he reached Yeans in less than 1 second. He formed his right hand into a palm and rushed straight towards Yeans.
Call.
This palm contains all his strength, which is enough to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. Feng Yao was confident that with this palm strike, he could knock even a cow to the ground.
As for Yeans? Of course he died on the spot.
At the critical moment, a scene beyond his expectations appeared.
Yeans suddenly moved.
He raised his right index finger at a speed that Feng Yao could not see with his naked eyes and placed it on Feng Yao's chest. In an instant, a strong danger signal exploded in Feng Yao's mind.
My scalp instantly went numb. My intuition tells me that I must avoid it. But it was too late. Yeans' index finger lightly touched his chest. Bang! A loud bang exploded in his chest.
Feng Yao flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He slid more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground.
Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth and he couldn't even stand up.
The results are obvious.
It was Feng Yao who lost. Defeated by Yi Tian's finger. Chapter 101. The Ji family's father and son betray each other.
There was total silence in the venue at this moment, and you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was Ji Wuli, Lai Jingye, or other wealthy businessmen who hated Yi Tian's to the core.
Or Wu Xingye and Xiao Ping, the friends who defended Yi Tian's.
Or the top beauties like Xiao Qingcheng and Han Ruayun. Everyone was deeply shocked. Yi Tian's, actually defeated the powerful Deacon Feng with just one finger. Accomplished a miracle that seemed impossible.
Ahem. Feng Yao coughed violently again and vomited blood.
Finally, the silence at the scene was broken.
The Red Maple Hall masters reacted immediately and rushed to Feng Yao. Deacon Feng, are you okay? Deacon Feng, can you please say something? Do you want us to call a doctor? Yi Tian's said calmly, don't worry.
I didn't even use 10% of my strength in this attack, it won't kill him.
Gah! The onlookers were shocked again. What? Yi Tian's just defeated Feng Yao with just one finger, and he didn't even use 1/3 of his strength? In this case, how terrifying is this person's true strength? Still human? Ahem. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Feng Yao covered his chest and gritted his teeth.
He had a ferocious and unwilling expression on his face. He had practiced martial arts for decades, but he was defeated by a young boy, and just by a finger.
This was the most humiliating defeat he had ever experienced. If this gets out, Red Maple Hall will become a laughingstock. Absolutely unacceptable. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. I haven't fallen down yet. It's not a failure. Let's try again.
Feng Yaocheng struggled to stand up, gritted his teeth, and was ready to attack again.
Yi Tian shook his head and said, alas, why bother? Then he tossed it away. Call out.
A red light flew out like lightning and finally nailed the marble floor 1/2 meter in front of Feng Yao.
With a loud bang, a deep hole with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters was smashed into the marble floor.
Large cracks spread out in all directions. In the center of the deep pit, there stood a 10-centimeter long, narrow red flying knife, flashing with a cold light.
Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. This flying knife actually has such terrifying power, I'm afraid it's far inferior to a bullet fired from a pistol, right?
Feng Yao, who had just been unconvinced, now swallowed nervously.
Sweating profusely. With the power of this flying knife, it would be easy to pierce through his body. But Yi Tian's obviously didn't do that, he was deliberately holding back. It's also a chance for him. Thinking of this, Feng Yao took a deep breath. He lowered his head and said in a convinced tone, it was me, Feng Yao, who lost. I apologize to you on behalf of the Red Maple Hall. Wow. The scene was filled with shock. The famous deacon of the Red Maple Hall in Jiangnan City was defeated by a finger, and the weapon was convinced and apologized. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Han Ruayun shouted excitedly, yeah. Yi Tian's won. She said to Yi Tian's excitedly, I know you are awesome, awesome. Yi Tian smiled faintly and said, it's nothing, just a small matter. Han Ruayun raised his chin and looked at Xiao Qingcheng. Provocatively, some people open their eyes and take a good look. This is the ex-husband you don't believe in. They said you abandoned a man you don't deserve, but you refused to accept it. What else do you have to say now? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip tightly, unable to refute. I feel mixed emotions. Seeing this, Han Ruayun felt very happy. As long as she can confront Xiao Qingcheng, she will do it without hesitation. Who made this stupid woman snatch away her fiancé 3 years ago? Now she discovered that Yi Tian's had more and more good qualities. This kind of man would definitely be a hot commodity, not to mention in Jiangnan City, even in the provincial capital. Fortunately, that idiot Xiao Qingcheng filed for divorce, giving my fiancé a chance. Next, I must work hard. Wu Xingye, Xiaoping, Han Tianjing and the other 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was also shocked by Yi Tian's performance. Han Tianjing, in particular, tried hard to suppress his excitement. At this moment, he had an even stronger intuition that this time he would support Yi Tian's decision on behalf of the Han family. the bet was right. Some are happy, some are sad. If we talk about the person who could not accept it the most among those present, it must be Ji Wooly. He stared at Yi Tiance with eyes that almost seemed to spit fire. He couldn't understand that Yi Tiance was just a useless son-in-law abandoned by the Shiao family. Even if Yi Tiance has the blood of the Jiangnan Yi family, the Yi family was destroyed in a fire more than 10 years ago. Why is it still so powerful? Damn it! Ji Budwan also found it unacceptable. At this time, his face turned red from being stepped on by Yi Tiance, and he felt that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. She cried out weakly, "Dad, please, please save me, I can't take it anymore." He has always been arrogant and conceited, and he is really afraid of death. It would be even more aggrieved if I died under Yi Tiance's feet today. After all, when you go down and report to the King of Hell, if he asks you how you died, you should answer that you were stepped on to death by Yi Tiance. That shame will be thrown into the underworld. Bo Dewan, don't worry. Ji Wooly scolded Yi Tiance, "Boy, why don't you let my son go? Are you really going to cause a death?" Yi Tiance said indifferently, "He, Ji Budwan, is asking for his own death. What's wrong with me satisfying him?" Upon hearing this, Ji Budwan was so frightened that his face trembled. Driven by the desire to survive, he no longer cared about his dignity and face. She actually begged for mercy with a sad face, "Yi Tiance, I don't want to die. Please let me go. You are a great man and don't bear grudges. As long as you let me go, I will even call you Grandpa. Please." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. This young master looks so majestic on weekdays, but unexpectedly, he is so cowardly under the threat of life and death. Everyone calls Yi Tiance Grandpa. Doesn't he that mean Yi Tiance is Ji Wooly's father? You don't even care about your face anymore. Yi Tiance sneered, "Huh? A few days ago, Ji Buxiao called me dad after I beat him up, and today you, Ji Budwan, called me grandpa. You two are a big son and a big grandson, and you really make me worry." Hearing the humiliation, although Ji Budwan was angry, he did not dare to refute and could only nod like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, yes. Grandpa, if you just let me live, I promise to save you from worry in the future, he he he." Yi Tiance shook his head and sneered. "I've said before that it's easy for me to let you go. All you need is for your father to kneel down and admit his fault, but he won't listen. How about you help me persuade him? I'll only give you half a minute." He slightly increased the force of his feet. Ji Budwan quickly yelled at Ji Wooly, "Dad! What the hell are you still standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to Grandpa Yi. I want to live." Hearing this, Ji Wooly's face turned blue with anger. The corner of his eye twitched violently. Oh shit! How could he give birth to such a useless son? Evil beast! Do you know what you are saying? You have brought shame to the Ji family. Ji Budwan retorted, "You taught me that in this day and age, people who want money don't care about their shame. It's just asking you to kneel down to Grandpa Yi. What's so difficult about that? Don't you want me as your son anymore?" Ji Wooly gnashed his teeth and said, "Bullshit. Don't even think about asking me to kneel down to Yi Tiance. Even if I lose my son like you, I will accept it." Hearing this, Ji Budwan looked incredulous. My father actually gave up his son just for his little bit of dignity? That's the case. Don't blame me for being unfilial, old man. So he gave up everything. He said madly and fiercely, "Ji Wooly, you old bitch, I'm here. If I die today because of you, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. And don't forget, my brother lost his physiological functions after being treated by Tawist Gong son. If I die, our Ji family will be extinct. Let us see how you will face our ancestors in the future, ha ha ha." Chapter 102. Ji Wooly kneels down. Everyone present heard this. There were expressions of delight on their faces, and various discussions began. Oh my god! I was attending a fan meeting and actually witnessed a father and son falling out with each other. It was so exciting. Ji Buxiao has lost his physiological functions? Why haven't I heard about this? Now all the messy things about the Ji family have been revealed. After the meeting, this matter will definitely spread like wildfire in Jiangnan City. The Ji family will be so embarrassed. Han Ruayun gloated over other people's misfortune. It's so funny. That scumbag Ji Buxiao has become a eunuch. Let's see how he can harm other girls in the future. He deserves it.
At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng could not hide her disappointment in her eyes. In her eyes, Ji Budwan has always been an image of a confident and strong young man. Although he sometimes has some minor flaws, his merits outweigh his flaws. But the nature revealed now made her feel strange and even a little disgusted. You have to know that Yi Tiance remained calm and composed when facing the life and death threat from Deacon Feng. In comparison, the gap between the two is like heaven and earth. Why? Why did everything turn out like this? Ji Wooly was almost on the verge of a mental breakdown and his blood pressure soared. He wished he could go over and kick Ji Budwan to death. How could I have raised such an unpromising son? But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. But Ji Budwan was right in saying that once he died, the Ji family would have no descendants. How would Ji Wooly have the face to face his ancestors then? On balance, Ji Wooly finally took a deep breath unwillingly, gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Yi Tiance. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Yi Tiance, I was wrong. I apologize. Please let my son go. Wow. The onlookers looked at this scene in horror. The arrogant Ji Wooly actually knelt down and apologized to Yi Tiance? This was almost unimaginable in the past. However, many people felt very happy. After all, the Ji family had done many things to bully others by taking advantage of their power over the years. They are all willing to be the ones having fun today because they are unlucky. Some curious people even secretly took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. At this moment, everyone in the Lai Jingye, Xiabin, and Ji family alliance felt ashamed. You know, as soon as they established the business alliance, the leader knelt down. How can I take them off after this? Yi Tiance glanced at Ji Wooly. This old guy is more flexible than I thought. I also know that this guy only admits his mistake on the surface, but his hatred for him in his heart will only increase, not decrease. But it doesn't matter. From the day the two sides became enemies, it was destined that the feud between Yi Tiance and the Ji family would continue. Sooner or later, everything will be settled completely. It's not time yet. Yi Tiance said lightly. Since you have knelt down and apologized, I will not break my promise and will naturally let your son go, but there is one small condition. Ji Wooly's face darkened. Yi Tiance, I have already knelt and apologized. What other conditions do you have? I advise you not to push your luck. My patience is limited. Why are you in such a hurry? Listen to me first. Your son had a horse race with me before and lost 200 million in cash from me, plus the 20 million auction fee your Ji family owes me, a total of 220 million. Do you know about this? Ji Wooly frowned for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, I know. Yi Tiance continued, now that you know, it's easy. You write me an IOU in public, and tomorrow is the repayment deadline, so that some people won't deny it without any evidence. This little thing shouldn't be difficult to handle, right? Ji Wooly's eyes twitched violently. Damn it, Yi Tiance has really schemed against our Ji family to the core. Even if I am unwilling. But at the moment he could only accept it reluctantly. That's okay. I'll just write you an IOU. Ji Wooly asked for paper and pen to write the IOU in public. And press your fingerprints. Have someone hand it to Yi Tiance. After Yi Tiance took a look and confirmed that it was correct, he lifted his foot off Ji Budwan. Another kick forward. Bang! Ji Budwan slid awkwardly on the ground for more than 10 meters until he stopped in front of Ji Wooly. Ouch! It hurts so much. Ji Budwan grimaced in pain. Because I survived a disaster. He couldn't help sobbing and said, finally I was saved. I thought I was going to die. Woo woo woo. He endured the pain and climbed up, and saw Ji Wooly kneeling on the ground. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward to help Ji Wooly up, and said with concern, Dad, please get up quickly, the ground is cold. Fuck you. Unexpectedly, Ji Wooly pushed him away, supported himself on his knees, and stood up tremblingly. Ji Wooly's face was filled with cold anger, his eyes were almost spitting fire, and he wished he could strangle Ji Budwan to death. This was the first time in Ji Budwan's life that he saw his father so angry. He was so scared that he fell to his knees, raised his hands and attacked himself left and right. Bang bang bang. The slap was loud. Dad. Don't be angry, I was wrong. I'm a fool. But I really had to do it to survive. Please forgive me. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and said excitedly, bullshit. You have brought shame to the Ji family.
If I forgive you, can I get my face back? Ji Budwan clenched his fists and said with a firm look, Dad.
Don't worry, I will remember the humiliation I suffered today and will make Yi Tiance pay it back tenfold or 100-fold in the future.
Humph. That's more like a talk. Ji Wooly relaxed his breath and said in a cold voice, Get up, this will not happen again. Ji Budwan nodded repeatedly and stood up. The look he gave Yi Tiance was nothing but hatred. No matter what happens in the future, today's shame will be avenged one day. Ji Wooly took a deep breath. Yi Tiance, you relied on your fists and feet to bully others too much today, and everyone saw it. When Miss Rong arrives later, I will tell her the truth. When Miss Rong is furious, she will kill you with one order, so don't blame Ji for being too talkative. After these words were spoken, everyone who was originally watching for fun calmed down a little. Yes. Even though you, Yi Tiance, are good at fighting, you are just a warrior after all. In front of the huge provincial capital, the Rong family is still like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, Yi Tiance's face remained calm. Let's not even talk about whether Miss Rong has the ability to destroy my life. Even if she does, why do you think she will listen to your one-sided story? Ji Wooly sneered complacently. Ha ha. Just because our Ji family has been internally appointed as a partner of the Rong family, Miss Rong will naturally obey me, Ji. Not convinced? Even if you are not convinced, you have to endure it. As soon as the words fell, a charming woman's voice was heard. Oh? The Rong family actually decided to make your Ji family their business partner. How come I didn't know about this? Wow. This voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. I saw a beautiful woman wearing a silver cheongsam and a graceful figure walking in on high heels. Chapter 103 Shao Qingcheng's Choice. The appearance of this woman immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. She was wearing a silver cheongsam with smooth lines and well-cut design, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The black stockings under her legs swayed with her steps, and were faintly visible through the gaps in the collar, full of mystery and beauty. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the confident and noble aura she exudes. It seems that there is a posture that wants everyone to bow their heads. The legendary queen is just like this. Everyone present had different expressions and mentalities. Ji Wooly and Ji Budwan, father and son, both looked rather ugly. Her again? This woman had repeatedly stood up for Yi Tiance at the Ji family's birthday banquet, which had already made them unhappy. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something. A hint of vigilance appeared in Han Ruayun's eyes. Her intuition told her that the relationship between this woman and Yi Tiance was definitely not as simple as spending 1.01 million to buy a calligraphy piece at an auction. Shao Qingcheng felt even more complicated and even a little guilty. Because every time this woman showed up, she would confront her head-on, hitting her sore spot with every word, making her lose every time. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Rong Meiyan walked straight to the center of the crowd and glanced at Ji Wooly and others. Master Ji, could you please tell me where did you get the news that you have been selected as a partner of the Ji family? Ji Wooly had his hands behind his back with a proud expression. My Ji family has been chosen as a partner of the Rong family. This news is known to everyone in Jiangnan City. If you don't know, it only means that you are not of high status and are not worthy of knowing it. The alliance members behind him also echoed. You came to attend Miss Rong's meeting, but you didn't even know this news? What a joke! You are such a fool who knows nothing. If your partner doesn't choose Master Ji, is there any other choice? Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows. I am interested. Why can Miss Rong only choose Patriarch Ji and not anyone else? Ji Budwan realized that he had been showing off, and the opportunity to get back at his former self had come. He said proudly. Beautiful lady, you don't know yet, do you? The day before yesterday at the birthday banquet, the second master of the Rong family personally called my father and told him that we were appointed as partners of the Rong family. Many people saw this scene with their own eyes. And I might as well tell you that our Ji family has formed a business alliance in Jiangnan City, and has recruited wealthy businessmen to participate. Now that the alliance is formed, its influence is not inferior to that of Lord Dragon and Lord Tiger. Do you think Miss Rong has other candidates for partners in the entire Jiangnan City? She wouldn't choose Yi Tiance, the useless son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family, right? As soon as these words came out, the people behind him immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts.
If Miss Rong chooses Yi Tiance, I'll eat 2 pounds of shit right on the spot.
That's right.
Although he can fight and knows a few other tricks, he is still far from being qualified to be a partner. Master Ji will lead us to form a business alliance, and we will definitely unify Jiangnan City in the future.
Hearing this public opinion,
the rest of the neutral guests who were watching were all secretly amazed.
Now that the Ji family has formed a business alliance, it is indeed unstoppable. After becoming a business partner of the Rong family, you will be even more powerful. If possible, they all want to join this business alliance. It's a pity that the Ji family may not accept it because of insufficient financial resources. The flattery from everyone made Ji Wooly feel quite proud. He narrowed his eyes and said to Han Tianzheng, "Brother Han, you heard what everyone just said. When this business alliance was about to be established, Ji was the first to notify you, and he was even willing to let you sit in the position of deputy leader." Ji doesn't understand why you betrayed us and got involved with Yi Tiance? Could it be that you think that being with him is more promising than being with Ji?
In fact, this question is not only Ji Wooly's confusion, but also the thought of most people present.
Everything is fine. Why would Han Tianzheng stand with Yi Tiance? Han Tianzheng answered seriously, "Master Ji is right. I do think that being with nephew Yi is more promising." This answer made many people laugh. Lai Jingye shook his head and said, "Master Han, are you kidding us? I admit that Yi Tiance can fight and has some skills, but these tricks are worthless in the business world, so how can he have a future?" Xiaobin followed with a smile and said, "Brother Han, I think you must have been bewitched by that kid. How powerful is the head of the Ji family? How invincible is our alliance?
In your eyes, he is not even as good as a useless son-in-law.
Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others if this gets out?"
The others nodded in support. Everyone thought that Han Tianzheng had been living a stupid life for the past few decades and couldn't even understand the most basic situation.
Facing everyone's doubts, Han Tianzheng just smiled calmly.
In his opinion, Yi Tiance has now become the guest of honor of Lin City Chief, and his status is extraordinary. Hanging out with him means having a relationship with Lin City Chief.
How can there be no future?
Not to mention his advantages in kung fu, medical skills, calligraphy, etc., which obviously did not fall from the sky, but were guided by a big boss behind the scenes. On the contrary, it is you, a bunch of rabble, who are short-sighted and have offended people who should not be offended, and are still complacent about it.
Seeing Han Tianzheng still very calm,
this made Ji Wooly feel furious.
"Brother Han, do you know that if you make this choice, your Han family will completely lose the opportunity to cooperate with Miss Rong, and your Han family will become a competitor of our business alliance in the future? Even though you, Han Tian, are the richest man in Jiangnan City, and the Han family is one of the 3 largest families, I don't think you can hold out for long under our ban, right?" Han Tianzheng's expression became a little solemn.
Although Ji Wooly's words were a bit arrogant, there was no exaggeration in them. Once the Ji family becomes a partner of the Rong family and combines with the power of the business alliance to jointly ban the Han family, they will definitely not be able to hold out for long.
Ji Wooly, this bastard, is really insidious.
Ji Wooly continued proudly, "But don't worry, Brother Han, because of our long-term friendship, I am willing to give you a chance to reform. As long as you publicly announce that you have cut off your relationship with Yi Tiance and apologize to Ji promises that not only will you be welcome to join our alliance, but you will also be strongly recommended to Miss Rong."
The benefits are self-evident. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh.
Ji Wooly is indeed very cunning, using both soft and hard tactics, intimidation and inducement.
Just want to divide the forces around Yi Tiance.
It is also a warning to others that the price of standing with Yi Tiance is becoming an enemy of the Ji family. On the contrary, you will benefit greatly from joining forces with the Ji family. I think anyone with a little common sense would choose to follow the Ji family.
But Han Tianzheng's choice was beyond everyone's expectations. He rejected Ji Wooly's good intention very straightforwardly and said that he would support Yi Tiance no matter what. This almost broke Ji Wooly's defense. "Okay.
Very good, Han Tianzheng, this is your own fault, don't regret it in the future."
Ji Wooly reminded Xiao Qingcheng again. "Mr. Xiao, how do you decide? Will you stand on the side of your future ex-husband, or on our side?"
Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. In fact, after a series of recent events, no matter how arrogant she was, she knew that Yi Tiance had become different than before. Otherwise, Han Tianzheng and others would not have followed. But after all, it was she who filed for divorce with Yi Tiance. If you choose to support Yi Tiance, it means that the decision you made at the beginning was wrong. What's more, she always said that without Yi Tiance, the Shiao family would be more glorious under her leadership.
She must not hit herself in the face. So after hesitating for a few seconds,
she bit her lip and decided, I will naturally choose to join your business alliance, Patriarch Ji. I also hope that Patriarch Ji will help my Shiao family become a business partner of the Rong family.
Chapter 104. My name is Rong Meiyan.
Xiao Qingqing's words. This immediately attracted praises from the wealthy businessmen headed by Ji Wuli. Mr. Shiao, it is a wise move for you to join our business alliance.
Ha, Yi Tiance doesn't even trust his own wife, which shows how stupid people are to trust him. What wife? She's already a quasi-ex-wife, all that's missing is a divorce certificate. If it were me, I wouldn't want a man either.
Xiao Qingqing didn't care about these public opinions. With a cold face, she explained to Yi Tiance, I made this decision according to my heart, and I didn't mean to target you. Yi Tiance said calmly, since you and I have proposed a divorce, there is no such thing as targeting each other. I just hope that Mr. Shiao will not regret it in the future. Xiao Qingqing frowned and said nothing.
Assistant Sun said sarcastically, don't regret it every time you open your mouth.
Ms. Shiao is the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City and will join the Ji family's business alliance. She has a bright future.
How can she regret it?
But you, don't think that you can attract attention by being clever and deceiving a few big guys to gain their trust.
You are a loser who lives on women all the time. You don't have much real ability. What will you do when you get kicked out in the future? When saying this,
he also glanced at Han Ruayun, and his meaning was very obvious.
This made Han Ruayun unhappy.
Ha! It's you, a little assistant again, who doesn't even look in the mirror.
In today's situation, are you a person of your status and are you qualified to bite people at random? In my opinion, our most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan still lacks discipline over you. You.
Assistant Sun's face turned red after being confronted by Han Ruayun, and his defense was completely broken. Thinking back to the last time she slapped me at the Han families, a surge of resentment rushed straight to my brain.
Humph. What does it have to do with you whether I need discipline or not?
But you, the eldest daughter of the Han family, actually defended the useless man that our president Shiao didn't want.
If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others?
Han Ruayun narrowed her eyes coldly.
Do you think you can tell me what man I choose?
She walked straight over and slapped Assistant Sun in the face without saying a word.
With a snap.
Assistant Sun was slapped so hard that his hair was disheveled and a clear slap mark appeared on his cheek.
Everyone present exclaimed.
As expected of Han Ruayun, he has always been domineering and unruly.
Bang!
Han Ruayun slapped Assistant Sun on the other side of the face.
She said in a cold voice, last time you offended me, I slapped you once. This time I'll slap you twice. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. I'll take your life. Assistant Sun turned pale with fright. Took 2 steps back.
She knew very well that Han Ruayun was not joking, but really could do what he said.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingqing frowned and said, Miss Han, isn't it a bit too much for you to hit someone in public?
Assistant Sun has followed her for many years, and the two have a relationship like that of sisters. They had fought once before at the Han family.
Are you still coming to fight now?
Han Ruayun said indifferently, I am disciplining your subordinates for you, so that they know what the rules are. I also remind Mr. Shiao that you should control your dogs in the future. If they bite people randomly outside, they will suffer a great loss.
Xiao Qingqing's face turned pale and blue. But because I was in the wrong first.
She suppressed her anger and said, we don't have to bother with her. After saying that, he took Assistant Sun and walked towards Ji Wuli and others.
A charming voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Shiao, why don't you think about it carefully? Maybe what Mr. Yi said is right?
Xiao Qingqing looked at the mysterious woman who was wearing a silver cheongsam and was dazzling. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Just now Han Ruayun stood up for Yi Tiance, and right after that another one came along.
Are you guys done yet? It's only been a few days since you filed for divorce, and already these 2 top beauties are defending you everywhere?
Xiao Qingqing suppressed her dissatisfaction.
Don't think about it. I, Xiao Qingqing, never regret anything I do. No matter what the result is, I will accept it calmly and move forward firmly. Bang bang bang. Rong Meiyan couldn't help but applaud and said, great. Then I'm really looking forward to Mr. Zhao's next performance. Xiao Qingchang responded unwillingly. Same here. She walked to the group of alliance members led by Ji Wuli. Ji Budwan quickly stepped forward and said, Xingcheng, your decision is so domineering. Don't worry, join our alliance. I promise to take good care of you and help you get the qualification of Rong family partner, so that Yi Tians can see what the gap is. Xiao Qingcheng glanced at Ji Budwan at this moment. His face was bruised and swollen, and there was vomit and dirt on his body. She frowned subconsciously, and a hint of resistance appeared in her cold eyes. This was not only because Ji Budwan was dirty, but more importantly, his performance in front of Yi Tians today disappointed her greatly. Ji Budwan also keenly caught Xiao Qingcheng's gaze. His old face turned red and he took a step back in embarrassment. Qingcheng, I was too abrupt. It was purely an accident that I didn't perform well this time. I promise you, I will definitely get back at you next time and prove to you who is the better man. But he was extremely unhappy. Damn it, why are you acting so cool in front of me, you bitch? Sooner or later, I will ride on you and vent my anger on you, and completely tear off your disguise. Xiao Qingcheng had no idea what Ji Budwan was thinking. Her eyes were always vaguely focused on Yi Tians. I don't know why. She felt inexplicably anxious. I vaguely feel that the outcome of today's meeting will not be as smooth as I imagined. Ji Wuli first glanced at Wu Xingye and Xia Ping. Although these two people are highly respected, their financial and commercial influence is too weak, so there is no need to win them over. Except for the stubborn Han Tianjiang, no one else present would express support for Yi Tians. Although the process had some twists and turns, the overall advantage lies with me. He snorted coldly and gloated, Boy, there are less than 5 minutes left before the meeting starts. I will report all your crimes to Miss Rong. Wait for her to kill you. Without waiting for Yi Tians to reply, a voice interrupted him again. No need to report it. Based on my understanding of Miss Rong, your little trick can't deceive her. Ji Wuli looked at the other party with an ugly expression. It's this Chong Sam woman again. Time and again, things get delayed. Do you really think that Ji Wuli can't deal with women? Humph. Ji is the designated business partner of the Rong family. Who do you think you are? How can you know Miss Rong better than me? The people behind him also shouted. Yeah, who do you think you are? Do you dare to say that you know Miss Rong better than Patriarch Ji? Patriarch Ji is the Rong family's designated business partner. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that Patriarch Ji will order you to get out of the meeting? You are a pretty girl, but your brain is not very good. You dare to go against the Ji family. You really don't want to be with the Ji family anymore. If you have the ability, come and tell me your name. Let's see how the head of the Ji family will make you suffer. Rong Meiyan took 2 steps forward. The pair of beautiful eyes swept across the crowd headed by Ji Wuli. The corners of his mouth curved up. In that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Rong Meiyan, and I come from the Rong family in the provincial capital. My father's name is Rong Tianhong. This time I came to Jiangnan City as the representative of the Rong family to set up a meeting and select an outstanding partner to expand the Rong family's business empire in Jiangnan City. Do you think I know Miss Rong better than Mr. Ji? Are you satisfied with this self-introduction, everyone? Chapter 105 The Rong family cannot be humiliated. What? This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. My head is buzzing. The group of people who were mocking her just a second ago. At this moment, everyone stood there in a daze, stunned. Ji Wuli and Ji Budwan, father and son, trembled and almost fell to their knees. She is Miss Rong? Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Han Tianjiang, Han Ruayun, Wu Xingye, Xia Ping and others were so shocked that they were speechless. Even Yi Tians looked surprised. Isn't this woman Lin Feng's lover? How did she suddenly become Rong Meiyan? The entire venue was shocked for a full minute. Ji Wuli finally lost his patience. He subconsciously denied, No, it's impossible. How can you be Miss Rong Meiyan? You are lying. Although he had never seen Rong Meiyan. But everyone knows that Rong Meiyan is the eldest daughter of the Rong family, the legendary queen of the business world, and an absolutely superior existence. How could such a person be involved with Yi Tians? If she was really Rong Meiyan, why did she appear at the birthday party the day before yesterday without revealing her true identity? Thinking of this, Ji Wuli regained some composure. He quickly shared his thoughts with the people behind him. Master Ji's words make sense. What is Miss Rong's status? Why would she be alone?
Yes, that day, Assistant Ching personally announced that Miss Rong could not come due to some emergency, and this woman was sitting there.
Obviously, there is a logical loophole.
Everyone in the business alliance nodded in agreement. Xiao Qingcheng also felt that what he said made sense and felt slightly relieved.
Ji Wooly sneered at Rong Meiyan. Ha ha. You almost fooled me. I have to admit that you are very courageous. You dare to pretend to be Miss Rong in public. Aren't you afraid of death? Rong Meiyan sighed helplessly, alas. I really don't understand, you are so stupid, but second uncle wants to recommend you to be a partner. It's really annoying. Ji Wooly's face darkened and he was about to lose his temper. Ji Budwan quickly said, Dad.
I have more experience in dealing with this kind of woman, so you don't need to do anything.
He looked as if he had seen through the truth. He said to Rong Meiyan seriously, You are not done pretending to be Miss Rong, are you? I have already seen that you are an actor hired by Yeans. No wonder you always follow him around.
On the surface, you seem to have nothing to do with him, but in fact, you are just filling the scene for him. Ji Budwan faced the crowd and appealed, I don't care about the bad things this woman did in the past, but today she pretended to be Miss Rong, which is an insult to the Rong family.
We must defend the dignity of the Rong family to the death. Let's talk about it, how should we deal with her? Hearing this,
Xia Bin in the crowd volunteered to raise his hand. In my opinion, such liars should be slapped 100 times and then sold to nightclubs as prostitutes to make money for our alliance.
Everyone burst into laughter. Ji Budwan grinned and said, That's a good idea. Thank you for your effort. Xia Bin nodded quickly and said, Hey, it's not difficult. Xia usually likes to destroy flowers with ruthless hands. He swaggered up to Rong Meiyan. His eyes greedily looked at the other person's exquisite appearance and perfect figure under the cheongsam. I couldn't help swallowing. He threatened with a lewd smile, TSK TSK. It would be a pity to beat up this pretty face and then sell it as a prostitute. If you apologize to the head of the Ji family in public and agree to sleep with me, I can plead for you and spare you this time. How about that? Bang! Unexpectedly, the other party slapped him on the cheek, leaving a clear slap mark. Hiss. Everyone gasped and the whole place was silent. Rong Meiyan put down her hand. He said coldly, I'm warning you, the Rong family must not be humiliated. If you do it again, I'll kill you. Xia Bin covered his cheek. He was about to lose his temper, but at this moment he was met with the cold gaze of the woman in front of him. It actually made him a little breathless. I feel guilty. However, when Ji Budwan saw his people being beaten, he immediately lost his temper. He shouted, You bitch, not only did you pretend to be Miss Rome, but you also dared to hit a member of our business alliance. Today, I will make you pay the price. Let me show you how I will deal with you today. He had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice rang out from the door, Let's see who dares? Swish. Everyone's attention was drawn over there. Wow. More than 20 bodyguards dressed in black and wearing wireless headphones trotted in. Each of these people was tall and straight, standing respectfully on both sides. The leader was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall, like a black bear, and his aura was no less than that of Deacon Foam. Day. Then, a tall woman with a ponytail walked in quickly in high heels. See her. Ji Budwan and others were all shocked. Isn't this Miss Rong's personal assistant, the girl named Aching? See her. Ji Budwan quickly stepped forward and smiled humbly. It turned out to be Assistant Aching. You may not know that this bitch had the audacity to impersonate Miss Rong. We discovered her and are about to punish her. Don't worry, I promise to sort this matter out before the meeting officially begins and give Miss Rong a satisfactory answer. He originally thought that his attempt to take credit would win Aching's praise. But I didn't expect Aching's face to darken. He slapped Ji Budwan in the face with his backhand. Bang! The blow was so powerful that Ji Budwan fell to the ground, with stars in his eyes. Ji Budwan felt wronged. Hey, what are you doing? See this scene. Ji Wooly suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked in confusion, Assistant Aching, my son clearly wanted to teach the person who pretended to be Miss Rome a lesson. What are you doing? Not just him. The rest of the people in their alliance also looked at Aching with confusion, wanting her to give an explanation. Aching glanced at them indifferently.
Your son insulted the young lady and threatened to punish him. This assistant should not only slap him in the face, but also cut off his tongue, which is reasonable.
Just leave this sentence. She didn't care about the reactions of Ji Wooly and others at all.
He walked straight to Rong Meiyan, bowed 90 degrees respectfully and said, "Miss, we are here." Behind him were more than 20 bodyguards in black, led by Huang Jin.
They shouted in unison and respectfully, "Miss."
The sound was deafening and filled the entire venue.
Gah! Ji Wooly was confused. Ji Bodwan was stunned.
Xiao Qingchang was stunned.
They were all stunned. Oh my god. The woman whom they have been offending and insulting is actually Rong Meiyan?
It turns out she wasn't lying. After all the fuss, the person they had offended so badly turned out to be the person they wanted to curry favor with the most today.
It's all over now.
In an instant, an atmosphere of intense tension and anxiety spread among the crowd led by Ji Wooly.
Rong Meiyan's charming eyes fell on them. Master Ji, you just said you would let your son teach me a lesson. I really want to see it for myself. Why don't you let your son perform for everyone? Chapter 106, Rong Meiyan's decisive killing. Although there was no anger in these words, Ji Wooly was frightened. I.
Ji Wooly stared at me for a long time but couldn't say a word.
I just felt my scalp tingling and my legs going weak. Let Ji Bodwan perform a lesson to teach Rong Meiyan a lesson. What's the difference between this and taking out a tiger's balls? Once Miss Rong uses the power of the Rong family to take revenge, the Ji family will be wiped out in an instant.
Ji Wooly was a seasoned veteran after all, so he gritted his teeth and decided to go all out.
He knelt down directly in front of Rong Meiyan.
Ms. Rong, please listen to my explanation.
This is all a misunderstanding. It's my fault that I offended you because of my blindness. I apologize. He yelled at Ji Bodwan again. Evil creature. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Miss Rong?
Ji Bodwan, who had been knocked to the ground by Qing, rolled over and knelt down in front of Rong Meiyan.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to teach you a lesson, it was all a misunderstanding.
Miss Rong, please forgive me this time. At this moment, Ji Bodwan wanted to die.
If he had known that she was Rong Meiyan, he would not have dared to insult or provoke her even if he had 10 times the courage.
It's not just them. The alliance members behind him were trembling with fear. After all, they were all involved in questioning Rong Meiyan's identity just now. If Miss Rong blames me, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble.
Even Xiao Qingchang, who was usually calm and aloof, turned pale and bit her lips tightly.
Can't accept this fact.
It turns out that the one who stood with Yi Tiance every time they met and accused her of having poor vision was Rong Meiyan. The business idol in her heart, the perfect woman who was known as the queen of the provincial capital's business world.
Why is this happening? Rong Meiyan saw the reactions of these people and just smiled faintly. Slowly walked up to Xiabin. Your name is Xiabin, right? Chairman of Honda Group? Gurgle. Xiabin was shaking with nervousness, with beads of sweat running down his cheeks.
Regret surged in my heart. If he had known this would be the result, he would never have volunteered to show off, let alone sell Rong Meiyan to a nightclub as a lady.
This time I hit a wall. Thump.
He knelt heavily on the ground and said with tears in his eyes, I was wrong, Miss Rong, I.
Rong Meiyan raised her hand to interrupt him. I've said before that the Rong family cannot be humiliated. Since this is your first mistake, I'll spare your life. Xiabin was just about to feel relieved. Rong Meiyan continued, but this crime cannot be forgiven even if he is still alive. Come on, break his limbs, drag him out and throw him on the street. Also, I want to see Honda Group go bankrupt immediately. Yes. Chang nodded respectfully and immediately made a phone call. Huang Jin waved and ordered several bodyguards to surround Xiabin.
Xiabin was so frightened that he screamed out on the spot.
Ah!
Miss Rong, please have mercy on me.
I will work like a slave to repay you. I will never dare to do that again. Rong Meiyan turned a deaf ear to it.
He let his bodyguards come forward, pin Xiabin to the ground, and forcibly break his limbs.
Ah! Snap! Snap!
The sound of bones breaking made everyone terrified. Especially the people in the alliance headed by Ji Wooly, their hair stood on end, fearing that all this would happen to them.
Even Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others gasped. Wow!
This Miss Rong is even more vigorous than the legend says. She is indeed a big shot in the provincial capital's business community. Only Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. TSK. The fiancé that my master arranged for me is a little different. After a moment, Xiebin, whose limbs were broken, was dragged away by the bodyguards like a dead dog. At the same time, Ah Ching also hung up the phone. Miss, I have already ordered you to go out and use the power of the family to block the Hongda group. The other party will go bankrupt within an hour. This seemingly light-hearted remark made everyone present tremble with fear. The Hongda group, which has assets worth 1 billion, can go bankrupt within an hour. As expected, the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Their strength is truly terrifying. Ji Wulia's fear of Rong Meiyan grew even stronger. Just because of a momentary verbal conflict, Xiebin had his limbs broken and went bankrupt. So, are these participants also going to follow in Xiebin's footsteps? Rong Meiyan turned around and looked down at Ji Wuli. He still had that harmless smile on his face. Master Ji, I accidentally destroyed one of your business alliance partners. I said I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Ji Wuli was almost frightened to death after hearing these words. Of course he knew that Rong Meiyan was trying to intimidate him and slap him in the face in public. But in the face of absolute strength, how could he dare to refute the doubts? He could only kneel down and lick your lips and said with a smile, of course I believe you, Miss Rong. Besides, that bastard Xiebin deserves death, and it is a blessing for him that you treat him like this. And I also want to clarify that my Ji family's business alliance does not recognize Xiebin as a member of our team. And to be honest with you, my previous misunderstanding of you was also caused by Xiebin secretly fanning the flames. In the final analysis, everything is his responsibility. The people behind him looked at each other. What a Ji Wuli, for personal gain, he cut off relations at the critical moment at the speed of light. How selfish. But if it were them, they would probably make the same choice. Because only by severing ties in this way can you be safe. Rong Meiyan smiled. Oh. Since this is all a misunderstanding, just stand up. Otherwise, people will say that I, Rong Meiyan, bully others by taking advantage of my power. I even asked the guests to kneel down at the meeting. It would have a bad influence. Yes. Ji Wuli and Ji Buduan, both father and son, stood up quickly. From beginning to end, they had apologetic smiles on their faces, fearing that Rong Meiyan would be displeased in the slightest. At this time, Ah Ching leaned close to Rong Meiyan's ear and whispered something. Rong Meiyan nodded. He said to the crowd, "Excuse me, everyone. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave for a few minutes. When I come back, our meeting will officially begin. On behalf of the Rong family, I will announce the identity of the business partner. Ms. Rong, your matter is more important. We will just wait here. Ms. Rong, your time is more important than ours. We are not afraid of waiting, Everyone spoke in various ways of flattering and fawning. Rong Meiyan nodded and left the venue with Ah Ching. As soon as I left, the venue immediately became lively. She is actually Miss Rong? I was scared to death just now. Oh my god, I didn't expect something like this to happen before the meeting even started. The Ji family is so unlucky. Miss Rong is so domineering. It's so cool to see her punishing the Ji family. Hush. Keep your voice down. The Ji family is so arrogant. If you offend Miss Rong, your status as the designated partner will be affected. Everyone was talking, and Ji Wuli and the others looked worried. The development of things was really beyond their expectations. Originally, he was trying to show off by taking advantage of his status as the designated partner of the Rong family. Now, look what happened. He finally got slapped in the face by Miss Rong herself. Lai Jingye asked cautiously. Master Ji, if you offend Miss Rong, will it affect your appointment as a partner? The others also looked at Ji Wuli eagerly, waiting for his answer. Chapter 107. My plan to support Yi Tiance is not optimistic. Facing everyone's questions, Ji Wuli looked embarrassed and his eyes were dazed. Although Rong Meiyan did not continue to hold him accountable. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Ji family and others. This will definitely affect the partner selection results. Seeing Ji Wuli's ambiguous reaction, all the allies expressed their displeasure. Master Ji, you said that we would be appointed as partners, so we chose to join the alliance.
We can't make any mistakes. We all paid 10 million yuan in franchise fees to join the alliance. If you don't become a partner in the end, you have to return it to us double. Master Ji, didn't you and Ji Budwan keep saying that you were familiar with Miss Rome? It turns out you don't even know what she looks like. You have to give us an explanation for causing such a big mistake. If we weren't helping you, we wouldn't have gotten involved and offended Miss Rome. If she took revenge, we would all be in big trouble. Our death would be even uglier than Xiebin's. No wonder Patriarch Han didn't join the alliance. I thought he was an idiot before, but now I know we are the idiots. Complaints and accusations from allies. It made Ji Wooly and Ji Budwan's scalps tingle. The business alliance was hard to establish, and it's only been less than an hour. We can't let it split up. Nothing else to say. The compensation of more than 200 million alone would cost me my life. In the final analysis, it's all Yi Tiance's fault. If it weren't for him, how could they have offended Rong Meiyan? If he hadn't offended Rong Meiyan, how could things have turned out like this? After secretly cursing and complaining about Yi Tiance in his heart, Ji Wooly comforted and explained to everyone. Everyone, please be patient and listen to me. The incident with Miss Rong was purely an accident. It was not intentional on Ji's part. Please trust our Ji family. Someone immediately responded. I don't believe you. You either have to promise to win over the partners, or you have to promise to return double the franchise fee we paid. That's right, you must give an explanation. The dignified Ji family of Jiangnan would not go back on their word, right? The overwhelming doubts made Ji Wooly feel like crying but without tears. He had previously guaranteed that the Ji family would become partners 100%, but how could he guarantee that now? It's good enough that Miss Rong doesn't hold a grudge or seek revenge. For a while, the business alliance headed by Ji Wooly is in chaos. Only Xiao Qingcheng did not participate in the action of questioning Ji Wooly. Because ever since Rong Meiyan's identity was exposed, her entire brain has been in a confused state. The reality of this fact cannot be accepted. What is even more unacceptable is that Yi Tiance actually has a close relationship with Rong Meiyan, which is hard to figure out. When did they first meet? Could it be that he had been hooking up with Rong Meiyan before I filed for divorce? Is that why you agreed to divorce so readily and made such a scene on various occasions? Now that you have a more powerful woman to back you up, have you forgotten about me? Think of this. She felt so wronged. Yi Tiance himself was in a complicated mood at the moment. Originally, he came to the meeting specifically to cancel the engagement, but he didn't expect that Rong Meiyan's real identity was her. Not only did they know each other, but Rong Meiyan had also helped him out several times before. If I cancel the engagement in public during the party they are holding today, I'm afraid it will embarrass the other party. Well, it seems like I need to find a time to explain it privately. On the other hand, Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others were in a good mood. Especially Han Tianzhong. After all, Ji Wooly had just threatened to ban the Han family after they became partners. Now, his Han family is fine, but the partners of the Ji family may have lost money, and there are internal conflicts and divisions within the alliance. The boomerang comes so fast. So cool. Han Ruayun pouted and asked Yi Tiance, hey. You already knew that she was Rong Meiyan, right? That's why you had the guts to cause trouble at the venue so recklessly? Yi Tiance shook his head and answered truthfully, I just found out that she is Rong Meiyan. Snort. Han Ruayun curled his lips, obviously not believing what he said. I have a strong sense of crisis in my heart. Now that Yi Tiance is so outstanding, he will definitely attract the attention of many women, except that idiot Xiao Qingcheng. Originally, she could have relied on the fact that they were engaged, as well as her fair skin, good looks, and E-cup breasts, to easily win over Yi Tiance. She even thought that since Yi Tiance liked to be kept, she, Han Ruayun, could also be his supporter. After all, the family assets were 10 billion, which was enough for Yi Tiance to spend for several lifetimes. But things are different now. My family background is nothing compared to Rong Meiyan, and they are equally good looking. In terms of cup size, I am only one level ahead of her, which is not very obvious. The only advantage left is the engagement. It's over. My plan to support Yi Tiance is not optimistic. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Ji Wooly's cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, it turned out to be the second Master Rong Tinley calling. Ji Wooly's face lit up with joy. This is the savior.
He first made a shushing gesture to the crowd, then answered the phone. Rong Tianli's unhappy shout came immediately from the other side.
You idiot! Do you have any brains? If you offend Rong Meiyan at the critical moment, what use would I have for you? Ji Wooly was so frightened that he froze and asked cautiously, Second Master, you know everything? Is there anything in this world that can escape my eyes? Second Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault. But what should I do now? Miss Rong won't really cancel my partnership, right?
Rong Tianli said calmly, Don't worry, what you said to Mei Yan is just a misunderstanding, not a life and death enemy. She came to Jiangnan City only to select excellent partners. Now, in this huge Jiangnan City, she actually has no other choice except you. Besides, you have to understand one fact, that is, the provincial capital Rong family is not controlled by her alone, you just need to prepare to become a partner of the Rong family.
Hearing this, Ji Wooly's eyes lit up. I understand. Thank you, Second Master. I will never forget your kindness. Make good use of this opportunity and don't let me down again. Hang up the phone. Ji Wooly finally breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his back slightly.
With a proud look on his face, he told everyone in the alliance what Rong Tianli had said on the phone.
Since Second Master Rong has said so, there must be no problem. We are just worrying too much. Master Ji, I'm really sorry. I was too anxious just now and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Yes. Master Ji, no matter what happens, we will firmly follow you. Never abandon, never give up. Everyone in the alliance returned to their previous attitude of licking Ji Wooly. The speed at which his expression changed was jaw-dropping. Ji Buoduan comforted Xiao Qingcheng. Did you hear that? This partner is destined to be from the Ji family. I will guarantee and recommend you to become a partner then. Xiao Qingcheng nodded with a firm look.
Even though Yi Tian's performance today was beyond expectations, even though he had established a relationship with the Han family, even though he had known Rong Meiyan for a long time. But as long as today, Xiao Qingcheng becomes a partner of the Rong family, then it will still prove that Xiao Qingcheng is better.
Things will only get better after she leaves Yi Tian's, not as her grandfather said.
She firmly believed that the final winner of the bet with her grandfather would be her.
While everyone was discussing this at the meeting, no one noticed that Rong Meiyan's bodyguard Captain Huang Jun walked up to Deacon Feng.
He bowed and said, Deacon Feng, thank you for maintaining order earlier. From now on, just leave the security of the venue to us. Feng Yao smiled and said, Miss Rong rented the Red Maple Villa to hold a meeting, so we should be responsible for the security. Why should we trouble you?
Huang Jun said seriously, this is what Miss Rong meant. Deacon Feng, please don't make it difficult for me.
This. Feng Yao hesitated for a moment, and although he felt something was wrong, he still nodded and agreed.
Huang Jun turned and left. Feng Yao was also preparing to leave with his subordinates.
But at this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on the flying knife in the round pit on the marble floor.
My body couldn't help but froze and became dazed. One of the subordinates asked, What's wrong with that flying knife? Didn't you just look at it? Feng Yao said anxiously, Pull out the knife and show it to me. Quick. Yes. Soon, the subordinate pulled out the flying knife and handed it to Feng Yao. Feng Yao took the flying knife and looked at it carefully. He looked at the sharp blade and the red blade, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item.
When the red maple leaf logo falls on the tail of the flying knife, his eyes suddenly focused, his body trembled, and his fists clenched subconsciously.
Is it really this? Chapter 108, Destroy Yi Tian's and I will cheer you on. The subordinate asked in a low voice, What is it?
Feng Yao did not answer, but looked at Yi Tian's with a cold light in his eyes.
He gritted his teeth and ordered in a low voice, Notify the brothers immediately and have them guard all the intersections of the villa. Do not let Yi Tian's leave without my order.
Also, call the other elders and deacons and ask them to go to the meeting room immediately.
I have something important to discuss.
The subordinate trembled. This is the first time that all the elders and deacons have been summoned to discuss important matters since the disappearance of Lord Lin Feng. It is obvious that there must be something of vital importance hidden behind this flying knife.
I'll do it right away. The subordinate left quickly. Feng Yao looked over there and didn't notice Yi Tian's here.
He narrowed his cold eyes slightly. I don't care how strong you are or what your relationship with Miss Rong is today, don't even think about leaving Red Maple Villa alive. After saying this, he hurried away with the rest of his subordinates. A little-known crisis is quietly spreading.
At the same time, in a lounge next to the conference hall, Rong Meiyan handed a square wooden box to Ah Cheng. I'll give it to you. When we meet later, when I give you the order, you will open it and take out what's inside. Ah Cheng frowned and asked, Miss, do you really think things will get to that point? Their small G family wouldn't use it, right? Rong Meiyan sneered and said, I naturally don't care about the G family, but some things are far from being as simple as imagined on the surface, so I have to make some preparations in advance. Ah Cheng nodded seriously, got it. Then miss, shall we go back to the venue first? The guests are waiting. Rong Meiyan smiled and said, no hurry, I'm waiting for a call. Ah Cheng was confused, phone? Whose phone?
Just as she finished speaking,
Ding-a-ling. Rong Meiyan's cell phone rang. The caller ID showed it was my second uncle Rong Tianli. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly and said, oh. As expected, they are here to attack. She pressed the answer button. He smiled harmlessly and said, second uncle, what instructions do you have for me? In the next door venue. The guests present were still whispering and discussing with each other. At this time, a heroic voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, Zhang is late for such a lively meeting. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A burly middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and a cigar in his mouth walked in with a swagger. As soon as I stepped through the door, a sense of arrogance and oppression spread out. Oh my god. It's Master Tiger? I heard that Miss Rong had invited the big man behind Lord Tiger and Lord Dragon to attend the meeting, but I didn't expect him to come. Mr. Tiger has a bad temper. You have to be more careful and don't offend him. Many people present subconsciously took a half step back when they saw Zhang Xiaohu. The timid ones don't even have the courage to take another look. After all, it is said that this Tiger Lord is the chairman of the Black Tiger Society, the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, and he kills without blinking an eye. It's best not to get involved. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu, Han Ruayun's expression changed slightly. He quickly reminded Yi Tiance, turn around, don't let him see you and cause you trouble. It was well known that Yi Tiance of the Tendering Chamber of Commerce had offended Tiger Lord. Although I don't know how Yi Tiance was lucky enough to save his life in the end. But with Lord Tiger's domineering personality, he will definitely not give up easily. Now that they meet again, he will definitely cause trouble for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance said indifferently, just see it, what's the big deal? Just Zhang Xiaohu, a little karami who can only do the work of carrying manure in the fallen city. Yi Tiance really wouldn't take it to heart. Han Ruayun said worriedly, I know you're good at fighting, but it's better to have less trouble than more. And that old fox Ji Wooly will definitely sow discord between you and Tiger Lord, and you'll be in trouble then. The facts turned out to be just as she expected. Ji Wooly asked Ji Budwan, I remember you said that on the day of the bidding meeting, Master who personally led 3,000 brothers to deal with Yi Tiance. Why didn't he kill him on the spot in the end? There's something strange here. Ji Budwan frowned and thought for a few seconds. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember now, Miss Rong was actually present at the Tendering Chamber of Commerce. Before Lord Tiger brought his brothers over, we were all chased away, but Miss Rong stayed there and watched. So I guess that Lord Tiger discovered Miss Rong's identity and was worried that fighting in front of Miss Rong would have a bad influence, so he released Yi Tiance. Ji Wooly nodded. That makes some sense. Damn it, Yi Tiance is so lucky. Ha! Since Lord Tiger has an old grudge against Yi Tiance, now is a good opportunity to take advantage of him. I saw him walking quickly forward. He smiled and bowed to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, Master Tiger, long time no see. You look more powerful than ever. Zhang Xiaohu blew out a puff of cigar smoke. Oh. It's Patriarch Ji. I heard that you have been selected as a partner of the Rong family. Congratulations. No way. Even if we become partners, I will still have to rely on you, the great god, to survive in Jiangnan City in the future. Sure. Sure. Zhang Xiaohu laughed out loud, seeming very satisfied with Ji Wooly's flattery. Ji Wooly struck while the iron was hot and said, Master Hu, there was a young man who had offended you before. He happens to be here today. If you want to deal with him, our Ji family is willing to lend you a hand, how about that? Zhang Xiaohu snorted with disdain. Oh. Someone who has offended me, Zhang Xiaohu, has someone else to help him? This is a joke. Just tell me who he is, and I will kill him right now.
Ji Wooly immediately pointed to the past.
It's him. Zhang Xiaohu looked in the direction of Ji Wooly's finger. I just happened to see Yi Tian standing over there.
Yi Tian raised his hand and greeted him with a smile.
Hey! Isn't this the famous Tiger Lord? Long time no see.
Zhang Xiaohu, who was so stylish just a second ago, felt his scalp numbing at this moment.
The cigar in my mouth almost fell to the ground. Oh my god! Why is this gentleman here?
This man was the biggest shadow in his life. He still had nightmares about him being hung up and whipped with a whip dipped in cold water.
Reflex conditions developed in the fallen city.
His legs instantly went weak and he subconsciously knelt down to greet him.
Young master. Halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed Yi Tian's warning look. Shut up now. Showing an awkward and helpless smile.
In his heart, he cursed Ji Wooly thousands of times.
Damn it, you almost killed me, you bastard. Ji Wooly didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu was thinking. I thought he was so angry when he saw Yi Tian's that he was speechless.
And continued to add fuel to the fire.
Master Tiger, that bastard named Ji is right there. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill him?
Now is a good opportunity.
Let us cheer you on.
But unexpectedly, Tiger Lord suddenly turned his head, roared with his eyes wide open.
Kill your mother's head. Cheer for your bow-legged grandmother. Immediately following, Zhang Xiaohu swung a big fist at Ji Wooly's face. Chapter 109 Lord Tiger beats up Ji Wooly. Bang! How could the skinny Ji Wooly withstand Zhang Xiaohu's huge pussy?
He was knocked to the ground on the spot, dizzy and bleeding from the corners of his mouth.
Gah! Everyone in the Ji family alliance was stunned. Many onlookers were also stunned. Etc. Lord Tiger had said he would destroy Yi Tian's, but why did he beat up Ji Wooly instead?
Ji Wooly covered his cheek with his hands in shock.
Master Tiger, what's going on?
Did you hit the wrong person?
Zhang Xiaohu kicked him in the stomach again. He said with a gloomy face, I'm going to hit you. You bastard, I let you talk nonsense and stir up trouble, and I let you teach me how to do things? You want to trick me, right? FK. Oh my god, Ji Wooly actually asked him to destroy Yi Tian's? Don't you know that guy is a living devil? No. It is even scarier than the King of Hell.
At least the King of Hell can be reasonable.
But sometimes Yi Tian's doesn't even understand reason. To provoke him is no different from seeking death. In a rage, Zhang Xiaohu kicked him several times in a row.
Ji Wooly was kicked so hard that he felt dizzy and wanted to cry but had no tears.
Ji Buduan, Lai Jingye and others were so frightened that they stood still, not daring to even fart.
Xiao Qingcheng looked stunned. She suddenly remembered that when Zhang Xiaohu showed up with 3,000 brothers at the bidding conference, she thought Yi Tian's was doomed. But he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohu suddenly changed his attitude and beat up his nephew Jang Chunlay. A similar scene happened again today.
If one time is a coincidence, can 2 times still be considered a coincidence? Her eyes suddenly fell on Yi Tian's.
Seeing the half-smile on Yi Tian's face, it was as if all this was within his expectations. This made Xiao Qingcheng come up with a bold idea.
Could it be that the real reason for Tiger Lord's change of attitude lies with him? But how is this possible?
Xiao Qingcheng fell into all kinds of doubts and confusion again.
The rest of the people present were whispering to each other.
Some were curious about why Tiger Lord changed his attitude, some laughed at Ji Wooly for being embarrassing, and so on.
More than half a minute later, Ji Wooly was beaten so hard that he begged for mercy again and again. Ouch! Lord Tiger, I was wrong. I will never say such a mean thing again, please stop hitting me.
Only then did Zhang Xiaohu stop. He spat on the ground.
Bah! You bastard!
Today, because it's Miss Rong who's hosting the meet and greet, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. If it happens again, I'll definitely skin you alive and drain your tendons.
After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu secretly glanced at Yi Tian's.
Seeing that Yi Tian's did not show any anger. Only then did I secretly breathe a sigh of relief.
Phew! Fortunately, I reacted in time, otherwise I would be in big trouble today. But no matter what, when Yi Tian's was around, he couldn't help but have his heart beating wildly and his calves trembling. There's no way around it. This is the after effect of being trained in the fallen city.
If I continue to stay like this, even if I don't have any interaction with Yi Tiance, I will have a heart attack sooner or later. No, for the sake of my life, the best strategy is to run away. His eyes rolled. He kicked Ji Wooly again and said, "Damn it, it's all your fault for ruining my mood with your bad mouth. I won't attend this meetup. Just leave this sentence." He turned around and walked away from the venue. From beginning to end, he didn't even have the courage to say hello to Yi Tiance. Han Tianjiang and others who saw the scene were all stunned. In their cognition, Zhang Xiaohu was well known for his manic personality and arrogance. I thought Yi Tiance would take revenge today, but I didn't expect him to leave in this way. Han Ruayun didn't understand what was going on. Why is that? Master Tiger seems to be a little off. Yi Tiance smiled faintly and said, "He must be afraid that I will punish him, so he found an excuse to slip away. This guy is still so timid. You still call him Tiger Lord, but in my opinion, it is more appropriate to call him Kitten." Real? Yi Tiance nodded, looking serious. Han Ruayun swallowed his saliva and felt that Yi Tiance was a hidden talent. It seems that he is no less capable than her idol, the big man behind Long Yi. No. This man, this lady must not be missed, must be grasped. Even if I have to sacrifice a little bit of my appearance, I will accept it. Ji Budwan and Lai Jingye helped Ji Wooly up. At this time, Ji Wooly's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked very embarrassed. Ji Budwan took out a tissue to help him wipe the blood from his nose. "Dad, what's going on? Why would Tiger Master hit you for no reason?" "How should I know?" Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and said with a look of grievance. He had originally planned to show off at the meeting today. However, the truth is that he was first forced to kneel down and apologize by Yi Tiance, then frightened into kneeling by Miss Roan, and now beaten up in public by Lord Tiger. This is not just a loss of face, even the underwear has been lost. Lai Jingye was a little worried. The reason why Lord Tiger was angry is, could it be that he knows Yi Tiance? That's why. Ji Budwan interrupted immediately, "Impossible. Yi Tiance is a piece of trash. Even though he's a little bit more powerful now, he's not qualified to know Master Tiger?" Lai Jingye said, "But you said the same thing about Miss Roan before." Ji Budwan. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and analyzed, "I guess they don't know each other. If they do, why didn't Zhang Xiaohu say hello to Yi Tiance? It's obvious that he hates Yi Tiance very much and disdains to deal with him. The reason for this must be that Master Tiger already knew that Yi Tiance and Miss Roan knew each other. We asked him to kill Yi Tiance, but in fact, we wanted Master Tiger to offend Miss Roan. He was discovered using Yi Tiance as a gun, so he became furious and beat people up." Listening to Ji Wooly's analysis, everyone nodded suddenly. That makes sense. A big shot like Tiger Lord would definitely not be happy if someone took advantage of him. But even so, you shouldn't hit others. That's really outrageous. Alas, there is nothing I can do. He is the leader of the largest underground force in Jiangnan City. I can't compare with him. Seeing everyone sighing, Ji Wooly spoke to comfort him. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Zhang Xiaohu is powerful, but when I become a partner of the Rong family, what will happen to him? In front of me, he will just turn from a tiger into a cat." Everyone nodded quickly. There is more confidence between his brows. A moment later, Rong Meiyan finally brought Ah Ching back to the venue. The expressions of everyone present became serious and expectant. Everyone knows that the meetup is about to officially begin. Han Ruayun looked towards the door. That shouldn't be the case. He should come over. Yi Tiance asked in doubt, "Your friends didn't come?" Han Ruayun shook his head and said, "I heard that Miss Rong invited Lord Tiger and the big shot behind Lord Dragon. Lord Tiger is here, but the big shot hasn't arrived yet. You know, that big shot has always been her idol, and she has been looking forward to meeting him for a long time." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Who said I wasn't there? I was there." Han Ruayun curled her lips. She obviously didn't believe what he said. In fact, Xiao Qingchang was also looking forward to the appearance of a big shot, looking for a chance to explain everything and get back the 10 billion order that belonged to her. It's a pity that this expectation is going to be disappointed again. Soon, the meeting began. Click. The lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and a beam of light shone on the side of the stands. Rong Meiyan slowly walked onto the stage, her charming and stunning beauty astonished everyone. Although Xiao Qingcheng and Han Ruayun in the audience were not inferior to Rong Meiyan in appearance and figure.
But Rong Meiyan has that unique queen-like aura that they don't possess.
Of course, Xiao Qingcheng's coldness and Han Ruayun's lively temperament are also unique to them, each with their own characteristics.
Rong Meiyan walked onto the stage, holding the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm sorry for wasting your time because of some minor matters.
Anyway, thank you for attending my meeting.
After just a few simple opening remarks, the audience burst into applause. Rong Meiyan continued, as a representative of the Rong family, my purpose in coming to Jiangnan City this time is clear to everyone, which is to select an excellent partner for the Rong family who is capable, courageous, and reliable. And through the investigation in Jiangnan City in the past few days, the candidate has been determined, and he is.
Chapter 110 Partner Results Announced.
Having said this, Rong Meiyan deliberately paused. Many people in the conference hall held their breath, waiting for the results to be announced. Some people even folded their hands and prayed to God that Rong Meiyan would choose him.
Seeing this, Ji Wooly sneered complacently, "Huh? They are all really interesting.
The results have already been decided.
Don't even mention praying to God, even praying to Sun Wukong and Shu Beiji is useless."
Ji Buduan echoed, they are just seeking psychological comfort for themselves. After all, the second master has already decided that the partner will belong to our Ji family. After saying this, he glared at Yi Tiance with disdain. He was planning to launch the most violent revenge against Yi Tiance after the meeting. He will be killed without a chance of survival.
Looking back at Yi Tiance,
he looked indifferent, as it had nothing to do with him who the Rong family's partner was. He just wanted the meeting to end quickly so that he could find an opportunity to cancel the engagement with Rong Meiyan in private.
Others can do whatever they want. Rong Meiyan on the stage continued, the name of this partner is.
Hear this. Ji Wooly straightened his collar and took a step forward, ready to embrace his partnership. The alliance members behind him raised their hands, waiting for Rong Meiyan to read out Ji Wooly's name, and then they would applaud and cheer. But what was unexpected was,
the next second, Rong Meiyan raised her voice and said, his name is Yi Tiance.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent.
Gah! Ji Wooly was confused. Ji Buduan was dumbfounded.
Xiao Qingcheng was stunned.
Han Ruayun was stunned. Everyone present was shocked.
Even Yi Tiance himself looked stunned.
Broken. I became a partner? What the hell? What does this have to do with me?
After the scene was quiet for more than half a minute, it finally broke out into a burst of noise.
What? Did I hear it right? Miss Rong chose Yi Tiance as her partner? Didn't we agree that the Ji family would be chosen? What's going on? Oh my god, what a shocking reversal. Unexpected. Xiao Qingcheng really made a mistake. Yi Tiance is not an ordinary person.
Ji Wooly was already prepared to receive everyone's applause and cheers. At this moment, he stood there in embarrassment, with a look of disbelief on his face.
How could this happen? Ji Buduan's brain was buzzing. Impossible, this must be fake, it must be.
Lai Jingye and others turned pale and were completely shocked by this result. Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled violently and she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. She bit her lip and shook her head.
Why is it Yi Tiance? Why? Although Rong Meiyan knew Yi Tiance, selecting a partner was a major business matter, how could it be so hasty? Just because Ji Wooly offended Rong Meiyan? But didn't T second master Rong Tianli guarantee that the Ji family would have an internal partner? Suddenly,
Xiao Qingcheng suddenly remembered that when she decided to join Ji Wooly's business alliance, Rong Meiyan, whose identity had not yet been revealed, warned her not to regret it.
She said something similar in the Treasure Pavilion yesterday.
She even said this after the bidding conference held by Tianlong Group ended earlier.
Could it be that Rong Meiyan had already made this decision at that time? Think of this. Xiao Qingcheng just felt her brain buzzing.
Emotions such as resentment and regret welled up in my heart. This result is hard to accept. You know, she has made a lot of efforts for this meeting, just to prove her ability.
The result is.
Assistant Sun beside her had already become dumbfounded, and only felt a burning pain on his face. Before, she had been condescending and mocking Yi Tiance as a useless gigolo, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a business partner of the Rong family. From now on, he will soar to the sky, and he is far from a big shot that she can judge. Such an unexpected result naturally aroused opposition from some people.
Ji Budwan was the first to express doubts. This is not fair. Rong Meiyan asked back, I wonder what you think is unfair. Ji Budwan gritted his teeth and said, Miss Rong, you keep saying that selecting a partner requires many qualities such as being strong, brave, and capable. In that case, why did you choose a rubbish like Yi Tiance instead of our Ji family? How are my father and I inferior to Yi Tiance? I suspect you are seeking revenge for a previous misunderstanding that offended you. So it's unfair. As soon as these words came out, Lai Jingyi and others also echoed and expressed their protest against the injustice. To this, Rong Meiyan responded calmly. You were beaten by Yi Tiance and called him grandpa, and your father was frightened by Yi Tiance and knelt down to apologize. With such a cowardly performance, I really don't see where your courage and strength are reflected. What qualifications do you have to become a partner of my Rong family? This sentence completely stunned everyone in the Ji family. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Good man, you're exposing my secrets in public, right? The truth is the sharpest knife. It's so fucking hurtful. Rong Meiyan turned to face everyone. Now that everyone has learned about the partnership results, please give a round of applause to congratulate Mr. Yi Tiance. Bang bang bang. Those neutral guests watching applauded. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi has become a partner of the Rong family. Don't forget us in the future and cooperate with us more. I have long seen that Mr. Yi is a gifted man, a rare talent. Even Han Tianzheng and others were shocked for a while before they burst into excited cheers. Especially Han Tianzheng. Nephew Yi, congratulations. Uncle knew that you have real skills and a bright future. Ha ha ha. You have to know that he chose to stand up for Yi Tiance and faced unimaginable pressure. Now Yi Tiance is not only the first guest of honor in Lin City, but also a business partner of the Rong family. With these two identities at such a young age, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Think of this. He became even more determined to hurry up and arrange his daughter's marriage with Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance must be his son-in-law, no one can take him away. Han Ruayun was extremely worried. Finished. In order to support Yi Tiance, Rong Meiyan even gave him the qualification of partner. This is too much of a cost. Are people so crazy about keeping good men these days? The main reason is that I want to support Yi Tiance, but I can't give him such a big benefit. Is it possible to only rely on sacrificing one's looks? She looked down at her towering E-cup. My big white rabbit sister, I have raised you for 25 years, now it's your turn to show your worth. Rong Meiyan looked at Yi Tiance. With a charming smile, he said, Mr. Yi, from today on, you are our Rong family's business partner. Aren't you going to the stage and say a few words? Yi Tiance felt helpless and conflicted. He came to cancel the engagement, not to become a partner. But it's not good to reject Rong Meiyan in public. What should we do? Just at this moment, an unpleasant voice sounded coldly at the door. There's no need to let him speak on stage, because in our Rong family, we won't allow a loser to be qualified to become a partner. When this voice sounded, it immediately attracted everyone present to turn around and look. I saw an old man wearing a gray tang suit, with short silver hair and a thin figure walking into the venue. Although he looks old, he is full of energy. Behind him were two burly men in white suits, their bodies as strong as iron towers. The aura they exude is no less than that of Deacon Fengyao of Red Maple Hall. He comes with bad intentions. Chapter 111 Yi Tiance? Just kill him. This person's sudden appearance immediately sparked all kinds of discussions. Who is this old man? How dare he refute Miss Rong's decision? Wait, he said, our Rong family. Is he from the Rong family? Is there such a person in the Rong family? I have never seen him before. Ji Wooly, who was almost in despair, suddenly became happy when he saw the old man. Hurry up and walk forward quickly. He greeted respectfully, Mr. Fu, why are you here? The old man glanced at Ji Wooly indifferently. Humph. Of course, the second master sent me here. You are such a loser that you actually suffered at the hands of a young boy. You are of no use. Faced with merciless rebuke, Ji Wooly did not show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he smiled and nodded repeatedly. Because the identity of the old man in front of him is not simple. This man's name is Fu Guang, and he is the housekeeper of the Rong family in the provincial capital. Since he has followed the current patriarch since his early years, he is highly trusted and valued.
Therefore, his status and position in the Rong family is very honorable. Second only to the old patriarch, the two core elders and the brothers Rong Tianhong and Rong Tianli.
The younger generation would be polite when they saw him.
Now that the old man of the Rong family is old, his two sons have entered a fierce competition for their successor. Fu Guang was won over by Rong Tianli early on and became his die-hard supporter.
That's right.
To Ji Wuli, Fu Guang is his own person. Ji Wuli immediately filed a complaint. Mr. Fu, the second master just called me and said that the partner position was decided for the Ji family, but Miss Rong turned around and announced that it was given to Yi Tiance.
I can't do anything about it. Fu Guang said calmly, oh.
Second master anticipated that such an accident might happen, so he specially asked me to solve it.
You just watch from the side. Yes. Ji Wuli was overjoyed and quickly stepped aside.
He also glanced at the people in the Ji family business alliance behind him,
to indicate to them that things are turning around.
This made Lai Jingye and the others regain their confidence and feel proud.
Let us talk about Fu Guang.
He looked at Rong Meiyan on the stage, bowed slightly and greeted her, Miss. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Just now in the lounge next door, her second uncle Rong Tianli called her and told her straight away that he wanted her to give the Ji family's partnership status to the Ji family. In the end, she rejected it with inappropriate reasons.
However, her thoughtful second uncle did have a backup plan. Even the chief steward of the family in the provincial capital was sent over.
Rong Meiyan smiled faintly. Uncle Fu was so old, yet he still comes to Jiangnan City in person. He really works hard for our Rong family.
As it happens, I have already decided on the partner for the Rong family in Jiangnan City. Can I trouble Uncle Fu to help review it?
Fu Guang stroked his beard. Miss, there is no need to review it, because I have just said that the person you chose is not qualified to be a partner of my Rong family.
Please change to the Ji family, because the entire Jiangnan City belongs to the Ji family.
Although he said this with a smile, there was an irrefutable command in his tone. The appearance of this scene made everyone present have their own ideas. They never thought that the partnership qualifications that had already been determined would actually undergo a reversal. Ji Wuli and the others naturally looked delighted.
As expected of Mr. Fu, he is so domineering.
On the other hand, let us look at Yi Tiance's side.
He himself didn't care and didn't want to be a partner.
However, it is not difficult to see from the current situation that the struggle within the family of his second fiancée is probably more intense than imagined. On the other hand, Rong Meiyan herself still looked calm and composed.
Uncle Fu, this time I am representing the Rong family in Jiangnan City to select a partner. The decision is mine. I don't need anyone to tell me who to choose, right? This response is very strong. Fu Guangwei did not give in at all.
Miss, since you are the representative of the Rong family, you should put the overall interests of the Rong family first.
What we need to choose in Jiangnan City is an excellent partner, not a useless son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family.
If this kind of person is chosen as a partner of the Rong family, he will become the object of ridicule if the news spreads out.
So I ask you to take back your decision, miss. Ha ha. Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, what if I refuse to take back my decision?
Fu Guang laughed and said, if the eldest lady insists on doing this, then this old man can only represent the interests of the Rong family and make some usurpatory moves. As soon as these words came out,
Ah Cheng beside Rong Meiyan frowned. How dare you, Fu Guang? Do you still want to commit treason and hurt the young lady? Fu Guang shook his head. How can I, a mere housekeeper, have the guts to hurt the young lady?
But... His voice paused. With a half-smile, he said, but I still have some courage to hurt some people. On the stage, Rong Meiyan's expression turned slightly serious.
Uncle Fu, what do you mean by this? Fu Guang said calmly, it doesn't matter.
Since you insist on choosing a loser as your partner, I have no choice but to kill that loser on behalf of the Rong family. In this way, you can only choose the Ji family as your partner. As soon as these words came out,
everyone present couldn't help but exclaim. Oh my god. This old guy is so cruel. He chose to destroy Yi Tiance just to become a partner of the Ji family? Damn. So this is the struggle between big families? It's too direct and overbearing. Although this is a bit cruel, it is the most effective method. Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others all changed their expressions.
2 minutes ago, they were still excited that Yi Tiance became a partner.
I didn't expect that Fu Guang would actually represent the Rong family to destroy Yi Tian's. What should I do? After all, with the strength of the Rong family, they can't stop Yi Tian's just by themselves. They had no choice but to look to Rong Meiyan for help. After all, there is only one person in the entire venue who can fight against Fu Guang. There is only Rong Meiyan. Rong Meiyan's expression gradually turned cold. He said to Fu Guang, "Mr. Yi is the partner I decided on. What right do you have to do anything to him? Don't forget that I am the representative of the Rong family in Jiangnan City." Fu Guang nodded and said, "Miss, you are indeed the representative. Logically, I have no right to interfere in this matter. But what if I bring it here?" He took out a palm-sized round token and showed it to everyone present. The token is silver-white with peony patterns engraved around it. The word Rong is written in the center. Oh my god, isn't this the Rong family's silver token? How did it end up in his hand? It is said that the Rong family has 6 tokens, 1 gold, 2 silver, and 3 bronze. They represent the authority and command of the Rong family. The silver token is higher in rank than the brass token. I remember that Miss Rong's token was a brass token, which is lower in rank than a silver token. When they saw the token, everyone exclaimed and talked about it. Even Rong Meiyan was stunned and her brows furrowed. You should know that in the Rong family, the 2 silver tokens are in the hands of 2 core elders. Even his father and second uncle were just brass tokens. How could Fu Guang actually get the silver token? Could it be? Chapter 112 Yi Tian's don't like to do multiple choice questions. Rong Meiyan frowned and asked, "Did second uncle ask for this token from the second elder?" He. Fu Guang smiled and said, "Who knows? Miss, you only need to know that I am holding this token, which means that the elder of the Rong family is here in person, and his voice is far greater than that of you, the representative. Therefore, I have decided to change the partnership to the Ji family. Miss, please cooperate and sign the contract." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Ji family business alliance looked overjoyed. Ha, as expected of Mr. Fu, he really came prepared. That's good now. With the Rong family's silver token showing up, even Miss Rong will have to obey. The partnership will eventually belong to Patriarch Ji. Master Ji, congratulations. Although the process was bumpy, the result is good. Congratulations to Patriarch Ji. Congratulations to everyone. Ji Wooley's face was swollen after being beaten by Tiger Lord. At this moment, my smile is as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. I am so lucky to become a partner of the Rong family, and it is inseparable from your support. Of course, the support of second master in Mr. Fu is even more crucial. I would like to thank you all here. After saying, Ji Wooley looked at Yi Tian's. He sneered and mocked, "Are you dumbfounded? Ha ha. As the saying goes, being fat first doesn't count, but being fat later can break the bed. I told you long ago that the partner is our Ji family's internal choice, and no one can take him away. A waste like you can only be happy for nothing. Including those idiots who supported you, it turns out that they were wrong. Face the ridicule." Yi Tian's looked indifferent. Anyway, he has no interest in this partner or anything like that, he can give it to whoever he wants. Han Tianzhang and others looked disappointed and ugly. Ji Wooley looked very proud towards Rong Meiyan. "Ms. Rong, when are we going to sign the partnership contract?" Ha ha ha. If placed before. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to speak to Rong Meiyan in that tone. But now it's different, with Uncle Fu backing him up with the silver token. What else is he afraid of? However, Rong Meiyan on the stage sneered, "Who promised to sign a contract with you? Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you are worthy of becoming a partner of the Rong family?" Gah! Ji Wooley was confused. Wasn't he agreed that he would become a partner and sign the contract? Why did Rong Meiyan still refuse? Fu Guang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Miss, I have decided to change my partner to the Ji family." Why, don't you even care about the silver token of the Rong family? Rong Meiyan smiled and said, "Ha. As a member of the Rong family, how dare I not take the silver token seriously? However, I'm afraid that a silver token cannot be used to order me to do anything." Fu Guang sneered and said, "According to the rules of the Rong family, seeing a silver token is like seeing an elder. I know that you are the only one among the younger generation of the Rong family who has a brass token, but in front of a silver token, you must obey orders." Otherwise, your position as the representative of the Rong family might be changed, huh? Rong Meiyan has always had a special status in the Rong family because she owns a brass token.
You should know that the second master Rong Tianli also has the same brass token. So normally the second master has no good way to deal with Rong Meiyan. But today things are very different.
Silver token versus brass token, the advantage is on me.
However, Rong Meiyan smiled confidently.
Who told you that I, Rong Meiyan, only have a brass token? Ah Chang, take it out and let Mr. Fu take a good look.
Yes. Ah Ching did as he was told, opened the wooden box in his hand and took out a token. It was silver white in color, with peony patterns engraved all around and the word Rong written in the middle. It turned out to be the silver token of the Rong family.
Boom!
The whole audience was shocked. Oh my god, Miss Rong also has a silver token.
What on earth is going on? It's the first time I've seen two Rong family silver tokens appear at the same time.
No wonder Miss Rong is so calm and composed, it turns out she was well prepared. Not only them, Fu Guan, Ji Wuli, Ji Budwan and others all widened their eyes, it was beyond expectation.
Rong Meiyan on the stage held the silver token in her hand.
His eyes swept over Fu Guang, Ji Wuli and others.
Uncle Fu, now I also have a silver token, which cancels out yours.
So you don't have the authority to cancel my position as representative.
The right to appoint partners is still in my hands, right?
This. Fu Guang's face looked a little ugly, the development of this matter was beyond his expectations. She, Rong Meiyan, was actually able to get the silver token. It was obvious that this token could only belong to the Great Elder. Could it be that the Great Elder has already decided to side with the uncle?
Thinking of this, Fu Guang couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Ji Wuli, who was full of pride a second ago. He panicked again and said, Mr. Fu, Miss Rong also has a silver token.
What should we do now?
I should have known earlier that Rong Meiyan had this trump card. He just said that he would never dare to speak to Rong Meiyan in that tone.
Now, I've offended the other party again.
Not only him, but Lai Jingye and others also began to look panicked.
Even Xiao Qingchang was visibly nervous.
Throughout the entire meeting, her mood was like a roller coaster, up and down.
Fu Guang took a deep breath. He said to Rong Meiyan, since you, miss, have the silver token, I naturally have no power to order you to change the decision of the partners.
But I have to carry out the second master's orders, so I have to put some people in an awkward position, huh?
While talking,
he turned slowly and his eyes suddenly fell on Yi Tiance over there. There was murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Boy, as the saying goes, you can only wear pants that match your ability.
You are just a useless son-in-law who was kicked out of the house. You can't withstand the overwhelming luck of the Rong family's partner. I will now give you two choices.
First, reject the partnership decision given to you by the eldest lady. On behalf of the second master, I will reward you with 10 million and let you live. Second, agree to the partner's decision, but I will have someone kill you on the spot, and your body will be torn to pieces. In the end, the partner will be returned to the Ji family.
I'll give you half a minute to think about it.
There was another round of discussion in the meeting hall.
Oh my god.
Using intimidation and inducement, Mr. Fu is so ruthless and decisive.
Do I even need to choose?
If it were me, I would definitely choose the first option.
I don't want to die.
That's right.
Isn't it better to take 10 million for nothing than to get involved in the internal strife of the Rong family? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Tiance, each with their own thoughts.
Fu Guan, Ji Wuli and others were naturally contemptuous and confident. In their opinion, Yi Tiance would definitely choose the first option to be on the safe side. Han Tianzhong, Han Ruayun and others were worried. Judging from the current situation, letting Yi Tiance choose the first condition is the best solution. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly, and a kind of nervousness rarely seen in her eyes appeared.
Soon, half a minute was up. Fu Guang asked in a condescending manner, "Boy, have you made your choice?" Hearing this,
Yi Tiance said helplessly, I have never liked doing multiple choice questions since I was a child, and I don't like being forced to do multiple choice questions by others. In fact, I am very reluctant to be a partner, but if it can make you, the old bitch dang and the Ji family feel uncomfortable, then I will agree to be the partner.
Chapter 113 You have severe kidney deficiency. Wow! Yi Tiance's answer shocked the whole audience. This guy actually agreed to be a partner? He simply doesn't give Mr. Fu face. You even said in public that Mr. Fu is an old bitch.
This is not only disrespectful, but also a slap in the face.
TSK.
He said he was unwilling to be a partner. He was just forced by Mr. Fu and the others.
Yi Tiance is really good at pretending. I want to learn from him too.
The neutral guests who were watching were whispering to each other.
Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye and others all changed their expressions slightly. Yi Tiance actually dared to offend Elder Fu? This is going to be troublesome. Xiao Qingcheng frowned.
She didn't understand that Mr. Fu had clearly given Yi Tiance a chance to show his favor.
Not only did he not appreciate it, but he even took advantage of it. Do you have to do this to show that you are different?
Although you have become powerful now and even the Ji family can't deal with you, but the Rong family in the provincial capital is definitely not someone you can handle. Assistant's son beside him gloated over the misfortune.
Ha! This time it's Yi Tiance who wants to die. No one can help him. Let him act so arrogantly and without any sense of propriety. On the stage, Rong Meiyan's eyes showed a hint of approval. He smiled at Ah Ching and said, "What do you think? Is this Mr. Yi different?"
Ah Cheng nodded. "Although I don't want to admit it, this person's personality does have some characteristics, but Uncle Fu and Ji Wooly will not let it go."
As expected. Ji Wooly and Fu Guang both looked very ugly. Of course, Ji Wooly's ugliness was pretended. In fact, I was so happy.
Because he didn't agree at all with the conditions that Fu Guang just mentioned.
Why should we let Yi Tiance go and give him 10 million? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him?
But now, Yi Tiance himself does not know what is good for him and is playing with fire and getting burned.
Ji Wooly would naturally add fuel to the fire. He pretended to be angry and scolded Yi Tiance, "You are such a dog, you are disrespectful to Mr. Fu. I order you to kneel down and apologize to him immediately and take back what you just said."
Yi Tiance said calmly, "An old thief who only has 3 days left to live has the energy to pay attention to whether I am disrespectful. It would be better for him to prepare the shroud and coffin and take care of the funeral."
Ji Wooly turned to Fu Guang and said, "Old Fu, did you hear that? How arrogant is this kid?
If you don't kill him today, where will your reputation go if the news gets out?"
Fu Guang's face was gloomy.
The reason why he gave Yi Tiance 2 conditions was that he hoped Yi Tiance would agree to the first one. This way things won't be too ugly. He never expected that Yi Tiance would not only refuse so bluntly, but also mock him in return. You have to know that as the steward of the Rong family, he has been with the old master for so many years and has a noble status. He is treated with courtesy wherever he goes.
He has always been the one to mock others, so when has he ever been humiliated by others?
A surge of anger rose up.
"Boy, you cursed me to live less than 3 days. Do you know the consequences of such a bold statement?" Yi Tiance's expression was calm and composed. "I'm not cursing you, nor am I talking nonsense.
I've noticed that your eye bags are dark, your feet are weak, and your eyes are sluggish. It's obvious that you have too many sexual activities on a daily basis, which have drained your energy and caused severe kidney deficiency. If I'm not mistaken, you should have frequent urination and incomplete urination, your memory will be severely impaired, and your body functions will also be affected. Although I don't know what kind of tonic medicine you have been using recently, and your body appears to be fine on the surface, the medicine is just forcibly squeezing out the little remaining energy, causing the last burst of vitality phenomenon. At this moment, your severe kidney deficiency has caused serious failure of other organs.
It is conservative to say that you only have 3 days left to live." Wow. Everyone looked at Fu Guang.
Everyone has a look of delighted delight on their face.
This noble old man, Mr. Fu, had his vital energy drained out and now he has less than 3 days left to live? Why does this sound like a fantasy? Is this true or false? Ji Wooly subconsciously asked, "Mr. Fu, is what this bastard said serious?"
Fu Guang's face was icy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense.
I'm very strong, what's wrong with me?"
Having said that, his heart was already in turmoil.
You know, Fu Guang's biggest hobby is women.
No matter how old they are, or what their status or occupation is, as long as I like them, I will definitely get them. According to incomplete statistics, he has slept with at least 3,000 women in his life. So in the upper-class circles of the provincial capital, he also has the nickname Fu Sanqian. However, behind this glamour is the price he paid for his serious overdraft. 3 months ago, he suddenly vomited blood and fainted after a passionate lovemaking with 2 beauties. If he had not reached the hospital in time, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, some time ago, a traveling Taoist priest prescribed some medicine for him.
After taking it, you will feel full of energy.
Last night, he also played with a stewardess, they were both very healthy.
How is it possible that I only have 3 days left to live? This guy is definitely exaggerating.
So Fu Guang was not panicked at all.
Boy, I know my own body best, it's not your turn to worry about it. On the contrary, I'm afraid you won't live for even 3 days. Since you chose the second condition, I have no choice but to keep my word and let someone send you off.
Fu Guang ordered the two burly men in white suits behind him. You two, get ready to fight.
Yes.
The two sturdy men took a step forward, emitting a powerful aura from their bodies.
Seeing this, Rong Meiyan immediately shouted coldly, "Wait."
She said seriously, "Uncle Fu, Mr. Yi is my partner and I will not allow him to be harmed in any way. If you insist on challenging my bottom line, don't blame me for being rude." Fu Guang said righteously, "Everything I do is for the Rong family's consideration.
I will not allow the Rong family to allow a loser to become a partner."
After a pause, he raised the corner of his mouth with a sneer and said, "Besides, I'm afraid you can't stop me from making a decision."
Yeah?
Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes coldly. He ordered the bodyguard Huangjin, drive Uncle Fu and his people out of the venue immediately and protect Mr. Ye's safety. If Uncle Fu and his people resist, do not show mercy.
Unexpectedly,
the bodyguard Huangjin spread his hands and said, "Miss, I'm afraid I can't obey your order on this matter."
Hearing this, Qing frowned and said, "Huangjin, you don't even listen to the young lady's orders?"
Huangjin grinned and replied, "Of course I have to obey the orders of the young lady, but as a bodyguard trained by the Rong family, I naturally consider the interests of the Rong family."
I think what Mr. Fu said makes sense. Yi Tiance is not worthy of being a partner of the Rong family. Moreover, he behaves wildly, insulting Mr. Fu and bullying the Ji family. He deserves to be killed.
He slowly raised his head and looked directly at Rong Meiyan. At this moment, there was no respect in his eyes, but rather a hint of threat.
"Miss, I beg you to support Elder Fu's decision and eliminate Yi Tiance. Chapter 114 Send Han Ruayun to serve me." Huangjin's reaction surprised everyone present. Isn't he the captain of Miss Rong's bodyguards?
Why don't you listen to Miss Rong and instead speak for Mr. Fu?
Could it be that he had been turned against the government a long time ago? On the stage, Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes coldly and looked at the other bodyguards. "What do you mean?"
All the bodyguards raised their heads and faced Rong Meiyan.
Without any fear, everyone expressed their opinions. Brother Huang is right. The Rong family cannot be humiliated, and neither can Elder Fu. Yi Tiance is courting death.
"Miss, I advise you to put the interests of the Rong family first and choose the Ji family as your partner."
"Mr. Fu is a noble man, how could we kick him out?"
"Miss, please don't make things difficult for us, huh?"
All bodyguards support Fu Guang.
This made Fu Guang sneer smugly. "Miss, I just said that you can't stop me, so please support my decision."
Rong Meiyan sneered. "Ha ha.
I didn't expect that I would be exposed in the end. I thought second uncle only planted a few spies among my bodyguards, but I didn't expect that among the more than 20 people, none of them were spared.
What a good trick."
She looked at Huangjin and said, "As I expected, you have already secretly investigated Mr. Ye's information and passed it on to second uncle, right?"
Huangjin grinned.
"Second master is worried about your safety and that you might have come into contact with questionable people, so it is necessary to know who you have come into contact with.
Your subordinates are all thinking about your safety. I just didn't expect that you would choose Yi Tiance as your partner."
"I have no choice but to do this for the benefit of the Rong family."
Rong Meiyan said coldly, "How shameless."
She said that she was considering the interests of the Rong family, but in the final analysis, it was because her second uncle gave them enough benefits that led to her betrayal. The most difficult thing to accept is that all the bodyguards around him betrayed him.
It can be seen how many unknown things my second uncle has done in secret.
Thinking of this, Rong Meiyan's expression became more solemn.
On the other hand, Fu Guang was in a good mood.
He patted Huangjin's shoulder with satisfaction. "You did a good job. I will take credit for you in front of the second master."
Huangjin said respectfully and happily, "Thank you, Mr. Fu."
Fu Guang smiled proudly at Rong Meiyan and said, "Miss, I hope that after I kill Yi Tiance, you can cooperate and agree to let the Ji family become a partner."
"Don't make it difficult for me." Rong Meiyan said coldly, "You dare? Don't forget, this is Red Maple Villa.
I hired Red Maple Hall to maintain the safety here.
Even if Wang Jin and the others obey you, it does not mean that Red Maple Hall will obey. Unexpectedly, Huang Jin smiled.
What the young lady said makes sense. The Red Maple Hall was founded by the Jiangnan god of war, and they will not obey anyone else except him. So in order to prevent the Red Maple Hall from interfering in this matter, I arranged for Deacon Feng to take his men away in advance while you just took the time to leave.
In other words, no matter what happens here, no one from the Red Maple Hall will come here. Didn't you notice that there is no member of the Red Maple Hall in the venue? Rong Meiyan quickly glanced around the venue.
As expected, I have never seen a member of the Red Maple Hall. She was always calm, but at this moment, a hint of horror finally appeared in her eyes. This Huang Jin looks big and strong, but he is so meticulous. Step by step, it has been planned in advance. The other guests in the venue also noticed this detail, and they all felt a chill down their spines.
Is this the internal fight within the big family? It's so scary that he has planned everything out. Fu Guang put his hands behind his back and ordered Yi Tians. Boy, no one can protect you today.
I will give you a chance to commit suicide and apologize to avoid suffering. Yi Tians, however, was digging his ear with his little finger, looking nonchalant.
Old bitch, you have misunderstood one thing. I, Yi Tians, have never needed protection. So, I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me.
There is no need to commit suicide.
You only have 3 days left to live anyway.
Such an attitude directly angered Fu Guang to the point of breaking down his defenses.
He clenched his fists and said, arrogant. Someone, kill this guy immediately. Etc. Critical moment.
Wu Xingye and Xia Ping hurried forward. Wu Xingye bowed to Fu Guang and said, Mr. Fu, please spare Dr. Ye's life. I am willing to offer all my property to beg for mercy. Xia Ping also said, as long as you let Master Yi go, I am willing to offer the treasure pavilion to you.
Seeing this, Han Tianzhang hesitated and seemed to have made a decision.
He also hurried forward and said, Han is willing to give up half of his family property, just ask you to spare Yi Tian's life. The appearance of the three people immediately caused an uproar.
Damn it! At this time, these three are still speaking for Yi Tian's? They are even willing to donate their family property? Are you crazy? What kind of magic power does Yi Tian's have that is worth them doing this?
The total amount of wealth donated by these three people is billions, which is not a small amount.
Hearing people's discussions, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. What? He actually has a fortune worth billions?
Even though he is the steward of the Rong family, he does not control the family's wealth and resources, and the assets he has on hand are only one or two small targets, which are all obtained through various forms of corruption.
And these three were willing to protect Yi Tian's and donated billions. Naturally, he was moved.
In this way, there is nothing wrong in saving Yi Tian's life.
Anyway, he has other ways to make Rong Meiyan give the partnership to the Ji family. However, Ji Wooly beside him didn't think so.
A stern look flashed in his eyes, and he said, Old Fu, you don't know that these three are Yi Tian's die-hard supporters, and they have repeatedly sabotaged my plans. If I let Yi Tian's go, I will be raising a tiger to cause trouble. I saw that Fu Guang's expression didn't change. Ji Wooly added fuel to the fire. Besides, isn't it easy to get the property of these three people?
As long as you kill Yi Tian's today and kill them at the same time, won't their property still belong to you, Mr. Fu?
As soon as these words came out,
everyone present was startled. This old guy Ji Wooly is so damn insidious that he can even think of such a dirty trick. Han Tianjing's face changed drastically. Master Ji, aren't you going too far?
Ji Wooly snorted coldly and said arrogantly, business war is a dirty game, and I am a dirty player. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for standing on the opposite side of me and insisting on following Yi Tian's. You deserve it. Ji Buduan also followed suit and mocked. That's right. My dad has already given you face, but you insisted on not taking it, so you can't blame anyone else. Li Jingye said proudly, Master Ji, these days, choice is more important than anything else. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Yi Tian's for provoking Elder Fu. This is all your own fault. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, Han Tianzhang's face turned pale. Is it possible that the family business accumulated by the Han family over decades will be turned into nothing today? He still did not give up and pleaded with Fu Guang, Mr. Fu, please have mercy on me, don't. Fu Guang raised his hand and interrupted him. He pointed at Han Ruayun over there. There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes. That beauty is your daughter, right? I can promise to spare your life, but only if you give her to me and serve me day and night. Ha, after all, my old brother has been thirsty for a long time. TSK TSK TSK. Chapter 115. Then kill your old brother. What? Han Tianzheng's pupils shrank when he heard Fu Guang's obscene words. Han Ruayun is his only daughter, the apple of his eye. How could he bear to hand him over to an old man to serve him day and night? Han Tianzheng gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Fu, can you change the conditions? This condition is really a bit too much. He. Fu Guang sneered, his eyes staring at Han Ruayun greedily. In fact, he had noticed Han Ruayun a long time ago. I didn't expect that in the small city of Jiangnan, there is someone whose appearance is no less beautiful than that of the young lady. Especially the pair of headlights on the chest. TSK TSK. E-cup pure natural. I really want to take a bite. Fu Guang smiled lasciviously. Master Han, you may have made a mistake. I am not discussing with you, but giving you an order. If you don't agree, after I kill you, I can still take your daughter, right? Han Tianzheng's body was shaking violently. This old guy is so shameless. Han Ruayun's face also turned pale. After all, she was just a young lady who had been pampered since childhood. How could she have ever experienced such a terrible thing? Completely panicked, I couldn't help but complain with a crying voice. It's over. Yeans, it's all your fault, you bastard. I don't want to serve an old man. Yeans comforted confidently. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yeans took 2 steps forward. Speak to Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others. What you have done for me today is enough. I, Yeans, will remember it in my heart. Please step down and leave the rest to me. This. Han Tianzheng and Wu Xingye looked at each other, feeling a little worried about each other. But now that things have come to this, it seems that the only option left is to trust Yeans. Finally, they all nodded and stepped back. And reminded Yeans to be careful. Yeans shook his neck, making a crackling sound. Old bitch, I just gave you the chance to kneel down and apologize. Since you didn't take it, don't blame me for being rough with you. Fu Guang sneered, being violent towards an old man? Haha, that's interesting. I want to see how a useless person like you can be violent towards me in front of so many bodyguards. While talking, Huangjin took a step forward with more than 20 bodyguards under his command, each of them staring at Yeans. No matter what Yeans does, they can all. Swish. Suddenly, Yeans' figure in the center of the venue disappeared. Damn, where are the people? Swish. When he appeared the next moment, Yeans was actually standing in front of Fu Guang. Huangjin and other bodyguards' faces changed drastically. So fast. I can't see what's going on. Without waiting for the bodyguards to react. This slap is the price you pay for insulting me with your foul mouth. Yeans slapped Fu Guang on the cheek. Bang! He easily sent Fu Guangshan flying 4 or 5 meters away. Fu Guang cried out and fell to the ground. Puff! 2 teeth fell out. But that's not all. Yeans suddenly appeared in front of him again, looking down at Fu Guang with a silent expression. Fu Guang asked nervously, What are you going to do? Yeins slowly raised his right foot. You just said something filthy to my friend, saying that your old brother was thirsty. If that's the case, then let it go. Fu Guang was horrified. No. Just when Yeins was about to step hard between Fu Guang's legs, a voice suddenly sounded, Wait. Yeins looked up. It turned out to be Xiao Qingcheng with a serious expression. Yeins, stop it. Do you know what you are doing? Yeins' expression was calm. Of course I know. It's just crippling an old brother of an old bitch. What's wrong with that? What else is wrong? Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she almost died. This Mr. Fu is the steward of the Rong family. He is in a high position and has great power. Do you know what the consequences will be if you hurt him? Yeins sneered. When that old bitch threatened to kill me, you, Mr. Xiao, never stood up and said a word. I was merely forced to fight back, and you lost your temper. You even brazenly talk about the consequences of hurting him? Ha!
In the final analysis, aren't you just worried about being implicated and causing your so-called partnership to go down the drain? Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect Yi Tiance to say such unreasonable words. I am obviously considering your safety, Yi Tiance, okay? No matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat the masters brought by Mr. Fu and bodyguards like Huang Zhen? Even if I can beat him. What about Rong Tianli, the second master behind Mr. Fu? Or even the entire Rong family? In front of such a behemoth, what's the difference between you, Yi Tiance, and an ant? Xiao Qingqing forced a breath. Yi Tiance, you can think of me whatever you want. I just want to remind you not to act rashly because you can't afford the price. To this, Yi Tiance said calmly, in this world, there is no price that I, Yi Tiance, cannot afford. The words fell. Yi Tiance's feet fell down suddenly. Puff. Fu Guang's old brother exploded instantly. Then he covered his crotch. Screaming hysterically, ah! No! My baby! The screams echoed throughout the entire venue, deafening and causing everyone present to gasp. The male compatriots subconsciously clamped their legs together. This Yi Tiance is so fucking fierce. Xiao Qingcheng covered her mouth in shock. She didn't expect that Yi Tiance was so stubborn as to do this. Now the matter has become a big deal. Assistant's son was so scared that he almost cried. It's over, this idiot has caused a big disaster, and now we are all implicated, what should we do? On the stage, Rong Meiyan's eyes flashed with shock and satisfaction. In fact, she had been unhappy with the old man Fu Guang for a long time. For him, who has been fooling around with women for many years, this kind of punishment is most appropriate. However, she also knew that Yi Tiance's move would definitely become the fuse of the conflict. She lowered her voice and said, there will be a conflict later. You must protect Mr. Ye's life. Are you sure? Ah Qing glanced around the stage. He frowned and said, they have a large number of people and many experts. I only have a 50% chance of success at most. Rong Meiyan said solemnly, 50% is enough. Han Tianzhang, Wu Xingye and others also looked at this scene in disbelief. Han Ruayun couldn't help but clench his fists and said excitedly, well done. But as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly closed his mouth, fearing that others would notice him. But I was very excited inside. TSK. He is worthy of being the man she likes, not only handsome but also so safe. If we can get through this crisis, this man, I will definitely support him. Among those present, the most shocked were Ji Wuli, Ji Budwan, and others. They would never have dared to imagine that Yi Tiance would even dare to attack old Fu and destroy his life. The two bodyguards in white suits brought by Fu Guang changed their expressions drastically and their eyes were wide open with anger. A strong murderous intent spread out. The temperature in the entire venue seemed to drop a few degrees. Boy, if you dare to hurt Mr. Fu, I will take your life today to avenge him. The next moment, the two men rose up and rushed straight towards Yi Tiance to attack. Chapter 116, Hit you? Just one slap per person. These two burly men in white suits are extremely fast and have explosive power. Seeing this, Rong Meiyan's expression changed. These two men are Fu Guang's personal followers. They are very skilled and should not be underestimated even in the Rong family in the provincial capital. She immediately said to Ah Qing, hurry up and help. However, before she could finish her words, she saw an incredible scene. Yi Tiance's expression did not change at all when facing the two people who attacked him, and his body even stood there motionless. He looked frightened. But when the two men rushed to Yi Tiance and punched him, Yi Tiance, however, flashed his hand at an extremely fast speed. Snap! Snap! One slap for each person. The two burly men in white suits flew backwards more than 10 meters and hit the pillar in the center of the conference hall. Finally, he slid down the pillar and fell to the ground, fainting on the spot. Gah! Inside the conference hall, everyone looked confused. Is that it? Didn't we agree to take Yi Tiance's life today? How come he was defeated so easily? On the stage, Rong Meiyan's eyes flashed with surprise. For the first time, Ah Qing behind him showed shock on his face. You know, even if she faced those two guys, it would take her a while to defeat them. But Yi Tiance only needs one slap per person? What is the strength of this guy? Fu Guang, who was covering his crotch, was so shocked by this scene that he seemed to have forgotten the pain. Depend on. This kid is so strong? Didn't the investigation say that it was the good-for-nothing son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family? Oh my god.
A person with such powerful kung fu skills was kicked out of the family.
Is Shao Qingcheng blind? Of course, I can complain in my heart. In fact, he hated and feared Yi Tiance more. Yi Tiance must be killed today to prevent future troubles. He endured the pain. He yelled at Huangjin, pulling his neck, "What the hell are you all standing there for? Why don't you kill this bastard right now?" Ah. Yes, yes, yes. Gurgle.
Huangjin swallowed nervously, and a trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Although he knew that Yi Tiance had some martial arts skills, he didn't expect him to be so powerful.
He killed Fu Lao's 2 personal bodyguards so easily. You have to know that neither of these 2 people is weaker than him. In a one-on-one fight, he knew he had no hope. Fortunately, there are enough of them. The advantage is still mine. Huangjin raised his arm and shouted. Brothers! Come on, everyone. Don't show mercy to that guy. Yes. Go! Brothers! Kill him! Huangjin's men howled and swarmed towards Yi Tiance.
Huangjin also roared, bursting out with all his strength, and rushed straight towards Yi Tiance like a small armored vehicle.
It just forms a siege. More than 20 people against 1 person.
It seems to be a crushing situation in terms of numbers, but the fact is that 1 man can block the passage of 10,000.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
Facing the siege of more than 20 people, Yi Tiance stood in the center and attacked calmly. All it takes is 1 slap per person. Those guys flew backwards one after another. Either they fall to the ground, rolling around groaning in pain, or they faint on the spot.
Without exception. Bang! With Yi Tiance's final slap on Huangjin's chest.
Nearly 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a giant bear, he also flew backwards. It slid 7 or 8 meters on the ground before it stopped. Huangjin only felt a fishy and sweet smell coming out of his throat.
Puff! I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person was half kneeling on the ground. He lost. The entire bodyguard team he led was defeated. It took less than half a minute from the time they made their move to the time they were all defeated. Silence. The venue was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others looked ecstatic.
Thinking of what Yi Tiance had said before, that he would leave the rest to them, they became nervous and worried, fearing that something might happen to Yi Tiance. The result was that Yi Tiance defeated these people easily.
I didn't even break a sweat. Han Ruayun opened his cute mouth slightly, and there were little stars twinkling in his eyes. Oh my god. This bastard looks more and more handsome. Aha. Grandpa, I really love you so much. She actually arranged such an excellent fiancé for me in my early years.
When the anniversary comes next year, your granddaughter will definitely burn more paper money for you, woo woo woo. On the stage, Rong Meiyan and Aching were both in turmoil.
Especially Rong Meiyan.
Just now she was thinking of asking Aching to protect Yi Tiance's safety, but now it seems ridiculous. I'm afraid that with Yi Tiance's strength, he can easily deal with several times more people. Shao Qingcheng also widened her eyes and bit her lips tightly. Although this was not the first time Yi Tiance had taken action in front of her. But the shock each time he made a move was stronger than the last time. It was as if no matter how powerful the existence was, it would be vulnerable in the hands of Yi Tiance. Could it be that I, Shao Qingcheng, really misjudged him? Ji Wuli, Ji Budwan and others have become weak in the knees. So many masters of the Rong family are no match for Yi Tiance. This guy is so scary. Yi Tiance himself was not excited about defeating the enemy. Instead, he shook his head in disappointment.
Alas!
I thought you guys could bring me some fun, but in the end you all collapsed before you even finished warming up.
How boring. Yi Tiance actually missed the days in the Fallen City.
Although he usually teaches those so-called masters like the God of War and the King of Terror a lesson, he also slaps them one by one. But those guys are strong.
Sometimes I can even withstand 2 slaps.
Unlike those so-called masters out there, who boast a lot but are actually weak.
Kid, don't be so damn proud. Suddenly, Huangjin, who was beaten and half kneeling on the ground, roared angrily.
He quickly took out a black pistol from his waist and pointed it at Yi Tiance.
If you move again, I'll shoot you to death. Wow. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Some of the timid ones even screamed out of fear. Ah! It's a pistol. It's going to kill someone. Oh my god. How did he get a pistol?
You should know that Longwa has very strict control over guns, and most people have never seen a pistol in real life.
Naturally, you will be frightened by this scene. Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others turned pale with fright. This Huangjin actually brought a pistol in? Yi Tiance is in trouble now.
Han Ruayun was so nervous that he held his breath.
Huangjin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Smirking sneer. Boy, I admit that you are very strong. With your strength, you should have entered the realm of warriors. It's a pity that in front of a pistol, even if you have reached the higher level of Grandmaster, you still can't withstand a bullet. Although Yi Tiance's strength is far stronger than his. But with the two sides less than 10 meters apart, Huangjin was 100% sure he could kill the opponent with one blow. Ha ha ha. Well done. Fu Guang praised while enduring the pain.
Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Yi Tiance.
You little brat, you didn't expect that, did you? Weren't you so pretentious just now? Keep dancing. Ji Wooly and others looked ecstatic.
I thought it was all over, but unexpectedly there was another unexpected turn of events.
This time, Yi Tiance no longer has any chance.
Xiao Qingqing's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously wanted to stand up and plead for Yi Tiance.
But he was grabbed by Assistant Sun. He reminded in a low voice, Boss Xiao, do you want to die? It's not worth it for a white-eyed wolf. Do you want the entire Xiao family to be buried with him? I.
Xiao Qingqing was stunned. At the moment when she was confused and dazed, Fu Guang, unable to suppress his anger, shouted, shoot.
Bang. The gun went off. Chapter 117, The Strongest Woman in the World, Rong Meiyan. Bang. The gun went off. But the one who fell was Huangjin.
A round bloody hole appeared on the side of his head. He did not close his eyes until his death, and there was something unbelievable in his eyes.
Ah! Someone is dead. Some timid guests screamed in fear, and some even ran away. But more people are in a state of shock and confusion. Wasn't it Huangjin who fired the shot? How come he was the one who was shot in the end? Did the bullet turn a corner? Bodyguard Huangjin, you betrayed your master, you deserve to die.
At this time, Rong Meiyan's voice sounded faintly.
Draw everyone's attention over there.
I saw a small pistol in Rong Meiyan's hand on the stage, and smoke was coming out of the muzzle. Obviously, the person who fired the shot just now was not Huangjin, but Rong Meiyan.
She was the one who killed Huangjin. Call. Everyone gasped. Oh my god. Isn't the eldest daughter of the Rong family too fierce? Also, where did she get the gun from?
There was no panic on Rong Meiyan's face after she shot Huangjin. She walked down the stage slowly in her high heels. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, and they were stunned by the aura she exuded.
Rong Meiyan didn't even look at Huangjin's body on the ground. Instead, he walked up to Yi Tiance.
She smiled charmingly and said, Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry for scaring you.
Yi Tiance smiled faintly. Fine.
In fact, Huangjin took out a pistol to threaten him, but Yi Tiance never took it to heart.
Just a pistol.
In his eyes, they are no different from children's toys and can't hurt him at all.
As long as he wants, he can turn the tide in an instant. He just didn't expect that when he was about to take action to deal with Huangjin, Rong Meiyan took the lead in shooting and killing the other party.
Yi Tiance took a deep look at his fiancée, with whom he was engaged. After killing someone, he can still remain so calm.
The psychological quality is good.
Rong Meiyan turned her head and looked at Fu Guang, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face. The other party's lips were already trembling with fear.
Miss, please don't be angry. This is all the second master's instructions. I really have no choice but to do this. Please understand. Oh. Rong Meiyan responded expressionlessly. Then he raised the gun and pointed it at Fu Guang's head. Bang. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. Bang. Fu Guang fell in a pool of blood and died with his eyes open. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Many guests began to tremble subconsciously.
In their impression, Rong Meiyan has always been the business queen of the provincial capital, a mysterious and beautiful young lady. It turns out there is such a ruthless and murderous side.
There is no room for the other party to explain at all. He is indeed a ruthless man from a big family. Rong Meiyan didn't care about the looks of the guests at all.
She looked at the few bodyguards who were not knocked unconscious by Yi Tian's.
He said in a cold voice, "Take these 2 garbage corpses back to the provincial capital and tell second uncle that I, Rong Meiyan, killed them all. If you have any questions, come to me at any time and don't involve others. In addition, if he continues to do anything behind my back, I, Rong Meiyan, will fight him to the end."
Yes, yes, yes.
Clearly.
The bodyguards were trembling with fear and nodded repeatedly. Then clean up the scene as quickly as possible. Take away the bodies of Fu Guang, Huang Jin, and the remaining unconscious brothers.
Rong Meiyan looked at Ji Wooly and others again and shook her pistol.
Master Ji, I have decided to give the position of business partner to Mr. Yi.
Do you have any questions?
Ji Wooly, Ji Budwan, and other members of the alliance were actually so frightened when Rong Meiyan shot and killed Huang Jin.
When Fu Guang was killed, he didn't even dare to breathe. Being asked this by Rong Meiyan at this time made him even more heartbroken. Oh my god, what partner? Bullshit. Is it important to have a life? Ji Wooly knelt down immediately. Yes, he knelt again. This is the 3rd time I've knelt down today.
Ms. Rong, Ji supports your decision.
You have a keen eye and it's right no matter who you choose, he.
The rest of the Ji family alliance members also knelt down and nodded hurriedly.
Each and every face was filled with flattery and fear. They were afraid that this lady would be unhappy and would shoot them one by one to see the king of hell. Rong Meiyan said calmly, "Oh. It's good that you understand this principle."
After saying that, she lifted the collar of her silver cheongsam, revealing her sexy legs wrapped in black stockings.
Insert the pistol into the holster on the outside of your thigh. Everyone then realized that Rong Meiyan's pistol had been hidden there all along. Etc. Could it be that she had known that this meeting would end up like this? So you took precautions in advance? If that is true.
This Miss Rong is so cunning.
Rong Meiyan's gaze fell on Xiao Qingcheng again.
The 2 beauties' eyes met at this moment. However, Xiao Qingcheng's aura was obviously weaker, and she even felt a little ashamed of herself.
I think she is known as the most beautiful president in Jiangnan City. I once regarded Rong Meiyan as a role model in the business world. In fact, she has always believed that she is not much different from Rong Meiyan.
But today's whole meeting, in terms of ability, self-confidence, courage, and all other performances,
Rong Meiyan crushed her completely.
Xiao Qingcheng has never felt so inferior in front of a woman in more than 20 years. The key point is that this woman has an unclear relationship with Yi Tian's. This made Xiao Qingcheng's heart tormented to the extreme.
Rong Meiyan spoke. "Mr. Xiao, do you remember what I said to you before? Don't regret your decision to side with the Ji family?"
Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled violently, and she bit her lips subconsciously.
Rong Meiyan continued. "You replied at the time that you would not regret your decision and would accept any outcome calmly and move forward with determination.
I had a little expectation of that, but unfortunately your performance just now was not satisfactory.
So I have said more than once that you have very poor vision and are very stupid.
You would rather not have such an excellent man like Mr. Yi and instead make trouble and file for divorce.
Mr. Yi is right.
Your judgment and arrogance are indeed worthy of your suffering."
Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, almost breaking through Xiao Qingcheng's psychological defenses.
Her body trembled, her eyes turned red, and her limbs became numb. Her self-esteem, which she relied on so much, was shattered at this moment. The point is, she had no reason to object.
Rong Meiyan ignored her.
He turned around and stretched out his hand to Yi Tian's, smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming a partner of the Rong family.
Can we sign the contract now?"
Yi Tian scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The reason why he agreed to become a partner was because he was stimulated by Fu Guang's words. In fact, he had no idea about this thing. Han Tianzhang and others behind him urged excitedly.
"Nephew Yi, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and agree to Miss Rong. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dr. Yi, this is what you deserve. Master Yi, congratulations, huh?"
Only Han Ruayun stood there with a pout, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. Once Yi Tian's becomes Rong Meiyan's partner, they will have more opportunities to interact.
With Yi Tian's gigolo character, he will definitely fall into the arms of a beauty and be unable to extricate himself. Then what chance does she have to support someone else? Just when she was struggling with all kinds of issues. Sudden. Wow.
A series of footsteps were heard at the entrance of the venue.
Boom.
Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed in.
At a glance, there were actually about 1 or 200 people. These people were all wearing black martial arts uniforms with red maple leaf patterns on their chests. They are all masters of Red Maple Hall. The powerful aura emitted by these people instantly suppressed the entire venue into silence.
I saw a familiar face walking out of the crowd. It was Feng Yao.
He glanced at everyone with cold eyes.
He ordered, "Everyone present, please leave immediately.
We in the Red Maple Hall have something urgent to deal with.
By the way, only the person named Yi Tiance can stay."
Chapter 118. I, Xiao Qingchun, don't want to be a widow. Wow. Everyone present was shocked by this sudden scene. What happened? This meeting is about to end and we are waiting for Yi Tiance's signature. Why are you suddenly sending people away? Wait. They want to keep Yi Tiance? Could it be that Deacon Feng was defeated before and he was not convinced and wanted to get back at him? If that's the case, Deacon Feng is too petty.
Even the usually calm Rong Meiyan had a flash of surprise in her eyes. She narrowed her eyes.
Deacon Feng, what do you mean?
Feng Yao bowed and explained, "Miss Rong, this happened suddenly and it is related to the highly confidential information of our Red Maple Hall.
Please forgive our rude behavior.
To express our apology, we will double refund all the expenses you paid for booking the Red Maple Manor today, so please Miss Rong take all the guests away and leave only Yi Tiance."
Only Yi Tiance is left? Rong Meiyan frowned, having a very bad premonition.
"Deacon Feng, Mr. Yi is the Rong family partner I just decided on, and a reliable ally of Rong Meiyan.
What do you want to do with him? Do you want to make an enemy of the Rong family in the provincial capital?"
A hint of surprise flashed in Deacon Feng's eyes.
Wasn't he had agreed that the designated partner for this meeting would be the Ji family? How did he become Yi Tiance? This is a bit troublesome.
As everyone knows, the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, with deep roots and huge influence. If we say that during the heyday of the Red Maple Hall, we still had to fear the Rong family.
But now that Master Lin Feng is gone, the Red Maple Hall will definitely not be able to compete with the Rong family.
If we become enemies with the Rong family. Just when Feng Yao was in trouble,
a tall, thin man with a hooked nose and short hair walked out of the crowd. He looks to be in his early 30s.
However, there are 3 maple leaf patterns on his chest, which clearly shows that his status is higher than Feng Yao's.
The hook-nosed man spoke. "Let me introduce myself, Fan Yi, one of the elders of Red Maple Hall."
He continued in a calm tone. "Today we have gathered 4 elders, 8 deacons, and hundreds of brothers to come here for a very important event.
In other words, we are only doing this for Yi Tiance, not targeting anyone else.
Miss Rome, please don't make things difficult for us.
Otherwise, we at Red Maple Hall don't mind being enemies with anyone." Boom.
When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked.
Is the Red Maple Hall willing to offend even the Rong family for Yi Tiance?
If Deacon Feng was just trying to get back his face, he might be making a fuss out of nothing.
There must be something unknown behind this.
Han Tianzhang and others were also extremely shocked.
They didn't understand what Yi Tiance had done to offend the Red Maple Hall so deeply. Rong Meiyan narrowed her cold eyes.
If the previous incidents such as Fu Guang's disturbance and Huangjin's rebellion were within her expectations.
But he never expected that the Red Maple Hall would cause trouble for Yi Tiance. Rong Meiyan had no intention of giving in. He said seriously, "I said, Yi Tiance is my Rong family partner. If you want to hurt him, you have to step over my Rong Meiyan's body first." While talking,
her right hand had already calmly reached for the pistol from under the collar of her cheongsam. Ah Ching behind him also had a serious expression, ready to fight at any time. Of course, she was also very clear that there was an absolute gap in numbers and strength between the two sides. Once a conflict occurs, they have almost no chance of winning.
Etc. At the critical moment, Yi Tiance suddenly spoke.
He walked forward slowly and held down Rong Meiyan's right hand as she was about to draw her gun.
The momentary contact made Rong Meiyan feel like an electric shock. You have to know that this was the first time she was touched by the opposite sex. I thought she would be very resistant, but strangely enough, she didn't have any unhappy thoughts in her heart. Yi Tiance faced Fanny, Feng Yao, and others. Since you guys from the Red Maple Hall want to talk to me about something, I agree to stay. Let the others leave. Rong Meiyan's expression changed. No. It's too dangerous here. I won't let you stay alone. The Rong family doesn't have the rule of abandoning partners. Yi Tiance was a little surprised.
I didn't expect that Rong Meiyan, a woman who kills without blinking an eye, actually has a considerate side for others. He smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, there is no danger to me here, you can take all the guests away."
But Rong Meiyan was still a little hesitant. Yi Tiance continued, "Why? As the eldest daughter of the Rong family, you don't even have the basic trust in the partners you choose? If that's the case, then why not just change your partner to someone else?" This sentence made Rong Meiyan stunned at first. Then a hint of certainty appeared in his eyes. "Okay. I, Rong Meiyan, believe in you, and I hope you won't let me down. I'm still waiting for you to sign the partner contract." After saying, she turned to the other guests present and said, "Everyone, please follow me and leave immediately. Go, go, go. Let's go. This is a dangerous place. The Red Maple Hall is about to show its power. If you are implicated, you will definitely not end well." The neutral guests quickly trotted away from this place of trouble. Ji Woolley and other members of the Ji family alliance also left quickly, fearing that they would be implicated. But I was very happy in my heart. Although he didn't know the reason, he thought that everyone in the Red Maple Hall would join forces to deal with Yi Tiance. Now, even if Yi Tiance has extraordinary abilities, he can't escape death. Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others have to stay to help Yi Tiance. They were all firmly rejected by Yi Tiance. Han Ruayun stepped forward. He couldn't hide his worry in his eyes and said, "Can you do it, you bastard? Don't die here." Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you just hope that I get better?" Han Ruayun seemed to have made a decision and said, "I will go out and help you find a solution later, you have to hold on. If you do it, I will let you touch the E-cup, this time I am not kidding." After saying that, he ran away quickly with red cheeks. Yi Tiance swallowed subconsciously. E-cup? It's quite exciting to think about it. A little further away, Xiao Qingqing glanced at Yi Tiance. Just then, Yi Tiance looked over here. The two looked at each other. Xiao Qingqing instinctively wanted to dodge, but hesitated. She mustered up her courage and said in a cold voice, "Yi Tiance, don't forget that you and I can only get the divorce certificate after a month. Before that, I, Xiao Qingqing, don't want to be a widow." Yi Tiance was stunned. Just when I was about to ask her why she said that, Xiao Qingqing had already quickly left the venue. Assistant Sun hurriedly caught up and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Xiao, what should we do next?" Xiao Qingqing said anxiously, "I want to use all my connections to save Yi Tiance's life no matter what the cost. I can accept it even if he is disabled." Assistant Sun shook his head helplessly, but in the end he didn't say anything to persuade her. Well, it seems that Ms. Xiao still has feelings for Yi Tiance, but she has never admitted it in her heart. Wait until everyone leaves. Yi Tiance was the only one left in the center of the venue. Although there were hundreds of Red Maple Hall masters standing in front of him, Yi Tiance, however, remained calm and showed no trace of fear. "Tell me, what are you going to do with me?" Yi Tiance asked calmly. Feng Yao's face was gloomy. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Let me ask you, was our Red Maple Hall master, Lord Lin Feng, the Jiangnan god of war, killed by you?" Chapter 119. Go and flatten the Yi family cemetery. Feng Yao's words left Yi Tiance somewhat puzzled. "When did I kill Lin Feng?" Feng Yao shouted coldly, "Ha! Are you still pretending at this time?" He slowly opened his right hand and saw a sharp flying knife lying in the palm of his hand, flashing with cold light and with a maple leaf logo on the tail. Feng Yao frowned and asked, "Do you still recognize this flying knife?" Yi Tiance nodded. When he was about to retrieve the flying knife, he found that it was gone. It turned out that it was in this guy's hands. Feng Yao gritted his teeth and said, "This flying knife is Master Lin Feng's personal hidden weapon. It is forged with a special technique and is unique in the world. How could it fall into your hands? You must have used some conspiracy to kill him and took the flying knife for yourself, right?" Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. This flying knife is definitely Lin Feng's. When Lin Feng was imprisoned in the fallen city, he often boasted about his first-rate flying knife skills, but he was defeated by Yi Tiance with a toothpick. Lin Feng was hit hard by this and gave the flying knife to Yi Tiance, saying that I am far from worthy of it and it deserves a better owner.
Seeing that the flying knife was indeed special, Yeans accepted it. I didn't expect that my sudden decision to use it today would cause misunderstanding among the people in Hong Fong Hall. Yeans smiled bitterly and explained, I didn't kill Lin Feng. He gave me this flying knife personally. Fart. Feng Yao shouted gloomily, this flying knife is the most precious thing to Lord Lin Feng. How could he give it to someone else so easily? You must have killed him. Over the years, everyone in Red Maple Hall has been looking for Lin Feng, but unfortunately there is no news at all. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they were almost certain that Lord Lin Feng had died outside. There is a high probability that you will be secretly harmed by a villain. So when Feng Yao saw the maple leaf flying knife earlier, it was natural for him to conclude that Yeans was the murderer who killed Lord Lin Feng. So he immediately summoned all members of the Red Maple Hall to avenge Master Lin Feng. Facing Feng Yao, who was blinded by hatred, Yeans said earnestly, every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, I will make an exception and contact Lin Feng and let him tell you in person. Feng Yao was stunned, are you serious? Yeans nodded seriously. But at this moment, Fanny reminded him, Deacon Feng, don't listen to his sweet talk. This guy is obviously stalling for time on purpose. Then, another elder stood up. With a murderous look on his face, he said, this boy is so eloquent, don't think he can fool us. Brothers, get your weapons ready. We will avenge Master Lin Feng today. The two elders are right. Feng Yao nodded and reminded the two elders, this kid is better than me, no one can defeat him, let's go together. The remaining two elders and 7 deacons all stepped forward, ready to fight. A total of 4 elders and 8 deacons fought against the enemy together. This is extremely rare in the entire history of Red Maple Hall. Yeans spread his hands helplessly. It seems that you will not listen to my explanation no matter how much I say. In that case, just come over. However, the 12 of you are far from enough. Call all the brothers to come together. I wasn't very happy when I dealt with Huang Jin and his men before, so I'm just using you guys to warm up. Ha ha. This sentence instantly angered everyone in Red Maple Hall. This kid is so fucking arrogant. One person takes on the entire Red Maple Hall? He has no idea of his own limitations. A fierce look flashed in Fan Yi's eyes. Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Brothers, go ahead. Go. Revenge for Master Lin Feng. We in the Red Maple Hall cannot be insulted. In an instant, the 4 elders, 8 deacons, and hundreds of master brothers of the Red Maple Hall swept towards Yeans like a wave. The next moment, bursts of punching and kicking sounds were heard in the conference hall. And the screams and wails one after another. At the same time, all those attending the meeting had been invited to the outside of Red Maple Manor and had no idea what was happening inside the venue. Then they left. Ji Wooly and others still felt a little nervous after experiencing a meeting full of ups and downs. In particular, Fu Guang, who came from the provincial capital specifically, was shot dead by Miss Rong. It also left a deep shadow in their hearts. As a result, the designated partner was not chosen, and there were doubts within the alliance. Master Ji, we've lost our partnership status. What should we do now? You have to give me an explanation. Not only did we not get any partners, but we also left a bad impression on Miss Rome. To be honest, I get scared when I see her, afraid that she'll be shot in 1 second. And Yeans, he will definitely retaliate against us after he becomes our partner. That guy is cunning and ruthless, I can't stand it. Ji Wooly raised his hands to comfort everyone. Everyone, please be calm. Didn't you all see what happened just now? The people from the Red Maple Hall went after that brat, and it was obvious that they were going to fight to the death. Come to think of it, even if Yeans is Monkey King, he can't escape from the siege of Red Maple Hall. Everyone looked at each other and felt that there was some truth in it. Ji Wooly struck while the iron was hot and continued, as for the number of partners, you don't need to worry about it. As long as Yeans dies, the partner position will naturally be vacant, and in the end it will fall to our Ji family. Everyone just needs to be patient for 2 days and wait for the result. What Patriarch Ji said makes sense. It was us who got impatient. That's right, the Yi family is dead today, and the only partner can be the Ji family. We will definitely follow them and enjoy the good life. Master Ji, I'm sorry for being impulsive just now. How about this, I'll treat you and we can find a club to have some fun and wait for the good news that Yeans has been killed. How do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly won the support of everyone. So he prepared to go to the club with a large crowd of people following him. On the contrary, Ji Budwan was a little absent-minded. Ji Wooly asked, "Are you worried?" Ji Budwan replied, "Nothing, it's just that Ching Cheng clearly came out with us just now, and she suddenly disappeared while we were walking. I want to find her." Ji Wooly scolded him angrily, "What the hell? When will you stop thinking about women? When you become really strong, what woman can't you sleep with?" Ji Budwan shrank his neck and said, "Oh. I have a task for you." A hint of viciousness suddenly flashed in Ji Wooly's eyes. Now that Yi Tiance has offended the Red Maple Hall, he is doomed to die. This kid has caused so much harm to our Ji family before, we can't let him go easily. Find a few reliable people to go to the Yi family cemetery and flatten it. I want everything of the Yi family to disappear from the world. What? Ji Budwan widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Dad, isn't this a bit? Don't think that he once threatened to dig up the Yi family cemetery. But he said that just to provoke Yi Tiance, and he didn't dare to do anything serious. After all, there is a God above our heads. It is better to believe in the existence of mysterious things than to believe in their non-existence." Ji Wooly said in a deep voice, "Why? You don't dare to do it?" Ji Budwan was so frightened that he trembled, and had to bite the bullet and said, "Dare, dare, dare. I'll go find someone to arrange it right away." After Ji Budwan left, a hint of coldness flashed across Ji Wooly's eyes. He whispered softly, "In this way, all traces of the Yi family will no longer exist, and some old things will be completely buried under the wheels of history." Chapter 120. Yi Tiance is so good at pretending. Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun drove away from Hongfeng Manor. Assistant Sun asked, "Boss Xiao, who should we ask to help rescue that useless Yi Tiance?" She was originally going to talk about that piece of trash. But thinking about Yi Tiance's strong performance at the meeting today, he was almost the most dazzling one. If even he is trash, then her assistant is probably not even as good as a piece of shit. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "Go to the Black Tiger Club to find Zhang Xiaohu." What? Looking for Master Tiger? Assistant Sun was shocked. Why are you looking for that person? Zhang Xiaohu is really notorious in Jiangnan City, and this statement is terrible. Apart from anything else, just the scenes of Ji Wooly being beaten up in the meeting place just now were all seen by them. No one wants to have any contact with this kind of unpredictable and ruthless character. Xiao Qingcheng said helplessly, "If I don't look for him, who else can I look for in Jiangnan City?" With her connections in Jiangnan City, the most important person she can reach is Lord Tiger. And this was the network that Tiger Yi made last time at the bidding conference when he expressed his apology to his nephew Jang Chunlay for no apparent reason after he beat her up. Although Xiao Qingcheng didn't know why Master Who did that at that time. But now that things have come to this, I can only try my luck and see if I can ask Lord Tiger for help. It all depends on God's will. After Han Ruayun left the manor, he called Lin Jiaoyang immediately. "Please ask her father, Mayor Lin, to come to Red Maple Manor to help." When Lin Jiaoyang heard that Yi Tiance was in trouble, she was shocked at first, and then immediately agreed to contact her father. Han Tianzhang, Wu Xingye, Xiaoping and others also made phone calls. Try to use your own network of connections to help Yi Tiance as much as possible. Although facing a mysterious and powerful force like the Red Maple Hall, the chances are slim. But they still spared no effort to try. Rong Meiyan also called Mayor Lin immediately. After hanging up the phone, she said, "I have contacted Uncle Lin, and he is expected to be here in 10 minutes. Ah Ching said with a serious expression, "If Mayor Lin comes here, the Red Maple Hall will definitely give him face and release Yi Tiance, but it may be too late." Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows and asked, "You mean, Mr. Yi can't hold on that long?" "Yes." Ah Ching nodded seriously and said solemnly, "I admit that Mr. Yi is very strong, even stronger than me, but he is facing the entire Red Maple Hall. You have to know that the 8 deacons alone are all at Feng Yao's level, all of them have the strength of an early warrior, and should not be underestimated." Rong Meiyan nodded. Although she didn't know any kung fu, she was born in a large family and naturally knew something about martial arts. It is said that when a martial artist has cultivated his skills to a certain level, he will reach the realm of a warrior. The realm of a warrior is divided into 5 stages: initial, middle, late, peak, and perfect. For example, the 2 bodyguards brought by Fu Guang and Huang Jin are all at the early stage of warrior strength. Although the initial stage of martial arts is the lowest level, it is very difficult for martial artists to reach this level. But no matter which one you pick out, it is 1 in 1,000. There aren't many powerful people with such strength in the entire Jiangnan city. Ah Ching continued, as for the four elders, I estimate that each of them should have reached the late stage of warriors, which is 2 realms higher than Deacon Feng and his men, and 1 realm higher than me.
What? Rong Meiyan's expression couldn't help but become solemn. A powerful warrior in the late stage? This kind of person is an expert among experts even in the provincial capital, and even the Rong family values him very much. There are actually 4 people in Red Maple Hall?
Ah Ching said, I know that Mr. Yi just killed several early stage warriors in seconds, but no matter how powerful he is, he can't beat 4 late stage warriors. Not to mention, there are hundreds of people in the entire Red Maple Hall whose strength is close to that of quasi-warriors. Adding them together, even if a strong warrior at the perfect level of warrior comes, it will be difficult to win. Only when his strength reaches the Grandmaster level, there is some hope, but miss, you also know that he can't have the strength of a Grandmaster.
Rong Meiyan's expression was serious.
She understood that the Grandmaster realm was out of reach, and anyone who could reach such a realm must have practiced for many years and must be at least 40 years old.
Looking at the entire Jiangnan city, she knew of only one strong person who could reach the Grandmaster level in his 20s. That is Lin Feng. A gifted son of heaven and undefeated legend.
Of course, Lin Feng's talent did not stop there. In the end, he even surpassed the Grandmaster realm and reached the legendary God of War realm.
He was canonized as the God of War of Jiangnan.
Such a genius, unparalleled in the world. Even though Yi Tiance is outstanding enough, he cannot compare with Lin Feng.
Think of this.
Rong Meiyan sighed and said, we can only hope that Mr. Yi can hold on and wait for Uncle Lin to come and rescue us.
If anything unexpected happens to him, I, Rong Meiyan, as your partner, will spare no effort to help you get revenge. In the conference hall of Red Maple Manor. What kind of monster is he? This is impossible. Hiss. It hurts. Why is this happening? Hundreds of people from the entire Red Maple Hall can't even defeat one person in a one-on-one fight? Too scary. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful being.
At this moment, in the entire conference hall, more than 100 members of the Red Maple Hall were lying on the ground in all directions.
Some are even hung on the chandelier on the ceiling of the hall.
Everyone had a bruised face and nose, no one was spared.
Only Yi Tiance stood there, calm and composed.
The 8 deacons including Feng Yao and the 4 elders including Fan Yi all fell to the ground. Yi Tiance's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Because just now, Yi Tiance swept away all of them by himself in less than 3 minutes.
No matter who it is, if they rush forward, they will be easily slapped away by Yi Tiance. No way to fight back. From beginning to end. None of them could get even a step closer.
On the other hand, Yi Tiance himself didn't even take a breath after experiencing such a melee.
It's like a strong man teasing the kindergarten children. The difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back. He shook his head in disappointment and said, Alas.
I thought the organization founded by Lin Feng was so powerful, but it turns out to be so rubbish.
Fan Yi, Feng Yao, and other senior executives of the Red Maple Hall glared at them. Asshole. I won't allow you to insult Master Lin Feng and the Red Maple Hall. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated.
If you have the ability, kill us all.
We won't let you go even if we die or become ghosts. Yi Tiance smiled helplessly and said, Oh.
You guys are not that strong, but you are quite loyal to Lin Feng.
To be honest, I have no interest in killing you little shrimps. The eyes of everyone in Red Maple Hall were almost spitting fire. Damn, this guy named Yi Tiance is so pretentious. I really want to hit him. Unfortunately, I can't beat. Yi Tiance looked down at the people lying on the ground. For your loyalty, let me explain again. Your leader Lin Feng is not dead yet. I will let you meet him now so that you don't have to bother me again in the future. Chapter 121 Boss. Elder Fan Yi gritted his teeth and didn't believe it at all. How could Lord Lin Feng still be alive? You can kill us if you want, but don't try to humiliate or mock us. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. Why are these guys all the same as Lin Feng? You can't be stubborn.
So he didn't waste any time, took out his cell phone and made a video call to a prison guard in the Fallen City prison. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man in prison uniform appears in the video. He said with excitement and awe, Hello, young master. Yi Tiance gave the order directly, Call Lin Feng here, I want to talk to him. Yes, please wait a moment, young master. There were hurried footsteps and shouts coming from the video.
About half a minute later,
a young man wearing prison uniform and looking 90% similar to Song Xiaobao appeared in the video. He was holding a toilet brush in his hand, which looked very funny. He greeted Yi Tiance with a flattering and fearful look on his face. "Hello, young master.
Are you looking for me?"
This person is the legendary Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng, who is known as an unparalleled existence in the world. But he rarely shows up in public, and very few people have seen his true face. Therefore, many people think that Lin Feng is handsome and elegant, and regard him as an idol.
Yi Tiance asked with a smile, "How has your work been going in the past few years since I was away?"
Lin Feng said respectfully, "Master, I don't dare to slack off when cleaning the toilet every day. I use your teachings to motivate myself every day.
I like this job more and more." "Ha! You're quite eloquent." Yi Tiance said, "Today, due to some coincidences, I ran into some of your old acquaintances. Let's take a look."
He pointed his phone screen at the Red Maple Hall members lying on the ground. Lin Feng was stunned at first.
Then he said in surprise, "Young master, why are you in my territory? Wait, did these bastards hurt you?
Tell me which one it is, and I will make him commit suicide to make you apologize."
Yi Tiance said calmly, "They can't hurt me at all.
They just suspect that I killed you and are entangled with me." At this time, everyone in the Red Maple Hall was stunned when they saw Lin Feng in the mobile phone video.
Lord Lin Feng is really not dead? Very good. Etc. Why does he respect Yi Tiance so much? Why was he wearing prison clothes? Also, what about that toilet brush he's holding?
The huge amount of information at once was too much for their brains to process.
But they didn't care about the details. He immediately endured the pain and crawled to the screen of Yi Tiance's mobile phone.
They rushed to say excitedly,
"Boss, where are you? Do you know that the brothers miss you so much? Tell me where you are, and we'll come find you right away.
It's really great that you're still alive, woo." Everyone in the Red Maple Hall was extremely excited, and many of the masters even cried out loud. You know, they were just knocked to the ground by Yi Tiance with a slap each, but no one cried or wiped any tears. Hong Feng, who was on the other end of the phone, also burst into tears when she saw this scene.
Ouch. Brothers, I miss you too. When I get a chance, I'll come out to see you, woo woo.
In an instant, the entire conference hall was filled with the cries of old men.
If you didn't know, you would think you had fallen into a husky's den. Yi Tiance got a headache after hearing this. He simply stuffed the phone into Fan Yi's hand. He said, "I'm going to the bathroom now. You can ask me anything you want. I'll come back later.
If I see you in this state again, I'll throw you into the trash can one by one." After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Tiance was not worried that Lin Feng would reveal information about the fallen city and him to the brothers of the Red Maple Hall. After all, what should be said and what should not be said? Lin Feng must understand.
After all, this was all beaten up. 5 minutes later, Yi Tiance came out of the bathroom.
But he found that everyone in the Red Maple Hall stood up and stood in the center of the conference hall with respectful expressions. Fanny stepped forward quickly and handed the phone respectfully to Yi Tiance with both hands.
Yi Tiance asked, "Have you finished talking?" Fanny nodded with red eyes and said, "We've finished talking."
The whole thing was caused by our misunderstanding of you, boss.
On behalf of all the brothers in the Red Maple Hall, I apologize to you. Just know it's a misunderstanding. Yi Tiance nodded. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, what did you call me just now? Boss? Fanny answered as a matter of course, yes. Master Lin Feng just said that you are his boss, and he is our boss, so you are naturally our boss? Yi Tiance's face was full of black lines. What the hell is this?
Fanny continued with a respectful look. Master Lin Feng also said that from now on, our entire Red Maple Hall will be under your command.
If you tell us to go east, we will never dare to go west.
You ask us to eat shit, but we won't dare drink urine.
No matter if we have to climb mountains of swords or plunge into seas of fire, we will do it to our death. Don't. Yi Tiance was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, Fanny suddenly knelt on one knee.
Immediately afterwards, the brothers behind him also knelt on one knee.
Shouted in unison. Boss! Boss! Boss!
The sound was deafening and echoed throughout the entire conference hall. Seeing this, Yi Tiance's mouth twitched. You, Lin Feng, are really causing trouble for me.
You actually gave me so many burdens?
Damn it, when I return to the fallen city, I will hang you up and beat you for 3 days.
At the entrance of Dynasty Club.
This is Zhang Xiaohu's base camp and also the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society. Xiao Qingcheng instructed assistant Sun, wait at the door. I'll go in and ask Master Hu for help.
If
I don't come out in 10 minutes, call the police and notify my family. Assistant Sun advised, Mr. Xiao, you'd better not go in.
This is a dangerous place. It's not worth it for Yi Tiance.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly.
There is nothing worthwhile between Yi Tiance and me.
After all, he is still my legal husband.
There are some things I have to do. Moreover, if it weren't for him, Grandpa would have been in great danger.
Xiao Qingcheng walked into the Dynasty Club resolutely.
Inside the Dynasty Club,
Xiao Qingcheng explained to a small leader of the Black Tiger Society why she wanted to meet Lord Tiger.
Wait for my report.
The little leader turned around, took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Master Zhang, a beautiful woman named Xiao Qingcheng said she wanted to see Master Tiger, but Master Tiger has gone out and hasn't come back yet. What do you think?
Who? Xiao Qingcheng?
Jang Chunlay on the other end of the phone said with bright eyes.
The younger brother replied, yes.
There was a sinister and greedy look in Jang Chunlay's eyes. Tell him that Master Tiger is upstairs, and then bring her to my office, hee.
After hanging up the phone,
Zhang Chunlay sat up from his chair and looked in the mirror. His face in the mirror was covered with bruises and his nose was deformed.
Damn it! It's all because of you and your bastard husband.
I was beaten into this state by my second uncle at the bidding conference and almost lost my life.
It's really like searching for something without any effort.
Since you came to me, don't blame me for venting my hatred on your body.
TSK. After I have played with you, I will find another chance to capture your husband and kill him, hee. Chapter 122 Yi Tiance, the Big Sex Embryo. At the entrance of Red Maple Manor.
At this time, sirens sounded everywhere, and police cars surrounded the entrance of the manor. A large number of law enforcement officers got off the car, there were hundreds of them. Everyone is armed with real guns and explosion-proof shields, and they have set up cordons around them, ready to take action at any time.
What the hell? What happened? With such a big scene, could it be that terrorists have appeared? Look, aren't those Mayor Lin and Deputy Director Wang standing over there? Even they're here, something big must have happened.
Outside the cordon, some passers-by who did not know the truth were talking about it. Deputy Director Wang respectfully reported to Lin Wanda, reporting to the mayor, the law enforcement team is fully prepared and can attack at any time.
Lin Wanda nodded. Expression is solemn.
He was just holding a meeting with the city leaders when he suddenly received calls from Rong Meiyan and his daughter Lin Jiaoyang, saying that Yi Tiance had an accident in Hongfeng Manor and needed his help to rescue people. Since it concerns Yi Tiance, Lin Wanda naturally dare not be negligent. He immediately ordered Deputy Director Wang to lead the law enforcement team to rush to Red Maple Manor as quickly as possible and surround Red Maple Manor. Rong Meiyan, Han Ruayun and others were standing next to Lin Wanda. Han Ruayun said anxiously, Uncle Lin, please quickly order the law enforcement team to rush in to rescue them, it will be too late if it's too late.
Lin Wanda nodded.
He ordered in a cold voice, Deputy Director Wang, have the law enforcement team rush into the Red Maple Manor immediately.
No matter what the cost, they must rescue Dr. Yi. Although the Red Maple Hall is very influential in Jiangnan City, what if something happens to Yi Tiance? He doesn't mind uprooting the Red Maple Hall in Jiangnan City.
After all, in this era, no matter how powerful the civilian forces are, they are nothing in front of the government.
Just as the law enforcement officers were preparing to charge in, a leisurely voice sounded. Hey! What are so many people doing at the door? Wow! Even the law enforcement team is here, with guns? Could it be that someone has stolen batteries and is hiding in the manor? Yi Tiance was seen walking out of the manor with a swagger.
Behind him were two guys with bruised faces and noses, Red Maple Hall Elder Fanny and Deacon Fengyao.
The attitude is so fawning. Gah!
Everyone who saw this scene was stunned.
Stunned? Wait, isn't it said that Yi Tiance is trapped by hundreds of members of the Red Maple Hall and is facing a life and death crisis? How did he come out unscathed? What about those two guys with bruised faces and noses behind him? It looked like he had just been beaten up. Shock is shock. Seeing that Yi Tiance was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Han Ruayun's face lit up with joy, and he ran over quickly.
His magnificent breasts rose and fell, almost jumping out.
He asked hurriedly, "Are you okay?" "Wow. So big." Yi Tians quickly moved his gaze away from the other person's chest. "Didn't I tell you that nothing will happen? But why are you making such a big fuss? To save me?"
Han Ruayun curled his lips and said, "Humph.
"Who wants to save you, you bastard? You big pervert." Yi Tians was stunned. "What? Why am I such a pervert?" Han Ruayun said confidently, "You just peeked at my chest, what else can you be but a pervert?" Yi Tians. "Let me see what's going on. Didn't you say before that as long as I could get through the crisis safely, you would let me touch you?" Fortunately, at this time,
Mayor Lin came over and said with a smile, "I'm glad that you are okay, Dr. Yi, otherwise I would have almost started a massacre." Although he said this with a smile, it contained a strong threat and warning. After hearing this, both Fan Yi and Feng Yao choked up with nervousness and couldn't help feeling a little scared.
The big boss actually knows Mayor Lin?
Fortunately, they were the ones who were defeated in the conference hall just now.
If something happens to the old boss, I'm afraid Mayor Lin would have ordered the law enforcement team to shoot him right now, right?
Yi Tian smiled and explained, "There were misunderstandings between me and the Red Maple Hall, which have been resolved. I would like to trouble Mayor Lin to take the time out of his busy schedule to make a special trip for me." Lin Wanda said cheerfully, "As our Lin family's honored guest, you have done a great favor to our Lin family. These little things are not worth mentioning. But since the matter has been resolved, I have nothing to do here.
I will take my people away now." Yi Tians nodded, "Mayor Lin, take care."
As the mayor, Lin Wanda was on the move with the deputy director and a large number of law enforcement teams.
If they were seen by citizens, it would easily cause public panic.
So once the problem is solved, you naturally have to leave as soon as possible.
After Lin Wanda and others left,
the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed.
Yi Tian said to Fan Yi and Feng Yao, "Just send the two of you here, go back." Fan Yi and Feng Yao nodded respectfully. "Yes. Boss, not Mr. Yi. He.
Just now, Yi Tian emphasized many times in the conference hall that people should not call him Big Boss in the future. But the people in Hong Fong Hall are very stubborn and they think calling him Big Boss sounds more approachable and friendly.
Yi Tian had no choice but to compromise. However, there is a condition, that is, you can call him boss in private, but you have to call him Mr. Yi in front of others. Fan Yi and Feng Yao left.
Rong Meiyan looked at the backs of the two people, a complex look flashed in her eyes, and she was slightly thoughtful.
Then
she stepped forward and said to Yi Tian, "Mr. Yi, you really give me surprises again and again. I feel more and more that choosing you as a partner is the wisest decision.
Can we sign the contract now?" Yi Tian was about to answer. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang.
Looking at the caller ID, it turned out to be Zhang Huilan.
What is this old woman doing on the phone? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Tian pressed the answer button. I didn't expect that I just got through the phone.
Suddenly, Zhang Huilan's angry roar came from the opposite side.
Where have you been, you useless piece of shit? How badly do you want to hurt my Qingqing before you stop? Yi Tian frowned and said, What do you mean? I don't understand. Zhang Huilan said angrily, You ungrateful bastard, are you still pretending to be confused?
Assistant Sun just called and said that my Qingqing went to the Black Tiger Club alone to ask for help from Tiger Master in order to save you, and then there was no news since then.
Assistant Sun didn't explain clearly on the phone. What kind of trouble did you get into outside? Did you deliberately trick my Qingqing? If anything happens to her, I will never let you go even if I die. Boom.
When Yi Tian heard these words, his expression suddenly changed.
What?
In order to save him, Xiao Qingqing actually went to the Black Tiger Society to ask Zhang Xiaohu for help, but there has been no news since.
This stupid woman. Don't you have any brains?
Although Yi Tian believed that Zhang Xiaohu did not have the courage to touch Xiao Qingqing.
But that may not be the case for his arrogant nephew Jang Chunlay, who is unaware of the truth.
There is a high probability that Xiao Qingqing has been entangled by him. Although the two have now filed for divorce, he cannot sit idly by and watch what happens to Xiao Qingqing. Apart from anything else, if this matter gets to the ears of his grandfather Xiao Homing, the old man will definitely not be able to bear the blow. Thinking of this, Yi Tian hung up the phone directly. He said to Rong Meiyan, Let's talk about the signing later.
I have some personal matters to deal with urgently. He turned to Han Ruayun and asked, "Give me your car keys." Ah. Oh. Han Ruayun handed the car keys to Yi Tiance. After Yi Tiance took the car keys, he got directly into Han Ruayun's car. After starting to accelerate, he disappeared from everyone's sight with a tailspin. Chapter 123. Shao Qingcheng was insulted. In the Dynasty Club, Jang Chunlay's office. Shao Qingcheng was tied to the sofa with ropes and could not move. Her pure white evening dress was wet and smelled of red wine. Just now, Jang Chunlay ordered people to tie up Shao Qingcheng and gave her several sips of red wine. Jang Chunlay's lustful eyes wandered over her body, especially the surging outline faintly visible under her wet white dress. It made his mouth dry. TSK, TSK. She is worthy of being the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City. With this face, this figure, and these beautiful legs, she can be played with for 2.5 years. Shao Qingcheng suppressed the fear in her heart. He warned, "You'd better not mess around. I've made arrangements before I came in. If you don't leave in 10 minutes, my people will call the police." She originally wanted to ask Tiger Lord for help, but unexpectedly she fell into Jang Chunlay's hands. "Hey! Mr. Shao, are you trying to scare me?" Jang Chunlay said disdainfully, "Why don't you ask around and see how the Black Tiger Society is in Jiangnan City? Do you think the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau would dare to interfere even if you call the police?" Shao Qingqing's face changed. The other party is not even afraid of calling the police. Jang Chunlay opened the drawer and placed the items on the table one by one. Whips, candles, handcuffs, sailor uniforms. "Boss Shao, you usually look aloof, but you must be a bit of a slut in your heart, right? Which prop do you like? Come and have some fun with me later." Shao Qingcheng just felt her scalp tingling. This Jang Chunlay is not only lustful, but also a pervert. She gritted her teeth and continued to warn. "Mr. Zhang, I'm here to see your uncle. Aren't you afraid that he will find out about this? Damn it! Don't mention my second uncle to me." Jang Chunlay shouted coldly, his eyes ferocious, "Damn it! I am his only nephew, but that old man not only didn't help me that day, but beat me up for no reason. When the opportunity arises, I will kill him and become the president of the Black Tiger Society. Who else in Jiangnan City dares to provoke me? As for you, hurry up and obey me. My brother has been thirsty for a long time." He pounced on Shao Qingcheng all of a sudden. "Ah! No! Help!" Shao Qingcheng struggled violently. However, his body was tied up with ropes and he was forced to drink alcohol, so his head began to feel dizzy and he was unable to resist. No one will save you even if you scream your throat out." Jang Chunlay hurriedly tore off Shao Qingcheng's evening dress, instantly revealing a snow-white complexion that was filled with fragrance. Just when he was about to take further action. Bang! The office door suddenly exploded. A handsome young man with an angry face rushed in. "Who is it?" Jang Chunlay was so scared that he rolled off the sofa. He was holding up his pants, and when he looked up and saw the man's appearance, his bruised face immediately sank. "Damn it! It's actually you, Yi Tiance?" Shao Qingcheng was also shocked. "Yi Tiance is still alive? Why is he here? Is he here to rescue me?" But in addition to her joy, she felt wronged and guilty when she thought of her current appearance. It seemed that he felt very sorry for Yi Tiance. When Yi Tiance saw the scene in the office, his pupils suddenly shrank and a surge of anger rose from his body. "Asshole!" Without saying a word, he rushed to Jang Chunlay and slapped him so hard that he flew backwards. Bang! Jang Chunlay bumped into the wall of the office. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and felt like his whole body was falling apart. Yi Tiance walked quickly to the sofa, untied the rope on Shao Qingcheng, took off his coat, and put it on her. The spring light that was suddenly revealed was blocked. Shao Qingcheng reminded with red eyes. "Go away. Don't worry about me, there are so many of them." She had just been forced to drink alcohol and her body was gradually starting to take effect. She hadn't even finished a complete sentence. He felt dizzy and fell into a drunken sleep. "Oh! What a stupid woman!" Yi Tiance sighed. In order to save him, he sent himself into a dangerous place, and even at this time he still reminded him to leave first. An overly arrogant character who always wants to shoulder everything on his own. But the result is that I can't bear it. No matter what, in the final analysis, it was Shao Qingcheng who did this to save him. Yi Tiance can't just sit there and do nothing. He picked up Princess Xiao Qingcheng. I'll take you out right now.
At this time, Jang Chunlay struggled to sit up.
Damn it. Yi. You're here and you still want to run? Dream on. I will make sure you die here today.
He grabbed the intercom on the ground and shouted fiercely, "Everyone!
Come to my office immediately and stop that bastard Yi Tiance. Quick! Wow!
The Black Tiger brothers and the entire Dynasty Club immediately took action.
Not long. There were as many as 200 to 300 people who surrounded Jang Chunlay's office tightly. Even the corridors were crowded with people. They all held long knives and sticks and were full of murderous intent. These people rushed in howling and attacked Yi Tiance without saying a word. You rubbish can't stop me.
Yi Tiance was not in a hurry, he just kicked out.
Bang!
He kicked the younger brother in front of him away, and knocked down a large group of Black Tiger Society brothers behind him. The younger brother who was kicked away had his entire chest sunken and was vomiting blood.
Boom! Everyone was shocked. Oh shit! Is this still a human foot? The power is so great. But the shock only lasted for a moment.
Although this guy looks powerful, he is holding a woman in his arms and cannot free his hands.
No matter how good he is at fighting, how can he be a match for hundreds of people? Brothers! Kill! Kill him! Revenge for young Master Zhang! A group of people attacked crazily. Yi Tiance remained calm and launched a fierce counterattack against this group of guys. Compared to how he just dealt with the brothers from Red Maple Hall, he showed no mercy this time. Crackling! Anyone who is hit by his counterattack will faint and vomit blood at best, or have their legs and arms broken at worst. For a moment, the whole office was filled with hysterical screams, one after another. Just 2 minutes later, all the Black Tiger brothers and the Dynasty Club were knocked to the ground. They were screaming and wailing, it was so miserable. Jang Chunlay, who saw the scene, was trembling all over. Even the crotch of my pants was wet. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes coldly. You don't need to know whether I am a human or a ghost. You just need to know that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price for it. Yi Tiance raised his right foot and stepped cleanly between Jang Chunlay's legs. Puff. The egg is broken. This is the second one Yi Tiance has broken today. Ah. No. It hurts. Yi Tiance, I'm gonna your mother. Your mother. Jang Chunlay covered his crotch and screamed hysterically. He kept cursing and using foul language. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Just as Yi Tiance was about to kick Jang Chunlay's head, Xiao Qingcheng in his arms suddenly murmured in a daze. Don't kill anyone, please don't kill anyone. I don't know whether she was talking in her sleep or when she was awake. Yi Tiance hesitated. Finally he sighed. Oh. Forget it, I'll just listen to you this time. He held Xiao Qingcheng in his arms, stepped over the bodies of the Black Tiger Society's younger brothers, and swaggered out of the office. Jang Chunlay was left rolling on the ground, holding his crotch. Continuous screaming and howling. Chapter 124 Slap Zhang Huilan. When Yi Tiance carried Xiao Qingcheng downstairs, she was in my arms, murmuring from time to time. Yi Tiance, go away quickly, don't worry about me, I'm so scared. Sweat oozed from her forehead, her brows were furrowed, and her breathing was rapid, as if she had had a nightmare. Yi Tiance comforted, don't be afraid, everything is over. Gradually, Xiao Qingcheng calmed down. Yi Tiance sighed. Don't be fooled by Xiao Qingcheng's usual cold, strong and arrogant appearance. But after experiencing such a thing, it must have left a big psychological shadow. Besides, it was all about saving him in the final analysis. This made Yi Tiance somewhat surprised and touched. The resentment he felt towards Xiao Qingcheng also lessened by a lot. When Yi Tiance carried Xiao Qingcheng and walked out of the Dynasty Club not far away, then I saw several people surrounding me with anxious looks on their faces. They are Zhang Huilan, Xiao Nan and assistant son. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, just arrived. When I saw Yi Tiance carrying Xiao Qingcheng out, Zhang Huilan shouted anxiously, Qingcheng. Are you okay? Why are you closing your eyes and not talking? Yi Tiance said, she was forced to drink some red wine and is a little drunk, but it's nothing serious. Bang! Unexpectedly, Zhang Huilan suddenly slapped Yi Tiance in the face.
She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Bullshit.
My daughter is already like this, are you blind to say she's fine? If she hadn't tried to save you, would she have been in this state?" Yi Tiance frowned. A surge of anger arose.
But thinking that Xiao Qingcheng had indeed done this to save him, he gritted his teeth and endured it. "I'm sorry, I am indeed responsible for this matter."
Zhang Huilan was relentless, saying, "If an apology is useful, why do we need the police?"
"You bastard, go find your death somewhere else, and don't involve my daughter every time."
Xiaonan also scolded, "My mom is right. Put my sister down now, don't touch her with your dirty paws.
We're about to get a divorce, and you're still trying to take advantage of her."
Xiaonan stepped forward and forcibly snatched Xiao Qingcheng from Yi Tiance's arms.
Zhang Huilan also hurriedly said, "Assistant Sun, help me hold Qingqing together, don't let that ungrateful person touch her."
Assistant Sun nodded and went over to help support Xiao Qingcheng.
But this time, she rarely mocked Yi Tiance. Because just a few minutes ago, when she was anxiously waiting at the entrance of the Dynasty Club, she suddenly saw Yi Tiance stop his car and rush in alone. It is obvious that he went in to rescue Mr. Shiao. Although she hated Yi Tiance, she had to admit that Yi Tiance acted very bravely at that moment.
"It seems that I no longer have the image of being a complete failure as before."
Zhang Huilan shook Xiao Qingcheng.
"Daughter! Wake up! I hope nothing happens to you. Is there something else in the wine you were forced to drink?" Xiaonan said angrily, "Yi Tiance.
If anything happens to my sister, I will fight to the death to make sure you don't have an easy time."
As soon as the words fell. Cough. Ugh.
Xiao Qingcheng coughed violently several times, bent over and vomited violently several times. Zhang Huilan patted Xiao Qingcheng on the back and helped her wipe the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief.
"Daughter, are you okay? Are you feeling better?"
After vomiting, I was blown by the cold wind outside. Xiao Qingcheng became much more sober instantly.
"Mom, I'm fine, don't worry."
Zhang Huilan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ha.
I'm glad you're okay."
She turned her head and glared at Yi Tiance, gritting her teeth and complaining, "It's all his fault, that ungrateful bastard, causing trouble everywhere."
"You too, you're about to get a divorce, and you still care about his life or death?"
Xiao Qingcheng did not respond to Zhang Huilan's words.
She looked at Yi Tiance with a complicated look.
After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Thank you for saving me."
"How is Jang Chunlay?" "You didn't do anything to him, did you?" She only remembered that when she was about to be violated by Jang Chunlay in the office, Yi Tiance suddenly broke into the office. "My memory after that is vague and fragmentary."
Yi Tiance answered truthfully, "I saved his life, but he will never be a man again."
"What?"
Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qingcheng and the other four all changed their expressions.
"Yi Tiance actually destroyed Jang Chunlay?"
"You have to know that he is Mr. Tiger's nephew."
"If we destroy him, wouldn't that mean declaring war on the entire Black Tiger Society?" Zhang Huilan's lips turned pale with fright. "It's over. It's over now. You ungrateful bastard, do you know what you have done? Lord Tiger will definitely wipe out our Xiao family." Xiaonan asked excitedly, "Are you crazy? You even dare to cripple a young Master Zhang?"
Yi Tiance said confidently, "With the shameless things he did, it is only right to kill him, not to mention cripple him. If Zhang Xiuhu knew about this, he would only ask me not to kill him, and would not come to trouble you."
"That's enough." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said unhappily, "Yi Tiance, when will you change your habit of overestimating your own abilities?
You just offended the Red Maple Hall and now you offended the Black Tiger Society.
Can you not be more careful?" Yi Tiance lowered his eyes. It was clearly him who taught Jang Chunlay a lesson to avenge her, but he was blamed instead? This woman is hopeless. Yi Tiance responded mercilessly, "Ha! You are the one who overestimates your own abilities, right? You know this place is a dangerous place, but you want to break in alone. Stupid." Xiao Qingcheng became anxious. "What do you mean I'm stupid? I did this to save you. Do I want you to save me?" Yi Tiance said with a cold face, "Don't forget that we have already filed for divorce. It was you who said that we would no longer have any relationship in the future and that you would no longer care about my life or death. Then please, Mr. Shiao, keep your word. I don't need you to worry about me or meddle in my affairs." Boom. These words stunned Xiao Qingcheng. She looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief.
For him, I put myself in danger and was almost bullied by Zhang Chunlay.
Not only did the other party not say thank you, but he also blamed her for meddling in other people's affairs? Really, it's chilling. Jang Huilan couldn't help herself and cursed, "You ungrateful bastard, do you still have any conscience? I order you to apologize to Qin Chang." Yi Tian said coldly, "I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? You son of a bitch, you still dare to talk back? I'll slap your face." Zhang Huilan was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to slap Yi Tian again. But Yi Tian grabbed her wrist. Yi Tian said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Even a clay man can get angry. I advise you not to go too far." Zhang Huilan stiffened her neck and said, "What's wrong with me being too harsh on you, an ungrateful person? Are you not convinced? If you have the guts, why don't you give me a slap? Come on." As she spoke, Zhang Huilan put her cheek close to Yi Tian's, full of provocation. "Don't push me." Zhang Huilan continued to provoke. "So what if I force you? Come and slap me? Hit me? I wouldn't dare to do that even if I gave you 10 guts. Bitch. Trash. Ungrateful bastard. Since you want to be beaten, I will grant your wish." Bang. This time, Yi Tian's no longer had any hesitation. "Raise your hands." He gave Zhang Huilan a loud slap in the face with his backhand. Chapter 125. Xiao Qingchen was so angry that she cried. Yi Tian's didn't use too much force in this slap, it just made Zhang Huilan stagger. But it made Zhang Huilan break down on the spot. She didn't expect Yi Tian's would actually take action. She covered her cheeks and yelled, "Ah! He hit someone. My ungrateful son-in-law who was kicked out of the house hit someone. Is there any justice in the world?" Xiao Qingcheng and others did not expect that Yi Tian's would dare to fight back. You have to know that in the 3 years since their marriage, Zhang Huilan has always been the one bossing Yi Tian's around. Have you ever seen him fight back? She immediately scolded him, "Yi Tian's. Are you crazy? You even dared to hit my mother, you must apologize to her." Yi Tian said calmly, "Why didn't you ask your mother to apologize to me when she slapped me earlier?" Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. Only then did he notice that there was a slap mark on Yi Tian's cheek that had not yet faded. Could it be that my mother beat me just now before I woke up? But Xiao Qingcheng still protects Zhang Huilan. Even if my mother slapped you, as a junior, couldn't you give her some leniency? Are you satisfied only if you use your kung fu skills on my family? Yi Tian shook his head and sneered, "Boss Xiao. Your inability to distinguish right from wrong is truly hopeless." Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her chest heaved, she felt so disappointed in him. "You, Yi Tian's, are the one who really can't tell right from wrong and are hopeless, okay?" Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth and cursed, "You are such an ungrateful thing. If my daughter hadn't been meddling in your affairs, you would have starved to death on the street. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own behavior? With this kind of hairy look, how can any woman be attracted to you? You will definitely be a failure in this life." Xiaonan also sneered, "That's right. You are nothing without my sister. How shameless." Bah! As soon as the words fell, an unhappy voice sounded. "Come on. I've discovered that Yi Tian's has become more and more outstanding since he left your sister. On the contrary, your sister is incompetent at everything. Even so, she still brags about being the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City, huh?" Several people turned their heads. Han Ruayun, who was dressed beautifully and had a plump figure, walked over. "It's actually her?" Xiao Qingcheng and others looked surprised. "Why did the eldest lady of the Han family come here?" Yi Tian's also asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Han Ruayun replied as a matter of course, "Why can't I come over? After all, you are the one I want to support." She suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. "You drove someone else's car away, and I'm afraid you'll damage it. What's the problem with them coming over?" Having said that, there was an unconcealable glimmer of worry in his eyes. Yi Tian's didn't understand what Han Ruoyun was thinking. He smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, if the car breaks down, I'll compensate you." Zhang Huilan said unhappily, "Mr. Han, don't think you can lie just because you are Miss Han. What did you mean by that sentence just now? What do you mean by my daughter became better after Yi Tian's left her, but she is not good at anything else? You have to give us an explanation for this, or I will sue you for defamation." Xiaonan also said, "That's right, my sister is going to become a partner of the Rong family at the meeting today. Isn't she 1,000 times better than Yi Tian's? Han Ruayun rolled his eyes. I said, are you two on 2G network?
I don't know that at the Miss Rong meeting that just ended, Yi Tian's has been selected as a partner of the Rong family. On the other hand, your Shao Qingcheng not only got nothing, but also offended Miss Rong.
With this, you still have the nerve to say that you are better than Yi Tian's? You.
Han Ruayun made a retching expression, looking very disgusted.
What?
Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both widened their eyes in disbelief.
Wasn't it agreed at this meeting that the Ji family would become partners and then recommend the Xiao family as a partner? How did Yi Tian's become a partner? Zhang Huilan quickly said to Shao Qingcheng, daughter, I don't believe what Han said. Tell me, is this true?
This sentence hit Shao Qingcheng's soft spot. No matter how unwilling she felt, she could only nod truthfully.
She didn't lie. Yi Tian's has indeed become the Rong family's business partner. Boom.
Zhang Huilan and her son were struck by lightning. They stood there in a daze, their heads buzzing. He, Yi Tian's, is a son-in-law who was kicked out by the Xiao family. He unexpectedly became a business partner of the Rong family.
Wouldn't he this status and position soar to the sky and surpass the entire Xiao family?
Han Ruayun was shocked to see that the mother and daughter were terrified.
I couldn't help but feel happy. Is this what it feels like to be pretentious? Ha ha. That is so cool. No wonder those people like to show off for no reason.
So Han Ruayun continued to finish off the opponent.
By the way, you don't know Yi Tian's other identity, right?
Because he saved Grandpa Lin, he is now a guest of honor at Mayor Lin's house. Mayor Lin is always polite to him every time he sees him.
Ha! Look at you, the stupid idiots in the Xiao family. Let alone becoming the first guest of honor in Lin City, I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to enter the main door, right? Boom.
This sentence not only shocked Zhang Huilan and her son again. Shao Qingcheng and assistant son were also shocked.
This is the first time they have heard this news. Shao Qingcheng suddenly understood.
No wonder Yi Tian's just said that Lord Tiger would not dare to retaliate against him. It turns out that he has this identity, so he is naturally not afraid of the Black Tiger Society.
Think of this.
Shao Qingcheng somewhat regretted saying that Yi Tian's was overestimating his own abilities. But at this moment, he saw Han Ruayun standing up for Yi Tian's. Shao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and jealousy in her heart. He responded coldly, no matter how much you say, it will only prove that Yi Tian's needs to rely on others to be excellent, and it has nothing to do with his own strength. As for me, I have always done things on my own and kept my feet on the ground.
Please don't point fingers at me, Miss Han. You.
Han Ruayun was about to retort subconsciously, but was stopped by Yi Tian's.
Forget it, you can't explain it to her clearly. Han Ruayun nodded and smiled, okay, I'll listen to you.
Shao Qingcheng felt uncomfortable when she saw this scene.
What do you mean you can't explain it to me clearly? Am I, Shao Qingcheng, really that unreasonable? Or is it that you, Yi Tian's, are fickle-minded and can explain this to Han Ruayun? Is it just me who can't? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Simply gritted his teeth and said, let's go. She turned around and left angrily.
Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan looked at Yi Tian's and were about to make some sarcastic remarks. But when he thought of the two additional identities that Yi Tian's suddenly had, he shut his mouth in disappointment and left.
Seeing this,
Han Ruayun deliberately said loudly, Boss Xiao, please walk slowly. When the time comes, there will be a celebration party for Yi Tian's to become a partner of the Rong family.
As his future ex-wife, don't forget to go. Remember to dress up nicely.
It's best to squeeze your C cup because Yi Tian's likes super large cups like mine, ha.
Aha.
Shao Qingcheng was so angry that her stomach was about to explode.
You, Han Ruayun, are the daughter of the richest man, you are so shameless. And you, Yi Tian's. He actually teamed up with other women to make me angry. After all, we're not officially divorced yet, okay? I was almost bullied by Jang Chunlay for saving you, but you blamed me for being nosy, having an affair with other women, and liking super large cups. Asshole. Scumbag. Unfaithful man. Pretty boy. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the more aggrieved I feel.
Until I got in the car and closed the door. Shao Qingcheng finally couldn't hold back her emotions anymore and burst into tears.
Chapter 126 I have 8 more fiancés like you.
After Shao Qingcheng and her friend's car drove away,
Yi Tian said helplessly, why do you have to make her angry? Han Ruayun said sarcastically, hey. What's wrong? Are you unhappy because someone said something about your future ex-wife? Forehead. Yi Tian scratched his head, not really. Not only did he not feel angry, he actually felt a little relieved. In the past, it was always Xiao Qingcheng who did the PUA on him, so it would be nice to let Han Ruoyan do the PUA back today. Han Ruoyan curled his lips and said, that's more like it. I thought you couldn't forget this future ex-wife. After all, Miss Xiao is beautiful, has a good figure, and has long legs. Although her breasts are not as big as mine, they are still barely acceptable. Any man would not be able to forget her, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Tian rolled his eyes helplessly. He and Xiao Qingchang have been married for 3 years and have never done anything excessive. What is there that he can't forget? Besides, since we have already decided to divorce, there is no possibility of turning back. Han Ruoyan said and seemed to have thought of something. She asked with a little seriousness, by the way, this lady has a question I want to know, and you must answer it truthfully. Go ahead. What is your relationship with Rong Meiyan? Why is she so good to you that she even gave you such an important partner position? For this, she would rather make enemies with her second uncle and even shoot Fu Lao and others. She knew that Yi Tian was very good at boxing and was also skilled in medicine, and was also the first guest of honor in Lin City. But the most important thing for a business partner is his or her own business value. Yi Tian has no money, no business acumen, and no company of his own. No matter how good you are in other aspects, you shouldn't become a partner. I don't know why she wanted me to be a partner. Yi Tian held his chin and said, as for the relationship between Rong Meiyan and me, it's not a secret. It doesn't matter if I tell you. In fact, she is my fiancée just like you. What? It's fake? Han Ruoyan widened his eyes and didn't believe it at all. The eldest daughter of the Rong family in the provincial capital is actually Yi Tian's fiancée? Yi Tian nodded and smiled bitterly, why would I lie to you? And to be honest, I have 8 fiancées like you. You mean to say that you have 9 fiancées? Han Ruoyan's eyes were as big as copper bells. One man has 9 fiancées. This kind of thing is totally unheard of. Yi Tian nodded and said, although I have 9 fiancées, I will personally cancel all these engagements. After all, my 3 years of marriage with Xiao Qingcheng has taught me one thing, it's good to be single. Han Ruayun frowned. So this is why you came to my house to cancel the engagement? That's right. You cancelled all the other engagements? Not yet, you're the first. Huh? Why am I the first one? Since you're closer, you should retreat first. The others are farther away and haven't had time yet. Although this reason is valid. But when Han Ruayun heard this, he was obviously unhappy. She curled her lips and said sarcastically, so that's how it is. I thought I was the worst of your 9 fiancés, so I was eliminated first. Yi Tian held his chin and recalled for 2 seconds. He nodded and said, now that you remind me of this, I remember that if we compare your family background in the marriage certificate, you seem to be the worst among the 9 fiancés. Phew. Han Ruayun felt like his heart was stabbed. Yi Tian noticed that there was something wrong with Han Ruayun's expression. Then he quickly added, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. I will treat all my fiancés equally and cancel all the engagements. Phew. Han Ruayun felt like he was stabbed again. What do you mean I shouldn't be too stressed? Are you talking human language? Yi Tian said, I have answered all your questions. Do you have any other questions? Ask you a big-head ghost. Han Ruoyan glared at Yi Tian fiercely and said angrily, I thought you performed well at the meeting today, and I wanted to support you, but I didn't expect you to be that asshole with a loose mouth. 9 fiancés, and being single is good, it's just bragging and lying, hypocritical man. Go to hell. She turned and left angrily, and the white rabbits on her chest were jumping up and down in anger. Yi Tian was speechless for a while. Nowadays, other people tell lies and always succeed, but he tells the truth in every word, yet no one believes him. It's so hard to be an honest person. But after a while, Han Ruoyan turned back angrily and stretched out his right hand. Yi Tian was stunned. Why are you back again? Han Ruoyan gritted his teeth and said, how dare you ask? Give me back the car keys. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Yi Tian handed her the car keys. Han Ruoyan grabbed the car keys, glared at Yi Tian, opened the door and got in the car. Yi Tian suddenly thought of something. He shouted, "Hey! Didn't you promise me that as long as I survived the crisis, you would let me touch your super large cup? When will you fulfill your promise?" When talking about this matter, Han Ruayun became even more furious. She said sarcastically, I am the worst among all your fiancés. Go touch the other 8 fiancés. My huge cup is not worthy of your touch." After saying that, he started the car and drove away with a roar. Yi Tian sighed. In June, women's faces change so quickly. It's really troublesome. It seems that we have to hurry up and deal with the remaining engagements. Just when he was about to leave. Woohoo! Suddenly, various sounds of cars driving came from all directions on the road. Then one black car after another stopped in front of the entrance of the Dynasty Club. There are hundreds of them. One by one, thugs armed with sticks and machetes got out of the car, looking ferocious and vicious. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the Dynasty Club. Still increasing. This scene attracted a lot of onlookers. What the hell, what happened? Why are so many people rushing over here? You don't know? I heard that just now Tiger Master's nephew Zhang Xiao was beaten up and his penis was stepped on and broken. Oh my god, this is a big deal. They even dared to touch Tiger Master's nephew? That guy is ruined. Who said it wasn't? It was done at the Dynasty Club, the headquarters of the Black Tiger Club. This is simply shitting on Lord Tiger's face. Everyone was discussing. A black Rolls-Royce stopped. Zhang Xiaohu got out of the car with a gloomy face. His fists were clenched and veins on his forehead bulged. At Miss Rong's meeting, he left early because he saw a being more terrifying than the King of Hell, and went to a tea house to drink a few cups of tea to calm his nerves. Unexpectedly, a brother from the Black Tiger Club suddenly called and said that someone broke into the Dynasty Club and knocked down hundreds of brothers who were stationed there. It even destroyed Jang Chunlay's life. Zhang Xiaowu could no longer sit still and rushed back to check the situation. Dang dang dang. Zhang Xiaowu and his men quickly rushed upstairs and came to Zhang Chunlay's office. What came into view were the Black Tiger Society brothers lying on the ground, beaten up and in all directions, each one looking extremely miserable. His nephew Zhang Chunlay sat on the ground, covering his crotch and groaning. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, he felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw and quickly complained. "Second uncle, you are finally back. My big baby has been ruined. I am afraid I won't be able to have children in the future. You have to avenge me." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were wide open with anger. I think he is still single and has no wife or children. Now he has only this nephew, and his vitals have been crippled. Doesn't this mean that the Zhang family will be extinct? Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "Chunlay, tell second uncle, who hurt you? Where is he? I will take my brothers to find him right now. He must pay for his blood debt with blood." As soon as the words fell, a familiar and cold voice sounded behind him. "Don't look for me anymore, I'm right here." Chapter 127 I Can't Have Children. Hear this. Everyone turned to look immediately. I saw a handsome young man standing there with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression. The moment they saw him, the faces of the Black Tiger brothers changed. Oh my god. When did this guy get in? You didn't notice anything at all? Zhang Xiaohu, who was originally in a rage, suddenly became dazed and his calves began to tremble wildly. Oh my god. How come this man, who is scarier than the King of Hell, is here? Wasn't he attending Miss Rong's meet and greet at Red Maple Manor? What the hell is going on? However, Zhang Chunlay had no idea what Zhang Xiaohu was thinking. He pointed at Yi Tian and said angrily, "Second uncle, he was the one who beat me up like this and injured so many of my brothers. You must stand up for me and my brothers." As soon as these words came out, the Black Tiger brothers around were filled with indignation. Damn! This kid is causing trouble again? We must not let him go today. Master Tiger. As long as you give the order, the brothers will chop him into pieces. This is intolerable. He keeps bullying our Black Tiger Society. Even if we give him 9 lives, it won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohu turned a deaf ear to their words. Instead, he suppressed his fear and said in a trembling voice, What is going on?" He didn't understand why Yi Tian beat his nephew like this for no reason. Even his life is ruined. Yi Tian said coldly, "Xiao Qingcheng came to you to do something, but was forcibly detained by your nephew, and he even tried to molest her. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have succeeded. Boom.
Hearing this, Zhang Xiaowu felt as if struck by lightning, and his blood ran cold. Jang Chunlay shouted angrily, "Ye Tiance, what I regret most is that I didn't get to fuck your wife.
You still have the guts to come back, I'll kill you with my uncle." Trash.
It was beyond his expectation. Zhang Xiaowu suddenly exploded and said, "Just shut up."
He grabbed the chair next to him, turned it over and smashed it hard on Jang Chunlay's head. Crack.
The wooden chair exploded instantly, and some wood fragments pierced into Jang Chunlay's scalp and cheeks.
Blood is pouring out. Ah!
Jang Chunlay screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and rolled on the ground holding his head.
This is not over yet.
Zhang Xiaowu's expression was as gloomy as water, and he snatched a baseball bat from one of his younger brothers.
He smashed Jang Chunlay's right knee hard. Snap. The kneecap burst instantly. The pain made veins pop out on Jang Chunlay's forehead and his pupils became bloodshot. Ah! Uncle! Are you crazy? Why did you hit me?
Zhang Xiaowu gnashed his teeth and said, "I'm going to hit you, you scoundrel."
Don't even mention hitting you. I want to kill you.
He swung the baseball bat again and smashed Jang Chunlay's left knee hard.
Another loud crack.
I feed you with good food and drink, and I don't ask you to repay me, but I won't let you kill me, damn it.
Bang.
Another baseball bat hit Jang Chunlay's right arm.
Explode instantly. Ah.
Jang Chunlay let out a hysterical scream, his body convulsed violently, and he fainted from the pain.
Zhang Xiaowu seemed unsatisfied.
He then swung the baseball bat and broke Jang Chunlay's only remaining left arm. Hiss. This horrifying scene made all the brothers in the Black Tiger Club gasp. "I'm so scared and my scalp is tingling." The last time they saw Tiger Lord so furious was at the bidding chamber a few days ago. The common point between these two times was that he beat up his nephew Zhang Chunlay, and Ye Tiance happened to appear every time.
Could it be that Ye Tiance has a special identity? Make Lord Tiger feel afraid? But isn't Ye Tiance just a useless son-in-law who was kicked out by the Shiao family? Amidst various speculations by everyone,
Zhang Xiaowu threw the baseball bat aside, turned around, and knelt heavily in front of Ye Tiance. "Young master, Mr. Yi, I am really sorry that this happened.
It's my fault for not disciplining Zhang Chunlay. Just punish him." "Xiaowu, I have no complaints at all." Wow. The onlookers were shocked again. The arrogant Lord Tiger in their eyes actually knelt down to Ye Tiance. Oh my god. What on earth is this guy? How could it be so terrifying?
Xiao Qingqing actually filed for divorce from such an awesome man.
Is this woman crazy? Doubts are doubts.
But these guys have been in the underworld for many years and are very shrewd. After seeing Zhang Xiaowu kneeling down, they also followed suit and knelt down in unison.
Don't even dare to fart.
Ye Tiance said to Zhang Xiaowu indifferently, "If there is a next time, the Black Tiger Society will be wiped out."
Zhang Xiaowu shuddered violently and nodded quickly, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you Mr. Yi for your magnanimity.
I will definitely discipline Jang Chunlay strictly in the future and make sure he doesn't harm others again."
Zhang Xiaowu waved to his men.
The men immediately understood what he meant and dragged the unconscious Zhang Chunlay away.
The rest of the people also evacuated. Only Ye Tiance and Zhang Xiaowu were left.
Zhang Xiaowu was still kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Ye Tiance pulled a chair and sat down with a swagger.
"Ha! I didn't expect that after you came out of that place, you would become the leader of the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, known as Lord Tiger. You are quite impressive." Zhang Xiaowu smiled awkwardly and said, "Young master, you are joking. How dare I be a tiger master in front of you?
I will always be your most loyal and reliable little cat, meow meow meow." While imitating the cat's meow, he also made the waving gesture of a lucky cat. If other people saw the scene, they would probably be shocked.
But Zhang Xiaowu himself didn't feel ashamed at all.
After all, back then in the fallen city, those terrifying beings that were hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than him could be defeated with just a glance from Ye Tiance, let alone the lucky cat gesture.
Even if he was spinning upside down and eating shit, he wouldn't even frown.
Ye Tiance said meaningfully, "Since you beat Ji Wooly at the meeting, let me remind you that your nephew has a protruding occipital bone, protruding auricles, and a protruding upper lip. He is born with a rebellious face. This kind of person is born rebellious, has an extreme way of thinking, and is difficult to control. If things go wrong, he might try to usurp the throne and dethrone you, his second uncle.
Zhang Xiaowu said in disbelief. He dares? You don't know, this kid is not afraid of anything except me.
Even if he has 10 courages, he wouldn't dare to have that thought. Besides, I just broke his limbs, and he will most likely be crippled for the rest of his life.
If you want to gain power, you need the ability to do that. Oh. I hope so. Yi Tiance did not continue talking about this topic.
Instead, he asked curiously, you are already over 40 years old, and you have countless women around you, but you haven't married or had children.
Why? Do you want to be a bachelor?
Zhang Xiaohu scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, to be honest, young master, I dream of having a wife and children, but I have some health problems and cannot have children. I have consulted many famous doctors but none of them can help.
Sigh.
In fact, this is Zhang Xiaohu's biggest concern. The family is large and the business is great, but there is no one to carry on the succession. Therefore, he can only place his hopes on his nephew Jang Chunlay, but it's a pity that this nephew is too unreasonable. Yi Tiance nodded and said, stretch out your hand, I'll show you.
Ah. Good. 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 Jang Chunlay's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed.
He has been in the fallen city for many years, so he naturally knows many of Yi Tiance's methods, especially his medical skills. How many top bosses in the outside world would like to pay a huge price to ask the young master to treat their illnesses, but it all depends on the mood of the young master.
Zhang Xiaohu would certainly not miss such a rare opportunity. Yi Tiance took the pulse for half a minute. How? Zhang Xiaohu asked cautiously.
Yes, there are some troubles, but that is for others.
I will leave you a prescription later. Take it as required. After a course of treatment, you can have as many children as you want in the future. Really? Thank you, young master. I will never forget your kindness.
From now on in Jiangnan City, as long as you need me, I will risk my life for you.
Zhang Xiaohu was very excited. Boom boom boom. He kowtowed to Yi Tiance 3 times in a row. Ding-a-ling.
Just then, Yi Tiance's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Grandpa Zhao. This person has been taking care of the Lin family cemetery free of charge.
After pressing the answer button,
an old and anxious voice came from the other side. Xiao Su, it's bad.
Someone brought a construction team to flatten the Yi family cemetery. What? Yi Tiance stood up suddenly. You better think of a way, I can't hold on. Who the hell asked you to make the call, you old bastard? Throw his phone.
Before Grandpa Zhao could finish his words, he heard cursing and shouting coming from the other side.
The phone was also hung up. Chapter 128. Ji Budwan wants to raise the Yi family cemetery. Boom.
With Yi Tiance as the center, a strong murderous aura spread out. The air in the entire office seemed to become distorted. Zhang Xiaohu was so frightened that his face turned pale.
Young master, what happened? Someone wants to flatten my Yi family cemetery. What? Who is so bold?
Zhang Xiaohu widened his eyes. He even dares to do such a thing.
Isn't this like an old man drinking arsenic? Zhang Xiaohu immediately volunteered.
Young master, I will gather my brothers to go with you.
Whoever dares to do such a rebellious thing will be punished today. Good.
Yi Tiance nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. Grandpa Zhao's real name is Zhao Guangwen, and he is now over 70 years old. Back then, Yi Tiance's grandfather Yi Xuanying saved Zhao Guangwen's life. 15 years ago, a fire broke out in the Yi family, and except for Yi Tiance, everyone else was burned to death. After Xiao Hongming's grandfather helped with the burial in the cemetery, Zhao Guangwen took the initiative to take on the task of looking after the Yi family cemetery alone.
Rain or shine, wind or sun cannot stop it. He was alone and lived in poverty. Despite this, the limited savings will be used to repair the cemetery. It was not until 3 years ago that Yi Tiance returned to Jiangnan City and was deeply moved after learning about this matter. Yi Tiance had suggested many times to arrange for other people to take care of the cemetery and to give Zhao Guangwen a large sum of money for his retirement, but was rejected every time. Grandpa Zhao's reason is simple.
He said that his life was given by Yi Xuanying, and he guarded the cemetery only to repay the kindness, nothing else. Therefore, Grandpa Zhao was one of the few people that Yi Tiance cares about and respects in Jiangnan City.
It's like half a family.
A cold light flickered in Yi Tiance's eyes.
No matter who it is, if they hurt you, Grandpa Zhao, I will make them pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Panlongshan Cemetery, western suburbs of Jiangnan City. The feng shui of this place is excellent.
According to legend, a real dragon has been sleeping here for thousands of years. The descendants of the people buried here in later generations are either rich or noble.
Therefore, many prominent families and wealthy businessmen would purchase a piece of land here as their ancestral cemetery.
For example, the ancestral tombs of the Han family, the Shiao family, the Ji family, and others are all here. The Yi family cemetery is also among them. At this time, at the gate of Yi family cemetery, a hunchbacked, one-armed old man holding a hoe was blocking the way of a group of people. He had some bruises on his face and a broken cell phone was under his feet. He is Zhao Guangwen. This is the Yi family cemetery, not a place for you to run wild, leave now. Zhao Guangwen shouted angrily with red eyes. There were more than a dozen people standing in front of him. Leading the group was Ji Buduan, who was dressed brightly but had a bruised face. Beside him stood more than a dozen ruffians, holding sticks in their hands, smoking, and looking quite arrogant. Behind them was the engineering team of Ji's enterprise, driving excavators, road rollers, and other engineering vehicles. Ji Buduan looked unhappy. He was ordered by his father to raise the Yi family cemetery, but he met such a stubborn old man who refused to let them in no matter what. Isn't this delaying his work? You old thing, why don't you stay at home and wait for death instead of interfering in my affairs? Get out of here. Zhao Guangwen did not give in at all. You bastards are the ones who should get out of here. Pushing over someone else's ancestral grave is against the will of heaven. Aren't you afraid of retribution? A thug with dyed red hair sneered. Ha ha. What era is this? You still believe in retribution? Only an old man like you would believe that. I don't have time to waste with you. Get out of the way or I'll beat you up again. Zhao Guangwen gritted his teeth and said, as long as I am still breathing, I will not let you take even a single step forward. The spicy one next door. The red-haired man cursed, this old man is really shameless. Master Ji, what do you say we should do? Ji Buduan's eyes flashed with a fierce look and he said, this old guy is so tough in guarding the Yi family cemetery, he must have a good relationship with that bastard Yi Tiance. In that case, we should beat him up severely, and beat him to death. I want to see whether he is tougher in words or the weapons in the hands of the brothers are tougher. Okay. Master Ji's order is enough. Fuck this old bitch. A dozen thugs rushed towards Zhao Guangwen with sticks in their hands. Get out of here. Get out of here. Zhao Guangwen swung his hoe and fought back desperately. Although he was ready to fight to the death, he was powerless against 4 people with 2 fists, and due to his old age and weakness, he was no match for these young thugs. Bang bang bang. In just a few hits, he was knocked to the ground. Not only did the thugs not stop, they became even more excited. They were beaten with sticks, fists, and feet again. Fuck. This old bastard didn't say a word after being beaten for such a long time. He's really tough. No matter how hard you are, what can you do? Take another big kick from me. You only have one arm left and you still dare to show off to us? I'll cripple it too. The red-haired thug stepped heavily on Zhao Guangwen's remaining right arm with his right foot. The soles of the feet kept exerting force and twisting intentionally. Crunch! Zhao Guangwen's arms kept making noises, the old man's forehead veins bulged with pain, and his whole body was shaking. But he never uttered a groan from beginning to end, let alone gave in and apologized. You're keeping quiet, right? I told you to keep quiet. Red-haired man squatted down and pressed the burning cigarette butt directly on Zhao Guangwen's arm. Sizzle! The cigarette butt instantly burned Zhao Guangwen's skin, and bursts of white smoke came out. Zhao Guangwen still said nothing, but gritted his teeth and said, you evil people, Xiaosu will not let you go, you will be punished for your crimes. Red Hair said with disdain, what Xiaozi? I have never heard of this person. Brothers, have you heard of him? Never heard of it. Who is this guy? Just by listening to the name, you can tell he is nothing. Ha ha ha. The gang of thugs all laughed at him. Ji Buduan sneered in his heart. The Xiaozi you mentioned has already died at the hands of the Red Maple Hall, so don't count on him. He looked down at the time and urged, the sun is about to set, hurry up. Okay. The red-haired thug responded. He grabbed Zhao Guangwen's hair and threatened him sinisterly, old man, are you giving in now? Pooh. Zhao Guangwen spat a mouthful of blood on the red-haired face. I obey you, uncle. Grass. Red-haired furious.
Bang! He slapped Zhao Guangwen hard. Old man, you forced me to do this. I'm asking you to be tough. Let's see if you are tougher than a steamroller. He turned around and ordered the driver of the road roller behind him, crush this old man's right arm into pulp and see if he will give in. The roller driver was a little nervous. Brother Red, nothing will happen, right? What if someone dies? Even though they are thugs, they often bully others by taking advantage of their power. But no one dares to do something serious that could result in loss of life. The red-haired man scolded him, he's just an old bastard. What's the big deal if you kill him? Besides, you have young Master G backing you up. Why are you panicking? Right, young Master G. Ji Budwan laughed coldly, don't worry, if there are any problems, I will bear the consequences. Just as he finished speaking, a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded, I'm afraid you, Ji Budwan, can't bear the consequences. Chapter 129 Uncontrollable Anger. Hearing this familiar voice, Ji Budwan felt his scalp tingling instantly. Could it be? He turned away nervously, seeing Yi Tiance walking towards him quickly with a cold face. His eyes suddenly widened. Yi Tiance, you are still alive? Yi Tiance said coldly, I am still alive, but someone deserves to die. Ji Budwan pretended to be calm and threatened, what are you going to do? I am warning you, I brought so many thugs here, this is not a place for you to act wildly. Noisy. Yi Tiance didn't waste any time and kicked Ji Budwan in the stomach. Bang! The huge force kicked Ji Budwan so hard that he flew 7 or 8 meters backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and felt like his intestines were about to be kicked off. He rolled back and forth on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning continuously. Yi Tiance didn't even look at Ji Budwan and rushed to Zhao Guangwen. Zhao Guangwen coughed violently for a long time and said weakly, Xiao So, run quickly, these brats are inhumane, don't let them suffer. Yi Tiance immediately bent down and dragged Zhao Guangwen up. He said in a serious tone, Grandpa Zhao, please don't say anything yet, don't worry about me. I will make those who hurt you pay 10 times the price. He examined Zhao Guangwen as quickly as possible. Although Grandpa Zhao's life was not in danger, he had a broken shin bone, 2 broken ribs, and dozens of bruises on other parts of his body. This level of injury is unbearable, let alone on a thin old man in his 70s. Even a young man can't bear it. These guys had the heart to be so cruel to an old man with a broken arm. Unforgivable. Boom. A violent aura spread from Yi Tiance. The temperature around the Yi family cemetery seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. He raised his head slowly. He glanced at the thugs and asked coldly, who beat Grandpa Zhao like this? This momentum immediately stunned the group of thugs for a few seconds. But soon they calmed down and became arrogant. Ha! You are the Shiao so that this old bitch mentioned, right? You are pretending to be quite good. You are alone, do you think you can get back at him? Damn it! How dare you kick young Master G? Why don't you kneel down and apologize? Ha, isn't it just beating up a crippled old bitch? What can you do to us? Yi Tiance did not respond to their provocation. Instead, he asked in a cold voice, let me say it again, who beat Grandpa Zhao like this? The red-haired thug took a staggering step forward. He said arrogantly, I beat him. This old man is still a tough guy, huh? I broke his legs and ribs but he didn't even make a sound. TSK, I'd like to give it a try, are you also a tough guy? Sudden. Without any warning, he swung the stick in his hand and hit Yi Tiance on the crown of his head. Just when the stick was about to fall on Yi Tiance's head. Swish. Yi Tiance, who was squatting on the ground, disappeared. Where have the people gone? The red-haired man was stunned. Don't look for me, I'm right behind you. Yi Tiance's voice sounded coldly. As soon as the red-haired man turned his head, Yi Tiance slapped him on the cheek. Bang! This slap contained a force of over 1,000 pounds. The red hair was blown away directly. He fell to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Puff! The red-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his ears were buzzing. Like thunder. He instinctively touched his left ear and found his hands covered in blood. Obviously, the eardrum has burst. Fuck you. Red Hair was about to curse.
But he saw Yi Tian's had already flashed in front of him. Looking down at him, he said indifferently, Grandpa Zhao broke a bone in his calf, so you have to make 10 times the compensation. As the words fell, Yi Tian's right foot also landed heavily, stepping on the red-haired man's right calf. Snap! There was a crisp explosion, and Red Hair's right calf was folded 180 degrees on the spot and severely deformed. Ah! My legs! The red-haired man screamed hysterically. There was no change in Yi Tian's expression. Why are you screaming? It seems your bones are not strong enough. Don't worry, there are still 9 more. Yi Tian's raised his foot and stomped down hard again. Snap! Ah! 8 more. Snap! Oh shit! My legs! After Yi Tian stomped on him 10 times repeatedly, the red-haired man's entire left leg was completely deformed, as if it had been chopped in a meat grinder. Not a single bone was intact, and even some leg bones were clearly visible through the skin. The scene was very bloody. Seeing this scene, the other thugs were frightened and at a loss, terrified. They have been in the underworld for many years and have seen many ruthless people. But this is the first time I've seen someone so cruel. As for the red-haired man himself, his cheeks were deformed due to the pain. He shouted in fear and anger, hiss. Damn it, you broke my leg, I'm going to fucking kill you. Yi Tian said coldly, not bad, you can still bear the pain, it will be more fun to play like this. Bang! This time, Yi Tian raised his foot and kicked the red-haired man directly in the chest. Puff! The red-haired man was kicked and fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 ribs were broken. You caused Grandpa Zhao to break 2 ribs, so I want you to pay me back tenfold. Is it too much to break 20 of your ribs? Bang! Yi Tian kicked the red-haired man in the chest again. 2 more ribs were broken. Then kick again. Every time Yi Tian kicked out, he controlled it precisely so that only 2 of Red Hair's ribs were broken. After all, the human skeletal structure is too simple for a miracle doctor like him. He can break any bone he wants by kicking it. After a moment, as Yi Tian withdrew his last kick, the red-haired man was already lying on his back on the ground, with his chest almost half sunken. Blood was gushing out of his mouth and he was groaning miserably and weakly. The whole person was wriggling like a maggot, looking extremely miserable. Silence. There was a terrifying silence at the entrance of the cemetery. After doing this, Yi Tian turned and looked at the other thugs. Looking at the way you look, you all participated in the fight just now, right? That's good. Let's take care of it together. Hear this. The thugs' faces changed drastically. Although they were terrified, they still pretended to be calm and threatened. You, don't come over here. We have a lot of people. If you are not afraid of death, just give it a try. We have more than just these brothers. My eldest brother is Lao Mao. Do you know who Lao Mao is? He is the eldest brother who hangs out with Tiger Lord of the Black Tiger Society. You beat Brother Red Hair like this. When Brother Cat tells Master Tiger will definitely kill you. Yi Tian said coldly, humph. Let Master Tiger stand in front of me and see if he dares to say this. A yellow-haired thug said arrogantly, ha. You're such a boaster, just wait for me to ask Brother Cat to find Lord Tiger to kill you. As he said this, he pretended to make a phone call. Just at this moment. Wow! Suddenly, a large group of people appeared outside the cemetery, forming a huge black mass. Each of them was armed with machetes, sticks, and other weapons. The leader was a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hair and a cigar in his mouth. It was Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu had a sullen face and said to Huang Mao in a cold voice, "Who did you just tell me to kill?" Chapter 130 Yi Tian is too cruel. The moment Huang Mao and other thugs saw Zhang Xiaohu, he was surprised at first, then his face turned into ecstasy. The yellow-haired man quickly stepped forward and said to Zhang Xiaohu respectfully, Master Tiger. This guy just beat up the red-haired man and even said that he is not afraid of you and does not take the Black Tiger Society seriously. You can't let such a rampant bastard go. Fuck you. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu kicked the yellow-haired man to the ground with one kick. Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you ask me to do something for you? Huang Mao said aggrievely, Master Tiger, I am following Brother Cat. Haven't you heard? Brother Cat told us that he had dinner with you and we have a very good relationship. Zhang Xiaohu rushed over and kicked him hard again.
What cat brother or dog brother? I've never heard of them.
He quickly turned around and explained nervously, Mr. Yi, please don't get me wrong, I don't know these things at all.
Zhang Xiaohu did not lie. As the underground boss in Jiangnan City, he had never heard of these little people.
But these little guys often use his name to cheat people.
Gah!
The thugs were stunned when they saw this scene.
What? Brother Cat actually doesn't know Lord Tiger at all? We were deceived. Wait, the Black Tiger Club president is so polite to this kid. OMG. What kind of horrible existence have we provoked?
When Huang Mao and other thugs realized this, they were regretting it so much. They did not dare to hesitate at all and knelt down in front of Yi Tian's.
Various kowtow apologies. Brother. No, sir. I'm sorry, I was blind and offended you. We shouldn't hit people.
Please don't bear grudges.
I was really wrong.
All of this was done by Master Ji who hired us.
This was not our intention.
Hit that old bastard. No, it was the old man who started it. In fact, it was the red-haired guy who started it. He even said he would crush his remaining arm with a steamroller.
Survival instinct.
These guys confessed the whole incident in one go.
No hiding at all.
Upon hearing this, even the Black Tiger Society brothers present glared at him angrily. Even though they are all underground forces, they are often involved in fights, brawls, and collecting protection fees. Not only did they flatten other people's ancestral graves, but they also ganged up on a one-armed old man in his 70s.
No one has ever done such a thing that would bring punishment from God. If this gets out, people will despise and scorn you.
Zhang Xiaohu gnashed his teeth and said, what a bunch of sons of bitches, they are capable of doing such a thing.
Mr. Yi, how do you think we should deal with these beasts? I will definitely help you make it clear.
As soon as these words came out, Huang Mao's gang of thugs were so scared that their faces turned pale and sweat poured down their cheeks. Ji Buduan and Hong Mao, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, felt that the blood in their bodies had frozen and was about to freeze.
Yi Tian's looked down at those thugs from his high position.
As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. A phoenix has a hollow neck, and anyone who offends it will die. I've said that you must repay Grandpa Zhao tenfold for all the injuries he suffered, and this will not change just because you kneel down and apologize.
Zhang Xiaohu, didn't you just say you would help me make things clear?
I'll leave these people to you first.
Yes.
Zhang Xiaohu nodded respectfully. He said to the gang of thugs coldly, you even dare to set your sights on Mr. Yi's cemetery.
Today, let me teach you a lesson on what you should and shouldn't do. Come. Drag them all away.
According to what Mr. Yi said, return 10 times the damage that Mr. Zhao has suffered. If anyone tries to cheat, I will peel off your skin.
Yes, sir. Dozens of Black Tiger brothers rushed forward and dragged Huang Mao and other thugs away.
No matter how these people struggled, cried, and begged for mercy, it was of no use. Then, from behind the crowd came their screams like pigs being slaughtered and the sound of breaking bones.
The scene is very miserable. 2 minutes later, everything returned to silence.
A younger brother came to report, Master Tiger, there were 10 beasts in total, 6 of them fainted from the pain, and the remaining 4 are barely alive.
Zhang Xiaohu didn't even raise his eyelids. Got it. Get rid of these beasts. I don't want to see their faces again in Jiangnan City. Understood. I will do it right away.
Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Hong Mao and Ji Buduan who were still left on the ground.
Mr. Yi, what do you think we should do with the remaining 2?
At this moment, Red Hair felt extremely regretful and frightened.
I should have known earlier that Yi Tian's had this background. He said he would never get involved in this mess with Ji Buduan. Please, let me go. I have already received the punishment I deserve. I don't want to die.
The red-haired creature was like a maggot, crawling forcefully to Yi Tian's feet.
A clearly visible bloodstain was left on the ground where the movement occurred.
His tone was filled with crying and pleading, so miserable.
Yi Tian's looked down at him.
There was no emotion in his eyes.
Just now you wanted to test which one is harder, Grandpa Zhao's arm or the steamroller, right? You gave me a good idea. If you can hold on, I might as well spare your life. What? No. No.
Red Hair's face changed drastically, he felt desperate and almost emotionally collapsed. He didn't expect Yi Tian's to be so ruthless and cruel. Zhang Xiaohu's lips curled up into an expected sneer. He had already experienced Yi Tian's methods in the fallen city. This was just the beginning. You haven't seen how the young master dealt with those heinous criminals. His methods were truly cruel. What about stuffing large intestines with chili oil, rubbing eggs with steel wool? TSK. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. After feeling emotional, Zhang Xiaohu immediately ordered his brothers to force Hongmao to the ground. Order the roller driver's younger brother to break the red-haired man's arm. The driver turned pale with fright. No, Master Tiger, I don't dare. Brother Red Hair is my brother, He didn't finish his words. Zhang Xiaohu interrupted him with a stern voice, shut up. If you don't do what I say, I'll pin you to the ground and let the steamroller run you over. Make your choice. Now the driver no longer had any hesitation. The little chicken nodded and said, okay. I've been annoyed with that stupid red-haired guy for a long time, let's beat him. Boom. He started the steamroller and drove straight towards the red-haired man. No. The red-haired man used his limited strength to scream and beg for mercy. But it can't change the result after all. Boom. The steel wheel of the steamroller weighing several tons rolled directly over the red-haired man's arm. Snap. The arm exploded and shattered instantly, and the flesh and bones stuck to the ground, quite flat. Belch. A final scream came from the red-haired voice. His body twitched violently twice and he died on the spot. Yi Tian sneered, ha! It seems that his bones are indeed not as hard as a steamroller. It's useless. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand. Several younger brothers quickly stepped forward and cleaned up the red-haired corpse. The Black Tiger Society brothers who surrounded all this were all terrified. What kind of monster is this Yi Tian's? Is it too harsh to treat your enemy? I will never dare to provoke people like this, even if I beat them to death. Yi Tian's looked at Ji Boduan. The voice was cold and ruthless. Now, it's your turn.